The man was reborn a month before the apocalypse. Yet, he sold stocks worth $3 billion for a mere $1 billion. He hoarded 1 billion tons of supplies directly. All because in 27 days, a global apocalyptic crisis will break out. 80% of humanity will turn into zombies. Of the remaining humans, 90% will die at the hands of zombies. And the small remaining portion of humans will begin to evolve and develop special abilities. Some have physical abilities, some elemental, and some are mental. Yet, the ability the man possesses is the incredibly rare spatial power. In his past life, he was known as the Void King. Ever since he mastered the Void Walk, an ability that was top tier for both combat and survival, he thrived in the apocalypse like a fish in water. Regrettably, as he continued to survive, all other survivors died out. The world was left with nothing but increasingly bizarre monsters. He couldn't find another human anywhere. Unable to bear the loneliness, he dug a hole and buried himself alive. But when he woke up, Chen Luo was reborn 27 days before the apocalypse. Moreover, the special space he had opened in his previous life still existed. And now, his special space has the ability to stop time and preserve food. As for other missing powers, Chen Luo didn't care at all. For him now, only good food in this world was invaluable. He needs to hoard quickly. First, he hoarded a ton of pork, 100 buckets of fried chicken, and 100 servings of roasted duck, along with other various supplies. After storing all the supplies in his space, Chen Luo received a call from his uncle, asking him to come to the corporation, as there was something to discuss. When he arrived at the company and faced his uncle's reprimand, Chen Luo showed respect to his elder on the surface. Deep inside, a huge murderous intent was rising. If it weren't for the fact that in his previous life, after the apocalypse began, he heard from his uncle's son, Chen Fei, that 6 years ago, it was his uncle who had plotted the car accident that killed his parents, and then gradually took over the shares of the corporation his parents left for him. I have a premonition that pork prices will surge again. The pork I hoarded for 1 billion could rise to 5 billion. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Chen Jinan's mouth dropped in shock. Isn't this purely nonsense? How can he even dream of such things? After his shock, Chen Jinan laughed. Little Luo, what about selling it to me for 1.5 billion? Chen Luo scratched his head, showing embarrassment. I've already sold the shares, and the contract has been signed. It's impossible to buy them back from that young master now. As he finished speaking, Chen Luo's phone rang. He turned to Chen Jinan with an apologetic look and walked outside, watching Chen Luo's retreating figure. Chen Jinan's face darkened. This little punk dares to pull such a stunt without telling me. He needs to be taught a lesson. Outside, as Chen Luo answered the phone, a woman's voice came through. Mr. Chen, the dog you asked us to find, the one with black fur and missing an ear, we've got a lead on it. I've sent you a picture. Please confirm if it's the one you lost. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's breathing became hurried. In the last life's apocalypse, a ranking was made for those with different abilities. Chen Luo was naturally ranked first for spatial powers. The top in fire abilities was called the Spirit Flame Princess, also known as the Blood Rose. The top in lightning abilities was a dog named Thunder King. While some humans turned into zombies, others evolved and gained special abilities. The same happened to animals and plants. If they didn't turn into zombies, they had a chance to gain abilities. Despite being just a dog, in an apocalypse with no food, many saw him as a source of fresh meat. However, all who tried were defeated without exception. Only Chen Luo, with his spatial powers, managed to ambush this dog. The black dog in the picture was unmistakably Thunder King. The missing left ear was undeniable proof. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. Thunder King, in this life, we won't be sure of food. How about we team up? I promise to treat you well, ensuring you always have the best to eat and drink. Wait for me. I'll rescue you. I hope you'll recognize me as your master. After putting away his phone, Chen Luo couldn't wait to go and rescue Thunder King. Uncle, I'm leaving now. Chen Jinan didn't stop him, squinting his eyes. He watched Chen Luo hurriedly leave. The Chen Corporation no longer had anything to do with Chen Luo. After leaving Chen Jinan's office, Chen Luo threw a glance back at him. Even though in my last life, Chen Jinan and his son were lucky enough to survive after the apocalypse, they won't have that chance this time. They'll die on the day of the apocalypse. Mark my words. Upon leaving the office, Chen Luo followed the information provided by the private detective and arrived at a dog shop. At the entrance, a large iron cage housed 3 dogs, one of which was Thunder King. Chen Luo looked at Thunder King's current pitiful state, which bore no resemblance to the dominating figure he was after the apocalypse. Thunder King, feeling Chen Luo's gaze, lifted its head and shuddered, cowering further inside the cage. With a degree of intelligence, it seemed to know the intentions of people who stared at it in such establishments. Chen Luo's face changed as he exclaimed, "Where's your boss? Call him out. You dared to steal my dog. If I hadn't found out in time, I would have lost my Thunder King." The shop owner was momentarily stunned, but soon realized this man was here to cause trouble. Remembering that these were all stray dogs he'd acquired, he quickly waved his hands, trying to explain, "Bro, all the dogs I have are from legitimate sources. They all look similar. You might be mistaken." Chen Luo sneered, taking out his phone, ready to report the dog shop for theft. After all, no business can withstand thorough scrutiny. Seeing Chen Luo's intention to call the police, the owner immediately panicked and tried to snatch the phone away. But Chen Luo, with a decade of combat experience from the apocalypse, effortlessly subdued him. "Do you really think you can overpower me?" Chen Luo taunted. Facing Chen Luo's threats, the owner quickly pleaded, "It's a genuine misunderstanding, sir. I truly didn't know this dog was yours. I'll settle scores with the one who brought the dog later. You can take your dog today, free of charge. Is that acceptable?" Chen Luo's expression softened slightly. "Considering your attitude, I'll let it go this time. Even though I'm willing to spend all I have for Thunder King, getting something for free is always the best. Little Black, come with me. Let's go home." Thunder King looked a bit confused. "Little Black, who are you calling?" But sensing that Chen Luo had rescued it, it obediently followed. Chen Luo was pleased. Looks like it understands human speech now. He opened the car door for Thunder King, who without hesitation, jumped in. As Chen Luo drove home, he thought it was a good opportunity to bond with Thunder King. An hour later, upon arriving at his luxurious mansion, Chen Luo saw a burly, somewhat dim-looking guard in the security booth at the entrance. Chen Luo's heart ached at the sight. The man was named Su Dazu, with thick brows and a simple, honest face. He looked slightly foolish due to his innocent demeanor. Su Dazu was Chen Luo's close friend after the apocalypse. He was a physical ability user, impervious to weapons, with a body as strong as steel. In their previous life, before Chen Luo mastered the voidwalking, they were ambushed due to scarce resources. Su Dazu used his physical abilities to cover for Chen Luo, even sacrificing himself so Chen Luo could escape. Although Chen Luo avenged him afterward, Su Dazu was gone forever. "My dear brother, in this life, I promise you'll live comfortably," Chen Luo vowed, looking at the security guard, Su Dazu. Chen Luo invited him to hang out after work. However, Su Dazu declined, saying, "My mother told me not to get into bad habits. Also, beware of those who are overly courteous, as they might have ulterior motives." This left Chen Luo dumbfounded, recalling that in this timeline, he and Su Dazu were not yet close friends. Yet, when the apocalypse begins and Su Dazu is on duty, history will repeat itself, and they will become inseparable again. After entering his mansion with Thunder King, the grand fountain at the entrance made Thunder King a bit hesitant. Regardless of whether Thunder King understood him or not, Chen Luo laughed and said, "Thunder King, this will be your home from now on. Let's go, I'll give you a bath." While bathing Thunder King, Chen Luo began contemplating his plans for when the apocalypse erupts again. With this second chance at life, he didn't want to end up the sole survivor of humanity as he had previously. The chilling loneliness of that existence was unbearable. Perhaps he could establish an organization. He knew which individuals would develop powerful abilities in the future, which could complement his spatial ability, ill-suited for direct combat. But setting up an organization meant needing more resources, including stocking up on staple foods, fruits, seeds, generators, medications, and most crucially, water. Water sources would be contaminated after the apocalypse, and the only safe drinking water would come from rain. He suddenly realized he also needed to stock up on high-voltage electric batons, tools effective against the impending zombies due to their vulnerability to electricity. They might become obsolete after some time, but initially, they would be indispensable. As he was contemplating, Thunder King jolted at the mention of the electric batons. Chen Luo comforted the dog by petting its head, saying, "Why are you so scared? The batons are for the zombies, not for you." With that thought, he immediately took out his phone to place an order. Suddenly, a beautiful woman arrived at the entrance of the mansion. Chen Luo quickly welcomed her in. She was the culinary teacher he had hired for a hefty sum of 100,000 a month. With the unpredictability of the upcoming apocalypse, Chen Luo didn't just want to stock up on supplies. He also wanted to be able to cook delectable meals. However, things didn't go as planned. Despite being coached by the talented Mayu, Chen Luo's culinary attempts were disastrous. Even the dog refused to eat the dark dishes he prepared. Thunder King, discontented, let out an indignant growl, as if to say, "What did I ever do to you, master? Why are you trying to poison me?" Chen Luo could only sigh in resignation, sending Mayu out of the mansion. Watching her retreating figure, he began to ponder. Mayu's culinary skills were indeed impressive, but since he hadn't known her in his previous life, he wasn't sure if she'd turn into a zombie when the apocalypse hits. It would be up to fate. If she remained human, he could consider hiring her as his personal chef. As he was about to close the door after Mayu's departure, Chen Luo's eyes lit up with recognition. Am I seeing this right? It's the sisters Mi Ling and Mi Li. In his previous life, after the onset of the apocalypse, both had risen to prominence due to their awakened abilities. The elder sister, Mi Ling, became the most prominent flame-powered individual, earning her the title Blood Red Rose Spirit Flame Princess. The younger, Mi Li, awakened a light-based ability and emerged as the top healer. Though Mi Li's combat abilities were limited, she wasn't a fighter, but rather a support. Rumors had it she eventually gained the power of resurrection, an almost godlike ability. Chen Luo decided that no matter the cost, he had to bring these sisters onto his side. However, approaching them now without a strategy would just make him look desperate. Chen Luo quickly called a private detective he had worked with previously, instructing him to gather information on the sisters within 3 days. Most crucially, he wanted to know their favorite foods. Whatever you love to eat, I'll stock up on. After all, the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. In less than the given 3 days, the detective handed over the information. Mi Ling loved grapes, while Mi Li was fond of fish and particularly loved braised pig's trotters. Her favorite fruit was watermelon. Time flew, and it was now June 1st, with only a day left until the apocalypse. During this period, Chen Luo not only received the armor and electric batons he ordered online, but he also splurged on a heavy-duty truck, spending millions. Having prepared everything and with just an hour to go before the apocalypse, Chen Luo called his uncle, offering the 10 billion tons of supplies he had amassed as collateral. He requested a loan of 500 million. Chen Jinan, puzzled, asked, "Why do you need so much money so urgently?" Chen Luo, making up a story, responded, "From my observations, Bitcoin is about to surge. It might even increase 10-fold or 8-fold. My 500 million could turn into 5 billion. I promise to repay you with interest. Uncle, please wait for me at home. I'll come over and discuss it in person. I also miss Brother Fei, so let's invite him over as well." Without hesitation, Chen Jinan agreed. Such a significant matter can't be discussed over the phone, and I can't just lend out money casually. I need to investigate first. After ending the call, a cold look appeared on Chen Luo's face. "You were supposed to die on the day of the apocalypse," he muttered. Passing by the security booth, Chen Luo looked at the security guard, Su Dazu, pondering for a moment before deciding to warn him. "Su Dazu, I have a bad feeling that something significant is about to happen. Please be cautious around 9 o'clock. Su Dazu, taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement. Inside the Chen mansion, Chen Jinan, sipping his tea, remarked to Chen Fei, "Kid Chen Luo wants to invest in Bitcoin. Isn't he fearless? Though Bitcoin initially cost only a few cents and has now risen to over $60,000 apiece, I can tell you it doesn't have any real value. It's just a game of making quick bucks. But this deal might still be worth considering. First, we need to verify if the goods Chen Luo has are truly worth $1 billion. That's why I asked him to discuss it face to face." No sooner had he finished speaking than the doorbell rang. Opening the door, Chen Fei warmly greeted and embraced Chen Luo, leaving Chen Luo feeling a bit overwhelmed. They then began to chat over breakfast, with Chen Luo continuously boasting about how profitable investing in Bitcoin could be. However, by 9:15 a.m., a painful scream echoed from the maid's room. Chen Jinan instructed his son to check out what happened. Chen Luo, with gleaming eyes, knew the apocalypse had arrived. "It seems you two really are destined to die today," he thought, standing up to join the investigation. Upon reaching the maid's room, Chen Fei was horrified by the sight that greeted him as he opened the door. The middle-aged maid, with disheveled hair, was bleeding from all orifices, blood streaking down her face. Seeing Chen Fei at the door, she growled and lunged at him. Chen Fei, recovering quickly, was about to shut the door to trap the now zombified maid inside, but a hand stopped him. "Cousin, didn't we come to see what's happening? How can we see if you closed the door?" Speaking, Chen Luo pulled out an electric baton from his special ability space and pressed it against the back of Chen Fei's neck. Instantly, Chen Fei's body convulsed a few times before he passed out. Looking at the unconscious Chen Fei, Chen Luo swung the door open. The zombified maid inside lunged directly at Chen Fei, gnawing at him viciously. At that moment, alerted by the noise, Chen Jinan rushed in and yelled in rage, "Chen Luo, what are you doing?" But Chen Luo ignored him, swiftly turning around and extending the electric baton towards Chen Jinan. As Chen Jinan instinctively tried to block it, Chen Luo sneered, "Did you think you're insulating and immune to electricity? Trying to block an electric baton with your hand?" Chen Luo coldly watched his cousin, who was being bitten by the zombie maid, struggle and shout, "Chen Luo, Dad, save me." Chen Luo kept shouting, "I don't consider you my bastard son. Your father is lying right there." Saying this, Chen Luo kicked away the hand that Chen Fei was trying to reach out to him with. As Chen Fei started to curse, he was interrupted by the zombie maid. Watching this bloody scene with an expressionless face, Chen Luo remarked, "Such a thrilling spectacle shouldn't be from my eyes only. Uncle, wake up." With that, he zapped Chen Jinan with the electric baton. Chen Jinan groggily woke up to the horrifying sight of his son's plight and pleaded, "Chen Luo, Chen Fei is your own cousin. Please save him. I admit I secretly sabotaged your shares, but Chen Fei knew nothing. He's innocent." Chen Luo coldly snorted, "What else have you done to betray me?" This remark made Chen Jinan internally panic. Does Chen Luo know about that incident? Seeing Chen Jinan's silence, Chen Luo gripped his throat. "Uncle, have you decided how to answer? Your son won't last much longer." With Chen Fei's breath growing weaker and his cries fading, Chen Jinan roared, "Chen Luo, save Chen Fei now and I might choose not to call the police. Otherwise, you won't escape this." Unbeknownst to Chen Jinan, the apocalypse had already begun. He merely thought the maid had contracted a horrifying disease or that Chen Luo had drugged her. "You heartless beast, planning to kill your own uncle and cousin. You're worse than a dog." In response, Chen Luo slapped him across the face. "The truly heartless one is you. My father introduced you to the Chen Corporation out of kindness, and you betrayed him. How dare you speak those words?" By this time, the zombified maid had already bitten through Chen Fei's neck. Chen Jinan completely lost it, roaring in resentment. "I am his older brother. I contributed so much to his success. In return, he gave me only 10% of the shares. Is he treating me like a beggar? He deserved to die. And with today's technology, there's no way you can escape." Chen Luo's eyes turned cold. Considering the share value at that time, 10% was worth 1.5 billion. Which employee gets a 1.5 billion share? You truly are an insatiable ingrate. With that, he threw Chen Jinan towards the zombified maid. "Father, you truly let the wolf into the house back then. As for your son, this is all I can do for you." After the zombies finished off the father and son, Chen Luo adjusted the voltage of his electric baton to its highest setting and struck the zombie. Accompanied by the sizzling sound of electricity, the zombified maid screamed a few times before becoming motionless. Following this, Chen Luo took out a dagger from his space and stabbed it into the zombie's forehead, retrieving a small crystal. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, both special ability users and zombies would grow a crystal in their foreheads. The size and color of these crystals would vary based on the power type and strength. Fire ability users or zombies had red crystals, wind ability users had green, and space ability users or zombies had transparent crystals. When Thunder King had awakened, his electric ability had produced a purple crystal. The zombified maid's crystal was pale white, indicating she was of the lowest level and had yet to evolve any special abilities. After storing the crystal, Chen Luo went outside the villa intending to bring in Thunder King. But as he stepped out, a female zombie lunged at him. Chen Luo smirked, extending his electric baton towards the young zombie. With a zapping sound, she fell motionless to the ground. Chen Luo commented, "This baton really comes in handy. Since Uncle granted you freedom, it's not too much to ask for a little reward, right?" Saying so, he retrieved a crystal from the young zombie's forehead. Thunder King, who had witnessed everything, was dumbstruck. "Master, How can you be so ruthless? Seeing his pitiable state, Chen Luo chuckled, Thunder King, I reckon our awakening time is near. It's not safe outside during the come inside with me and we'll set out once the awakening is over. After letting Thunder King out of the car and into the villa, Thunder King, seeing so many corpses for the first time, was quite frightened. He shivered and pressed close to Chen Luo. Meanwhile, Chen Luo casually peeled an apple. Just as he was about to take a bite, a yellow electric arc flashed over Thunder King's black fur. Chen Luo, standing close to Thunder King, got shocked. The apple that hadn't reached his mouth fell to the ground. He was both elated. So Thunder King has awakened his ability. And yet, the first one he shocked was me. Chen Luo quickly stepped away to avoid getting shocked again. Electric arcs kept flashing over Thunder King's body, and pain was evident on his face. After about 10 seconds of pain, Thunder King returned to his normal state, collapsing powerlessly on the ground. Chen Luo looked at Thunder King with a hint of envy. The strength of an ability talent is mainly determined by two factors. First is the awakening time, the earlier, the more potent. Second is the speed of ability growth. The faster it grows, the stronger it becomes. Thunder King is clearly top tier in the electricity ability. He must also have developed his intelligence a second time. Chen Luo muttered to himself, it's frustrating when a dog outdoes a human. Just then, Chen Luo felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something was forming inside. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Seems I'm not so bad either. Feeling the spatial ability inside him, Chen Luo stretched out his hand and guided the force of space to his palm. The next second, he opened his eyes wide and swung his hand. The force of space slammed into the wall, leaving a crack of several inches. Thunder King, watching from the side, had eyes as big and round as saucers. Chen Luo sighed. That one spatial ball attack had used up a quarter of his ability energy, yet its offensive power wasn't enough to even instantly kill the weakest of zombies. It seems I need to absorb crystals to level up. Chen Luo immediately took out the 2 crystals he had just acquired and held them tightly, beginning to absorb their energy. In this apocalyptic world, ability users were ranked from levels 1 to 10. Above level 10 was King level. In his previous life, both Thunder King and Spirit Flame Princess were at King level. He himself was also at King level. But after absorbing Thunder King's crystal in that past life, he ascended from King level to another unknown level. He wasn't sure what that level was, because, later, he couldn't bear the loneliness and chose to end his life. 5 minutes later, Chen Luo had completely absorbed the power of the 2 crystals. Feeling the size of the crystal in his mind, he estimated that he would ascend to a level 2 ability user after absorbing around 20 more crystals. Having absorbed the crystals, Chen Luo stretched his body and began teaching Thunder King how to control his newfound abilities. As expected, after listening to Chen Luo, Thunder King tried and spat out a bolt of lightning from his mouth, electrifying and damaging the opposite wall. Chen Luo, ecstatic, patted Thunder King on the head, praising him. Good dog, you catch on fast. Let's head to the cold storage and gather supplies. As they were about to leave, Chen Luo spotted a high-end supermarket spanning over 200 square meters and decided to stop. Look at the size of this supermarket. Thunder King, it must be packed with supplies. We should take everything and not leave anything for those wandering zombies inside. Thunder King barked in agreement. Chen Luo then put on armor and took 2 baseball bats. Heading confidently towards the supermarket entrance, he reminded Thunder King, attack when you can and avoid direct confrontations. Use agility to dodge them. I don't really need you, but this will be a good training for you. Thunder King nodded like a human would. As they approached, Chen Luo dispatched 2 zombies with his bats. Thunder King barked and shot out a bolt of lightning, but missed. Seemingly confused, Chen Luo chuckled, it's okay, distract them for me. Thunder King, understanding, lured the zombies away. Zombies were slower than normal people, let alone Thunder King, who was extremely fast. Although Thunder King could easily outrun them, he deliberately drew their attention to help Chen Luo get into the supermarket without distraction. Once inside, Chen Luo marveled at the high-end items in the store. As expected from a supermarket next to a villa, everything's so premium, I won't hold back then. He then summoned the power of space and, in an instant, stored all the items. Before leaving, he extracted the crystals from the brains of the fallen zombies. Outside, he stretched and thought, it's great having spatial abilities, shopping without spending a dime. Thunder King, on the other hand, was struggling. One of the 2 zombies he had distracted was dead, but the other was still chasing him. Thunder King was wondering why he couldn't deal with the zombies as easily as his master could. Chen Luo stepped in and dispatched the remaining zombie with his electrified bat, then comforted Thunder King by patting his head. "Don't be sad, you did great. With more time, you'll be the strongest dog." Thunder King's eyes sparkled with happiness. Leaving the villa area, Chen Luo chose to take a less traveled route to the cold storage. As they waited at a red light, a speeding yellow car pulled up next to them. A young man leaned out of the window, anxiously asking, "Do you know what's happening?" "I can't get through to the police." Chen Luo calmly replied, "Obviously, the apocalypse has begun." The young man was horrified and drenched in sweat. Desperately, he asked, "Can we team up? It's better to have someone to rely on." Chen Luo coldly declined and sped away, leaving the young man behind. While Chen Luo did plan to gather a group, he was selective. He wouldn't recruit just anyone, only the elite. At this stage, ordinary survivors have some use if they obey. But a few years later, they could only serve as cannon fodder. Even though I have a lot of resources right now, they are not infinite. I must be cautious. After all, in the apocalypse, people's intentions are unpredictable. As soon as Chen Luo turned into a narrow path and drove a few dozen meters, he frowned. The road ahead was blocked by a runaway truck. There were also more than 20 zombies nearby. And this was the only road leading to the cold storage. Taking a detour would be too time-consuming. "It seems I have to." As soon as he got out of the car, the two nearest zombies rushed at him. Chen Luo casually smiled, pulling out 2 electric batons. With the sound of electricity, the 2 zombies fell dead. But he was soon surrounded by zombies. Yet, he remained calm, facing the zombies attacking him. And knowing the electric baton could only zap 2 at once. After dealing with the 2 zombies ambushing him, a zombie managed to bite his armor. However, the armor protected him and caused no harm. Chen Luo swung his electric baton, sending the zombie flying. "This armor is made of alloy. There's no way you low-level zombies can break it." Chen Luo grinned. "There's no one to fix your teeth in the apocalypse. Be careful, or you might lose them all and can only rely on licking." Saying this, he charged into the horde with his electric baton. But as soon as he entered, he found that the baton ran out of power. This made him slightly embarrassed. At the critical moment, Chen Luo took out another baton from his space, easily killing all the zombies. He then extracted the crystals from inside them, signaling Thunder King to come over. Thunder King was puzzled. Weren't they headed to the cold storage? Where were they going now? Soon, Chen Luo found the heavy truck he had parked here earlier. He excitedly told Thunder King, "This truck is even more amazing than the armor and electric baton. I kept it here just for today. Get in, I'll show you something that will blow your mind." Driving a truck is nothing like driving a car. The thick steering wheel and massive body give a sense of security. Chen Luo, a bit unaccustomed, drove the truck to the cold storage. The electronic doors outside the cold storage were closed. He didn't care. He stepped on the accelerator, smashing the door open. Chen Luo really enjoyed the feeling of destruction, while Thunder King, in the passenger seat, was shocked with wide eyes. The roar of the truck, combined with the noise of the door breaking, immediately attracted a large number of zombies. They rushed towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled and sped up, crushing the hundreds of zombies, which would be slow and power-consuming with the electric baton. At this moment, on the rooftop of the cold storage, 3 survivors were cautiously observing Chen Luo. They were all employees of the cold storage, 2 men and a woman. Xiang Meng excitedly said, "Let's ask him to take us with him." Ji Yu Dao sneered. "Why would he take risks for strangers? I think this driver is ruthless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done what he just did. I guess he knows about the supplies in our cold storage. He'll take what he wants and leave, and won't care about you at all. It's better to rely on oneself. Let's just snatch his truck. It's most reliable when it's in our own hands." At this point, Xiang Meng suddenly noticed the armor on Chen Luo. Ji Yu Dao and Tong Yuanhang looked over immediately, and they were all shocked. "If we can get his equipment, we'll be safe. What do you two think?" "Yes, let's rob him. This kid is trying to steal supplies from the cold storage. We can't tolerate that." Xiang Meng hesitated for a moment, but then agreed. Ji Yu Dao smiled and said, "Xiang Meng, use your charm to distract him. Tong Yuanhang, you and I will take him down." At this moment, Chen Luo was extracting crystals from the zombies. Xiang Meng suddenly appeared in front of him. "Hello, thank you for saving us." Chen Luo squinted at him, thinking, are they going to ask me to take them away next? If I refuse, they'll resort to force. Without rushing, Chen Luo asked, "Are you the only ones here?" "Yes, only the three of us survived." Chen Luo suddenly became wary, as Ji Yu Dao and Tong Yuanhang began to approach him from both sides. Sure enough, the next second, both Ji Yu Dao and Tong Yuanhang made their move, each pressing down on one of Chen Luo's shoulders. Chen Luo sneered internally, "I haven't even made a move yet, but you guys are taking the initiative. You just thanked me for saving you, and now you turn on me so quickly?" With his hands on Chen Luo's shoulders, Ji Yu Dao couldn't help but feel triumphant. "Bro, don't resist. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. Indeed, kindness is the least valuable and most harmful thing in the apocalypse." Seeing this scene, a fierce expression instantly appeared on the dog's face. Ji Yu Dao and the others were taken aback. There's actually a dog. It was getting dark, so they hadn't seen clearly. Chen Luo, seizing the moment they were distracted by Thunder King, pulled out 2 electric batons from his space and shocked the 2 individuals. "Now, I'm not worried about exposing my spatial ability. After all, the dead can't talk. Rule number 1 of survival in the apocalypse, strike first." After Chen Luo dealt with the 2 survivors with ulterior motives, Zhang Meng was completely shocked by the turn of events and screamed in terror as she saw Chen Luo approaching with the baton. "Don't kill me. Help." With that, she turned and ran toward the door. Given the life and death urgency, she ran surprisingly fast. An armored Chen Luo found it challenging to catch up. "You sure run fast. Thunder King, it's up to you." Upon receiving the command, Thunder King rushed and struck Zhang Meng from behind, knocking her down face first. Chen Luo then finished him off. Looking at the 3 bodies, he suddenly laughed. "So, it's always best to make the first move." After dealing with the hostile survivors, Chen Luo, along with Thunder King, began raiding the place frantically. Every piece of meat, seafood, or seasoning, anything edible, was stashed into his space. 2 hours later, Chen Luo finally stored all the supplies into his special space. This haul amounted to almost 60,000 tons of supplies. Chen Luo, quite content, headed back loaded with goods. "Let's go home and rest for today. I'll continue raiding the granary later. I wonder how Su Dazu is doing." Chen Luo hummed a tune as he headed for his villa. Just then, a man suddenly dashed out in front, waving to stop the vehicle. "Sir, please help. Give me a lift." Chen Luo looked at him expressionlessly. The guy was hiding something under his clothes, most likely another person with ill intentions. "My survival rule is to never let any threat emerge, no matter how insignificant. I simply won't allow it. There's no way I'm stopping. If you dare to block my way, I really won't hesitate to run you over." Seeing the truck showing no signs of slowing down, the man quickly stepped aside. As the truck was about to speed away after passing him, the man yelled at the truck. "Do you want to kill me? Wait and see. If I get a chance, I'll make you pay." Hearing this, Chen Luo's expression darkened and he immediately stopped the truck. There was no doubt in his mind about the man's words. If given the opportunity and capability, he would surely seek revenge in the future. After all, harboring grudges in a post-apocalyptic world could be deadly. "Thunder King, did you hear what he said? He said he wants to eat dog meat." Thunder King looked puzzled. Although it couldn't understand all human words, it was certain he didn't mention dog meat. Seeing Chen Luo stop, the man menacingly approached, brandishing a wooden stick. Thunder King promptly jumped off the truck, catching the man off guard. Yet he remained undeterred. With a cold laugh, he boasted, "Watch my dog beating technique." As he was about to strike Thunder King's head with the stick, contempt flashed in Thunder King's eyes. "I have magic. Did you really think I'd engage in hand-to-hand combat with you? Whether or not you want to eat dog meat, if my master says you die, then you must die." It opened its mouth, sending a bolt of lightning at the man. Caught off guard, the man was hit. A scream echoed, and he collapsed. Chen Luo peered out and commented, "Finish him off, but don't use the lightning power. Thunder King, any hesitation in battle can cost you your life. Only by adapting to this apocalyptic environment can one survive." Thunder King hesitated for a moment, but under Chen Luo's gaze, it bit down on the man's throat with its sharp teeth. After Thunder King took care of the man, Chen Luo and Thunder King returned to the villa area. The roads inside the villa complex were too narrow for the truck to navigate, so Chen Luo had Thunder King disembark first to attract nearby zombies. Upon receiving the order, Thunder King barked twice and left the truck. It would be just a matter of time before Thunder King could leave, and the zombies would return. Then, they would serve as my free vehicle security, ensuring no other survivors would approach. Trying to steal or damage the truck, Chen Luo walked to the entrance of the villa area and saw that among the two security guard zombies, Su Dazu was not there. He sighed in relief. Fortunately, my rebirth didn't affect the turn of events. He took out an electric baton and effortlessly dealt with the few zombies he encountered. Chen Luo began searching for Su Dazu. I remember when the apocalypse broke out, Su Dazu fled to the inner part of the villa area to hide. Sadly, I can't recall which villa Su Dazu hid in, only that it was in the outer region. Seems like I'll have to use the most basic method. So Chen Luo, holding his electric baton, shouted loudly, "Su Dazu, where are you?" Thunder King, who had just returned, widened its eyes in astonishment. Has the master gone mad? Shouting like this would attract zombies. At that moment, Su Dazu, inside one of the villas, heard Chen Luo's voice. He wanted to go out to meet Chen Luo, but was stopped by a girl next to him. "Brother Su Dazu, don't go. That man must be crazy. Isn't he afraid of attracting zombies? He can endanger himself, but he must not endanger us." This comment shocked Su Dazu. Indeed, it's strange. Why would Bro Chen use such a dangerous method to find me? Our relationship isn't that deep. However, Su Dazu was still touched. He went to the window and, sure enough, saw Chen Luo. The quiet, refined girl also came over. Coincidentally, a zombie was lured over, but Chen Luo calmly electrocuted it. The girl was taken aback upon seeing this. Such a powerful electric baton. If I had this for self-defense, I wouldn't be afraid of zombies. No wonder this man is so brave. Then, Su Dazu leaned out and shouted at Chen Luo. "Bro Chen, I'm here." Chen Luo spotted Su Dazu and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. "Good buddy, glad you're safe." But when he saw the demure and delicate girl, Chen Luo's expression darkened. "How could I forget this bitch Chen Jane? In my past life, she dragged both me and Su Dazu down. She's very scheming. In the past, when we ran out of purified water and were afraid tap water might be risky, she used Su Dazu as a guinea pig. After Su Dazu and I teamed up, she was always trying to cozy up to both of us, even when distributing food. She would always hide a portion first, then pretend to be starving and pitiful, deceiving Su Dazu out of his share, making a fool out of him." Remembering all this, Chen Luo was filled with rage, wishing he could slap Chen Jing to death right then and there. But he soon calmed down. Now was not the time to kill Chen Jing. Killing her directly would only alienate Su Dazu, driving a wedge between us. "Su Dazu, come with me to my place. It's better if we look out for each other." Su Dazu nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chen Jing hurriedly approached. "Big brother Chen, my name is Chen Jing. We share the same surname. Perhaps, 500 years ago, we were from the same family." However, Chen Luo completely ignored Chen Jing and took Su Dazu towards his villa. This made Chen Jing grind her teeth, suppressing her discontentment. Yet she followed them with a cheerful face. It seems she needs to improve her relationship with Chen Luo. Having two men protect her maximizes her chances of waiting for national rescue. Looking at the two hungry individuals, Chen Luo walked to the fridge. Apart from 3 pieces of bread, he transferred everything else into a special space. Immediately after, Chen Luo gave a sly smile, staring intently at Thunder King, and slapped a piece of bread onto Thunder King's behind, preparing to add some special seasoning to the bread. Then, Chen Luo, holding 2 plates, walked over to them. "This is all we have at home. Make do with it." Su Dazu hesitated. "Bro Chen, you should keep it for yourself," Chen Luo replied. "It's okay, when we get the chance, we'll get some food from the supermarket." After that, Chen Luo looked at Chen Jing and said, "You're a woman, and you eat less. Giving you 1 piece isn't unfair, right?" With Chen Jing's character, she wouldn't voice any objections outwardly. But inwardly, she felt dissatisfied. Yet, she also thought Chen Luo had a point. After all, Su Dazu needs to eat well so he has the strength to find food for her. Thinking of this, Chen Jing didn't hesitate and stuffed the entire slice of bread into her mouth. As soon as she tasted it, Chen Jing's expression suddenly changed. There's something off about the taste of this bread. Beside her, Thunder King looked at Chen Jing with a horrified expression. "You dare to eat bread that touched my butt?" Witnessing this, Chen Luo had a faint smile on his face. But deep inside, he was immensely pleased. "It's an honor for you to taste the flavor of Thunder King's behind. However, I still need to get rid of Chen Jing soon. Otherwise, many things will be inconvenient." With that thought, Chen Luo said gravely, "There are zombies everywhere now, and food is scarce. We need to find a way to get more supplies from the supermarket at the entrance. Su Dazu confidently responded, Bro Chen, you just focus on zapping with that electric baton. As long as I'm alive, no zombie will harm you. Chen Luo, however, shook his head, rejecting this idea. The baton, when fully charged, can only kill 4 zombies. And there are far more than that near the supermarket. I have a better plan. Saying this, Chen Luo pointed at Chen Jane. Little sister, you're petite and presumably fast. You distract the zombies, while Su Dazu and I get the supplies from the supermarket. Then, we'll regroup back home. This left Chen Jane dumbfounded. Me, distract the zombies? Isn't that just asking for death? Facing her pitiable look, Chen Luo said emotionlessly, Alright, I'll distract the zombies. You and Su Dazu get the supplies. Is that okay? Hearing this, Chen Jing replied with a whiny voice, Bro Chen, it's not that I don't want to. I've only had the slice of bread you gave me since morning. I fear I might not have the strength and end up being a burden. This made Chen Luo slightly irritated. What can you do then? You can't just sit around doing nothing and let Su Dazu and me take all the risks, while you reap the benefits. Chen Jing didn't expect Chen Luo to have no chivalry and not to be a gentleman. Shouldn't taking care of women be a given? She could only look pitifully at Su Dazu, hoping he would speak up in her defense. Before she could, Chen Luo coughed deliberately. I haven't had any water since morning and my throat feels parched. It's my fault for not stocking up on bottled water. I'm not sure if the tap water is contaminated. Why don't you, Chen Jing, try it for me? If you do, I won't make you go. This made Chen Jing furious. You want to use me as a guinea pig? I've been so worried about the water being contaminated that I haven't dared to drink any. I do have a bottle in my backpack, but with Su Dazu around, I was hesitant to drink it. What if he asked me to share? I've been holding back, and I'm about to die of thirst. Just then, her eyes fell on Thunder King beside her, and she exclaimed with a sudden realization. That's it, we can let him try the tap water to see if it's drinkable. This made Thunder King stare at Chen Jing in bewilderment. I may not be human, but you're truly heartless. Using me as a test subject? Damn, I want to bite you. In his rage, Thunder King lunged at Chen Jing, only to be blocked by her backpack. Yet, in the scuffle, he tore a hole in it, and all the snacks and water inside spilled out. Seeing a backpack full of treats, Chen Luo laughed. So that's why she's been guarding this old backpack. She was hiding snacks. She probably planned to enjoy them secretly after getting rid of us. Disgusted by her actions, Chen Luo thought, I won't tolerate this deception. He then pierced a drink with a straw and handed a snack to Su Dazu. You must still be hungry. Take this. Once you're full, we'll get the supplies. This time, Su Dazu didn't hesitate. He took it without a word, then shot a disdainful glance at Chen Jing. This morning, I risked my life multiple times to rescue her. And yet, she lied about not having food when she clearly did. She obviously didn't want to share. I won't be courteous with someone like that. Realizing what was happening, Chen Jing rushed forward shouting, Don't eat that. It's mine. Give it back. Seeing her approach, Chen Luo swiftly stuck out a leg, tripping her. As she fell to the ground, she began to sob. You two men, picking on a small girl like me. What kind of men are you? Chen Luo sneered at her. Why don't you ask the zombies if they care whether you're a man or a woman? But just this little glimpse of your true nature isn't enough for Su Dazu to truly grasp human behavior. I need to give Chen Jing a harsher lesson. Soon enough, he formed a plan in his mind. So Chen Luo stepped forward to console Chen Jing. Why are you crying? We need to eat to have the strength to search for supplies, right? You don't need to go this time. We'll repay you double for the food we eat. Hearing this, Chen Jing realized, no matter what, it wouldn't benefit her to confront Chen Luo and Su Dazu. Turning against them would only push her deeper into danger. And if she died, she'd have nowhere to plead her case. Thinking of this, she quickly apologized to both of them. I was wrong. I have this instinct because I was traumatized by hunger as a child. I know my attitude isn't right. I'm sorry. It's just my natural reaction. Then Chen Jing spun a story about her difficult childhood. Even Chen Luo had to admire her for making up such a tale on the spot. Su Dazu, let's rest for an hour. Then head to the supermarket nearby. I'll prepare some things. You two do as you please. Su Dazu nodded in agreement. I'll follow your lead, Broshan. Chen Luo then pretended to gather supplies. But in reality, he summoned Thunder King, asking him to lure a dozen or so zombies home. Thunder King stared in disbelief. Master, you're joking, right? I understand luring zombies, but bringing them into the house? I don't get it. Chen Luo gave Thunder King a sidelong glance. Don't ask too much. Once we return, you'll understand. With that, Thunder King set off on his mission. Subsequently, Chen Luo took out 4 garlic bulbs from his special space, minced them, and placed them in 2 bowls. Then brought them outside. The pungent smell made Su Dazu puzzled. Broshan, why are you preparing so much garlic juice? Hearing this, Chen Luo explained with a smile, you might not know. When I was outside earlier, I happened to see someone wearing a string of garlic. Zombies seemed to be terrified of it and kept backing away. Chen Jing's eyes lit up. In movies, garlic does indeed work against zombies. Noticing this, Chen Luo became elated. Good, they've taken the bait. Unfortunately, reality is the exact opposite of movies. The pungent smell of garlic might severely attract zombies. It's a pity we only have this much garlic at home. Enough for just 2 people. We should check the supermarket to see if we can find more garlic. Just then, a horde of zombie roars came from the distance. Clearly, it wasn't just 1 or 2 of them. The noise turned Chen Jing's face pale, while Chen Luo looked grim. Facing this incoming horde of zombies, will you choose to face them with us? Or will you try to take this life-saving garlic juice? In the face of dozens of zombies rushing towards the villa, bitch Chen Jing, desperate to survive, doused herself with the garlic juice first. This stunned Su Dazu, who had intended to share his portion with her. Although he had grown to dislike Chen Jing, he wouldn't stand by and let her die. But he never expected her to be so selfish. Seeing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. See, Su Dazu, after the apocalypse, don't be so kind to just anyone. Some people are no longer deserving of such kindness. Realizing she had been duped again, Chen Jing questioned, but why? Chen Luo, you also poured garlic on yourself. Chen Luo smirked, I didn't deceive you. You chose to pour the garlic on yourself. Let me tell you the truth. Zombies are incredibly sensitive to the smell of garlic. You're doomed. Hearing this, Chen Jing broke down. Why are you doing this to me? I just want to live. Is that wrong? It's not wrong. But it is wrong to continuously bully, and especially when that person is my brother. In your words, we all want to live. Is sacrificing you really so wrong? After saying this, Chen Luo had no further interest in wasting words with Chen Jing. He took out a suit of armor from his special space and gave it to Su Dazu. Anyway, Chen Jing would be dead soon, and the dead don't spill secrets. And for Su Dazu, Chen Luo would tell him about his awakened power of space. At this moment, Chen Jing finally understood where Chen Luo's confidence came from when he poured garlic on himself. Su Dazu, find a room to hide in. Right now, you'll only be a burden to me. Chen Luo advised. Su Dazu agreed, knowing that with that kind of armor, zombies couldn't harm Chen Luo. He would indeed only slow him down. Meanwhile, Chen Jing also wanted to find a room to hide. He immediately looked pleadingly at Chen Luo. Bro Chen, give me a break. After this, you can do whatever you want to me. Chen Luo coldly snorted. I want you dead. Once you're dead, I'll have given you a break. Chen Luo, what have I ever done to offend you? You've been targeting me since we first met. Chen Jing broke down completely. In no time, he was mauled by a wave of zombies. 10 minutes later, looking at the devastation and bloodstains, Chen Luo felt a sense of despair. I miscalculated. My home, where I've lived for over a decade, is ruined. Emerging from a room, Su Dazu looked complexly at Chen Jing's corpse. Chen Luo didn't say much, motioning Su Dazu to move all the zombie bodies out of the villa. They then cleaned up all the corpses. Seeing the bloodstains everywhere, Chen Luo really didn't feel like cleaning up. It would be great to have a maid right now. He mused, recalling the cook he had hired. Mayu was quite good, not only pleasant to look at, but also efficient at work. However, I don't know if she's alive or dead. Looking at the floor stained red with blood gave Chen Luo a headache. He didn't want to mop it up himself, but he also felt embarrassed to let Su Dazu do the dirty work. With that thought, he turned his gaze to Thunder King. Chen Luo fetched a few cloths in a bucket, teaching Thunder King how to pour water and wring the cloths. Thunder King, this important task is yours. You can eat after you're done cleaning. After speaking, without checking if Thunder King was willing, he threw the cloth to Thunder King. This left Thunder King stunned on the spot. Master, you're really something. At this moment, Su Dazu popped his head out and suggested, Bro Chen, should we go to the supermarket and get some stuff? Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. There's no rush for the little stuff at the nearby supermarket. I have something better. Come, Let's go upstairs and have a drink. As Chen Luo took out a full table of food from his special space, Su Daju's face was filled with shock. This is way too incredible. It just appeared out of nowhere. Bro Chen, how did you do it? Chen Luo chuckled as he explained, Su Daju, have you felt any changes in your body? In the morning, I had a brief headache, but afterwards, I felt much stronger. I experienced these changes before the apocalypse. If your change is related to strength, mine is about space. I found that I could control a bit of spatial power. I had a feeling that a disaster would occur, so I stored some supplies. Hearing Chen Luo's explanation, Su Dazu nodded with a semblance of understanding. Immediately after, Chen Luo poured a beer for Su Dazu. I also had a premonition that we'd become brothers. Come on, let's not worry about it. Nothing's bigger than enjoying a meal. Looking at the full table of dishes, Su Dazu swallowed hard. There's too much food. Bro Chen, we can't finish it all. Let's save some. 2 or 3 dishes are enough. Chen Luo responded grandly, it's okay. If we can't finish, there's still Thunder King. He hasn't eaten yet. Thunder King, who is currently mopping the floor, didn't seem to mind. Leftovers are fine. During my wandering days, I was grateful just to get some leftover scraps. Thank you, Master. But seriously, is mopping the kind of task a dog should be doing? After a satisfying meal, Chen Luo took out a zombie crystal from his space and handed it to Su Dazu. Full, right? These crystals are for you. Try absorbing their power. They can rapidly enhance your strength. Su Dazu curiously asked, where did these come from? Chen Luo smiled and explained that they were extracted from the brains of zombies. Su Dazu immediately looked disgusted. That's kind of gross. Come on, let's go to the room and absorb the crystals together. If it gets too intense, stop immediately. That night, Chen Luo lay in bed, holding a crystal and started absorbing its energy. Strange. Based on my experience from my previous life, absorbing 8 crystals at a time should be enough. Why have I absorbed 20 now? When he absorbed the 21st crystal, Chen Luo felt a sudden pain in his head. Immediately after, he discovered he had leveled up. I remember it took me a full 14 days to level up in my past life. Now, I've reached level 2 on the first day of the apocalypse. I feel like I can continue absorbing. I wonder what my absorption limit is this time. It wasn't until he absorbed the 42nd crystal that Chen Luo stopped. Feeling the power within him, he tried to conjure the Sword of Void. Though it dissipated in less than 5 seconds, Chen Luo was satisfied. In his previous life, he only mastered the Sword of Void's ability at level 7 and the Void Walk at level 9. Given his current progress, he might master it by level 4, and the Dimensional Blade, which he could only control at the king level in the future, might be developed earlier. It was his most potent weapon for assassinations and surprise attacks. With these thoughts, Chen Luo quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Chen Luo asked Su Dazu and Thunder King about their crystal absorption experiences. Su Dazu excitedly replied, Bro, your method really works. I feel much stronger. I absorbed about 7 crystals. 7? That's already quite impressive. Meanwhile, Thunder King barked 9 times in a row, indicating he had consumed 9 crystals. Chen Luo laughed, thank goodness it wasn't 99. Otherwise, you'd have to bark 99 times. Su Dazu looked at Thunder King in astonishment. This dog is truly remarkable. He's consumed more than me. Don't underestimate Thunder King. He's very talented. As he spoke, Chen Luo took out an electric baton and armor from his space. Try this armor on. After breakfast, accompany me to the granary. The two, along with the dog, soon arrived at the truck they had parked earlier. Seeing the truck unharmed, Chen Luo smiled. Free guarding works well. Bro, there are so many zombies. Should we take them out? Asked Su Dazu. Chen Luo stopped him. These are free laborers. Let Thunder King divert them. Thunder King then skillfully drew all the zombies away, making it look easy. This left Su Dazu somewhat frustrated. Why do I feel Thunder King is more useful than me? Chen Luo chuckled. Don't compare yourself to a dog. There are things he can do that even I can't. Everyone has their strengths. Bro, what can't you do that he can? He might eat poop. Would you? Chen Luo teased. Thunder King, upon hearing this, barked in protest, clearly indicating, Master, you're slandering me. I don't eat poop. Once Thunder King got into the truck, Chen Luo headed towards the granary. Strangely, it was eerily silent. I made such a ruckus, and not a single survivor has called out for help. Bro, don't granaries usually have large basements? Maybe the people are hiding there and didn't hear us, suggested Su Dazu. Considering Su Daju's words, Chen Luo got out of the truck and approached the pathway to the basement. Using their flashlights, they illuminated the path. Chen Luo's eyes widened in shock. Not far from them lay the skeletal remains of a human. Normal zombies wouldn't clean the bones so thoroughly when they feed. They always leave some remnants. Only mutated creatures like ants or rats would clean bones to this extent. I don't know if it's ants or rats, but both are communal creatures. There must be a staggering number of them. Chen Luo hesitated for a moment. If they encountered a massive number of those creatures, he wasn't sure they'd come out on top. We can't take the risk. Our lives are the most important. Just as he decided to retreat, a series of squeaking sounds echoed from below. Chen Luo's face turned pale. Without any hesitation, he grabbed Su Dazu and started running. That sound was unmistakably a swarm of rats. Thunder King, upon seeing a mass of shadows rushing out from the basement, was startled and sprinted away. Among the swarm, a mutated Rat King hesitated for a split second as it gazed at the fleeing Thunder King. Deciding that human flesh was more delectable, it commanded the rat horde to pursue Chen Luo and Su Dazu. Just as Chen Luo reached the granary's entrance, the Rat King lunged and hit him squarely on his back. With a loud thud, pain seared through Chen Luo's spine and he uncontrollably toppled forward. Ignoring the pain, he quickly scrambled to his feet, but that slight delay allowed the rats to catch up. Looking back, they were horrified to see hundreds of rats, each one significantly larger than a regular rat, swarming towards them. Without hesitation, Chen Luo pulled out his electric baton and dispatched a few of the rats lunging at him. Both Chen Luo and Su Dazu stood back to prevent any sneaky attacks from the rat swarm. Fortunately, the electric baton was effective against them. However, the idle Rat King was a concerning sight for Chen Luo. It was a mutant. In this post-apocalyptic world, while every being, be it a survivor, zombie, or mutated creature, grew stronger gradually, some rare mutants drew upon their life potential, boosting their power at the expense of their lifespan. These mutants were incredibly unlucky to encounter. The present Rat King was obviously such a mutant. There's no way it could have grown this large in just 2 days. Suddenly, the Rat King launched a surprise attack, knocking Su Dazu to the ground. In the face of danger, Su Dazu managed to jab the electric baton into the Rat King. But to his horror, barely affected the creature, which merely winced in pain. It lunged at Su Dazu, biting hard onto his armor, producing a cracking sound. The sturdy armor now bore a deep crack. One more bite, and it would breach the armor entirely, causing Su Dazu to break into a cold sweat. In a swift move, Chen Luo pulled out 2 chunks of pork from his space and threw them to the ground. The surrounding rats were instantly distracted by the meat. Seizing this chance, Chen Luo approached the Rat King. He couldn't help but think if he hadn't leveled up the previous night, they'd have been doomed for sure. As Chen Luo charged forward, the Rat King's eyes flashed with disdain. It wondered whether Chen Luo would electrocute it first, or if it would bite Chen Luo to death first. Little did it know, while Chen Luo openly held the electric baton in his left hand, he had conjured a sort of void in his hidden right hand. The Rat King, about to deliver a fatal bite to Su Dazu, suddenly sensed a looming threat of death. Turning its head, its eyes widened in shock upon seeing Chen Luo, and it tried to flee. However, it was too close to escape. In a swift motion, Chen Luo slashed its throat with the sword, and then extracted a crystal from the Rat King's forehead. Su Dazu, I think its 2 front teeth might make useful weapons. I don't have the strength. Can you try prying them out? After much effort, Su Dazu managed to retrieve the 2 large teeth. Good, let's head to the basement. With the rat swarm dealt with, it should be safe now. Even if zombies entered, the rats would have upon entering the basement. Su Daju's face registered shock as Chen Luo stored all the supplies into his spatial ability. Bro, how big is your spatial ability? It's not that big, probably around the size of this granary. He then turned to Su Dazu with a serious look. Su Dazu, you must never speak of how much I've hoarded. No matter who asks, you can't say a word. In these end times, we can't trust anyone. Su Dazu nodded solemnly. Don't worry, bro, I won't say a word, even if it kills me. Upon their return to the villa, Chen Luo recognized that his strength wasn't enough. Today's encounter at the granary was a close call due to the mutant Rat King. He planned to level up to rank 3 at home. Given my current rate of absorbing crystals, it'll take over 3 days to reach the 3rd rank. Su Dazu, if you're bored, you can play some single-player games upstairs. After their meal, Chen Luo turned to Thunder King with a smile, hinting that dishwashing duty was now his responsibility. This left Thunder King, the dog, utterly speechless. From mopping and cleaning to now washing dishes, he thought, "Master, can't you act like a human for once? You're even more demanding than a dog." Chen Luo looked at Thunder King, who had just finished washing the dishes, and said, "Thunder King, if I recall correctly, you leveled up to the second rank yesterday, didn't you?" Hearing this, Thunder King excitedly barked in affirmation, as if to say, "Yes, Master, I'm awesome." But what Chen Luo said next dampened his enthusiasm. As the saying goes, a good dog needs to be polished to become talented. Why don't you go find some zombies to practice on and see if you can develop some new electrical skills? Dejected, Thunder King began to walk towards the door. Just as he was about to exit, Chen Luo suddenly called out to him. Thunder King, hopeful, turned around, thinking that maybe his master had changed his mind or was concerned about his safety. However, Chen Luo simply handed him 2 bags of trash, asking him to dispose of them on his way out. "All right, I overthought it." Thunder King seemed to lament, "Master, you really don't treat a dog like a dog, do you?" Watching Thunder King depart, Chen Luo sighed, "He's so high maintenance, when will he clean up and dispose of trash on his own? That's when he'll be a mature dog. I seriously need someone like Mayu to take care of daily chores. Once I level up to rank 3, I'll go find her immediately." With that in mind, Chen Luo eagerly returned to his room to absorb the zombie crystals. As a wave of pain washed over him, Chen Luo successfully advanced to a rank 3 power user. "In my past life, it took me 1.5 months to break through. Now, it's only been 3 days, he marveled. He could feel the enhanced power within him. Compared to when he was at rank 2, his energy was significantly higher. Most importantly, the Void Sword, which previously lasted only 5 seconds, could now be sustained for 20 seconds. Now I can confidently go outside. It's the perfect time to search for Mayu and restock on crystals at that 5-star hotel." The next day, Chen Luo, Su Dazu, and Thunder King set out. In no time, the trio cleared the zombies surrounding the hotel and extracted the crystals from the zombies' brains. At that moment, a survivor from the hotel named Lu Wenbao, seeing the duo's formidable fighting skills, rushed to seek their help. However, Chen Luo didn't immediately respond, but instead asked, "Do you know Mayu?" Lu Wenbao trembled and replied, "On the day of the disaster, there was a business meeting in the morning, and she was called to prepare dishes for it." Chen Luo then grabbed Lu Wenbao, instructing him to lead the way. Meanwhile, inside the cold storage, Mayu had kindly saved a group of people. But instead of showing gratitude, they not only complained that she took up too much space, but also physically assaulted her. A famous actress named Lin Yi even suggested to throw her out to feed the zombies so that they could have more resources to survive. Hearing this, the others quickly showed their true colors and unanimously agreed. Ignoring Mayu's desperate pleas, they forcefully threw her out, even going as far as mocking her and calling her derogatory names. In utter disbelief and filled with regret, Mayu wished she hadn't opened the door for these people. "I should have let the zombies eat them and stayed safe inside the cold storage. I'm so angry. I would pay any price to see them get what they deserve," she thought. However, she believed it was too late. 2 zombies detected Mayu's scent and roared, rushing toward her. As the zombies approached, Mayu closed her eyes in despair, thinking about the saying, "In the face of the apocalypse, the true nature of humans is unpredictable." Just as the situation seemed dire, Chen Luo arrived in the nick of time, kicking a zombie away with force. Chen Luo looked at Mayu with immense relief, saying, "Thank goodness the chef is still alive. Now I can have some good food." "Mayu, it's me, Chen Luo. I came all the way here, risking my life to save you. Tell me you're moved and that you'll become my dedicated chef." Tears welled up in Mayu's eyes as she replied, "Thank you for coming to save me." Suddenly, Chen Luo put his hand over her mouth, signaling her to keep quiet. "Let's deal with these zombies first, then we can catch up," he whispered. They were now surrounded by dozens of zombies. Chen Luo and Su Dazu, armed with electric batons, swiftly dispatched the nearby undead. Meanwhile, the ungrateful group inside the cold storage, upon seeing this, rejoiced, thinking that someone had come to rescue them. People began to emerge from the cold storage, trying to ingratiate themselves with Chen Luo. "Thank you, heroes, for saving us," one exclaimed. "Hello, I'm Lin Yi. It's great to meet you both." She assumed that if they were her die-hard fans, they would fawn over her like a dog. However, she was mistaken. Chen Luo completely ignored them, heading straight to Mayu and helping her up. Tell me what happened. I'll handle it for you. Noticing that Mayu was the only one outside the cold storage and nearly became zombie food, it wasn't hard for Chen Luo to guess that something shady had taken place. Hearing Chen Luo's words, all the pent-up grief and injustice Mayu felt came flooding out. She tearfully recounted the betrayal and the events leading up to her near-death experience. Chen Luo responded with a cold laugh. That's why it's not always good to be the good person. I only came to save Mayu because she has value. If you have no value, who cares whether you live or die? Upon realizing that Chen Luo and Mayu knew each other, Li Lin, one of the group, quickly tried to offer money to smooth over the incident. Young man, could you escort me home? After the crisis is resolved, you can work at my company with a monthly salary of 200,000, he proposed. This enraged Su Dazu, who was standing nearby. He loathed such ungrateful, double-dealing individuals. First, they got saved by someone else. Then they tried to send that person to their death. Now, they want to use money to settle the issue, he thought. In his anger, Su Dazu slapped Li Lin across the face. Lu Wenbao, another survivor, watched in shock. In their city, Li Lin was a well-known figure. Weren't they afraid of retaliation? Suppressing his anger and covering his bruised face, Li Lin humbly pleaded, "Young man, you've already avenged your friend. It's true, we were in the wrong. Just get us to a safe place. Name any condition you have." Chen Luo dismissed Li Lin's plea with disdain. He was a man of principles. Once someone became his enemy, and there was an opportunity to get rid of them, he wouldn't hesitate. These people had been sentenced to death in his mind. With this thought, Chen Luo took a rope out of thin air. Since you've offended someone close to me, I can forgive you once by tying you up. Whether you survive or not will depend on your luck. Li Lin was infuriated by this. How is this different from killing us? Is there no law and order left in your eyes? Su Dazu sneered at the side. Did you think of that when you threw her outside? The female celebrity, in a desperate attempt to save herself, knelt in front of Chen Luo, begging for her life. If you save me, I'll do anything for you, she cried, attempting to pull down Chen Luo's trousers, implying a lewd favor. This left Chen Luo utterly speechless. What's wrong with you? Why are you trying to undress someone just like that? Get away from me. You're disgusting, she responded defensively. It's not my fault. I haven't showered in days, so of course I'm a bit dirty. You can help me clean up. Chen Luo, tired of her nonsense, promptly used a smelly sock to gag her mouth. Let's go. Let them fend for themselves. He then headed out of the hotel with Su Dazu. Lu Wenba hurriedly followed, calling out, "Big brother, I want to come with you." Chen Luo turned to look at him, picking up an iron rod from the ground and handing it to him. If you can go to the main street and kill 10 zombies, I'll let you come with me. The mere thought made Lu Wenba break into a cold sweat, shaking his head in fear. Chen Luo scoffed. You're as useless as mud that can't be molded. When given a chance, you don't seize it. Before leaving, as a token of appreciation to the waiter who guided the way, Chen Luo took him to a small supermarket next to the hotel. He gave him 3 minutes to shop freely, and then promised to escort him back to his dormitory as a thank you. As Lu Wenba excitedly filled his cart with supplies in the supermarket, Chen Luo turned to Mayu and offered, "I'm in need of someone to handle logistics. How about you join us? Your only responsibilities would be cooking and washing dishes. In exchange, I guarantee your safety and you'll be well fed." To be a bit boastful, meeting me is the luckiest thing to happen in your life. So what's your answer? Would you like to come with me? I'm willing. Mayu replied promptly, nodding. After all, if it weren't for Chen Luo, she would have already been dead. Chen Luo, pleased with the response, said, "Once we've escorted that young man back, we should celebrate with a grand meal. But you'll be cooking." After safely dropping Lu Wenba back to his dorm, half an hour later, reached their villa. Upon their arrival, Chen Luo asked Mayu about her newly awakened power. He then introduced his own power, as well as Su Daju's. Mayu pondered for a moment, remembering a headache she'd had on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. She hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, but Chen Luo guided her to tap into that newfound strength. A second later, a flame appeared in Mayu's hand. Chen Luo was astounded. A flame ability in a chef could make dishes even more delectable. We've truly found a treasure. In just half an hour, Chen Luo and Su Dazu found themselves drooling over a lavish spread of food. After taking a bite, tears of joy streamed down Chen Luo's face, confirming that seeking out Mayu had been the right decision. After the meal, Chen Luo led Mayu to her room, reminding her to be cautious if she decided to take a bath, specifically warning against drinking untreated water. He handed Mayu a cell phone and a power bank to pass the time, informing her that they would stay put for the next few days to focus on enhancing their abilities. Chen Luo promised to explain the upgrade method later. 3 days passed and Chen Luo managed to advance to level 3 of his power. Based on his progression rate, he estimated that it would take about 10 more days to reach level 4. It was time to go out and gather more crystals to further enhance his abilities. Simultaneously, he thought of checking on Mi Ling and Mi Li, the two sisters. Even though it might not be the right time to recruit them, he believed it would be good to see how they were doing. After all, it's a resurrection technique. Not having such a powerful individual under one's control would be inviting divine retribution. Before setting out, Chen Luo gave a strict warning to Mayu. While we're gone, no matter who it is or what reason they give, don't open the door for anyone, even if they die right in front of you. Also, make sure to lock every door and window in the villa. Don't stick your head out or step outside, or you'll face the consequences. After giving his instructions, Chen Luo and Su Dazu headed to a nearby villa area and cleared out all the zombies in the vicinity. In a short span of time, they had collected over 500 zombie crystals. Seeing they had gathered a good amount, Chen Luo stretched his body, preparing to head towards the apartment where the sisters Mi Ling and Mi Li lived. Su Dazu, head back to the armored truck and rest. I'll take Thunder King with me and scout around the area to ensure we haven't missed any stragglers. Soon after, Chen Luo arrived at the apartment building where the sisters lived. If I remember correctly, they live in Unit 201 of this building. He then sent Thunder King up to sniff around and check if anyone was home. Thunder King barked joyfully, as if to say, "This is what a dog is supposed to do. All the chores you had me doing before, like mopping the floor, washing dishes, and taking out the trash, were definitely not meant for a dog." Just as Thunder King was about to ascend the stairs, his remaining right ear twitched. He immediately crouched low, emitting a low growl from his throat. The next second, like a rabbit, he darted into a nearby bush. A white cat sprinted out from the bush at high speed. Even though cats are generally more agile than dogs, it didn't take long for Thunder King to catch up with this particular feline. Chen Luo was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. The cat was uninfected and beautiful. It'd be nice to take it back as a pet. Immediately, he called out to Thunder King, asking him not to harm the cat. Just as he spoke, Chen Luo heard a voice, "Get this stupid dog off me." He stared at the cat in disbelief, realizing that it possessed the ability for telepathic communication. What an unexpected find. I must keep it. Thunder King, how could you be so rude? Let it go. Chen Luo chided, though at the same time, he made sure to grab hold of the cat, fearing it might escape. Thunder King looked guilty, as if accepting all the blame. Once in Chen Luo's grasp, the cat didn't struggle. It looked up at him with big, sky-blue eyes, and a voice echoed in Chen Luo's mind. I didn't provoke or annoy it. Why did this dog just randomly bite me? So infuriating. Chen Luo replied in agreement, yes, so infuriating. Suddenly, the little cat seemed to sense the smell of dried fish on Chen Luo. He was amazed by its ability, wondering how it knew. Was it instinct? I can give you dried fish to eat, and then you'll be my kitty. Just then, a voice from above shouted, let go of my rice. Looking up, Chen Luo was shocked to see that it was Millie. The cat, named Rice, belonged to her. He thought, how come I never saw this cat in my past life? The sisters never mentioned it. Millie came down the stairs, approaching Chen Luo with her hand out, demanding, give Rice back to me. Millie quickly took the cat from Chen Luo, holding it close. Observing this, Chen Luo speculated, it seems the two sisters are not together right now. If Millie were here, she would never have let Millie come down alone. Relieved, Millie, holding the cat, didn't want to linger outside any longer than necessary. She quickly thanked Chen Luo, and was about to leave when Rice started struggling in her arms. Let me go. He has dried fish. I want the dried fish. He's not a bad person if he has dried fish. Confused, Millie thought, what kind of weird logic is that? Rice, having escaped from Millie's grasp, looked pitifully at Chen Luo. I haven't had dried fish in over a week. Can you give me some? Considering this, Chen Luo thought it might be an opportunity to ally with Millie. His plan was to collaborate, as both Mylene and Millie weren't just pretty faces. One possessed a top-tier flame ability, and the other a light power that could resurrect people. With that in mind, Chen Luo smiled and picked up Rice. There's a supermarket nearby that should have dried fish. Should we go there, and perhaps we could team up to find supplies? Millie's initial reaction was to refuse. The idea of venturing out with two strangers seemed perilous. However, Rice convinced her, citing that he didn't sense any ill intent from Chen Luo. This left Millie conflicted. Seeing her hesitation, Rice said with a huff, "If you don't want to go, then don't. I'll go with him. You can wait at home for me to bring back food." Raya's words made Millie blush. For the past week, they had relied on Raya's small and agile frame to get supplies from outside. So, she agreed and told Chen Luo to wait for her while she got her gear. In a moment, Millie returned, wearing a purple helmet and armed with a rolling pin. Seeing her unusual attire, Chen Luo almost choked. He then introduced his own companions. "This is my buddy, Su Dazu. Think of him as a warrior. And this dog is also my partner, named Thunder King. He's an electric mage. You can call him Thunder King. I'm Chen Luo, a spatial power user. What about you?" Upon hearing this, Millie replied, "You already know about Raya's ability to communicate with humans. I've also suddenly acquired a special power. I'm akin to a priest in video games." No sooner had she spoken than a group of zombies began to surround them. Chen Luo quickly warned everyone to be cautious. Millie, who was at the back, initially panicked, but soon regained her composure. She directly amplified the strength of both Chen Luo and Su Dazu. Feeling the surge of power within him, Chen Luo was amazed. Truly, an incredibly rare light power. At level 1, she can amplify strength by a third. With Millie's boost, Su Dazu began to dispatch the zombies effortlessly. However, a lone zombie rushed towards Millie. Chen Luo shouted for her to get out of the way, but Millie stood her ground. After all, she had never fought a zombie before and felt this might be a good practice. The post-apocalyptic world requires one to adapt. Millie, faced with the oncoming zombie, quickly applied a strength boost to herself. Due to her lack of combat experience, she didn't dodge the zombie's attack. Its sharp claws aimed for her neck, but her thick jacket shielded her from the brunt of the strike. Without hesitating any longer, Millie began to wildly bash the zombie with her stick, causing its head to split open. Chen Luo, who was nearby, felt a chill watching Millie ferociously bash the already dead zombie. Brain matter was splattering everywhere, but she kept smashing the creature's head. Snapping back to reality, Millie looked at the zombie whose head she had destroyed and couldn't help but vomit. Chen Luo handed her a tissue and a bottle of mineral water. Millie gave him a grateful glance. Meanwhile, Rice looked quite annoyed and huffed. "Are you two done? Are we going to get that dried fish or not?" Half an hour later, after Chen Luo had dealt with the zombies on the supermarket's second floor, he instructed Millie, "Grab as many supplies as you can." Rice had already found the dried fish snacks in the snack area, pleading with Chen Luo to help open the packaging. Looking at the little cat, Chen Luo began to ponder. He always felt that this cat had other secrets, not just an awakened psychic ability. After all, such a unique ability like mental communication isn't something a novice in psychic powers could master. With such a rare cat, he definitely needed to recruit it into his team. With this thought, Chen Luo opened the dried fish and tempted Rice. "This fish isn't fresh, eat sparingly. I have fresh fish, come with me later and I'll make you braised fish." Hearing this, Rice became excited. On the other side, Millie, who was gathering supplies, was completely unaware of a mutated zombie sneaking up behind her. Sensing the danger, Thunder King quickly yelled out a warning and rushed towards Millie. Hearing Thunder King's alarm, Millie instinctively turned around, her face turning pale with terror, collapsing to the ground. She saw a 2-meter-tall, obese zombie before her. Millie tried to flee, but tripped over 2 large bags of food she had packed. Seeing this, the obese zombie smirked, "I'm so hungry, I'll eat you up." Millie scrambled up, without hesitation, hurled the 2 large bags of food at the zombie and turned to flee, only to run directly into the arriving Chen Luo. At first glance of the obese zombie, Chen Luo's pupils contracted. This was another mutated zombie, and more specifically, the most common type known as devourers. Not only do they possess great strength and defense, but they also can use body slam attacks and even self-detonate. Judging by its size, it must be a level 3 zombie. Thinking this, Chen Luo pulled Millie behind him. "Stay behind me, don't be afraid, I'm here." Hearing these words from Chen Luo, Millie's racing heart miraculously began to calm. Looking at Chen Luo shielding her, she felt an indescribable sense of security. Just then, Thunder King arrived in the nick of time, unleashing a bolt of lightning to ambush the obese zombie from behind. The ambushed zombie, infuriated, turned and roared at Thunder King. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Luo brandished his sword of the void, slashing at the obese zombie. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the obese zombie was cleaved in two. It didn't even get the chance to use its self-detonation skill before falling apart on the ground. Chen Luo quickly shielded Millie with his body, telling her to close her eyes and not look at the corpse. Hearing his voice, Millie involuntarily closed her eyes. At that moment, the only thing in her mind was the scene of Chen Luo's sword swing earlier. He looked incredibly cool. She let Chen Luo take her hand and lead her downstairs. When she opened her eyes again, Millie couldn't help but look at Chen Luo, thinking, how did I never notice before how handsome brother Chen Luo is? Chen Luo looked at her, puzzled. As they gazed at each other for a moment, Millie's face inexplicably turned red. This caught Chen Luo by surprise. He never expected that the appearance of the obese zombie would lead to a classic hero saves the damsel moment. Although it's a bit cliché, the effect was really good. Thinking of this, Chen Luo decided to strike while the iron was hot, inviting Millie to join his team. Millie nodded with a blushing face. In that case, come to my house later and we can all have dinner together. Hearing this, Millie felt a bit torn. She really wanted to go, but her sister had gone out to find supplies and hadn't come back yet. If her sister suddenly returned and couldn't find her, she'd be very worried. Brother Chen Luo, I'll go after my sister returns. But as soon as she spoke, rice next to them showed its displeasure. You shouldn't refuse. After all, Chen Luo promised to make me braised fish. No matter what, you have to come with me today. Didn't you leave a note at home? Millie will see it and won't worry. Plus, I have a feeling Millie won't come back today. I want to eat fish. Hearing Raya's words left Millie feeling a bit dizzy and overwhelmed. Having no choice, she reluctantly agreed. Looking at the delicious dishes, Millie and Rice were drooling. They hadn't tasted such delicious food in a long time. After eating, Millie said goodbye to Chen Luo, preparing to go home. But how could Chen Luo easily let go of Millie, a top-tier assistant? So he used the excuse that it's too dangerous for her to be alone, suggesting that he, Su Dazu, and Sister Yu would move to her place. It would be good for them to take care of each other. The reason Chen Luo wanted to do this was mainly to also recruit Millie's twin sister into the team. Hearing this, Millie happily agreed. This isn't about looking out for each other. Clearly, it's big brother Chen Luo looking out for me. With that, everyone started packing and preparing to move. In no time, Chen Luo and the others were ready. Then they drove a heavy truck to the foot of Millie's building. Her place had 4 rooms and a living room, just big enough for everyone, if no one minds. Chen Luo took out 2 watermelons from the space and cut them for everyone. This moved Millie deeply. The outside world is so dangerous now. Big brother Chen Luo is protecting me. He not only gave me delicious meals, but also brought light on a power outage night. And my favorite watermelon. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but hug Chen Luo. Brother Chen Luo, I feel that the luckiest thing in my life is meeting you. Being hugged like this, Chen Luo secretly felt pleased inside. It's all thanks to my darn charm. It's a pity I only met Millie today. I can't rush to eat hot tofu. Otherwise, my ugly face would have been exposed. Thinking of this, he started to comfort Millie. In the future, we're all teammates. Helping each other is what we should do. No need to be so formal. Do you want to eat some watermelon before hugging me again? Hearing this, Millie's face turned red. She ate the watermelon in small bites. Her face flushed, trying to hide her embarrassment. After finishing the watermelon, Millie began to assign rooms to everyone. Sister Yu, you stay here. This room was for classmates who occasionally visited. Brother Su Dazu, this room is where my sister paints. Just move a bit in, and it's good to go. Brother Chen Luo, this is my sister's room. You can stay here. This made Chen Luo a bit puzzled. If he stayed in Meiling's room, where would Meiling stay when she returned? Never mind, let's just settle down first. With that in mind, Chen Luo took out some zombie crystals for Millie. After teaching her how to use them, he bid her good night and went to his room. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Rice waiting for him on the bed, even casting him a flirtatious glance. You devil, why did you come so late? This left Chen Luo speechless. Rice and Thunder King, although they had increased intelligence, had never received education. They didn't really understand the meaning behind those words. Rice just thought it was fun. So when Chen Luo entered, he teased, I'll sleep with you tonight and with Millie tomorrow. Rice said, rubbing against Chen Luo's hand, you're really a flirtatious cat. Know how to share love equally. Chen Luo picked up Rice and started petting him vigorously. Rice was indeed lovable, good-looking, and sweet-talking. "Well, I'll pamper you well tonight. Let's cultivate together." Having said that, Chen Luo took out the crystals and absorbed them with Rice. Meanwhile, on the other side, Myling was clearing zombies on the road, hurrying home. Accompanying her were two of her classmates. However, these two inept teammates kept hiding behind her out of fear, and she had to protect them from time to time. It was exhausting for her. Whenever they encountered zombies, they'd push Myling forward to deal with them. This infuriated her beyond measure. Although her flame ability was potent, the consumption of energy was immense. Even after advancing to level 2, she couldn't deal with multiple zombies consecutively. Looking at the two cowardly teammates hiding in the bushes, Myling couldn't help but think of her younger sister. If I'm struggling so much to survive, how could my delicate little sister cope? Did she starve to death at home, or was she eaten by zombies when she went out to find supplies? As the zombies were cleared, the two cowardly teammates cheerfully emerged from the bushes, and the group continued on. In her heart, Myling prayed, "Millie, if you're still alive, please hold on. I saved a piece of chocolate just for you." On the other side, Chen Luo and his team were preparing for a barbecue night. Just as Chen Luo was about to ask Su Dazu and Millie what skewers they wanted, shouts came from downstairs. Millie was shaken, and a look of immense joy appeared on her face. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "It's my sister. My sister is back." Saying this, she dashed downstairs. Witnessing this, Chen Luo murmured to himself, "After a long wait, I finally met you, Myling." He then followed Millie. Seeing the two sisters embrace, he felt reassured. "It's touching," he thought. But as this sentiment settled, Chen Luo suddenly noticed the two dimwits nearby, wondering where on earth they had come from. Xin Zhang and Wang Xinwu looked excitedly at Millie. Their faces alight with anticipation. The two quickly exchanged glances. Myling, the campus belle, has a sister, and Millie is no less beautiful. It was worth accompanying her all the way from school for so long. Yeah, if we can get close to these two sisters, it would be a dream come true. The sudden appearance of Chen Luo put Xin Zhang and Wang Xinwu on alert. Who is he? Why is he with Millie? I don't know. I've never heard of Myling having a brother. Seeing Chen Luo, Myling also became instantly wary. Seeing her sister's reaction, Millie smiled and quickly introduced Chen Luo. Hearing this, Myling had an epiphany. Oh, I see. That's why Millie looks so well taken care of. He really has done a good job with her. Meanwhile, in their minds, Xin Zhang and Wang Xinwu decided to take the initiative and woo Millie. After all, Myling had been distant towards them throughout their journey. Thinking this, Wang Xinwu made the first move, pulling out a crumpled piece of bread and offering it to Millie. Seeing this, Xin Zhang hurriedly pushed Wang Xinwu aside and presented Millie with a sausage. "Millie, don't be shy with us. Look, I also have some grilled sausages for you." Xin Zhang looked at Wang Xinwu in astonishment, thinking, "You're going all out, aren't you? The supermarkets outside are all full of zombies. Getting these supplies was extremely hard." However, Millie decisively declined their offers. She could eat and drink whatever she wanted every day. Why would she care for their measly bread and sausage? Even if Chen Luo wasn't around, she wouldn't accept things from strangers. Chen Luo, watching from the side, couldn't help but think, these two guys, their attempts at flirting are so obvious. But he had already decided how to get rid of them. Daring to vie with him for someone's affection was a death wish. Myling, seeing the two trying to woo her sister, knew exactly what they were thinking. She mentally cursed herself for ever getting involved with such burdens. I can't let them be a burden to me and my sister any longer. After a farewell meal later, we should all go our separate ways. Thinking of this, she motioned for everyone to head upstairs. Hearing this, the two men made a face as if they were pigs, still fantasizing about living together with the campus belle. Myling then inquired tentatively, "Do we still have food at home?" Chen Luo thought, "Of course, we have food. But only if you, Myling, listen to me and join me. Otherwise, there's nothing for you." As soon as they entered the house, Chen Luo asked Sister Yu to cook some rice. After all, it's Millie's sister. He couldn't be too stingy. "I'll offer some rice for you all." This made Mayu puzzled. "I thought we were having a barbecue. Why suddenly changed rice?" When he saw the group, he immediately understood Chen Luo's intentions. As soon as Xinjiang and Wang Xinwu entered the house, they rushed into the kitchen. Seeing Mayu pouring purified water into the rice cooker, without a word, they grabbed the water bucket from him, hoisted it up, and began to drink directly from it. Mayu looked at their disgraceful behavior and immediately felt repulsed. Can't you pour it into a bowl to drink? How will others use it if you drink like this? However, the two were indifferent. Do you know how hard our journey here was? What's the big deal about drinking some water? This made Chen Luo even more eager to get rid of the two. After quenching their thirst, Wang Xinwu and Xinjiang left the kitchen, surveying the environment approvingly. Worthy of a campus belle's house, it's spacious and the interior design is stylish. It's just a pity there's another guy here. At that moment, Xinjiang suddenly paused, his eyes locked onto Thunder King, the dog lying under the couch. Both of their mouths watered, wanting to eat the dog. They began to act self-righteous and started lecturing Chen Luo. Bro, no offense, but people are struggling to survive in these times. Why are you keeping a dog? I heard you say you only have a bit of rice left. What will you do after it's finished? Take our advice and slaughter this dog. It would not only save food but also feed everyone. Thunder King, hearing this, immediately glared at them menacingly, causing them to be taken aback. Bro, this dog is too aggressive. What if it harms someone? It's better to cook it and improve everyone's meal. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately wanted to get rid of them. How dare they think of harming my dog? His usually cheerful face instantly turned cold. I indeed don't have extra food to feed a dog, but it seems I have to feed two dogs here. You two better get lost before I lose my temper. Upon hearing this, Xinjiang became furiously embarrassed. Pretty boy, have you ever fought a zombie? How dare you talk to me like this? Chen Luo was taken aback. Fight with zombies? This guy is too perverted. It seems as long as one has courage, even zombies need maternity leave. I indeed haven't fought zombies. As soon as he finished, Xinjiang snorted coldly. I knew it. You're just a pretty boy hiding at home. Then he turned to Meiling and continued. Meiling, we've been with you all the way. We've suffered so much, faced countless dangers. Don't you know how hard it is to survive? This guy is wasting food on a dog. Isn't that a waste? Wang Xinwu chimed in. You know what we've been eating on our way here. Besides, the end of the world is not a suitable time to keep dogs. Why not eat it to improve our meals? Meiling, disgusted by their behavior, shouted. You two bastards, shut up. Do you think I don't know what filthy thoughts you've been harboring? Throughout our journey, all you've done is hide behind me. I initially thought we'd have a farewell meal together. But it seems there's no need now. Get out right now. From now on, everyone fends for themselves. And we won't interfere with each other. Upon hearing this, Xinjiang and Wang Xinwu were furious. They hadn't expected Meiling to break off ties with them. Meiling, have you no conscience? We risked our lives to protect you, and even helped you find your sister. Now you're just abandoning us? Meiling laughed coldly. It's laughable. Every time we encountered zombies, you pushed me to the front. Who was really protecting whom? Hearing Meiling reveal their true colors, an infuriated Xinjiang began cursing at her. Meiling didn't bother to argue with them and waited for them to finish their tirade before telling them to leave immediately. Before leaving, the two didn't forget to throw out threats. On the side, Xinwu petted Thunder King's head, signaling him to follow them out and finish them off. In this apocalyptic world, it's hard to predict human nature. Thunder King nodded in agreement and quickly followed the two downstairs. Seeing this, Meiling was puzzled. Is this dog being sent to deliver dog meat? Xinjiang and Wang Xinwu continued their rants downstairs, planning revenge. Little did they know they were nearing the end of their lives. Suddenly, there was a noise behind them. To their surprise, it was Thunder King. Just as they thought they could feast on dog meat tonight, Thunder King spat out 5 bolts of lightning. Before they could react, they were electrocuted to death. Having dealt with the two, Thunder King lifted his head and hurried back home, thinking, you thought you could eat dog meat with that level of skill? What pathetic trash. Back home, after Meiling finished a pot full of rice, she looked at Xinwu apologetically, having consumed all the rice. But don't worry, whatever I've eaten from you now, I'll repay you doubly in the future. Xinwu simply responded with a no and asked if she was full. After receiving a positive answer, Xinwu turned to Mayu and said, Sister Yu, we won't have a barbecue today. Let's make mapo tofu, hand-torn cabbage, spicy shredded potatoes, boiled beef slices, spicy diced chicken, braised prawns, spicy crab, beef. As for soup, let's make tomato and egg soup. Hearing this, Meiling was puzzled. Xinwu gestured for Meili to come over. Meili, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Meili nodded and followed Xinwu to a room, which made Meiling frown in suspicion. A man and a woman alone in a room? What was Xinwu up to? Was he planning to make a move on her sister right in front of her? As they entered the room, Xinwu quickly cornered Meili, placing one hand on the wall beside her. The intimate gesture made Meili blush. Xinwu looked at her affectionately. Being with your brother, you don't have to worry about food or drinks, right? Meili nodded. And with me, you feel safe and protected, right? She nodded again, her face turning even redder. Xinwu smiled at her. It's because you're obedient, gentle, and capable that I treat you well. But does your sister listen to me? At this, Meili pondered. Her sister was always independent and hardly knew Xinwu. She wouldn't just listen to him. Seeing Meili lost in thought, Xinwu continued. Meili, if you had to choose a leader between me and your sister, who would better lead us to survive in this world? Without hesitation, Meili responded. Of course, it's you, brother Xinwu. After all, my sister just returned and ate like a starved ghost. She devoured 3 bowls of unwashed rice, which made me feel sorry for her. Meanwhile, the dog you keep is even tired of eating meat. Since meeting you, I've never gone hungry again. If my sister can't even take care of herself, how can she lead the rest of us? Xinwu chuckled. So we must first get your sister too. He initially wanted to say be trained to obey. But he stopped, thinking it sounded too sinister and didn't want to come off as a creep. Meili looked at Xinwu, puzzled as he suddenly stopped speaking midway. What do you mean by we must? She asked, her expression full of confusion. Xinwu felt a rush of awkwardness, causing sweat to form on his brow, clearing his throat. He said earnestly, we must get her to listen to me. Otherwise, in crucial moments, disagreements between your sister and me might put us all in danger. Meili nodded in agreement, seeing the logic in his words. So, until she listens to me, I won't share my supplies with her. She'll have to watch us eat. With that, Chen Luo patted Meili's shoulder. Whenever she starts listening, she can eat. Remember, we're doing this for her good. Having been somewhat brainwashed by Chen Luo, Meili echoed. Yes, it's all for my sister's sake. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Meili was shocked to see Mayu preparing a vast amount of food. She hurriedly advised her to conserve supplies. But Mayu ignored her, stating that Chen Luo had instructed her to cook all this. How much she cooked wasn't her decision. Hearing this, Meili went straight to Chen Luo, urging him to be more frugal. Otherwise, there'd be nothing left to eat tomorrow. Chen Luo remained unfazed. Today, you reunited with Meili. It's a happy occasion and deserves celebration. Besides, these are my supplies, so it's none of your business. Meili was taken aback. She had never seen anyone be so extravagant during the apocalypse. Looking at the feast, she sighed, regretting eating so much earlier. Although full, she couldn't resist joining them for the delectable dishes. As Meili took a seat at the dining table, Chen Luo asked her in surprise, "What are you doing sitting here?" This infuriated Meili, and she retorted, "Where I sit is none of your business." Meili could only silently apologize to her sister in her heart. For her sister's future, she'd have to endure some discomfort now. We're about to start eating. It's not appropriate for you to sit here. Of course, if you want to watch us eat, feel free to stay. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Meili's face was filled with disbelief. What do you mean? Don't I have a share of the food? Chen Luo responded that the sumptuous feast laid out on the table wasn't for her. Furious, Meili exclaimed, "Didn't you say this was to celebrate my reunion with Meili?" "Yes, I did." Chen Luo replied coolly, "But I never said you'd be joining us for the meal. You're not part of our team. Only those who are with me get to enjoy the delicacies I've risked my life to bring back." Turning to Meili, he asked, "Aren't you with me?" Meili bashfully nodded, "Yes, I am with you." Chen Luo, Su Dazu, Sister Yu, and even Thunder King the dog and Rice the cat, all echoed their allegiance to Chen Luo. Chen Luo looked at Meili triumphantly. "See, only those loyal to me get to eat my food. Since you're not with us, why should you have any right to eat with us? Unless you two decide to follow me and call me brother, you can't share our meal." Meili, more enraged than ever, interrupted him, slapping her hand on the table. She shouted, "Chen Luo, don't push me too far. Just for a meal, you want to humiliate me like this? Let me tell you, even if I starve, I won't take a single bite of your food." With that, she stormed off towards her room. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. It was a blatant play at humiliation. After all the hardships she'd endured to return home, she had been met with betrayal. Forced to smell the tantalizing aromas from the dishes and listen to them discuss the delectable food, she couldn't stand being in the living room any longer. She couldn't bear the scent of the food. With a cold expression, Meili retreated to her room. Just as Meili entered her room, her chest tightened with anger. On her bed was a man's underwear. Without a doubt, it belonged to Chen Luo. "Oh, Mei Li, what a wonderful sister you are," she thought sarcastically. "You gave away your own sister's room to a man." Just then, Mei Li peeked in, attempting to explain the situation. Hearing her words, Mei Li clenched her fists, grinding her teeth in anger. She held back her fury only because she had seen how Chen Luo took care of her sister. If not for that, she would have given him a piece of her mind. Mei Li mentioned, Chen Luo said it's okay to take a shower. Just make sure you don't swallow any water. If you feel uncomfortable, you can rinse off quickly. Nodding, Mei Li told her to go back to her meal. While showering, Mei Li couldn't understand how she had become so isolated. Raya's behavior was understandable. Cats were known to be fickle. As the saying goes, with treats, they recognize their master. But she was deeply hurt that even Mei Li seemed to have traded her loyalty for food. Eat all you want now, she thought. Once the fridge is empty, Mei Li and Rice will come running back to me. Just wait and see who has the last laugh. When she finished her shower and heard Chen Luo distributing grapes for dessert, her mouth watered uncontrollably. Of all the fruits, why did he have to choose my favorite? Grapes, I want some so badly. Shaking her head, she tried to distract herself from the craving. Coming out, Mei Li called Mei Li to her room. She wanted to understand everything that had happened recently. How Chen Luo acquired the supplies. What kind of spell he had cast over everyone, especially her sister, Mei Li. On the other hand, saw this as an opportunity to persuade Mei Li to listen to Chen Luo. Chen Luo, who was nearby, unabashedly admired Mei Li's figure. Even a brief glance at her seemed tempting. To tease her, he waved some grapes in front of her. Fuming, Mei Li was sure he was doing this on purpose. Once inside the room, Mei Li pushed Mei Li onto the bed, glaring at her. Why are you siding with a stranger over your own sister? What was that earlier? Why didn't you stand up for me? Mei Li pleaded while trying to reason with Mei Li. Sister, I did what I did for the good of all of us. If we're going to form a team, we'll need a leader to avoid disputes during dangerous times. Among us, Chen Luo is the most suitable candidate. That's why I didn't support you at first. Chen Luo was just worried you wouldn't cooperate, which is why he resorted to such tactics to corner you. Besides, he discussed it with me beforehand, and I agreed with him. Hearing Mei Li's explanation, Mei Li suspected that her sister had been brainwashed by Chen Luo. If he shows his competence, I'd naturally listen to him. But using such trivial methods? Does he think he can make me surrender just by offering a meal? She retorted. Upon hearing this, Mei Li felt frustrated and asked Mei Li about her plans. A continued standoff wouldn't be helpful. Mei Li stated that unless Chen Luo showcased his prowess, let's have a duel. The winner will lead. If he's so sure of himself, let him prove it. Saying so, Mei Li grabbed her jacket, heading decisively towards the door. Panicking, Mei Li asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to search for some food within the community." Mei Li replied, "But it's getting dark. What if something dangerous happens?" "Chen Luo, can you please talk some sense into her?" Mei Li pleaded. Chen Luo hesitated. "Sorry, Mei Li, I have no grounds to stop your sister. But don't worry, let her take Rice with her. It can sense danger in advance." Rice grumbled, unhappy with the arrangement. Why doesn't Mei Li just align herself with Chen Luo? Women are so obstinate. Chen Luo nudged Thunder King with his foot, signaling for him to accompany Mei Li. Thunder King muttered to himself. Why go out in such heat? It's annoying. Mei Li intervened. If that's the case, can I assist my sister? Nodding, Chen Luo replied, yes, but make sure you're well equipped and stay safe. Watching the duo, accompanied by a cat and a dog, leave the house. Chen Luo sighed deeply. Mei Li, I never wanted to trick you this way. But you did kick my butt in our previous life, just because I stole a few cabbages from you. Isn't it fair to take some small revenge now? However, this couldn't go on like this indefinitely. A solution had to be found to bring her under control. 10 minutes later, Mei Li returned with a bucket of instant noodles, and began to show off in front of Chen Luo. Hearing this, Chen Luo chuckled. I was planning to have barbecue tonight, but since you are flaunting in front of me, I will show you what real beef noodles are like. After ordering Sister Yu to prepare beef noodles for the night, he turned his focus back to the significant issue at hand. Chen Luo then directly invited Mei Li to have a serious conversation, to which Mei Li nodded in agreement. He began. Firstly, I admit that my behavior at noon was excessive. I shouldn't have treated you like that, and for that, I apologize. Secondly, until you recognize my position as the leader, I won't be sharing my resources with you. After all, the role of a leader requires both strength and strategy. But I will prove to you that my abilities and judgment are superior to yours. First, regarding strength, let's have a duel in 3 days. If I lose, I will follow your lead from then on. Mei Ling's eyes brightened at this proposal. Are you serious? She asked, indicating that she was willing to have the duel immediately. Chen Luo, however, flatly refused. He explained that he wasn't in full control of his abilities and feared he might seriously injure her. Besides, he added, just wait 3 days. Once I break through to the 4th level, I will be able to crush you easily. Moreover, as you are now, you wouldn't just lose to me, you'd lose to Thunder King as well. Hearing that she was considered inferior even to a dog, Mei Ling became furious on the spot. Are you saying I can't even beat your damn dog? This Chen Luo is humiliating me again. Comparing me to a dog. Seeing Mei Ling in this state, Chen Luo quickly conceded. All right. You are more formidable than Thunder King. Happy now? Just then, Thunder King suddenly became alert. The next second, there was a knock on the door. Along with it came the pleading voice of a woman. Please, Mei Ling, give me something to eat. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Hearing this, Mei Ling responded with a question. You haven't eaten in 2 days? Doesn't that mean you ate something 2 days ago? Chen Luo, standing nearby, was taken aback. Such a fresh and natural response from her, he thought. The woman outside was speechless. Is this what a person says? Mei Ling continued coldly. I have nothing for you. Leave. However, Mei Ling felt a pain of guilt. Seeing this, Mei Ling sternly told her. No matter how much food we give her, she will never be satisfied. When the food runs out and she comes asking again, what will you do? In this post-apocalyptic world, only the fittest survive. If she can't find food and dies, it's her own fault for being weak. Chen Luo, hearing this, couldn't help but praise Mei Ling. Impressive, Mei Ling. You have a high level of awareness. Mei Ling, however, wasn't impressed. Enough talk. In 3 days, I want to see where your confidence comes from. At this moment, Rice whispered to Chen Luo that the woman outside was filled with malice. Nodding, Chen Luo held Rice close. No matter the reason for the malice, if she dares to approach, she won't be leaving. The woman, cursing under her breath, left Mei Ling's home. That little bitch Mei Ling is so heartless, she muttered. Quickly, she informed others in the community about the incident. The people began to gossip excitedly. Great, Mei Ling and Millie are alive. Otherwise, it would be such a waste. With their figures and looks, dying under a peony tree would make even a ghost charming. As they spoke, a group prepared to head towards Mei Ling's home. Upstairs, Su Dazu witnessed this and immediately reported it to Chen Luo. Chen Luo responded with a cold laugh, instructing Su Dazu. Deal with that group, just don't let them die in the corridor. We don't want to clean up the mess. Su Dazu nodded in agreement. Before leaving, Millie released 2 green lights into Su Dazu's body. One amplified his strength, and the other boosted his defense. With the buffs, Su Dazu and Thunder King headed downstairs. He then watched the situation from the window. Mei Ling, who was nearby, surprisingly found Chen Luo quite handsome. She thought, I want to see if this man and dog duo are as impressive as they seem. She approached Chen Luo, maintaining a distance of half a meter, and observed the situation below. At that moment, Su Dazu was surrounded by 5 people. Thunder King suddenly dashed out, barking at the crowd. This excited the group, and their first thought was, we have dog meat now. Taking advantage of their distraction, Su Dazu ambushed one of them. The others quickly responded, attacking Su Dazu, but their strikes didn't harm him at all. The group was taken aback, realizing Su Dazu was also a superpowered individual. As they prepared to use their abilities against him, Thunder King unleashed a bolt of lightning at them. In no time, Su Dazu and Thunder King had taken out the group. Upstairs, Chen Luo was a bit surprised. Thunder King took the initiative to draw their attention. I didn't teach him that. Did he learn it on his own? Thinking this, he turned to Mi Li, preparing to give her a task. Mi Li, retrieve the crystals from the foreheads of those 6 people. Mi Li was horrified and pointed at herself in disbelief. Chen Luo nodded. Yes, even if you are a support, there are some things you need to experience firsthand. It's to ensure you can adapt during critical moments without affecting the battle. Hearing this, Mi Li looked pleadingly at Mi Ling, hoping she'd intercede. However, Mi Ling strongly agreed with Chen Luo's words. Mi Li, this is something you will eventually have to face. It's better to get familiar with it now when it's safe. Mi Ling also swore in her heart. Dear sister, I swear I'm not trying to get back at you for not backing me up at lunch. It's really for your own good. Taking the dagger handed over by Chen Luo, Mi went downstairs with him. Facing the corpses, Mi, with a whining voice, turned to Thunder King, hoping he'd do the task for her. Thunder King promptly shook his head. This isn't a job for a dog. Gathering her courage, Mi made an incision on a corpse's forehead and extracted the crystal. Immediately, she vomited. After a few minutes, pale-faced, Mi handed over the packaged crystals to Chen Luo. Seeing her drenched in cold sweat, he comforted her. It's okay. You'll get used to it after a while. Su Dazi used to be the same. Later, I'll ask Sister Yu to prepare braised beef noodles for you. After going upstairs, a bowl of steaming braised beef noodles was served. Mi Ling looked at the noodles in shock. Are you here to eat beef or beef noodles? Who eats beef noodles like this? Chen Luo then handed the bowl with the most beef to Mi Ling, but she couldn't eat due to the trauma from earlier. Mi Ling on the side was even more infuriated. Chen Luo definitely did it on purpose. Mi Ling had resisted the temptation for several days, waiting for the duel with Chen Luo in 3 days. If she won, all the food would belong to her. But the tantalizing aroma from the side made her even more furious. Eat, eat, eat. Let's see what you'll eat next time. Don't I know how big my fridge is? That evening, when Mi Ling saw another lavish dinner on the table, she was astounded. Knowing the size of their refrigerator, she thought, it's so small. They should have emptied it in 2 meals. Rushing to the kitchen, Mi Ling opened the fridge to discover it full of food again. Chen Luo, how did the fridge fill up again? When did you go out? Even if you did, you shouldn't have gotten such fresh produce. Mi Ling questioned, before Chen Luo could respond. Mi Ling interrupted, Sister, actually Chen Luo has spatial abilities. He has stored enough ingredients to last for several years. This left Mi Ling dumbfounded, feeling like a fool. Angrily, she asked Mi Ling why she hadn't mentioned it earlier. Mi Ling sheepishly scratched her head. I'm sorry, sister. I was so excited that I forgot to tell you. Upon hearing this, Mi Ling chose not to argue further. She turned to Chen Luo and said, according to our agreement, we'll have a fight in 2 days. If you lose, you'll obediently listen to me. Chen Luo smiled. Perhaps we can do it tomorrow. I'll try to satisfy your desire to be dominated. Mi Ling, however, didn't take his words seriously, still fantasizing about defeating Chen Luo and having him kneel at her feet, calling her sister. After Mi Ling left, Chen Luo returned to his room, preparing to use the mutated Rat King crystal he obtained a few days ago. Level 4 was crucial for him, enabling the use of void walking. It would bring a qualitative change to his strength and a drastic improvement in his ability to protect himself. A sharp pain in his brain signaled his successful advancement to level 4, and with more than half of the Rat King's crystal energy remaining, Chen Luo eagerly used void walking. In an instant, he appeared outside the door, startling Thunder King, who was guarding it. Don't be afraid. It's me, Chen Luo said. Thunder King replied, I'm guarding the door for you, and you scare me? The next morning, Mi Ling looked at Chen Luo discontentedly. Did you let your dog disturb my sleep last night to give you an advantage in our duel? Thunder King glanced resentfully at Chen Luo, remembering the scare from the night before. Chen Luo simply smiled. You overestimate yourself. Let's have breakfast first, then we can have our match. Mi Ling's eyes lit up, so we don't have to wait till tomorrow. Before that, I need to clarify something. If I win, you'll listen to me, right? Chen Luo nodded in agreement. How about we make it more interesting? We'll stand 20 meters apart, and if I can't subdue you in 3 seconds, I lose. Mi Ling was infuriated by this. Although she acknowledged Chen Luo's strength, the idea that he could subdue her in 3 seconds felt like an insult. Chen Luo was nonchalant. It's not that I underestimate you. I'm just very confident. Seeing Chen Luo's smug face, Mi Ling sneered internally. Once the match begins, I'll just turn and run. I only need to last 3 seconds. She then asked, what's the prize for our duel? Hearing this, Chen Luo smirked. It's simple. If you lose, all you need to do is bend over and let me kick you. Mi Ling was taken aback and immediately retorted, ah, and if you lose, I get to kick you. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. You can kick me to death or ask for any other demand, and I'll satisfy you. After all, with my insane void walking ability, there's no way I can lose. Mi Ling nodded in agreement. Soon, the two of them arrived at the rooftop of the apartment complex. Su Dazu and Mi Li were present as witnesses to ensure that no one would deny their loss. As they prepared, Mi Ling fixed her gaze intently on Chen Luo, ready to dodge any move he made. She was confident she could last 3 seconds. However, to her astonishment, Chen Luo vanished from her sight the very next second. Startled, she quickly looked around, but there was no sign of him. Suddenly, with a swift sound, Chen Luo reappeared behind her, gripping her throat. Mi Ling instinctively tried to counter with a judo throw, but found herself unable to move his hand. Chen Luo then whispered into her ear, "Mi Ling, you've lost." Realizing she had been defeated, Mi Ling released his hand. She knew that if Chen Luo had used a dagger instead of his hand, she would have been dead by now, reluctantly accepting her loss. She wondered if she really had to let him kick her. At the thought, her cheeks reddened slightly. Chen Luo chuckled and said, "Let's head downstairs for breakfast," and he also apologized to her for the events of the previous days. Seeing the lavish breakfast spread out, Mi Ling couldn't resist and began eating heartily. After breakfast, Chen Luo called everyone for a meeting. "We are all part of a team, so we need to discuss our next steps," he said. Once everyone was seated in the living room, Chen Luo began. "Since the apocalypse began, I believe everyone has noticed that the zombies are getting stronger. The only way to survive now is to unite, especially since food is becoming scarcer. Venturing into the horde of zombies alone to get supplies is a near-suicidal mission. Hence, survivors banding together in teams or settlements is the trend for survival. Though our small squad has individuals with significant strengths, if we face a group of 100, even if we emerge victorious, some of us would undoubtedly die, and that's an outcome I can never accept. Additionally, Mi Ling, Mi Li, the two of you sisters." At this, Chen Luo turned to Mi Ling and continued, "Being such beautiful sisters, what would you do if someone demanded unsavory favors? With society's collapse, human desires have been unleashed. The kind of experiences two beautiful women might encounter can be imagined." Hearing this, Mi Ling's face changed drastically. "Who dares to have such intentions towards me and my sister? I'll castrate them. That's why we can't join others' teams and also don't want to be bullied. We should form our own group." Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding that there's strength in numbers during an apocalypse. Seeing no objections, Chen Luo continued, "If everyone agrees, we should decide on a base location. From my understanding of the apocalypse, the city center is full of zombies and not suitable for our base. Any sane person would seek refuge in the suburbs, so the best place would be my villa outside the city limits." Listening to this analysis, Mi Ling had to admit that Chen Luo was indeed more suited to be the leader. As Mi Ling was deep in thought, Chen Luo, thinking of avenging past grudges, had a mischievous look. However, kicking Mi Ling in front of everyone wasn't appropriate. Considering this, he ended the meeting and beckoned Mi Ling to follow into a room. With a stern face, Mi Ling entered the room. Without waiting for Chen Luo to speak, she blushed, turned around, and presented her behind, urging Chen Luo to get it over with. Seeing this scene, Chen Luo's excitement was palpable. Mi Ling grew impatient. "Hurry up, I've been waiting here, and you're still hesitating. You have one more second, or I'll assume you've given up." As Mi Ling began a 10-second countdown, Chen Luo was still contemplating the best angle. Although he could avenge with this kick, it might cost him a potential relationship. As Mi Ling counted down to 2, Chen Luo knew he was out of time. Without further hesitation and with gritted teeth, he slapped Mi Ling's behind with his hand. The surprised Mi Ling, with a blushing face, exclaimed, "Weren't you supposed to use your foot? Why the sudden change to hand?" Hearing this, Chen Luo sheepishly scratched his head, admitting his oversight. "Oops, I forgot. Should we try again?" Mi Ling was so angry that she felt like pouncing on him and strangling him right there. Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately begged for mercy. Mi Ling, still seething, finally backed down, warning him that if he ever mentioned this incident to anyone, she would genuinely strangle him. In an attempt to placate her, Chen Luo quickly agreed and added that he'd have Sister Yu cook her favorite dish later. An irate Mi Ling warned him against playing any tricks on her, but then a sudden realization hit her. How does he know my favorite dish? Did Mi Li tell him? Seeing the table full of her favorite foods, she put this thought aside, her mind filled with the thought of the delicious food. After their meal, Mi Ling sincerely thanked Chen Luo for taking care of her sister. Once everyone finished their lunch, Chen Luo advised everyone to pack up, as they would soon head out to his large villa. Given their current dense residential location, It was easy for other survivors to rummage for supplies, and the area was not ideal for long-term habitation due to its limited visibility. Soon, everyone was ready, and they set out. As they traveled, they fought off zombies, making their way to the villa. This journey also served as a training exercise for Mi Ling and her group. Just then, distant cries for help reached their ears. Turning to the source of the sound, Chen Luo saw a young man fervently swinging a rubber stick, fiercely holding his ground. 3 other youths, however, were slowly retreating. Chen Luo immediately recognized that they were under attack from poison-type zombies. The young man could have escaped if he had left his companions behind, but he didn't. Spotting Chen Luo, the young man desperately called out for help. Impressed by his character, Chen Luo felt this man could be a good addition to their group. He ordered Thunder King to rescue them. Obeying the command, Thunder King jumped from their heavy truck, rushing towards the scene. A dazzling flash of lightning later, Thunder King had taken out the dozen zombies in mere moments, leaving onlookers like Fang Yu in utter shock. "This dog is way too powerful," they murmured. With the help of his friends, Fang Yu approached Chen Luo, deeply bowing in gratitude. "If there's anything you need from me, just let me know." Hearing this, Chen Luo, intrigued, asked, "What were you guys doing before the apocalypse? Have any of you awakened any special abilities?" Not wanting to hide anything, they immediately began introducing themselves. "I'm Fang Yu, the oldest among us. I awakened a physique-enhancing ability on the 3rd day. My name is Yang Shen. My power is ice, and I awakened on the 5th day. I'm Li Fei. My ability is electricity, awakened on the 5th day as well. But I'm nowhere near as powerful as your dog. And I'm Su Lan, with the power of earth, able to control sand and stone. I awakened on the 7th day. The 4 of us worked for the same security company, and have been comrades in arms for years. Today, we went out to scavenge for supplies, but encountered a toxic spewing zombie and nearly got wiped out." Listening to their stories, Chen Luo didn't waste any words and directly invited them to join his team. Fang Yu nodded in agreement. He had been looking for an opportunity to join Chen Luo's team, recognizing their obvious strength, especially when even their dog seemed mightier than all 4 of them combined. Teaming up with Chen Luo would ensure their safety. Seeing their agreement, Chen Luo promptly asked them to board the vehicle, advising that if they had no essential belongings at their previous place, they should just leave them as there were plenty of supplies in the malls and stores. Soon, they arrived at the villa district. Chen Luo arranged for them to stay in a villa close to his. Watching them leave to settle in, Mei Ling remarked, "You have a good eye, Chen Luo. These 4 not only have the courage to fight zombies, but also don't abandon their teammates in dire times." Nodding, Chen Luo replied, "It's precisely that quality that made me invite them. But always be cautious and watchful." "Don't worry, bro, we understand." The group then returned to their villa. Chen Luo retrieved everyone's luggage from his unique space, along with a bag of rice and some daily necessities. He and Sudaju then went to deliver these items to Fan Yu's group. As they approached the door, they overheard the group discussing Thunder King. "It's unbelievable. One dog managed to take down a dozen zombies, and it feels like he could easily defeat us." "Take out the feels like, he can definitely defeat us." Chen Luo cleared his throat, interrupting their conversation. He handed over the food and daily necessities. Sudaju also passed them a walkie-talkie. "It'll be easier to communicate with this if needed. I'm planning to settle here for the long term. This afternoon, I'll be leading a team to scout the villa district. Since you all have injuries, you should rest. If anything comes up, use the walkie-talkie to contact us." After lunch, Chen Luo took Mei Ling for a walk around the surrounding villas. This greatly upset Mei Ling. "Why do you have to bring me along? I need to ensure Millie's safety. What if I get into trouble?" Before she could finish, Chen Luo swiftly pulled her into some bushes, signaling her to stay quiet. Someone was approaching. From a distance, a bus stopped at the entrance of the villa area, and a white-haired girl stepped off. Chen Luo immediately recognized her, Mutiana. In their previous life, she was the ultimate bootlicker to Mei Ling. Mutiana had created an all-female survivor team. While this might seem like a positive endeavor, she absolutely forbade any of her subordinates from dating or engaging in romantic activities, and those who defied this order faced severe punishments. It was hypocritical considering she herself was the #1 bootlicker for Mei Ling. Mutiana didn't allow any man to approach women from her team, mainly due to her being a full-blown psychopath. Despite her crazed tendencies, she was deeply loyal to Mei Ling, even sacrificing her life to save her. After her death, Meiling took over her position as the leader and began permitting romance within the team and even allowing male survivors to join. Lost in these memories, Chen Luo recalled, if my memory serves me right, around this time in our previous life, Mutianga was here to gather supplies. She hadn't met Meiling yet. However, our paths did cross. I wanted to join her team upon realizing it was all female, but she rejected me. Now, due to my presence, Meiling and Mutianga might meet sooner than expected. Also, if I remember correctly, there's an incredibly strong ice element ability user in their team. Had she not died early, she might have been one of the top-tier king-level individuals later on. Just as he thought of this, he and Meiling, hiding in the bushes, were discovered by Mutianga. The moment Mutianga laid eyes on Meiling, her whole body tensed, and a peculiar emotion welled up within her. She walked directly up to Meiling and greeted, "Hello, my name is Mutianga. May I know your name?" Although Meiling was a bit perplexed, she noticed Mutianga's politeness and replied courteously, "My name is Meiling." No sooner had she spoken than Mutianga, right in front of Chen Luo, invited Meiling to join her team. However, Meiling promptly declined. Chen Luo, on the other hand, cursed inwardly, thinking she really doesn't care about me, trying to poach right in front of me. Hearing Meiling's refusal, Mutianga glanced at Chen Luo and pointedly asked, "Is he your boyfriend?" As Meiling's face turned a shade of pink and she was about to deny, Chen Luo bluntly retorted, "What's it to you?" With that, he turned and prepared to clear out nearby zombies with Meiling, planning to return to the villa afterward. Watching the departing figures of Chen Luo and Meiling, Mutianga smirked internally. All men are inherently fickle and greedy. I must show Meiling his true colors and get her to join my team. With this in mind, she ordered her subordinates to search for supplies in the nearby villas. That night, Mutianga approached Chen Luo with a proposition to gather supplies from a nearby large supermarket, claiming that the goods inside would be enough to feed 100 people for 3 years. However, the store might be swarming with zombies. She wanted to collaborate with him, suggesting a 70-30 split in her favor, justifying the ratio based on her team's size and contribution. Chen Luo was utterly baffled, sensing ulterior motives. Isn't that the mall where Millie and I encountered the mutated zombies and the supplies there have already been taken by me? What's her game? He declined Mutianga's offer outright. Upon hearing this, Mutianga was fuming with rage. It never occurred to her that Chen Luo would be so timid. Thinking him a spineless coward, she wondered how Meiling could be interested in such a loser. She had originally planned to use the mall as a stage to show Chen Luo's true colors in a crisis and then take advantage of the situation to eliminate him. But now, with her plan foiled, she was left wondering what to do next. As she thought of this, an idea suddenly struck her and she considered seeking someone's help. Watching Mutianga's departing figure, Chen Luo pondered, could this woman be targeting me because she wants to be with Meiling? In his past life, he never realized that Mutianga could be so ruthless. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being heartless. But who should I send to deal with her? As he contemplated, he returned to the villa and noticed Thunder King, the dog, sleeping on the floor. He chuckled. Who would suspect a dog? If anything goes wrong, we can blame it on Thunder King being ill. The next morning, Mutianga knocked on door 301. Bro Feng, are you there? As her words faded, the door was opened from inside. The young man known as Bro Feng's eyes lit up when he saw her. It's Miss Mew, in front of you. I dare not be called Bro Feng. Just call me Little Feng. Watching the man who resembled a bootlicker, Mutianga sneered internally. If not for wanting me Ling and needing your wind power, I wouldn't even look at you. She then explained her plan to him, to use his wind ability to lure the zombies. This is to deal with that scumbag, understand? Zhang Feng nodded in agreement. But as he was about to set his conditions, Mutianga anticipated his request. Once it's done, you can join my team. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was overjoyed, looking every bit the bootlicker he was. Humming a tune, he left, thinking, it's a simple task, just exposing the true colors of the scumbag. But I remember my friend Su Dazu works as a security guard in that villa area. I couldn't find him last time. Maybe I can find him now. Using his wind ability, he lured a horde of zombies towards the villa. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was shocked to see his friend Su Dazu standing there. He skidded to a halt, exclaiming, Su Dazu, what are you doing here? Thunder King, ready to pounce on the uninvited Zhang Feng, was held back by Chen Luo. Zombies were closing in from behind, and without wasting time on catching up, Zhang Feng quickly led them away. Internally cursing Mutianga, he thought, Damn her, she didn't mention my friend was in there. I can't jeopardize my friend just to join her. Watching Zhang Feng leave, Chen Luo remarked, isn't that your bro Feng? He had a tragic end in our past life. We were friends, and he helped us many times by luring zombies away, giving us time to gather supplies. Unfortunately, he met a gruesome end in a zombie's jaws. Why would he bring zombies to my villa? Before he could delve further into these thoughts, Zhang Feng, who had led the zombies away, returned. Before he could speak, Chen Luo took the initiative. Did Mutiana send you with the zombies? Hearing this, Zhang Feng was taken aback. She asked you to lure the zombies here? Do others know about it? Zhang Feng awkwardly scratched his head, indicating that no one else was present except for him and Mutiana. Just as Chen Luo was about to say something, a zombie's roar echoed from a distance. Zhang Feng and Su Dazu looked in the direction of the sound, puzzled. Not knowing what it signified, Chen Luo's face paled slightly. That sounds like a level 5 mutant zombie. Suddenly, a bus was seen approaching the residential area. Inside the bus, Mutiana was directing her subordinates to charge directly into the zombie horde. It seems these zombies must have been lured by Zhang Feng. Good job, she thought. Mei Lane, hang in there. Wait for me and don't get eaten by the zombies. In an instant, a few mindless level 1 zombies were sent flying by the bus. However, one zombie managed to dodge and stood to the side, watching coldly. It then conjured a fireball with its hands and hurled it towards the bus. With a loud bang, the rear window of the bus shattered. Women inside the bus screamed in terror. They had brought along gas cylinders and an explosion would be catastrophic. Mutianga's face turned ashen as she shouted, "Stop the bus, everyone out." The passengers panicked and hurriedly exited the bus. The zombie readied another fireball and hurled it towards the crowd. Mutianga, seeing the danger, quickly directed everyone to concentrate their firepower on the fire-wielding zombie. However, their attacks seemed to have no effect. The mutant zombie then made a beeline for Mutianga. It seemed to understand the principle of capture the leader first, which left Mutianga in shock. Why is it coming straight for me? Seeing the zombie getting closer and closer, in a moment of desperation, she pushed one of her subordinates towards it and turned to flee. This act left her companions in disbelief. They never expected that their leader, Mutiana, would use one of them as a shield. As Mutiana ran, she spotted the approaching Chen Luo and thought of using him to distract the zombie and buy herself some escape time. However, Chen Luo smirked and said, "Miss Mu, using your own sisters as shields during a crisis? I didn't expect this from you." As he spoke, he slapped Mutiana, sending her flying through the air. In disbelief, Mutiana wondered about Chen Luo's surprising strength as she crash-landed next to the zombie. The zombie immediately pounced on her, biting into her. Just then, something unexpected, even to Chen Luo, took place. A girl emerged from the bus, holding a burning gas cylinder in her arms, her expression wild with determination. She seemed intent on taking the level 5 zombie down with her. This brave girl was Shuyan. Seeing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but commend her courage. "Girl, I have to admit, you've got guts." With that thought, he conjured the void sword, feeling that he couldn't let such a brave girl die like this. With one swing of his sword, he obliterated the level 5 mutant zombie. The scene left everyone in awe. A zombie that could have annihilated their entire group was taken down by this man with a single move. Is he that powerful? After vanquishing the zombie, Chen Luo looked at Xu Yun and asked, "Why haven't you thrown away that gas cylinder? Are you waiting for it to explode?" Hearing this, Xu Yun quickly discarded the cylinder. As an explosion reverberated, Xu Yun knelt on the ground, covering her mouth as she sobbed. Seizing the moment of the ensuing smoke, Chen Luo extracted a red crystal from the zombie's head. "This will be quite useful for me." He then turned his attention to Xu Yun, offering her a hand and saying, "Stop crying. Let me help you up and comfort your sisters. We should also bury the dead." Tearfully, Xu Yun thanked him. Chen Luo then inquired about their future plans. At that, Xu Yun paused her crying and looked at her fellow sisters. Indeed, the living must go on living, she pondered, casting a glance at Chen Luo. Chen Luo, sensing her contemplation, made his intentions clear. "If you all join my team, I guarantee that you won't starve in the foreseeable future. I'll also provide you with 50 tons of rice. How does that sound?" he offered. Tempting as the offer was, Xu Yun didn't immediately accept. She decided to discuss it with her sisters first and give Chen Luo a response later. After a brief cleanup, everyone dispersed to their homes. Chen Luo, meanwhile, relaxed in a villa, sipping coffee, waiting for them to come to him. Unless someone's a complete fool, they wouldn't refuse such an offer. The only exception would be someone with great ambitions. But these girls don't seem to have any such ambitions, so they're bound to accept. As expected, it wasn't long before there was a knock at the front door. Chen Luo approached and opened it to find Xu Yun. She informed him that there were 20 others with her who wanted to join his team. Chen Luo nodded in agreement, but laid down some ground rules. Firstly, he began, you must unconditionally obey my commands. If you decide to join, but don't follow orders, don't blame me for being ruthless. And just to be clear, it's not anything inappropriate that you might be thinking of. Secondly, I don't discriminate between men and women here. Everyone is treated equally in combat. Don't tell me you're afraid or unwilling to kill zombies. Thirdly, if any of you seek a partner, try to find one within our group. It's not forbidden to look outside, but the person must marry into our group and join us. The girls were taken aback by the marriage condition. Yes, you heard right. Chen Luo continued, this is not just to prevent someone I've painstakingly trained from being taken away, but more importantly, to avoid any malicious individuals from learning our internal secrets, which could threaten us all. Hearing Chen Luo's explanations, the girls nodded in agreement. Pleased with their consensus, Chen Luo assigned Xu Yun as their temporary leader, and then invited everyone in for lunch. The girls were ecstatic as they gazed upon a lavish spread. Their mouths watered at the sight of rice, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and a bottle of chili sauce for each. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan and his 3 friends, excited by the sudden influx of girls, took their given chili sauces to woo potential partners. There were only 7 men in their group, while there were over 20 girls. One of the 20 newcomers had a rare light ability. This individual, named Wang Ling, was the very girl Zhang Feng had taken an interest in. She awakened her powers on the 3rd day. Impressive. I'll need to keep a close eye on her in the future. It seemed that out of all the girls, Xu Yun had the best potential, with the talent reaching the king level. With this in mind, Chen Luo instructed Fang Yuan and Su Lan to stay home, as he planned to take the team out for some team bonding and training the next day. If someone invades during this period, he told them, warn them if they're a minority, and if they still don't listen, then use force. If it's the majority, ignore them, and I'll deal with it when I return. Both nodded in agreement. The next day, Chen Luo led the group to a nearby clothing market in a heavy truck. Outside the market, hundreds of zombies roamed, making it a perfect training ground. Through the walkie-talkie, Chen Luo directed the team. Form a formation. Zhang Feng, control the number of zombies. If it exceeds 30, lead the extras away. Don't worry, bro, Zhang Feng replied, and with his wind ability, began to control the number of zombies. Su Dazu, who had a physical strength ability, was tasked with protecting the mages. Being their first time working together, there were many flaws in their coordination. Not only was the accuracy of their spells questionable, but the casting time was also painfully slow. A well-trained mage could cast a spell in 1 or 2 seconds. Not the 5 or 6 seconds they were currently taking. Seeing the lack of coordination, Chen Luo face-bombed, realizing that without his leadership, the team would have been wiped out. They clearly needed more practice. Once the battle was over, everyone was exhausted. Chen Luo directed them into the supermarket to pick out suitable clothing. The women were overjoyed and went on a shopping spree. Chen Luo sneakily stashed away some black stockings into his space. Unfortunately, this act didn't go unnoticed as Mi Ling caught him in the act. Shocked, Mi Ling stared, wondering if Chen Luo had some weird fetish. But then she thought, no, he isn't that perverse. Who could those stockings be for? Millie, she was confused as the color didn't suit her sister's personality at all. At that moment, one of the girls discovered a supermarket within the clothing market. Since there were quite a few zombies in the market, no one had searched it yet. She was thrilled to find a lot of bottled water in the supermarket. As she was about to quench her thirst, Xian stopped her and turned to ask Chen Luo, Captain, can we distribute 1 bottle of water per person first? Chen Luo smiled and replied, 2 bottles each. With his permission, everyone eagerly opened their bottled water. Witnessing this, Mi Ling felt uneasy. There was something she had been holding back, wanting to talk to Chen Luo about. After some hesitation, Mi Ling decided to come clean. That night, as Chen Luo was engrossed in a game, Mi Ling knocked on his door, asking if she could come in. Delighted, Chen Luo thought to himself that this might be an opportunity he had been waiting for. Once inside, Mi Ling blushed as she said, Chen Luo, there's something I've been wanting to tell you for a long time. Seemingly aware of what was coming next, Chen Luo was not surprised when Mi Ling confessed, Chen Luo, will you be my boyfriend? Do you know how long I've been waiting for this moment? He replied, leaning in to give her a kiss. Mi Ling shyly admitted she wasn't ready for such intimacy. However, Chen Luo, being a bit mischievous, started to playfully complain, suggesting that given the dire state of the world, he might not live to see another day. And therefore, they shouldn't wait. As Mi Ling considered his words and began to relent, Chen Luo was suddenly struck with the feeling of being watched. Turning around, he was horrified to find Rice staring at them with a curious expression. Annoyed, Chen Luo promptly tossed the overly curious Rice out of the room. Rice, feeling wronged, exclaimed, Chen Luo, you weren't like this before. After a noise, the door was immediately locked from the inside. Rice couldn't get in, no matter how much he tried. Frustrated, Rice continued scratching at the door. Meanwhile, Mi Ling sarcastically remarked from the side, oh, isn't this Chen Luo's little kitty? Why aren't you sleeping with him and instead are out here in the living room? Rice snorted coldly in response, Chen Luo is in the room bullying Mi Ling. I saw how distressed Mi Ling looked. He probably threw me out because he was afraid I'd come to her aid. Mi Ling, puzzled, asked Rice about how exactly Chen Luo was bullying Mi Ling. Just as the words left her mouth, realization dawned on her. Her face went through a gamut of emotions, and she impulsively wanted to rush into the room to help Mi Ling. However, she was stopped by Thunder King, who said, without the master's permission, no one can enter. If you want in, you must knock first. Otherwise, don't blame me if things turn ugly. Just as Mi Ling was about to knock, she had a change of heart, thinking, if Mi Ling herself was willing, what sense does it make for me to intervene? With that thought, she turned away, sighing, my family's prized possession has been taken by a pig. The next day, Chen Luo instructed Sister Yu to prepare a nutritious meal for Mi Ling and to serve 20 kilograms of pork for the team's lunch. Mai Yu, a bit puzzled, inquired, where's Mi Ling? Is she still sleeping? She doesn't usually sleep in. Before Chen Luo could reply, Mi Ling responded sarcastically, what do you think? She's been harmed by someone. Chen Luo embarrassingly stuck out his tongue, you're very observant, big sister. Well then, I'll go prepare that nutritious meal. Saying this, Sister Yu left. Thunder King was on the side, wolfing down its breakfast. Rice, however, was lying on the couch with an air of aloofness, feeling guilty. Chen Luo approached Rice and said, hey, Rice, why aren't you eating? It's not good to starve yourself. Rice hummed lightly in reply, Rice is very angry. The consequences will be severe. Chen Luo tentatively asked, how severe are we talking? The kind that can't be appeased with a single dried fish treat? Chen Luo chuckled, what about 10? That's not enough. I need 20. Alright, deal. Okay then, since you're being sincere, I forgive you. Give me a hug. Hearing this, Chen Luo gently picked up Rice and said, Rice, you're a mature kitty now. You should get used to sleeping on your own. After all, I'm a married man and can't cuddle you to sleep anymore. Chen Luo set up a feast for the team, serving braised pork. The aroma of the pork attracted an old sedan, from which stepped out a weary-looking brother and sister. The brother was named Li Ming, and the sister was Li Wei. Everyone looked at the suddenly appearing Li Ming, who managed a faint smile and said, sorry to bother you all. Do you have clean water? I can trade food for it. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo nodded and had Xu Yun bring over 2 bottles of mineral water. In return, Li Ming presented 2 loaves of bread and 2 sausages. After the exchange, Li Ming, holding onto Li Wei, prepared to leave. However, Li Wei, with longing eyes fixed on the braised pork, asked Chen Luo if their team was recruiting. Chen Luo, hearing this, stood up and approached them, questioning. Are you sure you want to join? Li Wei nodded affirmatively. Chen Luo said, all right then. Go outside and kill 10 zombies. Extract the crystals from their bodies. You can use weapons, but no vehicles or other external forces. Once you've collected the crystals, come find me. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, a system voice echoed in Li Ming's mind. Ding, an NPC has issued you a task. Hearing this, Li Ming nodded in agreement. We'll do it right away. He then led his sister away, watching their departing figures. Chen Luo pondered. People with attachments like them are easier to trust than lone wolves. Besides, from the looks of it, these siblings aren't weaklings. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until now. I hope you don't disappoint me. Back in the car, Li Wei exclaimed. Brother, it seems their team knows the use of the crystals. I thought they were unaware. Li Ming chuckled. There are many smart people out there. Moreover, the fact that he can provide meat for so many team members is truly remarkable. If he asked us to kill 10 zombies, we should kill 20 to prove ourselves. Hearing Li Ming's words, Li Wei nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, Chen Luo, looking at the crystals in their hands, welcomed them into his team. He then inquired about their awakened abilities. They introduced themselves. I'm Li Ming and I awakened on the 3rd day. My sister Li Wei awakened on the 2nd day. I possess a constitution-related awakening, while my sister has darkness-based powers. Chen Luo looked excitedly at the dark power in Li Hui's hands. He knew that darkness-based powers would get stronger with leveling up. And in the late stages, they become nearly invincible. With this in mind, Chen Luo asked Sister Yu to prepare a portion of braised pork with potatoes for the siblings. That night, Chen Luo asked Rice to sleep with Mi Ling, stating he had important matters to attend to with Mi Li. Rice, however, was somewhat reluctant, assuring that he would quietly watch and not interfere. This irritated Chen Luo immensely. Confused, Rice watched as the furious Chen Luo stormed off, not understanding why he was suddenly being shunned. Upon entering the room, Chen Luo, unable to contain his excitement, immediately tried to initiate a passionate encounter with Mi Li. Mi Li promptly declined, saying it was inappropriate, and she was still sore. Chen Luo, feeling helpless, hugged her, saying he would only be close without crossing any boundaries and suggested, "Why don't you try using a healing spell on yourself?" This left Mi Li blushing deeply. The next morning, Chen Luo led the team out to search for supplies. On the way, Chen Luo began to delegate tasks. First, everyone should rely on the vehicle to clear the trailing zombies, then get out of the car to remove the vehicles blocking the road. Elemental attack, others protect in front. Zhang Feng tried to control the number of zombies. Upon receiving the command, Zhang Feng got out of the car and lured the zombies with his wind abilities. Shui Yun then ordered everyone to focus their attacks. In an instant, the girls opened the windows of the bus. They attacked the zombies outside from the windows. Seeing this, Chen Luo was very pleased. Good job. The accuracy of the spells is much better than the first day. After clearing the trailing zombies, everyone got out of the car to deal with the other approaching zombies. At the same time, they moved the vehicles. But Chen Luo just stood by quietly watching everyone take action. Just then, Rice suddenly exclaimed, "No touching, it still hurts." Hearing this, Chen Luo was stunned. He then glared fiercely at Rice, asking him where he had heard that from. Rice said that she overheard it from the balcony last night. Besides, you only said I shouldn't watch. You didn't say I couldn't eavesdrop. Hearing this, Chen Luo was utterly speechless. You know too much, you cat. Be careful, or I might kill the cat to silence it. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the Yulin community. Chen Luo instructed everyone to take a weapon and clear out the nearby zombies. He also instructed a group to first enter the restaurant to see if there were any supplies to be collected. They split into 4 groups and were told not to act alone. All the collected supplies were to be moved to the truck. Soon, there were rice, flour, oil, and other supplies being loaded onto the truck. Just then, one of the girls exclaimed, "Captain, come quickly. There's a supermarket over there that hasn't been looted." Upon entering the supermarket, Mi Ling was looking for something near the cash register. This strange action caught Xu Yan's attention. Curious, she went over and saw that Mi Ling was holding a box of ultra-thin condoms. Seeing this, Xu Yan's face turned red instantly. Could she and Chen Luo be in that kind of intimate relationship? Just then, Mi Ling noticed Xu Yan staring at her, and her face turned crimson as she hurriedly tried to explain. However, Xu Yan made an excuse and quickly left, leaving Mi Ling trembling with rage. If it wasn't for Mi Li, she wouldn't have been looking for that. Elsewhere, Chen Luo noticed that many people in the community were watching their team, but he didn't care. Then, an old lady from upstairs asked Chen Luo for a watermelon to quench her thirst. Hearing this, similar requests emerged from other rooms in the building. Chen Luo was left speechless by these people. You all really have some nerve. Chen Luo flatly refused, saying that he had difficulty moving and they should come down and get it themselves. At his words, the crowd instantly became enraged. The old men and women upstairs began to curse at him. Led by one of the elderly men, a group of seniors armed with weapons rushed downstairs and surrounded Chen Luo. You young man, don't you know how to respect the elderly and care for the young? Didn't your family teach you any manners? To this, Chen Luo snorted. A bunch of shameless old bastards. They don't dare to confront zombies, but are quick to bully people. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man started cursing at Chen Luo. The supermarket downstairs is owned by my brother. Where did you guys come from? Since you moved things out of it, we're keeping this truck. Be careful, or we won't be so polite. The others were preparing to seize the truck and the supplies inside. Seeing this, Chen Luo, with an icy gaze, told the old man in front to get lost. But the old man, extremely arrogant, pointed at Chen Luo and said, "What? You want to hit someone? Come on, hit me. I tell you, if you dare to hit, I'll lie down and won't get up. Hit me, you're afraid to." Ha! Hearing this, without saying a word, Chen Luo raised his hand and slapped the old man. In all my life, I've never seen such a demand. You're welcome. The old man was slapped so hard he flew backward, landing with a loud thud and not moving. Seeing this, the others began to talk. Hey, are you okay? Wake up. Why isn't old Lee moving? Is he alright? Don't worry, he used to scam people by pretending to be hurt. He's a pro. He's really good at acting then. Hearing this, Chen Luo was speechless. You're all old. Is your vision not working? Didn't you see half his face is skewed? If I don't give them a hard lesson, they won't back off. Thinking this, Chen Luo snapped his fingers. Immediately, a group surrounded the old men and women, who also took on an aggressive stance. I'm a grandma, and I know magic. I'm a grandpa, and I also know magic. Chen Luo sneered. Without making an example, they won't disperse. The next second, a spatial orb was thrown at them. Help! Run for your lives! After dealing with this group of elders, another group emerged from the community. And Chen Luo felt a sense of recognition upon seeing one person. In his past life, when he was still weak, he used to hang out with this guy. It seems his name was Chen Guang. The young man named Chen Guang held out his hands to show he meant no harm. These elders who cursed us every day, I let them be because they're neighbors. I didn't expect them to meet their end by your hand. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo asked in response, do you seek revenge for them? Dude, don't get me wrong. We came here for 2 reasons. First, to make friends with you all. And second, to ask for a favor. I am Chen Guang. Saying that, he extended his hand for a handshake with Chen Luo. I am Chen Luo. What kind of favor? Hearing this, Chen Guang replied. In our community, there's a zombie dog that can control lightning. And it possesses an incredible intelligence. I hope you can help us kill it. Furthermore, there are many resources in the community that we haven't gathered. How about we split the loot? After listening, Chen Luo nodded. What's the compensation? Chen Guang was taken aback for a moment, but then laughed. How about 300 pounds of rice and 5 buckets of water? Upon learning from the rice that this group meant no harm, Chen Luo readily agreed. Before leaving, he instructed his team to continue loading the remaining supplies onto the truck. Thunder King, come with me. This made Chen Guang slightly shocked. Just the 2 of you? It might not be enough. Chen Luo just smiled. Didn't you notice I have a dog with me? This left Chen Guang completely baffled. No way. Bro, this is an apocalypse. Not some peaceful golden age. You've kept 2 pets and even travel with a group of ladies. It seems these ladies all listen to you. You've truly reached the pinnacle of life. At that moment, Millie suddenly asked, Brother Chen Luo, do you want me to come with you? Chen Luo smiled and waved his hand. Wait for me to return. He then handed rice over to Millie to hold. Seeing this, envy-filled tears streamed down Chen Guang's face. Damn, is there any justice left? He's got a cat, a dog, and a partner. All he's missing is a feast for every meal. On the way, Chen Guang began to explain details about the zombie dog to Chen Luo. After finishing his explanation, he asked if Chen Luo had any strategies to deal with the zombie hound. Chen Luo grinned, looking at Thunder King. Fight fire with fire. Or in this case, dog with dog. Upon hearing this, a puzzled expression crossed Chen Guang's face. Dude, do you have a vendetta against your pet dog or something? Sending it might as well be delivering dog meat on a platter. Why not sell the dog to me instead? However, Chen Luo just laughed it off. Since the conversation had gone this far, Chen Guang no longer tried to dissuade him. Besides, the dog even nods its head. It seems quite intelligent. Thunder King then began to keenly sniff the air, moving while following a scent. Soon, Thunder King led them to the 8th floor of a building. Before even getting close, Chen Luo could smell a strong scent of blood. Opening a door, right in front of them was the zombie dog they were searching for. Upon receiving a signal from Chen Luo, Thunder King lunged forward, using his astonishing speed to dodge the undead hound's attacks. Seeing this, the pupils of Chen Guang and others contracted. Such speed! Thunder King seized the opportunity during a brief lapse in the undead dog's assault to close in. Simultaneously, Thunder King charged his tail with electricity. Using a newly acquired skill called Thunder Sweep, the zombie dog had no chance to evade. Being struck fiercely by the swift and powerful Thunder Sweep, it was sent crashing into the wall, meeting its end. That's it. Our collaboration is over. Time to hand over the promised supplies. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, a stunned Chen Guang gradually came back to his senses. Staring agape at Thunder King, it felt surreal. The entire battle hadn't lasted more than 10 seconds. If it wasn't for the fact that the zombie dog also had lightning attributes and some resistance to electric powers, it probably wouldn't have lasted even that long. As Chen Luo prepared to leave with his reward, Chen Guang stopped him, offering an invitation to team up with his squad. How about it? Would you consider joining us? I'm not boasting, but each of us has killed at least 10 zombies. We're willing to fight and absolutely reliable. Furthermore, we have abundant supplies, enough to last for at least 6 months. However, Chen Luo was unfazed, indicating he alone could easily annihilate all of them. To put it bluntly, have you ever seen a strong individual team up with weaker ones? If you really want to unite, you'd have to do everything under my command. I need absolute control. Hearing this, Chen Guang hesitated. Just then, one of his teammates rushed over, saying, "A zombie that can shoot fireballs just injured Zhang Lian." Seeing our numbers, it fled. Hearing this news, Chen Guang, leaving Chen Luo behind, hurried to his injured comrade. Observing the situation, Chen Luo signaled Mi Li to follow and check it out. Seeing Chen Luo approaching, Chen Guang, like a drowning man clutching at a straw, pleaded for him to save his brother. Chen Luo, with a smile, looked at Mi Li, signaling her to administer a healing spell on Zhang Lian. Mi Li nodded and, with a single spell, the critically injured Zhang Lian was miraculously healed. He immediately thanked Chen Luo and Mi Li. Before leaving, Chen Luo reminded Chen Guang, "Consider my proposal carefully." With that, he and Mi Li left. Watching their departing figures, Chen Guang exclaimed, "Such a powerful healing spell. Guys, I discussed teaming up with Chen Luo. He said we could, but on his terms. What do you think? Should we join him or decline?" Once this was spoken, the others began to voice their opinions. Chen Guang looked around, and seemingly no one objected. What's there even to discuss then? If this is the case, brothers, let's join them. Soon, Chen Guang, with his sizable group, approached Chen Luo, signifying that his squad was willing to follow Chen Luo's lead. "Welcome to the team. I have just 2 conditions. Follow orders and dare to fight zombies. If you can't meet these, don't blame me for being ruthless." With that said, Chen Luo instructed them to pack all their supplies, to bring them to his main base. After all, now that we're united, it's better if we live together for mutual support. So, moving to my place is fine, right? Chen Guang and his team nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, a group of thugs led by Lu Wei was going from house to house, gathering resources. With about 18 or 19 survivors in his group, Lu Wei had established some dominance among them through his ruthless methods. Soon, they stumbled upon the villas where Chen Luo and Xu Yun resided. The ones on guard duty. Fang Yu, Su Lan, noticed them first. Su Lan inquired, "What should we do? Their numbers are significant," Chen Luo once said. "If there are too many, just pretend you didn't see them. If conflict arises with only the 2 of us, Fang Yu and Su Lan, we won't stand a chance." Fang Yu, however, shook his head. "That won't work. We can't let them search our place. Our supplies are in there. Even if Chen Luo didn't command it, we can't just stand by and watch. Let's go down and warn them. Tell them our main forces are about to return. If they don't heed the warning, we'll fight. We can then run to lure them away, buying some time. With the electric batons in our hands, we might even have a chance to strike back." Just then, they saw Chen Luo's convoy returning to the compound. At the same time, Chen Luo on the vehicle also noticed the aggressive survivors heading straight for his villa. Seeing the main forces return, it's a perfect timing to join forces. Chen Luo remembers. The leader was the backer of bitch Chen Jing from his past life, Lu Wei. Lu Wei is a poison ability user. The thugs wanted to rob supplies, but were stopped by Lu Wei. All because he was waiting for the right moment to ambush Chen Luo and the others. The next second, Lu Wei left with his gang. Rice sensed the hostility from this man, so he warned Chen Luo. Chen Luo had his own plans in mind. Don't worry, Rice. Chen Luo swiftly unleashed a spatial sphere, instantly targeting and blowing off Lu Wei's head. Without hesitation, he then ordered his subordinates finish off the rest of them. Then, Chen Luo entered the room alone, remembering his past life. Starting the day after tomorrow, some zombies will evolve to level 1. We must transport the supplies back before they evolve. Chen Luo lay on the bed, deep in thought. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Could it be Mi Li? Why is she so proactive today? Excited, Chen Luo sat up. But unexpectedly, it was Mi Ling. She even blushed and handed Chen Luo a small umbrella. Then she ran away in a hurry. Chen Luo smirked. Haha, how could I not appreciate the wife-sister's kind gesture? The next day, Chen Luo held a meeting. I think everyone has noticed that there are more and more zombies who can use magic. If one day all zombies could use magic, would you still survive? Upon hearing this, everyone started discussing. Yes, I've noticed too. It's terrifying. Exactly, what should we do? Just as everyone was discussing fervently, Chen Luo clapped his hands to interrupt everyone. If you all follow me, I won't let you die in vain here. Now, I'll teach everyone a method to deal with magic-wielding zombies. First, we need groups of 4. Ideally, 2 warriors and 2 mages. Warriors take damage up front. Mages provide continuous output from behind. If you encounter multiple magic zombies, run. Now, I'll teach you a little trick to dodge spells. Mi Ling, Shu Yun, attack me with your spells. I'll dodge. Mi Ling and Shu Yun nodded, using their abilities to launch attacks at Chen Luo. Yet, all their attacks were easily dodged by him. Everyone watched. Mouths agape. Faces full of disbelief. My god, the captain is amazing. Chen Luo then explained. To dodge a spell, it's impossible to watch the spell and dodge. You have to watch the caster's movements to predict the spell's trajectory. And move in advance to dodge the attack. This is called anticipation. As long as you pay attention to the spell's trajectory, it's easy to dodge the zombie's magic. After hearing this, Mi Ling was eager to test it out again. Chen Luo chuckled. Alright, bring it on. Little did he know, after dodging an initial fireball, he was hit by another one from behind. Mi Ling, pleased with her cunning, said with glee. I anticipated your anticipation. Hearing this, Chen Luo exclaimed. True to her name, the Spirit Flame Princess, her combat talent is indeed formidable. But everyone can be reassured. Level 1 zombies definitely don't have this kind of wisdom. If you encounter one that can anticipate, just run. They're beyond your capability to resist. After dinner, everyone will go out and find opponents. Start practicing this skill before setting out. Chen Luo reminded everyone. Listen up. Today counts as half a day. 3 level 1 crystals per person. Any team that doesn't complete this will be punished as a whole. The punishment is no dinner when you return. Meanwhile, Chen Luo led his team out to collect crystals, only to come across a father-daughter duo being bullied. At a glance, Mi Ling recognized the girl as her best friend. Brother Chen Luo, can we help them? If they were strangers, maybe not. But since she's your best friend, how can we stand by and do nothing? He then ordered Thunder King to get off the vehicle to deal with the group. The gang greedily eyed Thunder King, thinking they had dog meat delivered to their doorstep. Unaware that the god of thunder and lightning had arrived, before they could react, Mi Ling and Su Dazu ambushed them from behind. And at this moment, electricity surged around Thunder King. You bunch of trash think you can eat dog meat? After dealing with them, everyone began introductions. Zhang Jingjing shared that she and her father had no home, and wished to join Chen Luo's team. After some thought, Chen Luo nodded in agreement. After all, she was Mi Li's best friend. He told them to follow their rules. Follow us back to our base in your vehicle. Upon arriving at the villa area, Zhang Jingjing held Mi Li's hand, saying, Mi Li, can you ask brother Chen Luo if we can share a room tonight? We can chat and catch up. This left Chen Luo quite speechless. He already had Rice as a third wheel. And now another one? How could he possibly agree? Chen Luo firmly declined with a cold face. Now, without my permission, you cannot enter this villa. Turning to Shui Yun, he asked her to arrange accommodations for Zhang Jingjing. Shui Yun hurriedly took Zhang Jingjing away. At lunchtime, Zhang Jingjing curiously asked why Mi Li hadn't come, and wondered what she had for lunch. Zhang Jingjing's comment caught the other girls off guard. We're not 3-year-olds. Apart from occasionally dining with everyone, Chen Luo usually eats in his own villa room. As for what Chen Luo and the others eat, how would they know? Chen Luo is like the boss, and we're like the employees. It's always a bit uncomfortable eating with the boss. So, everyone dines separately. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingjing's face fell. Mi Li must be eating something better. We're such good friends, yet you didn't include me. This saddened her, making her previously delightful sausage seem less appetizing. Meanwhile, inside Chen Luo's villa, Chen Luo said to Mi Li, we need to observe your best friend for a while. Don't reveal anything about our side of things. Let's see if she's trustworthy, if she doesn't have any ulterior motives. Even if she lacks abilities, I can arrange a logistical position for her. Mi Li nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Chen Guang's voice came through the intercom, stating that about a dozen cars had arrived at the villa's entrance, with roughly 50 to 60 people. Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately issued a series of commands, ordering everyone to assemble at the villa's entrance. Upon receiving the command, the girls promptly headed towards the villa's exterior. Before departing, Xu Yun asked Zhang Jingjing about her abilities. I have strength-based powers. Hearing this, Xu Yun instructed her to stand at the front of the lineup. Zhang Jingjing immediately resisted, grabbing Li Hui's hand, she said. Isn't she also standing at the back? Li Wei whispered in reply, I have support abilities. Chen Luo said I should stand at the back. Xu Yun, running out of patience, dragged Zhang Jingjing to the front. Zhang Jingjing protested tearfully. Mi Li and I are best friends. You can't treat me like this. Seeing this scene, Mi Li hurriedly approached to comfort Zhang Jingjing, saying that this is a step everyone has to go through. Don't worry, I'll boost your status. If you get injured, I can heal you. However, Zhang Jingjing was staring at the corner of Mi Li's mouth. Mi Li had a trace of white there, a remnant of the cream ice cream she had eaten. This detail fueled resentment in Zhang Jingjing's heart. You had such a delicious treat and didn't share with me. Moreover, I've never heard of you having a brother. But here you are, constantly calling Chen Luo brother. You must have used your charms on him. If you don't value sisterhood, don't blame me for not being courteous. At that moment, both sides were intensely confronting each other. Just then, Chen Luo walked up from behind. Seeing him, Chen Guang immediately greeted Big Brother. The leader of the opposing group, Sun Dewei, scoffed upon seeing this. So, this is the impressive leader of the squad? Just a pretty boy. Young man, you're in charge here, right? My people haven't eaten or drunk for a day. Could you provide some assistance? Chen Luo replied, we can't just give you supplies, but we can trade. You can exchange the crystals from the zombies' foreheads. 1 crystal for a bottle of water and a pound of rice. After all, our food is also limited. It's impossible to just give it away. Sun Dewei was taken aback by Chen Luo's statement. He hadn't expected Chen Luo to reveal the secret of the crystals. It seemed that Chen Luo led this group due to some superior power. With that in mind, Sun Dewei decided not to feign niceties anymore. You think your group of women can stop us? That's a dream. Guys, this man wants us to kill zombies to provide us with supplies. What do you think we should do? Upon hearing this, there was a murmur of discussion behind Sun Dewei. Many hoped that Chen Luo would spare them some food. But Chen Luo knew that if he compromised and gave them food, they would always want more. Whenever their food ran out, they'd surely come to him. It seemed that these people truly weren't afraid of death. Just then, Zhang Jingjing suddenly spoke up. In all matters, harmony is most precious. Give them a bit of what they want and let them leave. Hearing this, everyone's expressions change. Zhang Jingjing, what nonsense are you talking about? Faced with Mi Li's gentle persuasion, Zhang Jingjing seemed unaffected and insisted she wasn't speaking nonsense. Why engage in a life-and-death battle when you can just use food to send them away? Moreover, I'm standing right in the front. What if I get hurt in a fight? Before she could finish, Sun Dewei from the opposing side burst into laughter. This young beauty speaks the truth. We don't need much. Just give us a few thousand pounds of rice or flour and several tons of purified water. Unable to bear it anymore, Chen Luo slapped Zhang Jingjing across the face. Who do you think you are? Is this your place to speak? The boss is talking here. It's one thing for the younger ones to interrupt, but it's another thing to speak on behalf of the enemy. Zhang Jingjing's father couldn't hold back anymore. He ran over and rebuked Chen Luo. Is what my daughter said wrong? There are so many of them. What good will come from fighting? Besides, you have so much food. What's the harm in sharing a little with them? To risk your subordinates' lives over some food. Your heart is truly malicious. Mi Li tried to help Zhang Jingjing up, but was pushed away as Zhang Jingjing hurled curses at her. Seeing this, Chen Luo looked displeased. He had saved them out of goodwill. Yet instead of being grateful, they were causing disruption among his troops. Truly, some people are worth saving, while others are not. With this thought, Chen Luo momentarily ignored the father-daughter duo and turned to face Sun Dewei. If that's what you truly want, then I'll give it to you. Having said that, before Sun Dewei could react, Chen Luo suddenly conjured a spatial orb in his hand and hurled it towards Sun Dewei's head. Accompanied by a loud bang, Sun Dewei's head exploded. Seeing the stunned faces of the opposing group, Chen Luo swiftly waved his hand, issuing a command. If they wish for death, then let's oblige. When Zhang Jingjing saw that in just a short exchange, 7 or 8 people were killed. And in no time, Sun Dewei's group collapsed. Without a leader and lacking strict command, they were easily defeated. Leaving Zhang Jingjing dumbfounded. She had expected a bloodbath, but it ended so effortlessly. No wonder Chen Luo was so uncompromising. Had she not intervened earlier, there might not have been any conflict at all. Thinking this, Zhang Jingjing crawled towards Chen Luo in tears. Begging for his mercy and pleading with him not to kill her, Chen Luo chuckled. Don't worry, you're Mi Li's best friend. How could I possibly kill you? However, you can't remain in my team. Leave while I'm still in a good mood. Hearing this, Zhang Jingjing nodded. She knew that staying could endanger her life. Although she was resentful, she had to prioritize her safety. Mi Li managed to get close to the boss. I can do the same, she thought. After the two departed, Chen Luo subtly nudged Thunder King, hinting that he shouldn't leave any potential threats behind. Thunder King got the message instantly, quietly following Zhang Jingjing from a distance. At that moment, Chen Guang rushed over and said, Bro Chen, a young man who just left mentioned he has urgent business with you. He seemed quite anxious. Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement, and then approached the young man to ask about his business. The young man, Ling Chen, said with a sheepish grin, Boss, are you recruiting? I want to join you. Upon hearing that, Chen Luo's face instantly turned cold. This is the important matter you spoke of? Ling Chen, frightened, quickly pulled out a blue crystal. Chen Luo's pupils constricted upon seeing it. It's a level 6 crystal. How did you get this? Ling Chen truthfully responded, I obtained it from a dead monster. The creature was over 10 meters tall. Consider this our greeting gift to you, boss. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo chuckled. For your sincerity, I'll let you join. Chen Guang, explain our rules to him. Chen Guang approached and explained the team's principles. Firstly, always follow the boss's commands. Secondly, if you flee in battle, you will be killed. While speaking, Chen Guang made a throat-slitting gesture. Hearing this, Ling Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Luo, with excitement evident on his face, gazed at the level 6 crystal in his hand. With this, I can advance to level 5 in just 3 days. That's half a month faster than I expected. Excellent. With that in mind, Chen Luo instructed Chen Guang to keep an eye on the people around the villa. After all, many from Sun Dewei's team escaped. If you find any with light abilities or support skills among them, recruit them all. If they refuse, bring them to me by force. Only Millie in our group possesses healing arts. If more people get injured, she won't be enough to treat them. Don't worry, bro Chen. I understand, replied Chen Guang. As Chen Luo prepared to return to the villa, he spotted Thunder King. You're back so soon, asked Chen Luo. Thunder King boasted proudly. Who do you think I am? I'm a professional hunter. To train the new member, Chen Luo immediately convened a mobilization meeting. He assigned Xu Yun to lead a team to hunt zombies, collecting crystals and resources. Ling Chen, looking at the leader Xu Yun, remarked to Chen Guang in surprise. She's not as she appears. I thought you'd be leading. Instead, it's a pretty girl. Is she very skilled? Chen Guang chuckled and explained. I'm just a younger brother here. The ladies in our team joined the boss earlier and have all reached level 2. Xu Yun, leading now, is particularly talented and has the boss's favor. I believe she's already level 3. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen was flabbergasted. My goodness, that's so powerful. All level 2 ladies. Facing a group of zombies, Xu Yun issued a series of commands. Everyone split into groups of 4 to search for and collect supplies. Zhang Feng, you stay at the entrance of the residential area. If there's any situation, use the walkie-talkie to inform everyone. An hour later, dozens of vehicles swiftly approached the residential area. Zhang Feng, who was guarding the entrance, saw them and his face changed color. He quickly contacted everyone through his walkie-talkie. Be alert, a large number of vehicles have entered the area. Be cautious. Upon hearing this, Xu Yun immediately instructed everyone to gather and assess the situation. We don't need to rush to collect supplies. However, Yin Li was somewhat unwilling to give up. There's still a lot of food here. If we gather together, what are we afraid of? As everyone prepared to go upstairs, they realized it was too late. They were surrounded by the arriving group. The men in the vehicles, spotting the ladies, displayed lecherous grins. One of them stretched out his hand with malicious intent toward Yin Li. Yin Li quickly slapped the man's hand away and shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Just having a little fun, sweetheart. It's the apocalypse. No need to play coy anymore, right?" Hearing their vulgar words and unable to restrain herself any longer, Yin Li delivered a swift kick, shattering the man's eggs. The leading man of the opposing group was infuriated. "You dare hit my brother? Take out these two men first. We'll deal with the women later." As the words left his mouth, a group immediately surrounded the two men from Yin Li's team. Seeing this, Yin Li tried to step forward to help. But unexpectedly, someone attacked her from behind. A metal rod was slammed ruthlessly onto her head. In an instant, Yin Li collapsed on the ground with a gash on her head, bleeding profusely. The man cursed at her. "Bitch, how ungrateful." A voice shouted, "Hey Z, what are you doing?" Hearing this, Hazy quickly replied with an ingratiating smile, "Bro Yuan, some damn woman tried to hit me. I just taught her a lesson." Lu Yuan frowned, guessing what had transpired. Given Hazy's strength and value to the team, he didn't reprimand him, but warned, "Don't go too far. This should not happen again." The others nodded in agreement. Just then, an ice arrow shot through the head of the man in black. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan immediately got out of his vehicle. Xu Yun coldly said, "Release them." Lu Yuan scoffed, "You killed one of mine and expect me to let them go?" Hearing this and filled with anger, Xu Yun immediately shot an ice arrow towards Lu Yuan. In response, Lu Yuan summoned a protective shield made of earth. Although Xu Yun's ice arrow penetrated the shield, it had lost most of its momentum. Both Xu Yun and Lu Yuan's expressions changed, recognizing each other's power. After a moment of standoff, Xu Yun calmed down, fully aware that now wasn't the time for an all-out battle. She demanded the release of her teammates. Lu Yuan, not wanting an all-out conflict either, agreed. Although the 4 members of Xu Yun's team were returned, Yan Li had already succumbed to her injuries. Xu Yun, cradling Yan Li's lifeless body, mourned deeply, "You'll pay for this. Chen Luo won't let you go." Men from the opposing side began to mockingly jeer at the scene. However, Xu Yun ignored them and whispered, "Let's go." Yang Xian gave the men a cold glance and was about to drive away the heavy truck when someone stopped them. "Leave the truck. You can't take it." Upon hearing this, Xu Yun, suppressing her rage, said, "Give it to them. Let's leave." Watching the retreating figures of Xu Yun and her team, Hazy whispered to Lu Yuan, suggesting they forcibly keep the group of beautiful women. Lu Yuan, however, slapped Hazy in response and scolded, "Damn it. Why are you stirring up trouble? That woman is not to be trifled with." Hazy, covering his face, argued that they had the advantage in numbers. Would they really risk everything? Lu Yuan was aware that this group's main base was nearby and realized that the situation wasn't as simple. They needed to understand their enemy's capabilities and then strike them decisively. Otherwise, they'd face retaliation. Back in the villa area, Xu Yun immediately briefed Chen Luo on the entire situation, admitting her mistakes and recognizing her failure in leadership, which led to Yan Li not dying at the hands of zombies, but by survivors instead. Hearing this, Chen Luo took a deep breath and reassured her, "You did the right thing. Engaging in a fight then would have been unwise." He was well aware that the most dangerous thing in this post-apocalyptic world wasn't zombies, but the infighting among survivors. "Since you all chose to follow me, I won't let anyone trample on us. Those who spill our blood must pay in kind. When I have a grudge, I don't let it linger." Immediately, he gathered everyone from the villa to set out for revenge. Hearing about the incident and Chen Luo's declaration, everyone was filled with righteous indignation, especially by Chen Luo's words which made their blood boil. With Chen Luo leading, they felt undefeatable. Seeing the imposing Chen Luo and his group, Hazy commented, "Bro Yuan, someone's approaching. It looks like the group that just left." Lu Yuan quickly looked out the window and saw more than 60 people alighting from vehicles. As the two factions locked eyes, Lu Yuan sensed something amiss. This woman, a level 3 ability user, was pouring her grievances out to this young man. Chen Luo coldly stared at them. Are you the leader? Who gave you the audacity to kill one of mine? I can't find a single reason to spare any of you. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Lu Yuan was taken aback. For someone to speak with such confidence, the young man's strength must surpass that of the woman. They couldn't confront him directly. With that thought, Lu Yuan quickly apologized. Young man, it was our mistake. We'll return your truck immediately and compensate with a ton of rice. How about that? Chen Luo sneered. A ton of rice for the life of my team member? How about I give you 100 tons for the lives of all your men? Hearing this, Lu Yuan frowned. He realized that this young leader was not to be trifled with. Anyone with such audacity must have a trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the leader. People were his most valuable asset, and he couldn't risk them. With that thought, he decided to hand over the main culprits to Chen Luo for judgment. At his command, several of his men forcefully brought the struggling He Zi before Chen Luo. Seeing He Zi kneeling before him, Chen Luo smirked internally. You think handing over one scapegoat will resolve this? Impossible. I, Chen Luo, always repay my debts. Terrified, He Zi's nose ran with mucus as he pleaded with Chen Luo, claiming that he wasn't the only one responsible and there were 2 others involved. Curious, Chen Luo looked at Lu Yuan and asked, "What do you have to say?" Knowing that he must hand them over to settle the matter, Lu Yuan ordered his men to bring forth the other 2 culprits. Observing this, Chen Luo coldly commanded, "What are you waiting for? Step forward and slap these men. Continue until they're dead." As soon as the order was given, a group rushed forward, brutally slapping the 3 culprits. After a while of watching the trio bruised and battered, Chen Luo ordered for some medical treatment for them, only to let Xu Yun and the others continue the beating afterwards. The 3 men cried and pleaded, "Big brother, we were wrong. We are willing to join you and fight against Lu Yuan." However, Xu Yun and the others paid no heed. After about 10 minutes, He Zi and the other 2 were slapped to death. Witnessing this, Lu Yuan was drenched in cold sweat. He hadn't anticipated the ferocity of these individuals. They say never to wrong a woman, he thought. Little brother, since the main culprits are now dead, and you've also killed one of ours, can we consider the matter settled? Lu Yuan proposed. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo snorted dismissively, "You must be daydreaming. How can their pathetic lives compensate? I want the lives of everyone present." Lu Yuan retorted in disbelief. "Are you even being reasonable? Why should I reason with you? Who do you think you are?" Chen Luo shot back. This remark made Lu Yuan scoff. "I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. You think I'm afraid of you? My men here fought their way out of zombies, and we even outnumber you. You'd best leave while you still can." Unperturbed by Lu Yuan's threat, numerical superiority means nothing in the face of absolute power. It's just a delivery of heads. I need to establish my authority amongst my followers. To firmly sit in the leader's position, one not only needs resources, but also raw power. It's been a long time since I last showed my true strength. Many of my new members haven't seen what I'm truly capable of. This is a perfect opportunity for me to demonstrate and intimidate. With that thought, Chen Luo instantly summoned his void sword and charged towards Lu Yuan. Seeing this, Lu Yuan realized the imminent danger and quickly summoned an earthen shield to protect himself. However, the void sword, like a blade through sand, pierced effortlessly through the shield, then through Lu Yuan's body. Lu Yuan was immediately split in 2. Witnessing the swift execution of their leader, the opposing forces felt their scalps tingle with terror. At this moment, Millie cast a spell on Chen Luo, enhancing his defense and strength. Chen Luo grinned. "It's great to have a wife who looks out for you." He then charged into the heart of Lu Yuan's camp like a tiger amongst sheep. Although the void sword couldn't last more than an hour, it could easily endure for 3 minutes. Another 2 fell, sliced cleanly in half by Chen Luo's blade. The shock and terror that had started with Lu Yuan's death now peaked. Thoughts raced, this guy isn't human. If we don't flee now, we'll die by his hand. Chen Guang, Ling Chen, and others were deeply shaken by the scene. While Millie sighed, the gap between him and me seems to be growing. She urged, "Let's all attack together and not leave any lingering threats." Half an hour later, Chen Guang, exhilarated, pledged his loyalty to Chen Luo. Listening to Chen Guang's flattery, Chen Luo responded with a mild smile. "Enough of the I truly regret Yan Li's death, but this is the apocalypse. We must remain vigilant at all times, as danger can strike any moment." I sent you out to gather crystals, but more importantly, to gain battle experience. The best protector for each of you is yourselves. I hope everyone will quickly enhance their skills, and since you've chosen to follow me, anyone who bullies you will pay the price. Now, let's gather some supplies. It's almost noon, we should head back and let a few of our skilled sisters prepare lunch for everyone. In a villa district, two men in intently staring at Thunder King, craving his flesh. Although Thunder King was aware, he pretended to be oblivious, intending to tease these two. The men, meanwhile, were salivating profusely. Just as one of them, with red hair, was about to make a move, he was stopped by Miao Wei, who advised against rashness. What if the dog escapes? We've been hungry for a day and definitely can't outrun this dog. Let's lure him over with a piece of feces, ensuring a fail-proof plan. As the saying goes, a dog can't change its habit of eating feces. As Thunder King approached step by step, the two drooled even more. Really? I'm minding my own business and you're offering yourselves up to die? Using feces to lure me? You can target a dog, but you can't insult one this way. With these thoughts, Thunder King became so enraged that unnatural lightning began to flash around him. This bewildering phenomenon left Sita and Miao Wei dumbstruck. How can this dog generate electricity? Especially given Thunder King's fierce appearance. The two sensed imminent danger and turned to flee towards the exit. But it was too late. Thunder King spewed terrifying lightning from his mouth, striking them down. This scene was coincidentally witnessed by the returning Chen Luo. Thunder King, what are you doing? Were these two intruders? An infuriated Thunder King ignored Chen Luo and left, watching him leave. Chen Luo was utterly perplexed, wondering what had just transpired. Unable to fathom the situation, Chen Luo decided not to dwell on it. Turning to the others, he said, "All right, everyone, take a break now. After lunch, you're free to practice." As the crowd dispersed, Chen Luo contemplated whether he should recruit more members. After all, his team was relatively small. If they were to encounter a group of several hundred people, even he alone couldn't handle them all. Furthermore, with the current manpower, who knows how many would remain after a few months. It seems necessary to draft a recruitment notice. I have plenty of supplies. As long as they obey orders and dare to combat zombies, they're welcome to join. After lunch, Chen Guang sat at the entrance of the villa district. A conspicuous notice board had been placed at the entrance. The message was quite straightforward, indicating that there were several Tier 3 superpower users in the base. Their strength was formidable, the compensation was generous, and there were sufficient crystals. Before long, a 7-seater minivan pulled up to the entrance. The sight of the notice board piqued their curiosity, drawing them closer for a better look. After reading all the terms and conditions, the group, who were uncertain about their next move, were immediately intrigued. But while the perks were attractive, the qualifications were demanding. Only Tier 2 individuals could join, and out of the 5 of them, only 2 met the criteria. One of them inquired, "Chao, what do you think?" Wang Chao hesitated before saying, "If everything they've mentioned is true, then there's no doubt we should join. But only Lu Qi and I have reached Tier 2. The 3 of you don't meet the criteria." Lu Qi suggested, "Why don't we get out of the car and inquire? Don't they accept family members?" Chen Guang laughed and shook his head. Family members refer to those with blood relations. However, if a Tier 1 individual can contribute 3 Tier 1 crystals, they can join. Hearing this, the man named Lu Qi introduced himself, claiming he was a healer, someone who could heal and bolster strength. He asked if they could make an exception for him. Chen Guang was taken aback by this revelation. Healers were rare and valuable. He immediately agreed and brought them to Chen Luo. Chen Luo looked them over. Lu Qi's name seemed familiar to Chen Luo. He recalled hearing about a rather well-known healer by that name. Additionally, Rice confirmed that these newcomers bore no ill intent. So, Chen Luo tasked Chen Guang with their arrangements. Returning to the villa, Chen Luo took out the Tier 6 crystal to absorb its power. By his estimations, he should be able to advance to Tier 5 by nightfall. And indeed, with the depletion of the Tier 6 crystal, Chen Luo successfully ascended to Tier 5. As their team grew stronger, their needs for supplies also increased. Chen Luo thus rallied everyone to embark on a supply hunt. Before leaving, he reminded Chen Guang and Thunder King to guard their base. Half an hour later, a grand convoy reached a nearby agricultural market. Though the market was teeming with zombies, it was equally abundant in supplies. Facing the horde using traditional 4-person team tactics would be ineffective. Zhang Feng, you'll draw the zombies out, one batch at a time. For Zhang Feng's safety, Meili boosted his status. Entering the marketplace, Zhang Feng quickly attracted a group of 7 or 8 zombies, which eagerly pursued him. As long as he maintained a distance of more than 20 meters from the zombies, they couldn't harm him. Lower-tier zombies didn't have a long attack range. Meanwhile, the rest of the team stood by, launching long-range magical attacks. Observing the scenario, Chen Luo explained, "See this? If you encounter slightly larger groups of zombies in the future, use this tactic. But if there are too many, don't try it. If you die, don't blame me." He then delegated a few Tier 2 members with good speed to attract the zombies. "Let's start clearing them." An hour later, the 100 or so zombies lurking around the marketplace were exterminated. Hearing the team's reports, Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement. "I'll personally draw out the next batch of zombies." Chen Luo was reluctant to send Zhang Feng because he feared he might encounter a mutated zombie and lose his life. He recalled hearing in his past life about a certain time when there was a mutated Earth-type zombie in the market, its strength equivalent to a Tier 4 or Tier 5 zombie. The question was where this creature was hiding. He first approached the area selling pork, beef, and lamb. The space spanned about 500 to 600 square meters and was home to around 80 to 90 zombies. Just then, a zombie resembling an old farmer with a straw hat suddenly unleashed several spikes in a straight line, effectively blocking Chen Luo's path. But Chen Luo, far from panicking, rejoiced. "Didn't expect to find you so soon." Utilizing his void walking, he not only dodged the old farmer zombie's attack, but also instantly appeared behind it. The creature had no time to employ its earth shield and Chen Luo's blade swiftly decapitated it. Holding its still twitching head, Chen Luo continued running forward. Now with over 200 zombies tailing him, the sight of such a massive horde following Chen Luo left the others stunned. "Run," he yelled. "Use your speed advantage to lose them. Prep your magic, roughly aim, and cast. But don't stop. Keep running." With everyone's coordination, the hundreds of zombies were easily vanquished. Jubilation and a hint of exhilaration filled the faces of the team. "If we practice this strategy diligently, no amount of zombies will be a match for us." Chen Luo, however, was more sober-minded. "Only if you keep pace with the evolution of the zombies. Most survivors can't keep up with the rapid development of these creatures. Now, let's gather what supplies we can carry and move out." Meanwhile, Chen Luo ventured into the cold storage room. Compared to the one where he stored pork, this one seemed quite small. It had been without power for a long time, rendering the meat inside spoiled. But Chen Luo decided to take out some pork and beef, presenting them as part of the retrieved supplies. 2 hours later, the group had loaded all the supplies onto their vehicles. As they were about to drive away, a middle-aged man stepped forward to block Chen Luo's led vehicle. With a calm demeanor, Chen Luo said, "Please, step aside." Just as the middle-aged man was about to speak, a motorcycle approached. From it alighted a tan-skinned but vibrant young man. Chen Luo's pupils contracted. It was him, Sha Horan, known in the future as Unbeatable Iron Fist, to think that he'd encounter him here. But Sha Horan wasn't there for Chen Luo. He was there for the middle-aged man blocking the way. Sha Horan pleaded, "Bro Long, I heard you caught a live chicken. Can you give it to me? My mother's condition is deteriorating, and she wishes for a bowl of chicken soup before the end. If you help, I'll be in your debt." Hearing this, Bro Long immediately declined. "I'm sorry, brother. I can't do that." Although Bro Long spoke politely, the man behind him was not so kind. A smart calculation. Taking Bro Long's chicken and then offering your life to him? Are you expecting Bro Long to take care of you forever? Chen Luo, observing this scene, suddenly chimed in. "I have a chicken and a chef who can make the soup you desire. How about you owe me instead?" Taken aback, Sha Horan nodded. "Yes, for a satisfactory bowl of chicken soup. I will owe you my life." Chen Luo smiled. "Deal. Trading a top-tier fighter for a bowl of chicken soup? Who wouldn't take that bargain?" He decided to bring both Sha Horan and his ailing mother to his base. Half an hour later, Sha Horan emerged from a building, carrying a woman in her 50s on his back, showing signs of weariness. After they boarded the vehicle, Sha Horan whispered, "She's in the late stages of cancer." Chen Luo realized there wasn't much hope for her, unless Millie could advance to level 7 now. Their current healing abilities were only good for treating minor injuries and hadn't reached the capability to cure terminal diseases. In less than half an hour, Chen Luo returned to the villa district. He asked Shui Yun to arrange a separate room for Sha Horan and his mother, ensuring they would be well taken care of. He also mentioned he would organize for the chicken soup to be made. After they left, Chen Luo said to Mayu, "Whatever ingredients and seasonings you need, just let me know. Make sure you do this one diligently." Mayu nodded and muttered, "Do you think I wasn't serious before?" Chen Luo replied awkwardly, "Cough. What I meant was, be even more meticulous this time." "All right, but for a good chicken soup, it will take at least 3 hours." After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo suggested, "Then prepare some home-style dishes. After all, we can't just have chicken soup. Maybe Shaw's mother would like to eat something else. If we're trying to win someone's heart, we should go all out." A few hours later, a table full of delicious dishes was served in front of Shaw's mother. Shaw Horan was stupefied, and his mother had to rub her eyes, thinking she might be hallucinating. Chen Luo smiled and said, "Auntie, let's eat." Although she initially declined, with Shaw Horan's assistance, she enjoyed a hearty meal. Before her final moments, she grasped Chen Luo's hand and trembled. "Young man, I can see you're a good person. Please take care of my son." Turning to Shaw Horan, she added, "A mother knows her son best. If he can offer such precious things to honor me, he must value you greatly. Don't let him down." Holding his mother's hand tightly, Shaw Horan responded, "Mother, don't worry, I understand." Contrary to Chen Luo's expectations, Shaw Horan wasn't deeply saddened by his mother's passing. He said to Chen Luo, "Big brother, thank you. My mother has passed, and it's for the best. She won't suffer from her illness any longer. Big brother, you'll see my performance in the future." He understood Shaw Horan's character. However, with the team growing larger, it was necessary to establish some rules early on. They couldn't let some people slack off. A system of rewards and punishments needed to be set up. The roles in the community were divided into leader, deputy leader, elders, elite members, regular members, new members, and a special position named devotee, which only Chen Luo could assign. Su Dazu and Mi Li held the devotee title. Each rank had its own privileges. Currently, those who reached level 3 could be designated as elite members, while everyone else was a regular member. Newcomers would start as new members, and after half a month or if they displayed exceptional merit, they would be upgraded to regular members. Later on, they could exchange personal points for resources in the base. Points would be distributed based on individual performance, with extra rewards for outstanding achievements. From then on, positions would be determined by points, not by rank. Thinking of this, Chen Luo gathered everyone to announce the system. Any power user who reached level 3 could be designated an elite member. If these elite members had leadership capabilities, they could lead 20 regular members. Xu Yun was the leader of the female squad, while Fang Yu and Chen Guang led the male squads. From today, this ranking policy would be officially implemented. As long as you were willing to risk your life, you could live comfortably. As Chen Luo announced this system, the excitement among the members below was palpable. Their morale soared, and they shouted in unison about killing zombies to earn points. At the same time, outside the villa area, 2 large convoys were approaching Chen Luo's base. The leader, Zhao Hai, asked the other convoy, "I've hardly seen any zombies around here. Do you know what's going on?" Seeing the number of people with Zhao Hai, he didn't dare to hide anything and honestly informed him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai was taken aback. He remembered that before the apocalypse, Chen Luo had mortgaged his villa to him, borrowing 300 million to stockpile supplies. It seemed like Zhao Hai was on his way to collect that debt. Soon, Zhao Hai's convoy reached the entrance of the base. Leng Chen, who was at the gate, saw the convoy and immediately radioed Chen Luo for backup. "Bro Chen, we need reinforcements at the gate. A large convoy has arrived." Hearing this, Chen Luo quickly rushed over. However, when he saw the person stepping out of the vehicle, he was momentarily stunned, thinking, "Isn't this the guy to whom I mortgaged my villa for 300 million? Zhao Hai, seeing Chen Luo's reaction, laughed heartily and said, "Little brother, who would have thought we'd meet under these circumstances? It's fate." Chen Luo, a bit embarrassed, replied, "I didn't expect to see you here either. Are you in charge around here?" Once Chen Luo confirmed, Zhao Hai cut straight to the point. "Brother, you owe me 300 million, which has matured. With interest, that's 330 million. You've been overdue for a while now. Given the special circumstances, I'm willing to waive the late fees and interest. Just pay me back the principal." Hearing this, Chen Luo chuckled to himself, thinking, "Does he really believe I'll pay him back? Why is he under this illusion?" Out loud, Chen Luo confidently said, "Brother, do you really think Chen Luo, would default on my debt. In fact, I've already transferred the money to your account. Haven't you received it? It's a shame we don't have a signal now. Otherwise, I'd show you the transfer record. But you can't accuse me of not paying my debts. Zhao Hai was taken aback by Chen Luo's words. He never expected such a maneuver from him. This was like the pot calling the kettle black. One of Zhao Hai's men shouted angrily, "You're talking nonsense. For such a large sum, wouldn't you personally come to inform us about the transfer? Do you think you can fool us with such a lame excuse?" Chen Luo chuckled lightly. "Well, then you should go to the bank and bring out evidence that I didn't transfer the money. But since you have helped me in the past, I am grateful. I'll give you a ton of rice as a thank you." Zhao Hai, with a grim face, replied, "Brother, that's not fair. I won't make things difficult for you. Just give me some meat. The times have changed, and the value of meat has increased. For 300 million, give me 15 tons of meat, and we'll call it even." Jin Dao, who was standing beside Zhao Hai, sneered, "Everyone present should have a share. I want 15 tons too. That's not too much to ask, right? If you don't have the meat, you can settle the debt with the women by your side." Hearing Jin Tao's words, Chen Luo's expression turned cold. "Even if I had the meat, why should I give it to you?" Seeing Chen Luo's attitude and the expressions of those behind him, Zhao Hai suddenly realized something. Chen Luo's team must have cleared out so many zombies due to their strength. Realizing this, Zhao Hai quickly changed his tone and said, "I made a mistake. Chen Luo, your money did indeed come through." Upon hearing this, Jin Tao looked at Zhao Hai as if he had gone mad. "I was mistaken. Brother Chen Luo is not one to default on his debts." Chen Luo clapped and said, "You're a sensible man. Take your people and stand aside. Don't interfere." Zhao Hai, cooperating, waved his hand and, along with his subordinates, promptly departed. Jin Tao, on the other hand, hurled insults at the departing Zhao Hai. "Zhao Hai, you coward. There are just a few people on their side. And you cower so easily? I must have been blind to trust you." Zhao Hai remained silent, thinking that there's no loss in being insulted. Seeing this scene, Jin Tao snorted, "If you want to take me on, come at me." Chen Luo coldly addressed the crowd. "Anyone who doesn't want to meet their end alongside him, go stand by Zhao Hai's side. I'm giving you 10 seconds. Hearing this, indeed there were smart individuals in Jin Tao's group. Sensing the tense atmosphere, some began to retreat quietly. To Chen Luo's surprise, Jin Tao turned out to be a dark element user with a summoning talent. The same talent could manifest in various ways. For instance, the dark element could be divided into curse, summoning, undead, and attack subcategories. On Chen Luo's side, there was a girl named Li Wei who also belonged to the dark element. But her first acquired skill was a curse type that slows down movements. She was likely to specialize in curses. Jin Tao, on the other hand, possessed a summoning talent within the dark element. After 5 or 6 seconds, 7 skeletal figures without flesh materialized in front of Jin Tao. "Never seen this, have you?" Jin Tao boasted, "People killed by my skeletal soldiers go straight to hell. Their souls are devoured, and they're never reborn." Chen Luo laughed dismissively. "Who are you trying to scare? Spouting all that mumbo-jumbo. Why not claim you're the king of the underworld while you're at it?" With that, Chen Luo stepped aside, making space, and shouted, "It's your turn now. 5 points for each kill. Capturing Jin Tao alive gets 100 points. Just then, Thunder King suddenly ran out, barking wildly. Over the past couple of days, he had set his sights on the elder's position. A twitch appeared at the corner of Chen Luo's mouth. "What would you even do with points? Fine. If you want them, you'll have them." Hearing this, Thunder King barked twice excitedly, indicating he was in on the action. Leading the charge against the enemies, he released a well-prepared ball of lightning that exploded amongst them, instantly earning himself 20 points. This brought him one step closer to the coveted elder position. Seeing this, Mei Ling shouted, "Prepare your spells and wait for them to rush us." Jin Tao's side was forced into a passive position, especially with Thunder King relentlessly attacking them. Chen Luo was at a loss for words. He had wanted to train his team members, but his plans were completely disrupted by a dog. Suddenly, Thunder King approached Jin Tao and marked his territory right on him, before chasing after others who were trying to escape. The message was clear. Jin Tao was his target, and nobody else should interfere. Chen Luo, covering his face in disbelief. "Thunder King, was it really necessary to urinate in public like that?" Watching his own teammates fall one after another, Jin Tao desperately clung to Chen Luo's leg, begging, "Boss, spare my life. I'll do anything. Xiao Hai, witnessing the scene, felt thankful for making the wise choice of not deeply offending Chen Luo. Chen Luo glanced at Jintao. Don't worry, I won't kill you. He was preparing to exploit a bug. The undead creatures summoned by Jintao could also yield crystals. However, only level 4 undead creatures and above would have them, whereas those below level 3 did not. Chen Luo planned to first help Jintao level up, thereby acquiring a tool to infinitely farm for crystals. Hearing that Chen Luo wouldn't kill him, Jintao immediately knelt and kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, big brother. I can tell you're a man of your word. I'll listen to you sincerely. Young man, your summoning talent is impressive, and I have high hopes for you. But if you dare try any tricks or attempt to escape, I'll break all your limbs. With that, Chen Luo instructed those around him, lock him up in a room and treat him like a new recruit. At this moment, Zhao He stepped forward to apologize to Chen Luo. Bro Chen, you're truly capable. I apologize for any past offenses. He then handed over a finely crafted silver pistol to Chen Luo. Chen Luo chuckled lightly, knowing the weapon posed no threat to himself, but could serve to intimidate others. With this thought, he boldly fired the gun in his chest in front of everyone. To their astonishment, the bullet couldn't penetrate and simply bounced off his clothes, falling weakly to the ground. Zhao He, shocked by what he'd witnessed, stumbled and sat on the ground, thinking, is he even human? The bullet didn't pose any threat at all. Bro Chen's strength has completely shattered my perceptions. Well, no fight, no acquaintance. We might still have grounds for cooperation. Chen Luo then loudly called out, bypassing Zhao He, anyone here from the light, dark, earth, or nature faction? Of course, other unique support abilities are also welcome. We offer decent benefits here. Those considering joining, think about it. Quick-witted Len Chen chimed in, we provide 3 full meals, sometimes with meat. Our conditions are excellent, and our strength is evident. Why the hesitation? Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately erupted in cheers, expressing their eagerness to join Chen Luo's team. Turning to Zhao He, Chen Luo asked playfully, Brother Zhao, you don't mind, do you? Zhao He gave a bitter smile, watching as the elites were drawn to Chen Luo. How could I object? Upon hearing Zhao He, Chen Luo shouted to the crowd, everyone, quiet down. To join my team, you need to kill 10 zombies and obtain 10 crystals as proof. As soon as his words finished, groups of people began to form teams to hunt down zombies. Seeing his team members leaving, Zhao He didn't dare to stay longer. Fearing if he did, everyone else might leave too. Bro Chen, if you ever need anything, come find me at the Golden Dragon Garden. I live there. If I ever run into trouble, I hope you can help, as friends. Chen Luo nodded, indicating no problem. That night, Millie lay in Chen Luo's arms and asked, Brother Chen Luo, I noticed the new members are performing well. Why don't you let them clear out the nearby zombies earlier? Zombies can evolve. Shouldn't we clear them all out before they complete their evolution? Chen Luo explained, that's just your perspective. Even now, some survivors are still afraid to confront zombies. If everyone comes together and they encounter a higher-level mutated zombie, everyone could be wiped out. Millie responded with a simple acknowledgement and gradually fell asleep in Chen Luo's embrace. However, Chen Luo couldn't sleep. What he told Millie was just part of the reason. Knowing the future progression, he understood that zombies needed to evolve. After clearing out the zombies, there won't be enough high-level crystals, and humans couldn't evolve rapidly. When the more formidable creatures descend, they would be doomed. The next morning, like always, Chen Luo held a mobilization meeting, reminding everyone, be cautious when going out. The zombies will become increasingly stronger. But after they left, Rice suddenly seemed to sense something and anxiously said to Chen Luo, I have a bad feeling. I feel that Myling might get hurt. There's no life-threatening danger, but I'm still worried. This statement made Chen Luo's face turn serious. Myling, Millie, and Su Dezu always acted together, and with Thunder King as their bodyguard, under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any danger to her. Thinking of this, Chen Luo sought confirmation, so she'll only be injured, and there's no threat to her life, right? Rice nodded in agreement. After hesitating for a long moment, Chen Luo took a deep breath and ultimately decided not to follow them. He thought, protecting her like a caged canary won't help. Even if she becomes a king level, she won't be the spirit flame princess from my past life. Chen Luo gently petted Rice. You're truly a remarkable cat. At least a level 10 psychic power user would be needed to sense impending danger, and that's usually only for themselves. But Rice can perceive danger for others and foresee it so much in advance. I should start collecting higher-grade crystals to enhance rice. Meanwhile, with the combined efforts of Myling, Millie, and Sudezu, they quickly cleared the surrounding zombies. Throughout their journey, they didn't encounter any zombies above level 2. Initially, everything went smoothly, but unbeknownst to them, a mutated zombie had set its sights on them. This level 4 zombie, with a fairly high intelligence, observed Myling's group from a distance. Instead of rashly attacking, he decided to rally other zombies for help. Just then, Thunder King noticed 3 zombies in an alleyway and charged at them. However, as soon as he was a distance away from Myling's group, the horde of zombies launched their surprise attack. The level 4 zombie hid amongst the masses, letting the lower-level zombies lead the charge as cannon fodder. Myling didn't run immediately. Instead, she cast an explosive fireball, annihilating several zombies, planning to gradually wear down the horde. After casting her spell, the trio turned to flee, their faces showing no signs of panic. But at that moment, the level 4 zombie suddenly made its move, manipulating the power of wind to whip up a massive gust. Assisted by this wind, the speed of the zombie horde increased dramatically, rapidly closing in on Myling and her companions. Glancing back, Myling's face turned pale, realizing that there must be a high-level zombie within the horde. Though unsure of its level, she knew they couldn't continue running. They had to turn and fight. Sudezu led the charge, swinging his staff at the zombies in front of him. Myling unleashed a fiery explosion, reducing the zombie horde from over 20 to just a dozen. However, this created an opening for the level 4 zombie. It unleashed a wind blade at Myling, who had no time to dodge. Myling, seeing the impending danger, instinctively shielded Millie with her own body. The wind blade slashed across Myling's shoulder, and her bright red blood instantly stained Millie's clothes. If it wasn't for Myling's level 3 strength and Millie's defensive enhancements, her entire shoulder might have been severed by the level 4 zombie's attack. Pain flashed across Myling's face, but her uninjured hand promptly launched a fireball. To her dismay, the level 4 zombie narrowly dodged it. Sudezu made a snap decision, positioning himself between the zombie and the girls. Myling, you handle the regular zombies. I'll hold off this one. Then, we'll take it down together. Myling nodded in agreement. After Millie cast a healing spell on Myling, she pulled out the handgun given to her by Chen Luo and fired at the level 4 zombie. Unfamiliar with the weapon, the zombie tried dodging whenever it could. Though the handgun wasn't immensely powerful, it managed to delay the level 4 zombie momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Sudezu, empowered by Millie's enhancement, charged at the zombie. For a short time, even the level 4 zombie couldn't kill Sudezu. Meanwhile, alerted by the gunshots, Thunder King finally realized something was amiss. Fearing for Myling's group, he dashed to the scene. Seeing Thunder King's arrival, Sudezu's face lit up with relief. Quickly, Thunder King began circling around the zombie, leaving it slightly disoriented. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Sudezu swung his staff at the zombie, but it blocked the attack with its hand. At that moment, Millie cast an amplification spell on Thunder King. Seizing the opportunity, Thunder King hurled an electrified orb at the back of the level 4 zombie. However, the zombie evaded the attack by leaping aside. Realizing it was outmatched, the level 4 zombie turned to flee. But Thunder King wasn't about to let such a valuable score slip away. He kicked the zombie's back, causing it to stumble and fall. Sudezu quickly pinned the zombie down, preventing it from getting up. The group then took turns pummeling it. Afterwards, Millie continuously healed Myling and Sudezu. The trio sighed with relief, grateful for the close call. Thunder King, on the other hand, extracted a crystal from the level 4 zombie. Holding the sizable crystal, his eyes gleamed with delight. Upon returning to base, Thunder King was the first to disembark, presenting a bag of crystals to Chen Luo with a sycophantic smile. Rice relayed to Chen Luo, "This sneaky dog wants to know how many points these crystals are worth." After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo responded, "Let's say 100 points." Thunder King's face lit up with excitement. Chen Luo washed the crystals, intending to use them to help Rice reach level 4 more quickly. Thunder King looked dumbfounded. "I worked hard for these crystals, and you're giving them to Rice? Shouldn't you give them to me? Is that fair?" After Rice translated Thunder King's words, Chen Luo handed the level 4 crystal back to Thunder King. Retorting, "You gave me the crystals, and I gave you points. Sounds fair, right?" Thunder King couldn't argue with that logic and handed the crystals back to Chen Luo. Mumbling, crystals aren't as enticing as points. After all, Chen Luo tightened his grip on Rice. Rice was spot on. Myling was in danger, but not life-threatening. When Millie was in danger previously, Rice had alerted me in advance, allowing me to rush over and play the hero. But why didn't it detect Sudaju's injuries? Was it because they were minor, or can it currently only sense danger for those it's close to? Chen Luo mused. Regardless, such a game-changing ability must be nurtured and upgraded. At dinner, Thunder King excitedly ran over, urging everyone to look at him. Chen Luo and the others gathered around, giving him a thorough examination. Is it just me, or did Thunder King get bigger? Someone questioned. Another joked, maybe you fed him too well. Infuriated by their baffling comments, Thunder King asked Rice to translate his message. Thunder King explained that he had successfully advanced to level 4, and with that, his size had changed. Myling recalled when she first met Chen Luo, who had said that she couldn't even beat his dog. At the time, she had been indignant, but now it seemed the statement was no exaggeration. I can't believe I'm less competent than a dog, she lamented. Rice then translated another message for Thunder King. Chen Luo. Thunder King wants to know how many points you're giving for the first one to advance to level 4. Chen Luo curiously asked, what do you want with the points? Thunder King proudly proclaimed, I have a dream to become the dog elder, and then, the deputy leader. Then, everyone will call me dog leader. Chen Luo looked stunned for a moment, then his face darkened. He gently nudged Thunder King with his foot. Dog leader, I feel like you're mocking me. Just then, the walkie-talkie on Chen Luo's chest buzzed to life. Big brother, Xiao Hai has sent people over again. 3 cars, about a dozen men, claiming they've come for help. I initially brushed them off, but they're really here. Let them in. Song Ling approached first, offering a box of cigarettes. Bro Chen, you probably have plenty of food here. Bro Hai couldn't find anything special, so here's 100 cigarettes as a gift. Bro Hai went to great lengths to gather them, whether you accept our request or not. The cigarettes are yours. Chen Luo smiled. What's the matter? Tell me. Song Ling nodded cautiously. An issue arose on our end. A powerful individual with special abilities named Zhang Wu has emerged. He's competing with us for resources, and is trying to take in survivors. That would have been tolerable, but he's too arrogant. He claims that 2 tigers can't share a mountain and threatens to wipe us out if Bro Hai doesn't become his subordinate. This guy is truly formidable. He effortlessly killed over a dozen of our people, including several competent fighters. Most of them were level 2. Bro Hai can't handle him, so he had no choice but to seek your help. Hearing this, Chen Luo pondered. 1 against a dozen, and many of them were level 2. The difference between level 2 and 3 abilities isn't that vast. It must be at least level 4. Unless this person had access to high-level crystals from the onset of the apocalypse, it must have been a level 6 or even level 7 crystal. Such high-level crystals don't get absorbed quickly. If I managed to take him down, Chen Luo felt this could be a profitable venture. But out of caution, he inquired, what kind of abilities does this person possess? How did he kill those men? Song Ling replied, it seems like he's of the physical type. He simply overpowered and killed our people without much technique. After some thought, Chen Luo agreed to help. Alright, I'll come with you to take a look. Upon hearing this, Song Ling was elated. Thank you, Bro Chen. Let's not waste any time and leave right away. He then turned to Rice, holding him and asked, Rice, do you think I might face danger on this trip? If you sense any threat, I won't go. Rice pondered, I don't think so. I haven't sensed anything. What do you mean? Think, is there danger or not? After a more thorough sensing, Rice confirmed, no, you can go in peace. Chen Luo gave him a deadpan look at the phrase, go in peace. If we're setting out, we go together. Thunder King, you stay and guard the soon after. The two arrived at Zhao Hai's base. Bro Chen, I can't thank you enough for coming to help. I'll remember this kindness. Zhang Wu is truly formidable. Our spells barely affect him. Please wait for a moment. Bro Chen, I'll gather our men and track down Zhang Wu. At this moment, Zhang Wu was surrounded by beautiful women, enjoying pleasures he had never experienced before the apocalypse. Then, relying on the crystals in his hand, he leveled up to the 4th level. Just as he was about to interact with the beauties in his arms, a panicked subordinate burst through the door, shouting, Boss, Zhao Hai has brought people here. Seeing his good time interrupted, Zhang Wu was furious. I didn't go looking for him, but he came looking for me. Is he courting death? Call all the brothers, grab your weapons, and follow me. In a short while, Zhang Wu and his men arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. Thus, the two groups confronted each other at the entrance. Meanwhile, Chen Luo was observing Zhang Wu from the back of the crowd. Although he couldn't determine Zhang Wu's exact level, it didn't matter. As long as he wasn't at the 7th level, there was no one he couldn't kill with a single stroke. Then, Zhang Wu started yelling at Zhao Hai. I gave you a chance because I thought you were someone of worth. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. I wanted to accept you, but you're courting death. Zhao Hai's face turned extremely unpleasant. Before the apocalypse, he wouldn't even have the chance to deal with such a brat, let alone be cursed by one. Zhang Wu, think you're so great? If I bring a dozen more men, dare you take them on? If you can handle them, I'll serve as your subordinate. Facing Zhao Hai's provocation, Zhang Wu agreed without hesitation. Seeing this, Zhao Hai sneered internally. After all, he's just a naive youngster. He can't resist being provoked. Who dares to take on Zhang Wu? A pound of sausage for each. As expected, with such a big reward, many brave souls stepped up. A group of men began ferociously smashing Zhang Wu with iron rods. However, Zhang Wu's body seemed as hard as iron, and he remained unscathed. Seeing this, Chen Luo knew it was his turn to act. He quietly approached Zhang Wu from behind. As everyone was busy assaulting Zhang Wu, Chen Luo secretly summoned a void sword behind his back. He swung the conjured void sword towards Zhang Wu, and in an instant, Zhang Wu was split in half. At that moment, he looked down in disbelief. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the onlookers, Chen Luo immediately searched for possible crystals on Zhang Wu's body. Even after checking all pockets, he found nothing. Could it be hidden in the bedroom? Recovering from his shock, the experienced Song Ling began to search Zhang Wu's groin area. Seeing Song Ling retrieve a crystal from Zhang Wu's underwear pocket, Chen Luo was astonished. He really knows how to hide things. Isn't he afraid it might be uncomfortable? What if his little brother absorbed the crystal and mutated? Song Ling caressed the crystal in his hand. It was the largest crystal he had ever seen. The larger the crystal, the better its effect. However, before Song Ling could cherish it, Chen Luo reached out for it. Even though Song Ling knew the importance of the crystal, he dared not refuse. He didn't want to end up being bisected like Zhang Wu. Chen Luo took the crystal with a look of disgust, saying, "This is even more nauseating than finding it in a zombie's head." After inspecting the quality and remaining power of the crystal, Chen Luo was a bit disappointed. It's only a level 6 crystal, and there's not much power left. Only about a quarter. Luckily, it's a psychic type, which should be suitable for rice to absorb. At this moment, Chen Luo pulled out another crystal from Zhang Wu, making Zhao Hai walk enviously from the side. He too knew the value of the crystal, but he dared not utter a word. He wouldn't dare to compete with Chen Luo. He was well aware that Zhang Wu, whom he couldn't handle, was instantly killed by Chen Luo. Moreover, the manner of Zhang Wu's death was bizarre. Even though he was split in half, not a single drop of blood was shed. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai turned to Zhang Wu's subordinates and said, "Everyone, don't be afraid. I promise I won't make things difficult for you." Zhang Wu was an idiot. At this time, we should all come together and focus on getting rid of the zombies. I can assure all of you that following me will not lead to any losses. Those who want to join us, come forward. Chen Luo glanced at the time and said, "It's time to go. I can't leave my home unattended." Zhao Hai sighed in relief. "Bro Chen, thank you again for your help. If you ever need assistance in the future, just let me know. Do you want some people to escort you home?" Chen Luo waved his hand. "No need. But about that golden Bentley, I won't be shy about taking it. If Bro Chen likes it, feel free to take it. If we find any good cars in the future, we'll make sure to send them to you first," Zhao Hai assured. Watching Chen Luo drive away, Zhao Hai remarked, "It's really advantageous to know a powerful person like him. Send a message down the line. If any of our people encounter Chen Luo in the future, they should be very respectful. He might just save their lives at a crucial moment." On the way back to the villa, Rice was catching up on a TV drama from the morning. Rice was engrossed in the show. Chen Luo took a glance and noticed it was a historical drama. In one scene, a Taoist priest was telling the protagonist's fortune. "Young friend, I see a great misfortune looming over you." True to the priest's words, the protagonist soon faced danger. This piqued Rice's interest. "This person is even more skilled than me." Chen Luo chuckled. "The priest is just acting. But Rice is the real deal." Rice mimicked the movements of the Taoist priest from the TV, making Chen Luo burst into laughter. You're too adorable. Rice, trying to tell a fortune with her claws, said, let me predict for me, Ling. Chen Luo laughed, wondering if Rice had been genuinely inspired to tell fortunes. Suddenly, Raya's expression turned serious. I foresee a large chest omen for me, Ling. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo paused in confusion. A great misfortune. Is this real or fake? I'm not home right now. Is me, Ling, in danger? With these thoughts, Chen Luo pressed hard on the accelerator, rushing back to the base. Upon arriving, Chen Luo was met with stunned faces. What happened to all of you? Xu Yun, with a bruised and battered face, replied, we went to the artificial lake for training and encountered a swarm of bees. There were over 2,000 of them, making them really hard to deal with. So, understanding the situation, Chen Luo then turned to Millie. Millie, are you okay? Were you hurt? And where's your sister? Why don't I see her? Millie looked around, ensuring no one was listening, before whispering, I'm fine, and so is my sister. But she got stung in a sensitive area, and it swelled up. She's gone back to her room. Chen Luo, a bit puzzled, asked, which area? Millie blushed and pointed to her chest. Suddenly, everything clicked for Chen Luo. So the large chest omen was not the great misfortune I was thinking of. Rice, you should have been clearer. You scared me half to death. Rice responded with a pitiful look. I did say large chest omen. Meanwhile, on the streets, Su Yang held his dying brother, grief evident in his eyes. But his brother, struggling to breathe, advised, brother, I've observed the villa-based base you joined. It's safe there. You don't have to worry about someone betraying you constantly. Tears streaming down his face, Su Yang cried, brother, don't leave me. You're the only family I have left. If we're to join, let's join together. Difficulty, his elder brother smiled, I can't make it. Currently, we only have 2 crystals, and we need 3 to join. However, they didn't specify that the crystals must come from zombies. Extract my crystal to make it 3, and then you can join them. His brother's strength waned, and soon his head drooped, leaving Su Yang devastated in the middle of the street. In the end, Su Yang did extract his brother's crystal, but this event drastically changed his mindset. Even though we were a bit cowardly at the start, why didn't you give us a chance? Why couldn't we join you to kill zombies as a team? Instead, you forced my brother and me to face the zombies alone. If it weren't for your harsh requirements, my brother would still be alive. I hate you all. I'll make sure every one of you pays for my brother's death. Su Yang's plan was to first join Chen Luo's side. However, when he returned to Chen Luo with the crystal, Rice immediately sensed his malicious intent. This man wants to kill you, Rice said. Although Chen Luo didn't show any reactions on the surface, he was wondering, what grudge does he hold against me to want me dead? He sent Rice away, saying, the scene that's about to unfold isn't fit for viewing. Then he took Su Yang to a room where Jin Dao was. Without uttering a word, Chen Luo slapped Su Yang across the face. Tell me, why do you want to kill me? Who sent you? Su Yang was shocked, wondering how Chen Luo knew his intentions. He feigned innocence. We just met. Why would I want to kill you? I genuinely wanted to join. At this, Chen Luo slapped him again. Tell me the truth. My patience has limits. Unable to restrain himself, Su Yang stood up, electricity crackling in one hand and a blazing fireball in the other. Chen Luo's pupils shrank. This was dual ability activation, a phenomenon extremely rare and to attain. In his previous life, even after reaching the king level, Chen Luo had never managed to activate a second ability. Su Yang yelled, all because you set such strict requirements. My brother died because of you. While you sit back at home and play with cats, don't you deserve death? Chen Luo replied exasperatedly, as if I caused the apocalypse. Was it my fault you suffered? Did I beg you to join? Enraged, Su Yang unleashed his dual abilities on Chen Luo. But to Chen Luo, it was nothing. Without holding back, Chen Luo waved his hand, a spatial force cutting Su Yang's head off. Later, members of the team began to go on various missions. Rice, however, was intently staring at someone, saying hesitantly, I feel this person will die. Chen Luo was taken aback. Previously, Rice could only sense danger around those close to him. But after reaching the 4th level, he could sense strangers' fates. To verify Raya's prediction, Chen Luo decided to personally follow the person. Meanwhile, Su Mingqing stepped behind a tree to relieve himself. Su Mingqing had distanced himself from the group when Chen Luo looked up and noticed a zombified cat on the tree. It was a black cat, well hidden amongst the branches. Just as it was about to pounce on Su Mingqing, Chen Luo, with lightning-fast reflexes, slapped it away. Simultaneously, back at the villa, Rice suddenly spat out blood and fainted. This startled Thunder King, whose eyes widened in shock. What's happening? If something happens to Rice, how will I explain to the master? The main concern for Thunder King was that only it was present with Rice, and there were no witnesses. What if the master thinks I hurt Rice? I wouldn't even be able to explain, and I might end up as dog meat. With trembling fear, Thunder King approached Rice, gently nudging him. But Rice didn't respond. Growing more anxious, Thunder King decided to inform the master. Holding Rice in its mouth, Thunder King placed him on a chair and ran out to find Chen Luo. Within moments, a teary-eyed Thunder King located Chen Luo and barked twice before turning to lead the way. Thunder King knew Chen Luo would understand the urgency. Sure enough, Chen Luo's face paled, and he followed Thunder King at full speed towards the base. In less than a minute, Chen Luo arrived at the base. Thunder King stood beside the rocking chair, barking in distress, as if trying to say, "It wasn't my fault." The sight truly panicked Chen Luo, who rushed to Raya's side, cradling him and checking his condition. His heart was still beating and his body was warm. He's still alive. Chen Luo sighed in relief, but he was puzzled about how Rice, in perfect health, could have been injured when none of the members on guard duty were hurt. Clearly, no outsiders had been here. With murderous intent in his eyes, Chen Luo demanded, "Who did this?" Thunder King shivered and hastily shook its head, indicating its innocence. M.I. Li, who had just arrived, asked Chen Luo, "What happened? Why did you call me back so urgently? What's wrong with Rice? We'll discuss it later. First, heal him." M.I. Li nodded, quickly employing her healing ability to tend to Rice. Chen Luo was lost in thought. Why would Rice get hurt? Was it because I intervened and saved Su Mingqing, causing Raya's prophecy to? But before this, Rice had also prophesied about M.I. Li and M.I. Ling, and intervening had never been an issue. After undergoing the healing, Rice slowly opened his eyes, appearing extremely drained. "Don't worry," he murmured. "I'm fine. This time, I was indeed affected because the prophecy was altered." Feeling guilty, Chen Luo said, "I shouldn't have been so impulsive." Rice, focusing his senses, explained, "I sense a track around me. You, M.I. Ling, and M.I. Li are on this track, orbiting around me, while others are outside of it. If you three deviate from it, I can correct the course. But if anyone else does, it comes with a significant risk for me. Thunder King seems to be desperately trying to get onto the track, but he's at the farthest point from me. Correcting his path might mean I'd never get to eat fish again." Chen Luo analyzed Raya's words, realizing that if someone had a 100% intimacy level with Rice, then the outcome of Raya's prophecies could be altered without backlash. Currently, only Chen Luo, M.I. Li, and M.I. Ling fit this category. Such power must be used judiciously in my past life. I never met Rice. Turning to Thunder King, he patted its head. "Thunder King, it would benefit you to get closer to Rice in the future." Thunder King looked puzzled. "I'm not a sycophant. Why would I need to cozy up to him?" After Chen Luo whispered an explanation into its ear, Thunder King's eyes widened in realization. "The benefits are so significant, it means I can ensure my survival." Chen Luo placed Rice on Thunder King's back. "From now on, Thunder King will double up as your mount." Rice. A month swiftly passed, and Chen Luo once again gathered everyone. As you all have witnessed in the past month, within just over 30 days, some of the level 2 zombies have started evolving again. When Chen Luo spoke, everyone below began to panic. Discussing amongst themselves, "I encountered a level 3 zombie yesterday. It scared the life out of me," one said. "I haven't even reached level 3 yet," another exclaimed. "They're not going to keep evolving indefinitely, are they?" wondered a third. Hearing these comments, Chen Luo interjected, "Everyone, stay calm. The zombies' evolution only means they have had some enhancement in attributes and gained a little intelligence. It's not the same concept as your level evolution. However, I'll still ensure everyone has enough time to adapt. For the first 3 days, I only require 1 level 3 crystal daily. Any additional crystal you acquire will earn you 2 points. After 3 days, the daily requirement will increase to 2 level 3 crystals, and any extra will earn you 3 points." At that moment, the intercom crackled with Chen Guang's voice. "Bro, Xiao Hai's people are at the door again. They say they have news to share with you." Chen Luo rolled his eyes, thinking, "What now?" He announced, "Everyone, form teams and practice nearby for now." Dismissed. Walking to the villa entrance, Chen Luo straightforwardly asked the visitors, "What's the matter?" The visitor explained, "There's a gathering being organized near the toll booth on National Highway 999. The intention is to bring everyone in the vicinity together to discuss how to overcome our current challenges. The gathering is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Bro Hai intends to attend, and he wanted to know if you'll be joining." Rubbing his chin, Chen Luo remembered something similar from his past life. "Of course I'll attend this gathering. I didn't participate in my previous life, but after being reborn, my goal is to gather and unite the elites from everywhere. I want to create a strong and unified haven to withstand these apocalyptic times. A social event like this is the perfect opportunity to network and collaborate." The day after tomorrow quickly arrived, and Chen Luo led his team to the gathering. As they stepped onto the highway, a sleazy voice called out, "Hey handsome, wanna have some fun? How about you guys? Our shop offers a variety of services at reasonable prices. Just 10 kilograms of rice or a level 2 crystal." Chen Luo looked at the sleazy man with disgust. "The world's ending, and you're still preying on women." He held a particular disdain for such individuals. The trading post was situated on the highway. Everyone parked their vehicles on either side and set up stalls in front of their vehicles, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Chen Luo's group was taken aback by the lively scene, something they hadn't seen in a long while. Chen Luo also set up a stall, displaying a sign detailing the benefits offered at his base. The sign stated they were only recruiting level 3 power users or those with unique abilities. It also mentioned they would pay high prices for high-level crystals, with the tagline, "Don't worry about our ability to pay, just make sure you have the goods." After setting up, Chen Luo instructed his group, "Browse around, buy what you want, and contact anyone who has something of interest." After briefing them, he began wandering the market with Chen Guang, Fang Yu, Sha Horan, and Su Dazu. As they were about to complete their round of the market, Chen Luo noticed a crowd gathered around a particular stall. He quickly made his way there, politely pushing through the crowd for a better view. Recognizing the vendor, he exclaimed, "Isn't this Brother Long, the one I met at the market after gathering supplies? Isn't that chicken the one Sha Horan begged for?" To his surprise, it seemed the chicken had yet to be eaten. At that moment, Zhou Minliang coldly smirked, "Did you want money for that damn chicken that burned my brother's hair? Do you think you can bully me? I'll give you 100 kilograms of rice, not a grain more. Otherwise, let's settle this elsewhere." Zhang Long, looking distressed, replied, "This chicken has the potential to become a phoenix. I want at least 10 tons of rice or dozens of level 2 crystals." Chen Luo's eyes lit up when he saw the chicken. "Brother Long, I'll give you 20 level 2 crystals for this chicken. I'll take it." At this, Zhou Minliang glared menacingly at Chen Luo. "Are you trying to stir trouble? This chicken injured my brother. It's only right that it's sold to me." Chen Luo merely glanced at him and chose not to respond. Seeing Chen Luo ignoring him, Zhou Mingliang's anger boiled over and he lunged at Chen Luo. However, before he could make a move, Sha Horan punched him, sending him flying. Now, Zhou Minliang was utterly enraged. "Damn it! Anyone who wants to live better get out of the way. It's always been me, Zhou Minliang, bullying others. Today, someone dares to stand up to me? Get them." Chen Luo, with a smirk on his face, watched Sha Horan's swift action. I wonder what Brother Long's reaction would be if he knew just how powerful Sha Horan is. Chen Luo thought. Without hesitation, Sha Horan, with a steely expression, moved forward. With fists as fast as lightning, he took down each opponent. In less than 2 minutes, the dozens that had surrounded them were all knocked to the ground. And even after taking down so many, Sha Horan was unscathed. Seeing this, Zhang Long was utterly flabbergasted. Even though he knew Sha Horan was a champion in free fighting, he hadn't expected such a difference in power. Especially now that it was the end of days and many had supernatural abilities. He regretted his previous decision. He could have had someone of Sha Horan's caliber on his side just for a single chicken. How could I have been so foolish back then? Zhang Long lamented. Where he bought a fire-breathing chicken, Brother Long, they do their thing. And we continue with our trading. This made Zhang Long very reluctant to part with it. Although the price was far from what he had expected, Zhang Long didn't dare say anything after Chen Luo forcibly took it away. He didn't want to end up like the person who was just beaten up by Sha Horan. "My chicken is gone." Chen Luo, with a full face of smiles, grabbed the old hen. "Would be nice to use this to nourish Meili's health when I have the time." However, the chicken, not knowing what's good for it, immediately pecked Chen Luo's hand. Although its beak is quite sharp, it didn't cause any harm to Chen Luo due to its low level. Instead, it had a feather forcibly pulled off by Chen Luo. The hen cried out in pain. Chen Luo glared at it threateningly with a gloomy face. Peck me again and see what happens. I'll pluck all your feathers on the spot and have you for dinner tonight. Try me. The old hen immediately behaved. Chen Luo then put the hen in a bag. Just then, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. All team leaders please gather at the East Toll Station. Space is limited, so it's best to bring only 2 people with you. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately returned to his team's stall. Looks like the organizer is finally showing up. Chen Horan, Su Dazu, the 2 of you come with me. Everyone else, you're free to move around. After giving his instructions, Chen Luo then led the 2 to the toll station. As soon as they arrived, Zhao Hai called Chen Luo over to sit next to him and began to introduce the organizer of this trade fair. Bro Chen, that man is Yi Gaofei, the heir to Yi Corporation, dealing in international trade. I hear this young guy is quite skillful and experienced. Chen Luo slightly nodded, but his attention was not on Yi Gaofei. Instead, he focused on a young man next to him wearing a gray t-shirt. He knows this person, Wang Mu, a metal element ability user who can transform into various shapes to serve as a weapon for others. Metal element ability users are quite rare, and besides melee, he is another king-level support powerhouse from his past life. If I can recruit him, wouldn't that mean he could transform into a sword for our warrior or a staff for our mage? At this point, seeing that most people had arrived, Yi Gaofei began to introduce himself. I am very pleased that everyone could attend this trade fair I organized. My name is Yi Gaofei. I have set up a base that currently houses 1,252 survivors, 812 of whom are level 2, 56 are level 3, and 3 are level 4. As soon as he said this, everyone but Chen Luo was shocked. They actually have level 4 ability users. Chen Luo then counted how many level 4 individuals were in his own base. It seemed that aside from himself being level 5, there were only 4 others and a cat and a dog. It looks like this guy must have high-level crystals. Yi Gaofei smiled as he watched the astonished expressions on people's faces. They probably don't yet know how big the gap between level 3 and level 4 is. If they did, they'd be even more surprised. Next, I have 2 pieces of good news to share with everyone. The first is that as long as you reach level 4, you will no longer have to worry about contaminated water. Even level 3 physical types can handle it. Water is the source of life. This indicates that we humans can continue to survive. Chen Luo chuckled softly at this, although it was true. Unfortunately, contaminated water would permanently reduce human potential. Bad luck for anyone who drinks it. The second piece of news is about the secret of the crystals. With that, Yi Gaofei took out a level 6 crystal from his pocket. Chen Luo immediately narrowed his eyes, looking a bit disappointed. Too bad, it's a bit low level. Yi Gaofei continued. Now, I will share with you the secrets of the crystals I know about. I believe many people here have used level 3 crystals. Anyone who has used them knows that they are much better than level 1 or level 2. The crystal I have here is even more advanced. Although I can't distinguish its specific level at the moment, the reason our people advanced to level 4 so quickly is all due to using this advanced crystal. Xiao Hai below the stage widened his eyes upon hearing this, then turned his head towards Chen Luo with sudden realization. So that's why he is so powerful. He must have used a very high-level crystal. No wonder he was so eager to loot the body after killing Zhang Wu. Then Yi Gaofei went on to talk about individual crystal absorption rates and personal growth rates. Yi Gaofei was being completely open. Chen Luo sneered. Yi Gaofei is so kind-hearted. He must be up to something. Sure enough, Yi Gaofei's next words confirmed Chen Luo's suspicion. Yi Gaofei continued. Folks, I am sharing all this with you because I can't bear to see any more mutual killing. Individual power is hard to sustain in this post-apocalyptic world. I've called you all here to form a unified group. Of course, I'm not insisting. It's up to you to decide. This collective will be co-ruled by everyone. We will form an elders' council, and any leader here with decent strength can become an elder. All decisions will be made by voting within the council. Chen Luo thought to himself, he's putting on this whole show just to recruit some followers. The crowd began to get excited. Based on Mr. Yi's selfless sharing, we can tell you're a good person of high character. I'm willing to join. Mr. Yi has 3 level 4s. Joining him would make me feel secure. At this point, a white-haired woman stood up to speak. Our boss Yi said it's all voluntary, but if someone chooses not to join, don't blame us for outnumbering you when we cross paths while gathering supplies later. Xiao Hai thought to himself, damn, this woman is intentionally playing the bad cop. Next, Yi Gaofei distributed a leaflet to everyone. Chen Luo looked at it and thought, by distributing such a tempting leaflet to the members of each team, there will always be some who want to join, even if their leaders disagree. There will be a number of followers who will come to him on the sly. Yi Gaofei saw that the time was about right and stood up to say, all right, everyone, think it over. If you're willing, come over here and register. Those who come are all brothers. Chen Luo smirked to himself, this Yi Gaofei is really something, pressing some people into a corner, but I haven't heard much about this Yi Gaofei in my previous life. So, if nothing unexpected happens, he should pretty much bring about his own downfall soon. Once he's gone, I'll approach Long Yu to express my sincerity and try to win him over. Chen Luo was well aware that his scheme not only offended all the leaders present, but also brought some survivors with ill intentions into his team. Sure enough, some restless leaders were already preparing to band together, even though Yi Gaofei was relying on having 3 level 4s on his side. He wouldn't be able to withstand all the leaders working against him covertly. After all, each survivor has their own ulterior motives. It's not possible for everyone to unite against the zombies. After discussing some plans with the other leaders, Xiao Hai turned his head to ask Chen Luo if he wanted to join in. Chen Luo responded, I won't get involved in a children's fight. Xiao Hai nodded. Chen Luo initially thought he wouldn't recruit anyone, but surprisingly, he managed to get 3 people. However, when Chen Luo looked at these 3, he noticed their eyes were a bit shifty. He immediately realized that these 3 were likely spies planted by others, planning to infiltrate his ranks. It seems I'll have to get Rice to take a closer look when I get back. Seeing that the time was about right, Chen Luo signaled for everyone to start heading back to the city. Driving at the front was Chen Guan. While Chen Luo occasionally looked out at the scenery, suddenly, he saw a young woman in the distance staring at his convoy. Initially, Chen Luo didn't pay much attention. But when he recalled the woman's face, he hit the brakes abruptly. Opening the car door, he and his team immediately ran towards the young woman. Seeing Chen Luo and a bunch of men getting out of the car, the young woman panicked and started running away. Chen Luo shouted from behind, don't run, I mean no harm. Meng Ying kept running ahead, ignoring him completely. Time to transform. The next second, Meng Ying turned into a little white rabbit, speeding up considerably. Although Meng Ying was fast, she was no match for Chen Luo. He used his and grabbed the rabbit by its ears, lifting it up. Fear filled the rabbit's eyes. How can this person run so fast? Chen Luo said with a smile, I really mean no harm. Are you alone? Why don't you transform back? Meng Ying, who was caught, had no intention of transforming back. Seeing her reluctance, Chen Luo simply smiled. It's dangerous for you to be alone. Come back with me. If you don't respond, I'll assume you agree. Let's go. Big brother will bring you back for some good food. Tears flowed down Meng Ying's cheeks. Where did you get the idea that I agreed? Upon returning to the main camp, Millie asked in surprise, where did you get this chicken and rabbit? Chen Luo laughed. I picked them up on the way. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Luo accidentally let go, and the rabbit dropped from his hand. Drained of her abilities, Meng Ying transformed back into a young woman. Standing up, Meng Ying glared at Chen Luo. What do you mean picked up? You clearly kidnapped me. Chen Luo ignored her remark, and instead directed Shui Yun to take her to eat. Meng Ying, forcibly brought by Chen Luo, was extremely angry. I'd rather starve to death than eat anything from you. To this, Chen Luo chuckled. Be careful not to speak too soon, young lady. By evening, an extremely hungry Meng Ying began eating. Who was it that said they'd rather starve than eat my food? Meng Ying retorted. I didn't starve, did I? If I'm alive, of course, I'll eat. You have pretty thick skin, young lady. Go ahead and eat. I'm genuinely sorry for bringing you here by force. We are in great need of nature-based ability users in my base. If you can grow crops, a meat meal every day won't be a problem. Somewhat discontent, Meng Ying responded. Well, you've already kidnapped me, so it seems like I don't have much choice. I'll take the opportunity to observe, and if it's truly good, I'll have him bring Xiao Yu over. Chen Luo then handed her a bunch of potato seeds, asking her to try and improve them. After saying this, Chen Luo turned to leave. At that moment, Su Dezu found Chen Luo and said, Bro, Rice told me that the 3 new recruits from the trade meeting are spies. Chen Hao ran and I just beat them up, and they've all confessed. 2 are from Yi Gaofei's side, and 1 was sent by Qilin. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo made a throat-slitting gesture and ordered, "Kill them all. Let's keep this quiet and see how things unfold." At this moment, Zhao Hai's subordinate ran over. "Brother Chen, sorry to bother you again. Qilin has suddenly sent an invitation, asking Brother Hai to discuss dealing with Yi Gaofei, and Qilin has insisted multiple times that you should also come along." Chen Luo directly agreed, thinking to himself, "I'm quite curious about how Qilin and others plan to deal with Yi Gaofei. Maybe I'll find a chance to help Long Yu if he's in danger." Soon all the local leaders gathered together, and started discussing a plan against Yi Gaofei. Qilin confidently said that he could take down Yi Gaofei. "I have a way to kill Yi Gaofei, but in return, I'll take 30% of the supplies. The rest will be evenly split among everyone. Who wants to join me in taking down Yi Gaofei?" Chen Luo immediately refused, stating he had too few men to participate. Hearing this, Qilin stared coldly at Chen Luo. "Don't push your luck, young man, if you're hoping to profit from our mutual destruction. I suggest you abandon that thought. Otherwise, you'll be the first I take down." Xiao Hai, startled by this, broke into a cold sweat. "Didn't I warn this old guy not to mess with Chen Luo? Is he asking for death?" Xiao Hai immediately vouched for Chen Luo. "Brother Chen Luo is definitely not that kind of person. He simply does not wish to get involved in disputes." But Qilin was not convinced. "I don't believe in words, only actions. If it weren't for giving you some face, he would be kneeling, not sitting." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hai knew Qilin was doomed, and no longer tried to persuade him. Chen Luo let out a cold laugh from the side. "So you think you're brave? I'd like to see what gives you the audacity to make me kneel." Qilin glared menacingly at Chen Luo. "I can see you're not a nobody, even if you're a level 4, just like Yi Gaofei. I don't believe a level 4 can take on hundreds of people. You've grown so quickly, you must have high-level crystals on you. Hand them over, and swear to lead the charge against Yi Gaofei, and I might spare your life." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo finally understood the situation. No wonder he's planting spies while insisting that Xiao Hai bring me into this. He's just looking for an excuse to deal with me. Seeing Chen Luo unfazed, Qilin immediately ordered his men to search him. Several burly men moved in to pin down Chen Luo, but in the next second, Chen Luo appeared behind Qilin. Before he could react, Chen Luo slapped him across the face. "I ask you, what's your plan to kill Yi Gaofei?" The slap wasn't damaging, but it was highly insulting. Qilin couldn't remember the last time he'd been slapped. For someone as arrogant as him, it was extremely humiliating. "If you've got the guts, kill me. Kill me, and you won't walk out of my base alive." People immediately surrounded Chen Luo. If not for their fear of what Qilin might suffer at Chen Luo's hands, they would have already attacked. One of Qilin's subordinates shouted, "Let go of my big brother," but Chen Luo paid them no mind, as threats were the least effective on him. He continued slapping Qilin, quickly turning his face into a bloody, swollen mess. At this point, Qilin sneered, "I've been hustling since I was 13. I've been beating up plenty. Haven't you had your fill? Kill me, and we'll die together." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo instantly gripped his throat. "You do have a tough guy's demeanor, but unfortunately, you messed with me without knowing better." At this point, one of Qilin's subordinates, burning with rage, threw caution to the wind and charged forward. Chen Luo coldly conjured a sword from the void and began slaughtering. Very few were level 3, most were level 2. They stood no chance against Chen Luo. After killing just a portion, the crowd collapsed and scattered in fear. Chen Luo generally leaves no loose ends, but in this situation, he alone couldn't eliminate the fleeing crowd. He turned his gaze to Zhao Hai and the others, telling them not to be afraid. "I won't kill spectators as long as you don't provoke me. I never stir up trouble, and I'm not like Yi Gaofei, coveting everyone's manpower. I can't afford that." The other leaders, hearing this, could only awkwardly comply with Chen Luo. Meanwhile, at Yi Gaofei's base, a man wailing in despair came to Long Yu, holding a foul, rotting woman. He begged Long Yu to take his side. 3 days ago, I went out with you to kill zombies. When I returned, my wife had disappeared. Today, someone secretly told me Yulingjia did this." Upon hearing this, Long Yu angrily turned and headed for the level 3 area to confront Yulingjia. Just as he reached the door, he heard disturbing words from inside the room. Gripping his fists, Long Yu burst in, ready to interrogate Yulingjia. When Yi Gaofei arrived, upon seeing Yi Gaofei, Yulingzhou looked as though he had seen his savior. Yi Gaofei directly advised Long Yu, although Yulingzhou is at fault, his offense is not worthy of death. His value is much higher than others. He can kill more zombies in the future and atone for his mistakes. Upon hearing this, Long Yu exploded with anger. In terms of value, aren't I more valuable than him? I want to kill him right now. Upon hearing this, Yulingzhou, horrified, revealed the truth. Brother Fei, save me. I'm the fall guy for you. At this, Long Yu angrily turned to Yi Gaofei and questioned, is what he said true? Before Yi Gaofei could answer, Yulingzhou jumped in and spoke first. Brother Yi is busy managing the entire base during the day. What's wrong with relaxing with a few women at night? Only with a clear mind can you make sound decisions, ensuring more people survive. You don't lead anyone to kill zombies or gather supplies. You're just daydreaming about uniting the entire country, leading everyone to laze around and await death. And now you're even leading and womanizing? Why did I ever blindly follow you? If our paths are different, we cannot make plans together. I bid you farewell. After saying this, Long Yu turned and left. Watching Long Yu's departing back, Yulingzhou immediately suggested to Yi Gaofei that they kill Long Yu here and now. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble later. Once he spreads this incident, it will undoubtedly cause chaos in the base. Although Yi Gaofei wanted to deal with Long Yu right away, he knew that he couldn't act openly. After all, quite a few people in the base had good relations with Long Yu. Having them act against Long Yu was unrealistic. Moreover, Long Yu himself was a level 4 powerhouse. Yi Gaofei couldn't just watch him leave. Suddenly, Yi Gaofei had an idea and turned to Yulingzhou. He instructed him to spread the word, saying Long Yu is a bully who oppresses both men and women and has lost his humanity. In light of his past merits, I'll let him go. He and his followers should leave the base. Long Yu left the base with more than 40 people, somewhat lost and uncertain about where to go. Long Yu muttered to himself, I was too naive. I wanted everyone to kill zombies together. As if it would be that simple. On the other side, Qilin's subordinates decided to ally themselves with Yi Gaofei, asking for his help in dealing with Chen Luo. After returning to the base, Sha Huaren excitedly approached Chen Luo, announcing he had reached level 4. Hearing this, Chen Luo felt very relieved. He then told Sha Huaren that once you reach level 4 in physical series, the crystals would continually release power to refine your body. You can control where this power refines you, apart from vital areas like your head and heart. I think you should focus the remaining energy on refining your fists. Sha Huaren thought about it and agreed. My fists have been my strongest weapon since I've been practicing boxing from a young age. Just as he was chatting with Sha Huaren, Chen Luo urgently contacted him via radio. Big brother, Xiaohai has come here for refuge. He says Yi Gaofei is coming. Chen Luo immediately instructed Chen Luo to let him in. How could Yi Gaofei find my base? Xiaohai said with a bitter smile. It's the followers of Qilin you didn't kill yesterday. They have joined Yi Gaofei. Hearing this, Chen Luo cursed inwardly. The one time I didn't eliminate a threat, it came back to cause trouble. He then spoke to everyone. Prepare for the enemy. Soon, an army of 2,000 people arrived at the front of Chen Luo's villa. Looking at the surrounding walls, all more than 5 meters high, with only the entrance lacking a wall but only accommodating about a dozen people at once, Yi Gaofei couldn't help but admit that Chen Luo had some substance. However, even the most robust fortress can easily crumble from within. Thinking of this, Yi Gaofei took a megaphone and began to shout. Chen Luo, you are surrounded. Put down your weapons. Give up the struggle and surrender. No killing if you surrender. I advise you to come out with your followers to avoid unnecessary deaths. I guarantee on my honor that those who surrender will be treated as brothers. Otherwise, don't blame me when my army of 2,000 flattens your base. The first 10 people to surrender will be rewarded with 2 cans of Red Bull and 2 sausages. But after shouting for quite a while, Yi Gaofei saw no one come out to surrender. Hearing this, Chen Luo was utterly speechless. How ridiculous. Even an ordinary member on my side eats meat every day. But why are there only 2 level 4s? Where is Wang Yu? Seeing that there was no movement from Chen Luo's side, Yi Gaofei, unable to contain himself, looked toward Zhang Hao and told him to take his men to be the vanguard. Zhang Hao had just joined Yi Gaofei and led a small group. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao had no intention of taking action. He was just there to make up the numbers. He knew they would win the battle, but his group of over 50 would be wiped out and he would be left with nothing. Eventually, Yi Gaofei would swallow him whole, not leaving even a trace. The moment Yi Gaofei ordered Zhang Hao, various small group leaders shrunk back and moved to the rear. Yi Gaofei was somewhat baffled, realizing he couldn't even find a vanguard among his 2,000 men. Though numerous, they were all inept and they feared to face just over 200 enemies. After all, except for Yi Gaofei's confidants, nobody really trusted his team. The situation thus became oddly stalemate. Chen Luo sat quietly on the top floor of his villa, watching this group of clowns. In this odd stalemate, Chen Luo casually threw an apple core of an apple he had just finished into the crowd. The crowd scattered, thinking it was a hidden weapon. But when they looked closely, they realized it was just a fresh apple core. At this, Yi Gaofei finally realized a serious problem. Apart from Long Yu, who had followed him before, and his ultimate sycophant Han Yu, nobody would actually risk their lives for him. Now that Long Yu had left in a huff, only Han Yu remained. He had no choice but to look at Han Yu with deep emotion. Han Yu, you go. You are level 4. I will have Lu Wen add some protection to you. The level 3s can't harm you. If this stalemate continues, my prestige will be gone. You are my only reliance now. You will help me, right? Faced with Yi Gaofei's tender words, Han Yu was almost moved. Without hesitation, Han Yu nodded. As Han Yu took the lead to charge, the others followed suit and rushed forward. As soon as they got close, they were attacked by long-range ability users. But they were all blocked by an earth shield. Han Yu kicked open the iron door, only to discover a strange earth wall inside the entrance. Just as she was puzzled, Mylene and Suyin suddenly jumped out from behind the earth wall. At the same time, they threw spells they had conjured in their hands at her. Han Yu's instincts made her hair stand on end. She quickly grabbed one of her subordinates to shield herself, but it still couldn't block Mylene and Suyun's attack. Instantly, more than a dozen figures were sent flying into the air. Their earth shield couldn't protect them. Han Yu, who was blasted away, finally realized, these two must be level 4s. Otherwise, the damage wouldn't be so high. Just then, Thunder King couldn't wait any longer and jumped out. Only then did Chen Luo notice Thunder King. As soon as he entered the field, how could others practice their coordination? But it was too late. Thunder King had already rushed into the crowd, going around the large army to find their leader, Yi Gaofei. After all, in Thunder King's eyes, Yi Gaofei was a moving point source. At this moment, Yi Gaofei also noticed something rushing toward him. Looking up, he saw a dog flying at him. In midair, the dog's mouth suddenly generated a terrifying ball of lightning. With a bang, the lightning ball exploded, sending several people next to Yi Gaofei flying. Yi Gaofei stared blankly. The power seemed to be stronger than his own abilities. After landing, the dog actually stood up like a human and launched a lightning palm attack straight at Yi Gaofei. Yi Gaofei wanted to dodge, but had no time to react. He was directly slapped by the dog. Yi Gaofei spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Following that, Thunder King executed another Thundertail swipe, followed by another lightning ball, and finally, a flying kick to finish it off. Upon landing, Yi Gaofei died on the spot. He never thought that he would be killed by a dog today. Seeing that their boss Yi Gaofei had died, the surrounding people scattered in all directions. Among the crowd, a cleric even fell to his knees begging, "Don't kill me. I'm from the Light series. I can heal." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo had Sha Huaren bring him over. Driven by the desire to survive, he quickly introduced himself. "Big brother, don't kill me. My name is Lu Wen. I am from the Light series. I'm a cleric." Chen Luo chuckled. "One more cleric means more protection for my subordinates. Alright, then you better answer my questions honestly. Why didn't Wang Yu come? Is he staying back at the base?" No, that's not it. He was kicked out of the base by Yi Gaofei for harassing men and women." Chen Luo paused for a moment. "Wang Yu isn't that kind of person, is he?" Lu Wen meekly replied. Yi Gaofei framed him. Chen Luo suddenly understood. This man really brought it upon himself. After taking care of Yi Gaofei, Chen Luo learned about Wang Yu's whereabouts from cleric Lu Wen. So Chen Luo asked Zhao Hai to clean up the battlefield, promising to treat him to a feast later. He then took all his teammates to Yi Gaofei's base to collect the spoils of war. And along the way, search for Wang Yu. He definitely wanted to bring such a talent into his team. At this time, Thunder King approached Chen Luo with Yi Gaofei's crystal in its mouth to exchange for points. Seeing how obsessed the dog was with points, Chen Luo took the crystal and told him to stay home. "We'll settle the points when I get back." Thunder King barked twice to indicate that he understood. Song Ling watched as Chen Luo walked away and sighed. Bro hi, why don't we join Chen Luo as well? Following him wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, the world's order has collapsed. Relying on relationships and worldly wisdom is useless. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Hai's other subordinates also began to discuss. I'm not going. I at least have a high-ranking position here with Bro Hai. And good stuff goes to us brothers. If we go to Chen Luo, and we don't even have the qualifications to be small fries, we'd be considered newcomers. Do you think Chen Luo would give his face and directly promote us to elite members? Hearing this, Xiao Hai felt a bit bitter. He sighed, deciding to wait and see if he got lucky and found a high-level crystal. There might still be a chance for him to rise. On the other side, with Lu Wen leading the way, Chen Luo easily reached Yi Gaofei's base and took all the supplies, instructing others to carry the supplies. Chen Luo himself was bored and wandering outside. Suddenly, Chen Luo's eyes brightened, noticing a dog with golden fur in the base. The golden-furred dog seemed pleased to see Chen Luo and wagged its tail cutely. Chen Luo began to check its hindquarters, and after an examination found out it was a female dog. Chen Luo let out a strange laugh. Ah, it's a female. Perfect to bring back as a wife for Thunder King. Thunder King, I found you a wife. Charging you 1,000 points for it isn't too much, right? With that thought, Chen Luo took a leash from his inventory and put it on her, then led Golden Fur to find Thunder King. However, when Thunder King saw that Chen Luo brought back a dog, it lost all interest in waiting for Chen Luo to settle its points. After locking eyes with Golden Fur, Thunder King looked at Chen Luo with teary eyes. Seeing Thunder King like this, Chen Luo was puzzled. Is it really necessary to get this emotional? The next second, tears burst forth from Thunder King like a fountain. An unhappy Thunder King barked. Not only did you get rice, but you also have another dog outside, and you even brought her back. What does that make me? Meanwhile, Golden Fur, sensing Thunder King's hostility, began to tremble. Chen Luo, also feeling flustered by Thunder King's sadness, wondered, what's all this about? Then Chen Luo carefully explained, Thunder King, you've misunderstood. She's your wife-to-be, not a pet I keep outside. Hearing this, Thunder King gave Chen Luo a side eye. This dog is so timid. She doesn't deserve the majestic me. Chen Luo crossed his arms. If you don't like her, it's fine. I'll send her to my sister's place to be a pet when the sun rises. You want your points, right? Rice, come and translate. You got 300 points for killing Yi Gaofei, okay? Thunder King indicated that it also killed several other people today. Chen Luo continued, then I'll add another 200. Let me calculate. That makes it 1,500 points. Thunder King immediately used these points to exchange for the elder dog position. Chen Luo was speechless. Fine, I don't know why you're so obsessed with this position. Thunder King insisted that this should be announced so everyone would know. Everyone should respectfully call me elder dog. Chen Luo nodded with a smile, agreeing. Hearing this, Chen Luo playfully said, everyone, rest up for tomorrow. I'm going to bed too. Thunder King barked once, and Rice translated, stupid dog says you should wake up early tomorrow, and don't forget to announce it in public. The next morning, Chen Luo made the announcement to everyone. Recently, one of our members has shown exceptional performance, accumulating 1,500 points, meeting the criteria to become an elder. So, I will now bestow upon him the title of elder. The members below immediately started to whisper among themselves. So quickly, someone has already become an elder. Could it be Sha Horan? He kills a lot of zombies every day. It must be Sha Horan, right? He's a strong guy. It could also be Mi Ling. Or could it be Xu Yun? Just as everyone was speculating, Chen Luo cleared his throat. Let's welcome this member. Come, let everyone take a look. Thunder King appeared wearing a purple hat, clad in a purple cloak, and holding a long stick as if it were a cane, walking upright, with Thunder King's cool appearance. He made a dazzling entrance. Those in the audience who were unaware were completely taken aback. The first elder is Thunder King? Well, if it's Thunder King, that makes sense. Everyone knows Thunder King's strength, except for Chen Luo. Even if the rest of us teamed up, we couldn't beat him. At this moment, Chen Luo looked at the crowd and shouted, what are you all staring at? From now on, Thunder King is the elder. Call him Elder Dog. The members woke up as if from a dream and collectively shouted, hello, Elder Dog. Xiao Hai and the crowd was even more stunned. Is this even possible? Hearing the crowd call him Elder Dog, Thunder King was extremely excited and barked twice. Chen Luo translated, Elder Dog says, he's covering all the drinks tonight. Everyone can drink to their heart's content. With these words, the crowd erupted. Thank you, Elder Dog. On the other side, Long Yu was quite shocked after hearing Chen Luo's news. He killed Yi Gaofei and Hania, and Chen Luo is still recruiting. Long Yu thought for a moment and decided to come take a look. Upon reaching Chen Luo's base, the first thing Long Yu was attracted to was the smell of barbecue. Is the treatment at their base this good? If we join now, do we also get to eat barbecue? Long Yu saw a notice board. He went up to it and his eyes brightened as he read, minimum level 3. Very strict. Not many people have reached this stage, and you must kill at least 2 zombies every day. More kills come with rewards. Long Yu found himself in strong agreement. Order is maintained within the base. No law breaking allowed. Those who violate the rules will be severely punished. Unlike Yi Gaofei, who would take anyone, Long Yu felt that this base was pretty good. Long Yu looked back at his own people. About half of them haven't reached level 3 yet. If they join, they should join together. They've been through a lot with him. He can't just leave them behind like that. After some thought, Long Yu clenched his teeth and walked up to ask, Brother, my name is Long Yu, and I'm a level 4 special ability user. Could you please pass a message to your leader for me? On the other side, Chen Luo looked at Thunder King and said, looking at the bill, we've consumed a total of 1,568 bottles of drinks today. That means your points are now negative 1,568. Better work hard, doggy. Hearing this, Thunder King was instantly dumbfounded. He had wiped out all his points for an elder position in one fell swoop. Just then, Chen Guang suddenly said into the walkie-talkie, a group of people outside want to join us. The one leading them is called Long Yu. He's a level 4, but 4 people in their group are level 2. They say they want to talk to us. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo excitedly ran to the recruitment office. After fully understanding Long Yu's requirements, Chen Luo said he could accommodate them. But why do you want to join us? Because your management philosophy aligns with mine. I want to clear out all the zombies and restore the world back to normal as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo had an epiphany. But you can't just kill all the zombies because you want to. Thinking about this, Chen Luo asked him what abilities he currently had. Long Yu replied, I can control metal. My offensive power is average, but I can metalize my body. My physical defense is very strong, and my strength is not weak. Hearing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but smile. Kid, your talent is not as simple as just metalizing your body. Very strong? Let me try. Long Yu confidently spread his hands. Come on. Chen Luo charged his right hand, and then launched a punch directly at Long Yu's chest. Long Yu was pushed back a few meters. Long Yu was astounded. Normally, I feel nothing when level 3 ability users hit me, but he only used one punch. Chen Luo shook his head. I only used 50% of my strength. Then Chen Luo took out a steel pipe and explained, Long Yu, I've actually seen a metal ability user who could melt metal, recombine it, and shape it into various forms, making them even more robust and sharp. I've tried that. I can do it too, said Long Yu. Chen Luo shook his head and said, what I want is not for you to change the shape of the metal, but to try and turn it into gold. Here is a gold ring. Familiarize yourself with the atomic structure of gold, and give it a try. After Chen Luo's reminder, Long Yu tried it out in the way he suggested, and was shocked to find that he actually succeeded. Looking at the stunned face of Long Yu, Chen Luo continued, the short time for the metal transformation is due to your low level. As you level up, you'll be able to permanently change metals. Do you now understand your real value? You can restructure metal, create extraordinary weapons as equipment. Isn't that stronger than fighting on the front lines yourself? Very well, Long Yu, welcome to the team. Have you had dinner yet? We're holding a barbecue celebration. Come on in. The scene shifts. Meng Yin's sister, who was previously kidnapped by Chen Luo, found Chen Luo's base. Using her invisibility powers, she snuck into Chen Luo's compound. Meng Yin was not being mistreated, but was eating some delicious fried chicken. I was so worried about you, trying desperately to find you. I've been starving for days. And here you are, happily eating fried chicken. Saying this, Xiao Yu looked at her pitifully. This made Meng Yin feel a bit embarrassed. At this time, Thunder King, who was patrolling outside, suddenly heard noises from inside. Knew someone had broken in, and hurried to inform Chen Luo. Chen Luo, hearing the news, rushed over cursing. What are these guards doing? How could someone just break in? Meng Yin is my future hope for cultivation. She can't be in any trouble. Bursting through the door, Chen Luo yelled, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Hearing this, Meng Yin hurriedly explained, "She's my friend. She can become invisible. She snuck in." Hearing this, Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, turns out it's her friend. I thought someone had snuck in to harm her, but such a rare talent must be recruited. So Chen Luo said, it's dangerous for a young girl like Meng Yin to be outside. That's why I brought her back. Sorry to have worried you. Look, she's eating well here, living a much better life than you. If you have nowhere to go, you can also stay here. We have lots of ladies here. It's better to have some company. We have water, electricity, and no shortage of food. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was somewhat tempted. So she asked Chen Luo, if I stay, what would I need to do? Chen Luo replied, use your invisibility skill to go outside and help me find mutated zombies. Mutated? Are those the powerful zombies that are on a completely different level than regular ones? What? Have you encountered such zombies? Xiao Yu nodded, indicating that she had just passed by one on the road. She saw a dead zombie, but its body and surroundings were covered in unmelted ice. It was completely different from regular zombies, so she didn't dare to approach it. The crystal is still on it. Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately had an answer. It looks like there are high-level mutants fighting for territory around there. So Chen Luo got the location from her and prepared to go take a look at dawn. The next morning, just as Chen Luo was about to set off, he was stopped by a hastily arriving Zhao Hai, who told him to flee for his life. Just now I saw a zombie that was 100 meters away, but in the blink of an eye, it teleported next to my men. The zombie blew a breath and killed them. Its strength is incredibly strong, and what's even more frightening is its speed. The wind blades it generates can't be dodged by anyone. Hearing this, Chen Luo realized it might be the high-level mutated zombie that Xiao Yu saw. Just as Chen Luo was contemplating whether or not to lead the team to deal with that zombie, Rice suddenly walked over and told Chen Luo, you might be screwed. Hearing this, Chen Luo was shocked, so he immediately took Rice to the side. Rice, focus and sense carefully. After a detailed sensing, Rice explained, I feel that you're on the verge of death. Although it's extremely dangerous, it seems there's a tremendous benefit. Hearing this, Chen Luo was speechless. Damn it, so that high-level mutated zombie that appeared is actually targeting me? According to what Xiao Hai just described, it can teleport 100 meters instantaneously. At the very least, it's a level 7 wind attribute mutant. If I'm not mistaken, there should not have been a level 7 zombie appearing at this point in my past life. Could it be the butterfly effect caused by my appearance? And what is this earth-shattering benefit? It can't possibly be a level 7 crystal, can it? Although it's rare, it's not a huge surprise for me. With that in mind, Chen Luo asked Rice, are Mi Ling and Mi Li in danger? Rice indicated that they weren't. Xiao Hai, Song Ling, and others were sitting by the roadside, smoking cigarette after cigarette. Just then, Chen Luo appeared at the entrance, holding Rice. Bro Chen, what do you think? Should we move immediately? Chen Luo shook his head, indicating there was no need. You guys can take refuge here for now. As for that zombie, don't worry, I'll go check it out. Xiao Hai and Song Ling were stunned, isn't that a bit too brave? Just then, Mi Ling, Mi Li, and others who had gone out to kill zombies returned, chatting and laughing. They had barely stepped into the base when a young man, covered in blood and enveloped by the wind, approached the villa. He stared at Mi Ling and Mi Li with interest. The guards on duty, seeing his bloody appearance, shouted, who are you? What are you doing? The young man gave a cold smile without answering. With a swoosh, his somewhat darkened palms swung towards the gatekeepers. A sharp gust of wind immediately struck them. Mi Ling, Mi Li, and Su Dazu heard the commotion and turned back to see the guards instantly killed. Chen Luo, who had rushed over, also witnessed this. He immediately conjured the Sword of the Void and slashed towards the zombie's back. Unexpectedly, the Sword of the Void couldn't break through its defense, making Chen Luo's face change dramatically. Is it level 8 or level 9? The wind attribute zombie, recovering, slapped Chen Luo's arm, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. The zombie looked disdainfully at Chen Luo and continued to walk towards Mi Ling and Mi Li, clutching his arm and ignoring the pain. Chen Luo thought the only option was to use void walking to flee with them. However, he had not yet mastered void walking with others. It was a gamble he had to take. Chen Luo instantly teleported beside the trio, encircling them. However, only he disappeared. The others remained in place. Just as the wind attribute zombie's hand was about to grasp Emily's neck, Chen Luo used void walking to appear in front of her, blocking the wind attribute zombie's attack on her. There's only one more option. That is for this mutant to drop dead when its lifespan ends. Chen Luo screamed in his mind, just freaking die already. Due to Chen Luo's emotional upheaval, the crystal in his mind underwent mysterious changes. The wind attribute zombie suddenly seemed as if it were fast-forwarded. The next second, it toppled over stiffly. The crystal in Chen Luo's mind also consumed all its power in an instant, nearly shattering. He then collapsed, his vision going black. Mi cried as she used healing magic on Chen Luo. Mi Ling instructed Su Dazu to close the gate tightly. Until Chen Luo wakes up, nobody leaves. We'll defend the base. At that moment, Thunder King shouted furiously, "How could you all let this happen to the master? Why is he the only one affected?" Despite his worry, Rice tried to comfort him. "Don't worry, I had already calculated that something would happen to him. He won't die. Instead, there will be immense benefits." Yet nobody believed him, leaving Rice speechless. "I told you he'd be fine, and that there would be benefits. Why does no one believe me?" 2 days later, Chen Luo woke up in a daze and suddenly realized he had awakened a second superpower, a terrifying time-based ability. He couldn't believe it for a long time. My second superpower is actually time-based? In his previous life, Chen Luo had only encountered one person with a time-based ability, and he had witnessed the terror of it. It was an incredible power. With this thought, Chen Luo's mind involuntarily started to recall the only time user he had encountered in his previous life. In my past life, I used to sneak into Mi Ling's base to steal vegetables. But once, I encountered an inexplicable power. Not only did my abilities not respond, but my body was also immobilized. That was the time I got kicked by Mi Ling, and that person was Zhang Chusui. Although she could only use one time stopping skill, that ability was extremely terrifying, almost magical. After Zhang Chusui died in my previous life, I took her body from a monster and placed it in a spatial dimension. But I never absorbed her crystal back then. Ah well, never mind. I almost shattered my own crystal this time. It won't recover for at least 3 months. Chen Luo, still puzzled, turned to Mi Ling and asked, "Was the crystal from that mutant retrieved?" Mi Ling handed over a pink crystal, which disappointed Chen Luo. "After all that trouble and almost losing my life, it's just an 8th level crystal. I can't even absorb it now. It will be at least a month before I can." With this thought, he decided to give the crystal to Thunder King to advance him to level 5 first. It would make him capable of guarding the base and the surrounding area while he recovers from his injuries. However, Thunder King directly refused, saying, "Dog doesn't want it. It would put Dog in debt." Chen Luo chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I won't deduct your points. If you reach level 5 first, not only will I not deduct your points, I'll also reward you with 500 points. How does that sound?" The next second, Thunder King grabbed the crystal in his mouth. "If you say so, then Dog is not troubled." Chen Luo then instructed Thunder King to have Rice contact Mi Ling and tell everyone that he's okay. Tell them to go ahead and eat the beef and mutton freely for the next 3 days as a celebration. Thunder King barked twice to indicate understanding. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a person riding an elephant stopped a group of people. "This road is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass, pay a toll, leave behind all your food, or don't blame me for showing no mercy." Faced with the threat from the elephant, people loudly retorted, "What's so great about you? You're not even as strong as a dog. I guarantee, if you dare go against him, you won't even know how you died." "What?" Upon hearing these words, and Chen's face darkened, disbelieving that a dog could be so remarkable. "This is an elephant. You know, it's dozens of times bigger than any dog. How could any dog be more ferocious than it? Plus, I'm a level 3 nature elemental user with the ability to enhance the elephant's abilities. Just yesterday, the elephant advanced to level 4. Any level 4 elemental user would be no match for it." Thinking this, and Chen immediately led his followers towards Chen Luo's base to confront Thunder King and prove his strength. As Chen left, however, a white wolf and a gray wolf were watching him from the shadows, their eyes filled with cold, vengeful glares. That's because Chen had killed and eaten their companions. Wolves are creatures of strong vengeance. Soon, Chen and his elephant arrived at Chen Luo's base, immediately putting everyone on alert. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo thought, could this be Elephant Master and Chen? He was quite famous in my past life, mostly because his elephant was indeed very powerful. After a boost from Chen, it was virtually unbeatable at the same level. Chen was eventually backstabbed by his own men and died. His elephant went on a rampage after losing its master, killing anyone it saw until it was put down by Mei Ling. This intrigued Chen Luo, who had been wanting to lay low during his recovery period. It looked like he had found something interesting to pass the time. Chen rode his elephant and appeared before everyone in a condescending manner. "Ladies, I heard you have a very remarkable dog around here. Is it this golden fur right in front of me? Courageous, if nothing else." Hearing this, both Mei Ling and Mei Li were stunned. Thunder King was enraged. "So you ignore me just because I'm smaller? You underestimate me, you scoundrel." Golden Fur was even more confused and scared as the massive elephant approached, causing him to crouch on the spot, trembling with fear. Seeing Golden Fur's weak reaction, Chen broke into unabashed laughter. "Is this all?" Mei Ling on the side was speechless. "Are you looking for someone to compete with your elephant? How about I give it a try?" At these words, Thunder King became anxious and wanted to rush out. "This is free points walking right up to me." But he was held back by Chen Luo. "Thunder King, don't go causing trouble. It's time to train Mei Ling. If you don't follow orders, you can stop being the dog elder." At that moment, Mei Ling's body was enveloped in flames, signaling Chen to make his move. Chen snorted and had no intention of holding back. He directly commanded his elephant to charge at Mei Ling. The elephant's trunk was ready to strike hard. Just as it was about to hit Mei Ling, she channeled all her flames to her fingertips and pointed it towards the trunk. Chen Luo, who was watching from the side, immediately recognized this as one of Mei Ling's signature moves, the prototype of Red Lotus Burst. Mei Ling's Red Lotus clashed with the elephant's trunk, incinerating the massive animal in a blink of an eye. However, using this move drained all her energy, and she sat down, panting heavily. Seeing his beloved elephant in such a state, Chen let out a heart-wrenching roar. "Everyone, attack! Kill them all!" Hearing this, Chen Luo sighed. "Su Dazu, Sha Horan, go on, show them some color." Soon after, Chen watched as his men were instantly taken down by Chen Luo and the others. Astonished by their strength, he turned to flee towards the main gate. Seizing the moment, Chen Luo signaled Thunder King to chase after him. Thunder King, who had been eager for action, saw this as an opportunity for 100 points. Seeing Thunder King chasing after him, Chen panicked and chose a smaller path, hoping to shake him off. Little did he know, 2 wolves had been waiting for him. The wolves immediately lunged at him. One grabbed Chen's arm, tearing and biting, while the other aimed straight for his throat. Thunder King, who caught up from behind, was shocked. These were his points. How could someone beat him to the kill? So, Thunder King leapt high into the air and slapped Chen on the head. Chen died instantly. This terrifying sight left the 2 wolves stunned. They looked at Thunder King in horror, realizing they should not mess with this dog. However, Thunder King had his eyes fixed on the white wolf, his face revealing a lecherous expression. "You look pretty good," he remarked, scaring the wolves into running. With a single pounce, Thunder King had the white wolf under him, putting on a rogue-like expression. "Hey there, beauty. Wanna be friends?" The gray wolf, seeing its companion caught, turned back and let out a menacing howl. Thunder King squinted, instantly recognizing the other wolf as a male. "What, you want to compete with me for her?" By then, Chen Luo and the others had also arrived. Everyone was surprised to see the 2 wolves. However, when Chen Luo saw Thunder King, his face darkened. "You're making me lose face. You're acting like a complete simp." Unable to bear it any longer, Chen Luo grabbed the wolves and headed back to base, with Thunder King wagging his tail behind him. Seeing this, Chen Luo kicked Thunder King a few times. "Look at you. You're a disgrace. Do you think you can win them over with gentleness? They respect power. Beat them until they submit, or go all out." Hearing this, Thunder King had an epiphany. Indeed, the boss knows best. Watching Thunder King eagerly run toward the white wolf, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel annoyed. Once Thunder King had left, Chen Luo started thinking about the future planning of the base. Considering the current rate of zombie evolution, within a month, all zombies would reach level 4. These level 4 zombies wouldn't only be more powerful, but would also have a certain level of intelligence. They might even start searching for survivors purposefully. Even though the base was currently in a remote location, it was still within the city limits. It would inevitably come under large-scale zombie attacks in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Luo took out a map of the nearby area from his storage space. He began selecting a new address for the base. After all, one couldn't leave preparations for such matters until the last minute. Chen Luo decided to abandon the villa area, planning to move the base to a village 30 miles away. There, he would build a larger, more robust base to handle the impending zombie wave. The location was not only spacious, but also had a water source that hadn't been seriously polluted. It only needed simple filtering for drinking. Unexpectedly, just as they entered the village, their convoy was attacked by a big-headed zombie. Several ordinary members who didn't react in time were instantly killed. The big-headed zombie mocked, "I am Ironhead. My head is hard. Move aside if you don't want to die." At that moment, Chen Luo walked up to him expressionlessly and kicked him in the groin. Ironhead instantly winced in pain, saying, "I said my head was hard. Not this part." Hearing this, Chen Luo kicked him several more times, making Ironhead wince and clutch his groin. "Are you sick? Don't you know where the head is?" Hearing this, Chen Luo decisively met his request by slapping him across the face multiple times. Ironhead was sent flying into a wall. His head was buzzing and he was in immense pain. Under the continuous slaps from Chen Luo, Ironhead had tears in his eyes. "It really hurts. Don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. I won't be hard-headed anymore." Hearing this, Chen Luo ordered, "Since that's the case, bow down." Ironhead has a strong physique. He'll make a good training target for Xiao Horan, Su Dazu, and Mi Ling. Let's keep him for now. Meanwhile, in a coastal city led by a mutated crab, a group of smaller crabs were advancing across the beach. Feng Jingxing, the leader of a level 5 base, looked extremely grim. Most of their supplies were gone, and some people had been washed away. After being persuaded by his subordinates and doing some thinking, he ordered everyone to prepare supplies and vehicles. "We'll head out to the capital of gods first thing tomorrow morning." A month later, Ling Chen angrily gripped Lei Hao's neck. "You fatso! You dare to deceive our boss?" No, brother Chen Luo, how would I dare deceive you?" A group of people appear out of nowhere, led by someone named Feng Jingxing. "He forced me to cooperate with him." Upon hearing this name, Chen Luo seemed thoughtful. "I remember, in my past life, Feng Jingxing was a king-level ability user. My goal is to gather a group of elites to survive this apocalyptic world. A king-level ability user is definitely worth a try." At that moment, Lei Hao managed to squeeze out a smile. "Brother Chen Luo, it's my fault. I'll give you 20 tons of rice and 1 ton of oil from the supplies we got yesterday." Chen Luo, he is someone I really can't afford to offend. Just then, a voice came through Chen Luo's walkie-talkie. "Big brother, a group of people has arrived outside the villa, wanting to see you. The leader says his name is Feng Jingxing. Let him in." As soon as Feng Jingxing entered, he apologized to Chen Luo and offered 300 tons of rice and flour as compensation. He's as grand and bold as he was in his previous life. "If you're being generous, I won't hold back. 300 tons it is. But you didn't come all this way just to deliver supplies, did you?" "No, brother. I've just come from Cloud City. To put it arrogantly, I'm the overlord of Cloud City. Any base leader wouldn't dare to say no in front of me. But things have changed. The sea is mutating, and so are its creatures. Coastal cities are no longer suitable for survival. I suspect other coastal cities will also migrate en masse. Capital of Gods is the only large city nearby. It will likely become a battleground for all sorts of powers. So, I suggest we form an alliance. Strong allies can weather any storm." Hearing this, Chen Luo sneered inside. "So, he wants to form an alliance, huh? But a leader like Feng Jingxing isn't easily tamed. If we're to form an alliance, you'll have to listen to me, or there's no deal. You're being too arbitrary. In an alliance, whoever is stronger leads." Chen Luo chuckled. "So, you think you're stronger than me?" Feng Jingxing smiled confidently. "Brother, to be honest, I advanced to level 5 more than half a month ago. I admit I can't face your base head-on by myself. But if I pick off a few dozen of your people every day, and your forces can't catch me, you'll eventually be worn down." Chen Luo sneered. "Are you threatening me? Level 5 is impressive. Thunder King reached level 5 1.5 months ago. Mailing and Sudashu also reached level 5 a month ago. So, you've been at level 5 for only half a month? You're not that impressive for a king-level ability user." Feng Jingxing said, "Brother, why don't we have a duel? Each side sends out 3 members. Best 2 out of 3 rounds. Whoever wins, we listen to them. Or, one could join the other." Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Better today than tomorrow. Let's meet this afternoon outside the city, shall we? Feng Jingxing also agreed immediately. Both of them had their own secret plans. They were both thinking of killing the other during the competition. After all, that would be the easiest way to take over the other's territory and subordinates. As both parties arrived at the arena, Chen Luo sent out Sudashu as the first to fight. Seeing Sudashu's physique, Feng Jingxing guessed he was a physical ability user. So, he sent out Sun Yu, a level 4 Earth ability user known for countering physical abilities. As the referee shouted to start, the Sun Yu took the first move. 4 Earth pillars immediately encircled Sudashu. Seeing the narrow gaps between the pillars, Sudashu was stunned for a moment. If I were a bit skinnier, I could pass right through. Hanging out with Big Brother during the apocalypse has actually made me gain 10 pounds. Taking advantage of Sudashu attacking the earth pillars, Sun Yu directly used his special move, swamp technique. The ground beneath Sudashu's feet turned into a swamp, trapping his feet. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but think, this Sun Yu is pretty talented. He'll at least be a level 10 powerhouse in the future. Temporarily immobilized, Sudashu became an easy target. 3 sharp spikes came flying at him. Unfazed, Sudashu extended his hands and blocked the spikes. A level 4 ability user couldn't harm him. Seeing this, Feng Jingxing's expression changed dramatically. He knew Sun Yu's attacks were weak, but they shouldn't be so weak that they couldn't even draw blood. Faced with an enemy he couldn't harm, Sun Yu had no choice but to concede defeat. Feng Jingxing's face darkened. He couldn't believe the opponent had such a strong player. He had lost the first round and absolutely couldn't afford to lose the second one. For the sake of security, he decided to play his trump card. A small truck drove up, and Feng Jingxing ordered a zombie to be released. The crowd was shocked. No one had expected Feng Jingxing to actually send out a zombie. Even Chen Luo was stunned. Fine, I'll also send out a zombie, he decided. Chen Luo had Sudashu bring out Iron Head. When Sudashu and Shuiyan escorted Iron Head over, the zombie roared at Chen Luo. I'm starving. Give me something to eat now. Annoyed by the tone, Chen Luo kicked Iron Head. You've been obedient this past month, which pleases me, but I don't like the tone you just used. What, don't care for your life anymore? Chastised, Iron Head calmed down a bit. Chen Luo pointed at the zombie on the other side. Kill it. The instruction instantly piqued Iron Head's interest, and he let out a roar towards the opposing zombie. Feng Jingxing's expression changed drastically. What the hell? Whatever I have, Chen Luo has too. I control a zombie, and he controls a zombie too. I wonder how strong this one is. Iron Head charged towards the enemy fire elemental zombie, which immediately released a fireball explosion. Unfazed, Iron Head extended his head to directly counter the fiery blast. The fireball hit Iron Head's head, leaving only a small scorch mark, but Iron Head dodged around the zombie and charged towards the crowd. Seeing this, Chen Luo quickly rushed over. He absolutely couldn't let Iron Head eat people, especially not the girl who could grow plants. Chen Luo forcefully pulled Iron Head's head away, saving Yang Lu in the process. Iron Head roared madly. I want to eat people. Chen Luo responded emotionlessly. I said tomorrow. Enraged, Iron Head roared. You lied. I'll never make it to tomorrow. If you won't feed me, then I'll eat you. I've had enough of this. Just then, Iron Head began to undergo an unknown transformation. He started to grow rapidly, his entire body enlarging. Chen Luo's face changed. He's mutating, and mutations have a process. Should I deal with him before he completes the mutation? After thinking for a moment, he decided to watch Iron Head's transformation coldly. Right now, Iron Head is level 5. If he mutates, he'll be at least level 7 or even higher. However, since Rice didn't send a warning, it means there's no danger. Maybe I'll even obtain a level 7 crystal later. That wouldn't be too bad. With that thought, Chen Luo conjured a sword from thin air and yelled, "What are you all standing around for? Run, do you want to die?" He then swung his sword at Iron Head's leg, aiming to sever it. However, to his surprise, the sword inflicted no damage. By now, Iron Head had completed his mutation, growing from under 2 meters to an enormous 13 or 14 meters. A literal giant. Iron Head shouted, "My head is truly iron now. I'll crush you." Saying this, he stomped repeatedly, creating huge craters with each step. Chen Luo was shocked. This is at least a level 8 attack. Fine, then don't blame me for targeting your weak points directly. He leapt high into the air, aiming his sword directly at Ironhead's groin, only to find that he couldn't inflict any damage, not even breaking through the defense. Ironhead sneered, "I told you, my head is truly iron now. I'm not afraid of you anymore." Realizing that what was once a weakness had now become Ironhead's strongest point, Chen Luo found himself under continuous stomping attacks. With only brief moments to spare, he managed to take a swing at Ironhead. The current Ironhead proved to be more troublesome than the level 8 wind-type zombie he had killed using time acceleration. Despite the relentless attacks, Chen Luo managed to cope with ease. He also saw this as a rare opportunity to practice his second special ability. He focused his mind on the space around Ironhead's waist, causing Ironhead to suddenly halt. Ironhead felt as if something was tearing at his body, and concentrated his own special abilities on his waist to resist the tearing. After some attempts, Chen Luo fully unleashed his power, creating a spatial force around Ironhead's waist. However, due to Ironhead's level 8 robust physical constitution, Chen Luo encountered considerable resistance while trying to cut through. Just as they reached a stalemate, Feng Jingqing suddenly shouted, "Chen Luo, let me help you." He couldn't allow Chen Luo to live. Otherwise, his base would be in jeopardy. The next moment, a tornado swept towards Chen Luo. Though the tornado enveloped him, Chen Luo remained unshaken. It wasn't that the tornado had no effect on him, but rather that the force was too weak. Seeing Chen Luo unscathed, Feng Jingqing was shocked and quickly apologized, claiming it was unintentional. He couldn't believe his ultimate move had no effect. By this time, Ironhead's waist had already been cut in half. Ironhead cried out in pain, "Don't cut my waist. I was wrong. Ironhead was wrong." Ignoring his pleas, Chen Luo cleaved him in two with one swipe of his sword and immediately extracted the crystal from Ironhead's body. Witnessing this, Feng Jingqing was flabbergasted. Could this mutated zombie have been level 8 or 9? And yet, Chen Luo killed it effortlessly. Regret filled him. He shouldn't have tried to ambush such a formidable opponent. With cold sweat running down his face, Feng Jingqing offered his allegiance to Chen Luo, willing to recognize him as the leader. However, Chen Luo didn't acknowledge his offer and instead questioned why Feng Jingqing had tried to ambush him. Frightened, Feng Jingqing hurriedly explained, "Younger brother, you have to believe me. It was truly an accident." Upon hearing these words, Chen Luo suddenly slapped Feng Jingqing across the face. "Don't take me for a fool. Who would believe such nonsense? Ask your own men if they believe you. Next time you lie, come up with a better excuse." Saying so, he backhanded Feng Jingqing with another slap. "You bastard." Bruised and battered, Feng Jingqing lowered his head and mumbled, "Big brother, please stop hitting me." Chen Luo coldly snorted, "Per our agreement, the loser joins the winner." "What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lu thought for a moment and agreed to honor the agreement, especially since Chen Luo had just saved him. From any angle, she had no reason to refuse. "Bring forth the talented individuals in your team. You should know who they are," Chen Luo added. Without any fuss, Ouyang Lu promptly pointed out the level 4 members of his team as well as those with light and nature abilities. Feng Jingqing, seeing all of this, was fuming with anger at their betrayal, but he dared not say a word. Survival was his top priority now. Believing that as long as he was alive, he would have another chance to rise again, Feng Jingqing proposed a deal to Chen Luo to spare his life in exchange for persuading his men to join Chen Luo's base. "People can be replaced with my level 5 abilities. I'm not afraid of not being able to recruit more." "A deal, you say? Fine, I promise not to lay a hand on you," Chen Luo responded. Feng Jingqing quickly completed the transaction and hastily turned to run away, confident that no one could catch up to him except Chen Luo. What he didn't know was that Chen Luo had no intention of chasing him down. Instead, he had dispatched his killer dog, Thunder King. After running for about 2 kilometers, Feng Jingqing relaxed, thinking he had escaped. However, he suddenly sensed something and turned around to find a stray dog, Thunder King, catching up with him. Before he could react, Thunder King unleashed his newly learned attack, Electro Dragon Drill. Lightning surged endlessly, channeling into Feng Jingqing. In his final moments, Feng Jingqing let out a roar of frustration, realizing he wasn't even a match for Chen Luo's dog. Thunder King's eyes lit up, thinking, "This round should at least get me 1,000 points." After Chen Luo reviewed all the information on Feng Jingqing's subordinates, he thought that although the new base could easily accommodate 3,000 people, they still needed to pass some tests. With this in mind, he instructed Lang Chen to brief them on the rules and benefits at their place, as well as the guidelines for the tests. Once Lang Chen left, Thunder King returned, carrying Feng Jingqing's level 5 crystal in his mouth, hoping to claim his points. Looking at Thunder King's expectant face, Chen Luo chuckled and said, "The crystal is worth 300 points, and your operation fee is 200. So that makes it 500 points in total, okay? Come on, let's go to the new base and see how the construction is going." Meanwhile, Xiao Horan, who was guarding the new base, encountered a huge dung beetle, pushing a ball of dung along with a group of smaller beetles. Annoyed, Xiao Horan punched it, sending it flying 10 meters away. This infuriated the dung beetle. "I'm just here to eat some dung, why are you hitting me?" Just as Xiao Horan was about to deliver the finishing blow, Chen Luo arrived. Seeing the dung beetle, he quickly intervened. "Don't kill it, this creature can help improve the environment, we should keep it alive." Chen Luo looked at Meng Ying, his eyes lighting up. "Can you communicate with it?" Meng Ying nodded. "This dung beetle is saying it didn't expect to get hit for trying to eat some dung, it's crying." Hearing this, Chen Luo was overjoyed. "You can communicate with it, perfect, be my translator and tell it that it was an accident. If it wants to eat dung in the future, it can feel free to come over, we've got plenty." The dung beetle, hearing this, drooled and said it could eat 200 pounds of dung a day. Chen Luo immediately agreed. "Ah, all right, we'll have plenty." Elsewhere, Xiao Hai heard from his subordinates that Chen Luo had taken everyone to a new base, and many were considering pledging allegiance to him. After some thought, Xiao Hai decided to dissolve his base and lead everyone to join Chen Luo. After all, in the apocalypse, power is everything, managing skills are irrelevant if you're not strong enough. When they saw the tall walls of the new base, they felt a complex mix of emotions. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. Chen Luo received the news and came out to greet them personally. "Bro Hai, what brings you here?" Chen Luo laughed. Xiao Hai's face was full of smiles. "Don't call me Brother Hai anymore, just call me Little Hai." He added bitterly, "I came to join you for survival." Without a second thought, Chen Luo agreed. Although Xiao Hai was not very powerful, he was excellent at gathering information. Chen Luo had just formed 2 intelligence teams, and the second team needed a leader. Xiao Hai was perfect for the role. Hearing this, Xiao Hai was thrilled. It was a role that didn't require frontline fighting with zombies, and allowed him to play to his strengths. Just then, Chen Guang brought in a man named Lin Tian, who claimed to have come from a nearby coastal city. He said he brought gifts to meet Chen Luo. Chen Luo took the list and his eyes turned icy, to think Lin Tian, an enemy from his past life, would present himself. In his previous life, Lin Tian not only stole the resources he and Su Dazu had painstakingly gathered, but also had his men kill his good brother Su Dazu. Although Lin Tian had not yet done anything in this life, he still had to die. Lin Tian ordered his men to bring several turtle shells, saying they were incredibly sturdy, and even a level 4 ability user would find them hard to break. After accepting the gifts, Chen Luo prepared to head to the coast. Unexpectedly, on his way, he encountered a zombie blocking the road to rob him. Seeing Chen Luo's car approach, the zombie immediately stopped it, tapped on the window, and gestured for Chen Luo to get out. "I have something to talk to you about," it said. Seeing Chen Luo obediently get out of the car, the zombie was quite pleased and smirked. "I have an ambush set up. You lure humans to me so I can eat them, but be careful not to lure too many at once. I might not be able to handle it." Chen Luo asked what the benefits would be for him. The zombie immediately threatened Chen Luo, saying that if he dared to ask for benefits, he would remove Chen Luo's kidneys without anesthesia. Unbeknownst to him, this move earned him a beatdown from Chen Luo. Chen Luo now understood that this was a low-level zombie, but possibly smarter than level 6 or 7 zombies. After some education from Chen Luo, the zombie immediately cowered, falling to its knees and begging, "Big brother, stop hitting me, I was wrong." Chen Luo coldly chuckled, "You have 2 choices, either you help me lure in higher-level zombies, and I'll give you meat to eat, or I kill you right here and now." Hearing this, the zombie immediately chose to help lure higher-level zombies. Next, Chen Luo arrived at the coast and immediately aroused the attention of large sea turtles. 3 of them stretched out their long necks and were about to bite Chen Luo right in the groin, causing him to quickly cover himself. "Where the hell are you trying to bite?" Following this, Chen Luo swiftly and accurately grabbed one of the sea turtles by the head and decapitated it using a sword conjured from thin air. In this way, he easily killed all 3 turtles. Just as he finished collecting the turtle shells, a roar came from nearby. Turning his head, Chen Luo saw a giant sea turtle about 10 meters long. Judging by its size, it probably had the strength of a level 8 creature. The sea turtle looked at Chen Luo with icy eyes. It was this man who had killed many of its kin. Although it was 5 or 6 meters away from Chen Luo, the sea turtle king opened its enormous mouth and lunged toward Chen Luo's head. Facing the lightning-fast attack from the sea turtle king, Chen Luo was well prepared and easily dodged. He then reached out with his left hand and firmly gripped the sea turtle king's head while swinging his sword of emptiness with his right hand. Not only did it cause no harm, but it also successfully enraged the sea turtle king. Instantly, several astonishingly powerful water jets burst from the gaps in its shell and body. Chen Luo's pupils constricted as he quickly let go of the sea turtle king and used his void walk to evade. Had it not been for void walk, Chen Luo would certainly have been hit directly by this attack. Chen Luo looked at the sea turtle king with wavering eyes. He had originally planned to kill the sea turtle king and steal its offspring, but his plan backfired. Although he could fight the sea turtle king, it would drain almost all of his abilities. Without the power of void walk, he could lose his life in this dangerous coastal environment. Therefore, Chen Luo used a diversion tactic to lure away the sea turtle king and void walk back to the beach. Digging in the sand, he indeed found 4 turtle eggs. Seeing the sea turtle king return, Chen Luo used void walk to flee again. The sea turtle king, now realizing it had been fooled, let out a frustrated roar for a good while. Then it swam furiously into the depths of the ocean, intending to find its companions to rescue its offspring. What the king of the void wants, he gets. Chen Luo mumbled, carrying the turtle eggs back to base. 2 days later, Chen Luo suddenly remembered his previous agreement with the zombie. He asked Rice if there was any response. There were surprises, but all were without danger. It was as if luck was on his side. If Rice said there was no reaction, Chen Luo would go out, leaving Rice puzzled. Rice couldn't understand why he couldn't continue to sense Chen Luo, while Mei-Ling and Mei-Li still could. Could his ability have a cooldown time for the same target? Arriving at the agreed location, the zombie indeed brought another zombie from a distance. Upon seeing Chen Luo from far away, the zombie pointed at him and loudly said, "Boss, it's him." Upon hearing this, the skinny zombie revealed a sinister smile on his face and directly launched a space-cutting attack aimed at Chen Luo. Chen Luo's pupils constricted, and he immediately used Void Walk to escape. Without Void Walk, he would have definitely died. Just then, the skinny zombie sprinted toward him with full speed. Chen Luo was startled by the zombie's speed, thinking, this must be at least level 9. I'm confident in dealing with level 8, but definitely not level 9. If I encounter that, I can only run. Hiding behind a large rock, Chen Luo cautiously observed the zombie. This was truly terrifying, but Rice had said his luck was explosive, with only surprises and no danger. It seemed the only solution was to use time acceleration. Just then, the skinny zombie, noticing Chen Luo had disappeared, shouted loudly, "What ability did you just use? Was it a spatial ability? Can you teach me?" Before Chen Luo could reply, a closed spatial barrier appeared around him. It was a spatial cage designed specifically for countering Void Walk, seeing there was no way out. Chen Luo had no choice but to draw his sword of emptiness and slash at the zombie. However, he couldn't even cut through the zombie's defense. Angered and in pain, the zombie slashed at Chen Luo with its claw, wounding him. Chen Luo hesitated no more and immediately activated time acceleration. Although using time acceleration risked crystal fracture, it was his only option now. Trusting in Raya's prophecy that he would have surprises without danger, he activated the ability. Under the acceleration of time, the level 9 zombie screamed and fell to the ground. Chen Luo was ecstatic, but did not immediately collect the crystal from the dead mutant. What if it's plain dead, he thought. Meanwhile, the burly zombie next to him rubbed his eyes. Unable to believe what had just happened, he then turned around and ran. He had failed in his mission to Chen Luo. And if caught, he would surely be killed. However, he hadn't run far when Chen Luo blocked his way using Void Walk. Well, you actually brought people to kill me," Chen Luo said. Hearing this, the burly zombie was frightened and immediately begged for mercy. "Big brother, I won't dare to do it again. Please don't kill me." "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I kill you? You've earned some merit. According to our agreement, I owe you some meat." Chen Luo responded. "Remember, same place in a week. Bring another zombie. Understood?" Holding a chicken egg-sized transparent crystal in his hand, Chen Luo was ecstatic. With a crystal this big, my promotion to level 7 is guaranteed, he thought. Just then, one of his subordinates rushed over. Big brother Chen, I've gathered a list of some ability users for you to review. Upon reading the list, Chen Luo's eyes gleamed. Jin Yuan Zhang, a suspected level 5, mastering earth binding and earth explosion abilities. Excellent combat skills. This one could be a future king level. Even if only at a mid-tier level, he would make a good subordinate for me. Chen Luo then ordered a thorough collection of information on Jin Yuan Zhang. Meanwhile, Chen Guang's voice sounded from the intercom. Big brother, there's a guy named Jia Shan being pursued. He's come to us for sanctuary. He's willing to offer a level 7 nature crystal. Chen Luo pondered for a moment. This person is obviously in trouble, but I could use this opportunity to create a sanctuary. In the future, anyone who can offer something valuable will receive my protection, regardless of their crimes or who comes after them. Chen Luo then instructed. Chen Guang spread the word. I'm protecting Jia Shan. No one can touch him. Anyone who wants him will have to deal with me. Those who disagree are welcome to come and get him themselves. On the other side, a subordinate yelled. Brother Jen, Jia Shan has taken a crystal and entered Chen Luo's base. Learning that Chen Luo was giving no quarter, they didn't dare to engage in combat. A man in a black hat walked up to a large iron door and knocked. Mr. Iron Leg, it's your turn to take action. As long as he feeds a person to Iron Leg will step in to solve all the man's problems. Just as the man was about to have Iron Leg kill his enemy, a henchman suddenly rushes in, yelling anxiously. Boss, something terrible has happened. Someone has invaded our base. We are no match for that guy. But before he could finish, he was cut in half with a sword, only to see a man holding a large sword arrogantly shout. You must be the boss here. Should I do it myself or will you do the honor? Hearing this, the zombie immediately stood up and coldly said, This is Iron Leg's territory. Kid, are you tired of living? That said, Iron Leg quickly sprinted towards a Moaning and then swiftly kicked him with an Iron Leg technique. Unexpectedly, the man vanished into thin air. Before the two could figure out what was happening, Moaning suddenly appeared behind the man and beheaded him with a single slice. At that moment, a woman looked at Moaning admiringly and said, Boss, you must be the strongest in the world. Not only have you reached level 6, you are also incredibly rare as a spatial type, and you even have mastered the divine technique, Sword of Space. Even mutants can be killed in one slice. Brother Moaning, look what I just found in their base. Taking the note, he found it was a flyer from Chen Luo's refuge. Reading the contents, Moaning chuckled. This guy is really full of himself, but I enjoy smacking down that kind of thing. We're not busy anyway. Let's gather the others and teach him a lesson about bragging. Make him a little more humble. And Chen Luo knew nothing about this. He was currently cheering on turtle eggs that were about to hatch. 3 minutes later, 4 little turtles all broke out of their shells. This made Chen Luo extremely happy. He picked up one little turtle to check its gender, only to be squirted in the face with water by the little turtle. Chen Luo's went dark. I didn't expect this little guy to have almost level 2 power right after birth. What would happen if I used time acceleration to speed up its growth? Just then, Chengguang's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Boss, a man named Moaning has broken into our base, killed more than a dozen of our members instantly, and also kidnapped one of our brothers. He says if you want to save the hostage, you need to meet him at the top of Wuyan Mountain tonight. Upon hearing this, Cheng Luo broke out in a cold sweat. Moaning, could it be the one that got away whom I've offended? On second thought, that couldn't be, since he never leaves anyone alive. But either way, since he dares to challenge me, he must die. At that moment, on the top of Wuyan Mountain, Moaning was sitting with a beauty, sipping wine, when Cheng Luo appeared before him. Upon arriving at the peak of Wuyan Mountain, Liu Ben, who was caught by Moaning, shouted excitedly, Big brother, I'm here. Don't worry, no one can hurt you as long as I'm here. Hearing this, Moaning calmly stood up and smiled. You actually came, and you're alone. Very gutsy, I admire that. No wonder you could build such a large base. Cheng Luo chuckled coldly. I don't think I know you. Why are you targeting me? Do we have a previous grudge? Or did someone send you? Neither. I just find you arrogant and wanted some entertainment. Upon hearing this, Cheng Luo realized, so he's just tired of living. Moaning smirked as he conjured the Sword of Space. Cheng Luo looked at him with some pity. It's rare to see a talented space type. Too bad he's seeking his own death. Just as Moaning was about to scoff, the next second, his eyes revealed an incredulous look. A sword of void appeared in Cheng Luo's hand. The woman behind him even screamed, impossible. Only brother Moaning should know the sword of space. How could someone else know it too? I don't believe it. That said, she summoned a 2-meter-tall skeletal horse, on which sat a dark knight. This made Chen Luo's eyes light up. Another summoner tool person, perfect to take over Jintao's role. With a swift stroke, he sliced the dark knight in half, then rushed into the crowd, slaughtering all of Moaning's followers, and even cut off Moaning's limbs to hang him at the base as a warning to the surrounding forces. The woman was directly locked in a small dark room to become another tool person. Awaiting her would be the same fate as Jintao. Chen Luo will make her summon level 7 undead to farm crystals until she dies from the backlash. Just then, Zhao Hai suddenly found Chen Luo and told him 2 pieces of good news. The first one, they've just recruited a pair of siblings to join the base. The brother is called Zhao Zichen, a level 5 wind type. The sister, Zhao Zi, is an extremely rare psychic type. She supposedly has the ability to interfere with minds, can confuse the zombies' senses, a talent that's hard to come by. Hearing this, Chen Luo chuckled, "Good job, bro Hai. So what's the second piece of good news?" Zhao Hai took a drag of his cigarette and said, "The team we sent to approach Jin Yanzhong, led by Song Ling, came back with news. Apparently, Jin Yanzhong is isolated and suppressed within his team, so the persuasion went quite smoothly. Plus, his wife is pregnant. Jin Yanzhong is willing to defect, but he has some demands. He needs 30 cans of milk powder and a regular supply of vegetables." What Zhao Hai didn't expect was, Chen Luo agreed without a second thought, but insisted that he would personally deliver these supplies. Soon after, Chen Luo drove to Jin Yanzhang's base and showed him the supplies. Upon seeing this, Jin Yanzhang was shocked that Chen Luo was so sincere. Jin Yanzhang agreed on the spot to join, but I hope my wife only does logistics in the base and doesn't participate in combat. Hearing this, Chen Luo readily agreed, but you have to cover her share of the points. After reaching an agreement, Chen Luo took Jin Yanzhang back to his own base. Meanwhile, the Sea Turtle King, whose son was stolen by Chen Luo, found his good friend, asking her to help retrieve his son. A stunningly beautiful clam spirit burst out from the clamshell. Since she had advanced to level 10 and taken on human form, she named herself Sea Princess. Facing the tearful pleas of the Turtle King, Sea Princess immediately agreed to help, "But my power will be much weaker on land, and I'll need your people to guard my clamshell." The Turtle King agreed on the spot. Then the two of them immediately set out for Chen Luo's base. On the other side, Chen Luo's mind was suddenly forcibly connected, and then he heard a woman's voice in his head. "Bro Chen, I'm the new member Xiao Ji. Sister Mi Ling says that the prophet has given a warning. You need to hurry back, or she and Mi Li will die." Hearing this, Chen Luo was shocked. Thunder King and the base had reached level 7. Mi Ling, Mi Li, Shui Yun, and others were even at several level 6s. How is this even possible? What kind of crisis could put Mi Ling and Mi Li in danger? So Chen Luo rushed back to the base first. In just 4 minutes, Chen Luo returned to the base, with the look of shock on his face. "Weren't you in mortal danger? Why do you seem so calm?" Rice was lying on the sofa and saw Chen Luo. "If you're back, then there's no danger." Just as Chen Luo was puzzled, his walkie-talkie suddenly transmitted the voice of Chen Guan. "Boss, an 8-meter-long sea turtle has broken into our base." Chen Luo was stunned. A giant turtle? Could it be the one whose eggs I stole? Coming to find me, Chen Luo immediately sprinted towards the main gate of the base. Thinking to himself, "I've already broken through to level 7 now, with my dual-element special physique. My current strength is already equivalent to a normal level 9 ability user. Do I need to fear a level 8 Turtle King?" Soon he saw the Turtle King going berserk at the gate. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo immediately shouted, "Beast, how dare you!" At that moment, Sea Princess coldly said, "So you're the one who stole my friend's eggs, and you still dare to act so boldly here?" When Chen Luo saw who was speaking, he broke out into a cold sweat. Thinking to himself, "Isn't that the Dark Witch Sea Princess, a deity? Numerous ability users died at her hands in my past life. How did she get here? Oh no, she even has the ability to fly, which means her level has reached level 10. I'm only a fake level 9 now. The gap between a real level 9 and her is not small at all. But since Rice prophesied that I could resolve this crisis, what's there to fear? I killed her in my past life. I can kill her again." But just at that moment, Sea Princess suddenly released a dark barrier towards Chen Luo, hoping to trap him inside. What Sea Princess didn't expect was, Just as the barrier was about to close, Chen Luo used his spatial walk to teleport out. This really angered Sea Princess. Without saying another word, she threw several charming glances at him. Luckily, Chen Luo's quick reflexes barely allowed him to dodge this fatal attack, seeing the opponent's attack getting more and more fierce. Chen Luo had no choice but to continually use spatial walk to evade. Then he seized the right moment, instantly teleported behind Sea Princess, raised his sword of the void, ready to end this menace with one stroke. But her reaction speed was extremely fast, and she narrowly dodged the sword by twisting her body. Just at that moment, the Turtle King suddenly opened its big mouth, biting towards Chen Luo. Just when it thought it had succeeded, Chen Luo once again mysteriously disappeared from its sight. However, before one wave had settled, another rose. Just as he landed, Sea Princess suddenly slapped towards him. With no alternative, Chen Luo once again used spatial walk to dodge. At this point, Sea Princess sneered, "I don't believe your teleportation can be used infinitely. Once your abilities run out, let's see what you will do." Hearing this, Chen Luo suddenly felt a chill down his spine, thinking, she's right. Even without using any skills, I can only use spatial walk about 100 times. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before she catches me. In that case, I have no choice but to use that move. Sea Princess naturally counters spatial abilities, so Chen Luo has no choice but to use his time-based abilities against her. As long as he can use Time Stop, even if it only freezes her for 2 seconds, Chen Luo is confident he can kill her. However, after he shouted Time Stop, Chen Luo found himself frozen in place. And not only was Sea Princess not affected, her attacks became even more fierce. Turtle King, watching from the side and seeing that it couldn't handle Chen Luo, turned its anger towards the other members. Mi Ling was quick to notice. Realizing that no one here could stand against Turtle King, she promptly ordered everyone to retreat to the base, and quickly informed the base elders to come out and fight. "I'll hold off this turtle." Just at that moment, Thunder King suddenly burst out holding one of the turtle's children, with the other 3 little sea turtles closely following behind. Recognizing its children at a glance, Turtle King immediately stopped attacking them, then yelled, "Release my turtle children." Thunder King paid no attention. Instead, he slammed a paw onto the ground, instantly creating several deep cracks. The meaning was clear. Imagine what will happen if this paw lands on your child. If you don't want your child to get hurt, behave. Chen Luo, seeing this, couldn't help but admire. It has to be you in key moments, even resorting to such despicable methods. For the record, I didn't teach this, but it was indeed effective. Chen Luo squinted, and an idea came to him. He used his spatial walk to appear next to Thunder King, grabbing one of the little sea turtles and said, "If you dare attack again, it's uncertain who will die first." Upon hearing that someone wanted to hurt their master, the little turtle immediately roared at Turtle King. "If anyone dares to hurt my master, I'll bite them." Turtle King, eyes filled with tears, said, "My good son, how could you choose a thief as your father?" Sea Princess added, "Your child has become a human servant. There's no point in saving him. You can have more children, but if we don't kill this human today, he will become an endless threat." Thunder King did not expect was. After saying this, Sea Princess didn't attack Chen Luo, but aimed a beam of annihilating light at him. This scared Thunder King, who barked hastily, "Are you insane, old woman? I haven't offended you." As he spoke, Thunder King erupted with a terrifying current around him. He then used his newly learned ability, Lightning Clone, prepared to use the clone to confuse the opponent. At that moment, Sea Princess coldly said, "You think a few clones can help you escape from me? How naive." With that, she launched attacks at multiple targets simultaneously. After 3 loud bangs, all 3 of Thunder King's clones were annihilated by Sea Princess. Seeing this, Chen Luo froze in place, realizing Thunder King and Sea Princess were not on the same level. While Chen Luo had spatial walk to save his life, Sea Princess couldn't do anything to him either. So, she immediately switched her focus to attack Thunder King. Chen Luo knew that Thunder King, being only level 7, couldn't dodge Sea Princess's attacks, and if caught, would surely die on the spot. Without any hesitation, Chen Luo instantly used spatial walk to shield Thunder King, yelling, "Get lost to the ends of the earth." The next second, the space around Sea Princess started to fluctuate strangely, and with a swoosh, Sea Princess vanished from her spot. At that moment, Chen Luo was completely dumbfounded, unexpectedly mastering spatial exile in a critical moment. Seeing that the crisis was averted, Thunder King finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "My master is awesome." Otherwise, I would have been a dead dog by now. Chen Luo could vaguely feel that he had sent Sea Princess to a very distant place, but it won't be long before she returns. So, the immediate concern is to quickly find Sea Princess's clamshell. Only by getting hold of that can they save themselves. Although Chen Luo had no idea where the clamshell was, Turtle King certainly knew. So, he quickly picked up the little sea turtle and threatened, "Tell me where Sea Princess's clamshell is hidden, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Hearing this, Turtle King turned pale and shouted, "How do you know Sea Princess's secret?" Chen Luo chuckled, "That's not important. What's important is, didn't you see she was about to harm your children? If I hadn't used spatial exile to send her away, your 4 turtle sons would probably be dead by now." At this moment, Turtle King finally realized, "Yes, I called her to help me save my children, but when she was about to attack this kid, she didn't consider my children's safety at all. If you are heartless, don't blame me for being unjust." Then Turtle King solemnly said, "I can tell you where the clamshell is, but you must return my children to me." However, without even thinking, Chen Luo declined, saying, "It's not that I don't want to give them back to you, but Sea Princess is ruthless and cunning. Think about it, you betray her, do you think she will spare you and your children? How about this, you temporarily live in the river near my house, so if Sea Princess comes for revenge, I can quickly step in and deal with her. With both of us working together, we can better protect these 4 little ones." Hearing this, Turtle King immediately agreed to Chen Luo's proposal. He then took off a piece of his shell from his back and gave it to Chen Luo, telling him, "My clan guards the area near Sea Princess's clamshell. Take this with you, and they will obey your orders." Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately showed a sly smile, thinking, "Now I not only have Turtle King in my grasp, but I also know the exact location of Sea Princess's clamshell." Soon, Chen Luo found the clamshell following Turtle King's guidance. He knew that if he destroyed Sea Princess's clamshell now, she would undoubtedly die soon, and that would result in a mutually destructive scenario. However, at this moment, Chen Luo thought of a perfect solution. Why not exploit Sea Princess's vanity and make her work for me? Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately tapped the clamshell beside him, and the next second, Sea Princess eerily appeared before his eyes. At that moment, Sea Princess anxiously said, "How do you know the secret of my clamshell? It must be that Turtle King who betrayed me, right?" Friendship's boat turns over so easily, but Chen Luo calmly responded, "Please calm down. Lady Sea Princess, we have no old grievances. Why must we fight to the death? I don't want to be your enemy. I've awakened a 1 in a million time ability, and I've mastered time acceleration. Soon I'll be able to grasp time reversal, and then I can help you become young again." Hearing this, Sea Princess immediately asked, "Is that really true? You can actually make me young again?" Seeing that the fish has taken the bait, Chen Luo began to talk nonsense very seriously. "If I'm lying, may I turn into a little dog? However, my current level is too low to have mastered it yet, but if I diligently practice, within a year, I should be able to grasp this divine skill. If by then I don't keep my word, you can do whatever you want with me." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sea Princess readily agreed, saying, "I'll wait for you for a year. If you dare to deceive me, don't blame me for turning against you." Although Chen Luo verbally agreed readily, what he was actually thinking was, who will be stronger in a year is still uncertain. Then he suggested, "How about this? I will give the clamshell back to you right now, and you give me the pearl on your head for safekeeping. As a token of our cooperation, I'll return it to you in a year." Chen Luo thought, "Anyway, this clamshell is useless to me. Might as well secure the water-repelling pearl first." After pondering for a moment, Sea Princess took off her pearl and handed it to Chen Luo, saying, "I will come to retrieve it in a year. Don't forget the promise you made to me." Having fooled Sea Princess, Chen Luo left with the pearl, thinking, "What I rely on in this apocalypse isn't strength, but my clever mind." Meanwhile, on the other side, a mutated creature suddenly broke into a small base. With a wave of its giant hand, it instantly formed a huge light ball in the air. Its emitted light instantly cooked everyone crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. However, just as the mutant was about to enjoy its feast, a small minion tremblingly approached and said, "Don't kill me. My boss sent me to bring you a message. He says he's willing to provide you with food long-term." Upon hearing this, the mutant immediately agreed, saying, "If you dare to deceive me, I'll turn you all into barbecue." The reason why the base leader, Chang Yuan, did this was to keep the mutant at the base and wear it down. For he also knew the secret that the mutant's lifespan was extremely short. But soon news reached Chen Luo's ears. Xiao Hai received intelligence that Chen Yuan has adopted a mutant of the Light series, but its level is unknown. According to informants, the zombie is extremely strong. Its single ability instantly killed more than 20 people. Upon hearing it was a mutant, Chen Luo instantly became interested. Now that he has mastered the skill of time acceleration, he sees mutants as nothing more than moving crystals. So he immediately decides to go to Chen Yuan's base to eliminate the menace for the people. Before leaving, as usual, he first consults with Rice about the fortune for the day. But Rice calmly says, "There is nothing special happening to you today. It's Mi Li who seems to have a good opportunity coming her way." He then storms into Chen Yuan's base, at which point Chen Yuan's minions quickly notify him that something bad has happened. Someone has forcibly entered their base and is now rushing toward the mutant's room. This scares Chen Yuan immensely. He immediately orders his minions to gather people to go there. Having raised the mutant for so long, he would be at a huge loss if someone else took it first. Meanwhile, on the other side, the mutant is comfortably enjoying the delicacies provided by Chen Yuan, unaware that danger is quietly approaching. With a clang, the thick iron door is easily kicked open by Chen Luo. At this moment, the zombie is still feasting on human flesh. Seeing that a living person has broken in, the mutant quickly says, "Is this an extra meal for me? Hurry and cut off your ear to go with my drink. Don't force me to take action." To this, Chen Luo pays no attention, saying, "You cheeky brat. How dare you speak to your Chin daddy like that?" This angers the mutant greatly. Without saying another word, it forms a large raisin. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo is not the least bit flustered. Summoning his void sword, he coldly says, "Is that all? Your flashy technique takes too long to release." But before Chen Luo can finish speaking, the mutant quickly forms 7 or 8 raisingans and attacks Chen Luo fiercely. Faced with this unavoidable strike, Chen Luo is not frightened, but rather pleased. Even mocking, "Your attack speed is a bit too slow, isn't it?" As soon as he finishes speaking, Chen Luo disappears from the mutant's sight with a whoosh sound. Before the creature could figure out what was going on, Chen Luo uses his void walk skill to appear behind it, and with a swift sword strike, slashes at its back. Although the strike didn't cause significant damage, Chen Luo becomes even more excited, because only mutants at level 9 or above can withstand his sword without being harmed. Given that, he decides to use his time acceleration skill to collect this. That sword strike had thoroughly enraged the mutant, who shouts, "Kid, your life is mine," and forms an even larger raising to charge at Chen Luo. At this moment, Chen Luo is already in position to use his time acceleration skill. With his shout of "die," the next second sees the mutant frozen in place. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the mutant falls rigidly at Chen Luo's feet. Without any hesitation, Chen Luo reaches into its brain and extracts a level 10 crystal. To his surprise, it's an incredibly rare light elemental crystal. No wonder Rice said Mi Li would encounter a great opportunity. Just then, a stern voice comes from behind Chen Luo. "Put down my crystal, or don't blame me for being impolite." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo chuckles. "Why should the crystal I obtained from killing a zombie belong to you?" This instantly infuriates Chen Yuan. "You break into my base, harm my men, kill the zombie I've been nurturing, and steal my crystal. And you think you're in the right? Chen Luo, I know you're strong, but this is my turf. Can you really overturn the heavens all by yourself? Either you leave your life here, or obediently give the crystal back to me. Your choice." Who would have thought that Chen Luo calmly replies, "What if I choose neither? What can you do to me?" This response enrages Chen Yuan even more. He shouts loudly, "Guys, get him. Whoever kills Chen Luo gets 2 boxes of instant noodles, 10 cans of food, plus a box of pickled vegetables." But before he finishes speaking, Chen Luo makes a sweeping gesture with his hand. A force of spatial cutting sweeps across Chen Yuan's neck, and his head thumps to the ground. Seeing this, everyone present loses their color, and no one dares to move forward. At this moment, a man named Zhang Chuan walks up, bows and says, "The arrogant fool who dared to oppose you is not worth mentioning. I'll have them clear the path for you right away." Zhang Chuan then shouts, "Who dares to block Chen's path? I'll be the first to cut him down." As soon as he finishes speaking, everyone immediately steps aside respectfully to make way for Chen Luo. Chen Luo sees that the young man knows his place, so he pats him on the shoulder and says, "Since your boss has been killed by me, from tonight on, you'll be in charge of this base. If anyone disagrees, they can come find me." Upon hearing this, the room falls silent. No one dares to voice any objection. Then Chen Luo takes the level 10 crystal to Millie, telling her to quickly upgrade to level 8. Initially, Millie refuses, saying, "Brother Chen Luo, you haven't even upgraded to level 8 yet. You should keep this high-level crystal for yourself." Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately becomes playful, saying, "I only need one more level 7 crystal to break through. If you don't hurry up to level 8, you won't stand a chance against me in wrestling tonight. Besides, this is a light elemental crystal. You're better suited to use it." Before he can finish, Millie blushes and yells, "Brother Chen Luo, you're so annoying. I'm ignoring you." Afterward, Chen Luo returns to his room to absorb the crystal. In just 2 hours, he successfully advances to level 8. With the aid of his dual elemental constitution, Chen Luo's overall strength has also reached level 10. Now, it's time to start planning his next move. He plans to play a big game, gathering all the bases in Divine Capital and the surrounding areas, to announce 2 significant things to the world. Not only does he want to share the technology for growing organic vegetables for free, he also intends to provide high-quality seeds that can increase yield by 50%. Upon hearing this, everyone lavishes praise on Chen Luo for his nobility. He's willing to share such crucial secrets for free with everyone, and his doing so is not out of excessive altruism. It is simply paving the way for selling his seeds. If he doesn't teach people how to plant, who will buy his seeds? Then Chen Luo claps his hands and shouts, "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. I have another announcement to make today. Starting today, I will provide a service to solve your troubles. No matter who you are, no matter what troubles you've gotten into, as long as you can provide something valuable, I, Chen Luo, can settle any trouble for you." After making these 2 significant announcements, Chen Guang immediately arranges for Yang Lu to share tips on planting. But at that moment, Chen Luo spots an old acquaintance from his previous life in the crowd. This person is named Wang Lai. In his previous life, he was a king-level big shot, and also one of Meiling's sycophants. In order to win Meiling's heart, this shameless person even collaborated with zombies to create a crisis, planning to stage a hero saving the beauty scenario. However, things spiraled out of his control, and Meiling tragically died in that crisis. It was also at that time, Meiling suddenly mastered the art of resurrection, using this divine skill to revive the deceased Meiling. So this person must die. But now is not the time. Better wait until he ascends to king level and use him as a stepping stone for Meiling. Meanwhile, Yang Lu's presentation is coming to an end. So, those who are interested can come and register with me. We have 2 schemes for selling seeds. One is to purchase directly from us. And the other is that we provide seeds for free, and you give us half of your potato harvest. At this point, Chen Guang speaks solemnly. While everyone is considering, let me insert a quick advertisement. Our base offers various problem-solving services. Does anyone here need our help with something? As long as you can offer something of value, there's no problem we can't solve. Upon hearing this, someone in the crowd immediately shouts, "I want to ask Big Boss Chen to avenge my brother. All I have to offer is this level 7 crystal. I don't know if that's enough for Big Boss Chen to make a move. A beast ate my brother. That person's name is Feng Long. And he's right here." No sooner had he finished speaking, then Wang Lai immediately asks Feng Long what the heck is going on. "Can't you be more discreet in your actions? Got caught, did you?" But just at that moment, that person points at Feng Long and yells, "He's the man-eating demon. I ask Big Boss Chen to act for the public good." Chen Guang immediately uses Zhao Zi's psychic communication to consult with Chen Luo, asking if they should take this job. Although a level 7 crystal is not attractive to Chen Luo, for the sake of promoting their services, Chen Luo nods, signaling Chen Guang to accept this task. Seeing this, Chen Guang immediately speaks righteously. Although the reward offered this time is a bit low, given the heinous acts committed by this person, we simply have to take this job. Hearing this, Wang Lai immediately stands up and starts to defend his subordinate. "What evidence do you have that my man ate your brother? Don't make baseless accusations if you have no evidence." The man responds, "I saw it with my own eyes. What more proof do you need?" But Wang Lai remains unconvinced and says, "Empty words. Anyone can claim they saw something. I could also say I saw you eat my brother. Is that considered evidence?" Upon hearing this, the crowd nods in agreement that Wang Lai makes a lot of sense. Without evidence, who can say what really happened? Looks like the hosts are about to lose face today. But at that moment, Chen Luo casually walks into the venue, hands in his pockets, muttering, "I think there might be a misunderstanding about us. since Mr. Deng has offered a reward for us to act, and we've accepted this job. Whether or not Mr. Feng Long ate someone is not our concern, nor do we need any evidence. We will simply complete the task as per our employer's wishes. Therefore, Mr. Feng Long must die. Even if a god were to arrive, they couldn't save him. That's what I'm saying. Upon hearing this, the crowd is instantly shocked. Everyone saying this Chen guy is way too arrogant. Has he lost all reason? Seeing this, Wang Lai immediately says, Leader Chen, we have no grievances. Is there really a need to go all out just for a level 7 crystal? But Chen Luo remains unconvinced and states, no matter what you say today, you can't save him. Let me ask you, will you hand over Feng Long willingly, or should I take him myself? Upon hearing this, Wang Lai is stunned on the spot. He never expected Chen Luo to be so uncompromising. He's a local ruler himself but is given no face at all. But if it comes down to a fight, he'd surely be the one at a disadvantage. This is his territory after all. Although Feng Long is my base's second in command, it's not worth risking my life fighting Chen Luo for him. Better to lose the battle to win the war. I'll settle this with him once I reach level 7. Thinking this, Wang Lai immediately backs down and agrees to hand over Feng Long. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the guy starts to make a run for it without a word. Chen Luo doesn't hesitate. He immediately shouts, Shah Huaren, it's your turn. The next second, Shah Huaren mysteriously appears in front of him. Seeing this, Feng Long angrily says, so there are really people who dare to stop me? You're tired of living, huh? Better get out of my way if you know what's good for you. But before he can finish speaking, Shah Huaren's fist, the size of a sandbag, abruptly greets him with a loud bang. Feng Long is sent flying 10 meters by this sudden punch. But it's not over. Shah Huaren quickly steps forward and disables his limbs with a few punches, then tosses the crippled Feng Long in front of the client to do as he pleases. The crowd is utterly stunned by this efficient service. Chen Luo, showing great business acumen, immediately starts advertising. As you can see, this is our strength. As long as you can put up enough stakes, there's no problem we can't solve. I know you all think I, Chen Luo, am arrogant and have doubts about my abilities. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I won't hide it anymore. I'm revealing my cards. I am a level 8 superhuman. Upon hearing this, the entire room instantly erupts into commotion. People are saying, how is this even possible? Even a level 5 is considered a top expert these days. And a level 6 is a force to be reckoned with. And he claims to be level 8? Well, I don't believe it. At this point, someone bravely raises their hand and asks Chen Luo, could you show us the strength of a level 8? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo smirks. Indeed, words alone are not enough to convince people. Today, I'll satisfy everyone's curiosity. Mr. Deng, do you have any grudges with this Long Lai? The man immediately grits his teeth and says, if it weren't for him enabling his subordinates, my brother wouldn't have died. Unfortunately, my crystal isn't enough. Or else I'd have asked you to take care of this scourge as well. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately says, to thank our first customer, Mr. Deng, for his support. Today we have a buy one, get one free offer. I'll give Wang Lai to Mr. Deng as a free gift. Hearing this, Wang Lai's first instinct is to run. But before he can turn around, a force of space sweeps across his neck. The strange thing is, his head doesn't fall to the ground. It flies straight into Chen Luo's hand. Chen Luo slightly smiles and says, have you all witnessed the power of a level 8? Seeing this, the crowd is so frightened that they nearly wet themselves. No one dares to doubt Chen Luo's strength anymore. To avoid causing panic, Chen Guang immediately explains, this man deserved to die for enabling such heinous acts by his subordinates. But Chen Luo disagrees. He throws the head onto the ground and menacingly says, I never leave loose ends when I act. No one who has crossed me has lived to see the next day. I did all this to make it clear to everyone. Life is only once, if you don't have 9 lives. Don't even think about messing with me. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately bows and nods, saying, we have already witnessed Leader Chen's strength. We wouldn't dare show you any disrespect. But who would have thought? Chen Luo suddenly changes his tone. Actually, I'm a very approachable and hospitable person. If you have any problems, remember to come to me for help. And those who want to get seeds can also come and register with us. I assume you won't cheat me. I'll only want half of a yield. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately assures Leader Chen, if anyone dares to default, I'll be the first to not let them off. Just at this moment, Su Dazu suddenly approaches Chen Luo, saying, Brother Chen, something bad has happened. We just received a message from a zombie named Big Strong. There's another zombie named Bing Lin, who has formed a group called the Bing Lin Society, and they are planning to raid our base tonight to deal with this crisis. Chen Luo announces that he is recruiting a group of level 5 or higher individuals with special abilities. Upon hearing that a level 8 expert is recruiting, everyone starts expressing their desire to join. Chen Luo doesn't keep them in the dark. He immediately reveals that a large group of zombies will attack their base tonight. The number could be around 10,000. Those willing to join will all have to participate in this base defense battle. Those who survive will become official members of the base. Upon hearing this, most people choose to leave on the spot, looking at those who stay. Chen Luo immediately applauds, saying that those who stay are brave and smart. 10,000 zombies are nothing to us. Please rest assured, if there are high-level zombies, I will take action. Otherwise, consider this as a large-scale combat exercise. That very night, Bing Lin brings a zombie army to the outskirts of Chen Luo's base. Though they have only gathered 7,000 zombies, Bing Lin believes it's more than enough to wipe out a base, saying we don't need to personally get involved. He then orders Big Strong to lead them to the entrance of the base. Once the mission is complete, return and watch the battle with me. Upon hearing this, Big Strong tearfully accepts the task to attack his own brother's base. Muttering to himself, being a zombie undercover agent is not easy, then Big Strong leads the overwhelming zombie army toward the base. At this moment, Chen Luo has been waiting for some time, seeing the zombie army at the gates. Chen Luo shows a satisfied smile. At his command, a rain of special abilities suddenly pours down from the sky, taking the vanguard by surprise. But soon, the elemental ability users find something amiss. The following zombie troops immediately pick up their fallen comrades as shields, making it impossible to inflict effective damage on them anymore. Just at this moment, a fire dragon suddenly breaks through the sky, then swiftly dives into the zombie horde. Any zombie touched by the fire dragon instantly turns into charcoal, immediately inflicting massive damage on the enemy. At this point, the caster Mei Ling shouts, "I can only use my fire dragon technique once more." Other elemental users are also running low on their abilities. What do we do now? Seeing this, Chen Luo doesn't hesitate at all, immediately leading the physical ability users out of the base, and Su Dazu, who serves as the vanguard, charges ahead, swiftly plunging into the zombie horde and engaging them in combat. At this moment, Su Dazu seems to be invincible, holding the line all by himself. One punch takes down a large swath of zombies. Seeing this, Bing Lin is stunned, yelling, "How could my meticulously planned raid be so easily thwarted?" They seem to have been prepared for this. It looks like there's a traitor among us. Just then, Qin Guang shouts, "Brother Chen, something bad has happened." Big Strong has sent a telepathic message through Xiaoji. His undercover identity has been exposed. Why would the humans be prepared? Only Big Strong and Bing Lin knew about the plan to raid this base. Realizing this, Bing Lin immediately understands everything, so it starts to severely interrogate Big Strong, yelling quickly, "What benefits did the humans give you? Why did you betray me?" Upon hearing this, Big Strong frantically shouts, "I'm innocent, boss," while simultaneously sending a telepathic message to Chen Luo that he has been exposed. Upon receiving the message, Chen Luo is immediately unsettled. Big Strong is his one and only zombie undercover agent. He was relying on Big Strong to help him control the zombies. In that case, Bing Lin must die. Saying this, Chen Luo disappears from the spot with a swoosh. The next second, he mysteriously appears behind Bing Lin. Then he says with a smile, "So it's you who's been controlling zombies to attack my base, daring to challenge me. It looks like you're tired of living, aren't you?" But before he could finish speaking, Bing Lin throws several hidden weapons at him. Seeing this, Chen Luo doesn't indulge it, immediately using a void walk to reappear behind it. Then with a single swing of his sword, he decapitates Bing Lin. After that, he quickly signals Big Strong to come and attack him. That way no one would suspect you as an insider. Unexpectedly, Big Strong turns out to be quite the actor. First, it lets out a long howl. "I'll fight you to the death. You dare kill my big brother?" Then, it rushes at Chen Luo like a madman, landing a heavy punch on his face. Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately clutches his face and angrily shouts, "If I hadn't been worn out from fighting your big brother, I would have killed you today. You just wait. I'll remember this." Saying this, Chen Luo picks up Bing Lin's head and pretends to flee in panic. Seeing this, the zombies all praise Big Strong's courage. saying he really dares to step up when needed. I don't think he's a spy. But just then, a zombie suddenly steps forward and says, since our big brother is already dead, Hey Lei, will take over from now on. From today, the Bing Lin gang will officially be renamed the Hey Lei gang. Before it could finish speaking, Big Strong instantly roars at it. Our big brother's body is not even cold yet. You're already eager to take his place? I think the real traitor is you. Without hesitating, Big Strong grabs Hey Lei by the neck and pins it to the ground. Thinking to himself, since you love the limelight so much, you can take the blame for being the traitor. After a few punches from Big Strong, Hey Lei is killed on the spot. Seeing this, the other zombies quickly say, from now on, we'll follow Big Strong. How about renaming the gang to the Big Strong Gang? Upon hearing this, Big Strong quickly responds, we're all brothers. How about we call it the Brotherhood Alliance? From now on, if there's meat, we all share it. After doing all these, Big Strong immediately goes to the designated meeting place to find Chen Luo. Shouting, Big brother, my acting just now wasn't bad, right? Hearing this, Chen Luo smiles slightly. I'm very satisfied with your performance today. I will focus on cultivating you in the future. Your task is to recruit more high-level zombies and send me crystals by attacking bases in this manner. Saying this, Chen Luo rewards Big Strong with a level 7 crystal. Adding, follow me closely in the future and there will certainly be benefits for you. This makes Big Strong exceedingly happy. Instantly saying, Big brother, rest assured, I will complete the tasks you give me on time. But just then, Xiao Ji suddenly contacts Chen Luo through mental communication. Saying that Sea Princess has just sent her a message via telepathy. Claiming she wants to help him advance to level 10 as promised, and asks him to meet her at the beach immediately. This elates Chen Luo, who without a word starts sprinting towards the beach. He soon arrives at the designated location, and upon seeing Sea Princess emerge from the sea, he shouts, Sea Princess, sister, I'm here. Seeing this, Sea Princess doesn't hesitate, and immediately hands several high-level crystals to Chen Luo. Looking at the shining crystals in his hand, Chen Luo can't help but feel overjoyed. Thinking, Sea Princess is really helpful. Once I truly master time reversal, I must help you become younger. Then, Sea Princess speaks gravely, actually, there's a level 10 ice element ribbon fish nearby. It's too fast in the water for me to kill. But now that you're here, it's a different story. I'll go and lure it out now. Let's team up to kill it. Hearing about a level 10 crystal, Chen Luo immediately agrees without a second thought. In no time, Sea Princess successfully lures the ribbon fish to the water's surface, then urgently shouts, now's the time. Let's kill it quickly. Chen Luo doesn't hesitate, and immediately releases a spatial slice attack towards the ribbon fish. But who knew? This creature reacts extremely quickly, not only easily dodging Chen Luo's attack, but also shooting an intense freezing ray towards him. Seeing this, Chen Luo's pupils constrict. Thinking, this is bad. The ray is too fast. I don't have time to use my spatial walk to dodge. In just 0.001 seconds, the ray hits Chen Luo, who is standing on the shore. Unable to escape in time, Chen Luo is instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. At this moment, the ribbon fish continues to release its freezing rays at the cost of its own life, trying to take Chen Luo down with it. However, just as Chen Luo is about to be completely frozen, he timely uses spatial banishment to send the ribbon fish thousands of miles away. Seeing this, Sea Princess quickly comes forward to break him out of the ice, and asks where he has sent the ribbon fish, wondering if it's the same as the last time when he didn't know the exact direction. Hearing this, Chen Luo gives a wry smile. Sis, don't underestimate me. Last time was my first use. Now, I've mastered this skill. I sent it 30 miles to the east. The creature was already on its last legs, and now that I've teleported it to land, I estimate it's probably dead by now. Let's go grab the loot. The two then successfully find the body of the ribbon fish to the east. Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately extracts the crystal from its body. But just then, Sea Princess suddenly proposes an idea that shatters Chen Luo's worldview. I think you can take this ribbon fish back and eat it. It's good stuff. Don't waste it. Hearing this, Chen Luo is taken aback, shouting, Sis, you've got to be joking. You know how bad mutated sea creatures taste, and the higher the level, the worse the taste. This ribbon fish is level 10. Then, Sea Princess finally reveals the secret of the ocean's mutations, and the real reason why she can take human form. All because she inadvertently ate a piece of meat that fell from the sky. A tremendous force surged into her body, as the meat digested automatically within her. A vast amount of energy was absorbed by Sea Princess endlessly, causing her unimaginable pain. But she couldn't spit the meat out, and just as she was about to burst, thankfully her good friend, King Turtle, appeared in time to open the clamshell, and ate the remaining meat for her. Thus, Sea Princess barely survived. Ever since then, she and King Turtle began to grow stronger and stronger. To this day, Sea Princess still feels a lot of energy inside her that hasn't been digested, so her own strength is increasing every moment. Hearing this, Chen Luo was stunned. Isn't this the same feeling as when superhumans absorb high-level crystals? What kind of meat could have the same effect as crystals? Sea Princess tells him it was from that time that sea creatures started to mutate gradually, and those like her who evolved rapidly were all because of eating that mysterious meat. I can sense that the same kind of power exists in this ribbonfish, and its flesh still contains a lot of residual energy. That's why I suggest you take this ribbonfish back and eat it. Hearing that eating it could make him stronger, Chen Luo thought, well, if it tastes bad, it tastes bad. I've eaten worse in my past life. Maybe if I take it back and let Sister Yu handle it, it won't be so unpalatable. Afterwards, Chen Luo takes the ribbonfish back to the base, and asks Sister Yu to try cooking this mutated ribbonfish, not expecting it to be delicious, just so long as it is a little bit palatable, and it must be strongly flavored. The stronger, the better. Saying this, Chen Luo assists Mayu, beginning to use spatial power to slice the ribbonfish. Soon, Mayu makes a fish fillet as requested, looking at this high-end dish emitting a disgusting odor. Chen Luo immediately has second thoughts, but remembering what Sister Sea Princess said, he nervously picks up a piece to try. He immediately started to vomit. It's safe to say it was even worse than eating feces. Soon, that captivating smell was picked up by Thunder King's dog nose, and without a word, Dog Elder immediately rushed into the kitchen. It even took a deep whiff of that soul-stirring stench. Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately understood, and promptly handed that bowl of incredibly stinky fish fillet to Thunder King. This made Dog Elder extremely happy, and it crunched down the stinky ribbonfish in just a few bites. Indeed, it proved the old saying, a dog can't change its habit of eating feces. Even something this foul-smelling was appetizing to this creature. But that's okay. Let Thunder King help me test if eating this will really make him stronger. If it's a sea princess, Sister said, even if it's disgusting, I'll have to swallow it. Meanwhile, on the other side, a mermaid is leisurely sunbathing on a coral reef, but is suddenly interrupted by a seal. The seal plaintively cries, "Congealed Frost Sister, my brother has been killed. You had to help me." Hearing this, Congealed Frost quickly asks, was it done by a shark claiming to be the sea god? The seal immediately clarified that it wasn't that creature, but a clam that had transformed into a humanoid. Hearing this, a glint of coldness appeared in Congealed Frost's eyes. It seems that Clam must be a minion of the false sea god. Then she splashes into the sea, asking the seal to lead the way. Let's go meet this giant clam now. At this moment, Sea Princess is searching for high-level crystals for her brother Chen Luo. When she suddenly hears a voice, Congealed Frost Sister, she's the one who killed my brother and took away his crystal. Upon looking, she sees the seal she had let go, coming for revenge, accompanied by a mermaid. Seeing this, Sea Princess immediately let out a cold snort. If it weren't for my brother forbidding me from hunting low-level mutated creatures, would you even be alive to complain? I was worried I wouldn't find high-level crystals, but you've conveniently delivered yourself. My brother will surely love this mermaid's crystal. Having said that, Sea Princess launched a devastating ray of light towards the mermaid. But to everyone's surprise, Congealed Frost effortlessly lifted her hand, blocking this lethal attack with ease. Seeing this, Sea Princess's pupils narrowed, realizing that this creature was far more powerful than the level 10 ribbonfish. Knowing she stood no chance, Sea Princess didn't hesitate and turned to flee. But it was too late. With a wave of her hand, Congealed Frost instantly froze Sea Princess into an ice sculpture. At this point, the seal, eyes filled with tears, said, Congealed Frost's sister quickly helped me kill her and avenge my brother. But Congealed Frost responded, doesn't she have a brother? Why don't we lure him over and deal with both of them? Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Luo also received the news that Sea Princess was in trouble. Over the walkie-talkie, Xiaoji frantically said, Bro Chen, this is really bad. Someone has erased the contact mark one placed on Sea Princess's sister and is threatening you to come to the small island to the east to save her. or else they will kill Sea Princess. Hearing this, Chen Luo was immediately alarmed, thinking that anyone capable of capturing Sea Princess must be at least level 10, or even possibly at king level. Upon thinking this, he immediately sought out Rice to inquire if he faced any danger today. Unexpectedly, Rice only said, "You won't face any danger within the next 3 hours." Hearing this, Chen Luo fell deep into thought. The journey to the eastern island would take more than 3 hours. Would I, being as cautious as ever, take this kind of risk? But then he thought about how kind Sea Princess had been to him, and decided to take a gamble. Although this was a journey filled with unknowns, I'm actually interested to see if there is anyone in this world who can kill me, the Void King. Following that, Chen Luo arrived at the pre-agreed location on the small island, but to Congealed Frost's surprise, isn't he Sea Princess's brother? Why can't I see through his true form? So, she hurriedly asked Chen Luo if he was the sea god. Hearing this, Chen Luo smirked and said, "I think you've got the wrong person. I'm no sea god. Now, tell me why you captured my sister." Upon hearing this, Congealed Frost immediately recounted the story of how Sea Princess killed the seal's brother, adding that she could not tolerate such senseless killings. Seeing this, Sea Princess shouted, "Little brother, run. I appreciate your kindness, but this guy is not someone you can handle." But Chen Luo was unfazed, responding, "Sister, don't worry. She accuses us from a moral high ground, right? Well, today, I'll give her a lesson in reason." With that, Chen Luo shouted, "The law of the jungle has always been the rule of survival. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. What's wrong with that? And you hypocritical seal. Don't you eat fish? On what grounds can you senselessly kill?" Upon hearing this, the young seal was left speechless, finally blurting out in frustration, "I just want to avenge my brother. What's it to you?" At this moment, Congealed Frost authoritatively declared, "You make a very valid point. This is a world with a strong prey on the weak, and since I'm strong and she's weak, she must die today." This made Chen Luo furious, shouting, "So, you've abandoned reason, have you?" He then unleashed his spatial slicing technique. Seeing this, Sea Princess quickly yelled, "Don't worry about me, little brother. Your move won't work on her." But before she could finish, Chen Luo directed his attack at the seal beside them, muttering, "Survival of the fittest, right? Two can play at that game." Seeing this, Congealed Frost was immediately enraged, shouting, "You dare kill my friend? You must be tired of living." But before she could even finish her sentence, Chen Luo vanished right in front of her eyes using his void walk. Before she could react, he mysteriously appeared beside Sea Princess. After he shouted and used his spatial slice, the next second, Sea Princess broke free from the ice. Then he smirkingly looked at Congealed Frost and said, "I assume Mermaid Sister wouldn't want to chase us in her birthday suit, right?" No sooner had he spoken than the seashells on Congealed Frost's chest were shattered by a force of space. This angered the mermaid greatly, who immediately covered her chest and screamed, "You pervert." Chen Luo didn't bother to argue, leaving only a word, "Goodbye," and vanished from the spot with Sea Princess using Void Walk. Impressed by this move, Sea Princess couldn't help but shout, "Awesome." But Chen Luo said, "The sea is no longer safe. Let's go back to the base to lay low." Hearing this, Sea Princess immediately agreed, saying, "Sister will listen to you. Once I break through to king level, I'll settle the score with Congealed Frost." After this episode, Chen Luo realized how powerful Congealed Frost was. Who knows? She might come to the base for revenge. It's unfortunate that his time-related abilities haven't progressed. If he mastered time stopping, he wouldn't fear her anymore. It seemed like now was the time to find Zhang Chushui to avoid misunderstandings with his wife. Chen Luo shared this thought with Millie, saying he was planning a long trip to recruit a girl with the time-stopping ability. Millie was very understanding, only asking how long he'd be gone. Chen Luo told Millie that if all went well, he could be back in 3 to 5 days. The issue was if the other party would be willing to come along. But regardless, he would drag her back if he had to. The next morning, Chen Luo arrived in H City alone. He clearly remembered, in his past life, Zhang Chushui's father was a local magnate here. Only after their base fell did she go to seek refuge with Mylene. Soon, Chen Luo spotted a group of survivors nearby. He immediately took out a pack of cigarettes and approached them to inquire about Zhang Chushui. Upon hearing this, one of the men arrogantly responded, "Bro, the person you're asking about is the daughter of our boss. Take my advice. Don't have any wicked thoughts about our young lady. My big brother is a level 6 strongman. Besides, not just anyone can join our base. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately responded, I'm not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. I also have a level 5 physical system. Could you introduce me? The man listened and said, well, I'll have to test whether you really have level 5 strength. Saying this, the man suddenly threw a punch at him. There was a loud thump, and the punch felt as if it had hit a steel plate. Seeing this, the man grinned. Didn't expect you to really be a level 5 strongman. My apologies. I'll introduce you to join the base right away. Although Chen Luo successfully infiltrated, how would he abduct a young lady living in such comfort? Using resources to lure her definitely wouldn't work, since a base this size wouldn't lack for that. Given this, he'd have to resort to some tricks. First, he snuck into the food storage in the middle of the night, collecting all the food in the base into his special ability space. On his way out, he didn't forget to steal Zhang Chusho's pet Samoyed. When they went to distribute food to the base members the next day, they found that thousands of tons of food in the guarding Samoyed had mysteriously disappeared. This scared Zhang Tiancheng quite a bit. A base without food is a base without a future. Soon enough, members who heard the news chose to leave the base. In just 2 days, more than half of the base members had left. Seeing this, Zhang Chusho quickly suggested seeking food loans from other bases. Otherwise, their base would be done for. Just as things were going bad, a subordinate suddenly burst in and yelled, "Boss, we're in trouble. People from the neighboring country are causing problems again. I heard their leader has now broken through to level 7. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chusho said, didn't we just beat them back recently? Why have these bandits come again? Zhang Tiancheng immediately ordered to gather all their brothers, saying, no matter what, we'll defend our land to the last drop of blood. We will not back down. All these words were heard by Chen Luo, who was standing outside the door. He originally wanted to hide in the dark, watch the two sides fight, and then reap the benefits. But in the end, reason prevailed over desire, thinking, today, I'll make sure these ignorants never return. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Tiancheng had gathered all his remaining men, preparing for a life-and-death battle with the bandits from the neighboring country. However, just as Zhang Tiancheng was about to order to move out, a young man suddenly started laughing, shouting for the glory of my country. Take this, my deathly poison explosion. Then the man's body suddenly began to inflate wildly. With a loud boom, an explosion happened, and a mist of poison sprayed across the entire hall. Although the poison was not lethal, it was strong enough to make the affected lose their fighting abilities instantly. Zhang Tiancheng never dreamt that one of the core members of his base would actually be a spy from another country. Seems like fate really wants me gone. But just then, Chen Luo suddenly walked in with his hands in his pockets, muttering, don't panic. I alone am enough. Hearing this, Zhang Tiancheng immediately responded, young man, what nonsense are you talking about? They have an army of millions. What can you do against them? But Chen Luo grinned and said, all you have to do is close the doors and enjoy the show. No need for leader Zhang to worry about how I'll fight them. But I have one condition. Once I've taken them down, this young lady will have to come with me. Deal? Zhang Tiancheng thought this kid must be crazy, remembering that when he joined, he was registered as having a level 5 physical system. No matter how tough you are, can you withstand an assault from tens of thousands? Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't waste any more words, and directly walked out of the hall. At this moment, Jin Haoyu had already led an army of 50,000 to the city's edge. However, when Chen Luo made his entrance, he instantly stunned everyone. Chen Luo then slowly floated into the air, yelling, prepare to meet your end. Seeing this, everyone was immediately frozen in place, wondering, how can this man fly? Zhang Chushui was full of disbelief, thinking to herself, wasn't he just a level 5 in physical abilities? How is this possible? Little did she know that, for those with abilities who reach level 10, they can acquire the power of flight. Although Chen Luo is currently only at level 8, with his dual element abilities, his actual power level is equivalent to level 10. At that moment, Chen Luo suddenly flew towards the army, frightening Jin Haoyu, who immediately shouted, focus fire and bring him down. I can't believe an army of 50,000 can't handle a single fly. At that point, Chen Luo had already charged up his ultimate move. After he shouted Space Pulse, a series of spatial fluctuations instantly burst forth from his hands. This large-scale move immediately wiped out a large number of enemies below level 7. Just then, Jin Haoyu smugly said, I thought your attack was going to be impressive. It didn't even break my earth shield. However, Chen Luo coldly responded, You don't think I can only do it once, do you? Without further ado, Chen Luo unleashed a flurry of space pulses. The spectacle made Jin Haoyu's legs give way, and he fell to his knees. Zhang Keshua and her father on the city wall were sweating bullets, muttering, "How is this possible? Didn't he say he was in the physical abilities category? What level of power does one need to achieve this?" Seeing this, Jin Haoyu immediately cast gravity magic on Chen Luo. Chen Luo paused for a moment, then stopped what he was doing. Jin Haoyu then yelled, "Brothers, run. I've slowed him down. He'll struggle to move even a meter." However, before he could finish, Chen Luo used Void Walk to appear right in front of him. He coldly said, "Your gravity magic did have some effect on me. You've managed to reduce my 500-meter sprint speed by a whole 2 meters." With that, Chen Luo lunged at him at an astonishing speed, muttering, "Since you've broken through to level 7, you must have a high-grade crystal on you, right?" This scared Jin Haoyu considerably, who hastily unleashed his earth shield in an attempt to block Chen Luo. With a clank, the impregnable earth shield was shattered by a single palm strike from Chen Luo, who then slapped Jin Haoyu on the forehead. Jin Haoyu immediately bled from 7 orifices and died on the spot. This scene stunned Zhang Tiancheng, exclaiming, "What level of power does this kid have? He just killed a level 7 with a single slap. What is his real purpose for infiltrating my base?" Upon hearing this, one of the underlings hurriedly said, "This guy came for the young lady. He was asking about her even before he entered the base." Hearing this, Zhang Tiancheng thought that Chen Luo was interested in his daughter, thinking to himself, "Not only is he incredibly strong, but he also seems to be patriotic. Zhang Chusho would not suffer if she stayed with him. So, regardless, this kind of outstanding talent must not be allowed to leave." So he immediately took him upstairs for a discussion. He got straight to the point, saying, "If you're willing to stay, I'll not only set you up with my daughter, but also make you the second in command of our base. What do you say, brother Chen Luo?" However, without a second thought, Chen Luo rejected the offer, saying, "I just want to take your daughter, Zhang Chusho, away." Hearing this, Zhang Tiancheng froze, thinking to himself, "Damn you, Chen Luo. I wanted you to become my son-in-law, but you want to make me a lonely old man." Then he sternly said, "If you don't want to be my son-in-law, fine. But don't most families offer some dowry when marrying off their daughters? I won't ask for much. 200 pigs as dowry should be reasonable, right?" Actually, he didn't mean to sell his daughter. He just wanted to deter Chen Luo from running away with Zhang Chusho, hoping that he would stay. Chen Luo immediately responded, "Aren't you just trying to make things difficult for me? With the way the world is now, there probably aren't even 200 live pigs left in the entire world." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tiancheng said, "You have 2 choices. One is to stay, and I will set you up with Zhang Chusho. The second is to leave the way you came in. Make your choice." Chen Luo realized he was being deliberately difficult. So why should he continue negotiating? Then Chen Luo seriously said, "Do you know what time it is now, Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Tiancheng, without a second thought, told him it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. "So, are you in a rush?" But who would have thought, just as his words fell, Chen Luo suddenly changed his tone and turned the tables on him. "What I'm saying is, this is the end of the world. What right do you have to negotiate terms with me? You haven't forgotten my abilities just now, have you? You also have 2 choices before you. One is for me to forcibly take your daughter away. Or 2, you can try to persuade Zhang Chusho to willingly come with me. You wouldn't want to see your daughter crying as I abduct her, would you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Tiancheng broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, how did this kid change his face faster than flipping a book? With no choice, he asked Chen Luo where he intended to take Zhang Chusho. Chen Luo told him, "I have a base as well. People like you at level 6 wouldn't even rank in my place. My idea is to build a super base, so we can better survive in the post-apocalyptic world. That's why I want to take Zhang Chusho with me. You can bring your elite members along too. Whether you want to join us or go your own way is up to you. Also, I must warn you, each city will soon face unprecedented heavy rainfall, which will flood the city completely. If you don't leave now, you'll have to leave then." With that, Chen Luo turned to leave, but happened to encounter Zhang Chusho standing at the door. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He asked Zhang Chusho, who was at level 6, to use her time-stopping ability on him. If she could freeze him, it would indicate she had king-level potential. Without hesitation, Zhang Chusho released her ability on him. In the next second, Chen Luo was frozen in place. Sure enough, This girl has the makings of a king-level powerhouse. What's strange, though, was that although my body was frozen, my internal powers still circulated. In my previous life, even my abilities were frozen when I was stopped. What's going on? Could it be related to my awakened time ability? After being frozen for 3 seconds, Chen Luo immediately asked her to cast the spell on him again. This scared Zhang Chusho quite a bit, thinking to herself, I only stopped him for such a short time. This Chen Luo is truly unfathomable. She then cast the time-stopping spell on Chen Luo once more. However, this time she couldn't even freeze him for a second, as he used his time ability to break free from the freeze. This delighted him immensely, thinking to himself, as I thought, in my previous life, only time-stopping could limit me, the king of the void. In this life, I'll be an invincible existence. At least, there's no ability that can restrain me anymore. Meanwhile, on another front, a young lady named Yi Xing had actually replicated the Elder Badge of Dawn City, and she was about to use this badge for something earth-shattering. A week later, Chen Luo returned to Dawn City with the newly subdued Zhang Chusho and her father. But as soon as they entered the base, the members immediately surrounded them, saying, Brother Chen, you're finally back. Big things have happened in Divine Capital while you were gone. A brazen young lady actually forged our Elder Badge and wiped out a base using Dawn City's name. Hearing this, Chen Luo was shocked, thinking, I remember renaming the base to Dawn City before I left, right? How come someone is already using our name to scam people so quickly? And this Elder Badge was made by Long Yu with anti-counterfeit features. How did that crazy woman manage to forge it? Just then, Mi Li, who had heard of Chen Luo's return, immediately ran excitedly towards him and threw herself directly into his arms, making Zhang Chusho, who had affection for Chen Luo, feel uncomfortable. At that moment, Mi Li sweetly said, It's all my fault for not being careful enough to let Yi Xing join the base. She exploited the loophole, but we've already captured her. Chen Luo did not blame Mi Li, instead asking her where Yi Xing was being held. Soon after, Chen Luo came to the room where she was imprisoned, then coldly said, You're quite audacious, daring to use the name of my base to commit murder. Also, our Elder Badge can withstand high temperatures of up to 1,000 degrees. How did you forge it? Yi Xing told him she had only copied the appearance, and because Dawn City's reputation had already been well established, nobody dared to question the authenticity of the Elder Badge. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately asked, Why did you wipe out that base then? Upon hearing this question, Yi Xing clenched her teeth and said, Because their leader took a liking to me. When I refused, those beasts killed my brother. While Chen Luo deeply sympathized with her, he said, Regardless, impersonating an elder from my base and issuing fake orders is a crime. Then he turned and left, knowing well that he couldn't be soft-hearted in such matters. He must make a public execution to serve as a warning. Otherwise, everyone will follow suit in the future. Just then, Chen Guang suddenly ran over and shouted, Brother Chen, there's an urgent and tricky situation. Please come quickly. Someone has brought a mysterious corpse outside seeking our protection. The corpse is really strange. Several of our elders have gone to look at it, but none could inflict any damage on it. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo was immediately alarmed, wondering, could it be a king-level mutated corpse? Only a corpse at the king level would be this tough. With this thought, Chen Luo instantly used a void walking technique and disappeared from the spot. Upon closer inspection, he was delighted to find that it was indeed a king-level corpse. This made Chen Luo extremely happy. Although dual-element ability users need to absorb twice as much energy for advancement, as long as I absorb this king-level crystal, my power could at least reach the peak of level 9. Chen Luo then immediately asked the man why he was seeking protection. The man promptly replied, My name is Xiao Jane. I just came to Divine Capital and was robbed by 2 groups of people. I heard that leader Chen provides protection here. I wanted to offer you the crystal, but the corpse is too hard. I've tried everything, but can't inflict any damage. I guess the level of the crystal inside should be quite high. Would this qualify for your protection? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo instantly ordered, From now on, I, Chen Luo, will protect Brother Xiao Jane. Anyone who dares to touch him will be against me in Dawn City. Chen Guang, given that Brother Xiao Jane has been robbed, his home probably has little food. Take 20 tons of rice and 1 ton of potatoes to him. Chen Luo felt it would weigh on his conscience to not offer something in return for the king-level crystal. Hearing this, Xiao Jing was moved to tears and loudly exclaimed, Thank you, Leader Chen, for your generous reward. Then Chen Luo took the king-level corpse back to his own yard, immediately conjured a void sword, and made a hole in it. Looking at the huge king-level crystal, Chen Luo estimated that he could advance to level 9 within 2 or 3 days. Meanwhile, on the other side, due to sudden heavy rains causing flooding in multiple areas, a large number of refugees have flooded into Divine Capital. Among them was a man named Jiyu Changfeng, who claimed to have some power and immediately wanted to occupy others' bases. Boasting that he was a level 7 strongman, he said, "Surrender now, and you may be spared." People who heard this immediately scoffed. A level 7? How impressive. Our Divine Capital's Dawn City's leader, Chen Luo, may even be at level 9 by now. You guys are many and strong today, so we yield. I'm going to seek protection from Leader Chen right now. Then the man led all his members to evacuate the base. However, Jiyu Changfeng showed no martial ethics, and immediately launched a surprise attack on those who surrendered. Shouting, "Don't let them escape. Kill them all to eliminate future troubles." Soon, nearly all members of this base were slaughtered by them. At that moment, one of them, while attacking the remaining members, arrogantly said, "Is every base in Divine Capital this weak?" A member lying on the ground disdainfully replied, "Bullyingness isn't an accomplishment. Try saying that in Dawn City." But Jiyu Changfeng's men dismissed it. Boasting, "We'll try. We came here to dominate Divine Capital." Meanwhile, another group of refugees had also arrived in Divine Capital. Among them, a level 6 nature element ability user named Ling Weiwei was heading for Chen Luo's Dawn City. Her teammates had heard that their place particularly valued nature elements, especially those like her who have improved seed technology. However, they heard that the base had already developed seeds that could increase yields by 50%. Hearing this, Ling Weiwei was stunned. She thought her seeds, which could increase yields by 30%, were already impressive. She didn't expect someone in Dawn City to be even more proficient. Her teammates told her about a large exchange meeting in Dawn City the next day. Not only would seeds be distributed for free, but they would also recruit qualified ability users. Hearing this, Ling Weiwei immediately said, "Let's go then." Little did she know that this decision would make her regret for the rest of her life. 2 years ago, due to workplace setbacks and extreme mental stress, she had a violent temperament and even had cruel thoughts. A stray dog accidentally bumped into her, and she crazily cut off a piece of the dog's ear. What she didn't expect was, that dog not only survived, but also became the dog elder in Dawn City after the apocalypse. The next day, tens of thousands of people arrived at the exchange meeting, obviously more than twice as many as the last time. Chen Luo had also heard that many people had come to Divine Capital due to flooding, and several bases had been attacked by outsiders. He chose to host the meeting today, specifically to deter these newcomers. Many seeing was brought to the venue. At this moment, Chen Guang said sternly, "This person, for impersonating an elder of our Dawn City, destroyed a base by trickery. I, by the order of the city leader, publicly execute this person. As a warning to you all, anyone who dares to impersonate a member of our Dawn City in the future, will meet the same fate as this woman." Upon saying that, Chen Luo released spatial slicing from behind the curtain. The next second, a force of space sliced through Yi Xing's neck. Watching such a beautiful girl get decapitated on the spot, scared the people in the audience quite a bit. Everyone expressed that even with 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to impersonate. Jiyu Changfeng was especially terrified, his face turning pale, thinking to himself, "Those people yesterday didn't lie. We can't afford to mess with this Dawn City for now." Then, Chen Guang continued, "Back to the main point, those who need free seats can come to us for registration. Same old rule. Half of the potatoes you grow should be given to us. Also, we have changed our recruitment criteria. Now we only recruit ability users above level 6. Hearing this, Jiyu Changfeng was shocked, thinking, "Is this even reasonable? As if everyone in your base is above level 6. However, Ling Weiwei, who heard this, immediately stood up, thinking, "Luckily, I've advanced to level 6. I can finally get rid of this burden." Then she coldly said, "Thank you all for taking care of me during this time, but I choose to join Dawn City. We are not on the same path." Saying that, she heartlessly left her teammates and went on stage, saying, "I am a level 6 nature element ability user, with the ability to improve seeds. I am very eager to join your Dawn City. Am I qualified?" Hearing this, Chen Guang immediately accepted Ling Weiwei. Chen Luo was also very satisfied with this new member, even personally taking her on a tour around the base, preparing to send her to Manga for experience exchange. But at that moment, Thunder King, who was idly roaming around the base, suddenly heard that unforgettable voice. A surge of painful memories flooded its mind. In a winter before the apocalypse, Thunder King, due to the cold, had taken refuge in a basement, unknowingly bumping into a girl. Thunder King thought it had encountered a kind person, but who knew, that woman immediately pinned it down, and then directly took out a knife to cut off a piece of its ear. For a moment, Thunder King's screams resonated throughout the entire parking lot. However, this venomous-hearted woman didn't stop there, and continued to violently assault it with her blade. In order to survive, Thunder King used all its might to bite Ling Weiwei's hand, but because she was wearing leather gloves, it couldn't do any harm. Seeing this, Thunder King didn't hesitate for a second, and immediately escaped from this woman's clutches. Had it not been for a kind old lady's rescue, this dog would have died in that cold and hungry night. It must be her. This elder would never forget that voice until death. Seeing that she had the ability to improve seeds, Chen Luo planned to hand her over to Mei Ning, but he was unexpectedly stopped by Thunder King halfway. Seeing its owner bringing its enemy into the base, Thunder King immediately let out a hate-filled roar towards Ling Weiwei, followed by non-stop barking. This scared Ling Weiwei quite a bit. Without saying another word, she hid behind Chen Luo and coquettishly said, "Oh my, this dog is so fierce. I'm so scared." At this moment, Chen Luo also sensed something was off. This was the first time he had seen Thunder King act so aggressively towards someone, even revealing a chilling intent to kill. So, he immediately brought Rice as a translator, but when Rice heard about Thunder King's experience, he instantly broke into a cold sweat. Then he showed an extremely disgusted look and said, "It's this wicked woman who cut off Thunder King's ear, and even stabbed it multiple times." Thunder King asks, "Do you still honor your promise to avenge its enemy?" Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately glared at Ling Weiwei, then directly questioned if she had ever cut a dog's ear in the past. Upon hearing this, Ling Weiwei was greatly shocked, thinking, why would he suddenly ask me this? Does he know about what happened back then? So she hastily said, how could I possibly do such an unconscionable thing? Heaven and earth can testify. I have never done such a thing. Chen Luo paused, and from Ling Weiwei's expression, confirmed she was indeed guilty. Then he disdainfully said, whether you admit it or not doesn't matter. If our dog elder thinks you're guilty, that's enough. Should I kill her for you, Thunder King, or do you want to do it yourself? Upon hearing this, Thunder King immediately barked, I will avenge my own grudge. This scared Ling Weiwei quite a bit, and she immediately shouted, Leader Chen, please spare me this once. I admit I cut a dog's ear, but I didn't mean to. I had just started working at that time, and I was continuously bullied by colleagues, so I lost control. Please forgive me this once. At this point, Chen Luo coldly said, you take out your frustrations from others. I'm a little puppy. Is that it? A kick might have been overlooked. Thunder King would probably let it slide, but you cut its ear and stabbed it. Isn't that going too far? Even Rice angrily added, forgiving you is God's business. What Thunder King needs to do is send you to meet God. Seeing Chen Luo remain indifferent, Ling Weiwei shouted in desperation, you just praised me for being talented, didn't you? I'm a human. It's a dog. How can you side with a dog? You can't do this to me. But Chen Luo didn't pay any attention, and directly signaled for Thunder King to make its move. Seeing this, Thunder King didn't hesitate, and with all its might, swung a paw at her. Unexpectedly, Ling Weiwei, who was at level 6, wasn't injured at all, which immediately made Chen Luo realize something was wrong. Thunder King is level 8. By logic, she should be either dead or severely injured. Could it be that she awakened dual abilities due to extreme emotional fluctuation? Chen Luo wanted to warn Thunder King, but it was too late. At that moment, it was already blinded by hatred. Just as Thunder King prepared to launch another attack, a terrifying energy suddenly burst forth from Ling Weiwei. She abruptly transformed into a 5 to 6 meter tall monster, shouting, I'm going to kill you all. This scared Chen Luo quite a bit. He quickly asked Thunder King if it wanted him to step in, but Thunder King refused his offer, insisting on taking its own revenge. Seeing that Ling Weiwei now had the power to battle Thunder King, to prevent damage to the base, Chen Luo immediately deployed a void banishment, transporting Thunder King and Ling Weiwei to an empty field. This way, Thunder King could go all out. It leapt high into the air for a thunderous tail swipe, and harshly smacked it onto Ling Weiwei's face. But to Chen Luo's astonishment, the strike did not cause her any substantial harm. Thunder King didn't lose heart. It launched another thunder palm at her, but still to no effect. At this point, Ling Weiwei mockingly said, "Are you trying to tickle me? Did this dumb dog skip a meal? What can you do with such little strength?" This really ticked off Thunder King, who without hesitation unleashed a Thunder Whip combo at her. But just then, Chen Luo sensed something was off. Thunder King's attack speed was gradually declining, and its strength was also waning. Given Thunder King's level, it shouldn't be tiring out after just a few attacks. Could there be some sort of curse effect on this monster? Meanwhile, Ling Weiwei kept taunting Thunder King. "Come hit me, you idiot. Are you already panting after a couple of strikes?" Hearing this, Thunder King leapt forward to claw at her, aiming to shut her up. But Ling Weiwei's reflexes were incredibly quick. She slapped Thunder King to the ground with a backhand. At this point, Thunder King also sensed something wrong, feeling its strength continuously draining away. Through observing the battle, Chen Luo deduced what was happening. It seemed Ling Weiwei was using some technique to absorb Thunder King's power. Each time Thunder King attacked her, she would siphon off a portion of its strength. But at this time, Thunder King was already blinded by hatred, completely unaware of this. It kept attacking Ling Weiwei over and over again. After a while, both in terms of power and speed, Ling Weiwei was completely dominating Thunder King. Before Dog Elder could react, he was sent flying with a swift kick from her. Ling Weiwei arrogantly said, "Foolish dog. Still calling yourself Dog Elder? How about I cut off your other ear right now?" This scared Chen Luo quite a bit. He never expected that Thunder King, a level 8, would be toyed with by her. However, it was precisely Ling Weiwei's words just now that thoroughly enraged Thunder King. "How dare you insult the elder title I've worked so hard for? I've never wronged you, yet you cut off my ear. Well then, taste my fury." Old grievances combined with new hatred made Thunder King completely fall into a state of rage. At this moment, Thunder King's body suddenly erupted with countless purple lightning bolts. After a few angry barks from Thunder King, the purple lightning around its body converged into a bolt of purple sky lightning, which furiously struck the black monster. As the purple sky lightning instantly shattered the black monster into pieces, Chen Luo was completely stunned, thinking that even he couldn't produce such destructive power. And what was the deal with the purple lightning? He had never seen Thunder King use purple lightning in his past life. Before Chen Luo could figure out what was happening, Thunder King collapsed with a thud. Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately went to check the situation. But Thunder King's first words were, "I didn't ask for your help. You can't take my points." He then asked Thunder King if the purple lightning was a newly acquired skill. Since he had never seen him use it before, Thunder King didn't know how to explain. So it lightly blew a breath towards Chen Luo. The next second, a strong wind ruffled Chen Luo's hair. At that moment, Chen Luo understood everything. Seems like this dog has awakened dual abilities. It's evident that its second ability is wind-related. So he immediately asked Thunder King to try blowing with force to see if it could generate a tornado. Upon hearing this, Thunder King didn't hesitate and took a big breath. As it exhaled, a hurricane was instantly created. This made Chen Luo extremely happy, thinking how this was all thanks to Ling Weiwei. If it weren't for her, Thunder King would never have awakened dual abilities. But why did she transform into a black monster just now? Usually, nature-based transformations are into various animals. Could it be that her abilities had fused? Like how Thunder King's wind ability had fused with its lightning ability, resulting in purple lightning. So by that logic, the earlier you awaken dual abilities, the more advantageous it is for ability fusion. At this point, Chen Luo suddenly felt that if he didn't work harder, he might actually be outdone by a dog. Especially considering that this dog now had nearly level 10 strength. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately challenged Thunder King to a race. "Let's see who can get back to base first. How about a bet of 100 points? Don't worry, I won't use Void Walk." Hearing this, Thunder King was instantly interested, thinking, what a great deal. With my 4 legs, I'm not afraid of your 2. As soon as Chen Luo yelled start, both man and dog immediately dashed towards the base at full speed. Who would have known that in the next second, Thunder King erupted with a whirlwind mixed with thunder around him. In the blink of an eye, he teleported hundreds of meters. This scared Chen Luo quite a bit. Wind Thunder Flash, you dare cheat against me by using skills, huh? Just as Thunder King was about to charge into the base, he was sent back to his original location by Chen Luo's spatial exile. Frustrated, Thunder King found Chen Luo and barked, "You cheat. How dare you use spatial exile on a dog? Smiling slyly, Chen Luo responded. I remember saying I wouldn't use Void Walk, but I never said anything about not using Spatial Exile. Besides, you used Wind Thunder Flash. You cheated first, okay? After costing Thunder King 100 points, Chen Luo proceeded to the inner courtyard and found Rice circling around a flower. He immediately went up to warn Rice that the flower is poisonous. It might not harm you physically, but it will make you dizzy and nauseous. Shall I pull it out now? Upon hearing this, Mayu immediately shouted, leave the flower. Mutant plants can also be ingredients. Let me research this flower. It might solve the issue of tasteless fish. Subsequently, Chen Luo returned to his room to absorb the crystal. Just 2 hours passed, and he felt signs of a breakthrough. After enduring intense pain all over his body, he finally surpassed Thunder King and advanced to level 9. His physical condition reached a near king level, and his abilities were multiple times stronger than before. Thinking about this, he began to try fusing abilities. Ling Weiwei had fused nature and dark elements to create a transformation skill. Thunder King had fused thunder and wind to create Wind Thunder Flash. What kind of ability will I create by fusing space and time? To ensure nothing goes wrong, Chen Luo immediately called Rice, asking it to predict for him what would happen if he combined them. Rice then jumped onto Chen Luo and started sensing. Soon after, it said with a terrified face, Chen Luo, I saw you die on the spot. So, you must never try that skill. Hearing this, Chen Luo was stunned, muttering to himself, is the consumption of this space-time ability so huge? Do I have to wait until I reach level 10 or king level to use this skill? Thankfully, Rice warned him in time, or he almost killed himself just now. Early the next morning, a member of the intelligence group sent a valuable message, saying they saw a stunning beauty by the seaside, and that she could turn someone into an ice sculpture with just a breath. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo rushed to the beach without a word, because he suspected that the woman they mentioned was congealed frost. Indeed, it was exactly as he had guessed. But what he didn't expect was, as soon as congealed frost saw him, she ran towards the sea as if she had seen a ghost, mumbling to herself, why is it this rascal again? Is he here to destroy my shells? At this moment, the puzzled Chen Luo was a bit baffled, thinking to himself, do I look that scary? Scaring away at king level expert the moment I show up. So, she ran and he chased. Just as congealed frost was about to jump into the sea, Chen Luo instantly used void walking to catch up and grabbed her, saying, why are you running when you see me? Do I look like a bad person to you? Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. However, congealed frost did not think so. She kept shouting, you pervert. Let go of me now. Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately explained that the last time was just a misunderstanding. You hear me out? No. Listen to my explanation. If you don't give me this chance, I can't guarantee if those 2 small shells of yours will remain intact. Upon hearing this, congealed frost instantly transformed back to her original form, and with a loud shout, you despicable and shameless rogue. She immediately conjured an ice arrow aiming at Chen Luo. Then she coldly said, if you dare to do any filthy things to me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. However, at this moment, a jellyfish suddenly emerged from the sea, blabbering, finally found you. I'm here on Poseidon's command to invite you to Poseidon's palace, and let me warn you not to try any tricks. Your dolphin friend is with us. Even though Chen Luo couldn't understand what they were saying, he could tell that this jellyfish had reached level 10. He was still missing 2 level 10 crystals. Should he kill it and harvest the crystal? But congealed frost was deep in thought. Clearly, this was a trap. Congealed frost wasn't foolish. Going alone was likely a one-way trip, but the guy in front of her had teleportation abilities. Didn't he? Last time, he teleported and saved Sea Princess right under her nose. With this thought, she immediately shouted to Chen Luo, I have a favor to ask. Are you willing to help? Hearing this, Chen Luo was taken aback. He hadn't expected a king-level expert to seek his assistance. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to build a good relationship with her? He then responded with a grin. Helping others is my nature. Drawing my sword to assist is my hobby. Whatever you need, just let me know. Upon hearing this, congealed frost got straight to the point. My friend was taken by a great white shark called Poseidon. I want you to accompany me to Poseidon's palace. Can you use your special ability to help me rescue my friend? Hearing this, Chen Luo paused in shock, thinking that any adversary that makes congealed frost wary must be a king-level entity. Though the journey would be risky, Chen Luo immediately agreed to congealed frost's request. If she can hold off Poseidon, I'll rescue the dolphin and owe her a favor. If she can't even do that, then I can only apologize." Meanwhile, in Poseidon's palace, a walrus was seen fawning. "Lord Poseidon, I knew that you and congealed frost never got along, so I took the liberty of capturing her friend, the little dolphin, and sent someone to invite congealed frost to the palace." But before it could finish, Octopus Bro suddenly burst out from the water, exclaiming, "Big trouble. The captured dolphin has tried to take its own life. It's on its last breath. What should we do?" Poseidon licked his lips. "Just eat it. It's more convenient." Just at that moment, the dolphin suddenly sent out a psychic message. "Dear congealed frost, please don't come to Poseidon's palace to save me. They want to use me as bait to kill you. Goodbye forever." Elsewhere, receiving this message, congealed frost suddenly stopped in her tracks. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "I just received a farewell message from a little dolphin to keep me from danger. It chose to end its life." Upon saying this, congealed frost shouted, "I'll take revenge for my friend. I'll never forgive this monstrous fake Poseidon." Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately stepped forward and said, "Don't act on impulse. If you go now, you'll be playing into their hands and betray the little dolphin's good intentions." But at this moment, congealed frost's eyes were clouded with rage. No matter what Chen Luo said, she wouldn't listen. She was determined to seek revenge on Poseidon. Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't indulge her any further. Using spatial exile, he immediately pulled her back, stating, "A gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. I promised to help you, but we need to plan this out." Only then did congealed frost start to come back to her senses, promising Chen Luo she wouldn't act recklessly. However, at that moment, sensing something was amiss, the jellyfish tried to slip away, but it was too late. Chen Luo lifted the void sword, coldly saying, "Do you think you can run faster? Or is my void sword faster?" With that, Chen Luo cleaved the jellyfish in two with a single stroke. He then solemnly promised congealed frost, "Give me 1 year, and I guarantee we'll work together to eradicate this menace." It wasn't just bravado from Chen Luo. With 2 or 3 more king-level crystals, he could reach level 10. By then, his power would be close to the king level. However, congealed frost remained skeptical, replying, "Don't brag here. You're no match for me. What makes you so confident?" Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately said, "You don't need to worry about that. Tell me, if I help you get rid of this menace, how will you repay me? After all, we are neither kin nor kindred, and I should get something out of this, right?" Upon hearing this, congealed frost quickly replied, "As long as you truly help me eliminate Poseidon, you can have whatever you want." This made Chen Luo extremely happy, and he whispered to himself, "This mermaid has finally taken the bait." He then took congealed frost back to the shore, and instructed her not to seek revenge on Poseidon on her own within the year. "Wait for my good news." Afterwards, he returned to the base in high spirits. Seeing his master return, Thunder King immediately ran excitedly towards Chen Luo. But to everyone's surprise, as soon as Thunder King opened his mouth, Chen Luo was drenched in cold sweat, and shouted, "I must be hallucinating. Did words just come out of a dog's mouth? Everyone come look. Thunder King can speak." However, at that moment, Xiao Hai approached Chen Luo, saying, "The information you requested has been gathered. Here are the details of all the super-powered individuals who recently came to Divine Capital. Please take a look, boss." Chen Luo glanced over the information, and quickly noticed 3 big red characters. She was someone from his past life who had reached king level with nature powers. Not only did she have excellent planting skills, but she also mastered a powerful transformation technique, allowing her to turn into a firebird or thunderwolf. She was undoubtedly a rare talent. Yet, another super-powered individual's name soon caught Chen Luo's attention. A wind-based super-powered individual in a future king-level powerhouse. However, this guy was an ambitious base leader, and recruiting him would not be an easy task. Chen Luo decided on the spot to recruit Lu Tianju first. After all, this woman didn't have much ambition, and winning her over should be easy. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately handed the information back to Xiao Hai, saying, "Brother Hai, you can go about your business. I have some matters to attend to." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jiyu Chanfeng approached Lu Tianju. Upon meeting, he proposed they join forces and merge their bases. Unexpectedly, without even a second's consideration, she declined his proposal, saying she had no intention of merging. Hearing this, Jiyu Chanfeng was taken aback, then exclaimed, "Don't tell me you're thinking of joining Dawn City too, without hiding anything? Lu Tianzhu confirmed his suspicions. I'm actually planning to approach Leader Chen, and hope he can accept even those of us below the 6th rank into his ranks. This infuriated Jiyu Chanfeng, who muttered to himself, I humbly asked you to join and you refused. Yet you want to kneel and beg someone who has set such high standards. You're really slapping my face. But just then, an alarmed shout echoed from the entrance. Leader Lu, we're in big trouble. A massive horde of zombies is preparing to attack our base. Seeing an opportunity, Jiyu Chanfeng was elated, thinking to himself, isn't this the perfect chance to show off? If I can resolve this crisis for her, she'll surely reconsider and join me. The incoming zombies were led by Big Strong from the Brotherhood Alliance. After Big Strong violently blasted the iron gate open with a single punch, the horde swarmed into the base like locusts. Seeing this, Jiyu Chanfeng immediately took action, declaring, with me here, you beasts won't advance another step. He then ordered 2 of his subordinates to hold Big Strong back. Fully understanding the principle, capture the leader first to defeat the enemy. He prepared to unleash his ultimate move against the lead zombie. However, with just 2 punches, Big Strong sent the 2 underlings straight to the underworld. Fortunately, Jiyu Chanfeng's ultimate move was already underway. With a powerful shout, he summoned a massive tornado aiming directly at Big Strong. To everyone's surprise, Big Strong not only stood firm against the attack, but also mocked. Is that all you've got? Seeing this, Lu Tianzhu transformed into a phoenix, releasing a continuous stream of flames from the sky to attack Big Strong, hoping to push him back with long-range attacks. However, in an unexpected move, Big Strong leapt high into the air, grabbed her wings, and violently slammed her to the ground. The scene greatly alarmed Lu Tianzhu, who realized the zombie's strength was at the 8th rank. Is this where my tragic life ends? Just as Big Strong was about to finish off Lu Tianzhu with a single blow, another zombie rushed over shouting, Boss, we're in big trouble. Chen Luo from Dawn City is here. We can't mess with him. We need to run. At that moment, a bewildered Lu Tianzhu was utterly confused, thinking to herself, what on earth? Zombies have bosses too? What surprised her even more was that these zombies were afraid of someone from Dawn City. Before she could figure out what was happening, the horde of zombies began to scatter and flee in terror. Suddenly, a leg appeared from a vehicle, followed by Chen Luo stepping out, saying, Little girl, are you okay? Do you need any help? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianzhu was overjoyed, thinking, is Chen Luo really that powerful? The zombie leader that neither Jiyu Chanfeng nor I could handle was terrified just hearing his name. Lu Tianzhu instantly became a huge fan of Chen Luo. With admiration in her eyes, she said, Brother Chen, I've been wanting to join you for a while now. Can I team up with you from now on? Although Jiyu Chanfeng was clearly annoyed, he didn't dare to show any disrespect in front of Chen Luo, because the difference in their power levels was too vast. Chen Luo, with a smile, responded, since you've asked so sincerely, from now on, you can be with me. Little did Lu Tianzhu know, Chen Luo was internally overjoyed, thinking how smooth recruiting her had been. All thanks to that kid, Big Strong. Then, a slightly embarrassed Lu Tianzhu continued, I know that Dawn City only recruits members of rank 6 and above, and my people might not qualify, but could you give them a chance? Without me, they'll surely be bullied. Chen Luo, with a gentle smile, replied, while I can't fulfill that specific request, I have an affiliate organization that can accommodate your people and ensure they're not bullied. After addressing Lu Tianzhu's concerns, he swiftly turned his attention to Jiyu Chanfeng, saying, You must be Jiyu Chanfeng. Don't think I don't know about the spy you planted in Dawn City. Whatever you're plotting isn't my concern. But let me give you a piece of advice today. Before acting, weigh your own strength. Know what you can and cannot do. Use your head. Upon hearing this, Jiyu Chanfeng nearly wet himself in fear. Quickly nodding, he expressed his gratitude for Chen Luo's advice. However, Chen Luo didn't even give him a second glance, and left with Lu Tianzhu. Unable to retaliate, Jiyu Chanfeng muttered to himself, Chen Luo, just you wait. One day, I'll have you beneath my feet. Meanwhile, elsewhere, there was a sudden phenomenon in Dawn City, where daylight swiftly turned to night. When Chen Luo rushed back to the base, he was stunned to see a massive black hole in the sky. Looking up, he saw Sea Princess floating in midair, her face contorted in pain. After an initial shock, a look of delight crossed Chen Luo's face, realizing that his sister was about to break through to the king level. Having experience in advancing to the king level himself, Chen Luo promptly advised Sea Princess, if you feel the energy is about to burst out of your body, try to gather it together, and then release it with all your might. Without hesitation, Sea Princess conjured a massive dark energy sphere, and hurled it towards an open space outside the base. Following a deafening explosion, Chen Luo hurriedly congratulated her. Congratulations on officially entering the king level. But before he could finish, Sea Princess suddenly hugged him by the neck, thanking him for his timely advice. Or she might have been torn apart by that immense energy. Let's go and take revenge on congealed frost now. Chen Luo, hearing this, broke out in cold sweat, thinking to himself, I just made peace with congealed frost. If my sister goes there with such aggression, won't it ruin my plan? As he was about to try and dissuade her, Sea Princess suddenly swept him off his feet in a princess carry, saying, just rest in my arms. I'll fly us there. The bewildered Chen Luo was utterly confused, thinking, this is bad. I can't stop her now. I must quickly find a way to mediate their conflict. Soon, Sea Princess, flying at incredible speed, reached the seaside. The journey was so turbulent that Chen Luo felt dizzy upon landing. But Sea Princess, with her fists clenched in anticipation, was eager to face off with congealed frost immediately. Seeing this, the puzzled Chen Luo quickly called out to Sea Princess, Big sis, can we discuss something? When you confront her, just give her a lesson. Don't beat her to a pulp. As for that mermaid, I'm confident I can recruit her to our side. Upon hearing this, Sea Princess immediately declared, since my brother likes this mermaid, I'll capture her for you right now. At this moment, Congealed Frost, who was seated on an island, also noticed Sea Princess, and thought to herself, you dare come here. Last time you managed to escape, but this time, let's see if you can pull it off again. Seeing that a confrontation between the two women was inevitable, Chen Luo quickly retreated to a safe distance to secretly observe the fight, thinking to himself, king level versus king level, someone insignificant like me should stay out of this. Without any hesitation, Sea Princess released her Dark Eye technique against Congealed Frost, hoping to catch her off guard. However, Congealed Frost responded swiftly, interrupting Sea Princess with her Frost Bloom technique. This infuriated Sea Princess, who shouted, you damn mermaid, watch me beat you so hard today that you'll be searching for your teeth on the ground. She then launched another attack. Darkness Consumes, where a dark energy column, a meter in diameter, shot towards Congealed Frost. Surprisingly, Congealed Frost neither retreated nor dodged. Instead, she countered with her extreme cold solidification technique. The intense battle between them was like a standoff between two fierce opponents. All the while, Chen Luo watched from the sidelines, sweating profusely. After 800 rounds, neither had gained the upper hand. Both their powers were drained, leaving them unable to use any more special abilities. However, the fight didn't stop there. It escalated into an even more intense second round of king-level combat. Sea Princess raised her right hand, ready to strike. Congealed Frost, not to be outdone, immediately raised her arm to block the sudden blow, as she smirked with a look of triumph, saying, is that all? Sea Princess unexpectedly slapped her across the face with her left hand. Infuriated, Congealed Frost shouted, how dare you hit my face? You seafood, I'll end you. Without hesitation, the two entangled in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Chen Luo rushed forward, grabbing Congealed Frost, and shouted, enough. Let's talk this through peacefully. Unexpectedly, as Chen Luo held onto Congealed Frost, she received another slap from Sea Princess. Seeing this, Congealed Frost shouted at Chen Luo, let go of me. I'll make this mermaid pay. This made Sea Princess even more furious. She yelled, how dare you shout at my brother? Let's see if I don't slap you senseless. Just as Sea Princess was about to slap again, Chen Luo quickly turned around to shield Congealed Frost with his back. However, Sea Princess suddenly halted her motion, thinking, why is my annoying brother protecting this mermaid? Oh, I remember now, he wants to recruit her. I should help him. With that thought, she began to pretend to furiously hit Chen Luo while yelling, how dare you protect her? I'll beat you up, you annoying brother. Although she seemed fierce, her blows were light. Chen Luo caught on quickly, feigning cries of pain. This tactic seemed to work. Seeing Chen Luo so protective made Congealed Frost grow concerned about his well-being. After this dramatic display, Chen Luo pulled out 2 lollipops from his pocket and handed one each to Congealed Frost and Sea Princess. He said, misunderstandings aside, my sister here is our key ally against Poseidon. Let's talk things out. Congealed Frost responded skeptically, your sister is too brutal, even to her own brother. Maybe you should be my brother instead. Chen Luo smiled, I only have one sister. How about you become my little sister? After some mediation from Chen Luo, the two women reconciled. Congealed Frost even agreed to become Chen Luo's sister. Chen Luo then said in a serious tone, Sister Congealed Frost, come back to the base with me. You and my sister can get to know each other's abilities. That way, we can work seamlessly together when we face Poseidon. I estimate in about 3 months, I'll be close to having king-level strength. Then, we can confront Poseidon together. Fast forward 2.5 months, Chen Luo finally advanced to level 10. Now, with pseudo-king level strength, he couldn't be easily defeated, even by a king-level opponent's most powerful moves. Afterward, Chen Luo immediately asked Rice, with my current strength, what would happen if I used a space-time ability? Without hesitation, Rice began to predict the outcome and informed Chen Luo, using that ability now won't kill you, but it would leave you in a vegetative state. Hearing this, Chen Luo became pensive, muttering, does this skill have such a high cost? Thankfully, Rice predicted it for me, or I might have been tempted to try it. With that thought, Chen Luo instantly teleported outside the window and decided to test his king-level move called the Dimensional Blade. This skill can instantly defeat a king-level opponent and even severely injure those above king-level. However, with his current strength, Chen Luo could only harness a quarter of its power. Upon activating the Dimensional Blade, he waved his hand, releasing an energy that sliced through a nearby mountain like tofu. The next moment, Chen Luo collapsed, exhausted from the effort, murmuring to himself, using that move at my current strength was too taxing. I must avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. Now, I should keep my promise. Tomorrow, I'll go with Sister Congealed Frost to settle our score with Poseidon. Congealed Frost and her group arrived at the seashore, ready to confront the imposter god, Bai Hao, in Poseidon's palace. After a 2.5-hour journey, Congealed Frost pointed out the beach ahead as the entrance to Poseidon's palace. At that moment, Bai Hao was leisurely sunbathing on the beach, unaware of the looming danger. Suddenly, Chen Luo shouted, all irrelevant creatures, leave immediately. 3 king-level beings are here to confront Bai Hao. Those who don't wish to die, move aside. At his command, all the sea creatures quickly made way. However, Congealed Frost was intently focused on Bai Hao, mumbling, why is he wearing that armor? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo looked closely and recognized the armor from a past life. It wasn't worn by Bai Hao, but by a king-level zombie. Chen Luo deduced, Bai Hao must have been killed by that zombie in his previous life, which is why the armor ended up on it. He also remembered that this unique armor would automatically deploy an energy shield when attacked. Thus, until the armor's energy was depleted, they wouldn't be able to inflict any real damage on Bai Hao. Hearing this, Sea Princess immediately suggested, then we should destroy its armor. Chen Luo shook his head in response, saying, doing so would be a waste of such a treasure. If possible, I'd like to take that armor for myself. At that moment, Bai Hao noticed the intruders in his territory. Without hesitation, he charged at Chen Luo and the others. Seeing this, Sea Princess swiftly cast a curse skill at Bai Hao. However, the gem on Bai Hao's armor shone with a brilliant white light, absorbing all the curse energy from Sea Princess. Stunned, Sea Princess exclaimed, how is that possible? Meanwhile, Congealed Frost launched her Icy Blossom attack. Not only did it fail to harm Bai Hao, but it also didn't even scratch his armor's shield. Completely taken aback, she yelled, when did this imposter god become so strong? Before everyone could react, Bai Hao threw a powerful punch at Chen Luo. Just 0.1 meters from landing on Chen Luo's face, Chen Luo quickly activated a skill called Spatial Banishment. The next moment, Bai Hao's punch hit nothing but air. Before Bai Hao could react, Chen Luo devised a plan. He instructed Zhang Choshui to cast Time Freeze on Poseidon. Although the skill would only last for 3 seconds against a king-level entity, it was enough time for Chen Luo to act. Zhang Choshui didn't hesitate and cast Time Freeze on Bai Hao. As a golden light enveloped him, Bai Hao found himself unable to move, as if he had been paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Luo used Void Walking to appear behind Bai Hao. Without wasting a moment, Chen Luo, with the speed honed from being single for 20 years, removed the armor from Bai Hao in just 2 seconds. Seeing this, Poseidon was left stunned. Just as the time freeze was about to wear off, Chen Luo shouted, "Spatial banishment," and Bai Hao vanished from the spot. Chen Luo then gleefully wore the armor and ordered the Sea Turtle King to escort Millie and Zhang Choshui to a nearby island, anticipating Bai Hao's return for revenge. Before departing, Millie cast several buffing spells on the group and reminded everyone to be cautious. 2 hours later, Bai Hao returned, even more furious than before, shouting, "You despicable human! Return my divine armor or prepare to face my wrath." Chuckling, Chen Luo replied, "Such arrogance. I'd like to see what you're capable of. I'll also test out this armor's abilities." Bai Hao, infuriated, yelled, "Stop acting so arrogant in front of me. Give me back my armor." Chen Luo immediately stated there's no way he'd return it, challenging Bai Hao to take it back himself. But before Chen Luo could finish his words, Bai Hao mysteriously appeared right in front of him. Bai Hao's massive fist came hurling toward Chen Luo. At that moment, Chen Luo sensed something was amiss. The opponent had breached the armor's defensive radius, but the protective shield didn't activate. Before he could understand the situation, Bai Hao's powerful punch landed squarely on his face. With a painful scream, Chen Luo was sent flying. In shock, he thought, "Does this armor recognize its owner? Why doesn't it protect me?" Seeing the situation, Sea Princess didn't hesitate and blocked Bai Hao's path. She first used a skill to slow down Poseidon's movement, and then cast the Dark Eye on him. Congealed Frost also launched her Icy Blossom attack. Although both attacks hit Bai Hao squarely, they didn't even scratch him. Chen Luo, watching from behind, was terrified and muttered, "This guy's defense is insanely strong." Bai Hao then mockingly said, "Are you giving me a scratch massage? Ignorant sea creatures, today I'll show you my true power." With that, a terrifying aura emanated from Bai Hao, and a massive golden tornado enveloped him. Before anyone could react, a great white shark, with its jaws wide open, charged at Sea Princess. Sea Princess couldn't escape in time, but thankfully, Congealed Frost quickly used her powerful skill to freeze the shark, saving Sea Princess from a perilous situation. Chen Luo immediately instructed Sea Princess to unleash her ultimate move, Dark Devourer. Despite its immense power, the skill required a few seconds of casting time. Sea Princess wasn't entirely confident she could hit Bai Hao with it, but she obeyed her brother's instructions regardless. Just as Sea Princess began casting Dark Devourer, Chen Luo utilized spatial banishment, transporting Bai Hao, who was attempting to flee, directly into Sea Princess's attack. Before Poseidon could react, a powerful constricting force instantly overwhelmed him. Following a heart-wrenching scream from Poseidon, the sky echoed with agony. Even though the move was effective, Bai Hao's physical resilience meant Sea Princess had to expend a vast amount of energy to inflict damage. Within just 2 minutes, Sea Princess had exhausted her limits as her technique dissipated. Bai Hao broke free from her hold. Enraged, he declared, "Mere sea creatures dare oppose a god like me? None of you will leave here alive today." Bai Hao then lunged out of the water, his massive jaw filled with razor-sharp teeth, lunging at the duo. Observing this, Chen Luo realized the gravity of the situation. Both Congealed Frost and Sea Princess were too drained to evade. Without hesitation, Chen Luo teleported in front of them, grabbing their hands, and used void walking to escape. By the time Bai Hao tried to bite, he found only emptiness. Utterly bewildered, Bai Hao wondered, how did my prey escape just like that? Meanwhile, the trio had already reached a location hundreds of miles away. No matter how fast Poseidon was, he couldn't catch up to them. Congealed Frost said dejectedly, "Last time, this pseudo-god wasn't this powerful. Now, even with all three of us combined, we're no match for him. Brother Chen Luo, what should we do now?" Chen Luo responded, "No rush. Once I advance to the king level, I'll help you take him down." Soon after, they met up with Millie at the shore. On seeing them, Millie immediately asked about the progress. Chen Luo shook his head, "It was challenging. Our plan failed. We need to rethink our strategy. Still, it wasn't a total loss. We managed to get Bai Hao's armor. Though I don't know why it had no effect on me." Upon hearing this, Millie quickly inquired about the gem on the armor, suggesting Chen Luo. "Do you think this gem might be the key to activating the armor?" Upon hearing Millie's words, a realization struck Chen Luo. He immediately attempted to channel his powers into the red gem. Sure enough, as the gem absorbed the energy, it responded. With excitement, he said, "Sis, try hitting me with all your might." Without hesitation, Sea Princess threw a punch at him. To her surprise, her fist stopped half a meter from Chen Luo, blocked by a purple energy shield that suddenly appeared around him. Before Chen Luo could celebrate, he received a telepathic message from Zhao Shi. "Brother Chen, we have a problem. Big Strong just sent out a distress call. A zombie is challenging him for leadership, and they're fighting in an octagonal cage. Big Strong is on the verge of losing. We need your help right now." At that moment, the mutant zombie spoke arrogantly. "You have two choices before you. 1. Accept me as your leader. Or 2. I kill you right here and now. Choose quickly, I'm not a patient one." Unbeknownst to him, Chen Luo was already hovering above them. Seeing the audacity of the mutant, Chen Luo decided he would help Big Strong save face in front of his subordinates. Within a moment, Big Strong received a message from Zhao Shi. "Big Strong, don't panic. Brother Chen is here. He says that if you count to 3, the mutant in front of you will drop dead. Just pose as if you killed it, and it will all play out." Gaining confidence from these words, Big Strong shouted, "You're pretty bold, aren't you? Who gave you the courage to challenge me? Do you believe that if I count to 3, you'll be dead?" This statement left the onlooking zombies in doubt. Wondering if Big Strong had become overconfident, it was evident that the mutant had a higher level. And they weren't sure Big Strong could defeat him, let alone in 3 seconds. The mutant smirked and said, "Go on, count to 3. I'd love to see how you think you can kill me." Without any hesitation, Big Strong began counting. At this moment, all the zombies stared at Big Strong as if he was an idiot, eagerly awaiting the moment he'd embarrass himself. To be honest, even Big Strong had doubts. While he knew Brother Ching was powerful, he found it hard to believe he could kill a level 9 mutant without even showing himself. He silently hoped, "Brother, you better not be setting me up. I put everything on the line this time." As the 3-second countdown ended, Big Strong bellowed, "Die." Simultaneously, Chen Luo executed a spatial slice on the mutant. Seeing that the countdown was over, the mutant taunted, "Weren't you saying I'd be dead in 3 seconds? I'm still here in." Before he could finish, his head dropped to the ground. Witnessing this, Big Strong immediately began to boast, "A mere firefly daring to compete with the sun and moon. A fool challenging my position as the leader. Who else here dares to defy me? Come at me all at once if you wish." With that, the entire crowd began chanting their allegiance to Big Strong, swearing to follow him loyally. Having made his point, Big Strong excitedly approached Chen Luo, offering him the crystal from the mutant. However, Chen Luo declined, generously suggesting that Big Strong keep it for himself. This left Big Strong momentarily stunned, wondering if Brother Chen had had a change of heart, being so unexpectedly kind. But the next moment, Chen Luo began to frisk Big Strong, leaving the latter thinking, "Ah, this is more like my brother." Always suspecting I might be hiding some high-grade crystal. He soon arrived at Jin Yuan Yang's base. Chen Luo inquired about any useful intel. Jin Yuan Zhang admitted that things weren't going smoothly. There was another base, similar in scale to Dawn City, led by Yi Yu, a level 9 power. Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately sank into thought. Yi Yu was a renowned figure from his past life, having awakened dual abilities at level 10, and becoming the only dual ability user at the king level. Moreover, he was also a favored individual with unparalleled luck. He had stumbled upon 3 king-level crystals, and countless ones at levels 9 and 10. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately had a sinister idea. "I want to steal the luck of the Child of Fortune. Every time he finds a king-level crystal, I'll steal it. Wouldn't I then be the most fortunate?" However, he realized that Yi Yu wouldn't broadcast the fact that he found such a crystal, let alone tell him. So, Chen Luo needed an inside source close to Yi Yu. Sending someone new would be suspicious, so it was better to turn someone already close to Yi Yu. Quickly, Chen Luo thought of a suitable candidate. This person was not only close to Yi Yu, but also known to be fickle in loyalty, making them the perfect mole. With that in mind, Chen Luo decided to head to Yi Yu's base. He instantly appeared at Yi Yu's base, using the void walking technique. There, he saw Wan Jiangyi in conversation with Yi Yu. Once the two separated, Chen Luo immediately used a space banish on Wan Jiangyi. The next second, the unsuspecting Wan was sent flying. Chen Luo quickly grabbed his shoulder, startling Wan Jiangyi, who exclaimed, "Are you human or ghost?" Wanting to keep things discreet, Chen Luo took him back to the ground. A confused Wan Jiangyi was taken aback. He'd never seen a human fly before. Wondering if Chen Luo was some kind of deity, he immediately knelt and bowed, repeatedly saying, "I pay my respects to the immortal." Once he finished his greetings, a table full of delicious hot dishes appeared in front of him, further convincing him of Chen Luo's divine nature. Chen Luo then handed him a pair of chopsticks and said, "Wan Jiangyi, how about you follow me from now on?" Seeing this, Wan Jiangyi didn't hesitate. He picked up the chopsticks and began feasting, thinking to himself, this definitely tastes like fresh beef. I can't be wrong. He couldn't remember the last time he had meat, let alone fresh beef. Overwhelmed by the taste, tears of joy formed in his eyes. He wondered if he was dreaming, but the sensation of the food felt all too real. After wolfing down the meal, Wan Jiangyi almost burst from overeating. However, at that moment, the aroma of the food suddenly attracted a horde of zombies. Seeing this, Wan Jiangyi immediately volunteered, saying, "Please wait here, immortal. I'll be right back." Hearing this, Chen Luo swiftly grabbed his wrist, stopping him. "You shouldn't exert yourself right after eating." With a casual wave of his hand, the zombies at the door were instantly killed. This scared Wan Jiangyi, who exclaimed, "What kind of sorcery is this? That was way too effortless, like swatting flies. You wiped out a horde of zombies." He then fell to his knees, shouting, "I, Wan Jiangyi, am at your service. I would go through fire and water for you." Chen Luo replied, "Just stay by Yi Yu's side. If he encounters anything unusual, let me know immediately." Wan Jiangyi, being no fool, thought to himself, "Isn't he just asking me to be a mole? What are you up to?" Upon hearing this, Chen Luo quickly clarified, "I am not an immortal. I am just a king-level ability user. My power is equivalent to combining 100 or so Yi Yus." He continued, "I'll introduce myself to you soon, and then you'll understand who I am." With that, Chen Luo gave him a level 8 crystal, promising, "Stick with me, and you'll be rewarded, and there'll always be food and drink. Just let me know what you want." Hearing this, Wan Jiangyi acknowledged, "I understand what I must do." With a wave of Chen Luo's hand, Wan Jiangyi was transported back to his room. Holding the crystal, he lamented, "I'm sorry, brother Yu. I didn't want to do this, but the immortal holds me in high regard." Following this, Chen Luo confidently headed to his base to show his strength and give a demonstration of his power. Sensing hostile intent, Yi Yu shouted, "Who approaches and what is your purpose?" Chen Luo replied with a smile, "My name is Chen Luo. I'm here to introduce myself. I come from Divine Capital and plan to establish a branch of our Dawn City here. I heard that Brother Yi is a promising level 9 big shot around here. I've come specifically to visit and hope we can coexist peacefully. It would be unfortunate if it came to blows between us later on." Yi Yu wasn't a fool either. He naturally noticed that Chen Luo's strength surpassed his own. Thus, he hurriedly assured Chen Luo, "Brother Chen, don't worry. I promise nothing of that sort will happen. Since you're here, why not stay for a meal before you leave?" However, Chen Luo immediately declined Yi Yu's kind offer. "I have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer." Suddenly, he lifted his left foot and exclaimed, "Why does my foot itch so much?" Then, with a powerful stomp, the ground trembled as if struck by a magnitude 12 earthquake. Some weaker members were knocked off their feet. This scared Yi Yu considerably, thinking, is he even human? While Wan Jiangyi looked at Chen Luo with eyes full of admiration, muttering to himself, if he's not an immortal, then how can a simple stomp have such power? Chen Luo, with a grin, apologized. "I'm really sorry. I didn't control my strength because my foot itched. I'll send over a gift later as an apology." With that, he vanished using void walking, leaving Yi Yu disheveled in the wind, reflecting on his earlier assumption of being invincible. The realization of even more formidable beings in the world led him to immediately instruct his subordinates to avoid conflicts with Dawn City with a decree that violators would be executed. At that moment, Chen Luo had already arrived above Mi Ling's base, intending to check on its progress. Upon his arrival, he felt exhausted and slumped onto a sofa. After all, he hadn't rested properly since returning from the Poseidon Temple. Seeing Chen Luo's fatigue, Mi Ling hesitated before asking, "Do you want me to massage your shoulders?" Without any pretense, Chen Luo replied, "If you're offering, I'd gladly accept." As Mi Ling massaged his shoulders, she reported the situation on her end and sought his advice on future developments. Chen Luo smiled gently and said, "You have full authority here. Decide on its development as you see fit. Go ahead with confidence. No matter how it turns out, I've got your back." Mi Ling responded gratefully, "I'm afraid I might not live up to your expectations. I can't imagine the hardships, my sister, and I would have faced if we hadn't met you. Unexpectedly, this made Chen Luo feel a bit awkward from his past life's memories. If Mi Ling and Mi Li hadn't encountered him, they would have already become rulers of a city by now. At that moment, Chen Luo suddenly noticed fruit on the table. It was a rarity from his previous life. In fact, he had narrowly avoided starvation thanks to it in his past life. Thinking of this, he immediately asked Mi Ling where it came from. Upon hearing this, Mi Ling promptly mentioned that it was found on the hill behind the base. Getting the information, Chen Luo used void walking to instantly arrive at the hill. There, he quickly found the coveted mirage fruit, which was not only delicious but also had many miraculous properties. But as he approached, a vine snapped towards him. Without hesitating, he used void walking again and appeared in front of a giant tree. With a thunderous sound, he uprooted the entire mutant mirage fruit tree, turning over the surrounding soil in the process. What he hadn't expected was to discover a rat's nest underneath. The alarmed rats charged at him aggressively. Without missing a beat, Chen Luo unleashed a spatial cutting technique, swiftly eliminating all the rats. In just 2 minutes, he had dealt with them all. Holding the mirage fruit tree, he happily prepared to return to the base. Unknown to him, all this was witnessed by a mother rat, whose eyes seethed with deep-seated hatred. She watched Chen Luo leave, but held back from revealing herself. The next morning, Chen Luo received a telepathic message from Wan Jiangyi. Your predictions are indeed accurate. Yi Yu truly acquired a high-grade crystal today. Without delay, Chen Luo used void walking to arrive at Wan Jiangyi's base. At that moment, Yi Yu was in high spirits, exclaiming, "We must pop open a bottle of champagne to celebrate today." Unbeknownst to him, he had already been marked by a thief. With a wave of Chen Luo's hand, a skillful spatial force made a slit in Yi Yu's pocket. A milky white crystal dropped out, and in the next second, it appeared in Chen Luo's hand. Upon inspecting the crystal, Chen Luo's expression darkened. He muttered to himself, by now, Yi Yu realized something was amiss. The once bulging crystal in his pocket was now gone. In shock, he shouted, "Where's my crystal? The quality of these trousers is so bad. I've only worn them for 2 days, and there's already a hole. Wan Jiangyi, let's retrace our steps and find it." Hearing this, Wan Jiangyi froze. Thinking to himself, the immortal's methods are truly ingenious. He stealthily took Brother Yu's crystal without anyone noticing. Wait, it's not stealing. How can it be considered stealing when an immortal takes something? Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of men was bullying a young girl named Yin Ling. She was also a spatial ability user. Her presence would forever change Chen Luo's life. The leader of the group lecherously said, "It's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to you. Don't get ahead of yourself. I am a level 7 powerhouse." Saying this, one of the goons lunged at Yin Ling, but was instantly killed by her spatial cutting move. Seeing this, the lead man unleashed his powerful skill, the Ice Arrow Storm. However, Yin Ling didn't retreat. Instead, she used her own move, Spatial Transfer. In a second, the man's skill was teleported right above them. Before they could react, the downpour of ice arrows caught them off guard. Though they suffered significant damage, Yin Ling, exhausted from using so much of her ability, collapsed. Just as they were about to harm her further, a horrifying scream echoed from behind them. Turning around, they almost wet themselves in fear. A zombie heroically charged out, not only slaughtering over a dozen of the goons, but also warning the remaining ones to run if they didn't want to die. Yin Ling, seizing the opportunity, tried to escape, but her path was blocked by an ice wall cast by the zombie. It shouted, "The rest can leave, but you, girl, you stay. Your flesh looks tender." As the zombie got closer, Yin Ling thought she had no other option but to use a certain skill. If she couldn't shake off this zombie in 10 seconds, her life would end here. With that thought, she unleashed her trump card. The next second, the zombie's lunging arm went straight through her body. Before the zombie could figure out what happened, Yin Ling took off in a full sprint. But the zombie pursued her relentlessly, as if madly in love, vowing not to give up until it caught her. However, after only 9 seconds, Yin Ling, drained of all her energy, collapsed. The zombie approached her with a sinister cackle, taunting, "Run. Why aren't you running? Weren't you so good at it just now?" Just as the zombie was about to feast, a humanoid figure suddenly stepped in front of Yin Ling. It was the dashing and suave Thunder King, also known as the Dog Elder of Dawn City. As his power proof, Thunder King's body had evolved into a humanoid form. Seeing a zombie daring to harass a woman in broad daylight, Thunder King didn't waste time talking. Without hesitation, he swiped the zombie onto the ground. After just 3 swipes, the zombie was dead, extracting a crystal from the creature. Thunder King realized it was just an 8th level mutant, which was somewhat disappointing. However, when his gaze shifted to the girl on the ground, a painful memory from his past resurfaced in his mind. After escaping from Ling Weiwei's clutches back in the day, Thunder King was taken in by a kind-hearted elderly woman. Yin Ling was the granddaughter of this benevolent old lady. Thunder King had spent a peaceful period of his life in the old woman's home. However, this tranquility didn't last long. The elderly lady soon succumbed to a severe illness, and Yin Ling was taken back by her parents. Thunder King once again became a stray. Recalling this, Thunder King gently lifted Yin Ling from the ground, whispering to himself, "I can't be wrong. She's the old lady's granddaughter. As long as there's food in my mouth, I'll ensure you never go hungry." He immediately brought Yin Ling back to their base. After explaining everything to his master, Thunder King firmly stated that he would bear all of Yin Ling's future expenses. Stammering slightly, Yin Ling said, "Hello, sir. My name is Yin Ling. I'm a level 6 spatial ability user." Hearing this, Chen Luo was taken aback. He was all too familiar with that name. In his past life, she was a prodigious talent in spatial abilities, mastering many powerful skills, surpassing Chen Luo in this regard. However, the Yin Ling from his previous life was nothing like the innocent young girl before him. Her face was disfigured, and she lacked both sides of her cheeks. She was also fierce and brutal. Chen Luo deduced that her personality change was likely due to the trauma from her disfigurement. Regardless, this young girl was a prodigious talent in spatial abilities, and she knew skills he didn't possess in his previous life. This seemed like a golden opportunity. With that thought, Chen Luo decided to take Yin Ling as his disciple. Without wasting any time, he grabbed Yin Ling's wrist and used the void walking technique to soar above the base, and then swiftly returned to the ground. Chen Luo thought, "This skill was my unique move from my previous life." Yin Ling was envious of it. "There's no way she won't want to learn it from me." Witnessing this display, Yin Ling became deep in thought. She had always believed her spatial talent was exceptional. But in front of Chen Luo, it seemed insignificant. If I had mastered this technique, I wouldn't have been in such a mess just now. She pondered. Without hesitation, she knelt to the ground and exclaimed, "Disciple Yin Ling pays respects to master." Just as Chen Luo was reveling in the joy of acquiring Yin Ling as his disciple, Rice suddenly rushed over, shouting, "Chen Luo, something terrible has happened. I've foreseen that Mi Ling is in grave danger." This startled Chen Luo, who immediately asked Rice about the specifics. Rice replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but if you go, not only will her crisis be averted, but Mi Ling will also reap a huge benefit." Without giving it a second thought, Chen Luo instantly used void walking to appear above Mi Ling's base. Sure enough, at that moment, an enemy base with over 1,000 members launched a surprise attack on Mi Ling's base. Taking advantage of the absence of many of her members who were out gathering supplies, Mi Ling didn't hesitate. She unleashed her red lotus fire, which enveloped her and charged headlong into the enemy's main forces. In that moment, Mi Ling resembled a starving tiger tearing through a flock of sheep, casting her spells and setting ablaze everything in her path. Any enemy near her met a swift end. In no time, she decimated the invaders. This left Chen Luo, who was observing from a hidden location, utterly speechless. He thought, how can this be considered a life-threatening situation for her? It seemed more like she single-handedly crushed an entire base. But Chen Luo had faith in Raya's predictions, believing something else must be about to transpire. Thinking this, he used void walking to discreetly follow Mi Ling, vowing not to let her out of his sight. Unbeknownst to him, one of the enemy had managed to escape the scene. The escapee soon located a sleazy-looking, short-statured man named Ma Shuai, also known as the Spectre of Death. The man, seeking revenge for his fallen comrades, told Ma Shuai, "If you can help me take my revenge, I'll willingly hand over half of our base's supplies." As he spoke, he handed Ma Shuai a portrait of his enemy. But to his shock, upon seeing the portrait, Ma Shuai became livid. Without warning, he slapped the man across the face. The man, completely taken aback, tried to ask Ma Shuai for an explanation. But before he could finish his sentence, Ma Shuai slapped him again, this time shouting, "Jian Chen, tear this worthless fool apart." The next second, the man was torn in half by a puppet standing beside Ma Shuai. Ma Shuai then lecherously stared at Mi Ling's portrait, murmuring, "It's been 5 years, but my goddess is still as beautiful as ever. Back then, I wasn't even worthy of being your lapdog. But now, I must make you my servant. You'll accompany me forever, just like Jian Chen does. My dear, wait for me. I'm coming for you." This man was Ma Shuai, a high school classmate of Mi Ling's, and one of her many obsessive followers. When he learned that Mi Ling had established a base nearby, he immediately led his army of puppets to attack. The sentinels at Mi Ling's base were terrified and shouted, "The army of the undead is coming. Quickly, notify Sister Mi Ling." Upon hearing the news, Mi Ling rushed to the entrance. Ma Shuai, with a sleazy smile, greeted her. "Mi Ling, my dear, do you remember me? I'm Ma Shuai. We went to the same high school." Mi Ling was taken aback because she had no recollection of this Ma Shuai. She retorted, "I don't know you. Why have you brought these monstrous creatures to my base?" Infuriated, Ma Shuai shouted, "How dare you, you ungrateful woman! Soon, you'll never forget my name. Undead army, attack. Leave no one standing." Seeing the threat, Mi Ling didn't hesitate and unleashed a fire skill, obliterating the charging undead. But Ma Shuai remained unfazed, taunting, "Using such a petty trick in front of me? Zhang Cheng, go and bring Mi Ling to me." Mi Ling's anger flared at his words. She summoned the red lotus fire and transformed into a firebird, charging at Zhang Cheng. The moment she landed, Zhang Cheng was instantly engulfed in roaring flames. After a piercing scream, the level 8 puppet was reduced to ashes by the red lotus fire. Yet Ma Shuai remained calm. With a loud chant of puppet resurrection technique, the next second saw Zhang Cheng, previously burned to nothingness, reappear in front of Mi Ling. It was then that Mi Ling had a realization. To defeat the minions, one must first target the master. With that in mind, she dashed straight towards Ma Shuai. What she didn't expect was that Ma Shuai didn't retreat. Instead, he opened his arms and allowed Mi Ling to strike him down. Although Mi Ling was perplexed by this, she rejoiced when she saw him burned to nothing. However, Chen Luo, who was observing from a distance, wasn't convinced. He knew that a necromancer capable of crafting a level 8 puppet couldn't be defeated so easily. Before Mi Ling could celebrate her victory, a sleazy voice came from behind her. "They say big breasts mean no brains, and it seems they're right." She turned around to find 3 identical Ma Shuais mocking her in unison. "You got complacent after destroying one of my puppets. How does it feel to be drained after using 2 of your big moves? Zhang Cheng, kill her for me. I want to make her my puppet servant." Just as he was about to reach Mi Ling, Chen Luo suddenly appeared between them using the void walking skill. He swiftly raised his right hand and delivered a powerful slap to Ma Shuai's face, sending the creepy man flying several meters away. He then helped Mi Ling up and said, "Sorry, I was late. Are you okay?" Although Chen Luo had initially wanted to let Mi Ling handle this on her own for experience, he couldn't bear to see her tormented. He coldly said, "You rest up. I can handle these clowns in 2 seconds. Unexpectedly, Mi Ling publicly declined Chen Luo's assistance, stating, "I don't want to live under your protection forever. I have one more ultimate move that I haven't used. I've been hesitant because if I don't control it well, it could backlash on me. If I fail, you can intervene then." While Chen Luo didn't want her to take this risk, Mi Ling was determined. She insisted on ending the battle with her ultimate move. With no other choice, Chen Luo reluctantly agreed. After all, a flower sheltered in a greenhouse cannot grow to its full potential. Mi Ling then waved her hand, and the bird formed from the scarlet lotus flames soared once again. What Chen Luo hadn't expected was that the fiery bird didn't target Ma Shuai or Zhang Chen. Instead, it turned and headed straight towards Mi Ling herself. This greatly alarmed Chen Luo. He thought to himself, no wonder she said using this move might backfire. But isn't this more like self-harm than backfire? Given the intense heat of the scarlet lotus flames, Chen Luo wasn't sure what consequences Mi Ling might face by attacking herself. This might very well be the life-threatening situation Rice had prophesied. Although Chen Luo internally debated intervening, he ultimately chose to trust Rice's words. Because Rice had also mentioned that as long as Chen Luo was present, Mi Ling would not only be safe, but would also reap a great benefit. At this moment, Mi Ling looked calm, silently awaiting the fire's embrace. The next instant, she suddenly opened her eyes, appearing as if she had undergone rebirth in the scarlet lotus flames. The flames now seemed like a battle armor, wrapping around her, revealing only her alluring face. Seeing this, Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, for he was all too familiar with this form of Mi Ling. It was one of her ultimate moves from her past life, the Scarlet Lotus transformation. This was the true embodiment of the Blood Rose Spirit Flame Princess. Highlighted by the Scarlet Lotus flames, Mi Ling started to float gently. She then suddenly rushed above Ma Shuai, with the swift motion of her hand. Two balls of Scarlet Lotus flames darted towards Ma Shuai like fierce dragons. This terrified Ma Shuai, who without a second thought started to flee. However, the Scarlet Lotus flames seemed sentient, relentlessly pursuing the duo. Soon, they were encircled by these two fiery dragons. It was only then that Chen Luo finally sighed in relief, thinking to himself, it seems this creep won't be escaping today. A deafening explosion followed, and the sleazy man was instantly blasted to pieces by the terrifying strike. The shockwave of the explosion also swept away the entire undead army present. But just then, Mi Ling fell from the sky, suddenly losing consciousness midair. Fortunately, Chen Luo caught her in time using a void walking, saving her from a disastrous fall. Looking at the stubborn young woman in his arms, Chen Luo couldn't help but exclaim, "You really love to push yourself too hard, don't you? I wonder if the crystal inside you is shattered." He immediately checked Mi Ling's condition. Thankfully, she was okay. She had merely fainted due to overusing her abilities. Afterward, Chen Luo, weary from the day's events, returned to Dawn City. Seeing her husband return to the base, Mi Ling quickly approached and asked about her sister's condition. Chen Luo smiled slightly and replied, "She's fine now." Not only did Mi Ling survive the crisis, but she also mastered a powerful skill called Scarlet Lotus Transformation. Now, no one with abilities below level 9 can match her. Mi Ling sighed with relief after hearing this. Then, she said urgently, "There are some important things I need to tell you. First, according to Raya's prophecy, many zombies will evolve to level 6 tomorrow, and some of our members were killed while out on a mission today." Chen Luo was taken aback and immediately asked, "Which base dared to harm our Dawn City members?" To which Mi Ling replied, "It wasn't a base. It was a group of unaffiliated individuals. Su Dazuk captured one of them and learned they've been surviving by eating rats. They resented us for our abundance and comfort, so they sought revenge." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo commented that these types of people are the most difficult to deal with because they are reckless and fear nothing. From now on, he ordered, when someone goes out on a mission, there should be at least 10 people together. This way, those unaffiliated individuals won't be a threat. Mi Ling praised Chen Luo for his smart thinking. She then added, "Yin Ling told me she's located the enemies who were after her. They reside at the EU base." Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately sat upright, declaring loudly, "How dare they bully my disciple? Chen Luo's student, as her master, I must help her regain her honor. It's also a good opportunity to put the nearby EU in their place." Meanwhile, at another location, Yin Ling's enemy, Li Liang, was celebrating his birthday at his base. EU was also invited for the feast. A curious man then remarked, "Brother Liang, I heard that a young girl recently killed several level 6 powerhouses from your base in a matter of seconds. Is that true?" Li Liang chuckled, "Indeed, it's true. But that woman is now in pieces. Her ability was indeed unique. She was a spatial-type power user. She had a signature move called Spatial Slash that could kill anyone below level 7 instantly. It's as if with just a glance, the person would be dismembered. But I'm at level 7, so her technique has no effect on me." Upon hearing this, Yellow Hair quickly replied, "That explains a lot. I once saw Chen Luo use this technique in Divine Capital. He killed a level 6 powerhouse with just a look, which made him famous there. So, this move only works on those below level 7. I need to return to Divine Capital and expose him." Suddenly, a shout came from outside. "Brother Liang, someone has breached our base." Peering closer, they saw Chen Luo and Yin Ling strolling in. Chen Luo shouted, "Who was the blind fool that bullied my disciple? Step forward or face my wrath." Pointing to the people above, Yin Ling angrily said, "Master, it was them who wanted to kill me." Chen Luo responded, "I won't bully you all." But before he could finish, Yellow Hair interrupted with a mocking grin, "Oh, isn't this the great leader of Dawn City? Chen, we've just uncovered the trick behind your gaze kill technique. It's called Spatial Slash, right? It only works on those below level 7, doesn't it? I'm going back to Divine Capital tomorrow to expose your scam. I'm already at level 7. What can you do to me? However, before Yellow Hair could finish his taunts, a spatial force sliced off half of his head, followed swiftly by one of his arms. Chen Luo coldly retorted, "Do you still think I'm a fraud now?" In agony and disbelief, Yellow Hair screamed at Li Liang, "Didn't you say spatial slash wouldn't work on level 7 users? You've killed me." No sooner had he spoken than Chen Luo used his spatial slash to decapitate Yellow Hair. With a smirk, he said, "I, Chen Luo, am not unreasonable. The two who tried to assassinate my disciple must die today. Those uninvolved can be spared." However, a voice suddenly came from behind Li Liang. It was Yi Yu. "Brother Chen, long time no see. My friends truly didn't know Yingling was your disciple. Ignorance should be pardoned. Besides, your disciple is unharmed. Can you give me face and spare them?" Chen Luo replied with a faint smile. "By the sound of it, Brother Yi, you want to protect these two?" Instead of answering directly, Yi Yu took out a level 7 spatial crystal and said, "Let bygones be bygones. Consider this crystal as compensation." Chen Luo instantly realized that Yi Yu was trying to win him over. Even though he accepted the crystal, he didn't really give Yi Yu face, as that would undermine his own authority. Seeing this, Yi Yu hastily added, "If they ever offend you again, you won't need to lift a finger. I'll deal with them myself." But Chen Luo wasn't impressed, asserting, "No one who has ever offended me lived to tell the tale, including you, Yi Yu. If you dare cross me, you'll meet the same fate as them." With a wave of his hand, the two culprits were instantly cut into 8 pieces by his spatial slash. After doing so, he coldly added, "If anyone can withstand the retaliation of a level 10 power user, feel free to conspire against me behind my back, Yi Yu. Come talk about face when you reach level 10. This infuriated Yi Yu. He muttered to himself, "Damn you, Chen Luo. Your arrogance won't last long. When the mutant I've been nurturing dies, that'll be the day I end you." It turns out, 2.5 days earlier, Yi Yu had encountered a king-level mutant in the wild, desperate to obtain its crystal by causing its death. Yi Yu shockingly knelt before the mutant, pledging allegiance and promising to provide it with fresh prey daily. Meanwhile, elsewhere, shortly after leaving Li Liang's base, Chen Luo ran into Wan Jiangyi, who had been waiting for him. Wan Jiangyi excitedly reported, "Master Chen, there's significant news. Yi Yu has found another king-level mutant and has kept it in the woods near our base. Currently, Yi Yu only trusts me and Gao Yang, so he's planning to take us with him tomorrow to feed the creature." "Master, what should be my next move?" Chen Luo replied with a faint smile. "Well done, Wan Jiangyi. You've made a significant contribution. Once this matter is resolved, you'll be handsomely rewarded. Tomorrow, when you go to feed the creature, use telepathy to notify me." The next morning, as Yi Yu led Wan Jiangyi and others to feed the mutant, Wan Jiangyi secretly informed Chen Luo of their location. However, as soon as he arrived, the king-level mutant sensed something amiss. With a swift movement, it aimed a palm strike at where Chen Luo was hiding. Shouting, "Who's skulking around there? Show yourself." Chen Luo brazenly replied, "What a coincidence. Brother Yi, I never expected to bump into you during a stroll. How could you associate with a creature like this? Is this beast blackmailing you? Don't worry, I'm here to help eliminate it. Then please, Master Chen." He then whispered to himself, "This guy is only level 10, and he dares to brag about defeating a king-level mutant. My luck knows no bounds." Wasting no time, Chen Luo used void walking to teleport behind the mutant, raising his void sword to decapitate it. Unexpectedly, the mutant reacted with lightning speed. It employed an earth stomp technique, thwarting Chen Luo's surprise attack. The mutant then swung its claws at Chen Luo. Fortunately, due to Chen Luo's agility, he narrowly evaded the blow. He silently thought to himself, "Had I not possessed near king-level strength, I would have been finished just now. This king-level mutant is truly formidable." The mutant summoned 3 earth elemental giants to attack Chen Luo. Fortunately, these mud figures were no match for him. After attacking Chen Luo continuously for 2 minutes, they couldn't even touch a single hair on his head. Witnessing this, the bystanders were utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Is Chen Luo really this powerful? Is he truly just a level 10 superpower?" Only Wan Jiangyi remained calm, thinking, "It's no surprise, given that he's like an immortal. How could a mere mutant be a match for Master Chen?" This utterly infuriated the king-level mutant, who shouted, "Arrogant child, I'll tear you to pieces." With that, it unleashed a move called Dynamic Lightwave. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo was caught off guard and was directly hit in the heart by this terrifying attack. He then plummeted from the sky and crashed into the ground. Seeing this, Yi Yu fanned concerned and shouted, "Brother Chen, are you alright? Why were you so reckless?" But before Yi could finish his sentence, Chen Luo quickly got up and cheekily flashed a scissors gesture at him. With a playful tone, he said, "Brother Yi, how was my acting? I was just messing with this mutant." He then changed his tone, "I've already given you a chance. If you can't take it, it's not my fault. Do you want to learn about a one-way ticket to hell?" Hearing this, the mutant was utterly shattered, repeatedly muttering, "This can't be. How can someone survive after taking my most powerful attack?" Before Chen Luo could even accelerate time to affect the mutant, the creature coincidentally met its end. This scared Yi Yu, who thought to himself, this mutant's timing of death couldn't be worse. Who does the crystal belong to now? At that moment, Yi Yu felt a deep sense of regret. The king-level mutant he had discovered ended up benefiting someone else. Wan Jiangyi, always observant, noticed Yi Yu's desire for the crystal and his hesitance to speak up in front of Chen Luo. Seeing an opportunity to assert himself, he immediately pointed at Chen Luo and shouted, "Listen here, kid. My big brother was the first to discover this mutant. The crystal rightfully belongs to him. Don't force me to take action against you." Hearing Wan Jiangyi's words, Yi Yu was deeply moved. He thought to himself, "Wan Jiangyi, you truly are my loyal brother." However, what they didn't expect was that, upon hearing this, Chen Luo didn't attack. Instead, he generously stated, "I, Chen Luo, am not an unreasonable person. Since you found the mutant first, you can extract the crystal, but I'll only give you 10 seconds. Hearing this, Yi Yu didn't hesitate. He immediately conjured a super-powered blade and approached the mutant. He fiercely struck the mutant's forehead multiple times, but to his surprise, after more than 10 strikes with all his might, he couldn't even scratch the mutant's scalp. This amused Chen Luo greatly, who thought, a level 9 like you trying to open the head of a king-level mutant, without at least 3-5 minutes, it's impossible. Chen Luo then laughed, "Brother Yi, you've been at it for almost a minute. Isn't it my turn now?" With that, he conjured his void sword. He skillfully extracted a king-level crystal from the mutant's head, patting Yi Yu on the shoulder. He said, "Brother Yi, you can't blame me for this. I gave you a chance, but you couldn't seize it. So, until we meet again." Hearing this, Yi Yu was so furious that he sat down hard on the ground, shouting, "Chen Luo, I swear I'll make you pay double for this in the future." Seeing this, his two subordinates hurriedly helped him up. At that moment, Gao Yan gravely said, "Boss, I don't think Chen Luo had any ill intentions. He even let you extract the crystal first. I believe there's no need to see him as an enemy." Upon hearing this, Yi Yu quickly responded, "Do you think his sudden appearance here was a coincidence? If I remember correctly, before he arrived, you had an excuse to leave for a while, didn't you?" Gao Yan hastily explained that he had an upset stomach, asking, "Boss, you can't possibly think that I'm a mole who informed Chen Luo, can you?" Wan Jiangyi also quickly jumped in, saying, "I believe Gao isn't that kind of person. Could there be some misunderstanding here?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yu immediately said, "Wan Jiangyi, some people can be known by their appearance, but not by their heart. Never be deceived by their exterior. He stole my crystal, and you tell me not to consider him an enemy? What benefits has Chen Luo given you? You're a treacherous traitor." At this point, Gao Yan realized that once trust is broken, no matter how much he tried to explain, it would be seen as a mere excuse in Yi Yu's eyes. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Seeing Gao Yan's silence, Yi Yu slapped him on the forehead, shouting, "So you have nothing to say now that I've exposed you?" Wan Jiangyi, watching from the side, was quite alarmed. He thought to himself, "Thank goodness Yi Yu brought two of us along this trip. Otherwise, I'd definitely be dead. In the future, I must be more cautious in my actions. I'm sorry, Gao, you took the blame for me." Little did they know, Chen Luo hadn't left at all. He was observing everything from the shadows. After the two left, Chen Luo used void walking to approach Gao Yan. He whispered, "I'm sorry, my friend, in your past life, you were a loyal king-level warrior, devoted to Yi Yu, and you fought to your death without leaving his side. Because of my presence, you died. Rest assured, I'll give you a proper burial." But as he was speaking, Chen Luo suddenly noticed a slight movement in Gao Yan's fingers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Yu suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to extract Gao Yan's crystal. Even though a level 7 crystal is of no use to me, it would be useful for Wan Jiangyi. Let's hurry back. As they turned back, they happened to witness Chen Luo carrying away Gao Yan's body. This scene further confirmed Yi Yu's suspicions. Indeed, Gao Yan must have been working for Chen Luo. Otherwise, why would Chen Luo come back to take his body? At this moment, Chen Luo had already brought Gao Yan back to his base. As soon as they entered, Chen Luo ordered the Light faction to spare no effort in saving Gao Yan. 2 hours later, Gao Yan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chen Luo by his bedside. He quickly asked, "We have no relation. Why did you save me?" Chen Luo earnestly began to weave a tale. "You were lucky to meet me. When I saw you still had a breath left, I couldn't bear to see you take your crystal. So, I took you away from him, whether you believe it or not. Everything I do is to ensure the survival of humanity in this apocalypse. Now, you have 2 choices. The first is to join my Dawn City. You can observe my actions, and then decide whether you want to join us. The second choice is to pretend I never saved you and end it all yourself. Think it over, and when you've decided, come find me." With that, Chen Luo turned and left. Immediately after, he eagerly returned to his room to absorb the king-level crystal he had just obtained. He needed to quickly advance to the king level to face Poseidon. The longer he waited, the more king-level creatures would emerge in the sea. By then, dealing with Poseidon would not be so simple. Moreover, he planned to nominate the Sea Princess as the new Poseidon to realize his tripartite plan. Currently, he was the leader of the strongest human base. Big Strong led the most potent zombie base, and only the marine domain was left. So, you had to work hard for humanity. Chen Luo thought, when I can reach the king level depends on you. But at that moment, Gao Ying suddenly sought out Chen Luo and said, "Brother Chen, I've made up my mind. After this incident, I've seen you use true colors. My life was saved by you. From now on, I will follow you loyally." Hearing this, Chen Luo gave a slight smile and said, "You'll be proud of the choice you made today. Rest up and recover first. In a few days, I'll have someone brief you on the rules of our base." With the matter of Gao Ying settled, Chen Luo decided to scout Poseidon's palace and fetch some seafood for Thunder King on the side. They were almost out of the mackerel from last time. Without hesitation, he used void walking to arrive at Poseidon's palace. However, he didn't spot Poseidon. Regardless of Poseidon's whereabouts, his primary goal was the seafood. Not wasting any time, he quickly chose a 2-ton orca. Thinking to himself, this should be enough for Thunder King for a while, he then unleashed a dimensional blade skill. Before the orca could react, it was instantly killed by Chen Luo, who subsequently retrieved its crystal and stored its body in his dimensional space. The scene terrified the surrounding sea creatures, who exclaimed in horror, "He's terrifying." He took down a level 10 orca instantly. Chen Luo coldly declared, "All you sea creatures listen up. Anyone who continues to follow Bai Hao and causes trouble, I'll kill on sight. If you don't want to die, you can join me." Hearing this, the sea creatures scattered in fear. Roughly 2 hours later, Bai Hao finally returned to Poseidon's palace. The sea creatures immediately informed him, "Lord Poseidon, you're finally back. While you were away, that Chen Luo attacked our palace again. He killed one of our brothers and threatened that if we continue to follow you, he'll wipe us all out." This enraged Bai Hao, who shouted, "Has that brat lost his mind? I haven't even settled the score with him and he's already provoking me. This time, whether he hides at the ends of the earth or the deepest corners of the sea, I'll find him and tear him to pieces. Just recently, this dog stole 3 golden eggs from the golden eagle. That's why the golden eagle has been chasing it all the way to the base." Seeing this, Chen Luo quickly asks Thunder King what's going on. But before he could finish speaking, Sea Princess suddenly bursts out shouting, "What blind fool dares to run rampant in my Dawn City? Are you asking for death?" Seeing that the foolish bird has no intention of leaving, Sea Princess didn't waste words and immediately bounded with a force of darkness. At that moment, Dog Elder grinned and said, "Master, taming this golden eagle as your mount would be a good choice. Go ahead and start your performance now." Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't hesitate and lightly patted Thunder King on its back while shouting, "What's wrong with you? Learning to steal other people's children. I'm going to break your dog legs today." This really frightened the golden eagle on the side, who thought to itself, "What's going on? Isn't this dog supposed to be powerful? Even I am not its match. Why is it being disciplined so harshly now?" Before it could figure out the situation, Chen Luo handed the golden eggs back to it, saying, "My brother didn't know better. I apologize on his behalf. I'm returning your eggs now. You can go back. With that, Chen Luo gave Sea Princess a look, hinting for her to play the bad cop. Seeing this, Sea Princess didn't hesitate and shouted right away, "What do you think this place is? You think you can come and go as you please? You attacked our Dawn City. I won't be satisfied until you're for years." This amused Chen Luo to no end, who thought to himself, my sister really knows how to handle things. Then he said with a resigned face, "Golden Eagle, look at this mess. I want to let you go, but my sister disagrees. How about this? Stay in my base for a while. And once my sister cools down, I'll let you leave. How does that sound?" Thunder King, ever perceptive, jumped in, shouting, "We don't keep idle birds here. If you stay, you must work. My master needs a mount. Are you willing?" But before he could finish, the golden eagle began shaking its head non-stop, becoming increasingly agitated. At that moment, Rice suddenly popped out and said, "It says it's better to die than to be humiliated. Although you look like a good person, you obviously aren't strong enough. Even if I, the golden eagle, had to die, I won't serve as a mount to a weakling. You might as well kill me." Hearing this, Chen Luo felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Someone actually dares to call me weak. Do I really look that weak? Fine. It must be because I haven't taken action against it yet. It probably misunderstands my strength. Today, I'm going to use my overwhelming power to conquer this arrogant golden eagle. Chen Luo immediately shouted, "You dare to call this lore of the void weak? Then how about we make a bet? I'll let you leave with the eggs, and I'll stand right here, not moving. If you can get out of the boundary of my Dawn City, I promise no one will stop you. But if you can't make it out, you'll have to become my mount. How about that?" Upon hearing this offer, the golden eagle didn't hesitate and agreed to the bet. Thinking to itself, this Chen Luo is really a good person. Isn't he just intentionally letting me go? With that thought, it launched into the air, soaring into the sky at a speed of 1,200 yards per second. Seeing this, Chen Luo was not alarmed, but delighted. Thinking to himself, my mount is going to be so amazing, no matter what. I must make this golden eagle mine today. By this point, the golden eagle was almost out of Dawn City's boundary. But Chen Luo remained calm. With a shout of spatial banishment, the golden eagle was mysteriously sent back to the starting point the next second. Although shocked beyond belief, the golden eagle once again took to the skies. However, after several attempts, each time it was about to fly out of Dawn City, Chen Luo would use spatial banishment to teleport it back to the starting point. This left it utterly distraught. Thinking to itself, why can't I just fly out of here? Why is it like I'm walking in circles? This Chen Luo's power is far too unfathomable. At that moment, Chen Luo said with a smile, "Don't waste your energy. You can't escape my five-finger mountain. A bet is a bet. Are you willing to become my mount? Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. I guarantee you and your offspring will be well taken care of." This move instantly humbled the proud golden eagle, who immediately prostrated itself before Chen Luo in submission, signaling its willingness to become his mount. Chen Luo didn't stand on ceremony, jumping onto the golden eagle's back without a second thought, and commanded it to fly at full speed around Dawn City. Seeing that his master had successfully acquired a new mount, Thunder King once again ventured out of Dawn City to hunt for crystals and earn points. Soon, he spotted a white figure nearby. He discovered it was a woman in white, who appeared to be a zombie. Strangely, this zombie woman was not only clean and neatly dressed, but she was also exceptionally graceful. If it wasn't for her red eyes, Thunder King would have mistaken her for a human girl. Just at that moment, a group of survivors happened to pass by, pointing at the woman in white and exclaiming, "Look at that female zombie over there. She's so beautiful." Being single for so long, even zombies are starting to look refined. Today, I want to try something new. Let's see how different this zombie is from humans. Hearing this, the woman was first stunned, then shouted, "Why do you ignorant humans call me a zombie? Can't you tell I'm White Gull?" As soon as she spoke, the survivors lunged at White Gull like wolves. She didn't entertain them and shouted, "If you no longer wish to live, then I shall grant you that wish." No sooner had she spoken than she instantly killed them all with a single move. This scared Thunder King, who was hiding nearby. He muttered to himself that this zombie definitely has king-level strength. I must notify the master immediately, or my life is at risk today. At that moment, Chen Luo was busy instructing his subordinates to build a mansion for Golden Eagle. Xiao Ji suddenly ran over shouting, "Big brother Chen, something terrible has happened." Thunder King sent an emergency message saying he's encountered a king-level zombie. Please go and provide backup immediately. Meanwhile, White Gull noticed Thunder King hiding behind a rock and menacingly approached him. Seeing this, she didn't waste any time and easily moved the rock that was hiding Thunder King with a wave of her hand. This instantly shocked Thunder King, who was thankful that Chen Luo arrived just in time. Otherwise, his life would have truly been in jeopardy. Chen Luo's first reaction upon seeing White Gull was that she was indeed a king-level mutation for the simple reason that zombies have red eyes, which is also the simplest way to distinguish between humans and zombies. What he didn't know was that White Gull was actually a red-eyed seagull, whose eyes remained red even after taking on human form. At that moment, White Gull curiously asked, "What exactly do you want to do with me, Black Dog? Answer my question." As soon as she spoke, Thunder King was instantly hypnotized by White Gull, and without hesitation, revealed their intent. "We want to get your crystal." This infuriated White Gull, who shouted, "We have no past grudges nor present disputes. Why do you seek to kill me for my crystal?" Chen Luo didn't respond, but instead secretly accelerated time around White Gull. Much to his surprise, it appeared to have no effect on her. In that instant, he realized that she wasn't a mutated being. Could she be a regular zombie that had reached king level? No wonder she showed no signs of collapsing despite his prolonged time acceleration. Just then, White Gull also sensed that something was off, and quickly questioned what Chen Luo was doing to her. Due to the massive consumption of his special ability while using time acceleration, Chen Luo decided to abandon the idea of engaging her further. He immediately performed a void walking technique, and disappeared from the spot with Thunder King. This infuriated White Gull, who shouted, "Cowardly humans, come out at once. What skill is there in hiding?" Having said that, she reverted to her true form and flew into the sky, looking for any trace of the man and dog. Meanwhile, Yi Yu stumbled upon a highly poisonous flower. To get rid of Chen Luo, he immediately collected the flower's toxic pollen. However, he was unsure if this could kill a level 10 being. To test the toxicity of the flower, he poured 2 grams of the pollen into water, and handed the glass to one of his level 8 physical-based subordinates, telling him to drink it quickly. The subordinate hastily said, "Boss, I'm not thirsty, you should keep it for yourself." But before he could finish speaking, Yi Yu forcibly opened his mouth, and poured the water his throat, shouting, "If I say drink, you drink. No more nonsense." No sooner had he spoken, the subordinate took a half-step back, began bleeding from all orifices, and collapsed to the ground with a thud. This greatly alarmed Huan Jiangyi, who was nearby, who exclaimed, "Brother Yu, he's one of us." But Yi Yu was unfazed, and said that if he could get rid of Chen Luo, killing a level 8 subordinate was inconsequential, since a little bit of pollen can kill a level 8 physical-based being. Increasing the dose will surely kill Chen Luo. I'll send someone to Dawn City right away to invite Chen Luo to a feast, telling him that I am willing to submit to him, once the pollen is mixed into his food and drink. Even if he takes just one bite, he'll be severely injured if not killed. Meanwhile, Rice calculated that Chen Luo's dinner party would be a bloodbath. This greatly alarmed him, as he initially thought the king-level female zombie they encountered during the day might seek revenge. So, he immediately summoned Sea Princess and congealed Frost for protection. Just then, Chen Guang's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Brother Chen, Yi Yu sent a message saying he wants to join our Dawn City. He has set a banquet for tonight, and invites you to attend." Hearing this, Chen Luo chuckled. "Reply to them that I will certainly attend the banquet tonight." He thought to himself, it seems the bloodbath Rice mentioned must be from Yi Yu. Later, as promised, he arrived at Yi Yu's base, curious about what Yi Yu was planning. Upon meeting, Yi Yu expressed a strong desire to join Dawn City. Hearing this, Chen Luo didn't hold back. He immediately said, "If you want to be my subordinate, you must bow down to me, following the rules of Dawn City." Hearing this, Yi Yu was stunned, wondering what kind of rule this was. Seeing Yi Yu's hesitation, Chen Luo smirked, "If you can't even show this bit of sincerity, we should just say our goodbyes." What Yi Yu didn't expect was, at the critical moment, Wang Jiangui stepped forward, and bowed 3 times to Chen Luo. Seeing this, Yi Yu thought, a small concession can lead to a greater plan. It was not easy to invite him here. If I don't bow, how can he stay for dinner? Thinking this, Yi Yu immediately knelt down and shouted, "Big brother," muttering to himself, "You just wait, Chen Luo, I'll make you pay double." At that moment, Chen Luo said solemnly, "Get up, from now on we are brothers." Yi Yu then quickly ordered his subordinates to serve the prepared meal, saying, "Big brother, you've traveled a long way, please taste the food and see if it's to your liking." Chen Luo was no fool, he knew that if something seemed off, something was definitely wrong. From the moment he picked up the sausage, Yi Yu was staring directly at him. It was obvious that something was added to the food. Just then, Wan Jian suddenly shouted, "Master Chen, don't eat it, the sausage is highly poisonous. This poison can instantly kill a level 8 physical-based being. Yi Yu wants to use it to kill you." Upon hearing this, Yi Yu was completely stunned, then shouted, "Wan Jian, do you know what you're saying?" Unexpectedly, after finding out the situation, Chen Luo didn't rush to kill Yi Yu. Instead, he wanted to provoke him further, because he clearly remembered that Yi Yu was a dual system ability user in his past life. But it seemed that he hadn't awakened yet, and could a regular level 9 crystal compare with a level 9 dual system ability crystal? Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately recounted how he had stolen his crystals before, and how he had found out about his king-level mutant, spelling it all out. At this moment, Yi Yu finally understood. "So the mole beside me isn't Gao Yang, but you, Wan Jian, you scum, I've treated you so well, why would you betray me?" Saying this, Yi Yu burst into flames, which indicated that he had awakened his dual abilities. Clearly, his second ability was fire-based. At that moment, Yi Yu arrogantly said, "Didn't expect to awaken my dual abilities at this moment, it seems fate is on my side. Now my power has also reached level 10, Chen Luo, I will tear you to pieces." Then he smirked and continued, "Chen Luo, now I'm also a pseudo-level 10, and I have dual abilities, let's see how you can compete with me now." This greatly alarmed Wan Jian on the side, who quickly hugged Chen Luo's thigh and shouted, "Master Chen. He has awakened his dual abilities now, I'm guessing you're no match for him anymore, let's run away together." But Chen Luo was not impressed, he even swept Wan Jian away with his hand, to Yi Yu's disbelief. Chen Luo instantly appeared in front of him, then grabbed Yi Yu's neck and said, "I forgot to tell you, I'm also a dual system ability user, and my level is above yours." However, Yi Yu was not fazed, still shouting, "Who are you trying to fool?" The next second, a terrifying fire-based ability burst out from Yi Yu, scaring Wan Jian, who immediately turned and ran. To avoid collateral damage, Chen Luo instantly decided to relocate for a decisive battle. After he shouted "Void Walking," the two instantly appeared at a zombie stronghold, because he wanted to see if Yi Yu's luck could attract another king-level zombie before his death. At this point, Yi Yu frantically said, "What the hell do you want to do to me?" Chen Luo didn't respond, but instead raised his right hand high, and fiercely slapped him on the forehead. Instantly, blood spurted out from Yi Yu's nose and mouth, but just as Chen Luo raised his arm to strike again, Yi Yu immediately unleashed a fire-based ability towards him, then took the opportunity to break free. Seeing this, Yi Yu didn't hesitate, and without a word turned and ran. But Yi Yu had only taken a few steps, when he was pulled back by Chen Luo through spatial exile. Then he summoned a sword of void and slashed at Yi Yu. Faced with this sword, Yi Yu could only widen his eyes and await his death. However, just as Chen Luo was about to decapitate him, a flash of golden light suddenly illuminated the sky. Following the direction of the light, they found a female zombie bathed in the holy light. This couldn't help but earn Chen Luo's praise for Yi Yu. "You truly are a child of fortune. You actually attracted another king-level mutant before dying." At this point, the mutant angrily said, "What are you jabbering about? You're too noisy." And then she shot several huge golden beams at them. Seeing this, Chen Luo instantly used Void Walking to dodge. But Yi Yu, who couldn't use Void Walking, wasn't so lucky, because the speed of the light was too fast. He could only stand his ground and take the hit. What Chen Luo never expected was, not only was Yi Yu unscathed, but his power also suddenly increased several times. Seeing this scene, Chen Luo was completely dumbfounded. This is truly outrageous. How else would you describe him as having a god-tier luck? Such ridiculous events could actually happen to him. At that moment, Yi Yu waved his hand, and several fireblades, each several meters long, suddenly appeared in front of Chen Luo. Although Chen Luo was quite shocked, he was far from frightened, as the situation had not yet slipped out of his control. But Yi Yu thought otherwise and taunted Chen Luo, "Prepare to die. Today, I will tear you to pieces, to quell the hatred in my heart." Saying that, he suddenly charged towards Chen Luo in the air, only to be sent back to the ground by Chen Luo's spatial exile. Then, seizing the opportunity, he immediately applied time acceleration to the mutant on the side. Only 2 seconds had passed, and the mutant died on the spot, under Yi Yu's astonished gaze. Chen Luo didn't hesitate, and quickly retrieved the king-level crystal from the mutant, before storing it in his own ability space. Before Yi Yu could even figure out what was happening, Chen Luo cast time acceleration on him. At this moment, Yi Yu felt as if someone had hit the fast-forward button on him. His body began to twitch uncontrollably. The next second, he felt like a deflated balloon, as power continuously drained from his body. Realizing something was wrong, Yi Yu immediately dropped to his knees. He was about to beg for mercy, but was met with a harsh slap on the face from Chen Luo. Chen Luo initially wanted to spare him to exploit a bug, utilizing his luck-based physique to obtain king-level crystals. But recalling the events that just occurred, he felt a shiver down his spine. Keeping this guy around was too risky, if not for his mastery of time acceleration. He would have nearly capsized in the gutter earlier. Thinking this, Chen Luo immediately said, "I'm in a good mood today. If you have any last wishes, say them now. As long as it's not unreasonable, I can fulfill it." Hearing this, Yi Yu shouted, "Last wish is your grandma's leg. I curse you with my life to die a horrible death, abandoned by all." But before he could even finish his sentence, Chen Luo decisively severed his head with a sword. He then promptly took out Yi Yu's dual element, level 9 wind and fire crystal, planning to give this crystal to his sister, Mi Lane. Meanwhile, on the other side, an unusual event suddenly occurred within Poseidon's palace. It turns out an orca had advanced to king level, and it was the brother of the orca that Chen Luo had previously hunted. Originally, Bai Hao would never allow such a threat to emerge. If it weren't for dealing with Chen Luo, it would have devoured the orca to enhance its own strength without hesitation. But now it needs a helper to deal with Sea Princess and congealed frost. So, it immediately proposed to appoint Orca as its left guardian, saying, "I am willing to work with you to avenge your brother. I've already found out the location of Chen Luo's base. Do you have courage to accompany me?" Hearing this, Orca didn't hesitate, and immediately expressed his willingness to follow Poseidon's orders, saying, "Let's go and eliminate that Chen Luo." Rice sensed that Chen Luo was in imminent danger, and informed him that a group of powerful beings from the sea would come to Dawn City to seek revenge today. Hearing this, Chen Luo froze, muttering to himself, "Isn't this referring to Poseidon Bai Hao? In another 2 or 3 days, I could have advanced to king level. Then even 10 Bai Haos would be no match for me. But this guy has to show up today. What can I do? I can't abandon everyone." Feeling perplexed, Rice suddenly jumped into his arms and said, "Don't worry, it will be a close call, but you'll be safe. And the special ability fusion technique you've been yearning for has come into play. This skill is enough to turn the tide." Hearing this, Chen Luo was overjoyed, and shouted, "I can finally use that space-time ability." He then hastily went to find Mi Li, wanting to share this good news. But he found Mi Li wearing glasses, deeply engrossed in a book. Seeing this, Chen Luo quickly asked, "Do you have myopia? But you look pretty good in glasses." Mi Li hurriedly explained, "No, I don't have myopia. I just feel that wearing glasses gives reading a certain feel." At that moment, Chen Luo suddenly embraced Mi Li from behind, and then gave her a king-level light crystal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Poseidon Bai Hao was rallying his troops to prepare for a fight to the death with Chen Luo, declaring that everyone must participate in this operation. Upon hearing this, various sea creatures responded, "Lord Poseidon, it's not that we don't want to, but that we can't. We don't even have legs. We can't exert our full strength on land. Sending us shrimp soldiers and crab generals won't be of any help. We should stay and guard our home instead." Hearing this, Orca became furious and shouted, "Stop the nonsense. Whoever dares say no again, I'll kill them on the spot. Those who can't fly will ride on me and Lord Poseidon." Just then, white gold suddenly descended from the sky into Poseidon's palace, muttering, "Count me in. I know the guy who can disappear in the blink of an eye. The first time I met him, he tried to kill me and take my crystal." Hearing this, Bai Hao quickly asked, "Who are you? Why should we believe you?" A nearby seagull quickly explained, "Lord Poseidon, this is my friend, White Gold. I can vouch for the truth of her words." White Gold then snorted, "So you're Poseidon. Your strength doesn't seem to be anything special. You're making a big deal out of dealing with a human. You should know that guy was scared away by just one of my glances." Although these words made Poseidon lose face, it desperately needed help at this moment. So, it reluctantly agreed to let white gold join, thinking to itself, a mere seagull dares to mock me. After I've dealt with that Chen Luo, you'll be the first one I kill. Subsequently, Bai Hao and Orca led their shrimp soldiers and crab generals to the shore, hoping to catch Chen Luo off guard. But as soon as they emerged from the sea, they found Chen Luo and his companions, who had been waiting for them for some time. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo didn't hesitate, immediately unleashing a fusion technique involving both time and space. The next second, a blue beam of light shot up into the sky. Following that, a long-haired, bearded Chen Luo appeared at the other end of the beam. Seeing this, Chen Luo was stunned, thinking to himself, isn't that future me? Is this technique about summoning my future self to help me fight? This realization delighted Chen Luo, knowing that his future self had emperor-level strength, which is above king level. With him on his side, even 10 Bai Haos would be no match. However, strangely enough, no one else could see the beam of light. It turned out that this technique wasn't what Chen Luo had thought. It didn't bring his future self into the present, but rather, created a temporal tunnel to borrow strength from his future self. The next second, future Chen Luo began transmitting his power to present Chen Luo. At this point, Bai Hao arrogantly said, "Kid, give me back my armor right now, or I'll destroy your base." Chen Luo ignored him and continued to absorb the transferred power. This infuriated Bai Hao, who shouted, "You dare to ignore me?" Then he charged at Chen Luo. At this moment, Chen Luo's face turned pale, thinking, why is the transfer of power so slow? It wasn't that he was afraid Bai Hao would interrupt the power transfer. The Chen Luo in this time was merely an illusion. He couldn't be harmed by any attacks during this period. Realizing this, Chen Luo yelled at Sea Princess and Congealed Frost, "Run, quickly, find a way to buy us 2 minutes." Unexpectedly, they couldn't hear the voice of Chen Luo from another timeline, and assumed Chen Luo was asking them to guard him. Without a second thought, they charged towards Bai Hao. Just at this moment, white ghosts suddenly swooped down from the sky towards the two of them, quickly casting an illusion spell on Sea Princess and Congealed Frost. At this moment, Chen Luo finally realized that this individual was not a zombie, but an evolved red-eyed seagull in human form. Seeing this, Orca didn't hesitate and immediately used the Blade of Thunder on the two under the illusion spell. By the time they broke free from the illusion, they had already missed the best opportunity to escape. Luckily, Sea Princess cast the Shield of Darkness just in time, saving both from a close call. An enraged Sea Princess immediately unleashed the Eye of Darkness, planning to eliminate the one capable of casting illusions. Congealed Frost, understanding Sea Princess's intention, synchronized and cast his ultimate skill, the Icebound Spear, towards White Ghoul. However, just as both skills were about to land, Bai Hao suddenly appeared and blocked the fatal blow, murmuring, "You think you're so great? Let's see what you can do." Upon hearing this, White Ghoul slightly smiled, saying, "As you wish." She then once again cast the kaleidoscopic blood while eye on Sea Princess, hoping to invoke the killing instinct inside her, making her lose her sanity completely and turn into a bloodthirsty demon. Her potential was also fully unlocked. The now irrational Sea Princess summoned the Eye of Darkness, beginning indiscriminate attacks on everyone present. This infuriated Poseidon, who shouted at White Ghoul, "Are you sure this skill isn't just amplifying her powers? If she hadn't attacked Congealed Frost as well, I would have thought you're a mole on their side." At this point, even Bai Hao didn't dare to confront Sea Princess directly. So, it decided to avoid her for now and dash into Dawn City to eliminate Chen Luo's subordinates first. Unexpectedly, only half of Chen Luo's power had been transferred at this moment, and he could only watch helplessly as Bai Hao led the seafood army into Dawn City. Soon, Orca, who was leading the charge, found the core area of the base, and without hesitation, cast his ultimate skill, the Thunder of 5 Heavens, shouting, "Chen Luo, you killed my brother. Today, I will take the lives of all your loved ones to avenge him." Seeing this, Sudeju didn't hesitate, and immediately enlarged his body several times in an attempt to block the lightning. But how could an 8th-level Sudeju withstand a king-level ultimate skill? However, just as Orca was about to bring down the 5 heavenly thunderbolts, Meili suddenly transformed into a huge shadow and took the hit. It turned out that Chen Luo was concerned for Meili's safety, and had given her the gemstone from his Poseidon armor. As all the special abilities stored in the gemstone were exhausted, the protective shield shattered with a crack. Seeing this, Orca was shocked and alarmed, shouting, "How is this possible? Are there other king-level fighters here?" But the observant Bai Hao quickly figured it out, murmuring, "I was wondering why something felt off about Chen Luo's armor." So, he gave the gemstone to this woman. Their relationship must be special. With that in mind, he rushed toward Mei Li, shouting, "Foolish humans, give me your lives." Fortunately, congealed frost arrived in time to freeze Bai Hao with her skill, saving Mei Li from imminent danger. But unexpectedly, Orca released another ultimate skill aimed at Mei Li. In the nick of time, Thunder King appeared and pushed Mei Li out of the way. Just as Thunder King was preparing to go head-to-head with Orca, White Ghoul suddenly appeared and cast an illusion spell on him. The next second, Thunder King's eyes became vacant. At the same time, Bai Hao broke free from congealed frost's freeze, preparing to move in for the kill. Realizing that she couldn't save Mei Li from 3 king-level fighters by herself, congealed frost knew she could only stall for time, waiting for Chen Luo to come to the rescue. It seemed that now was the time to use that ultimate move. "Goodbye, Chen Luo. Goodbye, friends of Dawn City," she muttered as she released her ultimate skill, the Sorrow of Frost. Suddenly, snow-white frost began to fall from the sky and congealed frost collapsed, her heart stopping. The next second, the 3 king-level fighters were completely frozen by congealed frost at the cost of her own life. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Luo finally completed his power transfer, instantly breaking through from king level to emperor level, not pausing to feel the once familiar yet powerful energy. He immediately teleported back to Dawn City, but what he saw was Mei Li holding congealed frost, crying uncontrollably, shouting, "Congealed frost, how could you be so foolish? You sacrificed your own life to save me. I won't let you die." Saying this, Mei Li began to cast healing spells on congealed frost continuously. However, no matter how hard Mei Li tried, there was no sign of life from congealed frost. Seeing this, Mei Li didn't hesitate and immediately cast her newly learned ultimate skill, Resurrection. Chen Luo wanted to stop her, knowing that using the resurrection spell could risk shattering her crystal. But on second thought, congealed frost had lost her life to save Mei Li. It's unlikely Mei Li would listen to anything he said now. Moreover, Raya's prophecy didn't mention any danger to Mei Li. Thinking this, Chen Luo hesitated, unable to speak. Unexpectedly, even after casting the resurrection spell, congealed frost still showed no signs of waking up. At this moment, Mei Li broke down completely, constantly shouting, "Why did the resurrection fail? Congealed frost, wake up." Seeing this, Chen Luo was instantly furious, muttering to himself, "You 3 worthless beings dared to kill my sister? None of you are leaving here alive today." Just then, Poseidon Bai Hao was the first to break free from congealed frost's freeze. Taunting, "Mermaid, you're quite strong, sacrificing your own life to trap me. That's utterly foolish. All you did was delay the inevitable." Before he could finish, a hand silently appeared in front of him with a slap. A resounding slap landed squarely on Bai Hao's face. The next second, he flew back like a cannonball, rolling on the ground for more than a mile before coming to a stop. At this moment, Bai Hao was completely dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "How did this kid get so strong in just a few days?" With that, he threw a powerful punch at Chen Luo, only for Chen Luo to effortlessly block it with a casual lift of his hand. Seeing this, Orca, who was standing nearby, didn't hesitate. "Lord Poseidon, allow me to assist you." As he spoke, he began to conjure his ultimate move, Apocalypse Thunderstorm. Bai Hao immediately yelled at Orca, "Are you an idiot? This guy has the ability to teleport. Why would he stand still and let you attack him?" Chen Luo chuckled, "How do you know I won't stand still and take the hit? This time, I'm going to disappoint you." Saying this, Chen Luo grabbed Bai Hao and used him as a shield, raising him in front of himself. This scared Poseidon quite a bit. Seeing Orca's ultimate move rapidly approaching, "Are you crazy? Put me down." Chen Luo ignored him, and instead cast a spatial banishment spell on the thawing White Gull. He then lifted both Bai Hao and White Gull high, using them to block Orca's Apocalypse Thunderstorm. This scared both of them, frantically shouting, "What's going on? Let us go, you maniac." But before they could finish, the Apocalypse Thunderstorm hit them squarely, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Chen Luo stood there, holding Poseidon with one hand and stepping on White Gull, boastfully saying, "Dared to force my sister to her death? None of you worthless beings are leaving here alive today." Unwilling to give up, White Gull attempted to use illusions to control Chen Luo. But no matter how she deployed her ultimate techniques, the illusions had no effect on Chen Luo. This left White Gull utterly baffled. She had never failed with this technique before, so why was it ineffective against him? Before she could figure it out, Chen Luo crushed her like an ant, turning this king-level powerful being into pulp. In that instant, Bai Hao, who fancied himself Poseidon, felt an overwhelming sense of despair, controlled by fear. He thought to himself, it's only been a few days, how has this guy become so terrifyingly strong? Seeing all this, Orca wasn't stupid either, and immediately prepared to make a run for it. Chen Luo, however, wasn't indulging him, and instantly used Void Walk to appear in front of him, murmuring, "You miss your brother, don't you? I'll send you to reunite with him." Hearing this, Orca's face hardened, as he quickly conjured a great power of thunder, preparing to self-destruct. But how could Chen Luo give him that opportunity? The next second, he unleashed the Void Sword, and immediately sliced him into 18 pieces. This scared Bai Hao quite a bit, who frantically shouted, "How is this possible? Even I don't have the ability to kill Orca in an instant. Is this really the same human who only knew how to run away?" Hearing this, Chen Luo grinned, "Don't worry, you're next, but I won't let you die that easily." Meanwhile, on the other side, Millie, under the conditions of sorrow, actually advanced her resurrection spell to a higher level, as she again unleashed the sacred light resurrection. A miracle finally occurred. The already deceased congealed frost softly whimpered. This excited Millie to no end, who joyously shouted, "Great, I've finally brought congealed frost back to life." But at that moment, Chen Luo suddenly sensed that Sea Princess's aura had weakened. So without a second thought, he used Void Walk to arrive at the seashore, only to find that Sea Princess was already lying on the ground motionless. He immediately rushed forward to check on his sister, grateful that the crystal had not shattered, just that she had fainted due to exhaustion. It seems the original plan needs to be changed. This position was supposed to be for my sister, but given the current situation, I have no choice but to step up myself. Thinking this, Chen Luo immediately grabbed Bai Hao, because he planned to use him for something earth-shattering. He then immediately stepped on Bai Hao in front of all the sea creatures, and coldly said, "Everyone, open your eyes and see clearly. This guy is a false god, who dared to steal my divine position to bully and play God. What should be his punishment? Today, I will sacrifice you in public as a warning to others." Having said that, Chen Luo tossed him into the air, shouting wildly, "Today, I will let you all witness the power of a true god." Upon hearing this, the sea creatures present were all shocked, exclaiming, "Is this the true power of a god? Bai Hao is king level, and yet he's utterly powerless in front of Lord Poseidon. Such terrifying power, but who would have known?" Just as those words were spoken, a golden crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and the light emanating from it enveloped the entire heavens and earth. Floating mid-air, Chen Luo looked like a descended deity, enumerating the false god's various crimes. However, Bai Hao remained defiant, still shouting, "I am the true Poseidon, stop confusing the public with your lies." Hearing this, Chen Luo gave a slight smile, then casually waved his hand. The next second, a blade of immense dimensional power sped towards Bai Hao. Surprisingly, even at death's door, he remained stubborn, shouting, "A firefly dares to compete with the sun and moon." Having said that, he transformed into his true form and charged towards the dimensional blade. However, the moment Bai Hao touched the blade, his body was instantly cleaved in two as if it were tofu. The aftershock also created a 200 to 300 meter long crack in the ground. The apocalyptic power scared all the sea creatures, who immediately knelt, exclaiming, "This is undoubtedly the power of a god." At that moment, Chen Luo solemnly said, "From tonight onwards, I am the king of the sea. Does anyone here object?" Hearing this, a seal immediately knelt in front of Chen Luo and shouted, "I serve Lord Poseidon and am willing to be at your service." Looking at the seal on the ground, Chen Luo thought that mere display of power would not make them completely loyal. A combination of grace and might was necessary. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately stated, "Seal, as the first to submit to me, I decide to bestow upon you divine power." Saying this, he applied time acceleration to the seal, and just like a fast-forward button had been pressed, the seal instantly broke through to king level and transformed into a human form. This delighted the seal, who hurriedly exclaimed, "I also have the ability to transform into human form like Bai Hao. Thank you, Lord Poseidon, for granting me divine power." Saying this, it didn't stop from kissing Chen Luo's feet. Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately began to speak with utter seriousness. As long as everyone listens to me obediently, I guarantee that you will all obtain this ability within a year. Upon hearing this, the sea creatures all shouted in unison, "We serve Lord Poseidon, we swear allegiance to Lord Poseidon to death." Little did they know, these sea creatures were mostly at level 9 or 10, and even without Chen Luo using time acceleration on them, they would naturally advance to king level within a year. But just at that moment, Golden Eagle suddenly appeared above Chen Luo, continuously letting out urgent cries. It seemed to be telling its master that something significant had happened. Then it flew straight into the base, indicating that something was going on inside. Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately followed with a void walk, only to find that Golden Eagle's 2 chicks had hatched. Only then did Chen Luo realize, Golden Eagle was bringing good news, not alerting him to a situation at the base. Seeing this, Chen Luo had an idea, muttering to himself that to secure the position of Poseidon, he must demonstrate abilities that would genuinely convince the sea creatures. Thinking this, Chen Luo immediately said to Golden Eagle, "I can make your 2 chicks grow up healthy instantly, what do you think?" Hearing this, Golden Eagle was momentarily stunned, then thought, what could be more important in this cruel post-apocalyptic world than my children growing up healthy? It immediately nodded, signaling gratitude for the master's blessing. Hearing this, Chen Luo didn't hesitate. He immediately took Golden Eagle and its 2 chicks to the seaside. Then he publicly announced, "These are the 2 children of my mount, Golden Eagle. Due to its constant hard work and unwavering loyalty, I've decided to bestow divine power upon its children." Having said this, Chen Luo applied time acceleration to the 2 Golden Eagle chicks. The next second, the 2 palm-sized young Golden Eagles grew into adult forms in front of everyone's eyes. This scared the sea creatures present, who all exclaimed, "This is too miraculous. Lord Poseidon is indeed a true god. Following Lord Poseidon is our only way." Having witnessed Chen Luo's ability, all the sea creatures were in awe and admiration. They knew that when they followed the false god Bai Hao, not only did they not get rewarded, they were at risk of being eaten if they weren't careful. At that moment, a seahorse mustered the courage and shouted, "Respected Lord Poseidon, I also have a baby. May I dare to request Lord Poseidon's blessing?" Hearing this, Chen Luo grinned and said, "All descendants who are loyal to me can receive my blessing. For now, you all can step back. Come back here in a month with your children." Saying this, he gracefully soared into the sky. But just at that moment, Chen Luo suddenly felt as if his heart was being wrenched, and then violently coughed up a mouthful of old blood. It turns out the power he'd borrowed had reached its limit, and using this fusion ability almost shattered his core again. It seemed he would have to reach king level before he could use this space-time ability without backlash. This time, he'd likely need a month to recover. In the following days, Chen Luo didn't go wandering. Every day, he rode Golden Eagle and traveled the 4 seas with Mi Li, living like a pair of divine lovers. But just then, Mi Li sensed something was wrong. Looking closer, she saw a huge army of rats approaching Chen Luo's base. It looked like they were preparing a large-scale attack on Dawn City. This scared Mi Li quite a bit. Judging by the number of rats, there were likely 1 million or so. And what's worse, it wasn't just ground troops preparing to attack Dawn City. An army of flying ants was also participating. This immediately made Chen Luo realize the severity of the situation. 2 species had gathered in such large numbers to invade Dawn City. This battle would be no less than a massive tide of undead. Little did he know that he was the culprit behind this crisis. It turns out that last time when he was picking the illusion fruit tree, he found a rat nest beneath it. He disposed of the attacking rats then. But one female rat had managed to survive. Holding a grudge, she had allied with the Ant Queen for revenge. Having lived 2 lives, Chen Luo had never seen so many rats and flying ants. He decided to return to the base immediately, alerting everyone to be on guard. He then found Chen Guan, telling him to alert everyone to gather outside the city to prepare for battle, to test his subordinates. Chen Luo announced he wouldn't intervene easily, he'd just supervise from the back. He then pointed at the approaching army and shouted, "I don't care how you do it, but keep these creatures from entering the city. If they get in, our food supplies will be wiped out. Then you'll have to get used to eating rats." As soon as he said this, the morale of the crowd surged. Everyone shouted that they would defend Dawn City to the death, not allowing a single rat to set foot inside. At that moment, the combined army was already approaching the city, launching their first wave of attacks on Dawn City. Seeing this, everyone didn't hesitate, unleashing a powerful offensive against the enemy. Continuous streams of flame, chilling ice abilities, violent wind hurricanes, and dense electric nets caught the enemy off guard in an instant. But just at that moment, the Rat King suddenly made a series of squeaks, as if giving orders to the Rat Army. The next second, the Rat Army split in two, one part attacking Dawn City head-on, while the other part began digging tunnels, preparing to enter Dawn City from below. This frightened everyone greatly, and they shouted for someone to quickly use an area control skill to stop them. Seeing this, Shuyan didn't hesitate, and immediately unleashed her ultimate move, a blizzard, trying to wipe them out in one go. But to everyone's surprise, the Flying Ant Army collectively generated a shield that blocked the attack. Although Shuyan was incredibly shocked, she did not lose her composure. She immediately directed everyone to concentrate their firepower on the Flying Ant Army, needing to break their shield as quickly as possible. But when it rains, pours, before Shuyan could even finish speaking, an Ant Queen launched a psychic attack, rendering the members who were hit instantly incapacitated. This scared Shuyan considerably, wondering if the city she was responsible for was going to fall. Although the levels of these snakes, insects, rats, and ants were not very high, their overwhelming numbers immediately put humans at a disadvantage. As the commanding officer, Shuyan knew, the longer the battle dragged on, the worse it would be for everyone. To quickly end the fight, a decapitation strategy was necessary. Thinking this, she immediately drew her bow and aimed at the Ant Queen, then fired a cold ice arrow at it. With a whoosh, the frost-filled arrow hit the Ant Queen dead on, instantly turning it into an ice sculpture. Seeing this, Shuyan hurriedly shouted, "Capture the leader first to stop the army." Everyone quickly focused their firepower to take down the Ant Queen. But just as the words left her mouth, thousands of rats suddenly emerged from the ground. Before anyone had time to react, several team members were killed in this sneak attack by the rats. Just in the nick of time, Yin Ling deployed a spatial storm, annihilating all the rats that had emerged from the tunnels. Seeing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but praise, "Truly, my star pupil, you've turned the tide of the battle with a single move." The appearance of Yin Ling also alerted the mother rat to the crisis. It knew that it had only one chance for revenge. If this operation failed, it would never be able to assemble such a large rat army again. Damn humans not only destroyed my home, but also slaughtered my entire clan. If I don't avenge this, I swear I won't be a rat, since I am bound to lose this battle. I won't let you get away easily even if I die. Having said this, the mother rat ordered its army to make a final charge. Seeing this, Yin Ling immediately pointed at the mother rat and shouted, "Everyone, focus your firepower on that rat." But just as the words left her mouth, a thick black mist erupted from the mother rat's body, and it emitted a series of sinister squeaks. The next second, the members who inhaled the black mist began to spurt blood from their mouths. In an instant, the black mist enveloped the entire Dawn City. Chen Luo immediately realized something was off. Silently cursing, "These damned rats have unleashed a plague." Although the plague wouldn't be life-threatening, it would cause any member below level 8 to instantly lose combat capabilities. Just as Chen Luo was preparing to order lower-level members to evacuate, a gigantic eye of darkness suddenly appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, he saw that Sea Princess was controlling the Eye of Darkness, constantly absorbing the black mist. Murmuring, "Such immense power, this is like a tonic for me." Saying this, she herself began greedily absorbing the black mist. In just 2 minutes, the black mist that had shrouded the base was completely absorbed by Sea Princess. Meanwhile, on the other side, Big Strong had surprisingly won over the top beauty of the zombie world, Thorn Queen. The queen not only voluntarily gave him various high-level crystals to absorb, but also expressed her intent to help him overthrow Chen Luo and take over Dawn City to make him the true king of this post-apocalyptic world. Hearing this, Big Strong was visibly shocked, muttering to himself, "I've just gotten comfortable eating off the queen. Why is she hell-bent on taking down my big brother? How can I dissuade her from this idea? I can't very well tell her that I'm an undercover agent sent by Chen Luo." Just as he was at a loss, one of his underlings suddenly ran over shouting, "Big Strong bro, there's trouble. I just saw that your new henchman Li Hua is hiding a high-level crystal." Hearing this, Thorn Queen was immediately furious, saying, "I've been providing for Li Hua, giving him shelter, and he dares to hoard a crystal. This ungrateful wretch must not be kept." Hearing this, Big Strong didn't hesitate. He immediately lunged forward and grabbed Li Hua by the neck, demanding to know why he was hiding the crystal. But before Big Strong could even finish, Li Hua casually shook off the grip, muttering, "I wanted to lie low and grow stronger while under your roof. But now that I'm exposed, we'll meet again." Saying this, he transformed into a streak of fire and vanished from Big Strong's sight. Seeing this, Big Strong was visibly shocked, never expecting to harbor such an extraordinary master in his base. This guy must have ulterior motives for hiding here. I need to urgently inform my big brother to take care of this problem. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Luo had just finished dealing with the rat swarm when he received a psychic message from Big Strong. But when he heard the name Li Hua, he was instantly stunned. That guy has a significant background. He was the first regular zombie to ascend to king level in his past life. Since humanity's highest level fighters were only level 9 at that time, no one could match him. To protect themselves, people had to regularly supply him with fresh meat, which was a major reason for humanity's extinction in the past life. Now having been reborn, Chen Luo would naturally not indulge him. He immediately told Big Strong, "I'm aware of the situation, but I'm currently in seclusion. Once I'm out in a few days, I'll help you sort this out." Just then, a voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie from the brother Chen. "There's a level 8 ability user named Fang Feiken who wants to meet you." Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately instructed this sentry to bring him to the conference room to wait, saying, "I'll be right there. Be polite to him. In my past life, this person was not only a formidable king-level fighter, but he also died tragically at the hands of Li Hua protecting humanity." Chen Luo then quickly arrived at the conference room and asked him what his business was. Fang Feiken got straight to the point, saying, "Leader Chen, do you realize you've become a target? Aside from your territory, most people can only survive by eating rats, and you've recently killed tens of thousands of rats. Driven by hunger, they'll inevitably launch a major attack on your Dawn City. What will you do then?" Hearing this, Chen Luo chuckled, "I'd like to hear your insights." Upon hearing this, Fang Feiken immediately said, "I think you should open your granaries and distribute food. These are pitiable people, there's no need to kill them off completely." Hearing this, Chen Luo's face instantly changed, and he shouted, "Are you teaching me how to run things? Charity has only 0 instances and countless instances. I have no intention of being a great philanthropist." Upon hearing this, Fang Feiken was immediately angered, saying, "You cold-blooded and heartless man. Our paths are different and we seek different things. If that day comes, I'll stand against you." Saying this, Fang Feiken turned and left gracefully, if it weren't for the fact that he had sacrificed himself heroically for humanity in his past life. Speaking to Chen Luo like this would have been a death wish many times over. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Hua had also finished absorbing the privately stashed king-level crystal. At this moment, his level had successfully broken through to king level. The first thing he wanted to do was to destroy Dawn City. However, he knew that as the strongest human base, Dawn City would undoubtedly have top-level experts, so he decided to test his newfound king-level strength on another base before taking on Dawn City. Soon enough, he set his sights on Fang Feiken's base, deciding to use them for practice. Meanwhile, in another location, Thunder King was also in the area searching for high-level zombies, muttering to himself, "This is the most active time for zombies. I might catch a level 10 or higher today." But just as he finished speaking, the base in front of Thunder King was attacked by zombies, and the one leading the attack was the king-level zombie, Li Hua. After his barrage of attacks, the base was filled with screams. People were shouting, "Leader Fang, something terrible has happened. Come out and save us." Hearing this, Fang Feiken was greatly shocked, thinking to himself, "Is this guy a regular zombie or a mutant? Why is he so strong?" The next second, Fang Feiken was completely dumbfounded. He saw Li Hua in the sky casually waving his hand, sending a fireball tens of meters in size, crashing to the ground. With a loud bang, a crater several tens of meters deep was instantly created on the ground. This scared the people present, and they began to run around like headless chickens. At that moment, Li Hua arrogantly said, "Trying to run? It won't be that easy. Even if God himself came, he couldn't save you today." Upon hearing this, Thunder King was immediately enraged, muttering to himself, "You're quite arrogant. I'd like to see who gave you the audacity to act like this." With that, Thunder King charged toward Li Hua, shouting, "I am the deputy leader of the dogs in Dawn City. You dare to slaughter my human tribe? You're really bold." As he spoke, Thunder King unleashed a purple lightning palm strike toward him, only to be blocked by Li Hua's flame shield. Hearing that this dog was a deputy leader from Dawn City, Li Hua burst into a laughter that sounded like a pig's squeal. I was just curious about the strength of Dawn City's top experts. Didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. With that said, Li Hua used his flame meteor fist against Thunder King. Seeing this, Thunder King didn't hesitate, immediately using wind and thunder flash to dodge the attack, murmuring, "You think you can hit me with that speed? You're dreaming." But just as he finished speaking, Li Hua unleashed his flame-rising dragon tyrant at Thunder King. Although Thunder King dodged multiple fire dragons in time, he was caught off guard by one. Seeing the situation was dire, Thunder King immediately opened his mouth and took a deep breath, then unleashed a lightning hurricane to disperse the fire dragon. Although this maneuver allowed Thunder King to narrowly escape, the wind actually fanned the flames, making them burn even more intensely. Several columns of fire shot up like a volcanic eruption, forming a fire cage that trapped Thunder King. Although Thunder King's wind and thunder flash was fast, it couldn't escape the cage like Chen Luo's ability to walk through the void. Trapped, Thunder King was immediately at a disadvantage, taking a solid hit from Li Hua. Before Thunder King could recover, a massive fire dragon formation swept towards him. At this moment, Thunder King had no way to escape, and if hit by this attack, he estimated that he would most likely die here today. Seeing this, the dog leader didn't hesitate at all. He immediately conjured purple lightning to confront the enemy head-on. Under Thunder King's full-on assault, he finally managed to shake off the 4 fire dragons that were entangling him. Seeing this, Li Hua was instantly shocked. He didn't expect that the dog could break through his ultimate move. Unwilling to accept defeat, Li Hua once again deployed his fire dragon formation towards Thunder King. The dog leader, having learned his lesson, wasn't foolish. Without a second thought, he used wind lightning flash to dodge. He thought to himself, I want to see how long you can maintain your ultimate move. After all, my wind lightning flash consumes very little energy. Once you run out, let's see how I take you down. This really angered Li Hua. He hurriedly cursed, calling Thunder King a coward. If you're so tough, stop running. Hearing this, Thunder King chuckled, "Ow Ran, what can you do about it? Come and chase me, you idiot." At this moment, Li Hua also realized he was being baited. If this continues, his powers will be drained in no time. Thinking this, he immediately rushed to the ground. Then he yelled, "So you want to play the hero? I'm going to destroy your Dawn City now." With that, he grabbed Fang Fei Jun by the throat and yelled, "Tell me where Dawn City is. Speak up, and I might spare your life." Though he disapproves of Dawn City's ways, he isn't an ungrateful lowlife. He knows if Thunder King hadn't intervened, none of them, including himself, would have gotten away. Even when subjected to the fiery torture, he didn't leak a single detail about Dawn City. He was burned alive, yet Fang Fei Jun never gave in to the enemy. Thunder King wanted to step in and save him, but unfortunately, he was a step too late. Seeing Thunder King escape his fire dragons once more, Li Hua was utterly enraged this time. The next second, 2 pillars of fire erupted around him. But this time, his target wasn't Thunder King. It was himself. Before the dog leader could react, he suddenly appeared in front of Thunder King, as if propelled by a rocket. He then directly grabbed Thunder King's left leg, muttering, "You like to run, don't you? Now let's see where you can run. Prepare to die." As he spoke, a burst of intense flame erupted from his body, aiming to roast Thunder King inside and out. Yet Thunder King didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, he grinned and asked, "Are you an insulator? Let me introduce you to 1,000,000 volts." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of dominant purple electricity instantly spread throughout his body, forcing Li Hua to let go in self-preservation. Before he could understand what was happening, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly descended from the sky. Thunder King's counterattack officially began. With a deafening boom, the bolt of lightning struck directly at Li Hua. However, he was extremely quick to react, immediately deploying a fire shield for protection. Seeing this, Thunder King wasted no time, immediately releasing 6 bolts of lightning in quick succession. Under Thunder King's relentless assault, although this wave of attack consumed a lot of energy, it didn't deal fatal damage to Li Hua. However, Li Hua had almost completely drained his own powers to defend against the lightning. At this moment, Li Hua couldn't help but sigh. If a dog from Dawn City can do this to me, what will happen if their leader comes? Thinking of this, Li Hua quickly proposed a ceasefire, arguing that continuing would only lead to mutual destruction. Thunder King disagreed, saying, "I've finally drained your powers, and you still have the audacity? Today, I must bring back a king-level crystal for my master. As he spoke, Thunder King launched a Chidori-raising Ganon at him. This truly frightened Li Hua. He immediately shouted, "I'm going all in. It's either you die or I die today." Saying this, he used his remaining powers to block the lethal attack. Seeing this, Thunder King didn't hesitate, immediately using Thundering Tail Sweep at point-blank range. With a bang, Li Hua was sent flying by this unexpected attack. Seeing this, Li Hua immediately yelled, "You dirty dog! No sense of martial ethics, using your tail to ambush me?" In response, Thunder King didn't bother with idle talk. He rushed towards him, trailing sparks and lightning. At that moment, Thunder King was like a hungry tiger breaking into a flock of sheep, wielding his claws recklessly, massacring freely. He hit him with a 79 combo move right on the spot. But it's not over yet. Thunder King immediately followed up with a lightning whip combo, only stopping his attack when he saw his opponent finally defeated. By the time Chen Luo arrived, he found that the great battle had long since ended. At that moment, Thunder King said proudly, "Master, why did you take so long to get here? I just took out a king-level zombie who was planning to attack our Dawn City. About the guy who visited our base yesterday, he's a real man. No matter how the zombie tried to torture him for information, he never revealed the location of our Dawn City." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo fell into deep thought. Unexpectedly, in this life, Fang Feiken still didn't change his destiny, still dying at the hands of Li Hua. However, the once arrogant Li Hua had fallen into the hands of Thunder King. Life really is full of surprises. Meanwhile, on Big Strong's side, his minions brought forward the recently captured humans. This guy wasn't stupid. Seeing the situation, he immediately knew that Big Strong was the zombie king here. He quickly shouted, "Don't kill me, I'm the leader of the base. I can provide you with fresh meat on a regular basis." Hearing this, Big Strong disdainfully said, "I won't kill you, but besides providing food, you'll also have to gather information from the human side for me." Hearing this, the bearded man quickly knocked his head on the ground 3 times, then shouted, "Thank you, great king, for sparing my life. I am willing to serve you." Seeing this, Big Strong immediately acted the part, saying, "Very good, if you have any troubles in the future, you can come to me. I'll take care of it for you." The man's name is Shergalium. After Big Strong promised to help him with any troubles, he began to plot his own plans. "My biggest problem right now is Dawn City. With this behemoth in place, our smaller bases can't recruit any elites. Only by overthrowing Dawn City can I expand my base. Humans and zombies have always been at odds, and the Zombie King must also consider Dawn City a thorn in his side. So, all I need to do is to ally with the Zombie King, as well as some other bases that also dislike Dawn City, to get rid of this nuisance." Upon this thought, he immediately thought of Wan Jiangyi. Not long ago, Chen Luo had killed his older brother, Yi Yu. Wan Jiangyi must harbor a deep grudge against Chen Luo. Shergalium promptly sought out Wan Jiangyi to share his plan, asking if he'd like to join an anti-Dawn City alliance. Hearing this, Wan Jiangyi instantly said, "I can't coexist with Chen Luo. If I can avenge my brother, I'll gladly join." Hearing this, Shergalium grinned, saying, "Then we will jointly work against Dawn City. I've also acknowledged the Zombie King as my big brother today, with his help." What's Chen Luo? Little did he know, the help he sought to fight against Chen Luo was actually Chen Luo's own followers. Wan Jiangyi also smirked to himself, thinking, "I'm going to accomplish a great feat again. This guy must be mad to go against Chen the Immortal." Thinking this, he immediately used telepathy to send this information to Chen Luo, asking if he should sabotage the plan secretly. Chen Luo just smiled slightly, saying, "No need to stop them. Let them establish the anti-Dawn City alliance. I want to see how many people dare to oppose me. This way, I can eliminate them all at once. You've done well this time, Wan Jiangyi. Continue observing and contact me immediately if anything comes up." Having said that, Chen Luo resumed his absorption of crystals. Just thinking about their faces when they find out that the Zombie King is his follower. He could hardly hold back his laughter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rice had another breakthrough in strength. However, when Mei Li opened the door, she froze in place and shouted, "Who are you?" At this moment, a cat-eared girl spoke in a cute voice, saying, "I'm Rice." Saying this, Rice jumped into Mei Li's arms, murmuring, "I've finally evolved into a human form." Mei Li curiously asked, "Why do you have ears and a tail?" "Just like Thunder King. Should we ask Sister Congealed Frost?" After everyone discussed, the conclusion was that Thunder King and Rice both morphed into human forms at level 10, which is why they both still have tails and ears. Just then, Chen Luo also arrived. Before he could recover from his shock, Rice suddenly rushed over shouting, "Chen Luo, will you play games with me after dinner?" Hearing this, Chen Luo instantly felt as if he gained a daughter. Something felt out about this. However, when he returned to his room, he instantly felt something was wrong. Pulling back the covers, he found Rice hiding inside, muttering, "You big idiot. Why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you." This unreasonable request was immediately rejected by Chen Luo. "You used to sleep with me all the time. Why can't you do it today?" Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately responded in a flustered manner. "Rice, you're not a little kitten anymore. You need to learn to sleep on your own now. Besides, you've evolved into a human form. It's not appropriate for us to share a bed anymore." Upon hearing this, Rice could only nod reluctantly. Even though Rice looked extremely cute at the moment, Chen Luo resisted the temptation to let her stay in the room. Instead, he told her to sleep in Emily's room for the night, saying, "I'll arrange a new room for you tomorrow." Left with no choice, Rice obediently agreed. Chen Luo then immediately resumed absorbing crystals, as tomorrow was the day he had promised to bestow divine power upon the sea creatures. He had to break through to king level tonight. Otherwise, the time acceleration wouldn't have the magical effects. After 2 hours of absorption, Chen Luo finally reached king level. With a boost from his dual abilities, his actual strength had reached the mid-level of the king tier. Although not as strong as the borrowed emperor level power, it was more than enough to fool the sea creatures. The next morning, Chen Luo notified Xiao Ji through telepathy, asking her to accompany him to the seaside, where she would be responsible for marking the sea creatures with a mental imprint for future communication. He then took Xiao Ji on the Golden Eagle to fulfill the appointment. Xiao Ji, aware of the situation, didn't hesitate, even asking if she could be rewarded with some delicious food for completing the task. Before she could finish, a man on the ground caught Chen Luo's attention. The next second, Chen Luo couldn't help but swear, exclaiming, "Well, I've finally caught you this lifetime." The man's name was Su Kun, and in their past lives, he and Chen Luo had a deep-seated grudge. 3 years after the apocalypse in their previous life, food became extremely scarce. The two once fought over a 2-year expired sausage, and what angered Chen Luo more was that Su Kun tricked him and swallowed the sausage, packaging and all. Thinking of this, Chen Luo angrily ordered the Golden Eagle to land, muttering to himself, "I always seek revenge." Seeing the Golden Eagle descending from the sky, Su Kun was also startled, shouting, "What are you trying to do?" Ignoring his question, Chen Luo pulled out a sausage and asked, "Do you want to join me? I've heard of you. You're a top-tier Earth Element ability user, quite powerful." Hearing this, Su Kun didn't give in. He immediately pulled out 2 sausages and retorted boldly, "Who are you looking down upon? I offer you 2 sausages. How about you join me?" Hearing this, Chen Luo didn't argue with Su Kun, but instead asked, "Where are you guys going?" Upon hearing the question, Su Kun immediately said, "We're heading to the seaside to catch some seafood." Got a problem with that? As soon as the words were out, Chen Luo directly told him, "Not only do I have a problem with it, I forbid you from doing so." Hearing this, Su Kun immediately burst into a fit of rage, shouting, "Do you live by the sea? Why are you interfering? You're not going to say the ocean is your private property, are you?" Chen Luo grinned, "Hey, believe it or not, the ocean is indeed my private property." Su Kun was skeptical and retorted, "The ocean is common property for all humans. What right do you have to forbid me from fishing?" Chen Luo grinned again, "Believe it or not, how about I prove it to you right now?" Hearing this, Su Kun angrily said, "Go ahead, I'd like to see what you've got to prove the ocean belongs to you." Seeing his nemesis from his past life turning red with anger, Chen Luo was inwardly very pleased, thinking, recruiting this guy as a subordinate wouldn't be bad. What's more satisfying than ordering around your nemesis? But just then, one of Su Kun's henchmen suddenly ran over, shouting, "Something terrible has happened. Su Kun, run, a female monster is attacking from the seaside. She's already destroyed 2 bases." At that moment, a psychic ability user also quickly approached, adding, "Su Kun, their words are true. I sense the strong creature approaching, we should run." Seeing Su Kun ready to flee, Chen Luo quickly grabbed his hand, muttering, "What's there to be afraid of when I'm here?" But just as the words left his mouth, a sea dog that had transformed into a human shape suddenly charged towards them, shouting, "You're all going to die." Seeing this, Chen Luo smirked and thought to himself, so it's this guy. Is this not the perfect opportunity to show off? He then shouted at the sea dog, how audacious, dare to act so presence. This scared Su-kun, who was standing nearby, shouting, bro, how dare you confront such a powerful creature? Don't get me killed if you're seeking death. But before he could finish speaking, the sea dog in the sky let out a cackling laugh, ignorant humans, I'll tear you into pieces. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo was so embarrassed that he could dig a hole with his toes. The atmosphere instantly turned icy, as people were waiting to see Chen Luo make a fool of himself. This really angered Chen Luo, who immediately used a spatial banishment spell to pull the sea dog closer. At that moment, the sea dog came to its senses, fixing her unwavering eyes on the figure of Poseidon before her. Then, with a thump, it kneeled on the ground, shouting hurriedly, greetings, Poseidon. I was not aware of your arrival and failed to welcome you from afar. Please forgive me, Lord Poseidon. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately kicked the sea dog away, shouting, you dare defy me? Have you grown tired of living? Hearing this, the sea dog crawled back to Chen Luo, shouting, I wouldn't dare. I am your most loyal servant, Lord. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to defy you. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo became even more annoyed. I've been calling you for so long, and you've ignored me. On top of that, you even dared to threaten to tear me apart. The sea dog then finally realized, could it be that I offended you while I was out of my senses just now? What should I do? Thinking of this, the sea dog began to repeatedly slap its own face, continuously saying, please forgive me, Lord Poseidon. I was momentarily out of my senses and offended you. Please spare my life, Lord Poseidon. Seeing that Chen Luo remained silent, the sea dog immediately began to kowtow and apologize with loud thumps. This scared Su-kun, who was standing nearby, muttering to himself, this creature has king-level strength, yet it is so humble in front of Chen Luo. Just what kind of terrifying existence is this guy? Chen Luo is thoroughly infuriated this time. No matter how Seal pleads on its knees, Chen Luo is determined to execute it cruelly, and orders it to assemble by the sea first. Later, your crime of offending the divine might will be dealt with. Upon hearing this, Seal nearly wet itself in fear, knowing it was doomed. But it can't and doesn't dare to run, so it quickly crawls towards the sea with trembling fear. Even though Chen Luo had previously thought of killing Seal to get the crystal, he dismissed the idea considering its loyalty. Now, seeing the corpses slaughtered by it all over the ground, Chen Luo also puts away the last bit of pity. Moreover, this guy just publicly defied the Sea King, causing me to lose face in front of my enemies. I must kill the chicken to scare the monkey and set an example. After arriving at the seaside, a marine creature shouted urgently, Sea King is here. Everyone, come and pay your respects to the new king of the sea. As soon as these words were spoken, hundreds of giant marine creatures suddenly sprang up from the sea surface, and they all shouted in unison, greetings, Sea King. This spectacular scene instantly dumbfounded Su-kun, who was standing aside. He muttered to himself, is this guy really human? Why do the terrifying sea monsters, usually so fearsome, all bow down to him? At this moment, Chen Luo said with a grin, all of you, stand up. Tell me, to whom does this sea belong? Upon hearing this, the big whale hurriedly said, why do you ask such a question? Need it be said? The sea, of course, belongs to you, Sea King. As soon as these words were spoken, all the marine creatures chorused that the entire sea belongs to the Sea King. Seeing this, Chen Luo quickly turned his head to look at the frightened Su-kun behind him, and then said coldly, you heard what was just said, didn't you? Now you tell me, do I not have the right to stop you from catching marine creatures? At this moment, Su-kun was so shocked that he could hardly speak. He stuttered and asked, who exactly are you? But just at this moment, the giant toad suddenly spat out a luminous pearl from its mouth, as a greeting gift to the Sea King. Seeing this, Xiao Zi urgently shouted, the toad offers a precious night illumination pearl as a gift. Please accept it, Sea King. As the words fell, all the marine creatures presented their prepared gifts to show their respect. Colorful corals, pearls larger than one's head, and all kinds of rare treasures were offered. Only Xiao had nothing to present. Seeing this, Chen Luo weakly asked, Xiao, where is your gift? Hearing this, Xiao hurriedly and nervously replied, my lord Sea King, I lost the gift I had prepared. It might have fallen when you kicked me earlier. I'll go and find it right away. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's face instantly changed. No need to look for it. You disrespected my divine might just now, and you brazenly wanted to tear me apart. What do you all think its punishment should be? Although Xiao was always respectful in front of Chen Luo, in front of other marine creatures, it was quite arrogant. At this moment, an octopus shouted, "Xiao, you are so brave. You dared to think of tearing apart our sea king. I suggest we kill it directly." With these words, all the marine creatures chimed in, "Anyone who offends the sea king must be killed. Don't dirty your hands, let me do it." Seeing this, Xiao immediately fell to its knees with a thud, shouting loudly, "Sea king, my lord, I realize my mistake. Please forgive me this time." But before it could finish speaking, Xiao was exiled into a group of marine creatures by Chen Luo using a spatial technique. In just 2 seconds, Xiao was torn apart instantly by the marine creatures. But at this moment, a mocking voice suddenly came from afar. "The new Sea King is just so-so." Ha! Upon a closer look, it was a mermaid mocking Chen Luo. After his shock, Chen Luo was quite delighted, because the tears of a mermaid were a good thing. Eating them could instantly restore one's special ability. With it, there would be no need to bully my congealed frost sister anymore. Immediately, Chen Luo issued the order to capture the mermaid alive. As soon as his words fell, the marine creatures pounced on the mermaid like wolves. Seeing this, the mermaid did not hesitate, immediately turning into a human shape and flying into the air. Witnessing this, Chen Luo's pupils sharply constricted, unbelievingly watching the mermaid before him. It was an astonishment at its king-level strength, but the pair of purple shoes on its feet that caught his eye. Clearly, they were made of the same material as his Sea King armor. Could these shoes be a matching pair with the armor? If this set is shoes, then it must have a helmet or other parts. At this moment, the mermaid spoke smugly, "Aren't you the Sea King? If you have the ability, come and catch me yourself, idiot." Hearing this, Chen Luo smiled slightly, murmuring to himself, "No matter how fast you are, it's meaningless in front of spatial exile." With a wave of Chen Luo's large hand, a force of space instantly pulled the mermaid. The next second, it was completely bewildered. How did I automatically come in front of him before it could figure out the situation? A resounding slap fiercely landed on its face. Seeing this, the marine creatures immediately started to kick it while it was down. "Weren't you running very fast? Why aren't you running now? Look at what you are, daring to defy the divine might of Lord Sea King. Wait for your punishment." Chen Luo issued the order to remove its shoes. Unexpectedly, the mermaid would rather die than comply, boasting, "I won't give them to you. What can you do about it?" Seeing this, Chen Luo did not indulge it. Immediately used a void walk to get in front of it. Then, with a slap, he sent another slap toward it. And then he coldly said, "Defy the king's order again and you shall be killed without mercy." Upon hearing this, the mermaid, whose face was swollen from the slaps, obediently took off the shoes and respectfully put them on the feet of the Sea King. The moment the shoes were put on, the Sea King's war boots automatically adjusted to the appropriate size. The marine creatures, seeing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "This speed is simply defying the heavens. Lord Sea King is awesome." In the next second, Chen Luo teleported in front of the mermaid, asking what its name was and where it found the pair of shoes. Hearing this, the mermaid hurriedly responded, "My name is Feng Yu. I found the shoes in the deep sea by chance. Do you want me, a little woman, to take you there now?" Secretly it thought, this Sea King really has some skills. If I could conquer this man, wouldn't I rightfully become the lady of the Sea King? At this moment, Chen Luo spoke solemnly, "You don't have to take me there. Have you seen other parts that match these shoes?" Hearing this, the mermaid immediately indicated, "I only found these shoes, and have not seen other parts." As soon as its words fell, a seal immediately raised its paw, signifying my nose is very sensitive. I am willing to relieve Lord Sea King of his worries. Just let me smell those shoes, and I can help Lord Sea King find the treasure. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately brought the shoes to the seal's face. The seal only sniffed for 2 seconds, and it already had an answer in its mind. It then hurriedly shouted, "I smelled this scent half a year ago. At that time, my little brother found a round thing, and it smelled exactly the same as this." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo was instantly overjoyed, thinking, based on its shape, this thing is definitely a helmet. So, he immediately asked the seal, "Where is it? Bring it to your king to see." But who would have known? The next words from the seal instantly infuriated Chen Luo. The seal said, "At the time, I thought the helmet was dirty, so I didn't take it. I let the children kick it around like a ball." Chen Luo was not pleased with this, quickly asking the seal, can it still be found? Upon hearing this, the seal immediately nodded, indicating, I remember the scent. It should not be a big problem. I will take you there right now. However, my hometown is on the other side of the ocean. If I swim at full speed, it will take about 2 days. Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately decided to first send Zhao Ji and the mermaid back, and then go with the seal across the ocean to find the battle helmet. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately ordered the marine creatures to stand by at the seashore, saying, I will return shortly. Having said that, he used a void walk with the 2 others and disappeared from the spot. The next second, they mysteriously returned to Dawn City. To this, Zhao Ji was already accustomed, while the mermaid, Feng Yu, was shocked, wide-eyed and agape, thinking, if this isn't divine, what is? Seeing Chen Luo bring back one of her kind, Congealed Frost hurriedly came forward with a warm greeting. Who would have known? Feng Yu showed a face full of disdain, secretly saying, there are actually mermaids more beautiful than me in this world. How annoying. At this moment, Chen Luo coldly said, Congealed Frost, sister, I am leaving this one to you. If it dares to run away, call me, and Sea Princess will deal with it. Afterward, he immediately found Rice, who was taking a nap, asking him to quickly get up and forge intel for him, inquiring if he will be able to find what he's looking for this time. Hearing this, Rice didn't procrastinate, immediately getting up to predict the outcome of this venture for Chen Luo. Soon, Rice figured out that this trip would be a turning point in his destiny, and moreover, the thing he was going to do would affect many people. However, whether the impact was good or bad was still unknown. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately fell into contemplation, secretly saying, what I am going to do this time is to find the other parts of the divine armor. If I assemble this set of equipment, even emperor-level strong beings will be merely little brothers in front of me. Speaking of which, this set of divine armor is quite mysterious. Could the end of the world have something to do with this set of armor? Maybe after assembling the armor, many mysteries of the apocalypse could be unveiled. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately asked Rice, will I encounter danger on this trip? Upon hearing this, Rice shook his head. At least within a month, you will not encounter any danger. You can go on your journey with ease. Hearing this, Chen Luo gave a slight smile, thinking, since there is no danger, what is he waiting for? Having said this, he used a void walk to arrive at the seashore. Afterward, he immediately asked the seal for the specific direction to its old home. Upon hearing this, the seal promptly stated, it's in the west, approximately 3 days' journey. Lord Sea King, ride on me. I will take you there right now to search. But before it could finish speaking, Chen Luo lifted up the seal, employing the void walk. Half a day later, the seal appeared incredibly shocked on the beach of its hometown. Seeing this, the seal hurriedly indicated that the battle helmet was nearby, saying, I can faintly smell it. This delighted Chen Luo to no end, and he immediately shouted, what are you waiting for? Find it for me right away. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find it. The seal immediately called its children to help, all in for the search, and made a military order. Even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they must find the battle helmet and present it to the Sea King. Under the leadership of the seal, the children soon began a carpet-like search. However, when Chen Luo saw the digging action of the seals, it reminded him of a group of mysterious creatures from his past life. Back then, they were also frantically digging in the sand at the seaside, as if looking for something important. Could it be that they were also looking for the divine armor at that time? This couldn't help but give Chen Luo a chill down his spine. In his past life, it was because of the sudden appearance of these creatures that caused human extinction in an instant, and he ultimately chose to end his life. In this regard, this set of divine armor definitely had a myriad of connections with the outbreak of the apocalypse. But just at this moment, the seal suddenly shouted, the battle helmet is found. The scent inside is exactly the same as that pair of shoes. Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't hesitate, and immediately picked up the round object and cleaned it in the sea. Indeed, it was a purple helmet with a blue gem on it. This is definitely the divine helmet, no doubt. However, there was a hole the size of an egg on the helmet. Could this be the cause of death of the owner of the divine armor? To be able to break the divine armor, what kind of terrifying existence was the opponent? Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately thought of the words Sea Princess had said to him. The reason why marine creatures advance faster than humans and zombies is because they ate a kind of mysterious meat. And the divine armor was all found in the sea. Could it be that the owner of the divine armor shattered into many pieces for some reason and fell into the sea back then, and his flesh and blood alone gave marine creatures the potential of king level? But while Chen Luo was imagining this, the divine helmet suddenly flashed with bursts of blue light. Then a sentence in a language he couldn't understand resounded in his ears. Chen Luo was immediately stunned on the spot. Although he couldn't understand what the words meant, he could hear that it was the language of those mysterious creatures. He couldn't help but take a breath, mumbling, "Why do I suddenly have the feeling of opening Pandora's box?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Raya's expression suddenly became extremely uncomfortable, and a terrifying energy erupted all around her. Seeing this, Millie quickly stepped forward to ask Rice what was happening. At this moment, Rice, with a blank gaze, said, "I saw what will happen in the future." In the not-so-distant future, a catastrophe even more terrifying than the apocalypse will descend. And at this moment, Chen Luo, still completely unaware, continues to fiddle with the divine helmet in his hands. Judging from the capabilities displayed by the helmet just now, Chen Luo concluded that the gem on the helmet has the ability to communicate. Could it be that the strange creatures from his previous life located Earth through this function? If that's the case, didn't he just advance the time of the monster's invasion of Earth? In his previous life, the creatures only appeared 5 years after the apocalypse erupted. But on second thought, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. The creatures did not all come at once, but invaded Earth gradually, from the weaker to the stronger. Once the creatures landed, high-level crystals would become much easier to obtain. Thus everyone's rate of promotion would multiply. Thinking of this, Chen Luo decided to go back and ask Rice for a prediction. Because all of these are just his speculations. It's not certain whether the monster's invasion is related to the gem on the helmet or not. But at this moment, Xiao Ji suddenly sent Chen Luo a telepathic message. "Brother Chen, Rice is looking for you urgently. Please return to Dawn City as soon as possible." Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately ordered the marine creatures to continue waiting here. "I will be back shortly." Saying this, he used a void walk to return to the base. Then he immediately asked Rice, "What's the urgent matter for calling me back so hastily?" Hearing this, Rice immediately told Chen Luo about what she had foreseen just now. The bad news is, indeed Chen Luo finding the helmet has accelerated the process of the monster's invasion. The good news is, Raya's prediction was that the monsters would invade Earth a year from now. Meaning, there is still 1 year to prepare in advance. By that time, the main members under him as well as the marine creature army would have long been promoted to king level. What's there to fear then? Thinking of this, a faint smile emerged on Chen Luo's lips. Murmuring, "As I guessed." Hearing these words, Rice was immediately shocked. And then shouted, "Do you mean you knew all along that the monsters would descend?" Chen Luo did not directly answer. Patted Rice on the head, saying, "Don't worry, I am fully confident in dealing with this crisis." Upon hearing these words, Rice immediately responded, "As long as you have a plan to deal with it, that's good. However, that mermaid you brought back is kind of tricky to deal with. Do you want to go check on her?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Congealed Frost kindly brought over her favorite dish, tomato beef brisket, for Fong Yu to eat. But unexpectedly, the bowl was ruthlessly overturned by the latter. Seeing this, Sea Princess did not spoil her, immediately scolding, "Who gave you the courage to throw the bowl?" After saying that, Sea Princess delivered a resounding slap. This scene was precisely witnessed by Chen Luo, who had just arrived. At this moment, Rice gently said, "Congealed Frost doesn't even spare this for herself, and you treat her like this, it's really ungrateful." Seeing Chen Luo arrive, Fong Yu quickly ran over, grievously saying, "Sea King, sir, they bullied me. Can I follow and serve you from now on?" But before she could finish her words, Chen Luo suddenly punched her in the face, muttering to himself, "I brought you back to work on the special ability pearls. If you don't get along with Congealed Frost, this will really not be easy to handle. I had to give some respect to Congealed Frost, my little sister. Now you've burned your bridges. Don't blame me for being heartless." Fong Yu, bewildered at this moment, was somewhat dumbfounded and quickly shouted, "How can you hit me?" But who knew? Just as the words fell, Chen Luo backhanded her with another big slap across the face. The next second, Fong Yu's bean-sized tears began to stream non-stop. What Chen Luo didn't expect at all was, her tears did not turn into pearls. Could it be because she wasn't sad enough? Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately increased the intensity of his care, but the result still did not change. At this moment, Chen Luo finally realized, the pearls are the crystallization of special abilities. Could it be because her abilities were insufficient? Subsequently, he immediately stopped his carrying actions, and then asked Sea Princess, did she just consume a large amount of special ability? Upon hearing this, Sea Princess immediately stated that was not the case, and that congealed frost had always been serving her well with food and drink. Hearing these words, Chen Luo finally realized his mistake. Not every mermaid possessed this magical ability. Only congealed frost's younger sister did. So, this creature has no value to use. At this moment, Fang Yu, enraged, said, how dare you treat me like this? I will fight you. But who knew? Just as the words fell, Sea Princess cast a dark curse on her, and then shouted, how dare you speak rudely to my brother? Look at your own worth. The next second, Fang Yu, filled with pain, fell to the ground, rolling non-stop. Seeing this, Chen Luo quickly said, don't kill her just yet. Ask her how she managed to break through to king level. After all, she was the one who found the divine boots. Hearing these words, Sea Princess immediately spoke gently, don't worry. I've got this. You must be exhausted after all that time. You should rest well first. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo sighed, quietly saying to himself, my sister is so good to me. When will I be able to master time reversal to help her become younger? Therefore, the urgent task at hand is to break through to Emperor level as soon as possible. Not just for my sister, but also for the impending monster descent. Being strong alone, I cannot cope with this crisis. We must find a way to enhance everyone's overall strength. Nowadays, the zombies on this continent are simply not enough for everyone to kill. Moreover, those with good qualifications have all gone to the big strong base. High-level crystals are becoming increasingly difficult to obtain. It seems that it is now time to go to other continents for crystals. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately used a void walk to arrive at the seaside, whispering to himself that in this life, he must make good use of his Sea King status to accomplish the plan of crossing the sea. At that moment, Chen Luo spoke solemnly. Just now, Seal has done a great merit. Therefore, I decide to bestow divine power upon it. After saying that, he used time acceleration to help Seal break through to king level. This made the marine creatures extremely envious, shouting one after another, we also want to make meritorious deeds. We also want to receive the blessing of Sea King. Hearing this, Chen Luo slightly smiled, and then shouted, your chance to perform meritorious deeds is here. But this time, only large marine creatures are needed to participate. Just send the people I arranged to the other side of the ocean. But who would have thought that as soon as his words fell, the great whale spoke through gritted teeth, damn humans have killed many of my kin. Whoever wants to do this job, do it. The words of the great whale immediately resonated with other marine creatures, one after another expressing their unwillingness to participate in the task of transporting humans. However, Chen Luo didn't pay any attention to this, but shouted, for those who are willing to participate in this action, I will choose the 3 best performing marine creatures each month to bestow divine power upon. As soon as these words came out, the marine creatures immediately changed their tune, shouting one after another, we are willing to serve Sea King. Hearing this, Chen Luo chuckled, very good. I will notify everyone to come here when I'm ready. You all may withdraw for now. After that, he used a void walk to arrive at the Myling base, and then handed a king-level fire element crystal to her. This stunned Myling. It was the first time she had seen such a large crystal. But who knew that upon receiving the crystal, Myling did not show a trace of surprise, but instead said with a worried face, I have noticed that a lot of foreigners have come here recently, often sneaking around near our base. I think they are spies. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo suddenly realized, quietly saying to himself, how could I forget this? In the previous life, it was 2 years after the apocalypse that Brown Bear and Yuzi allied to invade us. Not only did they plunder a large number of our crystals, but they also abducted many women of the light and nature factions. Following a person who proclaimed himself the Great Prophet, proposing the God-making plan, they tried to massively kill the ability users here to steal crystals, then hand all the high-level crystals to him for absorption, in an attempt to transform himself into a being on par with gods. However, in Chen Luo's view, this guy is just a clown who can't stir up any big waves. If they dare to come and invade, my Dawn City will make sure they can't return. Then Chen Luo shared the plan of shifting the strategic focus with Myling, asking her to prepare to relocate all members of the sub-base to other continents. Upon hearing this, Myling immediately curiously asked, if we all leave, what about the invasion by Brown Bear and UZ? Hearing this, Chen Luo slightly smiled, don't worry, I will take care of this matter in advance. Also, I heard from Zhao Hai that there is a person named Muhong nearby, who is said to be a top-notch wind element ability user. Is that correct? Upon hearing this, Meiling quickly confirmed that such a person did exist, located at the base 30 kilometers west of them. Chen Luo then immediately expressed, "I'll go and see if I can recruit this person. After all, we will also need help with the upcoming monster descent." Saying this, Chen Luo used a void walk and disappeared on the spot. The next second, he appeared above Mahong's base, but found Chen Gaoyang persuading Muhong to jointly deal with Don City. Muhong was not foolish and immediately stated, "How many lives do you have to dare to talk wildly about destroying Don City?" At this moment, Chen Gaoyang confidently said, "Now we have united more than a dozen bases, and there is also a remarkably powerful zombie king. If you join us, I am 100% sure of our success." As soon as these words fell, Muhong once again refused to join and expressed that if they won, the strength of the zombies would naturally surge, which would be all harm and no benefit to humanity. Seeing this, Wan Jiangyi from the side hurriedly suggested, "If we ally with the zombies, it's just to let them fight with Don City, and in the end, we will reap the benefits of the fishermen. Won't that be great?" Only after hearing this did Muhong loosen his stance and agree, "But first I have to see if the zombie king has that strength. Otherwise, I can't possibly lead my brothers to their deaths." Witnessing this scene, Chen Luo was instantly infuriated, whispering to himself, "Well done, Wan Jiangyi. Originally, I wanted to take Muhong under my wing, but you managed to turn her against me." But just then, Wan Jiangyi secretly communicated to Chen Luo the names of 13 individuals plotting against Don City using telepathic transmission. At this moment, he also understood that he couldn't let Wan Jiangyi continue this way. This guy was clearly helping him make enemies everywhere. It was better to let him act early. Under Wan Jiangyi's instigation, that night, he gathered various forces and the zombie king together. At this moment, Big Strong finally understood and said to himself, "So Chen Gaoyang wants to use me against Don City. I want to take you as a little brother, but you want to deal with my big brother. Such audacity. Since that is the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will kill them all later and give them to my big brother as a gift." At this moment, Muhong spoke solemnly, "I've long heard of the fame of the zombie king. I wonder if, before attacking Don City, you'd like to spar with me so I can witness your abilities?" Hearing this, Big Strong chuckled, "There's no need for that anymore. Because tonight, everyone present will die." Without wasting words, Big Strong lunged into the crowd, prepared to eliminate all threats for his elder brother. Seeing this, Wan Jiangyi didn't hesitate, immediately unleashing his ultimate move, Sword and Man as One. In the next second, Wan Jiangyi transformed into a long sword, flying towards Big Strong. This delighted Big Strong greatly. "I didn't expect this kid could actually transform into a weapon." Witnessing this, the pupils of Muhong and the others shrank sharply. "So that's how it is. We've been deceived by this traitor, Wan Jiangyi. He's in cahoots with the zombie king." With that, Muhong unleashed her signature move, Wind of the Four Symbols, shouting for everyone to join the fight and deal with the zombie first. Several powerful abilities were then launched at Big Strong. Although Mahong's Wind of the Four Symbols considerably slowed him down, making him unable to dodge and only able to withstand the barrage of attacks, this onslaught didn't cause any substantial damage to Big Strong. Big Strong grinned and said, "I genuinely underestimated you lot. Teaming up, you can momentarily bind me. However, that's all you can do." With that, Big Strong, swinging the transformed sword, began to counterattack, quickly turning the tide of battle. This frightened Chen Gaoyang immensely, who hastily shouted, "I am your loyal servant. Please spare me this once." However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than Big Strong brutally smacked him on the head with the sword's hilt, muttering, "I wouldn't dare keep a servant like you. You almost got me killed." With that, he used a blink step to arrive in front of Muhong. Without waiting for her to react, Big Strong brutally kicked her in the stomach. Within only 2 minutes, Big Strong had cleanly and decisively dealt with the leaders of these bases. Then, Big Strong coldly spoke, "I thought you all had some abilities. Just this, and you dared to trouble Chen Luo? Isn't this seeking death? Even I only have the portion to flee upon seeing Chen Luo." But just at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Chen Gaoyang. The next second, he unexpectedly summoned a monster over 20 meters tall. Seeing this, Chen Luo's eyes lit up instantly. "So, this guy is a level 8 dark summoner. I can use him to farm level 9 crystals. Then, Chen Gaoyong suddenly shouted, "Everyone, run. I'll cover the rear." With that, he used a gravity spell to bind Big Strong. Hearing this, everyone didn't dally and immediately began to flee in panic. Just then, Chen Luo appeared beside Big Strong in a flash. Murmuring, "Big brother heard your words just now. You really didn't disappoint me." Hearing this, Chen Gaoyong went numb. So, the Zombie King is actually Chen Luo's little brother. I was foolish enough to have his little brother help me against him. From the moment I asked the Zombie King to deal with Dawn City, my fate today was sealed. But what was strange was that Chen Luo didn't fatally strike him. Patted his face, saying, "I didn't expect that you would be a dark summoner. You won't have to die then. Come home with me and practice your summoning spells diligently." Hearing this, Chen Gaoyong was shocked and then shouted, "Are you trying to use me to exploit a bug?" But before he could finish speaking, Chen Luo delivered a crisp slap to his face. Murmuring, "You think you know a lot. Kid, if you knew this would happen, why would you have done it in the first place?" With that, he took Chen Gaoyong and used a void walk to return to the base. But just then, Yin Ling suddenly ran over and yelled, "Master, something's wrong. While I was pondering your void walk, I accidentally created a portal. Please come and check it out with me." Hearing this, Chen Luo didn't hesitate and immediately handed Chen Gaoyong over to his minions to watch, then hurriedly followed Yin Ling. Subsequently, Yin Ling brought her master to the portal and explained that it was very peculiar. "I've tried to go through it several times, but each time I get pushed back out." Chen Luo immediately replied, "I'll go in and see what the problem is." Although Chen Luo wasn't ejected by the portal, the further he walked inside, the more resistance he felt. Just as Chen Luo was preparing to forcefully pass through the portal, Yin Ling suddenly shouted, "Master, I can't hold on much longer." Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately exited the portal and handed a psionic pearl to Yin Ling, asking her to first restore her psionic power. "Next time you create a portal, try to lock the exit position and see." After that, Yin Ling, following her master's advice, activated her skill again. This time, she could clearly perceive that this portal led to the master's backyard. So, Chen Luo casually threw a teacup into it, discovering that the teacup was unaffected and disappeared directly after entering the portal. Seeing this, Chen Luo used Void Walk to return to the yard and indeed saw the pink teacup fall out from the other end of the portal. Observing this, Chen Luo immediately fell into deep thought. Could it be that this portal can only transmit inanimate objects? If so, this ability has no value. Thinking this, Chen Luo immediately asked Yin Ling to try throwing some living things into the portal. At his words, Yin Ling backhandedly threw several nearby members and a chicken into it. Without exception, they all successfully arrived in Chen Luo's backyard, and even Yin Ling herself successfully passed through the portal. At this moment, Yin Ling finally realized, it turns out the portal can only transmit living entities weaker than myself. The reason I couldn't pass through the first time is that the exit was set too far away. Therefore, that portal could only transmit psionics below level 10. That's why neither Master nor I could enter. Although this skill is somewhat similar to Voidwalk, constructing a portal takes a lot of time. Therefore, this skill doesn't have much combat applicability. However, it's a divine skill for large-scale member transportation. Maybe we can use this to transport everyone to another continent. Chen Luo, based on observation, constructed a spatial tunnel. Being able to master even Voidwalk, this kind of spatial portal naturally wouldn't trouble him. It was just that he hadn't thought in this direction before. But the moment the portal was fully formed, Chen Luo suddenly thought of the monsters that invaded Earth in his previous life. Wasn't it through such portals that they came to Earth? How terrifying must the strength of the person who created that portal be to establish a space-time tunnel between planets? Chen Luo, who had grasped this skill, instantly understood why the monsters didn't invade in one wave, but arrived on Earth in batches. Thinking of this, Chen Luo scratched his head, and his mood became heavy. Seeing this, Yin Ling hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Master, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" At this, Chen Luo immediately said, "Master is fine. Seeing you practice so diligently makes me very happy. Go and notify everyone for your master. We will meet at the seaside and prepare to go to other continents." Watching Yin Ling's departing figure, Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh. The more you know, the more worries you have. Now we can only take it one step at a time. The urgent matter is to quickly enhance everyone's strength. Subsequently, Chen Luo led all members to the seashore, instructing everyone to embark upon the marine creature's army to execute the sea-crossing plan. While he and the core members took the lead on the Golden Eagle, they quickly arrived at the first stop, Kangaroo Continent. But unexpectedly, the scene of the Golden Eagle circling in the sky was spotted by several large kangaroos. Seeing this, the kangaroos were not polite and greeted Chen Luo in a friendly manner. "Get out of here, asshole." This made Thunder King very angry, and he quickly shouted, "Let me educate these ignorant creatures." Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately said, "No need. If they dare speak to me like this, I must personally teach them how to behave." Saying this, Chen Luo clenched his fist and violently charged towards the kangaroo, murmuring, "Don't say I'm bullying you." Facing Chen Luo's aggressive punch, the kangaroo not only did not retreat, but even threw a punch to squarely meet him. This instant made Chen Luo realize something was off, secretly thinking, "This isn't good. This reaction speed is definitely king level." With a boom, the powerful punches collided, and the intense fist wind forced them both to take 3 steps back. This immediately piqued Chen Luo's interest, and he assumed a very provocative pose, shouting. Hearing this, the kangaroo didn't hesitate, shouting, "Eat my left hook," and charged at him. The kangaroo wasn't lying. A left hook indeed aimed at Chen Luo, but it was easily dodged by him moving to the right. Unbeknownst to him, all of the kangaroo's power was concentrated in its right hand. Before Chen Luo could react, a sudden right hook viciously smashed into his face. The powerful force instantly sent Chen Luo flying. Before he could figure out what happened, the kangaroo eerily appeared in front of him, murmuring, "This arrogant guy is nothing much. Ha, I'll take your life while you're down." And then, like a rainstorm, fists poured down on him, their speed as fast as lightning, and angles extremely tricky. Chen Luo, who was not good at hand-to-hand combat, could only passively take hits. At this moment, Thunder King, watching from the side, was stunned, shouting, "Master, can you handle this? Should I take over?" At that moment, the kangaroo shouted, "Right hook," but swung its tail viciously at Chen Luo's waist, sending him flying once again. This thoroughly enraged Chen Luo. "How dare you play dirty tricks with me?" Saying this, he applied the advanced version of time acceleration to himself, instantly increasing his speed by 5 times. Although this move temporarily gave him a far-leading speed, it also increased his physical exhaustion by 5 times. Chen Luo shouted, "Watch my fist." In the next instant, the kangaroo felt a blur before its eyes, and the casserole-sized fist ruthlessly slammed into its face. Following closely, a series of punches consecutively roared forward. The big kangaroo couldn't react at all, and at this moment, it only felt its head buzzing. Chen Luo immediately shouted again, "Shadowless kick." The next moment he was airborne, relentlessly kicking at it with both feet. As soon as he spoke, the kangaroo was sent flying by hundreds of heavy kicks. Now, the stunned kangaroo was completely dumbfounded, secretly saying to itself that this guy was not on the same level as it. Having said that, it started to flee frantically. At this point, Chen Luo smirked and said, "No one has ever successfully escaped under my watch, not even a kangaroo." With his loud shout of spatial banishment, the next second, the kangaroo was suddenly stepped on by Chen Luo, murmuring, "Weren't you pretty good with your punches and kicks? Why are you running? Who are you telling to get lost just now?" Chen Luo began to show it some friendly care. Chen Luo sensed something was wrong. The advanced time acceleration was good, but at the same time, the several-fold increase in energy expenditure is indeed a bit more than I can handle. Short-term use was fine, but it was not suitable for prolonged use in battle. How could he use his time abilities better in a fight? What if he reversed the time acceleration? Would that create a time slowdown effect? Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately began to try reversing the time acceleration. Unexpectedly, after using it on the kangaroo several times, its speed did not decrease in the slightest. However, just as Chen Luo was distracted thinking about the reasons, the creature took the opportunity to suddenly kick towards him with a heart-piercing kick. In the crucial moment, Chen Luo released the time slow. The next instant, the kangaroo's speed slowed down by 10 times. He secretly said to himself, "Potential is indeed forced out." Without waiting for the opponent to react, a flying kick viciously struck it. Now, the puzzled kangaroo was very confused. It clearly saw him kick and subconsciously wanted to dodge, but its body could not respond at all. Then, Chen Luo grinned and said, "Now I give you 2 choices. Either you become my underling or you die." Just like that. Upon hearing this, the kangaroo hurriedly nodded, signaling it chose to be his underling, secretly saying to itself, "A wise man knows when to bend and when to stretch. Just wait, when I get a chance, you'll see if I run or not." But at this moment, Sea Princess suddenly snorted coldly, "It's over like this? Although my brother accepted you as an underling, even if the death penalty can be avoided, the living crime cannot escape. I'm going to castrate you right now." Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately played good cop. "Sister, just give it a chance. If it dares to run, you can castrate it later." This moved the big kangaroo so much, it quickly looked at Chen Luo with a grateful face. Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately put on an expression of "I'm doing this for your good" and said, "When my older sister gets angry, even I can't stop her. You better not run, okay? Also, why are you so strong?" Upon hearing this, the kangaroo immediately stated it was because it ate a piece of meat. Hearing this, Chen Luo frowned. Is it that mysterious meat again? Did pieces of this kind of meat scatter all over the world? Thinking this, Chen Luo continued to ask, "Are there many creatures with your strength on this continent?" Hearing this, the kangaroo proudly said, "I am the king of this continent. I am the invincible existence here. I had 2 companions who ate that kind of meat with me before, but they both exploded and died. Only I survived. I even handled their after-death affairs." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately jumped onto the kangaroo's back and shouted, "Quickly, take me to see your companions' bodies." Subsequently, the kangaroo led him to the corpses of the 2 kangaroos, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that although the kangaroo's body had rotted, that piece of meat looked very fresh. Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't hesitate and immediately collected the 2 pieces of meat, thinking, "This thing can greatly increase strength. What would happen if I ate it?" After obtaining this piece of meat, Chen Luo immediately found Rice and asked her to calculate what would happen if he ate this meat. Hearing this, Rice immediately said, "You must not eat it. If you do, the loss will outweigh the gain. However, this thing is all gain and no pain for Thunder King's pup and Sea Princess. I think it's more reliable to give this meat to them." Hearing this, Chen Luo was shocked and shouted, "How did I not know that this damn thing is going to be a father?" Thunder King immediately said, "My wife just got pregnant a few days ago. Nothing can really be hidden from Rice." Huh? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately said that once the puppy is born, he will definitely present a big gift. "So, you won't object to me giving the meat to my sister first this time, right?" Thunder King was very understanding and immediately stated, "Everything should prioritize the overall situation. Master, I have no objections to this distribution." Subsequently, Chen Luo announced that they would set up camp here first. "I'm going to seclude myself for a few days and summarize my abilities, trying to comprehend new skills. After all, there are many abilities that Chen Luo cannot learn not because he can't, but because he hasn't thought in that direction. Otherwise, he would have understood spatial portals and time slowing down a long time ago." In the following days, Chen Luo spent every day in a cave, contemplating what aspects of himself still needed strengthening. And to measure a person's strength, what mainly matters are their attack and defense. In terms of defense, he has void walking and spatial exile, plus that set of divine equipment. He can totally be said to have absolute defense. So what needs to be strengthened is the attack aspect. Although he has the ultimate move of the Dimension Blade, the drawback of this skill is that it consumes too much psychic power. Only when it is greatly valid and small consumption is it the king's way. To reduce consumption, he can only use psychic power to trigger the power of space itself. If he successfully improves the Dimension Blade this time, not only can its power skyrocket tenfold, but its consumption can also be reduced by tens of times. Meanwhile, on the other side, the members of the Nature faction also began to explore this continent. Soon, they discovered a huge sky-reaching tree nearby, at least 10 times taller than the surrounding trees. However, just as everyone prepared to move forward to investigate, the horse suddenly acted as if it was frightened and refused to move forward even half a step. Seeing this, the captain immediately ordered to return and report to the leader. "This tree is definitely strange," but before he could finish speaking, the fruit on the tree emitted a tempting fragrance, and then everyone, as if bewitched, walked towards the big tree. Seeing this, the captain hurriedly shouted, "This fragrance will bewilder the mind and cause illusions." No sooner had the words fallen, the captain, who inhaled the fragrance, also fainted. In a short while, several team members became nourishment for this enchanting tree. When he woke up again, he found that more than half of the expedition team had died. Seeing this, he immediately used telepathic communication to feed back the situation to the base. Upon receiving the message, Zhao Ji immediately reported to Mi Ling. This made Mi Ling quite angry, and she immediately ordered Zhao Ji to quickly notify everyone not to approach that tree. I'm going over now to burn it with a fire. Seeing this, Rice hastily shouted, Mi Ling, you can't go. It's extremely dangerous for you. You absolutely must not do anything foolish. Sea Princess, you cannot go either. It's especially unsuitable for you to deal with this. Mi Ling, upon hearing this, suddenly froze in place, muttering to herself that Sea Princess's strength is only second to Chen Luo's existence. Even she is not suitable to go. How terrifying is that enchanting tree? At this moment, Rice said with a sly smile, this matter must be dealt with by that guy Chen Luo. Not only can he resolve the crisis if he goes, but he can also gain a tremendous benefit. This is his opportunity. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Luo was enveloped by an almost transparent light circle. A speck of dust fell above Chen Luo, but remained suspended on the surface of the light circle, unable to enter. Could this be the legendary time stoppage? But upon close inspection, it wasn't. Instead, Chen Luo used his time-altering ability to enshroud himself, stopping the flow of time within the light circle. No matter what kind of attack, nothing could enter this light circle. At this moment, Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh. Originally, I wanted to understand attack skills, but what I understood is an invincible defense shield instead. But just at this moment, Zhao Ji suddenly sent him a telepathic message. Brother Chen, something bad has happened. An enchanting tree has devoured many of our members. Rice said that neither Mi Ling nor Sea Princess could resolve it. You must be the one to deal with this. Chen Luo was shocked upon hearing this. Could that enchanting tree be of emperor level? Without further thought, Chen Luo immediately stopped his cultivation, muttering to himself, since Rice said that I must be the one to go. Proves that there will be no danger for me. Thinking of this, he hastily used void walking to arrive at the designated location, only to find that the enchanting tree was devouring his members at that moment. Just as Chen Luo was about to make a move to save them, a tempting fragrance suddenly struck his nose. Fortunately, he took a step back in time to get out of range, thus not falling for the seeing this. Chen Luo did not hesitate and immediately used spatial cut, cutting down the fruit that was emitting the fragrance. Then he used spatial exile to pocket the fruit. But just then, several vines suddenly lashed towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo, not being foolish, immediately clutched the fruit and retreated at high speed. Unfortunately for the vines, their length was limited and they couldn't reach the sneaky Chen Luo. Just as he was about to speak in mockery, the sky suddenly began to thunder and lightning, flashing and booming loudly. With a loud bang, a bolt of sky thunder shot straight towards Chen Luo. But he sidestepped it skillfully. This infuriated the enchanting tree greatly. It hastily conjured up thunder and lightning again to envelop Chen Luo. Seeing this, Chen Luo smiled slightly. You want to surround me with an area attack? It won't be that easy. Having said that, he used void walking to escape the encirclement. But what he absolutely didn't expect was that this enchanting tree was actually a dual element ability user, awakening abilities in both the thunder and dark elements. And this creature's strength was comparable to Chen Luo's. However, its inability to move was its flaw. But just at this moment, that clever enchanting tree once again began to devour the members of Dawn City. This infuriated Chen Luo greatly. He immediately shouted, "You damn thing, daring to eat my people right in front of me. You must be tired of living." Chen Luo's hunting moment officially began. Without hesitating, Chen Luo immediately employed spatial cut, rescuing the members from the enchanting tree's vines. Then he used spatial exile to send the rescued members back to the base. Before the enchanting tree could figure out what was happening, a dimensional blade suddenly slashed towards its main trunk. What Chen Luo absolutely didn't expect was that this move did not split it in two as imagined, but instead, only halved it and lost its subsequent power. Seeing this, Chen Luo smiled slightly. If one-dimensional blade doesn't work, then I'll use two. Just as Chen Luo was about to take out the pearl of congealed frost to recover his abilities, pleading voices from the enchanting tree suddenly came through in Chen Luo's mind. Human, how about we call it quits here? You are only here to save people. As long as you promise me, I will let them go immediately. How about it? To the tree demon's utter surprise, this human agreed to its request without even thinking about it and truly did not continue to take action. The tree demon was also very creditable and immediately released the members of Dawn City on the spot. Little did it know, if Chen Luo's words could be relied upon, then even pigs might climb trees. At this moment, what Chen Luo was thinking was, first, I'll safely send everyone back to the base. Wait for me to deal with you later. Anyway, you don't have legs. Am I afraid that you'll run away? Upon returning to the base, Chen Luo immediately found Rice, asking her, will there be any danger if I eat this fruit? After pondering for a moment, Rice promptly said, eat it. This is something good. At these words, Chen Luo did not hesitate and bit into it eagerly, murmuring, this is too delicious. I wanted to take a bite when I picked it, but I was afraid it was poisonous and refrained. However, no sooner had he spoken, Chen Luo immediately sensed a stream of energy continuously flowing into his crystal. At this moment, Chen Luo realized that this fruit had a marvel comparable to the crystal, and it could also increase the level of an ability user. No wonder Rice said it was good. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately abandoned the idea of killing the enchanting tree, whispering to himself, let's drain it first. When it has no utility value, I'll take Meng Yin to see if we can modify this enchanting tree. If not, we'll chop it down and use it as firewood. Subsequently, after having his fill, Chen Luo once again sought out the enchanting tree. This scared the tree demon not slightly. It shouted in panic, why have you come again, human? Although I devoured your people, didn't you also take 3 of my fruits? Wasn't it agreed that we'd cease fire? You won't go back on your word, will you? Hearing this, Chen Luo chuckled, cease fire? Impossible. I took only 3 of your fruits, but you devoured 96 of my people. I calculate 10 fruits per member, that's not excessive, is it? Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. But before Chen Luo could finish speaking, the enchanting tree directly struck a purple lightning at Chen Luo, shouting, I've never seen such a brazen and shameless person. Hearing this, Chen Luo hastily said, don't be so agitated, I have a way to help you produce fruits quickly. Chen Luo immediately said, I can provide food for you to devour, but the fruits produced belong to me, okay? Because there were precisely 5 king-level corpses in Chen Luo's ability space. Although their crystals were removed, there was still a significant amount of energy remaining in the strong, which could be put to good use. Hearing this, the tree demon didn't dare to refuse. The trunk damaged by him last time also needed energy to repair. Therefore, it was forced to agree to this transaction. Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately took out a corpse from his ability space. The tree demon also didn't stand on ceremony and extended its vines to receive it. Subsequently, a giant bud swallowed it in one bite and said, I need a day to absorb the energy, come find me at this time tomorrow. The next day at noon, Chen Luo arrived under the tree as promised, but was pleasantly surprised to find that a fruit had indeed formed on the tree. However, just as Chen Luo was about to pick it, the tree demon suddenly stopped him, saying, wait a moment, do you have any more food like yesterday? Can you give me 2 more to devour? I can make this fruit even higher level. Hearing this, Chen Luo was instantly stunned on the spot, thinking, can this creature even produce king-level fruit? Thinking of this, Chen Luo did not dawdle and immediately took out another king-level corpse for it to devour. The next day, although the fruit had not grown much, its shimmering luster almost blinded Chen Luo's eyes. Moreover, the tree's body, which was split in half by the dimension blade, had also recovered most of its form. Then, the enchanting tree said with a sense of reluctance, this fruit has now reached the limit of my abilities. Before it could finish speaking, Chen Luo unceremoniously picked the fruit and immediately took a bite, only to be pleasantly surprised to find that the energy contained in this fruit had reached the mid-king level standard. This instantly thrilled Chen Luo beyond words. That is to say, as long as he has this tree, even if he does not find king-level crystals, he can break through to emperor level by eating the fruit. Thus, this tree's value is tremendous. Thinking of this, Chen Luo hurriedly asked the tree demon, if I only provide you with lower-level food, can you still produce this kind of fruit? The tree demon immediately indicated that it could, but it would take much more time. Hearing this, Chen Luo was ecstatic, whispering to himself, as long as I provide it with food in the future, I can continuously get king-level fruits. Next, I just need to instruct members to collect corpses. With this in mind, Chen Luo immediately gave the remaining 3 king-level corpses to the tree demon, expressing, in the future, I can provide food for you regularly. How about we split the resulting fruits 50-50? The tree demon, without a second word, agreed to this deal, mumbling, you humans can deal. May our cooperation be pleasant. Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately sent a psychic message to Shaw asking him to lead 3,000 soldiers to the neighboring Lotus Root State to collect corpses. After doing these things, Chen Luo returned to the base, only to find Long Yu excitedly presenting a pair of glasses to Thunder King. "This is a titanium alloy dog eye made for you. You can also launch your electrical ability through these glasses." Upon hearing this, Thunder King couldn't wait to put on the titanium alloy dog eye. The next second, Thunder King shot an electric bolt from his eyes, shouting, "This thing is simply a divine tool." These titanium crystal dog eyes not only reduce the ability consumption by 50%, but also increase skill damage by 30%. The only shortcoming is that it can only release low-level abilities. Middle and high-level skills cannot be used. Hearing this, Long Yu immediately explained that this is because the magic tool is too small. To use advanced skills, one would have to create a staff-type weapon. "Unfortunately, my current level is not enough. I cannot make a weapon that can use high-level abilities," he added. Hearing this, Chen Luo thought that he must give him a hand. After the arrival of monsters, having a suitable weapon can significantly increase the efficiency of killing them. Moreover, everything Long Yu makes is tantamount to a divine tool. In order to help him become a forging grandmaster as soon as possible, Chen Luo not only generously took out a king-level crystal for him to absorb, but also used time acceleration to help him speed up the absorption process. At this moment, Long Yu felt as if, in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Seeing this, Long Yu immediately asked incredulously, "Brother Chen, how did you do that? This is too miraculous." Hearing this, Chen Luo didn't treat Long Yu as an outsider and directly told him the secret that he had mastered the time ability. Upon hearing this, Long Yu was suddenly shocked. He didn't expect that there would be abilities to change time in this world. Seeing this, Chen Luo quickly reminded Long Yu not to be distracted. "You first calm down and absorb the crystal. Let's talk about other things after I help you break through to king level." At this moment, he was just a step away from advancing to king level. Subsequently, with Chen Luo's help, Long Yu quickly absorbed Bai Hao's metallic crystal, and after a bout of heart-piercing pain, he successfully advanced to king level. Then, Chen Luo said solemnly, "Now you have the ability to forge divine artifacts. Thunder King may not be accustomed to using a staff, so you should make it an arm guard or something. Also, focus on researching weapons of the spatial series next. The Void Blade is useful, but after all, it's a skill and needs ability to maintain its form." Furthermore, the weapons made by Long Yu not only could reduce the consumption of ability, but also increase damage effects. Hearing this, Long Yu immediately assured, "Please rest assured, Brother Chen, there is spatial metal in your divine armor. Allow me to go back and research it, and ensure the task is completed." Having experienced helping Long Yu accelerate his promotion, Chen Luo also prepared to lend a hand to other core members. Meanwhile, on the other side, Turtle King encountered his childhood friend Vertical River Turtle in the deep sea, which scared the latter quite a bit. It immediately shouted, "You've gotten so big since I last saw you. How is this possible?" At this time, Turtle King said proudly, "That's because I performed well and was blessed by Lord Sea King, directly allowing me to break through a major realm." Hearing this, Vertical River Turtle shouted, "Is it really that magical? How can I receive the blessings of Lord Sea King?" Turtle King immediately stated, "We pay our respects to Sea King at the end of every month. I will inform you then. I have to go and perform the task assigned to me by Lord Sea King now, so I won't chat with you anymore." Watching the childhood friend's departing figure, Vertical River Turtle secretly vowed to become a disciple under Lord Sea King. Even though it was the king of Vertical River, it held no significant rank in the vast ocean. At that moment, the great prophet who planned to invade Chen Luo's country also came to Vertical River, asking Vertical River Turtle to join him in annihilating Chen Luo's nation. He mentioned that, according to the spies, there was a base called Dawn City in the Dragon Country, not to be underestimated, and their leader Chen Luo was even more formidable, supposedly a level 9 power, possibly even level 10. Hearing this, Vertical River Turtle sneered and said, "Just relax. Both of us are level 10. What is there to fear? First, help me gather some respectable treasures quickly. They must be in my hands before the end of the month. I want to present them as a gift to Lord Sea King." Unbeknownst to it, the person it aimed to destroy and the person it planned to worship were the same individual, Chen Luo. Meanwhile, Chen Luo had Sha Huaren lead a team to Lotus Root State to collect corpses. Unexpectedly, they were mistaken as invaders by Lotus Root State's overlord, Arthur, who promptly gathered his strongest 12 knights, ordering them and their subordinates to join him in annihilating the foreign enemy. He vowed to make sure these ignorant people would never return. At this moment, Shah Huaren, who had collected more than 3,000 zombie corpses, was blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Just then, Xiao Wenwei said solemnly, "I have just notified Brother Chen via telepathy to come to collect the bodies." But before the words were fully spoken, a mental-type member urgently shouted, "I sense a large group of people approaching us." Before he could finish speaking, Arthur, along with tens of thousands of soldiers, surrounded Shah Huaren and the others, taunting, "You are doomed today." With that, he charged forward, wielding the king's sword. Seeing this, Xiao Wenwei transformed into a giant bear, standing firm before the army, and shouting, "I am here, you shall not act recklessly." Without wasting words, Arthur unleashed a sword aura towards Xiao Wenwei. The next second, the 2-ton giant bear was blasted away by the powerful sword aura, vomiting blood. This frightened Xiao Huaren significantly, knowing that although the transformed Xiao Wenwei might not be as offensive as himself, her defense was comparable to Sudazu. Even a level 10 ability user would find it difficult to harm her. Could this guy be king level? Before he could figure out the situation, Arthur aggressively swung his sword towards Xiao Huaren and the others again. A loud boom echoed as the formidable sword aura instantly swept away dozens of members, just as Arthur was raising the king's sword again. Preparing for another attack, Chen Luo timely appeared on the battlefield with a void walk. Seeing this, Xiao Wenwei hurried over and complained, "Leader, this guy is bullying us. Beware of the treasure sword in his hand. I can't even block his sword aura." Only now did Chen Luo pay attention to Arthur's king's sword, muttering to himself that the sword was the same color as his armor and must be the weapon from that divine set. Looking at the abruptly appearing Chen Luo, Arthur curiously asked. Instead of answering, Chen Luo inquired where he found that sword and stated that he could spare his life if he handed over the sword. Hearing this, Arthur was instantly infuriated, wishing to snatch my king's sword, purely a pipe dream. Meet your doom. Saying this, he unleashed his ultimate move, Dark Skycleaver. Seeing this, Chen Luo did not dodge, but raised his arm and coldly said, "Since your ultimate move is so powerful, let me see just how mighty it is." As the words fell, Arthur mysteriously appeared in front of Chen Luo, blocking his own strongest strike for him. At this moment, a puzzled Arthur was somewhat baffled. He didn't understand why he had crippled himself. Then Chen Luo said with a grin, "Surprised or not? Expected or not? Will you hand over the sword?" Although Arthur was scared enough to wet himself by his move, he still said the same sentence. "No sword for you. Only my life. If you dare, kill me." The moment the words fell, the arm holding the king's sword was disarmed by Chen Luo. In the next second, the sword naturally fell into Chen Luo's hands. Chen Luo did not attend to the screaming Arthur for the time being, but carefully looked at the king's sword in his hand. After some observation, Chen Luo was sure that this sword was a weapon of the divine equipment, so he immediately transferred a trace of space power into the sword, and then waved it casually. A huge sword aura was produced, and many of Arthur's men were killed or injured in the distance. However, Chen Luo was not satisfied with this. Although this divine sword increased the attack range, and enhanced the skill damage, the overall increase was not very large. Compared with other divine equipments, it seemed a bit unimportant. Could it be that this weapon is not suitable for the space system? While Chen Luo was pondering, Xiao Wenwei suddenly rushed up, bear-hugged Arthur, and shouted, "You waste. Let's see how you fight me without weapons." Then another bear palm broke 2 of his ribs. What Chen Luo did not expect was that Arthur's obsession with the king's sword was really deep. Even without the arm that held the sword, he still shouted to give the sword back to him. Chen Luo did not pay attention to this, but decisively cut off Arthur's head with a sword. For these knights of the temple who wanted to annihilate his brothers, Chen Luo did not indulge them. He immediately released the newly understood space storm at them. The next second, the entire area where the knights of the temple were located experienced spatial turbulence. Although this move was not very powerful, it had a super long duration, and a super large skill range. It couldn't be more appropriate to deal with an army of tens of thousands. After resolving the matters here, Chen Luo immediately used a spacewalk to return to the base. Then he couldn't wait to take out the other pieces of divine equipment, thinking that it seemed to be just one piece short of a lower garment. There wouldn't be things like shoulder guards and belts, right? If I were all these divine equipments at the same time now, will I activate any set effects? Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately asked Rice if there would be any danger if I wear this equipment now. Upon hearing this, Rice smiled slightly. Now I finally understand what paranoia is. Just put them on with ease. There is no danger. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo confidently put on the whole set of divine equipment, but was surprised to find that he did not get any set bonuses. Could it be that a complete set of divine equipment is required to get one? However, he did feel that the defense in various aspects had been greatly enhanced. So he immediately asked Sea Princess to attack him with dark deterrence to try, as he wanted to see if this set of equipment could withstand mental attacks. Hearing this, Sea Princess did not hesitate. She fully exerted the dark deterrence. Seeing this, Chen Luo hurriedly said, "Sister, don't go easy. Why don't I feel anything?" Unexpectedly, Sea Princess used several dark deterrences on Chen Luo in succession, but none of them caused him any mental harm. At this moment, Chen Luo finally realized it was the helmet that blocked the mental attack for him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the joined army of Yuzi and Brown Bear had reached the border. The first national war after the apocalypse was on the verge of breaking out, and the one who initiated this war was the great prophet who proposed the God-making plan. His purpose was to snatch the crystals from the survivors in order to create an existence for himself. At this moment, the great prophet said solemnly, "Send the order down. The army will rest for a day, and follow me to flatten them early tomorrow." Subsequently, the leader of the Brown Bear found the great prophet, asking him if there is a sure win in this battle. "I heard that there is a base called Dawn City that is very strong." Hearing this, the great prophet smiled slightly. "Just a base? Can it compare with our 100,000 elites? Besides, with the help of the vertical river tortoise god, we will surely win this battle." As soon as the words fell, a brother ran over and shouted anxiously, "Great prophet, it's not good. We were ambushed by a group of zombies and instantly slaughtered hundreds of our brothers." Hearing this, the great prophet immediately shouted, "What are you panicking about? It's just a group of zombies. Just annihilate them." But who knew? The little brother said that there are at least 1,000 zombies, and they are all above level 8. Several of our level 7 powerhouses didn't even use their abilities, and their entire arms were bitten off by the zombies. The great prophet was shocked when he heard this, and shouted, "Quickly take me to see." But when they arrived, the army of zombies had long since disappeared. Little did they know that the person leading the raid was big strong, and this group of fools were nothing more than moving meat in his eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu Hong also gathered forces from various parties to discuss countermeasures, hoping that everyone would put aside their previous grievances and present a united front. At this moment, a female leader spoke angrily, "Dawn City has disappeared at this critical moment. Their base is where 90% of our country's elites are assembled." Upon hearing this, everyone began to discuss whether Chen Luo knew about this in advance, and therefore took people away ahead of time. Hearing this, Mu Hong immediately shouted, "Everyone please remain calm. Chen Luo is not that kind of person. They left a stronghold by the sea before they left. I have sent people to notify them. What we have to do now is to hold on until Chen Luo comes back. I, Mu Hong, will fight to the death without retreating. Those who are not afraid of death, follow me." Meanwhile, on the other side, numerous independent individuals also learned of the news of the foreign invasion. Although all of these people were low-level superhumans, not taken in by any base. When they heard that someone wanted to invade, they voluntarily united to resist the foreign enemy. Even if they were to be cannon fodder, they would die and take someone with them. And these words were just heard by Chen Luo, who had rushed back. Although these people were very insignificant in his eyes, they all bravely stepped forward without fear of death when the country was in crisis. This deeply moved Chen Luo. He quietly said, "Rest assured, I will not stand by and watch you go to your deaths. I will hold up the sky if it collapses." At this moment, Mu Hong has also led his troops to stand in front of the enemy line, asking them why they wanted to invade our country. "If it's for resources, please go back. We don't have any either." At this moment, the great prophet said solemnly, "We are not here for resources. I will create a powerful being that is on par with gods, leading everyone through the apocalypse. And your country is fortunate to have been chosen to accomplish such a great feat. What an honor." Hearing this, Mu Hong instantly understood everything, silently cursing that the great prophet really has no shame. Little did he know that at this moment Chen Luo had already arrived on the battlefield, staring at the great prophet with a look as if he were looking at a dead person. Following an order from Chen Luo, Sea Princess was the first to rush into the battlefield with the king's sword in hand. Although this divine sword did not greatly amplify the space-oriented Chen Luo, it multiplied the power of the dark-oriented Sea Princess. Seeing this scene, the great prophet was instantly shocked, muttering to himself, "This girl can actually fly. Could she also be level 10 like me?" Thinking of this, the great prophet hurriedly ordered, "All of you go. Bring that woman down for me." And he himself slowly retreated to the back of the army. Seeing this, Chen Luo did not indulge him. "Want to run? It's not that easy." With a loud shout for avoid banishment from Chen Luo, the next second, the great prophet was trapped in a spatial cage in midair by Chen Luo. At this moment, Chen Luo spoke with a sly smile, "You're brave. Actually daring to come and seek death willingly. So I won't be polite then. So, Mr. Prophet, please quietly stay here and watch our performance." Hearing this, the great prophet became instantly furious. He dashed left and right in the cage with horror. But no matter how he struggled, he could never break Chen Luo's spatial cage. At this moment, Sea Princess was already seeing red. With a casual wave, 5 eyes of darkness appeared in the sky, beginning a merciless sweep of Yuji's army. But it didn't end there. With a giant dark magic bullet slowly condensing in Sea Princess's hand, the next moment an energy ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters was violently thrown out from Sea Princess's hand. With a loud boom, all brown bears and Yuji within a kilometer were instantly turned to ash. This stunned Mu Hong, who was not far away. Her legs involuntarily began to tremble, originally thinking that only a few of them rushing here would not change the situation. They did not expect it to become a situation where they crushed a million-strong army, especially that woman. She's simply a death god. Too terrifying. Originally, not only was Chen Luo's strength from Dawn City so terrifying, seeing Sea Princess single-handedly stealing the limelight, the so-called battlefield harvester, Thunder King, was not to be outdone. He jumped above the crowd. Then, with both hands forming seals, he condensed countless paths of purple thunder and lightning, shouting that no one should steal his points. With a wave of Thunder King's big hand, thousands of purple lightning bolts violently struck Yuji's army, instantly electrifying tens of thousands of people. Burnt on the outside, tender on the inside. "Oh great turtle god, where are you? Come and save me." Little did he know, at this moment the turtle was also struggling to protect itself. In order to save its life, it actually claimed to be Sea King's mount. "If you guys touch me, that's opposing Lord Sea King. Under Lord Sea King, there are dozens of king-level powerhouses. Oh, my cousin, the great sea turtle, is one of them." Hearing these words, the crowd immediately burst into uproarious laughter. "You say you are Sea King's mount? Isn't this turtle here to make a joke? Also, how many king-level powerhouses did you say?" Upon hearing this, Vertical River Turtle immediately spoke solemnly. "Is it that funny? This is disrespect to Lord Sea King." At this moment, Sea Princess coldly said, "You idiot, Lord Sea King is right here. Don't you see? My brother Chen Luo is the Sea King you're talking about. Tell me, isn't that funny?" Hearing these words, the Vertical River Turtle was immediately shocked and dismayed. It had intended to mention Lord Sea King's name for self-preservation, but it capsized in the gutter instead. Also greatly shocked was Mu Hong. She could not believe that Chen Luo was not only the overlord among humans, but also made the zombie emperor his subordinate. And even all marine creatures paid him respect and worshipped him as Sea King. At this moment, Chen Luo spoke with a sly smile. "I don't remember having a mount like you, do I?" With that, he harshly kicked Vertical River Turtle in the face, shouting, "I will settle the score with you later. Now get back and ask your king-level cousin whether I am the Sea King in your mouth. Also, if you dare not come to the ocean creature meeting at the end of the month, I will exterminate your 9 clans." But just at this moment, Mu Hong suddenly ran to Chen Luo and asked, "Was what that turtle said true?" Chen Luo replied with a calm face, "Being Sea King is true. As for having dozens of king-level subordinates, there will certainly be, after not too long." But who would have known that as soon as the words fell, Vertical River Turtle unleashed the fastest speed of its life, madly running in one direction. "This time, I have been completely screwed over by you, making me offend Lord Sea King." Seeing this, Chen Luo did not stop it. Afterward, he released the great prophet from the spatial cage. Seeing that his forces had been completely annihilated at this point, the great prophet immediately thudded to his knees in front of Chen Luo. "Young man, could you spare me this time? Before he could finish speaking, a force of space pierced directly through the great prophet's skull. At this moment, Mu Hong slowly came over and said, "This time, it was truly thanks to your timely arrival. Thank you for saving us." Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately stated that it was all something he should do. After saying this, he took 2 tons of rice from the special ability space, and then stated, "Now, let's talk about the help matter. I offer a pound of rice a day to ask you all to help me find a piece of bottom equipment, 100 people in a group. A group comes to me to get 2 packs of rice a day. The person who helps me find it can make any request to me, and the group they earn will be additionally rewarded with a ton of pork." Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their willingness to serve leader Chen wholeheartedly. Afterward, tens of thousands of people, after receiving the rice, immediately began to take action. After returning to the base, Chen Luo saw Rice looking at the sky with a worried face, so he went forward to ask Rice what happened. Hearing this, Rice looked at the starry sky blankly and said, "I have already broken through to king level just now, and there are 9 months and 16 days left." Although these words were a bit inexplicable, Chen Luo instantly realized that this was the time when monsters would descend. Previously, Rice could only predict approximately, didn't expect that after advancing to king level, it could predict the exact time. Thinking of this, Chen Luo hastily asked if any new abilities were awakened. Hearing this, Rice did not dilly-dally, and immediately demonstrated its new skill in front of him. It seemed to be praying. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the vast cosmic starry sky, a massive energy group was drifting through the galaxy. The final destination of this energy group was Blue Star. Under normal circumstances, it would arrive in 10 years, but with Raya's change, it would no longer take extra routes, and would arrive at Blue Star in just over a year. After doing all this, Rice walked away without looking back. At this moment, Chen Luo was completely dumbfounded, hastily shouting, "What is your new ability? Why didn't I see anything?" Upon hearing this, Rice immediately said, "Don't ask. Asking would be revealing the heavenly secret. When the time comes, you will naturally know. This man is an invincible presence in the apocalypse. Not only have they hoarded billions of supplies to build their own base, but also subdued the boss of the zombie world to serve as their lackey. Even the myriad sea creatures worship him as the Sea King. They come to the seaside punctually every month to admire his divine might, hoping to be fortunate enough to receive the king's blessing." Just as the sea creatures were wondering why they had yet to see the Sea King, Chen Luo, accompanied by the Sea Princess and Zhang Chushui, suddenly appeared at the seaside through a void walk. Seeing this, the sea creatures immediately knelt down and called out in unison, "Greetings to the great Sea King." At that moment, the red lantern fish spoke obsequiously, reporting to the great Sea King, "There are 126 sea tribes qualified to attend the gathering, 122 have arrived, there are still 14 absent." Hearing this, Chen Luo was immediately enraged. "Mark down those who didn't show up, daring to disdain my divine might. I will not be lenient." At this moment, Chen Luo also noticed 2 sea creatures transformed into human form. The female was very gentle looking, while the male was showing off his muscular upper body. These 2 were not accelerated by Chen Luo's time powers, yet they had quickly advanced to king level. He thought to himself, these 2 are already mature sea creatures, no use in raising them further. Might as well, perhaps find a reason to kill them. Seeing the Sea King's gaze on them, the female immediately knelt down with a splash. Bei greets the great Sea King, but the man stood still, unmoving. Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately asked, "Why do you not kneel?" Unexpectedly, the other party did not regard Chen Luo at all, and retorted, "I am not accustomed to kneeling." At those words, all the sea creatures shouted in unison, "Swordfish, how dare you be so bold? Even we without legs can kneel. Can't you with legs do the same? You are clearly showing contempt for the divine might of the Sea King." Hearing this, Chen Luo appeared expressionless, but inside, he was secretly pleased. Isn't this the opportunity to eradicate the roots? Seeing the situation turning bad, the swordfish transformed back into its original form, ready to flee, muttering, "You spineless creatures can kneel. Only fools would believe he has divine power. Goodbye." Seeing this, Chen Luo did not indulge it, and immediately used a spatial exile to pull it back. "Trying to run? Do you have the ability?" At this moment, the swordfish was a bit stunned. Before it could understand the situation, it heard Chen Luo shout, "Behold my divine power, time stop, freeze it for me." He then quickly signaled Zhang Chushui with his eyes. Zhang Chushui was also very perceptive, and promptly cast time stop on the swordfish. The next second, the sea princess appeared in front of the swordfish with a divine sword, shouting, "You dare to disrespect my brother? Die!" This scene shocked all the sea creatures. They all declared, "Indeed, the divine power of the great sea king is profound and unfathomable." The swordfish was truly frozen in midair, unable to move. As soon as the words fell, the sea princess swiftly decapitated it with a slash of her sword. Seeing the situation, Chen Luo immediately started to talk nonsense with a straight face. 2 years ago, as the Sea King, I bestowed endless divine power upon the sea tribes. That's why he had the chance to transform into human form. Ungrateful for the blessings from me, his death is indeed not pitiable. At these words, all the sea creatures shouted in agreement, "Well deserved, without the Sea King's blessing. How could our strength possibly grow so fast? The Sea King is awesome. We swear to follow the Sea King to the death." It must be said that Chen Luo was indeed good at bluffing. Then he said solemnly, "Red Lanternfish, tell me the top 5 performers from last month who transported humans. I will bestow divine power upon them." But to his surprise, the great sea turtle, not hearing its name, became unhappy, quickly claiming my performance was the best. "Why isn't my name there?" Hearing this, the vertical river turtle muttered to itself, "Cousin, you're so brave to dare to question the Sea King right to his face." Hearing this, Chen Luo did not blame him, but explained, "You've already received a blessing once. If you want to reach above king level, the divine power required will be a bit much. Your current performance is not enough. Wait until it is, and I will naturally bestow divine power upon you." Upon hearing this, the great sea turtle immediately expressed gratitude. "Thank you for your cultivation, Sea King. I will work even harder in the future." But at this moment, Bebe suddenly came over and said, "It's my first time seeing the Sea King. I didn't prepare any gifts, so I offer one of my companion pearls. It can greatly enhance the effects of ice powers. I hope the Sea King will kindly accept it. I wonder if I have the good fortune to serve by your side." Though Chen Luo verbally refused, "How could I take such a precious treasure from you?" His body was honest, readily taking the pearl offered by Bebe, and said, "Since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly accept it. From now on, you will serve as my mate alongside Red Lanternfish." But at that moment, Wan Jiangyi suddenly sent a telepathic message to Chen Luo. "Immortal Chen, the zombie emperor Big Strong has just obtained a king-level crystal. Hurry over." Without a second word, Chen Luo used Void Walk to arrive at Big Strong's base, then immediately praised him. "You did well, kid, to have killed a king-level mutant." Hearing this, Big Strong was shocked, muttering to himself, "I haven't even warmed up this crystal, and Big Brother already knows. No need to think, it must have been that traitor who told him. It seems this kid can't be kept around." Seeing this, Big Strong didn't dally, and immediately took out the king-level crystal, and offered it to his big brother, although he was reluctant in his heart. If Big Brother wanted it, what use was there in hiding it? It was better to hand it over proactively to make a good impression. Seeing Big Strong's proactive approach, Chen Luo was taken aback and immediately expressed, "What kind of person do you take your big brother for? This is something you exchanged with your life. How can I accept it? Your goodwill. Big Brother appreciates it." Secretly thinking, when the monster onslaught comes, Big Strong's combat power cannot be underestimated. Keeping it to enhance its own strength is more prudent. I cannot covet what others desire at this time. Otherwise, will it still obediently follow my command? With this in mind, Chen Luo immediately said with a smile, "Actually, brother came here just to tell you, if you obtain high-level corpses in the future, remember to keep them for me. I have a use for them. If there's nothing else, Big Brother will take his leave first." Upon hearing this, Big Strong hurriedly said, "Big Brother, wait a minute. Take this guy away too. I have endured him for a long time. He does nothing at my base and that's bad enough. But he even dared to flirt with my female zombie subordinates." Hearing this, Chen Luo's bladder trembled, nearly wetting himself with fright. And he thought to himself, this guy has quite the heavy taste, harboring such special fetishes. Under the strong insistence of both Big Strong and Wan Jiangyi, Chen Luo had no choice but to agree to take him back to Dawn City. After returning to the base, Rice immediately ran excitedly towards Chen Luo, shouting, this is great, you're finally back." Then, she pounced on Chen Luo, knocking him to the ground. "Come with me right now, this instant, I have a fortune to offer you." Hearing this, Chen Luo was overjoyed, thinking that if Rice calls it a fortune, then it must be immensely beneficial for him. At that moment, Rice said in a deep voice, "Since the journey this time is rather long, it would be more convenient for me to transform and lie on your shoulder." After saying this, Rice transformed into a cat and jumped onto his shoulder. And then Chen Luo, following Rice's directions, used void walking. 2.5 hours later, they finally arrived at the destination, flying continent. Rice said, "Your fortune is not yet here, you need to wait patiently. During this time, you absolutely cannot leave, and there is a certain risk associated with this opportunity, so be very careful. Hurry and send me back first." Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately used spatial banishment to send Rice back to Dawn City. And he himself immediately changed into his divine attire, quietly waiting for the opportunity to come. Sure enough, after waiting for 2 days, Chen Luo finally saw the fortune that Rice had mentioned. A giant mutant fell from the sky, and judging from the aura it emitted, its strength had definitely reached the emperor level. Chen Luo, who had lived for 12 years in his previous life, had only seen king-level mutants. Emperor level was unheard of. Chen Luo then daydreamed about the emperor level crystal. Rice, forever a god. This frightened the mutant zombie, which then turned its head towards Chen Luo. "You've been behind me all this time, what do you want?" Hearing this, Chen Luo grinned and said, "I just wanted to see what an emperor-level zombie looks like. Now that I have, it's nothing special." The mutant didn't waste words and immediately rose from the ground and shot towards him, then swung a claw at Chen Luo, which he narrowly dodged with a leap. Before the mutant could react, Chen Luo had already eerily teleported behind it, preparing to release the dimensional blade at close range. Unexpectedly, the zombie didn't retreat, but raised its claw, ready to take him head-on. This shocked Chen Luo, who was about to unleash his big move, thinking to himself, "If I insist on releasing the dimensional blade at close range, the instant it hits, I'll be pierced by its claw." Realizing this, Chen Luo immediately stopped his motion and quickly used void walking to avoid the mutant's deadly strike. This terrified the mutant to no end. He hurriedly shouted, "How can a human be so fast?" But before it could finish its sentence, Chen Luo quickly retaliated with a time-slowing technique on his opponent, while accelerating time for himself. After a back and forth in speed, the mutant's pace, in the eyes of Chen Luo, seemed as slow as a snail, easily dodging the mutant's attack. Chen Luo, in turn, unleashed the void sword. He then thrust it fiercely towards its brow. However, this strike did not deal a fatal blow to the emperor-level adversary. Seeing this, Chen Luo did not dally. Immediately, he swung another sword, severing one of its arms. At this moment, although Chen Luo seemed to easily have the upper hand, his energy expenditure was actually quite significant. Time acceleration and time deceleration are both skills that continuously drain his special abilities. The battle had to be concluded quickly. Otherwise, once his energy was depleted, escaping from an emperor-level powerhouse would be quite difficult. With this in mind, Chen Luo immediately took the void sword and advanced towards the mutant. This scared it witless. It hurriedly shouted, "Young hero, spare my life. Isn't conceding enough for you?" Then Chen Luo coldly said, "Surrendering is fine. Leave your life behind." In the next second, a flash of cold light swept across its neck. Seeing this, Chen Luo did not hesitate. He quickly stepped forward and created a brain hole in the creature. He muttered to himself, "No wonder Rice said she was giving me an opportunity. This time I have made a fortune. With this emperor-level crystal, in 1 month I could advance to emperor level. In this creature's body, I'll feed it to the enchanting tree. If it produces less than 6 king-level fruits, it would definitely be considered embezzlement by the enchanting tree." Afterwards, Chen Luo immediately returned to base to begin absorbing the crystal. After 1 month of absorption, he finally reached the moment of advancing to emperor level. The next second, a piercing agony instantly spread throughout his body, making him experience the feeling of worse than death. After enduring 2 minutes of torment, Chen Luo finally exhaled in relief. Although the process of advancing to emperor level was excruciating, he remembered clearly that it was still easier than in his previous life. Could it be that my advancement this life is not solely due to absorbing the crystal, but also partly due to consuming the fruits? Regardless, if I want to break through again in strength, the total number of king-level crystals and fruits needed would be at least in the thousands. Even if all the king-level powerhouses of the apocalypse were killed, it would not be half of what is needed. Let's not dwell on this matter for now. Today is the day of the marine life gathering. Let's head to the seaside first. As Chen Luo made his sudden appearance, all the marine life began to call out in unison, "Greetings, Lord Sea Kane." Then Chen Luo said in a deep voice, "Red Lanternfish, report the attendance situation." Upon hearing this, she immediately knelt down, reporting to Lord Sea King, "There are 146 qualified to attend the 3rd Marine Life Conference. 138 are present. The 9 from the Sea Tribe who were absent last time, we have forcibly brought here to await Lord Sea King's disposition." As she spoke, she ordered her subordinates to bring forth the absentees. Then Chen Luo smiled slightly, "Considering it's your first offense, I will spare your lives this time. Take them back and detain them for 1 year. If there's a next time, I will not be so lenient." Although Chen Luo verbally expressed his intention to spare them, his inner thoughts were focused on waiting until they grew to king level, at which point he would promptly eliminate them. At this moment, the marine creatures were still foolishly shouting their thanks for Sea King's mercy. Suddenly, a shark spoke anxiously, reporting to Sea King, "I have urgent news." In fact, 2 of the marine creatures who didn't show up today didn't just not come. They were eaten by a sea serpent on their way here. Luckily, I swam fast enough to narrowly escape a similar fate. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately became furious and shouted, "Such audacity to defy my authority and slaughter my subjects. No matter where this sea serpent hides, I will make it pay for its actions. All sea clans heed my command. Set out immediately and find it." The sea serpent, now terrified by the massive hunt orchestrated by the sea's formidable creatures, muttered to itself, "It was just 2 marine creatures. Is there a need to make such a fuss over me?" Despite its complaint, the sea serpent had to surface to avoid the relentless pursuit. But just as it breached the water, a glowing hand reached out and grabbed it with no resistance, dragging it into a block of ice. A flash of dark luster passed, and the ice block seemed to vanish, seamlessly blending into the vast icy landscape as if nothing had happened. 3 days later, the marine creatures reported having turned the ocean upside down, with no sign of the sea serpent. Red Lanternfish hastily explained that they had indeed spotted it, but upon reaching the Antarctic, it mysteriously disappeared without a trace. This infuriated Chen Luo, who immediately cursed them as a bunch of good-for-nothing drunkards. "So many of you chasing one sea serpent, and you let it escape. No matter. I want to see a body, dead or alive. Issue the command. Intensify the search. I refuse to believe that such a big serpent could just evaporate into thin air. If it's not in the sea, my men on land will find it." But just then, Zhao Ji came with good news for Chen Luo. "Broshan, our members reported finding the armor pants on Plum Continent. Please hurry over to confirm." Without delay, Chen Luo used Void Walk to reach Plum Continent, where the recently discovered armor was presented to him. Upon close examination, he noticed a faint line at the knee and intricate patterns made of mysterious runes inside. This had to be the pants of the armor set, he thought. If the set didn't include a belt or necklace, then he would have completed the set. With this thought, he eagerly put on the pants, eager to test out any special effects. He kicked fiercely towards the sky, but was surprised to find no shocking wave of force. At that moment, Chen Luo was utterly perplexed, thinking to himself that it can't be possible that, unlike all other set pieces with special abilities, these pants only improved defense. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Big Strong was vacationing at the beach with Thorn Queen when they suddenly saw a king-level strongman spewing flames at the sea. Without hesitation, Big Strong flew into the air, vowing not to let anyone disrupt his date. "You dare to ruin my outing? I'll make sure your head is wide open." With that, he threw a heavy punch at the flame-wielding individual, only for it to be blocked by Zhang Bao's flame shield. Seeing this, Zhang Bao didn't indulge it, and without a second word, he spewed out a scorching flame at it. However, to his surprise, his attack not only failed to harm Big Strong, but even exposed his own flaw. Seizing the moment, Big Strong found the right opportunity and with a counterpunch landed a heavy blow on his face. Struck by the punch, Zhang Bao plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. Watching a crowd of zombies smiling wickedly as they surrounded him, muttering about having a marine creature for a meal, Zhang Bao shouted, "You bunch of small fries, trying to gang up on me? Don't run away when my backup arrives." Big Strong was unimpressed and retorted, "Even if you call for help, what will it do? Help collect your body?" Before he could finish his sentence, dozens of king-level fighters arrived at the scene, shouting, "Who's the dead man who dared to cause this trouble?" At that moment, the bewildered Big Strong was a bit stunned, thinking to himself, when did king-level marine creatures become so plentiful? Moreover, their numbers kept increasing. Soon nearly 100 king-level marine creatures had arrived. Seeing this, Big Strong chose not to dawdle and admitted defeat right there. Bro, don't get excited. It was all my fault just now. Let's talk this out. But before he could finish, Zhang Bao slapped him with a loud smack across the face, shouting, weren't you acting all tough before? Why are you cowering now? Do you think you have the strength to fight me? Then Red Lanternfish coldly walked over and said, just kill him and be done with it. Don't waste Sea King's time with this. Hearing this, Big Strong immediately realized that the chance of escaping from so many king-level fighters was almost zero. His only option now was to call for help from his big brother. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Luo was considering how to help Millie break through to Emperor level as quickly as possible because when the monster descends, Millie's role would be crucial. If they combined absorbing crystals and eating fruit, it might only take about 100 days to advance. However, this suggestion was immediately rejected by Rice, who said 100 days was too long and insisted on using time acceleration to assist her, or she wouldn't have time to understand her new abilities. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo hurriedly asked if there would be any side effects, to which Rice admitted there might be some, but nothing significant compared to the impending crisis. Upon hearing this, Millie immediately said if Rice thought so, then he should go ahead with her plan as she also wanted to help in the upcoming crisis. Chen Luo was touched and immediately took Millie into his arms. But at that moment, Zhao Zi suddenly came running over, shouting, big trouble, brother Chen. Big Strong has sent a distress signal, saying he's in mortal danger, and the enemy is so formidable that you wouldn't be blamed for not going. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo turned pale with shock, thinking to himself, what kind of terrifying being could it be that would make Big Strong say such a thing? Could it be an Emperor-level fighter? Without further thought, Chen Luo immediately sent a telepathic message to Big Strong, reassuring him, don't panic, Big Brother is on his way. With this message, Big Strong felt emboldened and shouted, I've got backup too, just you wait. As his voice fell, Chen Luo used a spatial ability to appear at the scene instantly. Seeing him, Big Strong quickly cried out, Big Brother, I'm here. At this declaration, all the marine creatures were shocked and started exclaiming, isn't that Sea King? How could he be the brother of a zombie? Taken aback, Chen Luo paused, realizing a case of mistaken identity. Meanwhile, Big Strong still cluelessly sent a telepathic message to Chen Luo, isn't this weird, Big Brother? All these guys are king level. Maybe we should just run away with Thorn Queen. But as soon as he finished speaking, the marine creatures all knelt before Chen Luo and shouted in unison, Hail Sea King. At this moment, Big Strong was utterly dumbfounded. My big brother is the Sea King? He found the person before him both familiar and strange, always knowing his brother was mysterious, but never to this extent. Just then, Zhang Bao mustered the courage to ask, Lord Sea King, is this zombie really your brother? Chen Luo thought that it was time to reveal the truth, as they would need to work together in the future. But being the Sea King and declaring brotherhood with a zombie was indeed inappropriate. Wondering how to explain, Chen Luo had a flash of inspiration and began to bluff with a serious tone. Back in my days of traveling the human world, I indeed took this lad as my junior. Now that we're all one of our own, let's just let bygones be bygones. Shall we? Hearing this, Zhang Bao dared not say more and hurriedly suggested, no hard feelings. After all, it's a case of no fight, no acquaintance. Why doesn't brother Big Strong hit me back? Understanding the situation, Big Strong immediately admitted his fault too, asking Zhang Bao for forgiveness. The Thorn Queen was confused at this moment, but still understood the gravity of the situation. When Big Strong signaled his followers to come and pay respects to the big brother, Thorn Queen was the first to kneel down. The whole scene had thoroughly shocked her, forcing her to submit to this human. After resolving the issue at hand, Chen Luo returned to the base to assist Li with time acceleration. During this process, he had a revelation. He thought of combining his time and space abilities to create a space where time flowed slower than the outside world. With this in mind, Chen Luo immediately began to merge the two abilities, quickly creating a specific spacetime area. Seeing this, Li asked with curiosity, Brother Chen Luo, what is this? But no sooner had Li asked the question than Chen Luo spat out a mouthful of blood, startling Li considerably. She cried out in alarm, Husband, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly injured? As Li quickly cast a healing spell, Chen Luo insisted he was fine, even though the episode had shattered his crystal. Just like the first time he had used time acceleration, Chen Luo then spoke in a grave tone, go get me 2 clocks. He began to test the temporal flow within the space-time area, and after staying inside for 3 minutes, he was pleasantly surprised to find that only 1 minute had passed outside. This meant that Mile's advancement speed could be increased threefold while he could also attend to other matters. However, he was unsure how long the space-time area could be maintained, and thus, it was crucial not to waste any time inside it. With this in mind, Chen Luo immediately decided that the area should be used in rotation by Mile and the Sea Princess to maximize its utility. However, this suggestion was met with opposition from Rice, who insisted that Mile be allowed to advance to Emperor level first, and that the Sea Princess should not use the area before that. Hearing this, Chen Luo turned pale, wondering if Rice had predicted that the Sea Princess might go berserk again after her advancement. It seemed his plan to have his sister play along with his act would have to be delayed. A month and a half later, after Mile had advanced to Emperor level and was excitedly looking for the Sea Princess, having realized a divine purification skill during her advancement, concerned that his sister might occasionally go berserk due to consuming mysterious meat, Chen Luo had Mile purify the Sea Princess's heart of any murderous desires. Although the Sea Princess was reluctant, she complied at her brother's request. Without hesitation, Mile performed the divine purification on the Sea Princess. As the purifying light slowly entered her body, the icy look in the Sea Princess's eyes began to soften. Mile continued to release the purification non-stop for more than 10 minutes until her abilities were drained, yet she could not fully suppress the murderous intent within the Sea Princess. This made Chen Luo's scalp tingle with unease, realizing that even the Emperor-level Mile could not completely remove the negative influence of the meat. It was a sobering reminder of how terrifyingly powerful the owner of the divine armor must have been. At that moment, Chen Luo finally understood why zombies could advance without absorbing crystals. If the owner of the divine armor was associated with darkness, then everything made sense. After his mysterious death and the subsequent explosion of his body, the dark and evil energy within him had spread across the globe, giving rise to the species of zombies. These energies could only be absorbed by zombies, allowing them to survive without food. Survivors, on the other hand, improved their levels by absorbing the zombies' crystals. This meant that the survivors were indirectly absorbing the power of the divine armor's owner. His blood and power contaminated the land, leading to the emergence of mutated creatures. His flesh fed the creatures that ate it, inducing rapid evolution. His weapons and armor scattered across the world were instrumental in the proliferation of life. When a whale falls, myriad creatures thrive. As for the most important crystals, were they taken by the one who killed him? If so, Chen Luo hoped that person had simply taken the crystals and left. For if he could kill the original owner of the divine armor, who could stand against him? The forthcoming monster invasion was most likely in search of the divine armor and its crystals. With the information at hand, Chen Luo deduced the true nature of the apocalypse, piece by piece. Pulling his thoughts together, he took a deep breath, resolving to prepare for the upcoming monster onslaught. Thinking ahead, he quickly asked Mile how many people had reached level 10. Mile immediately responded that there were 56. Curious about his question, she asked why he wanted to know. Chen Luo requested that Mile pass along a message to prepare these 56 members for advancement to king level and to inform them about the imminent monster descent. They had the choice to accept his help to advance quickly, but those who did had to fight at the forefront, with cowardice being met with death. He also asked to convey a message to Shao Ji to notify the sea tribes to convene the 4th Oceanic Creatures Congress the next day. Having laid out his plans, Chen Luo then kissed Mile on the cheek, murmuring words of gratitude for her hard work. Afterward, he approached the Sea Princess and shared with her a wild plan. As the 4th Oceanic Creatures Congress was convened as usual, Chen Luo staggered to the seashore. The marine creatures were baffled by his appearance and expressed their concern, asking what had happened to him. Chen Luo, pale and weak, simply said, "It's a long story, but what I want to know is if you all will swear eternal loyalty to me." Upon hearing Chen Luo's request for eternal loyalty, the vertical river turtle was the first to declare, "I swear to be loyal to you, Sea King, to the death. Whoever dares to harm you, I shall be the first to extinguish them." Bei also pledged, "I am willing to serve Sea King for life, unwavering until death." Red Lanternfish immediately bellowed, "My loyalty to Sea King can be witnessed by the sun and the moon." Following this, the marine creatures one after another shouted their oaths of loyalty to Sea King, proclaiming that if they were to break their vow, They should be struck by thunder from the heavens 5 times over. Chen Luo feigned extreme weakness, but inside he was chuckling to himself, who is truly loyal to me, we shall soon see. Then, with a dispirited expression, Chen Luo revealed, a traitor has emerged among my confidants. While I was blessing the sea tribes, she stole my divine power, my divine armor, and even attempted to assassinate me. That traitor will likely be pursuing me soon. I need everyone to do their utmost to hold her off for 1 hour until my divine power can be restored. But before he could finish, a voice filled with cold murderous intent echoed along the shoreline, Sea King, your time has come. As the voice fell, a figure clad in purple armor wielding the king's sword appeared midair, the antagonist of the day, the dark witch Sea Princess. At that moment, Zhang Bao coldly challenged, who dares to disrespect Sea King? To strike at a god, you must step over my dead body. As soon as these words fell, Sea Princess exuded a terrifying aura, her voice emanating a chilling coldness. Today, I'm only here to execute Sea King. Those who don't wish to die, stay out of the way, or be ready to face a god's wrath. Upon hearing this, Red Lantern Fish immediately roared with righteous indignation, what arrogance! Not only do you insult Sea King's majesty, you dare to commit deicide. Everyone, follow me, let's fight to buy time for Sea King. That, under the direction of Red Lantern Fish, the sea creatures launched a ferocious offensive against Sea Princess. What of an Emperor-level fighter? If so many attacks hit, surely she cannot withstand them, they thought. Which was why the sea creatures remained somewhat calm. To everyone's horror, however, Sea Princess, who had taken so many hits, did not suffer even a scratch. It became evident that this woman had indeed stolen Sea King's divine power, or she would not have been able to defend like this. Then, with a sneer, Sea Princess uttered, you had the choice of heaven, yet you did not walk it. Hell had no gate, yet you've broken through it. With these words, she unleashed a devastating ground-splitting slash towards the sea. In the next second, the marine creatures were catapulted into the air like flying fish. Seeing this, Chen Luo, the drama king, didn't dawdle and instantly pretended to be blown away by the shockwave with great exaggeration. As Chen Luo touched the ground, Sea Princess suddenly appeared before the Sea King in a blink, and the climax was set to unfold. With a shout from Sea Princess commanding Sea King, meet your demise, a massive dark magic missile fiercely shot towards Chen Luo, who now had no escape. Just as the missile was about to hit, a shadowy figure suddenly swooped in front of him. At this critical moment, it was Red Lanternfish who stepped forward, taking the fatal blow for the Sea King, whispering with her dying breath, as long as I stand, you shall not harm the Sea King in the slightest. Chen Luo, witnessing this scene, stood frozen, taken aback by the unexpected loyalty of Red Lanternfish. Then Sea Princess, clapping her hands, mockingly said, such loyalty to one's master is truly touching. However, Sea King, you can't escape your fate today. She proceeded to trap the marine creatures that had genuinely fought against her in a dark barrier, while those who were slackers or pretenders were left aside. Chen Luo urgently cried out, encouraging everyone to hold on as his divine power was on the verge of returning, asserting that with united efforts, they could capture her with at most a loss of 20 or 30 comrades. Upon hearing this, some marine creatures stopped pretending and defected to the enemy, including Chen Luo's personal maid Beibei. Although it was all a play directed by Chen Luo, the defection of so many creatures still disappointed him. Even Red Lanternfish began to reproach Beibei. How could you do this? Beibei retorted that she was merely seeking a powerful patron and did not wish to join Chen Luo in death. Just then, Vertical River Turtle stealthily approached the Sea King and, lifting the weakened Chen Luo, proudly announced to Sea Princess, Great Sea Princess, I have captured the Sea King for you. I am ready to serve you as the new deity of the sea. In the moment of Vertical River Turtle's smug satisfaction, Red Lanternfish immediately cast a mental illusion spell, leaving him looking foolish and unwittingly releasing Chen Luo. Taking advantage of the situation, Big Sea Turtle wasted no time and employed the mountain's crushing weight technique, pinning Vertical River Turtle underneath. Filled with righteous fury, he berated, you ungrateful beast. Today I shall sever family ties and remove you, the calamity, for the Sea King. Meanwhile, Zhang Bao sought to buy time for the Sea King by facing Sea Princess alone. But Sea Princess, having taken a liking to the plot, instantly eliminated Zhang Bao with the Light of Annihilation technique, murmuring that her brother had said that the play wouldn't be complete without the death of 1 or 2 sea creatures. However, this act of violence did not deter the loyal creatures. Instead, it invoked their ferocity. They collectively roared, "For the glory of the Sea King. Let's fight this battle out." At this juncture, Chen Luo, the overall director, had also found the answer he sought. The play had reached its end. He then pronounced with modulation in his voice, "Everyone has worked hard. My divine power has returned." He thought to himself that it was essential to play up to the situation. Failing to show even a hint of a miracle would simply lack flair. Chen Luo pointed to the sky and shouted loudly, "I say, do you believe in light?" As soon as the words fell, a holy beam of light really appeared in the dark sky, enveloping the sea princess within it. The marine creatures watching the scene were shocked and started exclaiming, "This is too miraculous. Long live Lord Sea King," and Sea Princess screamed in pain within the beam of light. At that moment, Chen Luo slowly floated into the air and indifferently said, "Divine power, annihilate." In the next second, Sea Princess disappeared as if she had evaporated from the world. Although Sea Princess was actually banished back to base by Chen Luo using spatial powers, in the eyes of all the marine creatures, the strong opponent that they all together could not defeat was just taken down by Lord Sea King with one move. However, many of the marine creatures were shocked and felt uneasy at the same time, wondering if Lord Sea King had noticed their treacherous behavior during the commotion, especially Bebe, who immediately fell to the ground with a thud, crying out, "Lord Sea King, I realized my mistake. I won't dare to do it again." The marine creatures who had turned traitors earlier also knelt down honestly, praying in their hearts that Lord Sea King would forgive them this once. But just then, Red Lanternfish suddenly ran over and shouted, "Not good, Lord Sea King. Jian Bao has sacrificed himself." Hearing this, Chen Luo smiled slightly and said, "Take a closer look. Is it really dead?" Upon hearing these words, the marine creatures went forward to check carefully and confirm that indeed it was dead, with no signs of life left. Seeing that the atmosphere had been heightened to this extent, Chen Luo then nobly declared, "Jian Bao was loyal and protected his lord, and he bought precious time for me to recover my divine power. As a reward, I will use my divine power to bring him back to life." Upon hearing this, all the marine creatures present were astonished, exclaiming, "How is that possible? Did Lord Sea King just say he will bring back the dead?" But under the incredulous gazes of everyone, Chen Luo shouted loudly, "Divine power, revive." And in the next second, Jian Bao actually slowly opened his eyes and quickly exclaimed, "Wasn't I killed in battle? Is this heaven?" Chen Luo immediately said with a straight face, "Those who believe in me shall have eternal life. Even the king of hell cannot take Jian Bao away from me. That's my word." It turned out that the holy light beam and the miraculous resurrection were actually the work of Millie, hiding in the air and helping secretly. This instantly baffled all the marine creatures, who started exclaiming, "Believers in Sea King shall have eternal life." From now on, all members of the marine tribes swear loyalty to the Sea King. After all, if Lord Sea King can revive us, what do we have to fear? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo was ecstatic, silently praising himself. This act was a smashing success. From now on, at my command, these marine creatures will be fearlessly loyal. Just then, Red Lanternfish said indignantly, "Lord Sea King, how shall we deal with these traitors?" Chen Luo replied coldly, "Kill them. Their actions have deeply disappointed me." As his words fell, the loyal marine creatures immediately began to purge the traitors. Then, he collected the corpses of these creatures into his spatial ability, saying with great righteousness, "Although these ungrateful beings betrayed me, in consideration of our past master-servant relationship, I shall personally lay them to rest. Everyone, you may leave now." While Chen Luo said this, he was thinking to himself, "This is a windfall. 96 king-level crystals and bodies will more than suffice to elevate 56 level 10 members to king level." However, at that moment, Chen Luo suddenly thought of a loophole. A single king-level crystal can promote a level 10 being. After promoting them, killing them not only recovers a king-level crystal, but also grants a king-level corpse. Feeding the corpse to the enchanting tree would yield a king-level fruit. This is a buy one get one free deal. With this in mind, he immediately notified everyone telepathically, "If you encounter any level 10 enemies, don't kill them outright, capture them alive." Then, Chen Luo delivered the king-level marine creature corpses to the enchanting tree, which was overjoyed. "Cooperating with you is the best decision I have made in my tree life. Now, I'm feasting on high-quality meat until I'm sick of it." Chen Luo didn't waste words, and directly inquired whether it had broken through in strength. "You've consumed so many corpses, and shared half of the king-level fruits. You should have broken through by now. He thought if the tree didn't have emperor-level potential, giving it the fruits would be wasteful. Upon hearing this, the enchanting tree hurriedly explained that it had indeed gained significant strength, but seemed to have hit a bottleneck, and was unable to progress further. Could I get an advance of 10 fruits to see if I can break through? Chen Luo readily agreed to the enchanting tree's request, since its advancement to emperor level would benefit everyone. Now, it's time for me to focus on comprehending my skills. A month later, Chen Luo's signature technique had once again made a breakthrough. The range of his void walking had shattered all norms. He could now go anywhere on Blue Star with just a thought. His void walking could not only reach the heavens, but also traverse the deepest oceans. Rice was shocked upon hearing this, and immediately begged Chen Luo to take her to the moon. Chen Luo patted Rice on the shoulder and said seriously, I can't fulfill this request for now. First, taking someone with me would greatly increase the consumption. And second, the distance is indeed too far. I'm not completely confident about it. But for now, I can take some pictures on the moon for you. With that, Chen Luo performed a void walk to the moon, and was pleasantly surprised to find that his emperor-level physique didn't require a spacesuit in space. But just then, an astronaut approached Chen Luo. He rushed over and started talking incessantly. After conversing, Chen Luo learned that Jill was an astronaut who had lost contact with Blue Star shortly upon arriving on the moon, and had survived till now with the abundant supplies in the space station. He then eagerly asked Chen Luo why he had suddenly appeared, and what had happened on Blue Star. Hearing this, Chen Luo did not keep him in the dark and immediately told him about the apocalypse that had erupted. He also asked if he had seen anything strange on the moon. Jill hastily said that indeed he had. When he had just arrived at the moon, a blue and a black orb suddenly appeared near the Earth. The two orbs then violently collided, causing an explosion. Eventually, the black orb plummeted towards the Earth. On hearing this, Chen Luo immediately went pale with shock. That black orb must be the original owner of the divine gear. No doubt about it. The timing of its fall coincided exactly with the onset of the apocalypse. The cause of the apocalypse was this dark power user, who had been reduced to nothing by his opponent's single attack. His flesh and blood contaminated the entire Earth. Thinking of this, Chen Luo quickly asked Jill about the other blue orb. Did it also fall to Earth? Jill immediately said that it was too fast, and he did not see it clearly. Hearing this, Chen Luo fell into deep thought. Judging by the color of the orbs, Chen Luo guessed that the one who defeated the Divine Gear's original owner must be an ice power user. He then took some supplies out of the extraordinary space, and gave them to Jill as thanks. Jill was just about to ask Chen Luo to stay with him a little longer when the latter disappeared with a void walk. After returning to base, Thunder King eagerly shouted, Master, I have advanced to Emperor level, and Congealed Frost has also reached the pinnacle of King level. Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately walked into the room, murmuring to himself whether Congealed Frost had also been working hard lately. Hearing this, Congealed Frost smirked and said, Impressive, right? I'm just one step away from advancing to Emperor level. As soon as this was said, a terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in Chen Luo's mind. Congealed Frost is an ice power user, and her tears can restore extraordinary powers. Most crucially, she does not experience pain during her advancement. Could she be the blue orb that defeated the Divine Gear's original owner? But soon he dismissed his own guess. If that were the case, he would have died 100 times over when he first offended Congealed Frost. Congealed Frost's uniqueness might just be because she ate a piece of flesh from the blue orb after it was injured. Just then, Rice suddenly shouted that there was big trouble. She sensed that the time for the monsters to descend had been moved up. They would arrive on Earth in 15 days. Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately asked if she could sense the outcome of the upcoming battle. Rice then said with a worried face, judging by the outcome, the crisis seems to have been averted. But in a sense, it is also a failed ending. Rice didn't know why she had such a strange premonition. It appeared to be a success on the surface. But in reality, it was a failure. Moreover, she had a vague premonition that there was a shocking secret hidden in Antarctica. It was absolutely necessary to avoid that place and especially to keep Chen Luo from knowing. Because the time was not right. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo was greatly startled and hurriedly asked Rice if she could calculate the time and location of the monster's arrival. Hearing this, Rice did not hesitate and immediately began her foresight. She quickly calculated that the monsters would arrive around 1 o'clock in the afternoon and half a month descending in a forest in the western part of Plum Continent. Half a month later, after arranging everything, Chen Luo came to the predicted location of the monster's descent ahead of time to survey the situation. Sure enough, as Rice had foretold, not long after his arrival, he sensed a strange spatial fluctuation. Subsequently, a gigantic blue-green gate, dozens of meters long and 100 meters high, materialized out of thin air in the forest. As the vast spatial gate slowly opened, the next second, countless monsters of various forms startlingly appeared on Blue Star. Chen Luo roughly estimated that there were at least 500 to 600 monsters, all of them above king level in strength. Then these monsters unanimously knelt to the ground, paying homage to a large monster in the center, clearly indicating its extraordinary status. Moreover, this creature's eyes were a distinctive red and blue. Upon closer inspection, Chen Luo realized that the red one was not an eyeball, but a gem-like object. What was even more bizarre was that an octopus was clinging onto the creature's back. Could this octopus be an inside agent of the monsters on Blue Star? However, at that moment, the monsters suddenly cried out in unison in their language. In the next second, these heartless monsters began to wail in agony. Chen Luo was somewhat baffled. Could it be that they were weeping for the original master of the divine gear? If that was the case, then it would confirm all of his previous conjectures, based on his memories from his past life. These monsters had come specifically for that set of divine gear, and they must be the kin of the original master of the divine gear. The moment he found the helmet, they had locked onto Blue Star's location, leading to the descent of the monsters. But just then, the monster leader suddenly turned its head towards Chen Luo, giving him quite a fright. He thought to himself that even though he was hiding in a deeper layer of space, he had been discovered. Immediately, Chen Luo switched to another location to hide. But what happened next completely shocked him. He saw the monsters take out a purple crystal and start to absorb energy from it. In just 2 minutes, 13 monsters broke through to Emperor level. Following this, the monster leader babbled on, seemingly planning some sort of action. A pity that Chen Luo could not understand a word. To figure out the monster's next move, Chen Luo decided to capture one and subject it to severe interrogation, having Mengning try to communicate with it. A game of cat and mouse was about to begin. As the monster leader gave an order, the monsters quickly split into 4 groups, each heading in different directions, presumably to advance towards different continents and slaughter all life on Blue Star. This was the scenario Chen Luo was hoping to see. If all 500+ king-level monsters were together, he really wouldn't have the confidence to win this battle. Now, it was as if he had been given the opportunity to break them down one by one. Oddly enough, the 13 Emperor-level monsters did not leave, but stayed to continue absorbing the crystal. This frightened Chen Luo, who thought to himself, what on earth do these monsters intend to do? Could it be that they are trying to advance beyond Emperor level in a short amount of time? Upon realizing the powerful energy contained within the crystal, Chen Luo had an epiphany. No wonder in his past life, even with Emperor level strength, he still couldn't handle some monsters. It was because their power had already surpassed that level. Although Chen Luo wanted to take advantage of their pre-promotion state to eliminate the threat permanently, he knew his current strength was insufficient. The immediate priority was to deal with the scattered monsters first. Chen Luo then followed a squad to Flying Continent, while another headed towards the Kangaroo Continent, Dawn City's stronghold. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo immediately commanded telepathically, eliminate all invaders, not a single monster should escape. The response was immediate, and the forces sallied forth to the battlefield, chanting, "Those who offend our blue planet shall be pursued and vanquished, no matter the distance." Soon, the Dawn City army intercepted the monsters. Seeing the vast number, Thunder King immediately declared his intention to take the lead to distract the monsters, urging the rest to set an ambush and trap them all. Millie instantly offered to boost his status to the maximum, warning Thunder King to be cautious as the enhancement effects would only last for 10 minutes. She then cast Strength, Speed, and a regenerative healing buff on Thunder King. Meanwhile, the monster leader suddenly shouted in disbelief that the decoys they had sent out were under attack. Another monster shook its head, sighing that they too were nothing bait. Despite knowing their master had died, they still had to continue the search for the murderer. It was clear the higher-ups wanted to use them as bait to test the killer's strength. This statement infuriated the monster leader, who sternly reminded everyone to watch their words. The talking monster quickly shut its big mouth, recalling the red gem in the leader's eye, a monitoring device sending live images back to their home planet. The leader solemnly stated that their mission was not only to find the murderer, but also to return the crystals and armor to their home planet, with continuous reinforcements on the way. So, what's the hurry? The leader said. Continue with the plan. Once Thunder King unleashed a terrifying aura, he dashed into the crowd of monsters with a lightning flash. Before the monsters could react, Thunder King appeared before one and sent it flying with a thunderous punch. The monsters were taken aback, exclaiming that this dog's strength must have reached Emperor level. But what of it? They declared, with over 100 of us at King level, we can take him down. Brothers, let's fight together. Thunder King didn't hesitate, instantly speeding out of the encirclement and transforming into a war god, slapping the monsters around. But he quickly realized something was amiss. The monsters' defenses were astoundingly high, and despite Melee's full buffs, he couldn't kill a single one with his slaps. Thunder King then changed his tactic. With a loud cry of thunder, 5 bolts of lightning exploded in the sky, striking down at the crowd of monsters. At this moment, the monsters finally understood that this dog was not a physical fighter, but a lightning ability user with a powerful offensive talent. Thunder King was like a god of thunder, controlling the purple sky lightning to harvest heads, causing screams to pierce the air. Even the monsters not hit by the lightning were fried inside out by the transmitted current. Although this attack inflicted widespread damage on the monsters, it also drained Thunder King significantly. Deciding to quit while ahead, Thunder King resolved to lead the dumb beasts into the ambush, and then annihilate them together. With this thought in mind, Thunder King immediately shouted at the monsters with a sneer. Come chase me, dummies. Although the monsters did not understand what he was saying, they could clearly feel that he was provoking them, so they immediately chased after him with a barrage of attacks. Thunder King pretended to be in a sorry state as he ran, shouting, Stop hitting me. Stop, it hurts. Damn it. It must be said that this dog is truly cut from the same cloth as Chen Luo. But soon, the monsters chasing after them sensed something was amiss. The ones with keen eyesight quickly shouted, There's an ambush ahead. Retreat. But it was too late, as they had already been led by Thunder King into the encirclement. Seeing this, Millie didn't hesitate. Shouting urgently, the leader has ordered a full assault. Leave none alive. Let's go. Upon her command, congealed frost launched the first strike against the enemy. In the next second, a hailstorm fell from the sky, causing widespread damage and slowing the enemies. Sea Princess used the Hand of Darkness to relentlessly reap heads, yelling, Not one of you is getting away today. This terrified the monsters, who exclaimed in panic that there were so many Emperor-level beings among the natives. At that moment, one of the psychic-type monsters shouted, Don't panic. I sense 100-strong King-level reinforcement team is on its way. It must be the backup our leader sent. But what they had been eagerly waiting for turned out not to be their own, but Chen Luo's marine creature army, plunging them into deep despair. Upon witnessing this, a monster roared for its companions to scatter and in the next second, detonated itself, causing heavy casualties to nearby members. Seeing this, the monsters laughed savagely, shouting, Let's self-destruct too. We'll take some of them down with us. But their laughter was abruptly cut short, as Millie calmly cast several healing spells, instantly bringing the wounded back to full health. Then Millie declared confidently, Brothers, charge boldly, with me here. As long as you're not taken out in one hit. I'll have you back to full health in no time. Meanwhile, on the flying continent, the team Chen Luo was following split into 6 squads. Seeing this, Chen Luo wasted no time, immediately following one of the squads, planning to start with them before taking down the others one by one. But just then, the monsters suddenly received an order from their leader, to head to Kangaroo Continent immediately, as a powerful human force had been discovered there, and their forces had been ambushed. Hearing this, the monsters were stunned, exclaiming, Could there be an ambush here as well? But as soon as these words were spoken, Chen Luo eerily appeared in front of them. With a shout of spatial storm, the space around the monsters exploded, and streams of turbulent wind began to lash at their bodies. A monster, gritting its teeth, charged out of the spatial storm, and lunged fiercely at Chen Luo. But just as its claws were about to pierce through him, Chen Luo countered with a spatial banish, sending it back. He then immediately used spatial compression to reduce the storm's range, significantly increasing the frequency of attacks on the monsters. In just 3 minutes, more than 20 king-level monsters fell to Chen Luo's surprise attacks. Meanwhile, on another front, the monster leader said reluctantly, Our warriors sent to the Kangaroo Continent have been ambushed. They've been completely wiped out. A monster immediately turned pale with shock, yelling, Could it be that these natives knew we were coming? To think they even set up an ambush in advance. Just then, the monster leader received yet more bad news. We've been ambushed on the flying continent as well. According to the last message from my dying subordinate, the assailant is an emperor-level space manipulator who also has the ability to teleport. As a fellow space manipulator, the leader understood all too well what teleportation implied. It was a divine skill within their space abilities. I don't possess it, he admitted. I haven't even touched the threshold of such a technique. And to think, in this backwater planet, there emerges a space manipulating genius. This person must not be allowed to live. Thinking this, the monster leader immediately ordered 12 emperor-level elites to hunt down and kill this individual to prevent him from becoming a future threat. Meanwhile, Chen Luo rushed back to his base, furiously casting time acceleration spells on his Tier 10 members. They had to advance before the next wave of monsters arrived. After 2 continuous hours of acceleration, 145 members finally broke through their limits, ascending to king level. But at that moment, Chen Guang suddenly shouted, "Brother Chen, something terrible has happened. Scouts report that a large number of monsters have landed on Kangaroo Continent. What should we do now?" Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately ordered the base to enter a state of first-level combat readiness. Prepare for a tough battle. Cowards will be shown no mercy. He then quickly contacted Big Strong, instructing it to bring the zombie army to Dawn City for a rally. Simultaneously, the monster leader had also assembled his troops near Dawn City. With a tone of regret, he said, "If we had brought the laser cannon, we could have leveled this place in minutes. Poison Cloud, you will lead the charge. Make sure these lowly natives learn of our power." Poison Cloud confidently responded, "Rest assured, my leader, my poison has no cure. Just keep that space genius busy for me. Don't let him teleport me away." The leader quickly reassured, teleportation, though divine, comes at a great cost. If he dares to use it, he'll be left without any means to save himself. And at that point, I'll make sure he has no grave to be buried in. At this moment, Chen Luo also spotted the approaching monster army. He immediately ordered a sortie from the city to meet them in battle. Big Strong leading the zombie horde to encourage them to be willing cannon fodder. Chen Luo tricked them, saying it was only a drill. "Whoever flees will end up like the Sea Tribe before you." With this declaration, the zombie army shouted their willingness to charge into the fray, declaring, "Even if we die, our big brother can bring us back." Only Thorn Queen whispered to Big Strong, "This doesn't seem like just a drill to me." Big Strong hastily replied, "Just hang back a bit during the fight. There's no need to rush forward for real." Then, leading the zombie army out of the base, Big Strong thought to himself, "I must play this leading role. Otherwise, who else would be desperate enough to charge forward? I'm the big brother's confidant. If I die, he's sure to revive me first." Under the leadership of Big Strong, the zombie army launched a kamikaze attack without regard for their own lives. The monsters also immediately threw various abilities at them. Upon witnessing this scene, the zombies were shocked and shouted that this exercise seemed too realistic. They urged each other not to disgrace their leader and to charge together. As the zombie army began to deplete, Chen Luo quickly shouted orders for all members to attack, vowing not to spare any invaders of the Blue Planet. But just as the members rushed out of the base, a strange green rain suddenly fell from the sky. Seeing this, Chen Luo realized the rain was highly toxic. Those who got drenched began to suffer from dizziness, weakness, and even some spat out blood. It turned out that a poison-type monster had tampered with the rain, causing those who were soaked to be poisoned. Although the range of the dark clouds wasn't vast, they were strategically placed on the monster's path of attack. Then Poison Cloud, with a grin, stated that in order to face them, one must first survive his poison rain formation. No sooner had he finished speaking than a pair of pure white wings appeared in the dark sky, blowing away the black clouds with their powerful flapping, while also releasing a warm breeze. The previously poisoned members were cured under the gentle wind. Millie, enveloped in a glowing light at the rear, appeared like a fairy descending to earth, bolstering the morale of all members. Poison Cloud shouted in disbelief that his poison had been neutralized by a lowly inhabitant of the Blue Planet. Seeing this, the monster leader's expression darkened as he muttered about the surprising talents on this planet. Unexpectedly, the Sea Princess appeared on the battlefield clad in divine armor, exciting the monster leader who could not take his eyes off the armor. Although Chen Luo was not fully aware of the monster's ultimate purpose, he knew that this armor was one of their objectives. Thus, Chen Luo arranged for the Sea Princess to lure them away, aiming to eliminate the 300-plus king-level monsters first. At the sight of the divine armor, the 13 Emperor-level monsters, including the leader, were momentarily stunned. They knew that by collecting the full set of armor, they could return to their home planet immediately, even without finding the ancestor's killer. In truth, they did not wish to find the murderer since even their ancestor had fallen at his hands. Facing such a foe would likely lead to certain death. With this realization, the monsters exhibited ecstatic expressions, as the natives had inadvertently helped them assemble the complete set of divine armor. Before the monster leader could speak, the 13 Emperor-level monsters simultaneously charged at Sea Princess. With the boost from her shoes, Sea Princess's speed naturally far exceeded that of the normal Emperor level. It was impossible for these fools to catch up to her. However, the monster leader soon sensed something was amiss. Just when they were about to catch her, this woman would suddenly increase the distance between them. Clearly, she was kiting us. No good, a monster said with eyes full of rage. Leader, should we use our trump card to snatch the divine armor? Upon hearing this, the leader immediately rejected the suggestion. The trump card is only for dealing with the murderer. Otherwise, if we encounter him without it, we won't even have a chance to escape. Let's go back and join the main force first. Deal with the other natives before sorting her out. Meanwhile, Chen Luo was having the time of his life on the battlefield. Every time a monster would use a powerful skill, he would banish another monster into the void to use as a meat shield. This caused great panic among the monsters, and no one dared to release their big moves lightly anymore. Seeing the Emperor-level monsters return to the battlefield, Chen Luo was quite disappointed, thinking to himself that his strategy must have been seen through. So he quickly called his sister back using telepathy. Meanwhile, the monster leader was intently counting how many times Chen Luo had used spatial walking. Although it couldn't believe that the opponent had used it over 40 times. How many more times can you use your spatial divine skill? It thought. Once your energy is depleted, your end will come. With this in mind, the leader quickly ordered the other Emperor-level monsters to join the battle, but not to rush attacking the spatial talent, for teleportation is truly an unsolvable skill. At this moment, the leader had already quietly set his sights on Millie, thinking to himself, target the healers first in team fights. So I will start with this woman. In the blink of an eye, the monster leader had silently charged a dimensional blade, releasing it at the unsuspecting Millie with incredible speed. Other types might not notice, but Chen Luo, being of the spatial type, was sensitive to any space fluctuations and would not miss them. Trying to play dirty with me. Ha, you're still too green, Chen Luo thought. Just 2 meters before the dimensional blade could reach Millie, Poison Cloud suddenly appeared involuntarily behind her. Poison Cloud was frightened out of its wits, its expression about to turn bewildered when the dimensional blade had already cleaved it in half. Seeing this, the monster leader's face was filled with disbelief. It couldn't believe that it had accidentally killed one of its own. How did that boy know I was going to strike? He shouldn't have had enough energy to activate instant movement again. Little did it know, the space divine skill, which seemed extremely draining in its eyes, was almost negligible for Chen Luo. Seeing this, all the monsters abandoned long-range attacks and reluctantly switched to close combat. At this moment, Sea Princess also arrived on the battlefield and immediately summoned several Eyes of Darkness. The Emperor-level monsters saw this, but did not attempt to stop her, mockingly saying that the woman must be brain-damaged. We just need to stay out of the array's range, right? But as soon as the words fell, all 12 Emperor-level monsters found themselves uncontrollably positioned right in the center of the Eyes of Darkness. The next second, the Eyes of Darkness began their merciless firing. One monster struggled to speak. Leader, didn't you say that this divine skill couldn't be used many times? Why can he still move all of us into the array? Hearing this, the monster leader was silent for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. Trust me, this divine skill is incredibly draining of energy. He definitely can't use it many more times. Upon hearing this, the monsters all began to try to forcibly break through the constraints of the formation. However, time and time again, they were teleported back into it by Chen Luo. Seeing this, Sea Princess didn't dilly-dally. She promptly rewarded each of the foolish creatures with a crippling weakness. At the same time, Chen Luo also inflicted them with a time-slowing spell, instantly reducing their speed manifold, rendering them unable to evade the attacks of the Dark Eyes. At this moment, one of the monsters, with a ferocious light in its eyes, shouted, "I can't take this anymore." If this continues, we will lose. If we don't use our trump card now, we'll all die. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the monster transformed into a pool of black liquid. In the blink of an eye, it became a beast emanating a strong, sinister aura, with a creepy cackle escaping its lips. Chen Luo immediately sensed trouble because the creature's power was definitely above emperor level. However, he thought to himself that such a drastic power increase in such a short time surely couldn't last. With this in mind, Chen Luo promptly used a time acceleration spell on the creature. To this, the beast just scoffed at him and then turned to attack Sea Princess nearby. Thankfully, the armor activated a shield just in time, and Sea Princess narrowly escaped disaster. Knowing the shield wouldn't last long, Chen Luo understood he had to deal with the monster quickly, or his sister's life would be in peril. So, he further accelerated time. Unexpectedly, even after 2 minutes of continuous acceleration, the creature showed no signs of dissipating. Far from perishing, the monster broke through Sea Princess's shield. It was only then that Chen Luo realized this creature was not a short-lived existence. He immediately cast a spatial banishment on the monster, sending it hundreds of miles away, thinking to himself that this move could only buy them a little time. Now it's time for me to play my ace, he thought, as he instructed his sister to hold on, assuring her he would be right back. However, no sooner had Chen Luo left than the monster silently returned. To Sea Princess's utter surprise, the creature did not immediately attack her, but instead charged straight at her dark eyes. With several booming explosions, the dark eyes, conjured by the divine gear, were effortlessly destroyed by the monster. Seeing this, Sea Princess didn't waste any time. She immediately used the boots from her divine gear to activate a speed boost and fled. The monster let out a slight chuckle. Trying to run? It's not that easy. As the words fell, with unbelievable speed, it grabbed Sea Princess in its grasp, frightening her greatly. She quickly unleashed a dark deterrence in an attempt to use a psychic attack to break free, but to no avail. The move had no effect on the beast. Then, Sea Princess plunged her sword fiercely into the monster's chest, but even the divine sword could not inflict any damage. At this moment, Sea Princess was utterly bewildered, wondering what level this monster was. Even clad in a full set of divine gear, she found herself powerless to fight back. Just as the monster was about to forcefully take the divine gear, Chen Luo arrived just in time with Zhang Chusui via Void Walk. Pointing at the black monster, he shouted urgently for her to immobilize it. Hearing this, Zhang Chusui didn't hesitate and immediately used Time Stop on the creature. The next second, the hand that was about to strip off the armor came to a sudden halt. This threw the monster leader into a panic, who urgently yelled for his minion to hurry up and seize the divine gear, wondering why it was just standing there. The creature seemed not to hear and remained motionless. It dawned on the monster leader that the culprit for this was the girl Chen Luo had brought to the battlefield. It must be her control over the creature, likely with a time stop, a rare ability, 1 in a billion even across the universe. If the higher-ups heard of this, support would surely arrive sooner. With this revelation, the monster leader couldn't help but laugh out loud, mumbling Zawarudo, Zawarudo. Although Chen Luo didn't understand the meaning behind its words, he took the creature's delight as an opportunity to take their lives. He sent out a telepathic message to all his allies to rally to his side and focus their firepower to eliminate the monsters. After giving the instruction, he silently charged up a dimensional blade and hurled it at an incredible speed towards the monster. To his shock, though the dimensional blade hit its forehead squarely, it failed to kill the creature. The split head healed at a visible rate, leaving no trace behind, and the monster returned to peak condition. Chen Luo was genuinely alarmed, realizing that even his strongest attack skill could not harm the beast. He pondered whether he should use that move. Just then, Zhang Chushui, out of breath, said, "Brother Chen, my powers are almost depleted. I can only use Time Stop one more time. Everyone must seize this opportunity." With that, she cast her final Time Stop on the creature. Thunder King didn't idle either. He immediately executed his fusion ability, the Wind Thunder Palm, and struck the monster with a fierce blow. Yet this attack still did no damage. Seeing this, Chen Luo was stunned. He had to admit this creature was as resilient as a cockroach. Since attacks were ineffective, it seemed he had no choice but to resort to that move. If he could banish it to the deep spatial rift, even if the spatial storms didn't shred it, it would be trapped and eventually die there. At that moment, Chen Luo crossed his legs and levitated, beginning his attempt to rupture space. Soon, a spatial rift appeared behind him, and as he infused it with the force of space, the layers of space began to fracture. By the time he reached the seventh layer, a wormhole-like crack had emerged behind him, swirling with numerous space storms. Then, Chen Luo, with a smirk, said, "Your end has come." With that, he unleashed spatial banishment on the black monster. In the next second, the creature appeared at the entrance to the rift, looking utterly bewildered. Before it could make sense of the situation, Chen Luo kicked it squarely in the rear, propelling it into the abyss-like crack, muttering bye-bye as he did so. With a wave of his hand, the spatial rift vanished silently into the sky. Although this completely dealt with the black monster, because this also meant that it had lost a crystal above the Emperor level. However, the crisis was now averted. Without the formidable black monster, dealing with the common Emperor-level creatures became much simpler. With this thought, Chen Luo immediately sounded the charge for attack. The situation quickly became one-sided. Congealed Frost took charge of controlling a large area, freezing any escaping creatures with her powerful abilities. Thunder King charged into the fray, reaping the weakened Emperor-level creatures. Through the concerted efforts of everyone, Dawn City, led by Chen Luo, achieved ultimate victory. However, there were no smiles on their faces as many comrades had fallen heroically in battle, and the survivors bore grave injuries. Although it was a Pyrrhic victory, it was an outcome beyond Chen Luo's wildest dreams from his previous life, where humanity perished following the monster's arrival, with only him surviving by the skin of his teeth using void walking. At this time, Chen Luo spoke passionately. "Those who threaten our blue star, no matter how far, shall be vanquished. Though we've lost many brothers in this battle, rest assured, Mi Li will resurrect them shortly." Just then, Thunder King suddenly threw the monster leader in front of him, stating that he had kept two alive as per instructions, to verify their truthfulness during interrogation. Chen Luo then called Meng Yin to communicate with the monster leader through telepathy. The leader was surprisingly cooperative, probably thinking that once reinforcements arrived, it would be saved. The mere presence of the time manipulator was enough reason for the clan leader to come to Blue Star personally. At that time, all of them would have to. Through Meng Yin's translation, it was learned that the monster leader, named Bu Dua, had come to Blue Star to search for their ancestors' whereabouts. However, it seemed the ancestor had met with misfortune, so they were ordered to retrieve the godly equipment at all costs. This equipment, crafted by exhausting the ancestor's resources, was critical. Hearing this, Chen Luo knew Bu Dua wasn't lying, as their arrival had been marked with tears. Continuing the interrogation, Chen Luo asked, "What is that red eyeball of yours? You wouldn't mind if I took a look, would you?" Upon hearing this, Bu Dua shouted, "I've been cooperative enough. What more do you want? Do you Blue Star natives even have any sense of reason?" Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately struck back with a loud slap, shouting, "What right do you have to talk about reason with me?" Following that, Chen Luo forcibly removed the gem from the creature, demanding, "Spill it. What does this thing actually do? Or else don't blame me for being ruthless." With no other choice, the monster revealed the function of the stone. "This object has the ability to record and transmit what I see back to our home planet in real time. That means everything that's happened here is already known to our clan leader. Ha ha ha, just wait for your doom." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo slapped it several times more, scoffing, "Who allowed you to laugh? Speak, when will your reinforcements arrive?" Bu Dua first fell silent for a moment, before truthfully saying, "Within 3 days, our clan leader will descend upon Blue Star personally. His power far exceeds your comprehension, though your time stopping is indeed unsolvable. You could at most hold him for half a second." Hearing this, Chen Luo hastily inquired, "What level is your clan leader, and how is your strength classified?" Bu Dua informed Chen Luo that their powers are categorized as king level, emperor level, and sovereign level, and beyond that are demigod level and divine level. "The minions I brought are all at king level. My 12 kin and I are at emperor level. The one you banished into the spatial rift is at sovereign level, and our clan leader is a demigod level powerhouse. 100 sovereign levels would not match a demigod level." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo was frozen on the spot, thinking, let alone demigod level, we don't even have a sovereign level among us. When that demigod level being descends upon Blue Star, how am I supposed to face him? Bu Dua explained that only those who have reached demigod level have the qualification to break through to divine level. However, one cannot advance to divine level merely through absorbing crystals. It depends on the individual's insight. 99% of demigod levels will not break through this barrier in their lifetime, while a few understand the mystery within a few years and ascend to divinity. From what I've observed about you, your mastery of teleportation is nearly magical. In the entire universe, only a select few space-related geniuses have grasped such a divine technique, but they can only use it a limited number of times. Unlike you, who can use it infinitely. If you have the chance to advance to demigod level, you are very likely to ascend on the spot to divinity with your understanding of teleportation. However, I have never heard of anyone directly becoming a god. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo was utterly baffled. Is it that hard? As a survival expert, shouldn't mastering such a skill be expected? I don't have time for your flattery. Just tell me what level your ancestor is, and who took him down. Bu Dua quickly confessed everything. My ancestor was at the divine level. The one who took down my ancestor is a divine level ice element user. That's all I know. But one thing is for sure, that ice user must have been seriously injured, and is probably hiding somewhere on Blue Star, secretly healing. Chen Luo was shocked at the realization that there was a divine level being on Blue Star, thinking that an encounter would mean certain death, without even knowing how it came about. Seeing his reaction, Bu Dua immediately began to spout nonsense with a serious look. We really don't need to be mortal enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We could actually collaborate. When our clan leader arrives, we could join forces to find that ice divine level being. He's seriously injured, and if you could just use your time powers to hold him for a moment, our clan leader is confident he can finish him off. Afterward, we'll give you resources to ascend to demigod level. Chen Luo wasn't fooled, thinking that cooperation is a matter between equals, and they surely had ulterior motives. He dismissed the offer with a non-committal. I'll think about it, to express sincerity in forming an alliance. Bu Dua hastily offered a sovereign-level space crystal as a gift. Chen Luo then realized why they had an extra crystal upon their arrival on Blue Star. It was from a storage ring. Without further politeness, Chen Luo snatched the ring and found inside 4 emperor-level crystals and 2 mysterious books, which delighted him greatly. He said, I accept your gesture. I'll consider the collaboration. Stay here and behave. I've got other things to handle. Then, he went to Rice to discuss how to deal with the incoming demigod level. Rice disdainfully remarked, just a small fry. Not worth the fuss. Startled, Chen Luo exclaimed, you're calling a demigod level a small fry? Are you joking? Rice just laughed, saying, didn't that guy travel through a space tunnel? Accidents on such a long journey are normal. Don't worry, he's just coming here to be defeated. However, I sense that the injured divine level has healed and will seek us out the day after tomorrow. That's what you should be concerned about. At this revelation, Chen Luo became anxious. Should we consider allying with the demigod level then? But Rice quickly dismissed this idea. This is not something that small fry can handle. But that divine level needs to die. And you are key to this. If you can't do it, Blue Star will be no more. Only you can complete this mission. Hearing this, Chen Luo was horrified. I'm just an emperor level. 3 whole realms below a divine level. How can I contend with a divine level? That's like asking a kindergartner to box with Tyson. It's absurd. Though Chen Luo knew nothing about the power of a divine level, he inferred its extent from the legacy of the deity, which had influenced all life on Blue Star. The sea princess ascended to emperor level just by consuming a piece of his flesh. Eating more could potentially raise her to sovereign level. And that was merely a passive reaction from his death. The ice divine level being had actually killed this entity. Asking him to take on such a being seemed like an impossible tale. But Rice seemed unconcerned and indicated that it wasn't about strength when it came to killing him. She felt that as long as Chen Luo could make good use of his space-time abilities, he could successfully kill the adversary. You need to think about it carefully, she said. Hearing this, Chen Luo wandered towards his room in a daze, starting to sum up and conclude his abilities. He dismissed the spatial abilities. They were good enough for escape, but hopeless for killing a divine level being. As for time abilities, he had only mastered time acceleration. Could he possibly accelerate the divine level being to death? Theoretically, it made sense. But to accelerate a divine level being to death, not to mention whether his abilities were strong enough, in that time span, a mere flick of the adversary's finger could end him. Could it be that Rice was suggesting he use space-time summoning to borrow strength from his future self? Budwa had mentioned that he had the potential to reach divine level. Given enough crystals, perhaps in 3 to 5 years, he could advance to demigod level. The time span wasn't too long. He should be able to summon his future self. He had used this tactic against the sea god by how before. It should be feasible. Strictly speaking, what he summoned last time was his past self, not his future self. Hence, he must master the art of future spacetime summoning as soon as possible. With the solution in mind, Chen Luo started to ponder deeply. To his dismay, he had no clues even as night deepened, leading him to a state of utter despair. He then questioned his soul. Why had the task of saving the world fallen on him? And why had he been reborn? At this thought, Chen Luo suddenly had a bold idea. Could it be that in his previous life, he had also awakened the dual spacetime abilities without realizing it? He vividly remembered that in his past life, while burying himself amidst immense despair and loneliness, he longed for the days before the apocalypse, surrounded by friends and endless food. He wished to return to the past. And then he did, finding himself back before the apocalypse broke out. Chen Luo had an epiphany. Maybe he hadn't been reborn at all. Perhaps in his extreme despair, he had used space-time retrogression. Now, he knew how to deal with that divine-level being. If he could regress the being to the time when his injuries were most severe, victory would be easily in his grasp. At that time, that being wouldn't even dream of killing him. He might not even be able to move. Meanwhile, on the other side, the chief of the Budwa clan almost couldn't help burst into pig-like laughter upon learning that there was a time series user on Blue Star. He originally just wanted to retrieve his father's divine armor, but unexpectedly discovered a time series user. A time series crystal was worth more than 100 sets of armor. Thinking of this, he immediately contacted the space series big shot, Time Trace, to request the construction of a spatial tunnel to Blue Star, claiming that his father died there and he had to personally go to retrieve his father's remains. Upon hearing this, Time Trace immediately said that he was close friends with his father and he wouldn't mind helping, but he cautioned that teleporting at demigod level through a space tunnel could be problematic, especially over such a distance with many uncertainties. He asked if Barrow was certain he wanted to go himself. Barrow firmly stated that his mind was made up and implored Time Trace to oblige. Although he spoke of retrieving his father's corpse, he was actually thinking about the fortune to be had. A time series user on Blue Star was a priceless treasure. Subsequently, Time Trace began constructing the spatial tunnel, Barrow carefully watching, not daring to breathe too loudly, his heart full of excitement, silently thinking about how he was about to get the time series crystal. Approximately 2 hours later, the spatial tunnel to Blue Star was completed. Normally, Time Trace would meticulously check the tunnel after construction, but just then, a woman's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Do you have time now? The answer to what you want to know is ready. Come to me quickly." Hearing this, Time Trace was visibly shaken, and promptly replied respectfully, "Please wait, Violet. I will come immediately." Seeing this, Barrow quickly asked what was happening to Time Trace, but Time Trace didn't have time to chat. He simply said the spatial tunnel was finished, and then turned to leave, thinking to himself that although he had not checked the tunnel, he couldn't make Violet wait. He had previously informed him of certain risks, so if anything did happen, it wouldn't be his fault. The one calling Time Trace was a causality series user. Although Violet only had king-level strength, she was an extraordinary existence that could control causality. It was said that several divine-level beings who had intended to harm her had all without exception suffered causality's retribution and met with miserable deaths. And even if Violet were unfortunate, she would quickly be reborn in another cycle. About 2 hours later, Time Trace arrived at Violet's planet. Over the years, he had served her like a dog to glean from her mouth his own causality, which had earned him a bit of her favor. Then he respectfully said, "Please tell me the answer, Violet." Without hesitation, Violet said that in the near future, he would become enemies with an emerging space series genius, and that he might even die by his hand. Hearing this, Time Trace turned pale with shock and shouted, "Is this my fate? Please tell me who this person is and where he is so I can take precautions." Violet smiled slightly and said, "Although I don't know the details about this person, I sense that soon someone will voluntarily tell you about him. You just need to wait patiently at home." Upon hearing this, Time Trace quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Violet, for informing me in advance. I will spare no expense to snuff out this threat in its cradle." Meanwhile, on the other side, Rice sensed a piece of fantastic news. That demigod-level weakling had encountered danger in the space tunnel, and in 2 hours, he would be dead on arrival, delivering a great gift to them. This delighted Chen Luo immensely, who promptly inquired about the other, the divine-level individual, and when he might be able to rid himself of this thorn in his side. Rice responded seriously, that person will appear soon, coming to you today. But now is not the time to deal with him. No matter what he does or says, you must endure. You must keep a low profile until the right moment arrives. Chen Luo, eager to know when this moment would come, got a vague response from Rice, who stroked his chin and said gravely, I'm not entirely sure when, but it should be in the next few days. It's the gift I've been preparing for you for over a year. When the time comes, you'll have the opportunity to strike down that divine level. But let's not talk about this now. Let me take you to accept that big gift sent by the demigod level. Simultaneously, on the other side, the divine level powerhouse hiding on Blue Star had finally recovered from his injuries. At the moment Ismon's wounds healed, she detected a faint space fluctuation. If I'm not mistaken, this should be someone from the Auburn clan coming here after him. But that guy got blown up by me. If he hadn't had that armor, he couldn't have caused me any serious harm. Now it's time for me to claim what I'm owed. Deciding to check out the situation at the transmission point, she, despite not being able to travel through the void, leveraged her divine level power to reach the vicinity of the space tunnel in just 2 minutes. By this time, Chen Luo and Rice had already arrived at the transmission point. Surveying the carnage, Chen Luo, suppressing his disgust, collected the scattered remains, which were a potent source of energy for the enchanting tree. Aside from the barely alive demigod-level individual, Chen Luo also found 6 sovereign-level crystals. This trip had been incredibly profitable. The gift from the Budwa family had almost provided him with enough resources to ascend to demigod level. Chen Luo thought it best to keep the demigod-level individual alive for now, as he surely knew more than that young greenhorn Budwa. He planned to take him back for interrogation while preventing his recovery. However, just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Although Rice had mentioned that the divine level would soon appear, it still gave Chen Luo a fright, for he had detected no one nearby. If she had chosen to ambush instead of revealing herself, Chen Luo reckoned he would have been killed before he could even attempt to escape through the void. Chen Luo, sweating coldly, turned to face this figure, only to find that this person was not a ferocious alien, but a delicate-looking spiritual woman. Isman glanced over indifferently, and in a second, Chen Luo felt his mind go blank, his body as if submerged in boundless cold. Merely a look from her instilled in him an unprecedented sense of despair. Isman wondered internally. This Barrow was a demigod level, after all. How had he fallen into such a state? Even the most downtrodden demigod level should be invulnerable to such an insignificant human. Could it be that this unfortunate soul encountered an accident during transmission? Better to deal with these few now. For the time being, it's best to keep my whereabouts hidden. Upon making her intentions to act, Isman noticed runes circulating around Rice. Runes invisible to Chen Luo, but crystal clear to her. The sight startled her, disbelief flickering in her eyes. It was the first time she had witnessed rune circulation in someone below the divine level, and these were runes she had never seen before. She quickly consulted a weathered talisman. After comparing the runes with those on Rice, even she, a divine-level powerhouse, was visibly shaken and flushed with excitement. She whispered to herself that these must be the destiny-manipulating runes that transcend causality. With such an ally by her side to attract fortune and repel disaster, she believed she could achieve great feats. She was about to greet Rice, but then realized Rice might not understand her language. So, she gestured to Chen Luo instead. Reluctantly, he approached. Remembering Raya's earlier admonition to not resist whatever the divine-level being did, Isman extended a finger, touching Chen Luo's forehead. And to his surprise, she spoke in the language of the Blue Star. "Young one, may I be a guest at your home?" Despite his reluctance, Chen Luo agreed, as he dared not refuse. Then, turning to Rice, she touched her head and said, "Little sister, the stage of Blue Star is too small. Would you be interested in exploring a bigger stage with me?" Chen Luo realized that Rice had foreseen Isman's interest in her. It was because of Rice that the divine-level being had not attacked him. If he had come alone, he might well have been dead by now. Rice joyfully exclaimed that she had long wanted to see the outside world, but was reluctant to leave just yet. She asked to stay a few more days to bid farewell to her friends. Isman agreed without hesitation. "A few days is fine, as long as you're happy, Lady Rice." At that moment, Chen Luo understood Raya's intentions. It seemed his opportunity to slay a god would come in the next few days. The man has an invincible existence on Blue Star. Not only has he mastered the strongest escape skill, void walking, but he has also awakened a unique time-related ability. Not just that, His cat-eared girl possesses the power to change fate and predict the future. Every time he faces danger, Rice always helps him turn misfortune into blessing. But now, there's an opponent he can't defeat, who wants to take Rice away from him. However, Rice foresaw this crisis a year ago, and used her powers to alter the course of a spatial temporal energy, directing it to Blue Star a year later. In 2 or 3 days, this energy will arrive. And by then, Chen Luo will have the power to slay gods. To ensure he can catch this wave of fortune, Rice quickly said falsely, "I'm willing to go with you, but I need to stay here a few more days to say a proper goodbye to my friends. Also, he's my best friend here. Perhaps you could spare some time these days to guide him." Hearing this, Ismin agreed without a second thought, eager to build a good relationship with Rice, considering such a small request as nothing. Back at the base, Ismin immediately declared that she didn't want anyone disturbing her and Lord Rice, demanding everyone to leave. Chen Luo, without delay, handed Barrow over to Mailing and others for a thorough interrogation. Ismin barely glanced at the others, except for Congealed Frost, who caught her eye. She muttered, "Lucky girl, you found my ice soul pearl." This was precisely why Congealed Frost didn't suffer during her advancement. Unlike other marine creatures who consumed Auburn's flesh, Congealed Frost had consumed the ice soul pearl that fell from Ismin. Then Ismin said solemnly, "Since Lord Rice asked me to guide you, ask me anything you want to know." Chen Luo immediately asked her, "Do you know why our planet turned out like this?" Ismin laughed softly, "It's because Auburn died on Blue Star. His flesh and the dark power within contaminated this planet. Ironically, I feel a bit sorry. I killed him, but inadvertently harmed the life on this planet." Despite her words of apology, she showed no genuine remorse. Chen Luo then asked, "Why did you kill Auburn?" At this, Ismon's expression turned icy. "Because he deserved to die. Back when I was at the demigod level, Auburn, to test his dark abilities, brutally killed all life on my mother planet. I was the only one who escaped that disaster. Later, I grew to the divine level. Do you think I shouldn't have killed him? And that divine armor of Auburn should be with you now. Don't try to lie to me. Weigh your words before you do. I can sense that besides you, there are a few others who carry a hand of Auburn's aura. Hand over that divine armor. You're not worthy of such a treasure. Besides, you can't unleash its true power. Keeping it will only bring you disaster. You can keep the sword for self-defense. I have no use for a dark weapon." Ismon's eyes held an undeniable firmness. If Chen Luo dared any tricks, Ismin might turn hostile on the spot. Seeing this, Rice quickly suggested to give it to her. Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately took out the divine armor from his spatial ability and handed it over to Ismin. After storing the divine armor in her space ring, Ismin took out a crystal. "This thing is of no use to me now. You're quite honest. Kid, this fire element demigod level crystal is yours now. Don't want Rice to think I'm taking advantage of you." Indeed, a crystal was of little value to someone at the divine level. As Budwa had said, ascending from demigod to godhood wasn't about absorbing crystals, but about insight. Yet, how to break through, Budwa couldn't say. So, Chen Luo eagerly asked Ismin how to advance from demigod level to divine level. Ismin didn't hold back. Sufficient crystals can advance you to demigod level, but breaking through to divine level might be a moment's insight. The key is a profound understanding of your elemental abilities. Like your spatial ability, spatial cut. Others might consume 100 units of energy for one use. If you can do it with just 1 unit, that means you have divine level potential. 99% of demigods never break this barrier. Ismin shook her head with a playful smile. "I'm just saying, not to look down on you, but your chances of becoming divine level are slim. That's all I can tell you. You can leave now." After Chen Luo left, everyone asked what happened. Considering the incredible hearing abilities of a divine level being, Chen Luo knew he couldn't let his plans leak. So, he signaled them to stop asking. As Chen Luo walked into the yard, a figure swiftly flew past him from behind. The speed was so fast that Chen Luo barely saw it, making him wonder if it was just an illusion. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Xiaozi was about to sleep with Zhang Chushui. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Zhang Chushui, striking her head and killing her instantly. This frightened Xiaozi immensely. Just as she was about to scream, the killer covered her mouth. "If you don't want to die, control your emotions." Seeing this, Xiaozi quickly sent a mental message to Chen Luo. "Brother Chen, something terrible has happened. Sister Zhang Chushui has been killed by the woman you brought back today." Although Ismin noticed Xiaozi contacting someone, she didn't rush to leave. When Chen Luo arrived, he found Zhang Chushui dead on the ground, with Ismin playing with Zhang Chushui's crystal. Immediately, Chen Luo closed Zhang Chushui's eyes to let her rest in peace, muttering to himself about the injustice. He could only wait to kill this person and then have Millie revive her. Chen Luo dared not show any anger, fearing that Ismin might kill him too. He could only rage helplessly in his heart. Then, Ismin smirked and said, "You must be very angry now." "I can't help it. Temporal crystals are so rare. I can only say I'm sorry." But suddenly, she grabbed Chen Luo by the collar and said coldly, "If Lord Rice learns about this, you know the consequences. Don't ruin my image in her heart. Lord Rice asked me to guide you, so I'll teach you another lesson. I've witnessed the destruction of my homeland, and you've seen your planets being suffer. Why did this happen? Because we were both weak. Only by being strong can we prevent such things. I yearn for power and will stop at nothing. Dignity, pride, all nonsense. Only with great power can you control your destiny. Like you now, your life or death is at my whim. I don't want to kill you, and you live. That's the unchanging law. Survival of the fittest. Might makes right. Understand? This lesson is very precious." Chen Luo lowered his head, hiding the cold gleam in his eyes, and said weakly, "Understood." Upon hearing this, Eisman warned him again. "You must never let Lord Rice know about this. The space system, though special at a low level, becomes ordinary at the divine level. I advise you not to harbor any suicidal thoughts." After Eisman left, Chen Luo sat on the doorstep, quietly staring at the starry sky, thinking, although the time system has given Zhang Chushui enviable abilities, it has also brought her fatal trouble. It really is a case of no guilt in being a common man, but a crime in possessing a jade. The growth of the time system is too difficult. Once you use your abilities, you'll attract others' covetousness. If I didn't have the space system as cover, even Rice couldn't protect me. The next morning, Eisman released a cool flying saucer. Rice watched it with shining eyes. After spending a day together, Eisman found Rice to be playful, and thus took out the aircraft to lure her into playing, intending to deceive and take Rice away early. If Rice agreed to board the aircraft, Chen Luo would never see her again. At that moment, a tremendous surge of space-time energy finally reached Blue Star, creating a huge energy vortex in the sky. Eisman, puzzled, looked up at the sky. In the universe, she had seen common energy storms of wind, fire, ice, and thunder. But this was her first encounter with a space-time one. Chen Luo carefully felt the energy and found it identical to the energy used during his space-time summoning. He then realized, this is the opportunity Rice mentioned. If I can harness this immense power, I can use time reversal to take Eisman back 2.5 years, to the moment she was most seriously injured. Then, the miracle of an emperor level defeating a divine level can occur. Chen Luo immediately used Void Walk to reach the center of the vortex. He felt a familiar sensation from these forces and thought to himself, time reversal requires precise coverage of the target person, so I need to immobilize her before charging up. Then, Chen Luo looked sternly at Eisman and, with a loud shout of time stop, Eisman instantly felt paralyzed. Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't dawdle and immediately condensed all the space-time energy into a giant sword that pierced the heavens. With a cold and merciless gaze, he swung the sword down, saying, "Go, time reversal." Following this, Eisman's body underwent earth-shattering changes. A great amount of black energy emerged on her, frightening her immensely. She cried out in alarm, "Why is the curse Auburn placed on me before dying appearing on me again?" Before Eisman could understand what was happening, the Thunder King struck her with a purple thunderbolt. Chen Luo coldly said, "Strike while the enemy is weak. Everyone, attack together." Chen Luo watched from high above as the god, now resembling a dead dog, lay defeated. The space system is indeed ordinary, but where space falls short, time compensates. How does it feel? The taste of time reversal. At this moment, Eisman finally realized, I never imagined this kid would be a master of spacetime. I've been foolishly opposing spacetime and fate. I deserve this death. After saying this, Eisman died on the spot. Just then, Sea Princess, wielding a divine sword, rushed forward, furiously slashing at Eisman while shouting, "This is for bullying my brother." Chen Luo also remembered his promise to make Sea Princess younger. Previously powerless, he now had the ability. He hurriedly shouted, "Sister, are you ready? I've mastered time reversal, and it's time to fulfill my promise." Hearing this, Sea Princess paused, then excitedly shouted, "Let's do it. I'm ready." Without hesitation, Chen Luo sprinkled a thread of temporal energy onto Sea Princess. Thinking to himself, sister must be over 1,000 years old. Since it's a rare opportunity, let's take her back to before she was 100. To Chen Luo's astonishment, Sea Princess's body suddenly began to shrink rapidly, leaving him dumbfounded. Why is she shrinking? She won't revert to her original form, will she? In the end, to everyone's amazement, Sea Princess turned into a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Chen Luo was shocked. Why did this happen? I used such a small amount of power. However, Sea Princess happily hugged Chen Luo, murmuring, I knew my brother wouldn't deceive me. It's just a pity that my powers have also disappeared due to the reversal. I can't protect my brother anymore. Hearing this, Chen Luo quickly reassured her, don't worry, sister. We have plenty of crystals. In at most half a year, I can bring you back to the peak of the emperor level. Hearing this, Sea Princess smiled brightly. Then from now on, I'll rely on you to protect me, brother. Just then, Rice suddenly shouted, I feel my power has grown stronger. This frightened Chen Luo, who thought to himself, Rice hasn't absorbed any crystals. Why would she suddenly advance? Could it be that Rice's growth is related to fate? For instance, witnessing others' fate. I just killed a divine level being with my emperor level strength and changed my own destiny. Rice witnessed it, so her power increased. It seems Isman really was a bringer of fortune. Thinking this, Chen Luo immediately extracted Isman's crystals and was surprised to find 2 crystals in Isman's head. One was a divine level crystal of the ice system and the other a demigod level crystal of the light system. Chen Luo found it puzzling. Why are there 2 crystals? I've taken crystals from dual system ability users before, but there was only 1 crystal. He then recalled Isman's words, when you have a great realization in one ability, you advance from demigod level to divine level. Isman must have reached the pinnacle of understanding in the ice system, gaining the favor of the ice system's law and advancing to divine level, while the light system remained at demigod level. Hence, a dual system crystal split into 2. He then found a black crystal on Isman, likely Auburn's divine level dark system crystal. Puzzled as to why she didn't store it in a space ring, Chen Luo tried to place the crystals into his own ability space, but found that the 2 divine level crystals, like living entities, couldn't be stored. At that moment, Millie shouted, I've resurrected Zhang Chushui. Sister, you has prepared a big table of delicious food to celebrate. Come and join us. Everyone then raised their glasses, celebrating the end of the crisis. Chen Luo said with relief, it's finally all over. The worst we can expect now is some fodder from the Budwa family. We won't have to live in fear anymore. Rice glanced at Chen Luo. She had foreseen 4 major tribulations for him. The arrival of a monster, a visit by a demigod level to Blue Star, the appearance of a divine level, each more dangerous than the last, and the final one being the most difficult. Not wanting to ruin the mood, Rice decided to keep this ominous news to herself for now. After the celebration banquet, Chen Luo decided to go back to his room to improve his special ability space. He thought that the reason he couldn't keep living things in his space might be due to the absence of time. If he could integrate the power of time into his special ability space, maybe then he could keep living things in it. With this idea, Chen Luo immediately started experimenting. He applied the method of creating a time zone to his special ability space and quickly made a 2 cubic meter time zone. Then, he immediately took out 2 divine level crystals to try. This time, he successfully stored the 2 crystals in his special ability space. However, these weren't real living creatures. He needed to try with a small animal. But just then, Wan Jiangyi's tantrum could be heard outside the door. Hearing this, Chen Luo was immediately furious. Shui Yun had become bald defending against an external enemy invasion. You, on the other hand, run faster than anyone at the sight of a monster. Do you think you're worthy of Shui Yun? And who said I can decide to betroth her? Wan Jiangyi cried. Haven't I done a lot for you without asking for anything in return? Just betroth Shui Yun to me this once. Hearing this, Chen Luo's face darkened. He had intended to use a small chick for the experiment. Since Wan Jiangyi was so ungrateful, he decided to use him instead. Chen Luo smirked and said, Wan Jiangyi, why don't you do a favor for your big brother first? Although Wan Jiangyi sensed something was wrong, he had no choice but to agree. The next second, a black hole appeared in front of him. Before he could react, Chen Luo kicked him into the special ability space. Wan Jiangyi only felt darkness envelop him as he entered a gloomy space. Terrified, he shouted, Big brother, what are you doing? Let me out. I won't marry Shui Yun, okay? Chen Luo ignored him and observed Wang Jiangyi's every move with his consciousness, thinking to himself, since he's shouting so loudly, there must be enough oxygen inside. Let's observe for a few days. If this experiment is successful, I can take everyone into the special ability space when in danger and use void walking to escape with the whole troop. 3 days later, Chen Luo noticed that Wang Jiangyi had stopped making noise. It wasn't due to a lack of oxygen, but because he was too hungry and weak after 3 days. So, Chen Luo quickly let Wang Jiangyi out. Wang Jiangyi was overjoyed and quickly shouted, "Big brother, I know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again." Just as the words fell, a group of Shui Yun's admirers appeared before Wang Jiangyi. Before he could understand the situation, the 3 of them beat him up without a word. Seeing that the special ability space could indeed sustain living beings for a long time, Chen Luo immediately started to make further improvements, muttering to himself that he should first expand it to 10,000 cubic meters. Although it's not needed now, it might come in handy someday. But at that moment, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from outside Dawn City. Could it be the Budwa family sending people over again? Without further thought, Chen Luo immediately left the city to check, only to find the enchanting tree furiously approaching, shouting, "Chen Luo, how dare you deceive me? You said to fend off the monster invasion. I advanced 200 fruits. You promised to compensate me after the battle. You have not shown up till now." Hearing this, Chen Luo didn't hesitate and immediately took out 200 corpses from the special ability space, mumbling an apology for the delay. "Now here's your food, please enjoy. The first 200 fruits you bear from now on are yours. I, Chen Luo, am a man of my word." Upon hearing this, the enchanting tree began to devour the corpses frenziedly. Seeing this, Chen Luo smiled slightly, thinking to himself that since the tree did not possess emperor-level talent, it would no longer enjoy these fruits. He then came up with a plan. At the moment the enchanting tree was about to enjoy the fruits, Chen Luo used a time-stopping ability on the tree and quickly replaced the fruits with apples. When he released the enchanting tree from the time stop, it still sensed something was amiss. "Why does this fruit taste different?" Chen Luo started to blabber seriously. "Perhaps the fruits born from these monsters as nutrients are different. I am a man of my word. You know." Meanwhile, on the other side, the Budwa family, having not heard from their clan leader for a while, tried to contact Barrow but couldn't reach him. The three-eyed elder anxiously suggested, "Could there have been an accident during transmission?" Another elder quickly reassured that it was unlikely, as the tunnel was personally made by Time Trace. And with Barrow's strength, even an accident wouldn't be fatal. Could he have encountered the Ice-type divine level? This suggestion made the three-eyed elder propose that they should seek Time Trace to inform him about the Time Crystal and ask for his help to save Barrow. However, the other elder disagreed, arguing that if Time Trace intervened, the Time Crystal might no longer be theirs. What if Barrow's inability to transmit messages was just an accident, but the three-eyed elder was adamant Barrow is our clan's hope? He must not die. Otherwise, our Budwa family will face complete downfall. If I am wrong, I will bear all consequences. I will go to Time Trace now. Time Trace, at this moment, is waiting at home for news. He refuses no visitors, no matter who they are seeking an audience. All for the sake of Violet's prophecy. Time Trace had even spent a lot of money to hire 3 helpers, all of whom were at the divine level. As soon as he got news of his archenemy, he would immediately take his people to annihilate him. Just then, an elf-like woman entered the great hall and respectfully said, "Master, 2 elders of the Budwa family are outside asking for an audience." Hearing this, Time Trace immediately ordered a maid to bring the 2 up. Normally, Time Trace wouldn't have bothered with such small fry, but this time he agreed without hesitation, as it was a matter of life and death for him. Time Trace then took the 2 elders to a secret room, where they told him everything about the Time Series crystal and the news of a Space Series genius who had mastered the Space Divine technique. Hearing this, Time Trace was shocked and muttered to himself that Violet had not deceived him. This person has even mastered voidwalking, truly a genius of the Space Series. But what of it? There are no resources for advancement on that desolate planet, so I must strangle him in the cradle. When Barrow went there, that guy was only at the Emperor level. By the time I get there, he'll be at most Sovereign level, with 4 divine levels on my side. How could I fear a mere Sovereign level? It's just unfortunate that the space tunnel can't safely transport so many divine levels. Driving a flying saucer, we can reach the Blue Star in at most 2 months. Thinking this, Time Trace quickly said he understood and promised great benefits to the Budwa family once the matter was resolved. Meanwhile, Rice informed Chen Luo about the fourth obstacle and that the person would personally come to the Blue Star to deal with him in 2 months. Chen Luo was so frightened that he shouted, "What should I do?" Rice told Chen Luo that they could only adapt as things unfold. Chen Luo then thought he must urgently improve the special ability space to ensure everyone's safety. So, he accelerated the pace of modifying the special ability space and soon created a 50,000 cubic meter space. An hour before Time Trace's arrival, Chen Luo gathered everyone and stuffed them into the special ability space. Rice then solemnly said, "The divine armor is key to your survival. You must never take it off, or you'll certainly die. It's all up to you now." Hearing this, Chen Luo nodded and then sat down to quietly absorb the crystal. At this moment, Time Trace and his party had already arrived above the Blue Star. Snake Mother said gravely, "Time Trace, you've hired 3 divine levels and more than a dozen demigod levels. You've made such a big move to this remote planet, so you should tell us the purpose of this trip now." Time Trace then shared Violet's prophecy and insisted that the person must die, so he had to strangle him in the cradle. But Snake Mother doubted this approach, questioning if Time Trace's actions today might be the very reason the person would become his enemy in the future. "There's no such thing as baseless hatred. I think you could try to be friends with him." Time Trace immediately dismissed the idea, saying, "Friends? What a laughable word. Are there ever any eternal friends in this universe? He's still weak now. For us, for divine levels and several demigod levels, killing him is easy. Why pretend to be friends? I choose to believe in Lady Violet. I won't be at peace until this potential threat is eliminated. There's no need for further discussion. Eradicate all life on this planet." Time Trace then commanded Snake Mother to quickly find this person, saying, "I want to kill him in one strike without him knowing." Hearing this, Snake Mother nodded her head and immediately started scanning the life on Blue Star with her eyes, covering a large area. Different levels of life appeared as different colors in Snake Mother's eyes. Soon, a sovereign-level fluctuation appeared in Snake Mother's view. Snake Mother then focused intently and saw a figure wearing purple armor sitting cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, Snake Mother said gravely, "Your plan to ambush might not work. That guy might only be sovereign level, but he's wearing Auburn's armor. Even if you are divine level, it's impossible to kill him instantly." Hearing this, Time Trace was shocked and exclaimed, "Is this kid crazy? Who wears armor all the time? Is he extremely afraid of death? I was planning to quietly use a spatial rift to instantly kill him once I found him. Now the plan is completely ruined. But it doesn't matter. He can't escape death anyway. I alone am enough to kill him. You guys help me guard the surroundings to prevent him from escaping." After saying this, Time Trace used Void Walking to approach Chen Luo and immediately executed a spatial lockdown to prevent him from escaping using Void Walking. At this moment, Chen Luo suddenly felt an immense pressure trying to crush him into meat paste. If not for the armor resisting this powerful force, he would have likely exploded already. Chen Luo was alarmed and immediately used Void Walking to leave his original position. Seeing this, Time Trace smiled slightly and clenched his hand again, causing the entire space to experience a void compression. Chen Luo, looking at Time Trace with uncertainty, thought to himself, "Is this person a divine level in space? If I can't beat him, can I still outrun him?" Thinking this, Chen Luo immediately used Void Walking. However, with a bang, it was as if he hit something and was blocked by an unknown force within a region. In his previous life, he had encountered such a situation where the enemy used a barrier to prevent his escape, eventually forcing him to improve his Void Walking to break through barriers. Since then, barriers were just a joke to Chen Luo. At this moment, Time Trace appeared next to Chen Luo using Void Walking and said, "Take off your armor and give it to me, and I can spare your life." Seeing this, Chen Luo was greatly startled and thought to himself, "This guy can also use Void Walking. Better to run first." Saying this, Chen Luo swiftly escaped the spatial lockdown. This scared Time Trace quite a bit as he shouted, "How is this possible? He actually broke through my spatial lockdown. This defies all logic. No one has ever been able to use Void Walking under spatial lockdown. How did he do it?" Time Trace, with trembling hands and in a furious tone, shouted, "I must kill you today. Do you think you can escape? You're still no match for me in endurance. A divine level ability is hundreds of times more powerful than a sovereign level one. Not to mention the quality. Thinking of escaping from me? No way. In the sky, two figures were constantly flickering. Unknowingly, he had run into the area of the divine level Thunder Roar. Thunder Roar was frightened. He hadn't expected someone to escape from Time Trace's grasp. Thunder Roar thought to himself, wondering if Violet's prophecy would really come true. He immediately contacted Time Trace. "That guy has run over here. Come quickly." Upon hearing this, Time Trace coldly said, "Quickly use your ultimate move. Make space collapse. I'll be right there." Soon after Time Trace arrived, he and Thunder Roar launched their ultimate moves, Space Annihilation and Thunder Roar 9 Heavens. Several purple lightning bolts violently struck down from the sky, creating a deafening roar and striking directly at the ground. The energy of the lightning rapidly spread out, turning everything it touched to ash. Meanwhile, the space around Chen Luo began to shatter, turning into black holes. Fortunately, Chen Luo was wearing divine armor, which protected him from most of the damage. He then used void walking to escape the attack range, thinking to himself how terrifying the power of divine level was. At the same time, due to the intense light from the lightning, Time Trace and Thunder Roar couldn't see the situation inside. Then, Time Trace said, "Under such a scale of space collapse, he can't use void walking. That guy has armor, so he shouldn't be dead yet, but he must be badly injured." However, when the dust settled, Chen Luo had already disappeared without a trace. Time Trace was infuriated and shouted, "I don't believe he can use void walking indefinitely." Everyone split up in search. "This guy must die today." Suddenly, Snake Mother contacted them. "Where are you two? I feel that he has escaped near me." Time Trace responded, "How is that possible, let alone using void walking during a space collapse? Even if he could, how could he have the strength to escape 5,000 kilometers away? Are you sure you sensed it right?" Snake Mother, feeling questioned and displeased, said, "I am divine level, and this is my racial talent. How could I be wrong? Stop talking nonsense. Do you still need my help to find him or not?" Time Trace, full of anger, replied, "Search. We must find him, or he'll be a continuous threat." Snake Mother, with a gloomy face, regretting getting involved with the Time Trace task, bound to eliminate disaster for the pay, reluctantly reactivates her skill to find Chen Luo. Soon, she discovers the boy hiding at the bottom of the sea. Chen Luo, meditating there, thinks, "Let them try to catch me. Will they catch me first, or will I advance to divine level?" Suddenly feeling a sense of dread, he immediately uses void walking to leave his spot. Just after he leaves, a terrifying attack pierces through the seabed, frightening Chen Luo, who wonders how they found him. By scent or mark, can I avoid trouble if I can't confront it? After saying this, Chen Luo escapes to the moon using void walking. Meanwhile, Time Trace and others rush to the seabed to find Chen Luo's body, but find nothing. An exasperated Time Trace shouts, "Can't that kid be killed? How can his void walking be so unreasonable? Under spatial collapse, isn't void walking unusable, or is it just me who can't use it?" Seeing this, Time Trace urgently orders Snake Mother to locate the boy, but after 2 hours of thorough scanning, Snake Mother still can't find Chen Luo. There are only two possibilities. Either he's continuously using void walking to dodge or scan, or he's hiding in a space she can't detect. Thunder Roar speaks gravely, "Your theories all require massive energy consumption. Just wait for his energy to run out, and he'll have nowhere to hide." Time Trace, silent for a moment, then speaks fiercely, "No need for complications, just destroy this planet." With that, he conjures a red energy ball, which expands to tens of meters high, with cosmic energy still converging towards him. Time Trace smirks sinisterly, "I should have done this from the start. I was too soft-hearted, too bad I won't see the kid's corpse." Snake Mother watches coldly, sensing an ominous feeling, thinking if the boy survives, he's destined to become a god. Meanwhile, Chen Luo on the moon notices this terrifying energy, panicking, wondering what those people are up to, and if something major is happening. Thinking this, he immediately uses void walking to return to Blue Star, only to see Time Trace preparing to destroy it. Without hesitation, Chen Luo appears and shouts, "Stop. If you dare destroy my mother planet, I swear I'll make you pay." This infuriates Time Trace, who thought Chen Luo was hiding in deep space. He yells, questioning the limits of Chen Luo's void walking, and throws an energy ball at him, shouting for him to stop running, but Chen Luo easily dodges with clever movements. Although the attack misses him, the resulting explosion is dozens of times more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. To defend Blue Star, Chen Luo immediately starts to mock Time Trace, loudly taunting, "Come chase me, idiot." He deliberately kept the distance close, wanting Time Trace to see but not catch him. Time Trace didn't use void walking, just relied on his own speed to doggedly pursue Chen Luo. As Time Trace chased, his expression grew darker, thinking, this kid has void walked 1,000,000 kilometers. Time Trace quickly accelerated to his front, and just as he was about to catch him, Chen Luo used another void walk to timely dodge, only to be unexpectedly sucked into a black hole, then completely disappeared from Time Trace's sight. It wasn't his intention to enter it. The destination of his void walk just happened to be near this celestial body. Time Trace, with twitching cheeks, stopped where Chen Luo disappeared, shouting, such a rare black devouring star. And this kid bumped into it. Entering the black devouring star meant he could be randomly teleported to a corner of the universe. Snake Mother and others who arrived later were surprised, never thought this kid would actually escape. Time Trace, purple with rage, roared, I can't accept this. If I can't catch him, I'll destroy his mother planet. Seeing this, Snake Mother immediately intervened. Enough, Time Trace, leave us a way out. Time Trace coldly looked at Snake Mother, asking what she meant. Upon hearing this, Snake Mother immediately said that we were seriously duped this time. That guy's prowess in traversing the void is evident to all. Plus, he has obtained the crystals of Auburn and Isman. In a few decades, he could become a god. Time Trace scoffed, questioning if void walking posed a lethal threat to divine-level beings. Snake Mother retorted, indeed, killing divine-level like us, especially dual-ability ones, is hard. But what if he harms our people and escapes? What can you do? I don't want to live in fear all my life. I must consider our people's future and not completely offend him. Others also agreed, suggesting it's wise to leave some room for maneuvering, to meet again in the future. Snake Mother thought to herself, Violet predicted that Time Trace would die at his hands. It seems inevitable that he'll possess the power to slay gods, not just void walking. Chen Luo, not yet a god, frightened 3 divine-level beings into submission. Time Trace trembled with anger at their words, thinking, truly, there are no friends in the face of interests. Time Trace mocked Snake Mother and the others for fearing a sovereign-level being. It's really a shame for us at the divine level. Even if he can become a god by walking through the void, it doesn't mean we have no way to deal with him. The nemesis of void walking is time stopping. I just need to find someone with time abilities and train them to the demigod level to defeat him. Isn't there someone on Blue Star who has mastered time stopping? After I regroup, I'll return to Blue Star and find that after saying this, Time Trace released the spaceship, saying, we walked different paths, let's part ways here. Then he left Blue Star alone. Watching Time Trace's spaceship, Thunder Roar said helplessly, it seems we can no longer be friends. Hearing this, Snake Mother immediately expressed indifference, hoping only that the kid wouldn't trouble them in the future. Meanwhile, as Chen Luo entered Black Devouring Star, he felt dizzy and soon fell out of the mysterious celestial body. The armor on his body detached from him and disappeared into the cosmic dust. The armor had already cracked, resisting Time Trace's attack, and bore the pressure for him in the mysterious celestial body. Chen Luo, gasping heavily, thought to himself that he must find new armor for protection, suspecting that Blue Star was probably destroyed by now. Unaware of the identity of his adversary, Chen Luo only remembered their appearance and vowed to find them, especially targeting the space user. His priority was to find a planet to settle on. At this moment, Chen Luo found himself on a picturesque planet surrounded by lush vegetation and fresh air. Without hesitation, he decided to settle there. He released the members from his special ability space. Millie, immediately concerned, asked brother Chen Luo, are you all right? Chen Luo smiled and shook his head, then said sentimentally, our homeland is probably destroyed, let's temporarily settle here. If this planet is safe, I'll stay here until I reach divine level. Just then, Red Lanternfish suddenly jumped into the river, caught a half-meter-long blue fish, and presented it to Sea Kane. Although Chen Luo was touched by his filial piety, he was concerned about the fish's safety. Suddenly, a cat's scream came from the forest, startling Chen Luo, who instinctively looked towards Rice, only to find Rice happily playing by the river. Wondering who made the sound, he saw Thunder King approaching with a cat person, saying, Master, it was this one who made the sound. The cat person, frightened, meowed incessantly. This familiar language immediately caught Raya's attention, who thought to herself, why can I understand its words? Am I a descendant of cat people? Seeing Rice approach, the cat person quickly hid behind her and began to communicate with Rice in the cat language. Rice then translated what she said to Chen Luo. She's very scared and wants me to take her home. Her people are nearby. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately said, I'll go with you. I'm not at ease with you going alone. But just as he finished speaking, a large group of cat people suddenly surrounded them, all wearing hateful expressions and staring intently at Chen Luo and his companions. Seeing this, Rice quickly asked in confusion, Why do you hate us so much? Then, a cat-eared girl coldly said, Have you been brainwashed by them? They capture our people from time to time. How dare you ask why we hate you? Listening closely, Rice grew angrier the more she heard. She then shouted, Unforgivable. How dare they treat our cat people like this? From now on, you don't have to be afraid of them anymore. I'll protect you. Just as Chen Luo was about to ask Rice what was going on, a group of figures flew towards them, and the leader chattered on for a long time. Chen Luo didn't understand a word and was about to ask Meng Ying to communicate with them telepathically when a lizard person suddenly used mind transmission first, saying, This is Lord Camus's territory. The cat people here are properties bred by Lord Camus. You are aliens, right? We've never seen you before. This is not a place for you. Lord Camus is a great demigod-level being. After some conversation, they learned that this was a planet specifically for breeding cat people, who were either used for food or sold as pets, mostly for food. No wonder Rice was so angry earlier. The fate of the cat people was so tragic. Then Chen Luo said gravely, We just want to stay here temporarily. But they were refused by the lizard people, who said, This is not a place for you. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. Hearing this, Chen Luo expressionlessly said, I said we'd leave after a while. Did you not understand? With that, Chen Luo slapped the leader in the face, killing the lizard person instantly. He then coldly said, Everyone, attack. Leave none alive. Upon his command, the members immediately rushed forward, swiftly killing all the lizard people. At this moment, the cat-eared girls finally realized that they were not with those bad people. Hearing this, Rice immediately affirmed, Of course, as long as we're here, we'll never let them bully you again. We won't be leaving for the time being. Half a year passed in a blink of an eye. Besides eating and sleeping, Chen Luo spent his time in a 5x accelerated time zone absorbing crystals. He finally felt a breakthrough coming. The crystal in his head started to shake violently and split into two independent crystals. The moment Chen Luo's space crystal advanced to demigod level, the law force hidden in the universe instantly came to his side. Chen Luo was involuntarily brought into the sky, receiving the baptism of the law. As the law revolved around him, specks of energy entered his body. Meanwhile, Rice, having witnessed Chen Luo's ascension to godhood, also experienced a breakthrough in strength. About half an hour later, Law finally finished transforming Chen Luo's body, signifying his entry into the divine level. However, the runes surrounding Chen Luo were somewhat peculiar, all resembling footprints. These were the marks of voidwalking, Law. But what Chen Luo didn't expect was that the completeness of Law was only at 85%. What? I've only grasped this much of voidwalking. Perhaps it will be perfect when I can traverse the universe with a single thought. I need to focus on mastering the temporal aspect next, to achieve godhood in that realm too. At that moment, Chen Luo noticed that Rice also bore the law runes, despite not being at the divine level. Moreover, the runes on Rice kept changing colors, sometimes pink, sometimes dark red. Were they changing according to Rice's mood? Chen Luo had a mischievous thought. If I make Rice cry with a punch, will her runes turn black? As Chen Luo was lost in thought, Rice suddenly shouted angrily, The killer of the cat people is here. Chen Luo, you must slap him 100 times. Naturally, Chen Luo wouldn't refuse Rice's request. He remarked that the timing was perfect for a practice fight, to familiarize himself with the power of the divine level. Saying so, Chen Luo used void walking to confront the intruder. This scared Canmas immensely, who yelled, What do you want to do? But before he could finish, Chen Luo used another void banishment to send him back to Catstar. Canmas wasted no time in sending a distress signal to his divine-level big brother, Huang Yao. Lord Huang Yao, I've been caught by a newly promoted divine level. Please, you must save me. The big brother Canmas contacted was Huang Yao, who once went to the Blue Star with Time Trace. Upon receiving the message, Huang Yao was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly replied, Don't panic. Just mention my name. A new divine level should give me some face. If he doesn't, I'll teach him a lesson. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Hearing this, Canmas felt reassured. He approached Chen Luo respectfully and said, Sir, I am at your service. If I have offended you in any way, I'll make a satisfactory apology. I am a subordinate of Lord Huang Yao. Could you please spare me this once for his sake? But before he could finish, a loud slap resounded across his face. At this moment, Chen Luo coldly said, "It's useless to be anyone's lackey. If Rice said he's going to slap you 100 times, then not one less." After the sound of slapping echoed, Chen Luo finally finished giving the 100 slaps entrusted by Rice. Although Canmus's face was swollen like a pig's head, he dared not show any resentment or even utter any harsh words like "you'll wait and see." Chen Luo then casually asked, "Who is this Huang Yao you mentioned? I've never heard of him." Canmus immediately replied respectfully, "Lord Huang Yao is a divine level of the earth element. He ascended to godhood over 30,000 years ago." The implication was clear. Huang Yao had been a god for 30,000 years, and you, who have just become a god, dare to disrespect him. To this, Chen Luo just responded with an "oh," nonchalantly saying, "Well, there's no one I'm afraid to offend." He continued asking, "Do you know how many divine levels of the space element are there in the universe? I don't know the name of Time Trace, but with the identity of a space element divine level, it should be easy to find him." Just then, Huang Yao, like a yellow meteor, landed on Catstar. This delighted Canmus, who thought to himself that he was finally saved. "My big brother has arrived. Let's see how you die now." However, Huang Yao looked at Chen Luo with a gaze, as if he had seen a ghost, thinking to himself, how could it be him? It's only been half a year, and he's already advanced to divine level. That's just too incredible. So, he immediately turned to run away. But then he stopped, thinking that it was impossible to escape in front of this young man. Instead of running, it might be better to clear things up and try to resolve their grudge. But the next second, countless dimensional blades piercing through heaven and earth struck towards him. What used to be a powerful move that required charging was now just a minor skill, casually unleashed by Chen Luo. Seeing this, Huang Yao instinctively wanted to swing out an earth shield to block. But then he thought, this attack can't hurt me. I can block it, but I won't. I'll let this young man vent his anger. Under Canmus's disbelieving gaze, Huang Yao kept screaming as he was bombarded by Chen Luo's dimensional blades. How is this possible? A newly promoted divine-level youngster can overpower Lord Huang Yao, who ascended to godhood through his defense. Even Chen Luo himself was stunned. Am I really that strong? Huang Yao, in a tragic tone, said, "Little brother, stop fighting. Let's talk this out. I'll tell you a piece of great news right now. It'll definitely satisfy you." Then Chen Luo coldly asked, "Speak up. What's the good news? Apart from you, all those other people are dead?" Huang Yao's mouth twitched. "You really are vicious." Then he turned to Canmus and ordered, "You go stand guard on the perimeter. Without my order, no one is allowed to approach." After Canmus left, Huang Yao took out a memory crystal. A video appeared on it. Time Trace wanted to destroy your home planet in a fit of powerless rage. But we three stopped him. A small asteroid was heading towards Blue Star. Snake Mother, Thunder Roar, and I, Huang Yao, joined forces to shatter it. Actually, one of us was enough. But all three of us acted to show sincerity. Chen Luo watched with wide eyes, muttering, "Wasn't Blue Star destroyed by that space system? Did you protect my home planet?" Hearing this, Huang Yao took the opportunity to say, "At that time, Time Trace did want to destroy your home planet. But we three stopped him. We all felt that you, little brother, would achieve great things in the future and didn't want to make such an enemy. We risked our lives to protect Blue Star for you. Sure enough, we were right. In just half a year, little brother, you've advanced to the divine level. To make up for our previous mistake, we're willing to compensate." Chen Luo, trembling, said, "Blue Star is still there. That's great." He looked at Huang Yao excitedly. "If what you say is true, then we can wipe the slate clean between us. But that space system divine level must die. You just said his name is Time Trace, right?" Huang Yao nodded in agreement, essentially betraying Time Trace. He didn't want to be this kind of person. But Chen Luo's displayed potential was too astonishing. Chen Luo continued to ask, "What grudge? What grievance? Why did Time Trace want to exterminate me?" Huang Yao was in a dilemma. He knew the reason clearly. It was all because of Violet's causality system prophecy. But he knew he couldn't tell Chen Luo, as that would mean offending Lady Violet, and those who offended her never ended well. He suggested that Chen Luo could only ask Time Trace for the answer, advising him not to dig too deep or seek to hold her accountable, as her abilities were beyond his comprehension. "That's all I can tell you," he said. Seeing that Huang Yao didn't seem to be joking, Chen Luo didn't press further. Then he solemnly said, I've just entered divine level, and there's much I don't understand. Is there any realm above divine level? Huang Yao immediately clarified that there isn't. Divine level is already the highest level in this universe. He explained that the strength of a divine level is measured by how many laws they have acquired. However, having more laws doesn't necessarily mean they are stronger than those with fewer laws. It also depends on their completion rate of these laws. Little brother, what's your completion rate for your voidwalking law? The law must have hinted at it. Chen Luo responded that it's only 85%. Upon hearing this, Huang Yao was shocked and exclaimed, reaching 30% would be favored by the law. Allowing a demigod level to advance to divine level, and you have reached 85%, the level of comprehension affects the degree to which the law remodels oneself. This means that a divine level who has comprehended 2 laws at 30% each would be inferior to you in strength. I suggest you enter deep space to comprehend further, where you can find various spatial energies. Mastering them, you will understand various spatial laws. He then asked, is it possible to become a god with dual abilities? Huang Yao nodded and said, it's possible. The first awakened element is always more attuned to oneself. The second one is somewhat less so. Therefore, the earlier the second ability is awakened, the better, indicating higher talent. Chen Luo thought to himself that it matched his thoughts. Although awakening dual abilities earlier increases the demand for crystals, it's a worthwhile trade. He then inquired about how many laws Time Trace had comprehended. Huang Yao immediately answered that Time Trace had understood 2 laws, one for attack and the other for teleportation. Time Trace had become a divine level and wealthy through his expertise in spatial teleportation. During the Budwa family's invasion of Blue Star, they had paid him a large sum to build a spatial tunnel. Through amassed wealth, Time Trace had made many connections. Chen Luo scoffed, so he's just a transporter. Huang Yao lamented that spatial types could handle transportation, metal types could work on equipment, and natural types could deal with divine herbs, while their earth type was reduced to mere laborers helping others with construction. When Time Trace approached him, Snake Mother and Thunder Roar, he offered 1 million purple crystals for accompanying him to Blue Star, with an additional 2 million upon success. Chen Luo remembered Isman's space ring, which contained a few thousand purple crystals. It seemed they were really willing to pay a high price to deal with him. He quickly asked Huang Yao what 1 purple crystal could buy. Huang Yao thought for a moment and said that an ordinary cat-eared girl would be worth half a purple crystal, while a top-quality one could sell for 10,000. Huang Yao then turned serious and warned Chen Luo that, despite his powerful void-walking ability, it was not invulnerable. He knew of 2 methods to counter it, the time system's time freeze and the psychic system's mental attacks. The former was almost unsolvable, while the latter wouldn't threaten his life, but could easily distract him. Once drawn into an illusion, getting hurt was inevitable. However, Chen Luo himself was of the time system, making time freeze essentially ineffective against him. Hearing this, Chen Luo's expression darkened. Even the slightest threat to his life was a grave concern. He realized the need to acquire armor to counter mental attacks. Huang Yao then simply introduced him to the situation in the universe. In the universe, there are already several top divine level beings who have comprehended 6 laws. There are also 2 gods who have comprehended 8 laws. Currently, the most special law is the causal law controlled by Violet. If you offend her, you will be punished by the unseen causality. Moreover, she can reincarnate after death. Chen Luo listened more and more and felt that her ability was a bit like Rice's. However, she is much weaker than Rice. If Rice wants you to be unlucky, you can't even avoid it. It's just a pity that Rice has not yet grown up. Little do they know that once Rice grows up, Violet will be nothing but trash in front of her. After Huang Yao finished introducing the situation in the universe, he didn't dawdle and immediately took out a purple crystal card and said, "Young brother, this card contains 3 million purple crystals. You'll definitely need it since you're new here. Don't think it's too little. I've offended you before. Please don't take it to heart." Saying this, Huang Yao stuffed the purple crystal card into his pocket. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." After sending off Huang Yao, Chen Luo found Rice and asked her what would be best to do next. Although he already knew the address of Time Trace with his current strength, he couldn't kill him yet. Hearing this, Rice immediately said that fighting is not your strong suit, but running away. You are number 1 in this universe. With this remark, Chen Luo suddenly realized, right, then I'll set off now to look for suitable equipment on other planets. Your runes are very special. Rice, it's better not to let others see them. Hearing this, Rice immediately assured him, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Sometimes showing the runes can avoid some trouble. Let's not talk about this now. Hurry up and take me to taste the food on various planets. Hearing this, Chen Luo didn't dawdle and immediately agreed. You go call the others and we'll go to other planets to see. Then, Chen Luo wrapped his body with law and flew straight into the vast universe. Soon, Chen Luo arrived at a glittering golden planet. This is a 9th-level civilized happy planet named Volsi, also a very famous shopping paradise. As long as you have money, you can enjoy everything in the universe here. Chen Luo and his companions were curious about everything like country bumpkins entering the city, and they started a shopping spree. Whatever they took a fancy to, they bought it. Then they arrived at the top-floor cloud restaurant. At this time, Chen Luo boldly said, except for this and this, bring me one of every kind. This scared the waiter, who hurriedly shouted, are you sure you want to order so much? Chen Luo didn't pay attention and directly took out the purple crystal card to pay. The next second, everyone started a crazy eating mode, all exclaiming how delicious the food was, totally different from the food on their blue star. This meal alone cost 520,000 purple crystals. Firstly, the prices here were the most expensive in the entire universe, and secondly, this group of foodies could really eat. Seeing that they were big spenders, the waiter politely presented a stack of promotional posters, saying, Sir, with your status, you are eligible to attend tomorrow's private auction. You might be interested in checking it out. Chen Luo casually took the poster and glanced at it, his pupils suddenly narrowing. On the poster was a silver helmet, specifically designed to defend against psychic attacks, exactly the kind of equipment Chen Luo urgently needed. This helmet was only the third-ranked item. The second was a flying saucer, obviously very valuable, but Chen Luo wasn't interested in it. The top-ranked item was a bright red fruit. Chen Luo flicked the poster and then asked the waiter if these items had already arrived. The waiter quickly replied that the auction was to be held the next day, and the items would only be delivered to the site on the day itself. Chen Luo nodded, thinking that he could only take action tomorrow. The next morning, Chen Luo put Mi Li and others into his special ability space, and then disguised himself as Yuri, a base member, and leisurely walked into the auction. The MC walked to the center of the stage, and began introducing the auction items. The first item was a flower fairy from the Doric clan, with sovereign-level strength. The Doric clan possessed the trait of eternal youth, and with her sovereign-level strength, she could maintain her appearance for 2,000 years. The starting bid was 100,000 purple crystals. The MC assured that there was no need to worry about her betrayal as her clan members were under the control of the seller. If she dared to betray, she would become a criminal of her race. Hearing this, Chen Luo was expressionless, thinking to himself, is this the tragedy of the week? But there were too many pitiable people, and Chen Luo couldn't save them all. Eventually, the flower fairy was sold for 380,000 purple crystals. The second item caught Chen Luo's eye. It was a sovereign-level sublimation grass, with a starting bid of 300,000 purple products. Consuming it would directly grant someone's sovereign-level potential. Although it was useless for Chen Luo, Mu had been stuck at level 8 and couldn't advance. Without a second thought, he bought the sovereign-level sublimation grass for 650,000 purple crystals. The next three items were the highlights of the day. The first to be auctioned was the silver helmet, Chen Luo's main target. The MC announced that it was personally crafted by Master Norton, designed to counter psychic attacks, guaranteeing immunity from demigod-level attacks, and greatly reducing divine-level psychic attacks. The starting bid was 8 million purple crystals. Hearing this, Chen Luo was shocked, wondering to himself if metalworking was so profitable. He had seen long new craft equipment. These metalworkers seemed to have a business with no cost. After a round of bidding, the helmet was quickly bid up to 12 million purple crystals. This scared Chen Luo quite a bit. To put it in perspective, a complete set of auburn armor was only worth 10 million. Therefore, he was determined to get this helmet. However, Chen Luo didn't place a bid. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he thought to himself, spending money on a sublimation grass was already giving you enough face. Now, it's time for you to show me some respect. The next second, the lights in the instantly turning on. The whole venue was in darkness for only 0.01 seconds. The auctioneer, with an unchanged expression, smiled and announced, 12 million once. Any higher bids? Just then, out of the corner of his eye, The auctioneer seemed to notice something and suddenly shouted, "Where's the helmet?" Chen Luo chuckled inwardly, thinking, a simple glass cover thinks it can stop me? Who do they underestimate? Soon after, a team of uniformed security guards walked towards the audience with serious expressions, but they found nothing. The surveillance cameras didn't capture any clues either. They couldn't understand how the helmet, which was inside a crystal cover, could just vanish. This was the first time the organizers had encountered such a situation. Without any evidence, they naturally didn't dare to search the bodies of the VIP guests, as all the attendees were distinguished figures. The auctioneer then quickly reassured everyone, "Please remain calm, it's just a minor interruption, please rest assured, the auction will continue." The next item for auction was a centerpiece, the vermilion fruit. Almost everyone present, including about 10 divine-level individuals, came for this fruit. To Chen Luo's surprise, this vermilion fruit turned out to be a living entity with a humanoid appearance. Consuming this fruit for the first time could increase one's lifespan by 10,000 years. Chen Luo's original purpose was only for the helmet, but seeing this treasure, he decided to take it along since he was already there. Considering his previous theft of the helmet, the organizers would definitely mark the vermilion fruit or use some other means. Getting caught didn't matter to him, as he was in the guise of Yuri at that time. Just as the auctioneer excitedly announced the last item for the day, to everyone's shock, the vermilion fruit mysteriously disappeared right before their eyes. An alarm sounded immediately, and a large number of guards entered the venue. Then, a little old man with a serious expression stepped onto the stage and shouted, "Seal off the entire venue, the thief must still be inside." The vermilion fruit can't be stored in a spatial ring, so we ask our distinguished guests to cooperate. "Don't worry, we won't search your spatial rings, please understand." Soon, a guard approached Chen Luo and respectfully asked him to stand up and turn around. Chen Luo complied without hesitation and thought to himself, just because others' spatial rings can't store living things doesn't mean mine can't. After a thorough search, the old man's mentality completely collapsed, because after turning this place upside down, they still haven't found the vermilion fruit. The other divine levels present also had mixed feelings, wondering how it was done. It's already incomprehensible that it was stolen under their noses, and now it's even been hidden away. At this moment, a divine level, unable to contain his anger, roared, "For this vermilion fruit. I saved purple crystals frugally for 50,000 years, and even borrowed some from friends. Now my end is near. Without this vermilion fruit, I'm certain to die. I don't care, you must find another one for me." Hearing this, Chen Luo was shocked. His end is near, and he's a divine level of the lightning element. He saved purple crystals for 50,000 years. If not 50 million, then at least 30 million. Chen Luo immediately had an evil thought. If I kill this old man, not only can I get a large amount of purple crystals, but also obtain a divine level crystal. As for morality and ethics, Isman had already taught him a lesson before. In the universe, the strong are revered. One must be unscrupulous for power, dignity, pride, all nonsense. The essence of the universal law is plunder. Although Chen Luo can't defeat this divine level, he can use time acceleration against him. This move is useless against a normal divine level, but it's not a big problem for one whose end is near. At this time, the old man helplessly said, "Malmer, be rational. We don't want this to happen either." Upon hearing this, Malmer became furious. "Rational? It's not your end that's near. Of course you can afford to be indifferent here." Seeing this, the old man quickly tried to appease him. "I fully understand your feelings, but even if you tear this place apart now, it's of no use. Why not try your luck elsewhere? Maybe you'll find another one to compensate for your loss. We're willing to pay 100,000 in travel expenses. How about that?" After Malmer snorted coldly, he took the compensation and left in anger. Chen Luo thought to himself, could this be a performance staged by the auction house for me to see? After all, a successful thief would certainly need to dispose of the stolen goods if not used personally. And this unwitting buyer is eagerly exposing himself. But whether it's a trap or not, I've taken the bait. I'm Yuri. Who do I fear? Malmer had just left when suddenly a paper note appeared in front of him. Instinctively, he picked it up and read, "Do you want a vermilion fruit? I happen to have one. If you're interested, come to the outskirts of the Charles planet." Malmer was overjoyed upon reading this. He immediately sped towards Charles planet. Soon, Malmer arrived at the agreed location. Seeing this, Chen Luo quickly approached to greet him. But Malmer, impatient, said, "Cut the crap. Where is the vermilion fruit? Chen Luo smiled slightly and responded, "The vermilion fruit from the auction was indeed taken by me, but it's currently with a friend of mine who is on his way here. He'll arrive in 3 months." Malmer immediately threatened, "If you dare play tricks or double-cross me, I'll risk my old life and explode to take you down with me." Chen Luo quickly assured him, saying they were just petty thieves and not bold enough for such actions. He thought to himself that the longer he could delay, the greater the chance of killing Malmer. Chen Luo then seriously offered, "Vermilion fruit is a priceless treasure. How about selling it to you for 50 million purple crystals?" Malmer frowned and retorted, "This is stolen goods. You're not thinking of selling it at the original price, are you? 40 purple crystals. Take it or leave it. I'll leave right away if you don't sell." Chen Luo quickly agreed to Malmer's offer, although his initial plan was to delay for a few months before taking action. Suddenly, Malmer took out a communicator and said, "You come here too. If I get cheated, the purple crystals you lent me will be gone too." A familiar voice came from the other side, agreeing and saying he would arrive soon. Chen Luo watched coldly, recognizing the voice of Time Trace. Malmer then smiled and said, "To prevent you from double-crossing, it's not too much to call a friend over, right?" Chen Luo immediately agreed, saying, "Of course not. In that case, I will send you on your way right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Malmer shouted in anger, accusing Chen Luo of deceiving him and summoned a purple lightning, striking at him with incredible speed. However, Chen Luo didn't confront it head-on, but used a void walk to dodge the attack. Malmer was initially stunned, then coldly said, "So what if you can void walk? Do you think you can escape my wrath like that?" He then activated a skill that caused a spatial collapse, preventing the use of void walking, and launched an attack at Chen Luo. Chen Luo, however, was not alarmed, pleased, thinking to himself that Malmer's mastery of lightning power was similar to that of Thunder King. Now that Thunder King had reached demigod level, absorbing Malmer's law comprehension could definitely advance him to divine level. However, just as Malmer was about to hit Chen Luo at the last moment, he once again used a void walk to dodge Malmer's powerful move. This scared Malmer considerably, who hastily exclaimed, "Under these circumstances, you shouldn't be able to use void walk." Unwilling to give up, Malmer continued to attack Chen Luo several more times, but all were evaded. While infinitely using void walk, Chen Luo kept accelerating time on Malmer. Realizing something was wrong, Malmer thought, "Why am I wasting my time here if I can't catch this kid? Better to hurry and find the vermilion fruit to extend my life." But as he tried to leave, with Chen Luo using void banishment, the next second Malmer found himself back in his original place, infuriating him. He shouted, "I'm not even bothering with you anymore. What more do you want?" Hearing this, Chen Luo smiled slightly, "Of course, I want your life." He then immediately used time acceleration to drain Malmer's life. At this moment, Malmer also realized something was amiss. Suddenly, terrifying thunder and lightning burst out from his body, rapidly expanding in all directions. He wanted to use a massive attack to leave Chen Luo with no room to escape. Chen Luo, however, chose not to dodge, thinking, "What if this guy takes the chance to escape and all is for naught?" Although the attack seemed powerful, it was too dispersed to harm a divine-level being. "I'll take this attack," Chen Luo decided, and a spatial shield appeared around him, blocking all the lightning attacks. At this time, Malmer suddenly coughed, and his appearance aged rapidly. Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't hesitate and immediately accelerated time. A chill went through Malmer's heart, thinking, "Is my life coming to an end?" He then roared in anger, "Are you going to let me go or not? If you don't let me leave, I'll self-destruct. Even though I can't kill you, you'll be severely injured." Hearing this, Chen Luo paused, thinking, this guy was already planning for life extension when he still had half of his lifespan left. He's extremely afraid of death. He's talking about a mutual destruction, but he's actually more cowardly than anyone. Chen Luo was sure Malmer wouldn't dare to self-destruct, so he desperately accelerated time on him. Malmer felt his life fading away, growing weaker and weaker. He yelled at Chen Luo, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have already obtained the vermilion fruit. You'll have to join me in death." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Malmer realized he no longer had the strength to self-destruct. In a panic, Malmer quickly pulled out a purple crystal card and tried to destroy it with all his might. The event happened so suddenly that by the time Chen Luo used Void Walk to snatch the purple crystal card, it was already ruined. Malmer laughed wildly, saying, "All your schemes are in vain. This card is already destroyed. You won't get a single purple crystal from it." He laughed and coughed simultaneously, but soon his laughter stopped abruptly. To his disbelief, the destroyed purple crystal card became intact again. Chen Luo looked at Malmer as if he were a fool, muttering, "Did you think I could only accelerate time? It shouldn't be surprising that I can reverse time. You're still too naive to play mind games with me." As soon as the words were spoken, Malmer collapsed directly onto the ground. Chen Luo then took out his divine-level lightning crystal. After a moment of contemplation, he figured that Time Trace would arrive soon. He wondered whether to wait for him, but quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that even if Time Trace came, he couldn't kill him, only provoking relentless pursuit. Deciding to let him live a bit longer, Chen Luo immediately left the area. However, no sooner had he left than Time Trace arrived at the planet. Seeing the remnants of battle, Time Trace called out Malmer's name several times to no answer, worrying that Malmer, who had mentioned making a deal here, might have been double-crossed. Regretting the 10 million purple crystals he had lent Malmer, Chen Luo planned to purify the blue star and soon arrived at a bustling planet near it. He entered a shop specializing in natural items, filled with various spiritual herbs, woods, and liquids, perfect for purifying the blue star. He began an extravagant shopping spree, buying everything appealing, including star trees with purification abilities, shrimp for water purification, and the succulent pig louse beast, ordering 100 tons of each. This shocked the shopkeeper. "You're not joking, are you?" Hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes widened. "Can I buy this much?" The shop owner quickly responded with a smile. No, it's just that the amount you want is quite large. It might take a little while. Where is your spaceship parked? I'll arrange for someone to help you load it directly." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo suddenly realized something. Although he can store living beings in his special ability space, he must never reveal it in front of others. He remembered that when he killed Isman, he found a spaceship in her space ring, but he was unable to open it. It seemed to require fingerprint or facial recognition for access. Then, he handed the card to the boss, indicating that he should start preparing. In this universe, Chen Luo only knew Huang Yao well. So, he immediately contacted Huang Yao and asked if he knew someone who could modify spaceships. Hearing this, Huang Yao quickly responded that he did know someone. But the modification cost was a bit expensive, probably around 3 million purple crystals. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo smiled slightly. "It's just a small sum. Also, do you know anyone well-versed in the light-type divine level? Especially those skilled in purification? You know the situation in my hometown. I need someone to help with the purification. Money is no issue. I'm willing to offer 5 million. If that's not enough, I can add more." Hearing this, Huang Yao was shocked and thought to himself, "Just now it was 3 million. Now it's 5 million. Brother, where are you making all this money?" He quickly said that he would handle this matter and informed Chen Luo once he found someone. At this moment, the boss said that everything Chen Luo had ordered was ready. He noted that the spaceship seemed too small to carry everything and asked if Chen Luo needed him to contact an interstellar transporter. Chen Luo immediately responded that he would appreciate the boss's help and asked for a competent one, stating that money was not an issue. Hearing this, the boss didn't hesitate and immediately contacted the most famous interstellar transporter in the area. Then, the boss introduced him, saying, "This is Lord Seth, the proud disciple of Lord Time Trace." Hearing this, Chen Luo was stunned. "What, Time Trace's disciple? This is truly a narrow road for enemies. Then don't blame me for being ruthless." But outwardly, he kindly asked, "How much would it cost to transport 100,000 pig lizard beasts to Cat Star?" Seth quickly made an estimate and replied that transporting 100,000 pig lizard beasts would require 10 trips, each costing 50,000 purple crystals. Upon hearing this, the boss was shocked and thought to himself, "Ripping off customers isn't done like this, is it? You're really asking for a lion's share, aren't you?" Chen Luo wasn't foolish either. These beasts are worth just tens of thousands of purple crystals. And you're asking for a transportation fee of 500,000? Setting up a space tunnel takes at most 3 days. You, a demigod level, earning 500,000 crystals in 3 days. Is there any justice? Any law? You're not helping me transport Julian beasts. You're slaughtering me like one. Seth had heard that this guy was a big spender, so he planned to fleece him. But what he never expected was that Chen Luo, without even bargaining, just paid with his card. Indeed, as the boss said, this guy really was a fool with too much money. Chen Luo thought to himself, "You can earn all you want, but you need to be alive to spend it. I must teach this guy a lesson." Then Seth started building the space tunnel, while Chen Luo asked him about the precision of his deliveries. How can you ensure that these items will be delivered to Catstar? Seeing Chen Luo settle the bill so readily, Seth didn't hold back and explained, in our line of work, first, you need to be familiar with the universe's coordinates. Then, you build the space tunnel according to the coordinates' direction and distance. At this, Chen Luo suddenly understood. He didn't know how to transport back to Blue Star before because he was unclear about its exact location. Fortunately, Huang had taught him how to read interstellar coordinates. Chen Luo felt something at that moment. Although the power of space transportation was different from void walking, the two were quite similar. It was impossible to complete ultra-long distance transportation solely with his own abilities. He had to utilize the power of space itself. Just then, Seth said he had already transported 10,000 beasts. My ability has been drained. I need to rest before continuing. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo indifferently said, step aside. I'll do it myself. Seth was stunned. What do you mean? Chen Luo closed his eyes, and a space tunnel formed in his hands, frightening Seth. This guy is actually in the same business. Before Seth could understand the situation, Chen Luo had already built a tunnel to Blue Star. This scared the boss quite a bit. He immediately shouted, you can do this too. Seth, with a gloomy face, said, professional work should be left to professionals. Space transportation isn't as simple as you think. Hearing this, Chen Luo gave him a look and then coldly said, are you teaching me how to do my job? Hearing this, Seth quickly said he didn't dare to do so. What I mean is, even if you build it yourself, the money can't be refunded. That's my rule. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately retorted, you, a demigod level, are talking to me about rules? Choosing money over your life? Surprisingly, Seth remained calm in the face of the threat, stating that violence was strictly forbidden on this planet, and that it was guarded by 2 divine-level beings. You can't scare me. Besides, I am a proud disciple of Time Trace. You can't mock me like this. If you don't need me to build the space tunnel, then I'll leave. Chen Luo slightly smiled upon hearing this and said, today, I'll give Time Trace some respect and not trouble you. Get lost. Seth's eyes flickered with a hint of triumph as he pretended to leave respectfully, thinking to himself that there was no way he would refund the money. Just then, the sky suddenly lit up with endless colorful rays. That's right, the second law is here. Chen Luo mumbled to himself, looking up at the sky in bewilderment. I was just trying casually. How did the law come so easily? But I like it. Come on, baptize me with all your might. At this moment, all beings on the planet watched the sky enviously. The radiance also attracted the attention of the 2 divine-level beings guarding the planet, Richard of the fire element and Sentai of the wind element. They initially thought Seth had ascended to godhood and quickly flew towards the light. Upon arrival, they realized it was not Seth who had become a god. Sentai closely examined Chen Luo's law runes and exclaimed, he actually comprehended the space transport law. It's exactly like the runes I've seen on Time Trace. This made both divine-level beings envious. Another god is about to be born. However, Chen Luo appeared frustrated as his mastery over the space transport was only at 33%, far below his 85% mastery of void walking. Seth, arriving later, was in disbelief. How is this possible? He just learned space transport and now he's comprehended the law. What about my 1,000 years of meticulous study? He felt utterly humiliated. Thinking this, Seth's expression darkened as he took out his communication tool and immediately contacted Time Trace. Master, there's trouble. Someone is competing with your business. He has mastered the just like you. Time Trace was shocked upon hearing this and demanded to know who it was. When Seth transmitted the scene, Time Trace was frightened. This is impossible. How can it be this young man? Wasn't he only strong in void walking? How did he ascend to godhood with space transport? Upon closer inspection, he realized that Chen Luo was enveloped in 2 laws, indicating that he had already become a god before. And like him, he was a god of 2 laws. After Chen Luo comprehended the second law, Time Trace was seething with rage, murmuring to himself, Lord Violet indeed didn't deceive me. Even if I don't make a move, due to interests, that lad and I will become archenemies. The greatest enmity is no more than killing one's parents or blocking one's wealth. Even if I don't deal with him, what about that lad? Will he find an opportunity to kill me and seize my business? At that moment, Seth softly said, Master, should we find a way to kill him? Otherwise, your high-end market share will be snatched away by him. Seth's words made Time Trace's expression darken like still water. I don't know how that lad will compete with me for business next. Maybe I just took a deal for 500,000 purple crystals, and he might take it for 100,000. This is literally being out-compete to death. But that lad can use void walking infinitely. What can I do against him? Now, I have no choice but to seek Lord Violet's help. I can't deal with him, but maybe the causal system has a way too. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Chen Luo just finished receiving the law modification and returned to the ground, Richard and Sentai rushed forward to make acquaintances. Young man, you've mastered the exceedingly rare law of spatial teleportation. Your future is boundlessly wealthy. Saying this, Richard fiddled with his spatial ring and then took out a demigod-level crystal of the light system to give to him. Chen Luo smiled and accepted the crystal. Thanks, brother. I really like this gift. Seeing this, Sentai didn't want to be outdone and immediately took out a land deed to give to Chen Luo. This is a house on this planet. It's not luxurious, but it gives you a place to stay when you come here in the future. Chen Luo, with a grand gesture, said, "Thank you, brothers. I've just arrived and don't have much to offer. So, let me host a dinner tonight, and let's all have a big meal together." During the meal, Sentai seriously warned, "Young brother, the news about your mastery of the spatial teleportation law will spread quickly. You need to be wary of time trace. You're in the same business, and that often makes for the fiercest rivalry. Be careful of his underhanded tactics. Richard suggested you should find a strong backer as soon as possible." Hearing this, Chen Luo smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, voidwalking is my biggest backer. The one who should be worried about being ambushed is him, not me. After a satisfying meal, Chen Luo resumed his shopping spree and soon noticed a snakeskin bag that caught his eye. An old man approached with a smile, saying, "My lord, you have a good eye. This is the treasure of our store." Chen Luo curiously asked, "A mere snakeskin bag is the treasure of the store?" The old man, not the least bit offended, smiled and explained, "This bag is crafted from the shed skin of the mother of all snakes. Its utility lies in holding living things, such as spiritual herbs and creatures, which cannot be placed in spatial rings. It's especially useful if you're worried about them escaping from your hands. With this bag, even a demigod-level being cannot escape once inside." Hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes lit up. This really seems like an essential artifact for home. It's perfect for my plan to capture Seth. This snakeskin bag couldn't be more suitable. He immediately inquired about the price. The elder held up one finger. "For you, a special price. 1 million purple crystals." Upon hearing the words, Chen Luo was shocked and dismayed. "Just for the shabby snakeskin bag? You have the nerve to ask for 1 million? I don't think you want to keep your shop open anymore." The old man was startled. Just the cost of raw materials is 750,000 purple crystals. Minus the processing fee, I really didn't make much. Seeing you're a master who has just comprehended the law, I gave you this discount. Chen Luo felt there might be some reason to it after hearing this. Especially since the bag can contain a demigod-level being. He then inquired, "Is this mother of 1,000 snakes hard to breed? The raw materials are so expensive." "It's not really that. Actually, the mother of 1,000 snakes is of divine level. Forced by circumstances to sell this snakeskin." Chen Luo immediately thought of someone upon hearing this. This mother of 1,000 snakes wouldn't happen to be the snake mother, would it? Without hesitation, he spent a hefty sum to purchase it. Then, Chen Luo inquired about Seth's address. And immediately used a void home. At that moment, Seth was sitting at a table, drowning his sorrows in drink. Cursing under his breath, "The kid is definitely doomed. My master will never allow him to cause trouble." But just then, a snakeskin bag suddenly appeared above Seth's head, capturing him with the speed of lightning. Realizing what was happening, Seth immediately began to struggle, but was knocked unconscious by Chen Luo with a slap. He then took him through a long-distance void walk, arriving at a remote planet in 3 seconds. Then he released Seth and started a barrage of punches and kicks, really laying into him. Muttering to himself, "Taking me for a fool. Ha, a proud student of time trace. Ha, talking to me about rules. Ha, my rule is the rule." In no time, Seth's screams echoed across the stars. In just 2 minutes, Seth died in such an unclear and baffling manner. Then, Chen Luo excitedly rubbed his hands. "Let's see how much money you have on your purple crystal card." He swiftly took Seth's spatial ring, then pulled out the purple crystal card inside. To his utter shock, the balance was only 1.3 million purple crystals. How is this possible? This guy is a space series demigod level. A master of spatial teleportation. And he has lived nearly 2,000 years for this meager wealth. Suddenly realizing something, Chen Luo quickly reached into Seth's brain cavity, then extracted his demigod-level crystal. Soon, he found a small bump on the crystal, which was precisely Seth's special ability space. As Chen Luo fiercely squeezed it, Seth's special ability space exploded instantly, delighting Chen Luo immensely. Sure enough, this guy had all his wealth in his unique space. Most of what burst out were books, along with another purple crystal card and some bottles and jars. Chen Luo hurriedly picked up the purple crystal card and swiped it through the card reader. His eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the amount inside. My goodness, 520 million purple crystals? He also discovered a notebook of Seth's containing insights on the law, which he began to peruse. Just then, Richard and Sentai suddenly contacted Chen Luo. We have a big business proposal for you. The Volsci Empire is planning to build a teleportation array. Previously, all such projects were done by Time Trace, but now you can do it too. We've recommended you to the Empire. 200,000 purple crystals per teleportation point, with a total of 10 arrays needed. That's 2 million purple crystals in total. Sentai expressed his envy. 2 million a year? I'm so envious, brother. Just nod, and this deal is yours. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo fell into deep thought. He had never considered using spatial teleportation law for money-making, and the 2 million purple crystals didn't seem like much to him. So, he dismissively responded. Thanks for the thought, but I have another friend to meet and really can't take on this deal. Richard, in disbelief, exclaimed. That's a deal worth 2 million a year. Do you have a mine at home or something? But Chen Luo was adamant, insisting he had more important matters to attend to, and then he ended the communication. Meanwhile, after learning that Chen Luo mastered spatial law, Time Trace went to find Violet. Seeing her fishing by the river, he didn't dare to disturb her and just stood quietly behind her. After a couple of minutes, Violet finally spoke in a mild tone. Time Trace, you've come again. Have you resolved the matter of the life and death enemy? Upon hearing her words, Time Trace immediately explained the situation to Violet, then fell to his knees. You must help me. The boy's growth rate is too fast. It's making me lose sleep. Violet muttered to herself. Is it karma or destiny after all? A not yet matured karma can't possibly break the prophecy I've laid down. Then it must be destiny. But suddenly, she burst into laughter, puzzling Time Trace. Without explaining, she shouted wildly. They say when destiny is absent, karma reigns supreme. Destiny stands above karma, but I don't believe it. Why should it be so? Let's have a contest. I've grown through countless hardships to reach where I am now, and your life has been good, clinging to a powerful support, avoiding many disasters. With cold eyes gazing at the calm lake in front of her, she decided to take action against Chen Luo and coldly stated, Don't worry, I'll make a move. Hope sparked in Time Trace as he asked, Great Violet, if you're taking action, when will he die? Violet replied indifferently, Don't rush. Let the bullet fly for a while. You just go back and wait. Remember, let nature take its course. Time Trace, not daring to say more, obeyed. Yes, your command. Thinking to himself, the mysterious law of karma is unpredictable, but Violet's prowess is unquestionable. Ha, Chen Luo, you're definitely done for this time. However, in the next moment, Violet spat out a mouthful of old blood, which startled her. How could this be? I didn't even strike at that person of destiny, merely meddled a bit with the karma of that spatial being and suffered such severe backlash. Could that spatial being have something special? Suddenly, Violet aged decades in just a moment. Damn it, that spatial being is no less than destiny itself. But it doesn't matter. His destiny has already changed. Let's wait and see. Meanwhile, Huang Yao's butler suddenly came in. Sir, there's a young man named Chen Luo looking for you outside. He says he's your friend. Hearing this, Huang Yao's spirits lifted. Please invite him in. No, wait, I'll go greet him myself. Quickly, call little Li. Huang Yao then personally welcomed Chen Luo. Just then, a burly figure approached, shouting, Father, did you call for me? Huang Yao quickly introduced them. This is your Uncle Chen. Although Huang Li appeared younger than Chen Luo, he respectfully greeted Chen Luo as Uncle Chen. In response, Chen Luo didn't hesitate and pulled out the purple crystal card worth over 1 million as a greeting gift. Huang Li accepted it without much ado, thanking him before excitedly leaving with the card. Huang Yao then spoke gravely. I've arranged everything for the spaceship modification. You just need to find Snake Mother. She can even give you a discount. However, finding a light system expert skilled in purification is challenging. Due to your mother's star's remote location, it's difficult to find someone willing to go there, regardless of the money. Chen Luo understood the difficulties, lamenting that Li wasn't skilled in purification, or else once she reached divine level, they wouldn't need to rely on others. At that moment, Huang Yao suggested, "Let me ask Snake Mother. Maybe she can find someone." He contacted Snake Mother, who immediately responded, "No need to worry about finding a light system expert. I can handle it. I'll accompany Chen Luo to Blue Star myself." Chen Luo was overjoyed at the offer. "What are we waiting for? Let's go to Snake Mother now." Huang Yao agreed, ready to set off. "We can use law to fly. It'll take about 10 days to get there." Chen Luo simply smiled. "It won't take 10 days. Just give me the coordinates for Snake Mother." Hearing this, Huang Yao exclaimed, "Brother, are you suggesting we void walk there? I'm a divine level, and that's quite a drain on your energy." Before he could finish, Chen Luo revealed the spatial transfer law, startling Huang Yao. "Brother, this is incredible. How have you achieved 2 laws in just a few days? Maybe I should start calling you Big Brother." Chen Luo casually remarked, "Actually, I'm quite surprised myself. I didn't expect to grasp the second law so easily." Huang Yao was speechless at this. Is he even speaking like a normal person? Darn it, he's showing off again. As Chen Luo began creating the spatial tunnel, Huang Yao shared some background on Snake Mother. Snake Mother's story is quite tragic. Just like Cat Star, Snake Star was known not only for its beautiful inhabitants, but also as a delicacy. It wasn't until Snake Mother ascended to divinity that the fate of Snake Star changed. She's very compassionate and has worked tirelessly to earn money to nurture the snake race, hoping to produce another divine level being to protect Snake Star. When Time Trace wanted to destroy the Blue Star, Snake Mother was the first to stand against him. "So I ask you, Big Brother, please be considerate towards her." Chen Luo immediately responded, "Of course. It seems I owe her a favor. Snake Mother sounds like someone I should get along with, especially since we'll need her help to purify the Blue Star." Quickly, he finished constructing the tunnel to Snake Star, and they arrived at the world of Snake Mother. Huang Yao, familiar with the place, led Chen Luo directly to Snake Mother's lair, built atop a world tree that had reached demigod level, emanating immense energy. Huang Yao shouted, "Snake Mother, we have guests. How is this possible? Even with law flying, it should take at least 10 days to half a month. It's been less than an hour." Huang Yao chuckled, "The shock I felt earlier will soon be yours to experience. Just try not to be too surprised." Snake Mother was momentarily stunned before she clasped her hands together and bowed to Chen Luo. "Out of desperation, I troubled you, and that was wrong of me. Bai Zhen, apologize to you here." Seeing Snake Mother's sincere attitude, Chen Luo quickly returned the bow. "No fight, no acquaintance. Thank you, Snake Mother, for helping me protect my home planet." Once inside, Snake Mother curiously asked, "You just contacted me a moment ago. How did you arrive so quickly? Did you contact me when you were already close?" Huang Yao, with a proud expression, revealed, "We traveled here through a spatial tunnel. My big brother has now mastered the spatial transfer law. This is his second law." Snake Mother, upon hearing this, couldn't help but express her admiration. "Chen Luo, you will surely master no less than 7 laws in the future." "Just give me a moment," said Snake Mother before she walked into the world tree. She returned with a shining object. This is a world tree seed. Planting it on Blue Star will not only provide abundant energy, but also purify all impurities. Huang Yao was shocked. "You have such a treasure, and you, always so frugal, are willing to give it away? At auction, this would fetch a minimum of 30 million, and it's not something you can just buy with money." Chen Luo took the seed, puzzled. "Can this seed purify the pollution brought by Auburn?" Snake Mother shook her head. "The seed alone isn't enough. I have other methods to purify the pollution. Once we're at Blue Star, you'll see. I guarantee we can completely eliminate the pollution." Chen Luo didn't hesitate, and immediately took out Seth's card, containing over 50 million purple crystals. But Snake Mother refused to accept it. Chen Luo mentally noted, "I'll remember this favor. If you ever need anything from me, I will do my utmost to help." Then, with a stern face, Snake Mother ushered Huang Yao out of the room. She turned back to Chen Luo with a smile. "Since you're alone, I found some juniors to take care of you." Without waiting for Chen Luo's reaction, she called in 4 charming women. "They are all demigod level. My very excellent juniors. Their names are Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter. From now on, they will serve you. You can also give them some guidance. Chen Luo was quite alarmed by Snake Mother's offer, thinking to himself, this is trouble. Millie is watching everything in the space. He then firmly declined. I am not a frivolous person. After firmly dismissing the 4 ladies, Snake Mother was initially surprised. Perhaps he doesn't fancy these juniors. Well, it's normal for a talented young man to have high standards. Meanwhile, inside the space, Rice was busily sniffing a vermilion fruit, muttering about its fragrance. Suddenly, Rice sensed a thread being pulled from Chen Luo. A thread that connected to someone immensely powerful. Rice recognized that someone was meddling with Chen Luo's fate, leading him towards a dangerous collision with these powerful individuals, which could put Chen Luo at risk. Rice smirked devilishly, a little meddling from the great Rice, and this meddler will be embarrassed. I don't need to do much. Just delay things a bit. Millie is the key to breaking this situation. The next morning, Snake Mother and Huang Yao found Chen Luo. Your spaceship is ready. You just need to bind your identity to it, and then you can use it as you wish. But just then, Rice started clamoring in the space, demanding to be let out. Hearing this, Chen Luo furrowed his brows and said, I came here alone. Wouldn't your coming out expose the secret of the special ability space? However, Rice assured him, just let me out. Even if they know, it's fine. They are not bad people. Reluctantly, Chen Luo made an excuse to leave momentarily, and then released everyone from the special ability space. He quickly asked Rice if something serious was about to happen, only to receive a dismissive snort in response. It's too stuffy in there. We need to get out and breathe too. Resignedly, Chen Luo led the group to Snake Mother and Huang Yao, giving them a brief introduction. This scared Snake Mother and Huang Yao quite a bit. No wonder you didn't let spring, summer, autumn, and winter serve you. You've been hiding these beauties. Where did all these beautiful women come from? Chen Luo didn't explain, and Snake Mother and Huang Yao didn't pry further. Then, Chen Luo said solemnly, now that the spaceship is modified, let's head back to Blue Star. But as soon as he spoke, Rice started to argue. I don't want to go back now. You must take me to the Happy Planet for a few days. I don't care. We must go to the Happy Planet right now. Chen Luo was shocked and thought to himself, Rice wasn't like this before. Could it be a rebellious phase? Unable to argue with Rice, Chen Luo agreed, I'll build a space tunnel now. It'll only take a couple of hours to reach Happy Planet. However, Rice refused this proposal too. I want to travel by spaceship. Do you have a problem with that? Rice muttered, Chen Luo, you fool, just listen to me, or you'll be in big trouble. Though Chen Luo didn't understand why Rice had changed so drastically, he agreed without hesitation, which scared Snake Mother and Huang Yao. They wondered, what's the deal with this cat-eared girl, daring to talk to Chen Luo like that? Then, as per Rice's demand, Chen Luo boarded the spaceship and asked her, why don't you want to use the space tunnel? Is there a special reason? Rice chuckled and said, some things are better left unknown. Just listen to me. That's right. No sooner had the words been spoken than an unidentified object hurtled towards the spaceship at high speed, smashing through and striking Chen Luo squarely in the chest. This frightened everyone aboard, who shouted in confusion about what was happening. When Snake Mother took a closer look at the object that hit Chen Luo, she broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, your luck is unbelievable. That's Rama metal. Chen Luo immediately asked, what's Rama metal? Is it valuable? Snake Mother explained, it's a very precious metal, commonly used to forge armor. Right now, it's priced at 50,000 purple crystals per pound. By my estimation, this piece weighs about 4,300 pounds, valuing it at roughly 180 million. It seems like wealth has literally fallen from the sky for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo instantly understood Raya's intention. This was why she insisted on traveling by spaceship. About 2 months later, the group finally arrived at Happy Planet. However, as soon as they landed, Rice was captivated by a newly released virtual reality game. She eagerly said, I want to play this. It says here that you can even help understand the law in the game. Hearing this, Snake Mother immediately said, understanding the law is all about cognition. If you grasp it in the game, you might be able to apply it in reality. Realizing the game could help understand the law, Chen Luo decided to buy 20 Supreme Gaming Pods. Not only could everyone relax and enjoy themselves, but they could also enhance their abilities. Why not? Then, the group moved the purchased gaming pods to the hotel. As Chen Luo sat in the gaming pod, his consciousness was instantly transported to a virtual world. Entering the game, he felt like he had arrived in a whole new realm and thought to himself, let's try void walking first and see how it compares to reality. Just as he was about to execute his move, a system prompt suddenly popped up. You have not learned this skill yet. Please purchase the skill book to learn it. Chen Luo had no choice but to open the recharge interface and bought all the space-related skill books. Then, Chen Luo began his frenzied venture into the void. In just 1 month, his progress in void walking has increased by 7%, but further advancement became extremely difficult. Thus, he turned to comprehend other laws, entering deeply into the spatial dimensions to perceive. Chen Luo sensed that there are a total of 8 types of spatial abilities, or 8 branches of law, each with its own capabilities and strengths. These included teleportation, transmission, and space manipulation for functionality, bias towards physical defense, and bias towards magical defense for protection, and dimension, annihilation, and penetration for offense. Chen Luo had mastered a bit of each, but apart from teleportation and transmission, he was not proficient in the others. What he lacked now was offensive power. So, he decided to start comprehending from the dimension aspect, which he was relatively good at. Meanwhile, others had logged out of the game. Thunder King remarked, "This game is really good, much better than meditating in boredom." However, Rice became the first player in the game to die 1,000 times, which infuriated her. She exclaimed, "Nothing that some more money can't solve. If there is, then you're just not spending enough." At this moment, Chen Luo encountered another problem in his comprehension. Grasping the offensive laws was indeed challenging for him. Just then, a strange force suddenly invaded his world. He thought he would gain some insights, but it turned out to be Rice calling him to hurry out. Chen Luo thought something urgent had happened, so he quickly exited the game. To his surprise, Rice immediately asked him to lend her purple crystals, insisting on spending more in the game. Reluctantly, Chen Luo handed over Seth's purple crystal card to Rice, then suggested, "Let's set off back to Blue Star now. Anyway, it's several months' journey, and everyone can spend more time comprehending in the game during the trip." At this moment, Millie was engrossed in a book. Chen Luo hurriedly approached and asked, "What are you reading?" Upon hearing this, Millie replied, "You've come at the right time. Take a look at this, it's about something called Great God Certification. I think it will definitely help you. It's said that once the comprehension of a particular branch law reaches 100%, you'll receive a Great God Certification from the respective law. The transformation it brings is far greater than the rewards of advancing to divine level." Upon hearing these words, Chen Luo felt a jolt in his heart. So, when I comprehend void walking to 100%, I can obtain this Great God Certification, he pondered. With that thought, Chen Luo immediately declared, "Then, I will go and perceive the law now. I must obtain this Great God Certification as soon as possible." Without delay, he returned to his room to start his comprehension, only to find that advancing in void walking became more difficult, not making any further progress. On the contrary, he inadvertently gained insights into spatial defense, which greatly annoyed him. Void walking is the best defense, he thought. However, just then, Huang and Snake Mother suddenly rushed in, shouting, "Chen Luo, you must check outside the spaceship right away. Another law has arrived." Hearing this, Chen Luo was shocked and alarmed. Could it be that Thunder King has ascended to demigod level and became a deity right where he was? But before he could finish, a beam of light shot directly towards Chen Luo. Although for others, law is a coveted thing, Chen Luo looked disdainful, murmuring to himself, "I thought it was the Great God Certification coming. But what is this trivial thing? If it's going to come at me, at least make it an attack law." Huang Yao, already terrified, fell to his knees with a thump, crying out, "Monster! My big brother is truly a monster." Snake Mother was also trembling uncontrollably, thinking to herself, "The first time I met him, he was at the sovereign level. It hasn't even been a year, and he has already comprehended 3 laws. Is this guy even human?" Chen Luo, modified by the law and looking utterly despondent, muttered, "I don't want to admit that all my points have been invested in surviving." As Chen Luo had only understood 31% of spatial defense, the transformation by this law lasted only 10 minutes before it ended. Lying on the couch, Chen Luo let out a heavy sigh. At this moment, Huang Yao, puzzled, asked, "Isn't comprehending the 3rd law a huge cause for celebration? Why do you seem unhappy about it?" Upon hearing this, Chen Luo shook his head. "You know the laws I have comprehended, teleportation, transference, and the defense one just now, not a single attack law among them." While it's true that I now have 3 laws, it's difficult to even think of killing a divine level with 1 law. I might just be the lousiest 3-law person there is. At these words, Huang Yao immediately collapsed to the ground. While Snake Mother shouted, "Are those even human words? I wish to become the weakest 3-law divine level too, but the laws don't heed my call. You're really showing off here, and I give you full marks for it." 2 months later, Chen Luo and his group finally returned to Blue Star. This time, Chen Luo planned to lay low for a few decades before venturing out again once he achieved godhood in the time domain. He then asked Snake Mother how to purify the pollution. Upon hearing this, Snake Mother reassured him, "Don't worry. Although my method isn't exactly purification, it has a similar effect. Let's get started now." She then transformed into a snow-white serpent and opened her massive mouth, unleashing a powerful suction force that began to draw in the fragmented dark laws, which were absorbed into her mouth like dust. A look of pain appeared on Snake Mother's face, alarming Chen Luo, who quickly asked Huang Yao, "What's happening to Snake Mother? Is she in danger?" Huang Yao replied with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. "It won't threaten Snake Mother's life, but dark laws are not something trifling. As a result, Snake Mother won't be able to comprehend any new laws for the next few hundred years until she fully digests this dark curse. I didn't expect Snake Mother to go to such lengths for you." Hearing this, Chen Luo heaved a long sigh. "I owe you one for this. First, you helped me save my home planet, and now you've devoured the dark laws for me. Your friendship is something I deeply value." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Time Trace received thrilling news. The third prince of the Volsea Empire had announced a purchase, offering 2 billion purple crystals for a time system crystal. Additionally, the seller would be granted a hereditary earldom in the empire, along with a 20,000-year lifespan grass as a reward. Time Trace was overjoyed, knowing there had been a time system presence on Blue Star. Although it hadn't been found in their last search, he was certain Chen Luo knew about it. "All I need to do is inform the third prince. He will naturally come looking for it. When that happens, how will you deal with it? I might not be able to handle you, but the third prince, with 6 laws, is not someone you can contend with. Is this the power of karma? Lord Violet is awesome." With that in mind, Time Trace quickly set up a tunnel to the Volsea Empire and informed the prince of the time system crystal. The third prince's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Are you saying this Chen Luo knows of the time system crystal?" Time Trace affirmed, "Absolutely. There's a native on Blue Star who has mastered time stop, and that's one of his subordinates." Upon hearing this, the third prince declared, "If the information you provide leads me to the time system crystal, you will certainly be rewarded." After Time Trace left, the third prince muttered to himself, "Had Time Trace not said it himself, I would hardly believe someone could acquire 2 laws in 5 years. You better be sensible. I'm curious to see just how far you'll go and whether you're truly more talented than I am." Following the information provided by Time Trace, the third prince issued an order. "If Chen Luo is seen within any planet governed by the Volsea Empire, he is to be brought to me. Additionally, send 2 divine-level individuals from the Empire to Blue Star to see if they can find him." Meanwhile, Snake Mother finally finished clearing all the pollution for Chen Luo. She hoped silently, "I hope this young man remembers my kindness and protects my offspring after my life ends." Then, she gave Chen Luo the world tree seed, along with cultivation methods and several notes written on paper. "Now that the matter is resolved, I must return to oversee my children's training. We shall meet again," Snake Mother solemnly stated. Huang Yao also expressed his need to leave. "I have to go back and find a match for my daughter. I can't stay with you, brother. By the way, have you considered my daughter?" Chen Luo immediately declined Huang Yao's offer and expressed his gratitude, emphasizing that since they all had important matters to attend to, he wouldn't hold them back. At that moment, Rice came over and whispered, "Chen Luo, come with me." She then stressed, "We need to leave." Surprised, Chen Luo asked, "Why leave? I was planning to go into seclusion here on Blue Star." Rice gravely informed him, "Someone is looking for you. You can't hide anymore." At this, Chen Luo's face darkened. "Who is looking for me? Is it Time Trace again?" Rice shook her head. "All I know is that it's a very powerful, divine-level individual, and he already knows the coordinates of Blue Star. We can't stay here any longer. I sense someone powerful orchestrating this. Intend on bringing you harm. Now, you have 2 choices. Either we leave now and find somewhere else to lay low and grow, or we face the situation head-on, while the latter has risks. It also has significant benefits. I can hide Blue Star from fate for about 100 years. But after that, I won't be able to use this method again immediately. Blue Star will still be very dangerous then. Therefore, you need to become stronger within these 100 years to protect your home. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately responded, then why don't you just hide the Blue Star now? We can stay hidden here without going anywhere. However, Rice replied, we can only leave temporarily. With my current ability, I can't hide a planet that contains a divine-level entity. My suggestion is to enter the fray. This will be greatly beneficial to you. I used to sense some advantages, but I have suddenly realized it's getting harder to sense your fate. Hearing this, Chen Luo's bladder shivered, nearly terrifying him. Does that mean you won't be able to warn me in the future? Rice spoke indifferently, I just can't sense it clearly. I can still detect if you're in danger. Relieved, Chen Luo sighed, that's good. Then I'll follow your advice and choose to enter the fray. Watching Chen Luo's retreating figure, Rice mused to herself, fate is constantly changing. I didn't expect him to comprehend the third law so quickly, surpassing fate. He's become someone I can't grasp. Fortunately, things are progressing in a better direction. Chen Luo couldn't understand why people kept troubling him at Blue Star repeatedly. First, it was Time Trace. Now, another mastermind appeared. He wondered if the person behind Time Trace, as Wang Yao mentioned before, was the same as this new adversary. Pondering, he asked Snake Mother and Wang Yao, who is behind Time Trace? Hearing this, Snake Mother and Wang Yao exchanged a look and then gravely said, we indeed know the answer to this question, but we really can't reveal it. If we do, we'll be in big trouble. You don't need to look for this person's identity. She isn't intentionally causing you trouble. After striking once, she won't attack you again unless you provoke her. Wang Yao added, I don't mean to underestimate you, brother. But even if you have comprehended all the spatial laws, it's best not to seek her out. It's better to pretend you don't know. Just then, the demon tree suddenly came running over, shouting loudly, Chen Luo, you heartless man. How long has it been since you fed me? But as soon as the words left its mouth, the demon tree sensed the presence of the world tree. The bloodline suppression immediately filled it with overwhelming fear. Hearing this, Chen Luo retorted sharply, how am I heartless? Haven't I fed you enough corpses? Upon hearing this, Wang Yao also quickly declared his loyalty, shouting, who the hell are you cursing? Try saying that again. The demon tree, feeling slighted, pointed at the seed of the world tree on the ground and cursed, what is this, if not heartlessness? You found a new love and tossed me aside. Your old love, right? Chen Luo remained unfazed. We were in a partnership. Now that it's over, get lost. This response infuriated the demon tree, who retorted, fine, you heartless wretch. Burning bridges after crossing, is it? I'll fight you. And with that, it launched its ultimate move, giant vine entanglement. But as the vines were about to bind him, Chen Luo swung his hand, and a dimensional blade instantly split the demon tree in two. He muttered to himself, good riddance to this troublemaker, lest it attacks humans when I'm not around, Blue Star. Previously, Chen Luo was forced to leave due to the threat from Time Trace, taking all his members with him away from their homeland. But this time, without such dangers, he didn't take everyone with him. After bidding farewell, he once again visited the trading planet he'd been to before. The previously purchased swine beasts and some delicious creatures were mutated upon being transported to Blue Star. So, he wants to buy another batch to send back to Sudaju and the others. As he strolled the streets, he noticed a video playing on a screen atop a shop. The Empire was offering 2 billion purple crystals for a time crystal, promising the title of hereditary Earl and a longevity grass to the seller. Shocked, Chen Luo exclaimed, time crystals are worth that much? 2 billion? I've never seen so much money in my life. Just then, Sentai contacted him. Surprised, Chen Luo quickly asked, how did you know I was here? Upon hearing this, Sentai smiled slightly and said, little brother, wait right there for us. Richard and I will be there soon. We've got something good for you. Shortly after, the two arrived in front of Chen Luo. Richard spoke with a smile. Little brother, the third prince has summoned you. I'll give you the coordinates. You can teleport over there. Chen Luo, curious, immediately asked, who is this third prince and what does he want with me? Sentai replied, we've just received the order ourselves and don't know the specifics. It should be something good. Perhaps the third prince is interested in your teleportation abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited you so courteously. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo fell into deep thought. Rice mentioned a powerful divine-level entity looking for me. It's very likely this third prince. He quickly inquired about the third prince's background from the two. They were quite forthcoming and shared all they knew. The third prince is a divine-level entity with 6 laws of the Fire series and is the most talented member of the Volsea Empire's royal family. He is very likely the next ruler. Hearing this, Chen Luo solemnly said, "Since you both put it this way, I'll meet this third prince." He then teleported to the planet where the third prince was located using the coordinates provided by Richard. Upon arrival, a servant immediately approached him courteously and said, "You must be Chen Luo. The third prince has been waiting for you for a long time." Chen Luo was then ushered into the grand hall, where the third prince wasted no time in instructing his servants to brew a cup of enlightenment tea for Chen Luo. This tea greatly aids in comprehending laws. I usually don't partake in it myself, but for Brother Chen's visit, of course, I must offer my best hospitality. Actually, I've invited you here because I need a favor. I've heard you possess a time crystal, and I wonder if you might part with it. Chen Luo was initially taken aback, thinking to himself that this must be about Zhang Chushui and how the Budwa family likely relayed this information to the prince. He knew he couldn't deny it outright and thought to make an excuse. "I indeed have a time crystal, but I've already implanted it in my brain. It's probably irremovable now." The third prince smiled. "No matter if Brother Chen is willing to part with it, what has been put in can also be taken out." Chen Luo's expression darkened at the thought. "He really wants to open up my skull." He replied with a forced laugh. "You really have a sense of humor. Brain surgery is far too dangerous." The third prince, maintaining a friendly demeanor, assured, "No worries. I have professionals in the Light series. Your life won't be in danger. Just bear with it a little." Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. "I'm really pain-averse, and I'd like to use the time crystal myself. Perhaps your highness should look elsewhere." The third prince's smile vanished at Chen Luo's response, and he sized him up as if evaluating prey, then said coldly, "Your answer makes things difficult for me." Already frustrated from being forced to leave Blue Star, Chen Luo was incensed by this and flipped the table in anger. "If your highness finds it difficult, then don't bother with it." The third prince looked at Chen Luo in disbelief. "If you were cooperative, I would have ensured your safety and been curious to see how far you could grow. But now you've lost that chance. I've never seen anyone as foolish as you." Chen Luo smirked dismissively at the third prince. "Well, now you have." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the third prince's body suddenly erupted with 6 different colored laws swirling furiously around him. To his surprise, Chen Luo didn't attempt to flee immediately after the confrontation. Seeing this, the third prince wasted no time and teleported right in front of Chen Luo, declaring, "It's been a long time since someone dared to be so presumptuous in front of me. I'll take that time crystal of yours." Chen Luo scoffed. "I may not be able to defeat you, but I can make you go away." Spatial exile. Suddenly, the third prince found himself whisked away into outer space. Confused and incredulous. How is this possible? Spatial movement used on others? Without pondering too much, the third prince hurried back to his planet at high speed. Meanwhile, Chen Luo began his spree of looting, stuffing anything valuable into his spatial ability domain. He soon set his sights on the third prince's 2 maid servants. With a mischievous smile, he skillfully stuffed one maid into his snakeskin bag. As the other maid attempted to flee, he grabbed her like a chicken and stuffed her into the bag as well. Just as he was doing this, the third prince managed to rush back to his planet, expressing with a shocked face, "I truly underestimated you." But before he could finish his sentence, Chen Luo used spatial exile again, sending him thousands of miles away. Seeing so many treasures in the third prince's possession, Chen Luo was tempted by a wicked idea. The highest form of zero-cost shopping is to take whatever I see. Instead of picking each treasure individually, he used his spatial abilities to lift the entire palace from its foundations. As the third prince hurried back again, he was visibly frightened and threatened. "Stop right now, or I swear I'll kill you." Chen Luo, unfazed, made a grotesque face and mockingly repeated the third prince's words. "Your words make it very difficult for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the third prince vanished again, reappearing amidst the vast expanse of the universe. Utterly frustrated by Chen Luo's antics, he thought to himself in disbelief, "I am a wielder of 6 laws. Even if he can exile me to space, how can he do it so many times? I refuse to believe he can keep doing this indefinitely." With that, he returned to his planet, only to find that by the time he got back, Chen Luo, when even his palace had vanished, the third prince was so infuriated that he spewed blood. His attempt to capture Chen Luo had backfired horribly. Meanwhile, Chen Luo was already on another planet, whistling nonchalantly, thinking to himself, so much for the 6 laws. He still ended up being handled by me. But now, I'll likely become a wanted criminal. But who can do anything to me? As expected, it wasn't long before the Volsci Empire issued a warrant for Chen Luo's arrest. Shortly after arriving on a new planet, he heard an emergency broadcast blaring overhead, announcing a heinous crime against the Third Prince's palace. The broadcast declared, "The palace of His Highness, Third Prince Lei Sane, has been burglarized." The criminal took advantage of the Third Prince's absence to steal a substantial amount of property using spatial abilities. Moreover, the criminal has caused significant damage to the palace and brutally murdered 2 of the prince's maid-servants. The villainy and shamelessness of these acts are chilling. The Imperial Guard has issued a Class S arrest warrant for the criminal. The Third Prince is both shocked and outraged by these events. A bounty of 2 billion purple crystals is now offered for the capture of Chen Luo. In that moment, every large screen on the planet lit up with Chen Luo's photo, marking him as a wanted man across the empire. Upon hearing the words, Chen Luo sneered, muttering to himself, "Is that what you call stealing? How uncool. I was obviously robbing. And right before your eyes at that, and those 2 maid servants, I clearly didn't kill them." Chen Luo strutted down the street, immediately causing a commotion. People began to discuss fervently, "Isn't that the S-class fugitive? Quick, catch him." Another onlooker hastily intervened. "Are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear the announcement just now? This guy is a Tula divine level." As Chen Luo walked, he felt his stomach rumble, so he decided to find a place to eat first. Once his powers were restored, he planned to settle the score with Time Trace. He had no more concerns now. Huang Yao had told him that if he wanted to know who was behind his troubles, he had to ask Time Trace. Then, he arrived at a fried food shop and ordered several set meals. The shop owner's bladder shuddered with fear upon seeing the notorious evildoer, stammering, "I dare not sell you anything. You're a bad person. Doing business with you would get me shut down." At this, Chen Luo's face darkened. "What if I don't pay? That wouldn't count as doing business with you then, would it? Hurry up, dare you not serve me? Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now." Terrified, the shopkeeper hastily prepared 2 dishes and a soup. After eating his fill, Chen Luo prepared to leave to confront Time Trace. He dropped 5 purple crystals and departed from the planet. The shopkeeper was astonished. "I've worked hard for 10 years and couldn't earn 1 purple crystal. He isn't as brutally evil as they make him out to be in the news." Subsequently, Chen Luo began constructing a space tunnel. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a forlorn black robe arrived on the Third Prince's planet. Seeing this, the Third Prince smiled and said, "Black Spirit, you've finally arrived. How has your recovery been?" Upon hearing this, Black Spirit immediately responded, "As soon as I received your message, I rushed over. Thanks to your help, Third Prince, I recovered in half a month. The disaster still haunts me. I nearly died. If it weren't for the signal I sent out for your help, I wouldn't have survived." Meanwhile, Chen Luo had already arrived at Time Trace's planet. In a fit of rage, he yelled, "Time Trace, you bastard, come out. Weren't you very arrogant before?" The butler of Time Trace stepped out of the castle and retorted, "Who is this blind fool barking here? Do you wish to die?" As the butler looked up at Chen Luo in the sky, her bladder nearly gave out in fear, realizing, "Isn't that the S-class fugitive? What's he doing here?" She quickly suggested, "Lord Time Trace has stepped out. If you have business, you may enter and wait for his return." Without any courtesy, Chen Luo replied, "Then I shall do as suggested. Today, I'll collect some interest first." Saying so, he used his void-walking ability to enter Time Trace's home, only to find nothing of value. Frustrated, he thought perhaps all the valuables were carried away by Time Trace. Annoyed, Chen Luo decided to wreak havoc. "If that's the case, don't blame me for the destruction." At that moment, Time Trace was transporting materials for the reconstruction of Third Prince's palace. Suddenly, his communicator rang, and he saw that Chen Luo was vandalizing his castle. Though Time Trace wished to kill Chen Luo, he was helpless and furiously powerless. Yet, he thought, this might not be entirely bad. Perhaps I can profit from this. Without hesitation, Time Trace contacted the Third Prince, "The person you're after. I've found him. He's currently dismantling my home." This news invigorated the Third Prince. "What did I say? That guy loves to cause destruction when people are away. See, there's another victim." Upon hearing this, Black Spirit became furiously enraged. "Has this kid turned the world upside down? Daring to do such a thing to you? I'll go and take him down right now." The Third Prince gestured to hold off. Not yet. Wait until we have gathered enough forces. Then we'll hit him hard. However, Black Spirit was insistent. This kid is too arrogant. I can't tolerate it. We must teach him a lesson. Although he is adept at voidwalking, he might not be able to escape my shadow assault. Upon hearing this, the third prince pondered for a moment, thinking, if Black Spirit's surprise attack succeeds, under the erosion of the curse law, Chen Luo's injuries will be difficult to heal. Once I gather more forces, killing Chen Luo will be almost certain. Then, he spoke decisively, then follow your plan. Proceed with caution. With the third prince's consent, Black Spirit immediately headed towards Time Trace's planet, shouting, wait for the good news. Meanwhile, after demolishing Time Trace's home, Chen Luo arrived at a desolate planet and released two maid servants from his snakeskin bag, named Nan Nan and Mang Mang. Nan Nan angrily said, are you courting death? We belong to the third prince. You dare to abduct us? Chen Luo chuckled. Are you silly? I just ransacked that guy's home right in front of him. Do you think I'd fear him? Before the two could fully grasp the situation, Chen Luo played a recording. The villain cruelly killed the third prince's two maid servants. He scoffed. Did you hear that? The third prince declared you dead. You understand the implication, right? Realizing the gravity of the situation, they quickly caught on. If the third prince has declared us dead, reappearing would contradict his statement. Seeing their realization, Chen Luo quickly proposed, how about you follow me from now on? I'll give you a day to consider. First, help me identify what these items are. He then handed them a box to examine. Mang Mang quickly identified it as blood fusion grass, a priceless treasure known to assist in integrating transplanted crystals. Chen Luo then discovered another treasure, enlightenment tea. They say it helps in comprehending laws. I didn't get to try last time as the table was overturned. To test its true effects, Chen Luo had them brew a pot. Mang Mang skillfully prepared the tea. After sipping it, Chen Luo felt as if his mind opened, his thoughts clearer. This indeed helps in understanding laws, allowing one to comprehend laws in a more ethereal state. Seizing this clarity, Chen Luo began to delve into another spatial defensive law. To his utter surprise, the fourth law actually came. Following that, a law flew straight towards him, beginning to remodel his body. This frightened Nan Nan and Mang Mang considerably. When Time Trace reported to Third Prince, didn't he say that he had comprehended 2 laws within a year? How come there are already 4? The two were immediately overwhelmed with unparalleled shock. This person's talent is too demonic. They murmured to each other. Then they began to mutter. Why don't we just follow him? Serving anyone is serving, as long as we can live well. About 15 minutes later, the law remodeling was completed. Seeing this, Nan Nan and Mang Mang hurriedly stepped forward to congratulate. Congratulations, Master, on comprehending the 4th law. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo smiled calmly. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll have meat to eat in the future. This enlightenment tea is indeed precious. It really helps with comprehending laws. Do you know where this enlightenment tea comes from? Nan Nan immediately responded. I heard it was planted by some natural system bigshot, harvested from a divine tree. It's very rare in yield and sought after by many. Chen Luo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Who has the ability to plant such a divine tree? Nan Nan shook her head at this. I really don't know that. This can of tea leaves you got from Third Prince is his 100-year share. He really can't bear to drink it. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo was momentarily stunned. Let me find the tree. How much tea I pick or whether I uproot the entire tree will all depend on my mood, he said sternly. It's okay not to now. I'll just go and inquire about it. Meanwhile, inside the special ability space, Millie, who was absorbing crystals, suddenly underwent a miraculous transformation, advancing from sovereign level to demigod level. Seeing this, Raya's eyes lit up. She hurriedly presented the vermilion fruit to Millie, saying, Millie, you should eat this quickly. It's very beneficial for you. Millie nodded and began to nibble on the vermilion fruit. At this moment, Chen Luo felt the fluctuations from the special ability space and immediately opened it to enter. This action greatly frightened Nan Nan and Mang Mang. Can people enter the space too? Inside, Chen Luo looked at Millie with joy, although he was somewhat disappointed that she didn't ascend directly to godhood upon advancing to demigod level, unlike him. He thought, considering Millie revived over 1,000 people and only spent a dozen years of her life, isn't that a minimal expenditure? Shouldn't that be enough to become a god directly? Then, Rice said in a deep voice, is there a possibility that Millie has a special attribute? Millie doesn't know any attacks, only healing types, and her effects are much better than others. Hearing this, Millie paused for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "Could it be that my sister possesses the law of life? I've read about it in Eisman's books." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo quickly picked up the book and started to browse through it. Soon, he found the relevant record. Above the light, there is an even purer law, the law of life. It is rumored to possess unparalleled healing abilities, capable of reviving someone even if only a drop of blood remains. Could Millie be a variant of the light? A life series? Since Rice mentioned it, Millie must indeed be of the life series. A smile spread across Chen Luo's face. What a streak of good fortune. Once Millie advances to divine level, even if I want to die, it will be difficult. However, at that moment, Rice suddenly spoke seriously. Chen Luo, have you begun to grasp the nuances of stopping time? I sense that you will soon master this skill. Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Rice continued, you mustn't expose this ability for now. In about a month, a very important item will appear, crucial for Millie and indirectly a great help to you. Revealing your time-stopping ability now will make it difficult for you to obtain this item later. Chen Luo quickly inquired, what exactly is this item? Rice thought for a moment. It's an object similar to the vermilion fruit, but its effects are far superior. Chen Luo somewhat understood. Does Millie need to gain a significant amount of life force to advance to divine level? If Rice says so, then there must be a reason. He then exited the special ability space and instructed Nan Nan and Mang Mang to go inside as well. My special ability space is different from others. There's no need to worry about life safety. It has all the necessities. But just as he finished speaking, Chen Luo sensed a murderous aura nearby. Looking up, he saw two figures rapidly approaching him. They soon surrounded him, one on each side. And after closely examining Chen Luo, an excited smile appeared on their faces. Then, Big Baldy burst into laughter and said, Golden Claw brother, we are going to strike it rich this time. This guy is definitely that S-class fugitive. No mistake. Then Golden Claw fiercely shouted at Chen Luo, you're Chen Luo, aren't you? 2 billion purple crystals as a bounty. I won't be polite then. As he spoke, the two shattered the space around Chen Luo, boasting, he's just a space manipulator. Now that the space is shattered, let's see where you can escape. Chen Luo, somewhat exasperated, retorted, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Disappear from my sight right now, and I'll let you go as if you were just a fart. Otherwise, I'll rob your homes next. The two burst into laughter at this threat, mocking him, you know where our homes are? Such words might scare children. Besides, let's see if you can survive from our hands first. Chen Luo's face darkened with anger. Don't want the face I'm giving you, huh? Then, with a snap of his fingers, he made the two buffoons vanish from his sight, remarking, I may not beat you, but I can still make you bugger off. He then smiled and said, I remember there's a divine level directory amongst the items I confiscated from Third Prince. Go find the information of those two idiots. Mang Mang quickly started browsing the directory, and Nan Nan suggested, how about I change your appearance, master? It might avoid unnecessary troubles like before. In just half an hour, Nan Nan transformed Chen Luo into a young elf. Meanwhile, Mang Mang found detailed information about the two and handed it over, cautioning, even with the disguise, you shouldn't casually enter planets guarded by divine-level beings. They can detect each divine level's law, and you are the only one known to possess the void-walking law. You'll definitely be noticed. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Don't worry, I have my own clever plan. The wanted poster says I'm a divine level with 2 laws, right? I'll just show the other 2 laws for them to detect. With this, he headed straight to the planet where Master Norton was located, only to find that there was no one to receive him, and he needed to register himself. Chen Luo was utterly surprised to find over 30 divine-level powerhouses in the reception area. This business must be booming. Norton must have some proud creation on display. Once I figure it out, I'll teach him the meaning of free shopping. He mused. Just then, a long-haired man approached Chen Luo. Brother, you seem unfamiliar. I don't recall ever seeing you around here. Chen Luo responded with a grin, funny. I've never seen you either. You wouldn't happen to be Chen Luo in disguise, trying to sneak in, would you? This remark immediately drew the attention of everyone in the reception area to the long-haired man, scaring him considerably. He quickly shouted, one can eat anything, but words should not be spoken carelessly. It can kill. You know. Are you trying to get me killed? Chen Luo shook his head. This kid's too faint-hearted. After the joke, the long-haired man respectfully said, Brother, what I meant was that you seem new here. Possibly a newly ascended divine level. Let's get to know each other. Chen Luo smiled slyly. Indeed, I've ascended not long ago. Just over a year. The long-haired man proudly responded, I've been a god for over 200 years. My name is Ker Juad, the sixth in my family. Chen Luo asked, my name is Wam Lenge. How long have you been queuing here? How long would it take to get the armor now? Ker Juad replied with a bitter smile, I arrived quite early. It should take me about 50 or 60 years to get my turn. Brother Wam, you've arrived late. At this rate, it's probably 100 years wait from now. Upon hearing about the long wait, Chen Luo quickly asked, can I just buy a ready-made armor? Money is not an issue. I just want to skip the line. Ker Juad's eyes lit up and he eagerly said, Wam Lenge, do you have any lucrative ideas? Take your brother along. Chen Luo didn't mince words. The path I'm on is a bit wild. Not really suitable for you. Just tell me if it's possible to buy ready-made armor with money. Ker Juad replied, money doesn't really work here. Have you heard of the space-manipulating powerhouse Time Trace? I've seen him come here. He offered 3 times the usual price, but still had to wait 10 years. Brother Wam, even if you have more money, could you outspend Time Trace? Chen Luo's spirits plummeted, as this was not what he expected. I thought there would be at least a dozen sets in stock. Turns out everything is made to order. How am I supposed to get anything for free? Thinking over his options, Chen Luo contemplated kidnapping Master Norton, but then asked Ker Juad about the number of laws Norton possessed. Upon hearing it was 3, he realized that kidnapping might be more challenging than anticipated. Maybe I should bring Rama metal to Master Norton. If I have the material, maybe it won't take long to craft the armor. Ker Juad then slapped his forehead and said, right, Brother Wam. If you're looking to buy armor at a high price, there might be a chance. A few days ago, the Volsea Empire announced that their millennial auction is coming up. All sorts of treasures will be available there. If you're looking to buy ready-made armor, you might want to check out the auction. Upon hearing about the grand auction, Chen Luo's mind raced with wicked thoughts. Such a grand auction will surely have lots of good stuff. If I could sweep it all up. Just the thought is delightful. Could this be the opportunity Rice mentioned? But before Chen Luo could fully relish his fantasy, Ker Juad doused his excitement, reminding him, I forgot to tell you. The Volsea Empire is very far from here. It would take at least 5 months to get there by flight. Unless you can get Time Trace to create a space tunnel for you. Chen Luo smirked, dismissing the concern. Time Trace? His understanding of spatial teleportation probably isn't as advanced as mine. I've decided. I'm going to that auction. If I can get my hands on a set of armor, I'll be unstoppable. His gaze then shifted to Norton's work area, where Norton was visibly irritated while crafting equipment. A female dwarf approached him saying, Elder, you have a call from Caroline. You really should take it. At Caroline's mention, Norton's eyes flashed with anger, and he shouted, Stop nagging. I haven't had a good night's sleep in over 100 years making this armor, and you're still rushing me? I quit. Find someone else to bother. However, when Caroline spoke from the communicator, her voice seemed to carry a compelling charm. I'm not contacting you to rush you, just to check on the progress. Norton replied, defensively, don't think I don't know you're trying to hypnotize me again. Only the helmet is left to finish. You want to use your old tricks to make me work faster, huh? In a fit of rage, he overturned his work table. You really think I'm that easygoing? I'm not crafting it anymore. I'd like to see what you can do about it. He then grabbed a bottle of strong liquor, gulping it down before staggering out of the workshop. Seeing Norton's condition, an elderly man with a white beard hurriedly approached him, attempting to flatter. Master Norton, I've long admired you. You really resemble my father. Norton, reeking of alcohol, cursed. All of you, get lost. I'm not taking any orders for the next 1,000 years. Go wherever you like, just don't bother me here. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded old man immediately turned sour and said, Master Norton, I have been waiting for 30 years. It's almost my turn now. You say you quit just like that. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Norton slammed the wine bottle on the ground and roared, You have a problem with me quitting? Do you want to be wanted? Someone, report his information to the Empire. Put him on the blacklist so he can never find work again. Norton then turned and left. Only the incompetent wait here. A bunch of trash. Neither rich nor strong. Chen Luo was secretly astonished at this scene. It seems the arrogance and hot temper of the dwarf race really do run in their blood. Seeing Norton about to leave, Chen Luo hurriedly came forward with a flattering smile. Master Norton, please wait. I have a piece of Rama metal here. Might you consider doing me a favor? However, Master Norton paid no heed. Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't dilly-dally and quickly took out a bottle of fine wine he had snatched from the third prince. This is specially offered to you. Don't you want to have a taste? Hearing there was fine wine, Norton immediately stopped in his tracks. What good wine can a nobody like you have? But when he saw the wine handed over, his eyes lit up. No way. Could this be blue flower drunk? Norton grabbed the bottle of blue flower drunk and downed it in one go. Chen Luo, without any hesitation, quickly handed over another bottle. Norton lecherously smiled. Not bad. Kid, you've got taste. Come in and have a few drinks with me then. Hearing this, Chen Luo was overjoyed and hurriedly asked again if Norton could help craft some armor for him. At this, Norton's face changed. Are you deaf or has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Didn't you hear me say I won't work for 1,000 years? Can't you understand human speech? Norton kept pointing at Chen Luo's nose and cursing. Are you brain damaged? Trying to get me drunk to trick me into working for you? You underestimate my capacity for drink. But the next moment, the old man sleazily inquired if there was any more blue flower drunk, asking if he could have another bottle. His face-changing skill was truly unparalleled. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately said, if you agree to craft the armor for me, not only will there be enough wine, but I also have 30 million purple crystals as a token of my gratitude for your hard work. As he spoke, Chen Luo handed over 2 more bottles of blue flower drunk. Taking the bottles, Norton muttered, 30 million purple crystals and you think you can get me to work when I'm not in the mood? Read my lips, get lost. At this, Chen Luo's face turned completely dark. Ungrateful, aren't you? When have I ever been treated with such disdain? Seeing Norton stagger forward, Chen Luo quickly went up to support him. Please, don't fall. Let me help you rest. Norton, with a flushed face, chuckled stupidly. Even after I curse at you, you don't leave. You really are thick-skinned. Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately feigned concern. Master, please calm down. It was all my fault for being inconsiderate in mentioning work when you were not in the mood. As he spoke, Chen Luo's hand moved towards Norton's spatial ring. Under the influence of alcohol, Norton's eyelids were already fighting a losing battle. In a swift motion, Chen Luo gently pulled off Norton's spatial ring. Norton, drunk and unresponsive, didn't realize what had happened immediately. Seeing his chance, Chen Luo quickly said, you should rest now. I won't disturb you any longer. Then 2 people replaced him in supporting Norton and escorted him to his room. But just then, Norton, almost instinctively, felt for his spatial ring and found it missing. The shock sobered him up instantly. The armor of Caroline and all his belongings were in that ring. Norton then roared, it was that lad. Everyone, heed my command. Seal the city. He rushed to the reception area and shouted, where is the lad who helped me earlier? Did anyone see him? That damn thief stole my spatial ring. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone naturally looked towards Khairjuad, and they began to say, that lad is closest to him. Hearing this, Khairjuad's bladder nearly gave out in fear, and he quickly clarified, I'm not close to him. I only know his name is Wanlingui. He thought to himself, no wonder that lad said his way of making money was wild, daring to even steal from Master Norton. Meanwhile, Chen Luo had already fled to the Happy Planet, ordering a table full of delicious food at a cloud restaurant to celebrate. Although he found the armor he had been longing for in Norton's ring, it was unfortunately pink, which disappointed him. A grown man wearing pink armor was too embarrassing. He resolved to find a way to change its color. Simultaneously, Albert, a commander of the Volsea Empire, also arrived on Happy Planet. Just as he landed, alarms sounded. A divine-level individual with unidentified status had entered Happy Planet, and no data was detected on him. Hearing the alarm, Albert's face showed a hint of amusement. Could it be that audacious Chen Luo? I should check it out. Soon, Albert approached Chen Luo and said with a smile, excuse me, due to a recent fugitive issue, to avoid any misunderstandings, could you please show your law for inspection? Annoyed, Chen Luo responded, can't you see I'm eating? Can't it wait until I'm finished? Albert grinned, sir, I have reason to suspect your identity. Please cooperate with my inspection. With no expression, Chen Luo stood up and said, you're quite bothersome. Then, giving Albert a look, in the next second, under everyone's gaze, Albert disappeared on the spot. This terrified the onlookers, who began to shout, this guy must be the wanted criminal. No doubt about it. No sooner had the words left his mouth, Chen Luo waved his hand grandly, instantly transporting everyone in the restaurant thousands of miles away. Realizing the situation had escalated to this point, and that returning to this restaurant for a meal would be impossible, Chen Luo decided to take the entire cloud restaurant with him. When Albert made his way back to Happy Planet, he found the entire building had vanished, which greatly alarmed him. He quickly contacted the third prince using his communicator. After learning about the situation on Happy Planet, the third prince was certain that this was undoubtedly Chen Luo's doing. Having experienced a similar theft himself, he immediately contacted Black Spirit, instructing him to use a teleportation array to quickly travel near Happy Planet and assassinate Chen Luo. With all expenses covered by the third prince, Black Spirit chuckled, "Just wait for my good news. As soon as I find him, that lad is as good as dead." To ensure nothing went wrong, the third prince also contacted a space element powerhouse, respectfully saying, "Uncle Yunchuang, it's been a long time since we last spoke. Just wanted to say hello. Are you free right now?" Yunchuang responded immediately. "Cut the crap and tell me what you want. I'm in the middle of comprehending law." Hearing this, the third prince quickly responded with a smile. "Haven't you mastered the 8th law of space, voidwalking, yet?" Yunchuang sighed. "I've mastered the other 7 laws of the space element, but I still can't grasp voidwalking. By the way, do you still have any enlightenment tea left? Give some to your uncle." When enlightenment tea was mentioned, the third prince knelt down immediately and said with a grin, "Although I don't have any enlightenment tea, I can help you master voidwalking law." At this, Yunchuang eagerly asked how. The third prince explained, "A space element genius has recently emerged. He became a deity just over a year ago and has already mastered the voidwalking law and spatial teleportation law. This lad also possesses a time element crystal. If we join forces to kill him, the time element will be mine and the space element will be yours. How about it?" Upon hearing this, Yunchuang immediately agreed to the deal. "I'll also attend the auction you're hosting. I'll come to you then. If you are completely sure about Chen Luo's location, you can call me in advance." The third prince quickly expressed his agreement. "Then it's happily decided." At that moment, Yunchuang spoke gravely. "I heard the Draymond Empire found a mysterious cave emitting the aura of destruction law. Is this true or not?" The third prince replied with a bitter smile. "Indeed, it's true. Black Spirit was actually the first to discover it. He rashly went in wearing his armor and came out barely alive after just a few seconds. His armor was destroyed and now that place is guarded by the Draymond Empire. There's nothing I can do. It's their territory. I suspect the destruction law, which has been missing for many epochs, is located there." After ending the communication, Yunchuang pondered for a moment. That lad is truly a genius. His talent is unprecedented. It's a pity, really. I genuinely want to master voidwalking, or else I'd really like to keep him to strengthen our space element faction. At the same time, elsewhere, Chen Luo brought the cloud restaurant to a deserted planet. This frightened the restaurant staff considerably. Chen Luo gave a slight smile and reassured them. "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. As long as you work honestly for me, I'll increase your salary tenfold." Saying this, he took out a card reader and showed the balance in the account, which brought tears of excitement to the corners of the mouths of the onlookers. Then, Chen Luo approached the proprietress and asked, "What's your name?" The lady, known as Bai Menchi, immediately responded, "I'm Bai Menchi, the daughter of one of the restaurant owners who was not favored. I'm usually in charge of managing the restaurant and making various beverages and alcoholic drinks." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo quickly inquired if she could make a drink called Hilbodo. Bai Menchi timidly nodded in affirmation. Chen Luo then asked, "Do you know who grows enlightenment tea?" Bai Menchi informed him, "Yes, I know. It's grown by a nature expert named Eugene." This excited Chen Luo immensely, and he eagerly exclaimed, "Then do you know where he lives?" Bai Menchi almost panicked, thinking to herself, "Why is he so excited? He's not planning to rob them, is he?" She shook her head and said, "I don't know, but my father certainly does. How about you let me go, and I'll ask him for you?" Chen Luo, not being foolish, urged her to call her father right away. However, after trying numerous calls with no answer, it became apparent that her father really didn't favor her. But just then, Rice suddenly reminded Chen Luo, "It's time for you to go out and explore. Don't just hide in space. You must visit some important planets." Caught off guard, Chen Luo stood frozen for a moment, thinking, "I was planning to make a big move at the auction before going out to stir things up. But if Rice is suggesting this, then there must be some advantage in it for me." Rice playfully added, "Be careful, though. You might get hurt this time. I suggest it's better to get a little injured. It makes the fish easier to catch." After finishing her statement, Rice directly pushed Chen Luo out of the space. At this moment, Chen Luo was a bit stunned, but resolved to visit his friends Richard and Sentai on the Happy Planet. The sudden visit frightened both of them. Richard, feeling resigned, said, "Why didn't you hide? Now that you've brazenly shown up on the planet we're guarding, we have no choice but to take action against you." Chen Luo, with a grin, responded, "I understand. It's your duty after all. Let me help you out then." With that, he used a void banishment technique to send them miles away. However, at that moment, Albert appeared in full armor, causing the ground to tremble and space itself to crack. He coldly said, "Last time, you escaped by luck with a sneaky attack. This time, let's see where you can run with the space breaking apart." Chen Luo, smiling disdainfully, "Just you," but suddenly sensed another murderous presence nearby. He instinctively prepared to use void walking to escape, but then remembered Raya's advice that getting injured might be beneficial. Right then, a dark shadow struck like lightning, stabbing him with a sword. Fortunately, the blow wasn't fatal. Albert, witnessing this, exclaimed in surprise, "Black Spirit, how is it you? Are you healed from such severe injuries so quickly?" Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately thought of leading Black Spirit to a secluded place. He dramatically spewed a 2-meter-high spurt of blood and exclaimed, "You despicable sneak," resorting to a surprise attack. Upon hearing this, Black Spirit immediately showed a smug look of triumph and said, "Today is your day to die." Chen Luo then hurriedly took out 3 vitality restoration pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Seeing this, Black Spirit immediately gloated, "It seems my sword earlier did quite a number on you. Otherwise, why would you gobble down 3 pills at once?" Chen Luo then immediately vanished from the spot with a void walk, much to Albert's dismay. "Didn't I shatter the space? How did he manage to use void walk? How can we catch him now?" Black Spirit was quick to pursue, sneering as he did so. "When I ambushed him earlier, I infused a strand of law power into his body. No matter where that kid flees, I can track him down." Seeing Albert following, Black Spirit quickly said, "I alone am enough to deal with him. You don't have the ability to hide, and being spotted by him will only make him run faster." Hearing this, Albert nodded. "Then I wish you good luck." Soon, Black Spirit caught up to the panting Chen Luo by following the scent of law. Delighted at the sight, Black Spirit thought, "It seems this kid can't use void walk continuously anymore. Let's see where you can run today." But just then, Chen Luo's breath suddenly steadied, and he stared at Black Spirit with a sinister smile, like he was sizing up prey. Feeling a chill down his spine, Black Spirit couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. Shouldn't he be the one afraid of me? How has it turned around? Thinking this, Black Spirit immediately swung his sword fiercely at him. Chen Luo sneered and instantly used Void Walk to appear behind him, immediately casting time reversal on him. Black Spirit turned around, bewildered, looking at Chen Luo. "If you can still use Void Walk, why don't you run?" Saying this, Black Spirit erupted with a terrifying pressure, and immediately struck him with dark abilities. Chen Luo did not retreat, but continued to cast time reversal on Black Spirit. In the next moment, 2 defensive laws appeared around him, blocking all of Black Spirit's attacks. This scared Black Spirit quite a bit. "How do you have defensive laws? And damn, 2 of them. Aren't you only supposed to have the laws of Void Walk and spatial teleportation?" Regaining his composure, Black Spirit looked at Chen Luo as if seeing a ghost. "You actually have 4 laws. Were you pretending earlier?" Hearing this, Chen Luo sneered dismissively. Surprised or not, unexpected, Black Spirit swallowed hard. "You grasped 4 laws in less than 2 years. I must say, your talent is incredible. But what of it? Without a single offensive law, I might not be able to do anything to you right now. But what can you do to me?" Without a word, Black Spirit turned and fled, muttering to himself, "I must bring this news back to the third prince." Seeing him attempting to escape, Chen Luo laughed. "Did I say you could leave?" With a wave of his hand, Black Spirit found himself bewilderedly back to where he started, which scared him considerably. Void Walk can be applied to others as well? Seems like escaping won't be so easy. With a grim face, Black Spirit said, "What do you want? I'm not even pursuing you anymore. What more do you want? Without a single offensive law, can you even hurt me?" Chen Luo ignored him and continuously applied time reversal on him. But then, Black Spirit suddenly felt the laws within him resisting something while his body began to undergo some changes, the most noticeable being the rapid recovery of his previously depleted abilities. Meanwhile, Chen Luo looked at him with a face that seemed to be looking at a dead person. Suddenly, Black Spirit lunged at him again, only to feel intense pain spreading throughout his body the next moment, causing him to nearly lose control of his bladder and shout, "What have you done to me?" With a slight smile, Chen Luo responded, "Guess?" As soon as he finished speaking, wounds from half a month ago began to reappear on Black Spirit's body. Desperate, Black Spirit shouted, "How is this possible? The third prince said you have a time. Are you using time reversal on me? How have you mastered time reversal so quickly as a secondary transplant of the time series?" However, all he got in return was Chen Luo's cold, mocking laughter. Then, sparks mixed with lightning began to emerge around him and started eroding his body. Within just 2 minutes, Black Spirit collapsed on the ground. Unconscious, Chen Luo swiftly removed Black Spirit's spatial ring to prevent him from destroying it in a last-ditch effort. Observing the sparks and lightning emerging from Black Spirit, Chen Luo sensed a dangerous aura. He didn't have time to confirm, as Black Spirit was quickly killed by this mysterious force. Without hesitation, Chen Luo skillfully extracted the crystal from Black Spirit. Using time reversal on Black Spirit had given Chen Luo some insights into the technique, filling him with excitement. "I must seize this feeling and comprehend the law," he thought. Chen Luo immediately released Nan Nan and Mang Mang and anxiously instructed, "Mang Mang, quickly prepare the tea." Upon hearing this, the two sisters did not delay and soon brought over the brewed enlightenment tea. After taking a sip, Chen Luo immediately began to focus intently on understanding time reversal. As he repeatedly ran through the process in his mind, he soon grasped some intricacies of time reversal. About an hour later, the energy consumption of using time reversal had reduced by more than 50%. However, this did not elevate him to a divine level of mastery, which left him somewhat disappointed. Meanwhile, the third prince was trying to contact Black Spirit using a communicator, but after multiple attempts, there was no answer, and even the location signal was untraceable, which made him uneasy. Could that guy have entered an area with no signal, or is his communicator broken, he wondered. Unable to reach Black Spirit, the third prince called Albert to inquire about Black Spirit's status. Albert responded with resignation, "We were together trying to capture Chen Luo, but he found me bothersome and sent me away." Hearing this, the third prince could only end the call with a sense of resignation, thinking that Black Spirit must have entered some special area, which was why he couldn't be contacted. The idea of Black Spirit being killed by Chen Luo, who was without an offensive law, was instantly dismissed by the third prince as ludicrous, given Black Spirit's possession of 4 laws. At the same time, the aura of Thunder King underwent a significant change. Chen Luo's eyes brightened as he thought to himself, "This kid has finally reached the demigod level." However, he was still somewhat disappointed, considering that, apart from him, Thunder King was the one with the best talent on Blue Star, yet he hadn't achieved godhood immediately. Without any delay, Chen Luo handed over Malmer's crystal to Thunder King. Malmer's lightning abilities are similar to Thunder King's. Absorbing his crystal should help Thunder King in understanding the law. Unexpectedly, just at that moment, the 4 laws within Chen Luo's body suddenly left him and flew straight out of the special ability space. This scared Chen Luo considerably, prompting him to quickly chase after them, only to discover his 4 laws causing trouble. They even blocked the Thunder Law outside the door. At first, Chen Luo was stunned at the sight, but then he became overjoyed. "I knew it, the Thunder King has never been weaker than anyone in his life. How could he miss out on becoming a god here?" So, he hurriedly called out to the Thunder King. As soon as Thunder King appeared, the Thunder Law immediately flew to his side and began to transform his body. Surrounded by the roaring thunder, Thunder King looked like a god of thunder descending to the human world. Once the transformation was completed, Chen Luo rushed forward and clasped Thunder King's shoulder. "Today is a great day, we must have a couple of celebrate." However, before he could finish, Thunder King spoke in a low voice. "I've already decided. After becoming a god, I'll go out alone to train. Your current enemies are too strong, and even if you let me out, I wouldn't be a match for them. I'd only be a burden. I don't want to spend my life hiding in this special ability space without being able to help you." Hearing this, Chen Luo was stunned and at a loss for words. He wanted to consult Rice about what would happen if Thunder King went out on his own, but was stopped by Thunder King. "Why ask her? Fate is predestined, and wealth is in the heavens. This is my choice, and no one can change it. Don't worry, I'm just going out to train." At this, Chen Luo, flustered, handed over Norton's armor and 2 purple crystal cards to Thunder King, who refused them. You may owe a debt to the dog, but the dog doesn't want to owe you too much. Helpless, Chen Luo had to accept Thunder King's decision. If you're in danger, Rice will give a warning. Going there to help you is just a matter of teleportation for me. Meanwhile, in another place, Norton contacted Caroline, saying, you should look for someone else. It's not that I don't want to make armor for you, but my space ring was stolen by a scoundrel named Wan Lengyi. Your armor is inside that ring. If you can, find that thief yourself and stop calling me to bother me about it. Caroline was stunned by this news. But just then, an elderly voice came from behind her. Caroline, you're quite punctual. Every time it's nearly time to harvest the Enlightenment tea, you always come early. Caroline responded with a slight smile. Who might this be with you? Eugene introduced, this is my adopted son from Blue Star. His name is Yuri. You've come at the right time. He's also a psychic. Maybe you can teach him when you're free. Caroline was shocked to hear this, thinking to herself how much Yuri resembled Eugene's missing son, which is probably why he was adopted. In agitation, Caroline explained, Uncle Eugene, it's not that I'm unwilling to teach him, but I have more important things to do right now. The armor I asked Norton to make was stolen by someone named Wan Lengyi. I need to get my armor back. Eugene acknowledged the unrest, mentioning, things seem to be a bit unsettled lately. Not too long ago, the third prince's house was also robbed by someone named Chen Luo. These people are really bold. Yuri was stunned upon hearing this, thinking to himself, wow, Chen Luo, the leader of Dawn City, you've actually made it to the stars. No doubt, the 2 people Uncle and Caroline are talking about must be you. At that moment, a marquis from the Volsci Empire suddenly approached Eugene. The task you entrusted to me last time has been completed. Yuri was shocked at the resemblance between himself and the newcomer, wondering, why does this person look so much like me? Then, the marquis spoke solemnly, while I couldn't find your son, I did find his descendant. This is your grandson, Yuan. This made Eugene extremely happy, quickly moving forward and excitedly grabbing Yuan's hand, incessantly saying, my dear grandson, you suffered. This moment made Yuri feel a hint of unease, thinking to himself, now that the adoptive father has found his direct bloodline, this is definitely not good news for me. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chen Luo was inquiring Bai Minchi, why doesn't tonight's dinner include my favorite fiery cloud steak? Bai Minchi informed him, the fiery cloud steak is all out. How about I go out and buy some more? Hearing this, Chen Luo chuckled and said, no need to trouble yourself. I'll be faster. Just give me the supplier's address. But Bai Minchi replied, only I can acquire such ingredients. However, I know another steakhouse that features fiery cloud steak as their specialty. They surely have a lot in stock. This place is on Happy Planet, not far from my cloud dining restaurant. You can go there to buy some. At that very moment, Albert was dining at this restaurant with his wife and daughter. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice, where's your manager? Call him out for me. Turning his head, he saw Chen Luo and thought to himself, isn't this guy supposed to be chased by Black Spirit? How did he end up here all of a sudden? The approaching waiter also recognized this person as Chen Luo, which scared him immensely. He hurriedly shouted, Lord Albert, save me. Upon hearing this, Albert's bladder shuddered as he nearly wet himself, muttering under his breath, damn, I really should be thanking you. The man simply ordered a steak at the restaurant. But this ended up causing a divine level with 5 law abilities to break out in a cold sweat. It turned out the man was a notoriously vicious wanted criminal, and Albert was the captain in charge of capturing him. Since today was his daughter Alice's birthday, he had brought his wife and daughter to dine at this restaurant. Worried that the young man might harm his family, Albert chose to turn a blind eye. Just then, a waiter suddenly shouted, aren't you Chen Luo, the one wanted by the Empire? Captain Albert, quickly capture this criminal. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately spotted Albert dining. Under normal circumstances, Albert would not fear Chen Luo. But with his wife and daughter present, he was completely panicked. However, Chen Luo regarded Albert as his benefactor. Without him, Chen Luo would have never known that Black Spirit was injured. Thinking of this, Chen Luo hurriedly greeted him, hi, Captain Albert. This scared the waiter, who urgently yelled, Captain Albert, quickly arrest him. Chen Luo ignored this and casually pulled over a chair to sit down. The next second, he exiled the troublesome waiter to the bar and then looked at Albert playfully. I heard you've been constantly looking for me. Isn't it enough already? Albert hurriedly explained, you are a thief. I am a soldier. Isn't it my duty to find you? If you leave now, I'll pretend I didn't see you. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. That's not enough. I want you to pretend you don't see me whenever you do in the future. Can you do that? After a moment of silence, Albert spoke deliberately, yes. Just as he finished speaking, 4 divine levels from Happy Planet, who were stationed nearby, rushed into the restaurant. To their surprise, they found Chen Luo sitting at a table with their captain. Seeing them, Chen Luo quickly gave Albert a signal. Without hesitation, Albert ordered, you all back off. The others looked at each other in confusion, then protested, Chen Luo is still here. We came after receiving the restaurant's report. It's not proper to just leave like this. Albert's expression turned cold. Don't you understand what I'm saying? With that, they reluctantly left the restaurant. Then Albert said sternly, I've agreed to your request. Can you leave now? I haven't eaten yet. Since when do you chase a guest away before they've finished eating? Saying this, Chen Luo forked over Alice's steak and quickly devoured it. Seeing Alice's tearful eyes, Chen Luo hurriedly explained, this is for your own good, my dear. I'm afraid you'll get fat. At this, Albert said impatiently, now that you've eaten, what more do you want? And where's Black Spirit? Chen Luo smiled slightly, ah, Black Spirit. He encountered a mysterious black hole while chasing me. I threw him into it, and then he just disappeared. Albert realized, so he entered the Black Devouring Star. No wonder the third prince can't contact him. Chen Luo chuckled, I'm satisfied with your attitude. Answer me one question, and I'll leave. Tell me where Eugene lives. As soon as Albert heard this, he guessed what Chen Luo was planning and quickly tried to dissuade him. Eugene is not a small fry. Let me tell you, right now, it's only the third prince's power chasing you. But if you steal from Eugene's home, not only will the entire Volsea Empire pursue you with all its might, but many bigwigs who are on good terms with Eugene will also come after you. But Chen Luo was undeterred, don't worry about me, just give me the address. Don't try to fool me. You know what I'm capable of. Stealing from someone's house is just a matter of spatial teleportation for me. Seeing how obstinate Chen Luo was, Albert had no choice but to tell him Eugene's address. Chen Luo was a man of his word and immediately stood up, saying, then I won't disturb your meal any longer. Thanks for being honest, brother Albert. With that, he went to the kitchen and took away all the fiery cloud steaks. He then slapped a purple crystal card on the table, declaring confidently, I don't take things for free. This card has 10 million in it. Feel free to use it. And all of Albert's expenses are on me. But when he came out of the kitchen, he found that Albert and his family were already gone. He thought to himself, did I really scare off a divine level with 5 laws? Then Chen Luo swaggered out of the restaurant. Afterward, he returned to his ability space and asked Rice, if I steal Eugene's enlightenment tree and transplant it into my ability space, will it survive? Rice advised Chen Luo, don't focus on Eugene right now. The priority should be the auction. That's the main event. You need to go there first. I sense there's something incredibly important there. Plus, the Great God certification you've been longing for will also be available there. The person you'll meet is also a space specialist. So don't just run away at first sight. Otherwise, you'll miss the chance to learn. Chen Luo quickly asked, Rice, is that person formidable? Will I be in danger if I don't run? Rice was momentarily speechless. Brother, you're wearing armor and possess 4 laws. Who can kill you in a short time? Be brave. The auction is held in the imperial capital of the Volsea Empire. You must have a pass to enter. Hurry and get one. After dressing carefully, Chen Luo went to the specified location to get his documents. The staff there asked solemnly, name? Chen Luo replied, I'm Kit. The staff frowned. I can't find your information. What system do you belong to? Chen Luo quickly explained, I became a divine level and then secluded myself for 5,000 years. I only came out to explore the world after gaining strength. I'm a space specialist. As soon as he finished, the staff member became more vigilant. Recently, a space specialist stole from the third prince. It's not you, is it? Show us your laws for inspection. Without hesitation, Chen Luo displayed his 2 defensive laws of the space element. Seeing that there was no law of void walking, the staff member relaxed. Then, he asked, what's your purpose for entering the imperial capital? Chen Luo answered, I'm here to attend the auction. I also hope to make some friends while I'm here. Upon hearing this, the staff member said, congratulations, you've passed the inspection. Don't cause any trouble in the imperial capital, or the consequences will be dire. Wear this on your chest, and you'll have free access to the imperial capital. Chen Luo quickly assured, "No worries, I'm the most honest person you'll meet." Upon his smooth arrival in the imperial capital, Chen Luo casually picked up a promotional brochure for the auction. To his surprise, the auction featured a variety of precious elixirs, 20 sets of armors of varying quality, and even enlightenment tea. Albeit only 50 grams per portion, he soon spotted another intriguing item, the Firestar Spirit. Rumored to be a divine object formed by the dispersal of the fire law in the universe, it was said to grant non-divine level fire element users godlike status, albeit as a false god, with the physical prowess and lifespan equivalent to a divine level with a single law. Chen Luo wondered, could this be the rare treasure rice mentioned? It seems to also have life-extending properties. But the auction's rules state that items go to the highest bidder immediately, not at the end. Getting one or two items might not be hard, but it will surely cause chaos. How do I choose among all these treasures? I need a plan to take everything at once. Meanwhile, in another location, the third prince stood respectfully before two elders. One of the elders spoke gravely, Lei Sane. The last auction was managed by the second prince. Now it's your turn, and it's your first time in charge. Make sure there are no mistakes. The third prince assured them. Please rest assured, I will do my utmost to ensure this auction is a success. The elder nodded and handed him a spatial ring. Most of the auction items are in this ring. There are also a few living items that can't be placed in the ring. Stored in a secret room, you'll be responsible for escorting them to the auction venue. The third prince quickly put the ring on his finger. Just then, the second prince burst in, taunting. Little brother, are you up to the task? Someone cleared out your house right under your nose. I seriously doubt your competence. Maybe I should take over. The third prince hurriedly explained. That was because I wasn't home. It would never have happened otherwise. But the second prince was skeptical. I heard that the thief did it right in front of you. The third prince's face darkened as he retorted. Nonsense. Robbed by someone with two laws right in front of me? Are you out of your mind? Do you actually believe such rumors? Just as the princes were discussing, the great prince entered the council hall. The eldest princess of the Draymond Empire will also be attending this time. This is a matter of the empire's dignity. Lei Sane, you need to be careful, he advised. Then, he changed his tone. You're still young. Lei Sane, there might be things you can't handle. How about letting your elder brother manage this time? Hearing this, the third prince was momentarily stunned and thought to himself. What kind of suggestion is this? Being in charge of this auction means legitimate contact with many influential figures. You think I would just hand it over? No way, he firmly stated. There will be no mishaps. I assure you, everything is under control. The second prince scoffed. What if the items go missing? The third prince responded immediately. If the things are destroyed, then I shall perish. Meanwhile, Chen Luo checked into a hotel room, contemplating his plan. He thought, if I want to seize all the auction items, I have to act before they're transported to the auction venue. However, he had no information on who would be escorting the items or when. Just then, he noticed a crowd surrounding an elderly man with long ears. Many people were asking him questions. A person inquired, Grandfather Mint Rabbit, how much do you think 50 grams of enlightenment tea will sell for this time? The elderly man, Mint Rabbit, smiled slightly. Based on my experience from the last auction I hosted, the price range could be between 50 million and 100 million. It really depends on the mood of the bidders. Another curious individual asked, Grandfather Mint Rabbit, do you know who is in charge of this auction? Mint Rabbit promptly replied, according to the information I have, this auction is organized by the third prince. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo felt a surge of emotion. It really is a small world. Then I won't hold back. As mealtime approached, the crowd around Mint Rabbit dispersed, and Chen Luo seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself with the elder. Esteemed sir, have you had your meal yet? Allow me to treat you to a lavish dinner. Soon, they were at a restaurant, and Chen Luo generously urged, order anything you like, please don't be shy. Mint Rabbit, delighted, said, thanks for the warm hospitality, young man. Feel free to ask me about the prices of any items you're curious about. Chen Luo didn't dive straight into his main topic, but instead engaged in casual conversation. When Mint Rabbit seemed a bit tipsy, Chen Luo casually inquired, the security for an auction of this level must be quite strict, right? Mint Rabbit replied with a hint of pride, well, it's both strict and not. Items that can be put in a ring are carried by the person in charge, on their person. Those that can't be put in the ring are transported in a large vehicle directly to the venue. As for the route, it's usually taken an hour before the auction starts, through the back door of the venue. Meanwhile, in another part of the Volsky Empire, Yun Chuyang was making inquiries about Chen Luo to the third prince. Any news on Chen Luo? The third prince smiled slightly. That guy appeared on Happy Planet a couple of days ago. Once I'm done with the auction, I'll focus on capturing him. Yun Chuyang responded, alright then, let me know as soon as you find him. I'm curious to see how he uses his void walking. After all, he's the first person in the universe to become a god through it. Iron Fist, standing nearby, confidently smirked, third prince, rest assured. If I encounter that guy, I guarantee I'll have him on his knees. Yun Chuyang grinned. Don't be too confident. That kid became a god through void walking. Catching him is one thing. Can you even touch him? Iron Fist huffed. Elder Yun, you're not aware. The third prince has invited Rylan, who controls time freeze. Once Rylan immobilizes him, I can easily take him down. The third prince quickly added, that's right, worried about Chen Luo causing trouble at the auction. I've asked Uncle Rylan to help escort the auction items. Yun Chuyang appeared impressed, with Rylan involved. This should be a sure thing. At that moment, the spacecraft of the Draymond Empire's eldest princess, Afra, descended nearby. The third prince quickly approached and respectfully greeted her. Welcome, esteemed Princess Afra, to our auction. Afra, appearing somewhat nonchalant, asked, Lei Sane, have you ever heard of someone called Thunder King? The third prince shook his head. No, I haven't. What's so special about this Thunder King that you're so interested? Afra explained. He's a friend I met in a game. He's refused to reveal his identity despite my inquiries. I sense he has great talent, and I'm a bit curious about him. The third prince responded. I will instruct my subordinates to search for him, and if we find him, we will bring him to you. Afra nodded. I appreciate your efforts, third prince. The next day, early in the morning, Chen Luo arrived at a restaurant with a view overlooking the entire auction venue, ready to surprise the third prince. Soon, the third prince's convoy appeared in Chen Luo's sight. Seeing the opportune moment, Chen Luo donned his armor and used void walking to appear inside the transport vehicle. He skillfully transferred all the treasures into his ability space. The third prince, sensing something amiss, quickly called on Rylan to intervene. Rylan didn't hesitate to use time freeze on Chen Luo. Sensing the temporal shift, Chen Luo immediately countered with his time ability and appeared high in the sky. This alarmed the third prince. Why wasn't he immobilized? Before he could comprehend the situation, Chen Luo used void banishment to pull the third prince towards him and then applied time freeze on him. Just as Chen Luo was about to snatch the reins, Yun Shuang suddenly appeared behind him using void walking. Chen Luo, with a disdainful smile, waved his hand and Yun Shuang vanished. He then swiftly removed 2 rings from the third prince's hand and, in front of everyone, slapped the third prince twice. Wanted to capture me? Ha! Try competing with me when you're actually capable, Yun Shuang. Shocked and worried, thought to himself, if I don't retrieve the items, Lei San is going to face serious consequences. After saying this, Yun Shuang used void walking to appear behind Chen Luo. Surprised, Chen Luo thought, this person must be the space specialist Rice mentioned. Rice said I could gain insights from him to achieve the Great God certification. But there are so many divine levels here. If I don't leave, I might not be able to escape. With that thought, he immediately used void walking to vanish from the spot. Although the third prince's time freeze was lifted, he remained in a state of shock, lamenting, I've really messed up. That guy stole my spatial ring right in front of me again. He realized that if time freeze couldn't hold Chen Luo, capturing him would be nearly impossible. However, Yun Shuang didn't give up. As soon as Chen Luo used void walking, Yun Shuang also disappeared. Meanwhile, Chen Luo had teleported hundreds of kilometers away. But to his dismay, Yun Shuang eerily appeared beside him. Chen Luo was taken aback. How is this possible? How does he know where I am? Before he could understand the situation, Yun Shuang's hand was already gripping his armor. Chen Luo quickly used void walking to evade, but Yun Shuang followed like a shadow, matching his every teleportation. Chen Luo was utterly bewildered and shouted, why can you lock onto my position? Yun Shuang smirked, I heard you mastered 2 laws within 2 years. A prodigy indeed, but still too green. Chen Luo stood frozen, wondering, how did he do that? Was I marked somehow? With this thought, he used void walking again, closely observing Yun Shuang. Yun Shuang did the same, closely watching how Chen Luo executed void walking. After hundreds of consecutive uses of void walking, Chen Luo noticed something crucial. When Yun Shuang uses void walking, something seems to be missing from the space he passes through, while mine seems to leave something extra. With this observation, Chen Luo had an epiphany. When I use void walking, I leave spatial traces at my original location, and he's tracking me through these traces. Yun Shuang, on the other hand, erases his spatial traces after using his skill. This is where my void walking falls short. If not for Yun Shuang's live demonstration, I might never have realized this. As Yun Shuang watched with a smirk, he said, "Give up, there's no way you can escape from me today." Chen Luo responded with a slight smile, "Thank you for the lesson you taught me today." After saying this, he disappeared again. But this time, Yun Shuang was stunned. He failed to catch any spatial trace of Chen Luo, muttering to himself, "Did this kid figure out his flaw?" Not just that, he solved it too. Following this perfect execution of void walking by Chen Luo, a notification regarding his void walking law appeared, indicating that his comprehension had reached 100%. Suddenly, a mysterious spatial fluctuation appeared above him, followed by a beam of silver light shining directly on him. This development surprised Yun Shuang, who exclaimed, "How is this possible? Is this the legendary Great God certification?" Erasing spatial traces was his final hurdle to achieve it. Did I inadvertently teach him that? The celestial phenomenon acted like a guiding light, drawing the attention of several divine levels to Chen Luo's location. Shortly thereafter, a dozen figures swiftly arrived at the scene, including the third prince. Seeing Chen Luo undergoing a transformation by the spatial law, the third prince's face turned sour, and he yelled in disbelief, "How is this possible? Why does he get the Great God certification?" At that moment, regret washed over the third prince. Though time crystals were rare, with his status and position, he would eventually obtain one from some lower life form. "Why did I have to pick Chen Luo? Time trace, you've doomed me," he lamented. Meanwhile, a guard whispered to Princess Afra, "Your Highness, you must try to enlist this person afterwards, no matter the cost." Just then, a commanding voice echoed in everyone's ears, "The law of space is bestowing the Great God certification. All present are advised not to interfere." At that moment, Chen Luo was starting to understand what the Great God certification truly entailed. Firstly, undergoing the baptism of the spatial law had astonishingly increased his lifespan by 1 million years. Secondly, the law gifted him with a spirit of space, significantly reducing his abilities' consumption. This spirit of space served as a backup for his abilities, substituting his energy consumption and accelerating his recovery, essentially acting as a reserve of abilities. More incredibly, the spirit of space deepened Chen Luo's affinity with various spatial powers, reducing the difficulty of comprehending new laws. Chen Luo sighed, "Indeed, it's a great gift, but it didn't directly enhance my combat abilities or physical strength. After causing such a commotion, I only got this." The others were immensely envious, wishing they could have received the Great God certification themselves. "If only I could get it. Chen Luo is sure to become a major figure in the realm of space." Hearing this, the third prince shouted in anger, "What big shot in space, he's nothing but a robber." He blatantly robbed the imperial capital, showing no respect for the empire. Unfazed, Chen Luo taunted him, "Isn't this my benefactor? The third prince, I really have to thank you for your enlightenment tea. Without it, how could I have received the Great God certification?" Already on the verge of exploding, the third prince, provoked by these words, lost his composure and charged at Chen Luo like a mad dog. However, in the next second, he was suddenly frozen in place by a shimmering crystal of ice. This startled Chen Luo, who thought to himself, "Who did this?" Before he could grasp the situation, everyone around him bowed and exclaimed, "All hail Emperor Risod." The figure was none other than the ruler of the Volsci Empire, a supreme being who had reigned for over 2 million years. The powerful aura emanating from him immediately made Chen Luo feel uneasy, wondering, "Is he here to settle scores with me?" Emperor Risod shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself, "Lei Sang is finished. His mind has been completely destroyed by this Chen Luo. No matter how talented, it will be difficult for him to progress further." Emperor Risod then announced, effective immediately, Lei Sang is stripped of his prince title. After unfreezing the third prince, he ordered his subordinates to retrieve the prince token and exclusive armor. Turning to Chen Luo with a kind expression, he said, "You're Chen Luo, correct? I am aware of the conflict between you and Lei Sang. While he was at fault initially, your actions were also inexcusable. However, I am willing to overlook this. I will rescind the warrant for your arrest and offer you the title of Marquis in the Volsci Empire. Would you be willing to join us? Chen Luo was taken aback, thinking, not only is he not here to settle accounts, but he's also offering me a reward. Is he trying to win me over before eliminating me? Uninterested in the offer, Chen Luo internally remarked, I, the Void King, serve as a subordinate? Wishful thinking. He then replied, Your Majesty, this is quite sudden. May I take some time to consider? Emperor Resod nodded, take your time. From the auction items you took, feel free to select 2 to keep. The rest must be returned. With that, Resod vanished instantly, leaving Chen Luo startled. Such formidable strength. If he had attacked me, I might not have had time to react. As soon as Resod left, a divine-level figure eagerly asked Chen Luo, could you let me have the Fire Star Spirit? I would owe you a favor. Others then crowded around, requesting various auction items. Chen Luo chuckled to himself, they're already asking for items before I've even agreed to return them. He then earnestly said, I will seriously consider the Emperor's suggestion. Now, I need a quiet place to contemplate the loss. He then made eye contact with Yun Chuyang, signaling, I'll leave traces with my voidwalking. He disappeared, and half an hour later, Yun Chuyang found him using the spatial traces. Yun Chuyang asked gravely, what do you want? Why did you intentionally leave traces to lead me here? Chen Luo bowed respectfully and said, thank you, teacher, for your lesson. Without your demonstration, I would never have discovered the flaw in my voidwalking in such a short time. Hearing this, Yun Chuyang responded, there's no need for such formalities. You surely didn't ask me here just to say thanks. Without hesitation, Chen Luo said, I've only been involved in the space element for 4 or 5 years and feel my foundation is weak. Could you provide me with some guidance? As he spoke, he pulled out a purple crystal card. Here are 10 billion purple crystals. I certainly don't expect you to teach me for free. Yun Chuyang was momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether to teach him or not. Soon, he made up his mind and waved his hand. Don't call me your teacher. Being the teacher of such a troublemaker might get me killed one day. He then hesitated a bit before continuing, I can teach you, but could you also teach me voidwalking? Of the 8 laws of the space element, it's the only one I haven't mastered yet. Mastering all the spatial laws would significantly enhance my power. Chen Luo readily agreed. No problem, I'll share everything I know. Yun Chuyang wasted no time and said, among the auction items, there's a mystic aura crystal. Find it. It can record and immerse you in the scenes it captures. Record our session with it. Let's not waste any more time and start right away, since voidwalking is your strength. I won't attempt to teach that. Let's start with 2 defensive laws. Under Yun Chuyang's guidance, Chen Luo immediately began practicing according to the techniques described. In just 2 hours, his comprehension of the 2 spatial defensive laws increased by 20% each. Chen Luo was delighted. I've certainly found the right teacher. Yun Chuyang continued to explain the intricacies of ability space, showcasing his own space to Chen Luo. My ability space is divided into 7 dimensions, meaning even if you enter, you won't be able to find what I've hidden inside. And once you comprehend this law, your ability space will become virtually indestructible. Chen Luo fell deep into thought, realizing the simplicity of his own ability space compared to Yun Chuyang's. He decided to wait until he was alone to release everyone from his space and remodel it based on Yun Chuyang's teachings. Then, Chen Luo eagerly asked, could you teach me about offensive laws? I don't have any attack laws yet. Yun Chuyang grinned. Of course, I even have a trick for quickly mastering attack laws. He then produced a large sword and approached Chen Luo with a mischievous smile. Chen Luo, somewhat anxious, asked, what's the trick? The trick is to take a beating. I'll transfer my attack laws into your body directly. There's no faster way to comprehend a law than feeling it within yourself. Just stand still, and I'll handle the rest. Chen Luo, visibly frightened, protested, what if you hit too hard? Are you trying to kill me? Maybe you should demonstrate first. Nodding, Yun Chuyang explained, spatial attacks are the most impressive, both in terms of destructive power and method of attack. They far surpass other elemental systems. Watch closely. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Luo felt a chill on his back and realized a void sword had already circled behind him. Sweating profusely, he shouted, how did you do that? Yun Chuyang smiled slightly. It's not just dimensional power. I've integrated auxiliary space abilities, sending the void sword into a different spatial layer. Since you're not deeply familiar with auxiliary space, you couldn't detect it. By the time the Void Sword manifests, it's already too late to defend. Upon hearing Yun Chuyang's explanation, Chen Luo hadn't so different spatial abilities can be combined like this. He realized, Yun Chuyang spoke gravely. Now, I'll demonstrate my ultimate technique, shaking the heavens. This move combines 3 attack laws. I can't make too much noise, or if someone finds out I'm teaching you, I'll be in trouble. Pay attention, I'll only show this once. As he spoke, 3 laws merged in his hands, eventually becoming an almost imperceptible transparent color. Chen Luo felt an immense pressure emanating from Yun Chuyang's hands. When Yun Chuyang swung his arm, the space affected by shaking the heavens shattered like broken glass, fragmenting inch by inch. It was the most terrifying attack Chen Luo had ever seen, and that was Yun Chuyang suppressing his destructive power. Chen Luo was thoroughly impressed and quickly said, I think you're absolutely right, teacher. Please infuse the 3 attack laws into me, but gently, please. I'm really not good with pain. Yun Chuyang nodded, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. With that, Yun Chuyang swung his sword towards Chen Luo. At that moment, Chen Luo was panicking internally, reassuring himself. Since Rice didn't give any warnings, it must be safe. Today, I'll be brave. However, before the attack even hit him, Chen Luo instinctively used his defensive law to protect himself. This left Yun Chuyang speechless. What are you doing? If you defend like this, I'll have to use full force. Chen Luo awkwardly smiled. Sorry, it was a reflex. I promise to control it next time. After continuously attacking Chen Luo for 2 hours, Yun Chuyang finally managed to infuse the 3 attack laws into his body. Exhausted, Yun Chuyang said, the laws are now on your body. Feel them out on your own. Now it's your turn to teach me voidwalking. Chen Luo shared his complete understanding of voidwalking with Yun Chuyang, but Yun Chuyang still seemed puzzled. Suggesting a practical approach, Yun Chuyang asked Chen Luo to perform voidwalking while he observed closely, hoping to grasp the concept better. After about 2 hours, Chen Luo eagerly asked, how about now? Do you have a deeper understanding of voidwalking? Yun Chuyang looked bewildered and admitted, I thought I knew a bit before, but after your explanation, I feel like I know even less. Chen Luo, feeling a bit exasperated, offered, should I try explaining it again? Yun Chuyang quickly declined. No, I just need some time to process this. Your teachings are a bit complex for me right now. Let me have some quiet time to think. As Chen Luo scratched his head, unsure of what more he could do, he decided to review the knowledge Yun Chuyang had taught him, focusing first on auxiliary space, which he felt more familiar with. Meanwhile, Yun Chuyang, feeling overwhelmed, exclaimed, this is too difficult. Maybe I'll just come back to it when I have more time. Just then, Yun Chuyang noticed something unusual and looked up at the sky, then at Chen Luo. He exclaimed in astonishment, is the gap between people really this big? The more I learn, the worse I get. And this guy has just comprehended another law? Meanwhile, Chen Luo was fully absorbed in modifying his ability space, unaware that a new law was about to transform his body. When the transformation began, Chen Luo was startled and shouted, you're distracting me, you know. Yun Chuyang, watching from the sidelines, marveled, I can't believe it. You've comprehended 5 laws in just 6 years. Chen Luo smiled modestly, all thanks to your guidance and the help of the spirit of space. With its assistance, I feel comprehending all the spatial laws isn't too difficult. The real challenge is elevating the comprehension of each law to the level of great god certification. Yun Chuyang initially seemed surprised by Chen Luo's ambitions, then praised him, impressive, young man, I didn't expect you to have such grand aspirations. No wonder you've achieved so much. It seems I underestimated you. Given enough time, surpassing Emperor Risod might not be out of the question. At the mention of Risod, Chen Luo quickly asked, Teacher, what can you tell me about Risod's character? Yun Chuyang pondered before responding, about 80,000 years ago, a divine level being found at Divine Grass. I don't know the specifics, as it's top secret. The divine level didn't surrender it, and upon hearing this, Risod immediately ordered the extermination of all life on that being's home planet and the surrounding star systems. Yun Chuyang sighed, when an emperor is angered, billions may fall. Hearing this, Chen Luo was visibly shaken. If that's the consequence of not surrendering a treasure, my actions in the imperial capital were essentially a slap in Risod's face. Yet, he didn't get angry, but instead offered me a title. It seems abnormal. He must be planning to pacify me first, then find an opportunity to eliminate me later. Concerned, Chen Luo inquired further, "Teacher, what is Risad's strength?" Yun Chuyang shook his head, "I'm not entirely sure. He hasn't made a move in many years, but from my observations, he has at least 12 laws." Chen Luo was alarmed, 12 laws? Aren't there only 8 laws per element? Yun Chuyang clarified, he has achieved godhood in 2 elements. Living for over 2 million years, it's normal for him to master that many laws. 12 is a conservative estimate. It could even be 13 or 14. At this moment, Chen Luo suddenly realized, so, Risad's power is terrifyingly strong. Yun Chuyang replied with a light smile, "Actually, I have 8 laws. 7 of them are of the space category, and 1 more is my second special ability in the physical category." Chen Luo, with a mischievous smile, immediately asked, "Teacher, where is the part of your body that awakened this physical ability?" Yun Chuyang, with an embarrassed look, responded, "Get out of here, it's a secret. Don't you pry into it. I've taught you all I can. Just don't go around saying I'm your teacher. I don't want to become a wanted criminal." Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately assured, "Teacher, don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who would repay kindness with ingratitude." Yun Chuyang sighed, "I impulsively taught you something troublesome just now. If one day we end up fighting each other, I won't go easy on you." As soon as these words fell, Chen Luo quickly said, "But I will show mercy." Upon hearing this, Yun Chuyang burst into laughter. "You show mercy to me? You don't even have a single attack law. You pose no threat to me at all. Stop joking." This infuriated Chen Luo, who thought to himself, "Let's wait and see. Next time we meet, let's see if I have an attack law." Then, Yun Chuyang tried to act like an expert by attempting to disappear through void walking, only to realize, "Oh no, how do I use void walking again? I completely forgot." With no other choice, he had to awkwardly leave using spatial teleportation. Although Chen Luo had already mastered 5 laws, he still lacked an attack law. With Yun Chuyang's laws within me, given time, mastering the familiar dimensional law won't be hard. Once I master the dimensional law, time trace, your end is near. It's about time for the enlightenment tea to mature. Maybe I should first visit Eugene's planet to check on it. With the enlightenment tea, I can better comprehend the laws. Having said that, Chen Luo used void walking to arrive on Eugene's planet. He immediately concealed himself in the deeper layers of space, undetectable by anyone without divine-level space abilities. At that moment, a flower emitting a rainbow glow caught his attention. Unsure of what it was, but recognizing its extraordinary nature from its appearance, Chen Luo prepared to take a closer look. However, just 2 steps closer, he sensed something wrong. The flower had the ability to accelerate time. Merely approaching within a meter of it cost him 500 years of his lifespan, frightening Chen Luo considerably. He urgently asked Rice what was going on. Rice, also unaware, sensed that the flower's petals would be significant soon. She hurriedly instructed Chen Luo to pick a petal, cautioning him not to take the whole flower and to be careful not to harm it, as the consequences would be severe. Chen Luo swallowed nervously, thinking, since Rice says it's important, even if it costs 1,000,000 years of my life, I must do it. With that, he used void walking to approach the flower and carefully plucked a petal, then quickly returned to his original spot using void walking. The whole process took only 4 or 5 seconds, but it still cost Chen Luo several thousand years of his lifespan. Chen Luo immediately asked Rice, "What's the use of this petal?" Rice responded, "It can save your life at a critical moment. I feel that this petal can temporarily make you immune to the power of time. Now, hurry and find the enlightenment tree." Chen Luo continued searching in Eugene's garden and soon found a sign that read enlightenment tree. Without hesitation, he approached and examined it. Suddenly, Chen Luo realized something was off. Has Eugene lost his mind? This is like declaring there's no silver here. I've been active in the Eugene must have heard of my deeds. Does he think I wouldn't recognize the enlightenment tree? Why hang such a big sign? Unbeknownst to him, Caroline had already detected his presence and was closely monitoring his every move. Chen Luo also noticed someone observing him and thought, how did this girl discover me in the deep layers of space? I don't know how she found me, but it's definitely not safe to stay here. He then used void walking to go elsewhere. Soon, he found another tree that seemed like the enlightenment tree. A tea tree emitting a strong tea fragrance, identical to that of enlightenment tea. Without hesitation, Chen Luo used spatial slicing to start harvesting the leaves. In just 2 minutes, he filled a large box with enlightenment tea. However, in the next second, the leaves in the box turned into disgusting caterpillars. Chen Luo was furious, slamming the box on the ground and muttering to himself, that was an illusion. Damn, I've been tricked. There must be a powerful psychic here. Could it be the same girl who discovered me? Just as Chen Luo was at a loss, a scolding voice suddenly came from a distance. Yuri, what are for? Hurry up and pick up the manure. Following the sound, Chen Luo saw Yuri cursing and picking up manure, which amused him greatly. He thought to himself, this is perfect. I was just looking for someone to ask about the situation. I didn't expect to run into an acquaintance here. With this in mind, he immediately kicked Yuri into the space of special abilities. Yuri was terrified, and then told his brother Chen Luo about his experiences. Ever since my foster father found his biological grandson Yuan, my life here has been worse than a dog's. As he spoke, he hugged Chen Luo's legs tightly. Now Eugene wants to train me to demigod level, and then give my crystal to his grandson Yuan. Big brother, you must save me. Hearing this, Chen Luo patted Yuri's shoulder and said, don't worry, with your big brother here to decide for you, no one who bullies you will get away. These words immediately sparked a wicked idea in Yuri. He planned to use Chen Luo to get rid of Yuan and continue living as the wealthy heir. Thinking of this, he quickly said, I suppose. Big brother, you're here for the enlightenment tree. I know where it is. I'll take you there. After saying that, he took Chen Luo to the real enlightenment tree. Looking at Yuan, who was fast asleep, Yuri thought to himself, your end is near, kid. He then quietly pointed to the enlightenment tree, and said to Chen Luo, big brother, that is the enlightenment tree. And from my observation, this tree can live well without Eugene's care. You can take it away directly. Without a second word, Chen Luo uprooted the entire enlightenment tree. Thinking to himself, it's so much easier with an inside man, Chen Luo skillfully stuffed it into the space of special abilities. A ruthless look flashed across Yuri's face. Big brother, before we leave, accompany me to find Yuan one more time. I'll alter his memory to make him take the blame. Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately agreed to Yuri's request. They then went to where Yuan was sleeping. But the next second, Yuri suddenly pulled out a knife with a fierce look and quickly covered Yuan's mouth, stabbing him over 100 times while shouting, this is for bullying me and taking everything from me. Chen Luo was terrified by this. Yuri, what are you doing? Weren't we supposed to alter his memory? Why are you killing him? I just came for a free purchase. I never thought about hurting anyone. Unexpectedly, Yuri said with a sinister expression, Yuan was killed by you. Now I am the only family Eugene has left. Only then can I comfortably be your inside man. Although Chen Luo didn't particularly need the divine grass from Eugene's place, he was very interested in the flower that could accelerate time. He thought it would be useful to have Yuri guard it for him. Any significant developments could be reported to him immediately. Although Rice didn't mention it, Chen Luo felt that whether he could quickly become a god might hinge on that flower. Considering this, Chen Luo immediately said, I'll take the blame for this, but you have to be a good inside man for me. Also, do you know about that glowing flower? Yuri immediately responded, I know it. It's called the flower of the other shore. It was planted here by the Volsci Empire a long time ago. Nobody dares to approach it, and I don't know its exact effects. Hearing this, Chen Luo patted Yuri on the shoulder and said, your task is to watch over this flower of the other shore for me and to find out its secrets. Inform me immediately of any major discoveries. Saying this, he stored Yen's body in his space of special abilities and then warned Yuri, don't try any tricks. Remember the melee resurrection technique. If you try to fool me, Yuan could be brought back to life, and I don't need to tell you the consequences. After saying this, he disappeared on the spot with a void walk. Meanwhile, in another location, the Volsci Empire was holding a highly confidential meeting. The main subject of discussion was Chen Luo. Lei Sane was kneeling in the center of the hall. Risad, with an indifferent tone, asked Lei Sane, do you realize where you went wrong? Before Lei Sane could answer, Risad angrily said, your mistake was hiding Chen Luo's abilities for the sake of your pride. If you had spoken up earlier, that boy would have died hundreds of times by now. Lei Sane weakly explained, I thought I could take down Chen Luo by myself. I didn't expect him to not only master the unsolvable void walk, but also learn time stop. I realize my mistake now. Please calm your anger, great emperor. Upon hearing this, the people present expressed their opinions. This Chen Luo is indeed a monster. Even Ryland's time stop couldn't hold him. It's no wonder Lei Sane failed against him. Then, the second prince spoke gravely. If Rylan alone can't stop him, let's invite all the experts who can use time stop to deal with him. I refuse to believe he can escape then. The great prince also agreed, saying, I think the second brother's plan is feasible. Just at that moment, Lei Sane's communicator suddenly rang. Just as Lei Sane was about to dismiss the call, he noticed it was from his subordinate station on the Blue Star. So he answered. The anxious voice on the other end said, Third Prince, we have reached the coordinates provided by Time Trace, but we have not found Chen Luo's home planet. Could it be that Time Trace has deceived us? Hearing this, Risen fell into deep thought. Since we can't deal with this youngster for the time being, why not start with his home planet? If we find the Blue Star, we might be able to control Chen Luo. If the plan fails and we completely fall out with the youngster, the Volsci Empire will be doomed. Do we need to use the flower of the other shore? If it comes to that, we have no choice. We cannot let this youngster grow any further. At that moment, a servant rushed in to report Emperor Risen. Terrible news. The Mermaid Queen is nearing her end, and unfortunately, she has not found a successor with a pure enough bloodline. Risen nodded, informing Chuyang to take me to meet an old friend. Meanwhile, Chen Luo was having a friendly exchange with the Enlightenment Tree. Initially, the tree was quite arrogant, claiming it could only produce Enlightenment tea once every 10 years. However, Chen Luo quickly taught it a lesson, making it obedient. Chen Luo then said firmly, I'm naming a figure, 10 kilograms per day. That's not a problem, right? The Enlightenment Tree hurriedly replied, I really can't do that. I can give you 30 kilograms first, then produce 5 kilograms per month. This is my limit. Any more would affect the quality of the Enlightenment tea. Just then, Rice suddenly ran over excitedly, shouting, Mealing has been promoted to demigod level. Also, you should use spatial teleportation and head west immediately. I feel there's a huge opportunity waiting for congealed frost there. Simultaneously, Mermaid Queen Olivia was instructing her people on her final wishes. If I'm not here, you can seek help from the Volsci Empire in times of crisis. Emperor Risad owes me a favor, he will surely assist. However, if Risad doesn't see the flower of the other shore bloom, he, too, is not long for this world. At this moment, a sobbing maid approached and said, Your Majesty, please eat this vermilion fruit. Maybe if you wait a little longer, you will find a suitable successor among your people. But Olivia seems skeptical. It's not that easy. The two mermaids involved in the succession must have rich bloodlines and similar talents. I've been preparing for this for 100,000 years and still haven't found a suitable kin. Oh well, what will be will be. There's no use in forcing fate. Meanwhile, Chen Luo and his group arrived at the mermaid planet. He hurriedly instructed Congealed Frost to go down. Before she left, Rice warned her, don't tell anyone you know Chen Luo. If someone asks how you got here, just say you were thrown down by bad people. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Luo kicked Congealed Frost down, who then fell like a meteor straight towards the palace, landing in front of Olivia. Seeing this, the queen immediately ordered, bring her to me at once. Congealed Frost was quite taken aback and thought to herself, what's going on? Why are there so many of my kind here? As Congealed Frost approached Olivia, the queen immediately sensed the rich bloodline aura on her and exclaimed, blessings upon our mermaid race. This child is the perfect successor I've been desperately seeking. She quickly asked, young girl, what is your name? Why did you suddenly fall from the sky? Hearing this, Congealed Frost awkwardly smiled and replied, my name is Congealed Frost, I was thrown down here by bad people. As soon as she finished speaking, Queen Olivia excitedly announced, let it be known to all my subjects, Congealed Frost is the next mermaid queen. At this point, the only male divine level mermaid voiced his doubts, Your Majesty, this person's origins are unknown. It would be wise to investigate her background first. Olivia shook her head in response, I don't have much time left, there's no need for further discussion. Congealed Frost is the successor I have chosen. Seeing that their objective had been achieved, Chen Luo said, then let's go, so as not to be discovered. It's a bit hard to leave this crybaby behind. Hearing this, Rice smiled slightly, it can't be helped, it's for the best for Congealed Frost. And only when Mi Ling, Mi Li, and Congealed Frost become gods, can I advance to divine level. Anyway, let's set that aside for now, I just sensed that Thunder King will soon be in danger. Chen Luo was understandably alarmed, what's happening with Thunder King? Rice replied, with my current abilities, I can't discern the specifics of the situation, nor can I predict whether Thunder King will survive. Chen Luo grew anxious, what should we do? Given Thunder King's nature, it's unlikely he'll return on his own, but if he really dies, you can leave a message in the game to inform him of the situation. The choice should be left to him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Afra had finally found Thunder King, who possessed 2 laws, and invited him to the Draymond Empire as a guest. She also introduced her brother, Artus. Thunder King quickly expressed his pleasure, delighted to meet you. I assume Prince Artus's abilities are extraordinary. At the mention of Artus, pride filled Afra's face. My brother is the most outstanding genius in our family. He is now at divine level with 3 laws. Hearing this, Thunder King was momentarily stunned and thought to himself, Afra herself is a 7-law divine level in the physical domain. How can her brother with just 3 laws be considered an outstanding genius? Afra then smiled and said, Thunder King is a formidable expert. Would you like to spar with him? Artus immediately declined his sister's suggestion. I'm not interested in sparring. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After leaving, Artus returned to the palace to continue his cultivation, wondering, I'm already very proficient with time stop, but why haven't I reached the point of law's favor? Just then, Adolf entered, startling Artus. Grandfather, weren't you at the destruction law? How are things there? Adolf shook his head. The power of the law lies in an abyss that even I dare not explore recklessly, sensing death itself. But destruction law is not important. You are the hope of the Draymond Empire. The legend says that exceptional talents must endure calamities to break through. You have always been closely protected by the Empire. Outsiders don't even know you are of the time domain. Perhaps this is why you haven't become a god of time. Artus was visibly shocked. Do I need to go through a calamity to become a god of time? What if I don't survive? Adolf immediately reassured, don't worry, my dear grandson, I won't let anything happen to you. I'm going to consult Violet of the causality domain right away. Saying this, Adolf went to Violet's planet, only to find Time Trace there as well. Violet greeted him with a smile. Emperor Adolf, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Thinking to herself, the second cause and effect I set in motion is finally coming into play. Chen Luo, how will you respond this time? Adolf quickly asked, did you foresee my visit? Violet smiled slightly, not only did I foresee your visit, but I also know the reason for it. Adolf was about to ask her to predict Artus' tribulation, but before he could speak, Violet preempted him. The answer I can give you now is that Artus' tribulation will be Chen Luo. This was the second cause and effect she had laid for Chen Luo. Adolf, startled at first, then asked in confusion, why would it be Chen Luo? Violet replied with a slight smile. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. You will know the answer when you return. As Adolf left, Violet's lips curved upwards. Thinking to herself, no matter how powerful the laws are, they still dance in my palm. 7 parts cause and effect. 3 parts deception. The 2 threads of cause and effect are about to entangle. With just a little manipulation, 2 great empires will join forces in an endless fight against Chen Luo. Meanwhile, at the Draymond Empire's martial arts arena, Thunder King was sparring with a 4-law divine level. He was caught by the throat and struggling to break free. Afra shouted anxiously, Thunder King, concede. It's not worth getting hurt. But Thunder King was determined, shouting, I will not concede. In that instant, he used his trump card, Lightning Exchange. In the next second, he mysteriously swapped places with the lightning behind him. Seeing this, Afra was stunned. Thunder King, you are incredible to escape and skate in such a situation. At this moment, Thunder King said helplessly, I just managed to escape. That's all. I didn't defeat the opponent. It's far from being impressive. Seeing Thunder King's nonchalant response, Afra said, that's already impressive. After all, your opponent had 2 more laws than you. You are exceptional in your escape abilities. Thunder King chuckled and thought to himself, maybe, perhaps, possibly because of someone's influence. Afra, recognizing Thunder King's extraordinary talent and lightning, offered, let me find you a teacher. With his guidance, I guarantee your strength will soar. Thunder King eagerly asked who it was. Afra revealed, this person is my grandfather, Adolf, the foremost expert in the cosmic lightning domain. Adolf was then brought in to instruct Thunder King. He said indifferently, since my beloved granddaughter considers you a genius, I will personally teach you the laws of lightning. Let's see how much you can grasp. Adolf then began to explain the various lightning laws. Delusion lightning for confusing opponents, fury lightning containing powerful mental attacks, and sprinting lightning, essential for infusing into other laws to achieve true lightning speed. After imparting 8 faint traces of law power into Thunder King, Adolf instructed, come back to me in a year. I will assess your understanding of the laws and decide whether to continue teaching you." After thanking Adolf, Thunder King left the arena, realizing he hadn't checked in with his friends since his departure. Logging into the game, he saw an email from Rice warning of a potential crisis. Thunder King replied, "Thanks for the heads up, but I'm not to leave. I'm making rapid progress here. I'm not afraid of danger. Tell Chen Luo when my training is complete, the dog killer will return." At his command, the fearsome dog killer will re-emerge. Upon reading Thunder King's reply, Chen Luo sighed, "Let him be. If Thunder King faces any life-threatening danger, Rice will warn us in time. I can always step in to save him if necessary. The priority now is to refine my dimensional power. I recall in Ryzen's data there's a divine level named Gray, who would be an ideal sparring partner for me." Chen Luo immediately performed a void walk and arrived at his home planet. Soon, he located Gray based on the address. This frightened Gray considerably, who hastily exclaimed, "Aren't you the wanted criminal Chen Luo? What do you want? I haven't offended you." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Luo suddenly grabbed his clothes and said, "Don't worry, I won't steal from your house. Come with me." With that, he performed another void walk, disappearing from the spot with Gray. They then arrived at a deserted planet. Gray, in a panic, said, "I have no grudge against you. What do you want to do to me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Luo unsheathed the dimension blade and fiercely slashed at Gray. This terrified Gray, who quickly raised his hand to block, shouting, "Can't we talk this out?" Chen Luo, however, ignored him and continued to wield the dimension blade. But soon, he realized something was amiss. No matter how he struck, he couldn't break through Gray's shield. "Why has my dimension blade made no progress at all?" he wondered. Then, he suddenly remembered the words Yin Chuan said before leaving. Actually, understanding any law is greatly related to one's personality. Timid people are more likely to comprehend defensive laws. This is exactly why you lack offensive laws. So, you need to change your temperament. Be more aggressive. That way, you'll find it easier to understand offensive laws. Also, emotions determine the type of skills you comprehend. When you're extremely scared, you're likely to comprehend skills that save your life. When you're extremely angry, you'll comprehend offensive skills. In short, when your emotions reach a critical point, you enter a special state. So, I suggest you try to enter a state of extreme anger more often, as it will help you comprehend offensive laws. But how do I get into a state of anger? What can make me extremely angry? He quickly thought of one possibility. If the Thunder King dies, I will definitely go mad. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately imagined that Gray had killed the Thunder King. In the next second, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Although it was just a hypothesis, the mere thought drove Chen Luo to the brink of sorrowful rage. Seeing this, Gray's bladder quivered, and he muttered to himself, "What grudge? What grievance? Why do you look at me with such terrifying eyes?" Before he could understand the situation, Chen Luo condensed a 100-meter-long greatsword in his hand and ferociously slashed at the bewildered Gray. A loud boom sounded as the dimension blade struck Gray precisely. Although this strike caused violent vibrations in Gray's shield, it still did not break through, leaving Chen Luo deeply disappointed. He thought to himself, an attack without the power of the dimension law still can't threaten a divine-level being. Just then, a golden law suddenly appeared in the sky and rushed towards Chen Luo. Seeing this, the 5 laws within him also emerged to celebrate. Meanwhile, Gray was stunned. What's happening? How did he comprehend a law in the middle of a fight? And wasn't he known to have 4 laws? Why are there 6 now? Seeing this, Gray didn't hesitate and tried to slip away while Chen Luo was being transformed by the law. But in the next second, he was pulled back to the spot by Chen Luo's void banishment. Chen Luo, with a smirk, said, "Why are you running?" "Thanks to you, I've comprehended the dimension law. I must properly thank you." Gray quickly responded, "No need to thank me. I don't deserve it. Please, just let me go." Hearing this, Chen Luo chuckled, "Actually, I came not just to spar with you, but also for another joyous matter." Thinking to himself, it's also time to find partners for the litter of puppies born to Thunder King. Now that their biological father is not here, I, as their godfather, should take charge. With that, he immediately said, "Are you interested in becoming my in-law?" "Don't worry, you won't miss out on the." Meanwhile, at another location, Olivia's inheritance was reaching its conclusion. Olivia, with a look of satisfaction, said, "Child, I hope that after you become strong, you can lead the merfolk to a better future." As she spoke, Olivia, like a snowflake, merged into Congealed Frost's body, gradually disappearing. This moment brought tears to Congealed Frost's eyes. Although she had only known Olivia for a day, Olivia's self-sacrifice to pass on her legacy deeply moved Congealed Frost. With the completion of the inheritance, Congealed Frost was enveloped in a layer of dreamlike blue ice, instantly stepping into the demigod-level realm. The fellow clan members silently prayed, hoping Congealed Frost would fully inherit the Queen's Law insights and soon become a divine-level being to protect the merfolk planet. A male merfolk, thinking of Congealed Frost, said to himself, "I am the only man in our clan. What does it matter if she becomes the queen? In the end, she will still be my woman." At that moment, a blue ice law descended from the sky, surrounding Congealed Frost and beginning to transform her body. This also energized Rice on the other side, startling everyone who was eating. They immediately asked Rice, "What's happening?" Rice quickly responded, "Don't panic, it's a good thing. Congealed Frost has become a god, and thus my power has also increased significantly. Continue eating, I'm going to verify my abilities." Hearing this, Mi Ling sighed to herself, "Now even Congealed Frost has become a god, but my power hasn't increased at all." Congealed Frost's ascension also made Rice realize she had gained the ability to create something from nothing. She pondered, what should I create? Quickly, she had an answer, to create a spectacle that would help Chen Luo comprehend the law of time. With the law of fate swirling around her, Rice thought hard, but the aura around her gradually dimmed. After about 15 minutes, Rice finally generated a time-accelerating vortex based on the existing conditions, and immediately shared the good news with Chen Luo. "Chen Luo, head south immediately, I have prepared a surprise for you." Chen Luo then found an energy vortex in the south. Rice told him, "This is a time-accelerating vortex, very rare and not long-lasting. It's much milder than the flower of the other shore." Chen Luo carefully extended his hand into the time vortex, only to discover it contained a powerful temporal force, drastically different from the external flow of time. After a close examination, he realized, this is a time acceleration zone with a flow speed 30,000 times faster than the outside world, while the flower of the other shore has at least 1,000,000 times speed. Delighted, Chen Luo quickly entered the vortex. He then released his time rewind ability to counter the acceleration. After 2 days of relentless practice, he began to gain some insights. Simultaneously, a spaceship, by sheer coincidence, passed through the area. Caroline, a formidable psychic, was aboard. She was extremely irritated at the moment, having not only missed out on any enlightenment tea, but also having worked a month for nothing at Eugene's place. She muttered to herself, if it weren't for Chen Luo, I could have gotten at least half a pound of enlightenment tea. Just then, a light energy vortex caught her eye. Upon closer inspection, she found Chen Luo inside the vortex, seemingly having an epiphany. Caroline smirked and thought, talk about a small world. She then implanted a psychic mark into Chen Luo's body, which he quickly sensed as something unusual. Before he could understand what was happening, Caroline appeared before him. Such a coincidence. "Chen Luo, meeting you here," she said, thinking to herself, with my psychic mark on him, he's effectively located. When needed, I can sell his location to the Volsci Empire. Chen Luo, weary, asked, "What do you want with me?" While his eyes were fixed on her hand, Caroline quickly responded, "Why are you looking at my hand? I know you can stop time. Why would I dare wear a space ring on my hand?" As she spoke, Caroline grabbed Chen Luo's arm. "Chen Luo, I know you have the enlightenment tree. Could you give me 2 pounds of enlightenment tea?" Chen Luo instinctively agreed to her request, but he soon realized what had happened. Damn, why would I let a stranger grab my arm and agree to give her enlightenment tea? Thinking this, he immediately performed a void walk to leave his original position. Thinking to himself, this Caroline is no simple character. I've fallen for her illusion. This frightened Caroline. She thought, he's only at 4 loss. How could he see through my illusion? In a rush, she shouted, "Chen Luo, don't be ungrateful. You stole the entire enlightenment tree. You can't drink all the tea yourself. What's wrong with giving me 2 pounds? Hearing this, Chen Luo retorted sharply, I risked my neck to get this. And you think I should just give it to you? Unless. But before he could finish, Caroline immediately responded with a blush, Chen Luo, you're so bad, but I'm willing. Chen Luo was taken aback. What are you thinking about? I was just asking if you wanted to spar with me. As he spoke, Chen Luo hurled a dimension blade at her, shouting, since you're so eager, take this. Unexpectedly, his full-powered strike suddenly stopped in front of Caroline, unable to advance further. Under Caroline's control, the attack even turned back on him. Chen Luo was shocked, realizing the extent of her powerful psychic abilities to control others' attacks. Without delay, Chen Luo launched dozens of dimension blades at Caroline, but the blades meant to harm her turned against him. Caroline's expression turned cold. This guy actually wants to take my life. Let's fight it out. With a shout, she appeared in pink armor, scythe in hand. Before Chen Luo, like a pink god of war, she swung her scythe rapidly and at tricky angles. But Chen Luo, with his ability to void walk infinitely, evaded every strike without a scratch. Caroline snorted, I know, no one can keep you if you want to leave, but I've left a psychic mark inside you. You can't escape from the palm of my hand. Chen Luo's expression changed as he thought, this is bad. If what she says is true, she could ambush me anytime. That's too dangerous. He immediately tried to sense the faint psychic energy within him and attempted to erase the mark, but to no avail. Seeing his futile efforts, Caroline smirked and said, don't waste your energy. It's useless. How about this? Give me 5 pounds of enlightenment tea, and I'll remove the mark for you. This enraged Chen Luo, who thought, since when have I, Chen Luo, been threatened by anyone? And who knows if she'll really remove it? She might plan another, even more undetectable. Chen Luo quickly used his time stop ability on Caroline. With ease, he snatched the scythe from her hands, and then slapped her twice in quick succession. Getting cocky, huh? I've always been the one robbing others. No one robs me. This scythe is now mine. Caroline, infuriated, retorted, do you really think just because you took something, it belongs to you? As she spoke, 2 small orbs suddenly appeared on the scythe, launching 2 psychic attacks at Chen Luo. Fortunately, he dodged in time, narrowly avoiding the assault. He quickly threw the scythe into his special ability space, saying, once something is in my hands, it's mine. Unless your scythe possesses the power of more than 3 laws, it has no chance of escaping my ability space. Caroline stood there, stunned, and thought to herself, how did he completely sever my connection with the scythe? How is that possible? Before she could figure it out, Chen Luo pointed at her with a malicious grin. Not only is the scythe mine, but your armor is too. He then charged towards Caroline, shouting, say your goodbyes to your armor now. The next moment, the armor eerily detached from her body, and automatically went into Chen Luo's hands. This infuriated Caroline immensely, and she hurriedly cursed, you shameless thief. Give me back my armor and weapons right now. Don't you believe I can summon people to kill you this instant? However, Chen Luo just smirked and said, that pink skirt on you seems like a rare treasure too. Hand it over. As soon as he finished speaking, Caroline's clothes disappeared in a flash. Chen Luo then grinned and said, this is what happens to those who offend me. By now, with that, he disappeared into thin air, leaving Caroline alone in the disheveled wind. Meanwhile, in another place, Resod arrived in the Draymond Empire, seeking to collaborate with Adolf to eliminate Chen Luo. Eager to help his grandson artist through a crisis, Adolf immediately agreed to Resod's request. Resod then spoke in a serious tone. I heard you recently detected the aura of the destructive law. What's the situation now? Hearing this, Adolf immediately replied, the location has been pretty much confirmed. The destructive law is in a bottomless abyss. Didn't your empire's black spirit enter it recently? If he hadn't been wearing armor and reacted quickly to retreat, he would have died hundreds of times over by now. I'm not ready to die yet, so I dare not recklessly explore. Resod, aren't you nearing the end of your life? Why don't you give it a try? Hearing this, Resod shook his head. Isn't Chen Luo very greedy? Why don't we set a trap and lure him in? However, this suggestion was opposed by Adolf. For my grandson's safety, I must see Chen Luo die with my own eyes. Let's quickly send people to find his whereabouts. Just then, Resod's communicator suddenly rang. It was Caroline on the line. She spoke in a distressed tone. Emperor, I know you're looking for Chen Luo. I'm willing to provide his exact location in real time. That guy is not only greedy but also lecherous. He even stripped off my clothes. Emperor, you must seek justice for me. Hearing this, Resod quickly responded, this is indeed a stroke of luck. What are we waiting for? Let's go and finish that guy off right now. However, Adolf had a different view. Since Caroline says he's greedy and lecherous, I have a better idea. Let's ask Lady Dana of Exquisite Poison to take action. Dana is not only beautiful as an angel but also a divine-level practitioner of the 6 Paths Law. Skilled in the use of poison, I am willing to provide her with a bottle of bloodthirsty honey to deal with Chen Luo. Upon hearing this, Resod immediately agreed. Your plan is more thorough. Dana's poison combined with the bloodthirsty honey. Anyone who gets hit will undoubtedly die. Meanwhile, Chen Luo was on a remote planet attempting to erase a mark. After 3 days of relentless time reversal, he finally succeeded in removing Caroline's imprint, marking a historic breakthrough in his mastery of time reversal. However, just then, he heard a woman's crying nearby. Turning around, he found a wounded woman who was none other than Dana. Sent by the 2 great emperors to assassinate him, Dana approached the riverside where Chen Luo was, pretending to wash her wounds in the river water and moaning softly. This instantly caught Chen Luo's attention, prompting him to follow the sound and discover a pitiful and charming lady. Without hesitation, Dana launched into her act, wearily watching Chen Luo and shouting, "Don't come any closer." However, to her surprise, Chen Luo simply acknowledged with an "oh" and turned to leave. Dana was shocked, thinking to herself, is the intelligence wrong? I'm so charming, and he just walked away? He doesn't seem like a lecherous man at all. In a hurry, she shouted, "Wait, I recognize you. You are the wanted criminal, Chen Luo, right? I know you're powerful. Please, help me. I was injured by a divine-level practitioner of the 2 paths law. Not only that, but the bastard killed my husband and tried to. If you help me avenge this, I am willing to serve you for 10,000 years." As soon as she said this, Chen Luo immediately sensed her ulterior motives. He pointed at Dana and exclaimed, "You're up to no good. Tell me, are you trying to lure me into saving your husband and then set a trap for me?" Hearing Chen Luo's accusation, Dana was dumbfounded and thought to herself, "No, how can your thought process be so brilliant? I never even considered that." Chen Luo sneered, "Caught you, didn't I? Excuses are just a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth." Dana shook her head in defense. "It's not what you think. How can I make you believe me? I am ready to meet any of your demands right now. After you're satisfied, then you can help me take revenge. How about that?" Chen Luo, already convinced of her malicious intent, wasn't about to be fooled. He mockingly asked, "You say you have a husband. Then tell me, what race is he? How old is he? What level is he? And how many minutes does it take each time?" Dana was prepared for the initial questions, but the last one left her speechless. Seeing her confusion, Chen Luo smirked disdainfully, "Can't answer, can you? With such low intelligence, you thought you could deceive me? Utterly foolish." Dana, infuriated, thought to herself, "I, the exquisite poisonous lady, have killed countless people on my journey. How dare you insult me like this?" With that, she revealed her true form, shouting, "Dare to say that again." Chen Luo shuddered at the sight. Just a moment ago, she was a stunning beauty, and now she's turned into a monster. Lucky I'm a good man and didn't do anything inappropriate. Just thinking about it is revolting. Suddenly, Dana opened her mouth wide, and strange, grotesque insects poured out, quickly transforming into massive creatures, forming an army of poisonous beasts. Chen Luo didn't retreat an inch. Instead, he taunted, "So, you're a poison-summoning sorcerer, huh?" He then donned his armor, muttering, "My specialty is dealing with summoners. Sorry, but I am your natural counter." Undeterred, Dana shouted, "Still so arrogant at death's door? Go, my army of poisons." As soon as Dana finished speaking, the black armor on her body vanished in a flash, terrifying her. She urgently shouted, "Hurry up and kill this scoundrel." Chen Luo chuckled, "Dealing with so many poisons one by one is troublesome. How about we spend some time alone?" In an instant, they teleported to another planet. Dana, utterly confused, cried out, "Don't come any closer." Chen Luo smiled slightly and said, "Don't be afraid, I'll show you a great treasure." He then conjured a 40-meter-long giant sword, which scared Dana immensely. She quickly deployed her dissolving law for defense. However, the next second, Chen Luo used time stop on her and struck her with a mighty blow. Surprisingly, it didn't cause any substantial harm to Dana. Witnessing this, Dana was petrified, realizing that Chen Luo also mastered time stop. Excited, Chen Luo shouted, "If one strike doesn't kill you, then I'll strike 1,000,000,000 times." Dana, refusing to give up, unleashed a toxic cloud, attacking Chen Luo with a widespread poisonous rain. However, this was ineffective against Chen Luo, who could perform limitless void walking. He simply teleported to another location. Dana finally realized, he said he's my natural counter, and he wasn't bluffing. Panicked, she screamed, "Brother Yun Chuyang, where are you? Stop hiding. Come out and save me." Hearing this, Chen Luo froze. No wonder this spider spirit found me so quickly. It must be the teacher who sent her. But why would the teacher harm me? He could have acted during our last encounter. It must be Resod who requested the teacher to bring this woman to assassinate me. And the teacher couldn't refuse. Meanwhile, Dana continued to wail, "Brother Yun Chuyong, help me. Please spare me. I truly am willing to serve you for 10,000 years." Hearing her plea, Chen Luo, without hesitation, hurled hundreds of dimensional blades at her. "You dare try to seduce me and disrupt my relationship with Millie? Your intentions are despicable. Look at yourself, reeking of foulness. You're even killing the flowers and plants. Don't they have lives? Today, I will act as the agent of justice and eliminate this calamity." While Chen Luo continuously unleashed dimensional blades, his mastery of the dimensional law also improved significantly. At that moment, Dana suddenly shouted, "You heartless Chen Luo, if I'm going to die, I'll take you with me." Right after she spoke, her body exploded with a loud bang, releasing an amount of poison. Chen Luo, squinting his eyes, chose not to use void walking to escape. He thought to himself, since Rice didn't give any warning, it means my life isn't in danger. My teacher also advised me to toughen up, to be more resolute. If I do get hurt, I can always use time reversal to heal myself. Sometimes, you have to push yourself to discover your limits. Surprisingly, he didn't flee using void walking, but stood still, letting the poison splash onto him. What he didn't expect was that Dana's self-explosion wasn't particularly powerful. It merely covered his armor in poison, which corroded it like sulfuric acid, yet didn't penetrate it. Chen Luo marveled, "This armor is really something. I tried to be bold for once, and it turns out to be a non-issue. Well then, I might as well use this armor to practice time reversal." 2 hours later, Yun Chuyong returned to the Draymond Empire Palace, and began to report with a serious demeanor. Chen Luo didn't fall for Dana's seduction. During their fight, Chen Luo used void walking to take Dana away. I couldn't catch up. Therefore, I returned to report the situation to the emperors. I suppose Dana's chances of survival are slim now. Hearing this, the two emperors were visibly shocked, then said, "You may step down now. We understand the situation." At this point, Adolf spoke with a smile. "In that case, I'll have to use my last resort to make Chen Luo come to us." Resod quickly responded, "Big brother, as expected. Don't keep me in suspense. What's your plan?" Adolf chuckled. "Do you remember Time Trace, the instigator behind Chen Luo's troubles? Third Prince Lei Xing was misled by him, resulting in his downfall. But since then, Time Trace has vanished." Resod nodded. "Of course, I remember. But what about him?" Adolf revealed, "He feared you would punish him, so he sought refuge in our Draymond Empire. I have that guy in my custody now. He is the perfect bait for Chen Luo. I'll send someone to relay this information to him right away." Upon receiving the letter from the Draymond Empire, Chen Luo read that they were seeking his assistance to investigate the abyss of the destructive law, acknowledging his mastery of void walking with a great god certification. In return, they offered him 3 gifts: the custody of his enemy Time Trace, a reward of 30 billion purple crystals, and a staff made from rare spatial magic stone to greatly enhance the abilities of a divine-level space practitioner. Intrigued by the offer, Chen Luo quickly consulted Rice. "If I go, will there be any danger?" Rice assured him, "You can go, there won't be any danger. But remember, I mentioned that Thunder King might be in danger soon? I feel his crisis is imminent, and he's also in the Draymond Empire. I'm not sure if it's related to your situation." Meanwhile, Thunder King was at a martial arts arena, sparring with an opponent. He defeated a 3-path law expert in an instant with his newly mastered illusionary Thunder Law, impressing Afra, who excitedly shouted, "Thunder King, you're amazing. You mastered the illusionary Thunder Law so quickly. Although grandfather is still hesitant to take you as a disciple, there's an opportunity for you to prove yourself. If you succeed, he'll surely accept you. Are you interested?" Thunder King, curious, asked, "Sure, what do I need to do?" Afra replied with a slight smile, "You know Chen Luo, right? Grandfather invited him to help investigate the abyss. He will arrive tomorrow, but actually, grandfather plans to strike at him. It's going to be a trap." Hearing Afra's revelation, Thunder King was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, "As far as I know, Chen Luo hasn't provoked them. Why are they planning to put him in such a perilous situation?" Concerned, he quickly asked Afra, "What exactly are you planning to do to this Chen Luo?" Afra patted Thunder King's shoulder, "You don't need to worry about that, just follow my instructions when the time comes." Thunder King nodded in agreement, but internally he was conflicted, thinking, "Damn it, looks like I need to find a way to sneak out." I must inform Chen Luo about this trap. Thunder King finally comprehended the third law. To his utter surprise, to become Adolf's last disciple, he had to participate in the mission to kill Chen Luo. This scared Thunder King immensely. He muttered to himself, Chen Luo has never provoked them. Why do they want to put him in a life-threatening situation? I must hurry and inform Chen Luo about this. Unexpectedly, Afra told him, the operation is starting immediately. Just follow my orders later. Then she took Thunder King to the front of the abyssal hall. At that moment, Artis had been waiting there for a long time, which greatly shocked Thunder King. Since coming to the Draymond Empire, this is the first time he has seen Artis leave the palace. Although Thunder King was not clear about Artis' abilities, he was almost certain that he was the key to dealing with Chen Luo. Then he followed Afra to the bottomless abyss. At this time, an old woman laughing beside Adolf said, he has come. He is watching us from the deep space. Hearing this, Afra whispered instructions, Thunder King, he will be immobilized later. Seize the moment to act against him immediately. Thunder King nodded upon hearing these words. Why must we act against him? Afra coldly said, because he poses a threat to my brother. A threat to our Draymond Empire. Upon hearing this, Thunder King was furious. Just because he is a threat to your brother, you want to eliminate him completely? They must have some means to deal with Chen Luo. How could they set up an ambush without confidence? I cannot just watch Chen Luo fall into their trap. I must give him a hint. Thinking this, Thunder King backhanded Afra with a slap on her face, then immediately roared, it's an ambush. Chen Luo, do not come here. But as soon as his words fell, Adolf had already eerily appeared in front of Thunder King. I have been so good to you, and you dare to ruin my plans. And hit my precious granddaughter. As he spoke, Adolf viciously slapped Thunder King across the face, sending him plunging into the abyss. Thunder King couldn't resist the pull of the abyss, being dragged down by this mysterious force. Soon, Thunder King's roar was heard from the abyss. On the day the dog emerges from the abyss, you all will die. After saying this, Thunder King was completely swallowed by the energy. Miraculously, this energy, upon touching Thunder King, did not cause him the slightest harm. It merely clung to Thunder King's surface. Thunder King felt no pain, and soon he landed at the bottom of the valley. Just as he thought of escaping the abyss, he was struck down instantly by a force of thunder. Looking up, he discovered an irregular-shaped purple sky thunder above him. Thunder King tried several times, but he couldn't break through. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Thunder King's mind. It's useless. Only by passing my test. Can you leave? This frightened Thunder King. Who are you? What do you want? As soon as his words ended, a vision was transmitted into Thunder King's mind. I am the law of destruction, because I harbored thoughts of destroying the world. Millions of years ago, I was sealed by the other laws. Now, I, the law of destruction, have returned. If you can pass my test, my power will not scatter again, and will belong only to you. Only an indomitable will can't be eroded, and only you can erode your own will. Come, accept my test. As he spoke, a destructive thunderbolt struck directly towards Thunder King, while a prompt once again echoed in his mind. If you can withstand it, you will be reborn. If you cannot withstand it, then I must wait again for the destined one to appear. Following the strike of the destructive thunderbolt on Thunder King, the law of destruction began to incessantly break down and regenerate Thunder King's body. This process was excruciating for Thunder King, but the thought of Chen Luo possibly still being in danger kept him biting down hard and enduring the pain. Chen Luo, wait for me. The pain becomes bearable after a while. Can you speed it up a bit? I'm in a hurry to get out and save someone. I've said it. Those outside must die for the dog. Meanwhile, elsewhere, seeing Thunder King being knocked into the abyss by Adolf, Chen Luo quickly asked Rice, what should we do now? Hurry and figure out how Thunder King is doing. Upon hearing this, Rice immediately reassured, rest assured. I can feel that not only is he not in danger, but he is also about to gain a tremendous opportunity. However, he will endure unimaginable pain. Hearing this, Chen Luo was relieved. It's good to hear he's okay. But Adolf, who pushed Thunder King into the abyss, I will make him pay a painful price. After saying this, he used Void Walking to appear behind Adolf, and then suddenly unleashed several dimensional blades towards him. This delighted the two emperors. We thought the plan had failed, but we didn't expect this kid to still have the guts to show up. At that moment, Adolf waved his hand and easily blocked the dimensional blades. Child's play. Saying this, he flashed to Artis' side, and then with the speed of lightning, took him to midair. My dear grandson, it's your turn now. Meanwhile, in Adolphe's hand, a black energy vortex was condensed. At the same moment, Risad's hand rapidly emitted dazzling multicolored light. The two did not rush to act, but continued to accumulate energy. As artists shouted for time to stop, Chen Luo was instantly frozen in midair. Seeing this, Adolphe did not dawdle, immediately charging towards him with the fury of dark thunder. But just then, bursts of colorful light suddenly shone, and this familiar aura immediately caught Risad's attention. How is this possible? Why does he have the aura of the flower of the other shore on him? Chen Luo, to the disbelief of everyone watching, dodged Adolphe's lethal attack. Before Adolphe could comprehend what happened, Chen Luo swiftly grabbed his grandson, Artis, and prepared to leave the area using void walking. Unexpectedly, Artis used time stop on him. The next second, he escaped from Chen Luo's grasp while Chen Luo was still in the midst of void walking. This gave Chen Luo quite a scare. Can time stop be used like this? Trying to outsmart me, huh? After saying this, Chen Luo charged towards Artis. I said I would take you with me today, and you will have to come with me. Nobody can save you from me. That's what I said. Adolphe quickly arrived at the scene and immediately unleashed his fury of thunder on Chen Luo. In the next second, a vast expanse of thunder and lightning descended, covering millions of miles in space. Chen Luo had no choice but to continuously use void walking to dodge, looking for an opportunity to take Artis away. But at that moment, Risad suddenly blocked his way, casting a dazzling light towards him. Although this move was not an attack skill, the emitted light blinded Chen Luo, preventing him from seeing anything. Chen Luo cursed under his breath. These two old foxes are really too cunning. They want me to temporarily retreat to cover Artis's withdrawal, but they are underestimating me. Risad, weren't you nearing your end? Then let me give you a taste of life rapidly slipping away. Thinking this, he immediately used time acceleration on Risad. However, this move had no effect on him. Risad just smirked disdainfully. Is this all? Your level of time acceleration has no effect on me. This scared Chen Luo. How could someone possibly be immune to the power of time? Does he possess some treasure that counters time? Seeing this, Adolphe immediately shouted. A loser is a loser. Do you only know how to run around? If you dare, stop running and let's have a fair fight. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo responded on the spot. Who's afraid? Come hit me if you can. As soon as his words fell, a beam of light instantly pierced through Chen Luo's chest. This scared Risad. He actually didn't dodge, but why didn't my attack cause him any harm? Thinking this, Risad launched another fierce attack at him. However, Chen Luo did not retreat an inch. Instead, he revealed a smug smile. Not dodging wasn't Chen Luo showing off. It was because he had been inspired when he saw Artis use time stop on him. He had realized a technique that merged time and space. The fusion of time and space placed him in another dimension, rendering him invulnerable to any harm unless the attacks of the two emperors could transcend dimensions. The next second, Risad's attack went straight through Chen Luo's body as if passing through a mere shadow. Chen Luo sneered. I'm in the stratosphere with this move. Seeing this, the two were stunned. How is this possible? Was that just a shadow? Could it be an immunity skill? Thinking this, Adolphe immediately launched a physical attack on Chen Luo. But the result was the same. Visible, but untouchable. Chen Luo then said with a smirk. Weren't you sarcastically saying I could only run just now? I'm standing right here letting you hit me. Old trash. What can you do to me? Hearing this, Adolphe was furiously enraged. If you're brave, fight me fair and square. What's the point of using these sneaky tricks? Chen Luo didn't bother to argue with him, but coolly snapped his fingers. The next second, the two troublesome elders disappeared on the spot. Then, he flashed in front of Artis before he could figure out what was happening. Chen Luo used the power of spacetime to break his time stop and grabbed Artis like picking up a chick. I said no one could save you. Behave, or I'll blow your head off. This scared Artis immensely, who quickly begged with a crying voice. Please don't kill me. My grandfather will satisfy any of your demands. He cherishes me the most. Chen Luo ignored this and threw him into a spatial ability dimension, muttering to himself. Those two old men should be coming back soon. Better take him somewhere else to finish this. Adolphe must pay for his actions. Then, he turned to look behind at Time Trace. With a wave of his hand, the four divine level guards watching Time Trace disappeared. Before Time Trace could understand what was happening, Chen Luo whooshed down in front of him, scaring Time Trace. Chen Luo, why is it you? What do you want to do with me? Just then, the two banished emperors returned to the scene. Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't hesitate and immediately took Time Trace into his own crafted spatial tunnel. Thanks to the two emperors for preparing such a great gift for me. Hearing this, Adolf quickly shouted, "Where is my grandson, Artis? What have you done with him, Chen Luo?" Before he could finish speaking, Chen Luo, along with Time Trace, arrived at a remote planet. This immediately made Time Trace break out in a cold sweat, hastily shouting, "It's not my fault. All this was Violet's doing. She's the one who told me to kill you." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately asked Time Trace, "Who is Violet? Why would she want you to kill me?" Time Trace told him, "Violet is a legendary figure in the cause and effect domain, a real mean piece of work who likes to use others as pawns. I'm a divine level with spatial teleportation, making a fortune with my ability. However, due to my weak strength, I often face difficulties from others. So, I needed a powerful backer. When I learned about Violet, I went to meet her with carefully prepared gifts. Surprisingly, the usually reclusive Violet met with me, and we became friends. With this connection, I expanded my network, and my life gradually improved. Knowing Violet's abilities, I begged her to foresee my future. She told me I would die by your hand, and that I would soon hear news about you. Then the Budwa family actually informed me about you. So I believed Violet's prophecy. Before this, I personally sent a demigod level from the Budwa family to the Blue Star to kill you, fearing your revenge as you grew stronger. That's why I did what I did. Chen Luo, I know I'm about to die by your hands. Can you tell me, knowing that I sent a demigod level to the Blue Star, would you have sought revenge?" Hearing this, Chen Luo firmly replied, "You're mistaken. Why would I want to take revenge on you? I should be thanking you. That demigod level was barely alive when he came out of the spatial tunnel. I killed him with a flick of my finger. And just like that, I easily obtained a demigod level crystal." Upon hearing this, Time Trace's mentality exploded. Tears streamed uncontrollably as he pounded the ground, shouting, "Violet, you wretch." Chen Luo showed no sympathy, merely kicking him and asking, "What kind of strength does this Violet have? Is she that formidable?" Hearing this, Time Trace burst out in anger. "She has no strength worth mentioning. I could slap her dead with one hand. But she reincarnates continuously after death. And whoever kills her will suffer backlash. Even if you arrange for someone else to do it, you'll still suffer from the backlash. You can't cheat causality. The reason why the third prince and Adolf are after you is also because Violet is pulling strings behind the scenes, entangling their fates with yours." Enraged by this, Chen Luo said, "So, it was this vile woman plotting against me all along. Time Trace, I'm giving you a chance for revenge now. Go and kill Violet. How about it? However much you hate her, let her death be that miserable." Time Trace immediately responded, "Either way, I'm marked for death. What do I care how it happens? I'll do it now." But just then, Rice suddenly cautioned, "You can't let Time Trace do this. You'll suffer great backlash. And it won't truly kill her. Wait until you become a god of time. The backlash will be much less then. Don't rush. I feel like I'm her nemesis. After I ascend, I'll find a way to deal with her." Hearing this, Chen Luo paused, then exclaimed, "Right, Rice. You are fate. How could you be weaker than causality? We'll do as you say. Spare her for now. Letting Time Trace kill her won't quench my hatred." After saying this, he tossed Time Trace into the spatial ability dimension. To verify the truth of Time Trace's words, he then brought out Artis. Before Artis could steady himself, Chen Luo backhanded him across the face, making the noble Artis cry out in tears. "I know I was wrong. Please spare me. I'm young and don't want to die. I promise the Draymond Empire will no longer trouble you." Chen Luo coldly stated, "You better answer my questions truthfully, or I'll send you to meet your maker right now. Speak up. Do you know what Violet told your grandfather?" Artis humbly responded, "Yes. Violet said I would die by your hand." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately conjured a dimensional blade. "If it weren't for you attacking me first, out of respect for Thunder King, I would never have troubled the Draymond Empire. But Violet's prediction is quite accurate. You indeed will die by my hand." Just as he was about to unleash the dimensional blade on Artis, Rice suddenly sent him a telepathic message. "Do not kill him. I sense sparing him now will bring you benefits." Though Chen Luo was keen on avenging Thunder King immediately, he heeded Raya's advice and let Artis go, instructing him, "Go back and tell your grandfather that all of this was Violet's doing behind the scenes." As soon as his words fell, Artis vanished like the wind. Chen Luo then asked Rice in frustration, "If I just retaliate against Violet without killing her, will I face backlash?" Rice immediately responded, Others might, but if it's you, as long as you don't kill her or seriously injure her, you won't face backlash. Hearing this, Chen Luo smirked. It's been a year and a half since we last cleaned the septic tank in our spatial dimension, hasn't it? Meanwhile, Violet was leisurely fishing by the river, thinking to herself, now that Adolphe and Resod have joined forces, Chen Luo, even as a master of spacetime, you're still being manipulated by me. Not only does fate deserve to die, but you even more so. No one can stand above me. But at that moment, Violet suddenly sensed that Time Trace had betrayed her, telling Chen Luo everything, and that he would arrive in 2 seconds. Human plans are no match for fate, and in the next second, Chen Luo appeared in midair. Violet spoke calmly, I know you learned the truth from Time Trace. Yes, I am the mastermind behind all this. I'll stand right here. Do you dare to kill me? I don't mean to look down upon you, but in my eyes, you're nothing. If you don't have the guts, then disappear from my sight. Chen Luo responded with a slight smile, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Don't worry, I won't kill you. This time, I'm here to give you a gift. With a wave of Chen Luo's hand, 2 tons of manure immediately poured down. Seeing this, Violet did not hesitate and immediately started to run, but it was already too late. With a casual wave of his hand, Chen Luo banished her to the pouring point in an instant, and she was drenched in manure from head to toe without missing a drop. This made Violet furious. You disgusting and despicable wretch. If you have the guts, kill me. You waste. As she was spewing insults, 2 streams of yellow liquid suddenly sprayed towards her, causing Violet to vomit uncontrollably and wish for death. However, her weakness was that she could not commit suicide. Chen Luo tortured her for 2 full hours like this. Afterward, he returned to the supernatural space, satisfied. But at that moment, Millie suddenly shouted, something terrible has happened, brother Chen Luo. You have to see the news just released by the Volsea Empire. Snake Mother has been captured. Snake Mother was seen tied to an iron pillar, 2 people continuously whipping her. This scene filled Chen Luo with guilt. Snake Mother, to completely remove the pollution from my mother planet, not only endured pain to absorb the Dark Law, but also took out the precious world tree seeds to improve the environment of the Blue Star. I cannot stand by and do nothing. I must save her, especially since Snake Mother is in this plight. At this point, Rice curiously asked, why don't you ask me if this journey is dangerous? This isn't like you. Chen Luo replied with determination, there's no need for that. I can't be at peace if I don't go. Even if it means death. I must rescue Snake Mother. Hearing this, Rice smiled slightly. Then go on your journey with peace of mind. I can't say there is no risk, but the probability of successfully rescuing Snake Mother is 99%. As soon as these words fell, a figure appeared out of thin air above the Imperial Capital Palace, followed by a cold voice. Reset. I have arrived. This frightened Yin Chuyang beside them. I didn't expect this young man to be so affectionate and righteous. I really didn't misjudge you. At this moment, Chen Luo said coldly, there's no irreconcilable hatred between us. Although what I did to Lei Sane was indeed a bit excessive, it was because he provoked me first, and all this was orchestrated by Violet behind the scenes. Now, if you release my friend, I will return everything I took. How about we call it even? Hearing this, Reset quickly said with a friendly face, that would be for the best. I don't want to be your enemy. Your friend is at the central square of the imperial capital. You can take her away now. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately flew towards the central square. You better not play any tricks, or I'll have the entire Volsea Empire buried with you. Reset smiled slightly and muttered to himself, keep boasting. I want to see if you can remain this arrogant in a moment. As Chen Luo approached Snake Mother, Reset immediately ordered, no one move. Let him take Snake Mother away. Seeing Chen Luo risking himself for her, tears welled up in Snake Mother's eyes. I don't know if I should feel fortunate or regret having you as a friend. Without any delay, Chen Luo stepped forward and untied her. I'm sorry. This time it's my fault you're in this situation. But as soon as he finished speaking, a flower of the other shore rose behind Snake Mother. At that moment, Chen Luo realized, so this is Reset's plot. Before he could fully understand the situation, the flower of the other shore burst into dazzling light. And in the next second, multiple streams of temporal power surged into his body, causing his life to drain away rapidly. Chen Luo felt that without an effective countermeasure, he would certainly perish within 4 hours. Reset watched Chen Luo with a smirk, thinking to himself, so what if you are a unique spacetime user? You will still die by the hand of the flower of the other shore. Chen Luo also glanced back at Reset, thinking, I will remember this vendetta. If I survive this great disaster, I will make sure the Volsea Empire and you will never be at peace. After saying this, he left the palace with Snake Mother and arrived at a deserted planet, preparing to use time reversal to counteract the time acceleration of the flower of the other shore. Just as Snake Mother was about to say something, Chen Luo interrupted her. Let's talk later. I don't have much time now. He thought to himself, this is a crisis, but it's also an opportunity. Maybe if I overcome the flower of the other shore, I could ascend to godhood in time. As Chen Luo was preparing to use time reversal to combat the flower of the other shore, Rice suddenly sent him a telepathic message, open the supernatural space now. Only Millie can help you. Then Rice brought out Millie. Millie's life ability can extend life. Millie, you can use your power to help Chen Luo resist. Upon hearing this, Millie wasted no time and immediately came before Chen Luo. As their fingers interlocked tightly together, a strong life force began to continuously flow into Chen Luo's body. However, at that moment, a metallic sphere silently appeared in midair, closely monitoring their every move. Simultaneously, in another location, the Volsea Empire's intelligence department quickly reported Chen Luo's coordinates to the emperor. Upon hearing this, Risad's lips curved into a slight smile, and he then ordered, gather the divine level nearby to the palace immediately. Follow me to kill Chen Luo. Yun Chuang, on the other hand, was worried about his disciple, muttering to himself, I wonder how that brat is doing now. I didn't expect Emperor Risad to be so despicable, using the flower of the other shore to scheme against him. Then, Risad spoke in a stern voice, Yun Chuang, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and build the space tunnel outside the hall. Yun Chuang verbally complied, I'm on it. But internally he thought, Chen Luo is the hope of our space series. This time, I must protect the calf at all costs. I cannot let you go and kill that brat. Afterward, he tampered with the construction of the space tunnel, setting the exit in the opposite direction of Chen Luo. Once Risad and his men entered the tunnel, Yun Chuang sneaked into another pre-constructed tunnel, thinking to himself, it seems from today onwards, I can only wander through the universe. Meanwhile, when Risad emerged from the tunnel, he found that it was not their intended destination. He quickly asked, where is Yun Chuang? After scanning the surroundings, he realized Yun Chuang had already vanished. This infuriated Risad, who then exclaimed that Yun Chuang, he really did it this time. He then contacted Adolf, brother, I need your intervention now. You're closer to him. I've run into a bit of a situation here, and might be a bit late. Upon hearing this, Adolf did not hesitate. I'm on my way. But at that moment, Artus suddenly found his grandfather, proclaiming, I have finally become a god of time. Adolf, initially startled, quickly asked Artus, have you mastered time reversal? Artus shook his head, indicating although he hadn't yet grasped the threshold of time reversal, but I have now mastered time acceleration. Upon hearing this, Adolf immediately patted Artus on the shoulder with pride. You are truly my good grandson, the hope of our Draymond Empire. Whether I can achieve immortality depends on whether you can master time reversal. Meanwhile, on another front, two spacecraft had already arrived at the planet where Chen Luo was located. The captain spoke seriously, cover the entire planet with firepower immediately. Although it wouldn't harm divine-level beings, but our orders are just to disrupt Chen Luo if possible. As soon as these words were spoken, Mei-Ling took the lead and charged towards the fleet. This startled Snake Mother considerably. Maybe I should handle this, before she could finish her sentence. A massive fire erupted in the sky, engulfing the two spacecraft instantly. With a wave of Mei-Ling's hand, a torrent of red lotus fire raced towards the two spacecraft. A loud explosion followed, and the two spacecraft were instantly reduced to ashes. This frightened Snake Mother. I didn't expect this young girl to be divine level as well. What kind of people are you all? Chen Luo being a monster is one thing, but I didn't expect each of you to be extraordinary. Just then, Rice suddenly sensed someone was causing trouble and immediately said angrily, that little troublemaker really never gives up. Forcefully triggering the power of causality again. But what of it? The light boat has already passed through the myriad mountains. Whatever she does now is in vain. Good things will follow one after another. At this moment, Mei-Ling's supernatural power was completely exhausted. Seeing Mei-Ling sweating profusely, Chen Luo quickly urged her, go and rest on the side. I'll handle the rest myself. But Mei-Ling refused to give up. For brother Chen Luo, I am willing to continue transferring my life force. After saying this, she once again tightly held Chen Luo's hand and said with determination, it's not easy to be able to help you. Let me give it my all this time. Although Chen Luo was deeply moved by her words, a towering rage surged in his heart. He thought to himself, well done, Riza. You've done a splendid job. I swear I won't rest until I've avenged this. As Mei Ling continuously infused her life force into Chen Luo, her appearance visibly aged at an observable rate. But at that moment, a milky white law suddenly descended from the sky, directly towards the aging Mei Ling. Yes, the law of life had arrived. This overjoyed Chen Luo, you've finally become the god of life. As the law began to transform Mei Ling's body, her once dull skin regained its radiance, becoming even more luminous than before. To everyone's surprise, Riza also started to emit bursts of colorful light. Mei Ling's ascension to godhood also led to Riza's achievement. Now that all the individuals on Riza's destiny path had become gods, it was only fitting for the law of destiny to descend upon her. Instantly, every life form across all the planets in the universe could see Riza emitting a rainbow glow, heralding the birth of the universe's sole god of destiny. Radiant colors illuminated from Riza as the law of destiny began to reshape her body. After about 2 hours, the transformed Riza not only had longer hair, but also underwent a profound change in her demeanor. She then seriously said to Chen Luo, now that your ability to reverse time has reached a level favored by the law, the transformation by the time law requires 1 day. Therefore, I will summon the complete law of time to personally undertake your transformation. Chen Luo was astounded. I didn't know that was possible. Does this mean I'll get a greater reward, similar to the Great God certification? Riza shook her head in response. No, it only makes your transformation faster. As she finished speaking, a formidable presence suddenly descended from the sky, causing Chen Luo's heart to tremble. The law of time, with a hint of arrogance, stated, favored by the law of destiny, today I will grant you this favor and personally assist in your transformation. Although the transformation time will be reduced to 1 hour, the rewards from the law of time reversal will not increase. After saying this, it began transforming Chen Luo's body. Meanwhile, Rice murmured, now that I have become a god, it's time to settle accounts with that little troublemaker of the causality series. Elsewhere, Violet, who had forcibly activated the power of causality, also suffered from its backlash. Suddenly, her complexion drastically changed, and she fell to the ground, unstable. Lying there with a vacant stare and a lifeless expression, she sensed the birth of the god of destiny and roared in anger. After all my efforts, why could you still become a god? Who says destiny must always suppress causality? As her words faded, a rainbow divine light appeared above Violet, completely enveloping her. Her law of causality involuntarily emerged, slowly absorbed by the rainbow light. Violet's face showed disbelief as she screamed, how is this possible? Don't take my law away, God of destiny. I was wrong. Please spare me this once. I can't lose my law of causality. Rice, however, showed no mercy as she took Violet's law of causality for herself. You dare to challenge me, Rice, the great demon? Afterward, she turned to Chen Luo. I need to step aside for now. I can't let anyone know I'm the god of destiny. Don't ask me why. I can't explain it to you right now. Just focus on accepting the transformation from the law of time. Don't be distracted. An hour later, as Chen Luo ascended to godhood, his time crystal evolved from demigod level to divine level. The next second, 2 divine level crystals unexpectedly fused together. However, at that moment, a pillar of energy that seemed to embody the forces of thunder, fire, wind, ice, and the 5 elements descended from the sky, striking Chen Luo directly. He couldn't dodge it and was almost killed by the hit. He thought to himself, what the hell is this? Not only do I not get any extra rewards, but I also get hit by this fancy lightning? He felt a very special energy enter his body, but the rapid fusion of the 2 crystals suddenly stopped, having only fused a very small part. This alarmed Chen Luo. Why did this happen? Could it be because the comprehension levels of the 2 crystals are different? After all, the space series encompasses 6 laws, all with relatively high levels of comprehension, while the time series has only mastered time reversal. As Chen Luo pondered, a scornful voice suddenly came from a distance. Chen Luo, your time to die has arrived, forcibly taking me away, humiliating me. You didn't expect to see this day, did you? Now that I have become the god of time, you will no longer be a match for me. The state Chen Luo was in after being struck by lightning was quite pitiful, leading Adolphe to think he was tortured into this state by the flower of the other shore. Artist then arrogantly shouted, Grandfather, you don't need to intervene. Today, I will personally kill him to rid myself of this hatred in my heart. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Luo used time reversal to instantly heal his injuries back to their original state. He then coldly said, "Artist, I showed you mercy, and this is how you repay me." He thought to himself, Rice was indeed right. Letting him go would benefit me, so quickly bringing a divine-level time crystal as a gift. Although Chen Luo's instant recovery shocked Artist, he still attempted to use time stop on Chen Luo. "Now that I have become a god of time, I refuse to believe I can't immobilize you." Adolf, like a bolt of lightning, charged towards Chen Luo, who was supposedly immobilized. However, as he approached, Chen Luo revealed a smug smile. With a grand gesture, Adolf was instantly banished thousands of miles away. Then, with a simple beckoning, Artist slowly floated towards him. "First, I'll deal with this artist. Then I can take my time with that old man, Adolf." With that thought, Chen Luo backhanded Artist across the face. "Weren't you acting all tough just now? Come on, I want to see how you plan to kill me." Hearing this, Artist immediately fell to his knees, pleading, "Big brother, I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I won't dare do it again." At that moment, Adolf, who had been banished, managed to return. He thought to himself, why couldn't Artist immobilize Chen Luo? Could this kid have achieved godhood in both space and time? He then urgently shouted to Artist, "Use time stop to immobilize him now." But Artist, crying, yelled back, "I can't do it. Grandfather, please save me." Before he could finish, Chen Luo, smiling at Adolf, said, "Well, since you've come back so quickly, you might as well witness how your grandson dies." Immediately after, Adolf was frozen in place by Chen Luo using time stop. Chen Luo then conjured a large sword-shaped spatial temporal ability and thrust it towards Artist. Unexpectedly, the area of Artist's arm hid by the spatial temporal energy instantly vanished into nothingness. Chen Luo, surprised by the outcome, paused. How did this happen? Is this the power of space and time? Artist was already terrified beyond measure. "My arm. Where is my arm? Grandfather, please save me." As Artist's plea ended, a thunderbolt suddenly struck towards Chen Luo, hitting him directly in the abdomen. Before Chen Luo could react, Adolf, carrying his grandson, swiftly flew into the sky. With a wave of his hand, Chen Luo manipulated space-time, mysteriously bringing Artist, who had been rescued by Adolf, back to his starting point. Seeing this, Artist didn't hesitate and immediately knelt down, begging Chen Luo to let him go as if he were nothing more than a fart. Chen Luo, ignoring his plea, used a space-time blade to pierce through Artist's hand. Interestingly, this time, Artist's hand didn't disappear because Chen Luo simulated spatial cutting with his space-time ability, allowing the blade to physically pass through his hand. Realizing the difference, Chen Luo understood. So that's it. Using the pure power of space-time caused the affected part of Artist to be transported to another dimension. Deciding to end it, Chen Luo declared, "Today, I'll show mercy by giving you a quick end." After swiftly creating a literal hole in Artist's head, Artist collapsed, his demise coming on the very day he became a god of time. His crystals then automatically flew to Chen Luo's hands. When Adolf returned, he was met with the sight of his grandson, lifeless, causing him to freeze in shock and grief. My dear grandson, who had just become one of the rarest gods of time, is now gone. The pain, it's too much. Adolf, eyes filled with rage and sorrow, fixed his gaze on Chen Luo. "Chen Luo, you will pay with your life for my grandson." Adolf's aura unleashed two towering lights, one black and one purple, swirling with a total of 15 waves in violent motion around him, indicating his immense power. Chen Luo was startled by Adolf's formidable strength, and barely avoided a dense blast of dark thunder energy thanks to his use of void walking. Adolf, not giving up, unleashed a vast sea of lightning, forcing Chen Luo to continuously dodge using void walking. Contemplating, this old man is tough, but facing him head-on might actually bolster my own strength. With that thought, Chen Luo took out Artist's time crystal, attempting to absorb it and possibly master the law of time stop while dodging Adolf's relentless attacks. Adolf, infuriated by Chen Luo's evasion and absorption attempt, declared, "I refuse to believe you can keep dodging forever." As he spoke, he suddenly unleashed more than a dozen purple thunderbolts toward Chen Luo. Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't hesitate. He immediately summoned the Sword of Spacetime. With one slash, he shattered the dozen or so thunderbolts flying towards him. At that moment, Chen Luo waved his hand broadly. Hundreds of dimensional blades flew towards Adolf like raindrops, furiously. Unexpectedly, this old cunning man merely lifted his hand slightly, and Chen Luo's full-force strike instantly turned into nothingness. A mere trifle, daring to show off in front of me, he declared. With a loud shout, Phantom Thunderlaw, Adolf's body instantly split into 3, and 3 into 9, creating 9 clones, none weaker than the original, and seemingly charging out for a major move. But Chen Luo, far from retreating, instead revealed a relaxed smile. This is a rare opportunity for real combat. Today, I shall surpass my limits. The next second, Chen Luo simply waved his hand, instantly banishing several clones to thousands of miles away. This infuriated Adolf greatly, muttering to himself, "How is this even playable? Completely no way to handle this kid." On the contrary, Chen Luo became more vigorous as the battle went on. "Though my attacks are but minor irritations to you, as long as I keep at it, I will wear you down to death." Thinking to himself, such a good sparring partner should not be wasted. I can use him to try out more space piercing and space annihilation. After battling for half an hour, suddenly, a black law descended from the sky. Yes, the 7th law, space annihilation, had arrived. Then the law began to transform Chen Luo's body, giving him a chance to breathe. This made Adolf very angry. "So what if you've comprehended a law of annihilation? Though I dare not touch you while the law transforms you. Reset is coming soon. Once the law transformation is complete, it will be your time of death." But no sooner had he finished speaking, another pitch-black law suddenly descended, directly targeting a bewildered Adolf. At this moment, he said with a grin, "Didn't expect I would comprehend a law on extreme anger, did you? Although the law of dark origin is not much use against you, the lifespan reward for collecting the entire set of dark laws is not insignificant." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo chuckled. "You're proud for what? Let's see how you deal with time reversal." Saying so, Chen Luo applied time reversal on him, sending the yet-to-be-transformed law of dark origin back to where it came from, causing Adolf to completely collapse on the spot. "How can this be? My law of dark origin." But just then, the sky suddenly became enveloped in night. The oppressive feeling brought by the darkness made Chen Luo feel an eerie chill, muttering to himself, "This feeling is somewhat similar to when I received the Great God certification. Could this actually be the complete law of darkness? Could it be that Adolf received the Great God certification?" No sooner had he spoken, a majestic voice echoed in his ears. "Rulebreaker, your fate is sealed." This scared Chen Luo considerably. I didn't expect that disrupting Adolf's transformation by the law would anger the entity of the Dark Law itself. Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't dawdle, immediately admitting his mistake and apologizing. "Being just a kid, I was ignorant. Please, the Great Dark Law, be magnanimous and forgive me this once." But the response he got was still, "Rulebreaker, your fate is sealed." This infuriated Chen Luo greatly. He shouted, "Are you seriously disrespecting me? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Come on, let's hurt each other." Thinking to himself, "Now, my only hope lies in space-time summoning. Last time, I was able to kill the sea god by how beyond my level. All thanks to this perfect counterattack. If I can summon my future self, I can borrow strength to fight against the Dark Law. Otherwise, I'm truly doomed this time." Thinking this, he immediately performed the space-time summoning. "My future self, please lend me your strength." The next second, a pillar of light that pierced the heavens instantly broke through the darkness, establishing a connection between two space-times. Then, a bearded Chen Luo appeared on the other end of the space-time passage. Seeing this scene, Chen Luo's bladder twitched, nearly scared out of his wits. "The strength doesn't look very impressive. No way, no way. Please don't tell me it's my past self." Despite the future self appearing somewhat unimpressive at first glance, the moment he made his entrance, the previously arrogant Dark Law immediately changed its tune. "Considering this is your first offense, I'll let it slide this time. Don't let there be a next time." This delighted Chen Luo immensely. "I'm awesome. Even the law has to back down." Using the space-time summoning had nearly drained all of Chen Luo's special abilities, and it also caused a crack to form in the two newly fused crystals. At that moment, the future Chen Luo casually flicked his finger. In the next second, a beam of light shot out from his hand, then expanded infinitely, cutting through the darkness like the creation of the heavens and earth. The light kept expanding, while the darkness rapidly receded, until it was completely dissipated. This scared Chen Luo considerably. Is the future me really so powerful to extinguish the source of the Dark Law with a flick of his fingers before he could grasp the situation? It seemed as if the future Chen Luo had run out of energy. His body began to gradually disappear. Following this, Chen Luo also vanished in front of a shocked Adolf, and then appeared on an unfamiliar planet. At this moment, Chen Luo was somewhat baffled. What exactly is going on? How did I suddenly end up here? Then, Rice spoke in a deep voice. Even I didn't expect what just happened. Let's not think too much about it for now. At least you're safe now. Otherwise, given your situation just now, it would have been very difficult to escape from Adolf. There's something more important to do now. The time is right. It's time to go look for the congealed frost. That salted fish. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Resod had finally arrived at the scene, only to find Adolf alone. So he hastily asked, "Where's Chen Luo?" At these words, Adolf was furious. "How dare you ask? It's all your fault for insisting on using the divine item, flower of the other shore, leading to today's situation. Kid didn't die, but instead became an unprecedented space-time god. We're both on the brink of our doom. Unable to withstand his acceleration of time, to resist his space-time power, we might have to resort to using the Mermaid Queen's tears." Upon hearing this, Resod nodded. Mermaid Queen's tears are indeed an excellent recovery item. Unfortunately, I only have 3 left. Not nearly enough to deal with Chen Luo. But I've heard that a new Mermaid Queen has ascended. We should hurry to the Mermaid Planet. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Congealed Frost was complaining. "The food here is terrible. How can I live without tomato beef brisket? I want to go home. Chen Luo, come pick me up." No sooner had she finished speaking than a foot kicked her squarely in the buttocks, which infuriated Congealed Frost. She shouted, "Who dares to kick my butt so boldly?" But when she saw who it was, she immediately pointed at Chen Luo's nose and scolded, "You tomato beef brisket. Why have you only come to pick me up now? Do you have any idea what I've been through these past few months?" Yet Chen Luo just smirked and said, "It seems you haven't had the best time here either, getting all skinny like this. Come on, let's go home. There's plenty of tomato beef brisket waiting." This speech touched Congealed Frost so deeply that tears turned into pearls as they fell to the ground. Chen Luo curiously picked up the pearls that Congealed Frost cried out and tried to absorb the energy within them. The next second, his nearly depleted special abilities were fully restored. But at that moment, Congealed Frost's attendants suddenly knocked on the door to report, "Your Majesty, Emperor Resod of the Volsea Empire has arrived. Please go out to meet him." As she opened the door, she was immediately shocked by the scene before her. Seeing Chen Luo holding the Mermaid Queen with a smirk, he said, "I'm taking your queen with me. Bye-bye." With that, he stepped into a spatial tunnel with Congealed Frost, leaving the attendant in a panic, who immediately shouted, "Hurry and inform Emperor Resod. The queen has been abducted by a fugitive." A month later, Herman found Yunchuang on a remote planet, which infuriated Yunchuang. "So, Herman, we've known each other for over 100,000 years, and you've come to capture me yourself?" Hearing this, Herman immediately became uneasy. "How dare you speak to me of 100,000 years of friendship after what you've done? You've offended someone and disappeared, implicating me. Do you realize that?" Hearing this, Yunchuang was shocked. "I had no idea Resod hated me so much to resort to guilt by association." Upon hearing this, Herman exploded in anger. "You should see the mess you've made. You played Resod at a critical moment, leading to Chen Luo successfully escaping his predicament and becoming the god of space and time. Not only that, but the guy also recently abducted the newly appointed Mermaid Queen. How could this not anger me?" Yunchuang immediately responded, "I'm sorry, brother. I just got carried away at the moment. I didn't mean to drag you into this." But before he could finish, Herman swiftly changed the subject. "Don't mention it. Thanks to your impulsive moment, Yunchuang, you're about to strike it rich. Now, even Resod is wary of your disciple, wanting to make amends. That's why he sent me to ask you to be the mediator." The 2 emperors wish to invite him to the Volsky Empire for negotiations. He can name his terms. At this, Yunchuang was momentarily stunned. "I never expected that kid not only to escape the calamity of the flower of the other shore, but also to become the unprecedented god of space and time. And to think such an impressive person respectfully calls me master, and I haven't even accepted yet. Ah, what a boost to my prestige." With that thought, Yunchuang excitedly slapped Herman on the back. "I've got this. But whether we agree to it depends on my disciple's wishes." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the 2 emperors were waiting in the palace for Herman's response. With the 3rd prince serving as a sacrificial offering for peace with Chen Luo, kneeling in the grand hall, the crowd began to whisper among themselves, "I never knew Chen Luo was so capable to make both emperors compromise at the same time." Just then, Chen Luo suddenly arrived in the Grand Hall via spatial walking. Isn't this the esteemed third prince? Why are you kneeling on the ground? Although these words infuriated the third prince, making him grind his teeth, he didn't dare to utter a sound. Risa then said in a deep voice, Chen Luo, I know that just offering the third prince won't appease your anger. Therefore, I've already had the mastermind behind this, Violet, killed. Can we consider our grievances settled now? Hearing this, Chen Luo chuckled. What are you thinking? You think you can dismiss me just like that? It's not that easy. Upon hearing this, Risa immediately responded, what else do you want? Or who else do you want dead? I can satisfy your demands. Chen Luo didn't bother with pleasantries. If I wanted you dead, could you satisfy that too? Unexpectedly, Risa agreed without hesitation. I could die today, but if I do, a secret will be buried with me. Come with me, and I will reveal this secret to you today. Saying so, Risa swiftly flew into the sky, later leading Chen Luo to an oasis. Watch carefully. As his words fell, Risa set the entire oasis ablaze, leaving nothing but ashes. He then proudly said, I caused this sea of flames, correct? But who is being punished? Is it me, or the original inhabitants of the oasis? Chen Luo was taken aback. What are you trying to say? Risa explained, nature does not discriminate who is the culprit. Although I caused this disaster, it's the original inhabitants who suffer the punishment. Just like in your homeland, everything was caused by Auburn, but it's everyone on the blue star who suffers. Imagine, if I were to extend the destruction I caused to nature to the entire universe, who do you think would step in to punish? Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately said, You're not suggesting the source of the law, are you? Risa nodded in response. Exactly. Whether it's nature or the source of the law, they do not negotiate with you about fairness or reason. Once destruction occurs, everyone will be punished. In the eyes of the source of the law, all beings are seen as natural resources. Any factor causing destruction will be erased, and this is the real reason our two great empires have never engaged in a large-scale war. Chen Luo smiled slightly. So, are you threatening me? If I dared to destroy the two great empires, you would choose a mutually assured destruction tactic. Slaughtering beings en masse? Yes. You have to ensure that you and the God of Fate absolutely cannot take action against the two great empires again. Once, your blue star was wiped out because of the personal grievances between Auburn and Isman. I suppose you wouldn't want to become the person you hate the most. Hearing this, Chen Luo chuckled and said, I didn't expect you, Emperor Risa, to also play the moral high ground card. But I, Chen Luo, am not a noble person. At most, I can promise you that I won't take action for 100 years. He muttered to himself, after all, I still need time to explore the temporal and spatial abilities. Once I'm confident I can destroy the essence of law, then it won't be too late to wipe out the two great empires without harming the innocents. Thinking this, Chen Luo immediately declared, regardless, you must die today. Saying this, he launched a time acceleration attack on Risa. Hearing this, Risa smiled slightly and said, I never expected to return alive today anyway. But I definitely can't let the God of Fate help you. Saying this, Risa crushed the emergency signal transmitter in his hand. 2 hours later, Risa ultimately died of old age under Chen Luo's time acceleration and then fell from the sky with a bang. By the time Adolf and his men arrived, the old man was thoroughly dead. At this moment, Risa's confidant solemnly said, Emperor Adolf, there's no need for sorrow. Emperor Risa asked me to tell you, he has already taken action against the God of Fate. Upon hearing this, Adolf was immediately shocked and thought to himself, no wonder this old man was determined to die and insisted on not letting me get involved. Wanting to meet Chen Luo alone. It turns out, old friend, you were afraid I'd become an accomplice and die from the backlash of fate. Meanwhile, on another planet, all intelligent beings knelt on the ground, praying, O God of Fate, please do not strike against the empire of Volsi. We want to live. When gods fight, please don't let us suffer the consequences. At this moment, the commander coldly said, the emperor didn't want it to come to this. So, don't blame us for being ruthless. If you are to blame anyone, blame the God of Fate. Take action. After these words, countless shells were fired from the battleships, instantly erasing all life on the planet. Because only by doing this will all beings resent fate, thereby summoning the essence of fate. This scene occurred on countless planets. To be cautious, Risa destroyed millions of planets. But at that moment, a black energy mass suddenly appeared above Chen Luo's head. Before he could understand the situation, a majestic voice echoed in the sky. Those who harbor malice towards fate are unforgivable. Misfortune shall befall. The next second, several bolts of heavenly lightning struck Risad's confidants simultaneously, turning them into dust instantaneously. This frightened Adolf considerably, who thought to himself, so we are all but ants before the essence of law. Luckily, I was completely unaware of this matter. Otherwise, I too would have been unable to escape. At the same moment, Risad also felt a bloodline suppression in the space of abilities. The essence of fate has come. But these things were not done by me. Why take anger out on me? As soon as these words were spoken, a majestic voice resonated in Chen Luo's ears. Let her out. I shall pass judgment on her. In the presence of the essence of law, Chen Luo dared not act too presumptuously and had to release Risad first. Let's see how it judges. If the essence of law dares to harm Risad, I will use temporal summoning to destroy it. Then Risad spoke with a look of grievance. Can you be reasonable, please? This was clearly not my doing. Why am I being held accountable? As soon as Chen Luo activated the temporal shield, the majestic voice resounded once again. Their deaths were indeed not caused by you, but they arose because of you. Fate may favor the lucky, but not excessively so. You favored the person before you, and he in turn used it to harm others. You cannot escape the causality. The god of fate should not exist. From now on, there will never be a new god of fate. Those who harbored malice towards fate have all been punished. As for you, this will not set a precedent. Now, I shall pass judgment on you. Your power of fate will be retracted. This is the most merciful act fate can offer you. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo was furious. Could you give me, Chen, some face and act as if nothing happened? Unexpectedly, right after he spoke, Risad stripped the fate law from herself, murmuring, Forget it, Chen Luo. I don't need the law. I'm giving it back to you now. This infuriated Chen Luo. Are you disrespecting me? Then let's have a fight. Chen Luo was about to use temporal summoning, but was promptly stopped by Risad. At that moment, the majestic voice echoed again in Chen Luo's ears. Creature beyond fate, I know you are related to the sleeping dark essence, but you still know nothing about the essence's power. Hearing this, Chen Luo fell into deep thought, muttering to himself, the dark law essence indeed wasn't completely destroyed. It seems that the essence itself cannot be killed. It's better not to confront it head-on for now. Thinking this, Chen Luo immediately began to console Risad. Although this girl verbally says she doesn't want it, her heart is very reluctant to let go. At this moment, Risad, sobbing, said, Now that I've lost the power of fate, I can no longer help you. Tears streamed down her face. You won't despise me for being a burden, will you? Hearing this, Chen Luo smiled slightly. How could that be? No matter what, you are our group's pet. When you had the power of fate, you always seemed to have everything under control, which looked quite intimidating. Now, you can finally be a normal person again. Saying this, Chen Luo picked up Risad and placed her on his shoulders. Don't think too much. If you want the power of fate, I'll find a way to get it for you later. Upon hearing this, Risad immediately asked, What should we do next then? Chen Luo chuckled and said, I don't know. How about we ask everyone else? He then gathered Millie, Myling, and others, and said solemnly, Now that Risad is dead, Risad has also been affected and lost her power of fate. I guess the barrier Risad set up before we left Blue Star will also become ineffective. How about we go back to Blue Star first? It's been so long since we left our homeland. I wonder how the members in Dawn City are doing now. After saying this, they returned to Blue Star. The first thing they saw was a towering world tree that spewed out a vast amount of spiritual energy every day, nourishing Blue Star. Then they saw a large field of wheat and green trees everywhere. Blue Star had already regained its vitality from the past, and the shadows of zombies were nowhere to be seen. Afterward, they went back to the headquarters in Dawn City, where several new cities proudly stood. But what he absolutely didn't expect was to see a huge statue in the center of the square, Blue Star's hero Chen Luo written on it. This made Chen Luo feel quite embarrassed, muttering to himself, this doesn't seem like something Su Dazu would do. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a hawking voice came from a distance, turning his head. He was astonished to see Zhao Ji selling fried chicken. Even more incredulously, his little brother Big Strong had transformed from a zombie back into a human, and had become the chief instructor for 300,000 ability users. And the little rabbit Meng Yin, whom he had captured back then, had now become a renowned biologist on Blue Star. This filled Chen Luo with great satisfaction, thereby reinforcing his determination to protect Blue Star. He then gathered the members of Dawn City. Everyone has worked hard these past 2 years. Thanks to all of you, Blue Star has been built so well. This time, I will do everything in my power to protect our homeland. He thought to himself, given the current circumstances, even if I were to propose peace to the two great empires, they probably wouldn't agree. Therefore, for the sake of Blue Star, for Dawn City, I must not stop moving forward. I must have the strength to confront the essence of law. This comic ends here. Thank you all for your long-term support.